Chapter 1, The first day of school, the school beauty came to pick me up. In September, the sun is scorching. In front of Dongshan University. At this moment, a school bus picking up new students is slowly approaching. In the window seat on the left side of the third row from the back, a young man was sitting in the car in a daze, with cold sweat on his forehead and even his body trembling, as if he was seriously ill. Have I traveled through time? Zhang Xian didn't expect that he was so unlucky. He just drank a bottle of expired fat water that he was reluctant to throw away. How could he die suddenly? When he woke up, he came to this world, a parallel world to Earth. Zhang Xian opened his phone and took a look at himself. He was very satisfied with his new look. Maybe because of his illness, his face looked a little pale, but even so, it couldn't hide his handsomeness. The girls around kept looking here, taking a quick glance and then turning back immediately, for fear of being discovered by the people around them. Students, we've arrived at school. Please get off the bus and enjoy your wonderful college life with peace of mind. The driver said as he stopped the car. Everyone got out of the car upon hearing this, and a noise suddenly hit them. Dongshan University, here I come. My girlfriend, here I come. Suddenly a loud roar was heard, attracting the attention of people around. Dude, you've been in love since high school? Your girlfriend came here with you? Someone joked. No, but I'm sure my girlfriend is waiting for me at school right now. Is it in some mother-in-law's belly? Ha ha ha. There was a burst of good-natured laughter all around. At this moment, a girl in a light blue dress appeared in everyone's sight. Her curvy figure made the perverts around her stand in awe, and the hem of her skirt fluttered like the autumn wind. Especially when the girl walked, the water rippled. Seeing this scene, all the animals' eyes quickly gathered on her. Zhang Xian also took a look and couldn't help but sigh, being a woman is really good. A boy stood out from the crowd and shouted to the girl, "Honey, I'm here." He walked over and put his arm around the girl's waist very naturally, and then the two of them walked towards the school, talking and laughing, with ambiguity in their expressions. The gentlemen all looked envious and jealous, scanning everywhere with their big eyes, wishing they could find a girlfriend immediately. That look was similar to that of the Japanese invaders during the raid back then. It's great to have a girlfriend. I have someone who loves me during my 4 years in college. I won't feel lonely at all. I swear, within a month, I will find my own little sister. I'm so stupid. Why didn't I ask my girlfriend to apply to the same school as me? Hearing their discussion, Zhang Xian couldn't help but smile slightly. When he was on Earth, he was an orphan with no money and no house, so even if he had a girl he liked, he never dared to tell her until his death. Coincidentally, he in this world is also called Zhang Xian. He has parents at home. Although they are not very rich, they love him very much. Dad, Mom. Zhang Xian murmured, this was what he had always dreamed of in his previous life. Come on, don't stand here, go report. Everyone pulled their luggage and walked inside. At this moment, the atmosphere around suddenly became a little strange. The team stopped and there were gasps one after another, as if they had seen something incredible. Especially the guys in the front, their eyes were about to pop out. So beautiful. Are the girls at the University of Tokyo of such high quality? TSK, you know nothing. Do you know who this is? This is Xiaomeng, the sophomore campus beauty from Dongda University. Ha! Why is Xiaomeng, the campus beauty from Dongda University, here? Xiaomeng's eyebrows and eyes are delicate, as if she walked out of a painting. She has a tall figure, and her 2 white calves are exposed under her white skirt. She was wearing a pair of white sneakers, and her whole body was filled with an irresistible youthful beauty. This kind of beauty, without any embellishment, is heartwarming. The girls in the team couldn't help but compare themselves with Xiaomeng, but when they saw her pride in those exquisite and perfect facial features, they couldn't help but lower their heads. Xiaomeng walked towards the side with brisk steps, a smile on her face, as if she had encountered something wonderful. The youthful and restless long hair seemed to be coated with a layer of golden glow under the scorching sun. When they saw Xiaomeng, everyone near the gate was stunned. They couldn't help but wonder, what on earth made the school belle so happy? Xia University campus belle, I called you yesterday, but you said you had something important to do today, so you won't come? Hurry up and get under the umbrella, it's too hot outside, are you all blind? Bring a chair for the school beauty. The boys in charge of receiving the new students were shouting at each other, fearing that the school beauty would not see them. Thank you, everyone. I'm here to pick someone up. You guys get busy. Xia Meng smiled slightly and politely rejected those male classmates. However, her smile instantly made the male students around her freeze in place. This moment was like a spring breeze blowing on one's face, making people intoxicated. She is the dream goddess of all the boys in the school. So beautiful. I would be willing to live 10 years less if I could be her boyfriend. 10 years? I'd be fine with living 20 years less. TSK, this is the campus beauty of Xia University. She is noble, elegant, and beautiful beyond compare. Do you think ordinary people can match her? Seeing Xia Meng, Zhang Xian was also amazed. Xia Meng was much more beautiful than the movie stars in his previous life. At this time, Xia Meng's eyes kept flickering, as if she was looking for someone. Everyone couldn't help but wonder who that person was who could make the school beauty come to pick him up in person. Suddenly, Xia Meng's beautiful eyes lit up. At that moment, many male classmates forgot to breathe, and their faces turned red and their necks became thick without realizing it. Zhang Shen looked at it curiously. He also wanted to see what kind of person in this world was worthy of being picked up by the school belle. At this moment, Xia Meng moved and walked towards the freshman team. Fuck, the school beauty is coming towards us. Could it be that my glorious deeds have spread here and moved the school beauty, so she decided to live with me? Get lost, the school beauty is looking at me. Look, she is smiling at me. It's over, my heart won't beat anymore. The boys around Zhang Xian became excited and their breathing became rapid. Everyone's eyes followed Xia Meng. Zhang Xian frowned, wondering if it was his illusion. Why did he feel that the school beauty was looking at him? He must have been wrong, they didn't know each other. Involuntarily, Zhang Xian moved a few steps to the side. Right at this moment. Hello, Junior, give me your bag, I'll take you to report. A faint fragrance wafted over, and at the same time a crisp and playful voice suddenly sounded in my ears. Zhang Xian was a little confused. School beauty, are you here to pick him up? Chapter 2. Hello, my name is Xia Meng, and I'm Zhang Xian's girlfriend. Is it an illusion? Of course, I don't know her. Zhang Xian searched his mind and was sure that he did not know the school beauty in front of him. He immediately moved aside. Perhaps the school beauty was talking to the person behind her. Junior, where do you want to go? You must be tired. Give me your bag. A pair of jade hands grabbed Zhang Xian, then took the bag from him. Her beautiful eyes kept staring at Zhang Xian, as if she wanted to remember Zhang Xian's face firmly, and an extremely sweet smile appeared on her face. At this moment, everyone turned their heads and looked at Zhang Xian, their eyes full of disbelief. In fact, not to mention others, Zhang Xian himself was also confused. He was very sure that he definitely did not know this campus beauty Xia University. Why did she come to see me? Could it be that before I traveled through time and space, something unspeakable happened between the owner of this body and the school beauty? But why was there no impression of it in his mind? While Zhang Xian was stunned, Xia Meng reached out and tried to hold Zhang Xian's arm. Zhang Xian dodged to the side and was about to speak when an electronic sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding, the God-level selection system is binding. System binding successful. Choice 1, follow the school beauty to report. Rewards, 50% of Dongshan Industrial shares, 1000x cashback cards x10, and appearance +1. Choice 2, reject the school beauty. Reward, a Dongting Foodie apartment, the title of straight man, and 1 popularity with women. Hearing the electronic sound ringing in his mind, Zhang Xian's body trembled. System? As an old bookworm who has been immersed in the ocean of books for more than 10 years, I am certainly familiar with the word system. What the hell are you still hesitating about? Thank you so much, senior. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian's arm, which had originally avoided the attack, quietly reached out to Xia Meng's hand. Ding, it is detected that the host has made a choice. The reward has been issued. The share purchase contract and the 1000-fold cashback card have been issued to the host's storage space. Note, the 1000x cashback card is not a physical object. As long as the system detects that the host has made a purchase, it will automatically deduct the money on his behalf. Zhang Xian couldn't help but widen his eyes, still a little bit unbelieving. Is there really a system? Let's go. Xia Meng didn't care about all that. She took Zhang Xian's arm, smiled sweetly at the people around her, and walked into the school. Looking at the backs of the two people, the school gate became silent. Everyone stared blankly, with disbelief in their eyes. How is this possible? She is the school belle. She's here to pick up a man? Those people from the student union stared at Zhang Xian's back with vicious eyes. Who is this bastard? What qualifications does he have to be favored by the school beauty? Big news today. The so-called iceberg beauty of Xia University actually took the initiative to link arms with a freshman. Look at the expression of Xia University beauty, how ambiguous it is. I'm blind and can't see. The young master of Dongshan Industrial bought a Porsche 911 to express his love to the school beauty, but was rejected by the school beauty. How could this boy be favored by the school beauty? What do you think? Could it be that the school beauty is fed up with those people's harassment, so she uses that boy as a shield? Didn't you see the boy's expression just now? He didn't look like he knew the school beauty. Everyone was talking about it, and the whole reception area was in an uproar. Even though they knew they couldn't get the school belle, they still couldn't accept seeing her being so intimate with an unknown boy. I know the boy's name, Zhang Xian, he's in Class 8 of the finance department, and he's not from here. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. Xia Meng is a native of Dongshan and has been studying there. Zhang Xian is not a local, so it is really unlikely that the two knew each other before. Alas, even if I am used as a shield by the school beauty, I am happy. Didn't you see the school beauty holding that boy's arm just now? It is worth living 10 years less to have the school beauty holding my arm. Along the way, Xia Meng held Zhang Xian's arm tightly. Feeling the soft touch of his arm and smelling the rich aroma that made him restless, as a bachelor for more than 20 years, Zhang Xian had never experienced such a scene before. He couldn't help but feel distracted and had some uncontrollable physiological reactions. Hearing the school beauty's laughter, Zhang Xian came to his senses and felt embarrassed. Senior, we shouldn't know each other, right? Yes. And you? Xia Meng stared at Zhang Xian with a smile on her face, and Zhang Xian's face became hot. Then she said, Yesterday, a fortune teller told me that my fate is not strong enough. I can only get over this hurdle if I find a freshman named Zhang Xian and become his girlfriend. Otherwise, I won't survive this year. Puff. Zhang Xian was about to vomit blood. Could he come up with a more lame excuse? Senior, we are all college students, we must believe in science. Although it is a very happy thing to have such a beautiful girlfriend, Zhang Xian felt frightened when he saw the gazes around him that were like those of an enemy, as if he would be torn to pieces in the next moment. He didn't want to be stared at as an enemy wherever he went. Isn't this very scientific? I just followed his advice and came to the gate, and now I meet you. Where's your phone? Xia Meng smiled at Zhang Xian, which stunned the people passing by. Some people were so exaggerated that they walked directly into the flower bed and fell flat on their faces, even knocking out their teeth, but they still stared at Xia Meng reluctantly. What you up to? Zhang Xian's face was full of fear. Xia Meng rolled her eyes, reached directly into Zhang Xian's trouser pocket, took out her cell phone, and said, Hey, what's that look in your eyes? Am I that scary? Then enter a number and save it. This is my number, remember it. He even added Zhang Xian on WeChat without asking about his opinion. Arriving at the dormitory assigned to Zhang Xian by the school, Xia Meng said, You must be tired after sitting in the car for such a long time. Take a rest and I will make the bed for you. As he spoke, he made the bed for Zhang Xian. Looking at Xia Meng's back, Zhang Xian stood blankly beside the bed. For a moment, it was hard to believe that everything in front of him was real. I just came here through time, and the beautiful school beauty claimed that she wanted to be my girlfriend and even made the bed for me herself? Am I really not dreaming? Just at this moment, the door was pushed open and a tall and burly boy walked in. He just saw Zhang Xian standing there, but did not see Xia Meng behind Zhang Xian. Ha, I thought I came early enough, but I didn't expect you to be here earlier than me, brother. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Chang. I'm a local. Brother, do you know what happened just now? Damn, my goddess Xia Meng actually went to the school gate to pick someone up in person. And it was a man. My heart is so cold. I got into Dongshan University just for my goddess. Don't let me see that bastard. If I see him, I will tear him apart. For the goddess, I will duel with him. As Wang Chang spoke, he patted his chest in pretending pain. Hey, is your roommate here? Xia Meng had made the bed for Zhang Xian at this time, and she stood up and looked at Wang Chang, smiling and introducing herself. Hello, my name is Xia Meng, and I'm Zhang Xian's girlfriend. Gah! Wang Chang was confused. Chapter 3, The School Beauty Seems to be really in love. Zhang Xian. It's over. This school beauty is too unreserved. Although he felt very happy, Zhang Xian always felt a little embarrassed when a strange girl appeared in front of him and claimed to be his girlfriend. Wang Chang looked back and forth between Zhang Xian and Xia Meng in a daze, unable to believe his eyes. What is going on? The bed is made for you, you can rest first. I'm going to go home soon. Call me if you need anything. Xia Meng smiled at Zhang Xian and turned away with a red face. Wang Chang was stunned by that brilliant smile. As for Zhang Xian, he was a little confused for a moment and couldn't come back to his senses. It must be fake, right? Just because of a fortune-telling, the school beauty found him and became his girlfriend? How could this all be so unrealistic? It's just outrageous. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that the two of them came to their senses. The next moment, Wang Chang stared at Zhang Xian intently. For a moment, Zhang Xian felt a little creepy. Brother Xian, please accept my humble respect. Please teach me the secret of picking up girls, Brother Xian. I will spend all my fortune to get you something. Great God! Looking at Zhang Xian's appearance, apart from being a little bit more handsome than him, he is just an ordinary boy. Why can such a beautiful schoolgirl take the initiative to pursue him? Zhang Xian smiled bitterly and said, Brother, I want to say that I just met Xia Meng and have never seen him before. Do you believe it? Wang Chang curled his lips and looked at Zhang Xian, saying, Brother Xian, do you think I believe it? I even made the bed for you. Did you just meet me? If you tell a ghost about this, will he believe you? The door was pushed open with great force with a creaking sound. Damn it, I'm going to die. I applied to Dongda University just for the campus belle Xia, but when I first arrived, I heard that the campus belle showed up at school with a little jerk on her arm. Ah, don't let me find out which dormitory that little punk lives in. I want to duel with him. After hearing what this gentleman said, Wang Chang suddenly felt like he had found a close friend. Zhang Xian. Is Xia Meng's influence so great? When he was in school, there were also school beauties, but no one was so obsessed with them. These two guys look like star chasers, it's too exaggerated. There was a sound of footsteps, and a boy wearing branded clothes walked in. The boy greeted the three people in the dormitory calmly. Zhang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, a normal person came in. If 3 out of 4 people in a dormitory are fanatical fans of Xia Meng, will he still be able to survive? Yang Ming. Zhang Xian. Wang Chang. Fang Shiming. We are brothers from now on, please take care of me. I just heard you talking about the school belle. What happened? Yang Ming asked curiously. Zhang Xian's face turned dark. Why did the topic turn to the school beauty again? Brother, you are not from Dongshan, right? Xiada's campus beauty is a flower in our Dongshan city. She made guest appearances in various TV series and movies when she was still in high school. Brother, are you talking about Xia Meng? Yang Ming raised his eyebrows and asked excitedly. I came here this time just because of her. I declare now that Xia Meng is my girlfriend from now on. Okay, stop bragging. The campus belle has a boyfriend. Wang Chang looked at Zhang Xian with a smile. Zhang Xian immediately looked at Wang Chang, his eyes full of pleading. It's over. Why does he feel like his life is in danger at any time living here? What do you mean? Yang Ming and Fang Shiming raised their eyebrows, a fighting spirit rising in their hearts. Sorry, I dropped my phone. Xia Meng pushed the door open and walked in. She blinked at Zhang Xian with a hint of coquettishness in her eyes. Oh, everyone in your dormitory is here. Hello, I'm Zhang Xian's girlfriend, Xia Meng. Please take care of me in the future. Zhang Xian had already felt 3 murderous looks, so how could he dare to let Xia Meng continue talking? He covered Xia Meng's mouth and pulled her out. The two came downstairs, and Zhang Xian looked at Xia Meng helplessly. Senior sister, what on earth do you want to do? I want to be your girlfriend. Xia Meng showed a cute expression. At the same time, everyone in front of the dormitory building was staring at the two of them. Zhang Xian felt the pressure coming from all sides. He felt helpless. This woman was really not afraid of causing a scandal. Okay, I'll be leaving first then. Xia Meng said with a smile. Zhang Xian quickly waved his hand. Senior sister, take care. If Xia Meng stayed for another second, Zhang Xian would feel like he was about to be ignited by the jealousy in those eyes. After returning to the dormitory, Wang Chang and the other two immediately closed the door and surrounded them. Hey, let's talk it out. We are brothers in the same dormitory. There is no need to fall out over a woman, right? Besides, I really don't know the campus beauty of Xia University. Yang Ming sneered, come on, I've even made the bed for you. Look at the way the school beauty looked at you just now. She wanted to swallow you up in one gulp. Humph, we can't just let this go. We might have to rip you off today. Without 5 cases of beer, you won't be forgiven. Yang Ming and Fong Shiming nodded repeatedly. At the same time, as soon as Xia Meng entered the dormitory, she was pushed onto the bed by her 3 roommates. The 3 of them stared at her, with disbelief in their beautiful eyes. Hey, what are you doing? Xia Meng crossed her arms, looked scared, blinked her eyes, and continued, oh, you 3 scared me. Don't try to change the subject. Tell me, what happened today? The 4 of them have been living together for a year and are very familiar with each other. God knows how surprised the 3 of them were when they saw the photos on the campus forum today. Moreover, look at Xia Meng's expression now. Her eyes are as clear as water and the corners of her mouth are shy. She looks like a little girl who is deeply in love. They simply couldn't believe it. There are so many young men in the school who are desperately pursuing this girl. A sea of flowers, diamond rings, sports cars, everything you can think of, they thought of it, but what was the result? Xia Meng had a heart of stone and was completely indifferent to those people. You know, there are some really handsome guys among those who pursue her. But no matter how handsome the other person was or how considerate he was rejected by this girl. They even thought that this girl had an abnormal sexual orientation. What happened today? It's nothing, really. Xia Meng's face was full of smiles. That big fool who threatened to marry me when he grew up is here today. When saying this, Xia Meng couldn't help but smile, and her beautiful eyes narrowed into slits. The 3 were dumbfounded. It seemed that the school beauty was really in love. Chapter 4, Earn a Small $5 million. Meng, you are not really going to be his girlfriend, are you? The 3 of them looked at each other, the fire of gossip burning in their eyes. Why not? Xia Meng suddenly came back to her senses, her cheeks slightly red. Why are you asking this? How could I really be his girlfriend? Xia Meng immediately denied it. Zhang Xian and I grew up together, but later I followed my parents to Dongshan. We haven't seen each other for 13 or 14 years. Then why did you say in front of so many people that you were his girlfriend? Wang Shui looked at Xia Meng suspiciously. Sun Tian and Meng Li nodded repeatedly. That's right, this matter will probably spread all over Dongda soon. I think you did this on purpose. Tell me, are you really in love with him? Oh, how is that possible? I was really just joking with him. Except for people close to me, when have you ever seen me get close to a man? Xia Meng explained hurriedly. Sun Tian and the other 2 pondered for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. That's right. You don't even take the big star Wu Yufan seriously. If you say you can be attracted to any other man, we really don't believe it. Xia Meng rolled her eyes. That's right, we swore to be sisters for life. If I fall in love with a man, I will definitely tell you. Why would I let you check it out? After saying that, Xia Meng looked at the 3 of them with a guilty look on her face. Hearing this, the 3 of them looked at each other and nodded. Xia Meng breathed a sigh of relief, finally passing this level. Just then, the cell phone rang. Xia Meng took a look and saw that it was her younger brother calling. Young man, how is it going? Sister, where did you find such a gold digger? She pretends to be more reserved and ladylike than anyone else, but in fact she is more slutty than anyone else. She got it done with an Apple phone and a bag that costs less than 20,000 yuan. She even hinted that we could get a room tonight. Sister, how did this girl offend you? By the way, you have to reimburse me for the expenses of this activity. If my parents knew that I spent so much money, they would skin me alive. Hearing this, Xia Meng's beautiful eyes narrowed into a slit and said, I understand. Zhang Xian, I'm not plotting against you. I was just giving your girlfriend a small test. I didn't expect that she couldn't stand the test. He, you will be mine in the end. Xia Meng was secretly delighted and thought to herself. Wang Shui and the other 2 looked at Xia Meng in disbelief. She says she's not in a relationship, but she clearly has the expression of a little girl who's deeply in love. Xia Meng came back to her senses and noticed 3 scrutinizing eyes. She immediately knew that her expression had given it away. She immediately stood up and changed the subject. Teo Yuanju, who's going? I. Although they knew that Xia Meng was trying to change the subject, the three girls still couldn't resist the temptation of the food. Their eyes lit up and their saliva was watering. Teo Yuanju is the most upscale restaurant in the university town, and its food is no worse than those 5-star hotels. Brother Xian, are you sure you are here? Yang Ming glanced at the plaque of Teo Yuanju, then looked at Zhang Xian. Judging from the way Zhang Xian is dressed, he doesn't look like a rich man, nor does he look like the kind of person who is just trying to show off. Maybe you don't know what the minimum consumption here is? Yang Ming had the best family background among the four, and he had already made up his mind to come out and pay the bill first. Let's split the bill. We're all brothers from now on, there's no need to be so clear about the divisions. Wang Chang and Fong Shiming had obviously heard of Teo Yuanju. They were afraid that Zhang Xian didn't know the consumption level here, so they spoke up immediately. Yang Ming nodded slightly when he saw this. These people in the dormitory were indeed a group worth making friends with. You're slapping me in the face. I said it was my treat, so it's my treat. If anyone rushes to pay the bill later, don't blame me for getting angry. He also has 10 cards that give 1,000-fold cash back on spending. This is a money-making business, so of course the more he spends, the better. The three of them looked at each other and wanted to remind him, but were afraid of losing face for Zhang Xian. Sir, are you in a private room or the lobby? The waiter came up and looked at Yang Ming and asked. Among the four people, only Yang Ming was wearing designer clothes, and it was obvious that he was the one who paid. Private room, the biggest one. Zhang Xian said with great pride. Sir, the highest fee for our private room here. The waiter didn't expect that it was Zhang Xian who spoke. He looked at Zhang Xian's clothes and gave a kind reminder, but did not look at him differently because of his clothes. Money is not a problem, take us there. Okay, sir, please follow me. The waiter didn't expect that Zhang Xian, who seemed to be dressed inconspicuously, was actually a hidden big boss. Zhang Xian and his three companions did not notice that the moment they walked into the private room, 4 young and beautiful girls walked over. Xia Meng looked over in confusion. Zhang Xian? Her beautiful eyes lit up, he was indeed the man she had chosen, what a fate they had. What's wrong, Meng? Wang Shui and the other two looked in the direction Xia Meng was looking, but didn't see anything. It's okay, I saw an acquaintance. Let's go, don't be polite to me, order whatever you want. Wow, I love you so much, little rich girl. Eat this show-off woman out of money. The 4 girls were all young and beautiful. They were an eye-catching sight wherever they went, and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Mr. Qin, she's the campus beauty of Xia University. Mr. Qin, your destiny has arrived. Behind them, a group of people dressed in fancy clothes drove over. When they saw the backs of Xia Meng and the other 3, they immediately spoke flatteringly to Qin Xiaotian, who was leading the group. Qin Xiaotian's eyes widened and his saliva was about to flow. He asked the name of the private room that Xia Meng and the other 3 were staying in and walked in. Zhang Xian ordered more than 5,000 yuan worth of dishes in one go, but he was still a little dissatisfied. Hey, don't you have more expensive dishes here? 1,000 times cash back is only 5 million, which is a bit far from his small goal of 100 million. Waiter. Yang Ming and the other 2. Big brother, you are so pretentious, we give you full marks. Is 5,000 yuan too little for a meal? This is a university town, and there are regulations on consumption levels. Sir, could you please pay the bill first? The waiter saw Zhang Xian acting so pretentiously and felt a little confused. Was he here to dine for free? Sure, why not? Although 5 million is a bit far from 100 million, an ant is still meat no matter how small it is. Zhang Xian immediately followed the waiter out. Brother Xian is unfathomable. Yang Ming came from a large family and found that he could not see through Zhang Xian. Wang Chang and Fong Shiming nodded repeatedly. Looking at Zhang Xian's performance just now, he was either really awesome or the kind that would be struck by lightning. On the other side, Zhang Xian opened the payment code, the other party scanned it, and heard a beep, then he breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Xian paid the money and waited. The next moment, his cell phone suddenly vibrated and he turned on the phone. China Construction Bank, latest transaction reminder of your savings card with the last number 0179, income of 5 million yuan. Seeing the content of the text message, Zhang Xian was very excited. 1,000-fold cash back had been received in his account. Chapter 5. The school beauty came to me to borrow money. The consumption level here is still too low. It seems that if I want to make a fortune, I have to go to the city. Zhang Xian thought to himself. It just so happened that he needed to replace both his cell phone and computer, so if he bought a few more, he would be close to his small goal. Thinking that he had suddenly become a millionaire, Zhang Xian felt as if he was in a dream. So wonderful! Just as he turned around to go back, he heard the waiter beside him exclaim, "How beautiful!" Zhang Xian looked over in confusion, saw the familiar beautiful figure, turned around and tried to escape. "Junior, what a coincidence!" Xiaomeng looked at Zhang Xian with a smile on her face, ran over and grabbed Zhang Xian's arm, her cheeks flushed. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be quiet. The waiter next to him was dumbfounded and didn't even dare to breathe. Xiaomeng was a celebrity at Dongda University, so the waiter naturally knew her. At this moment, he was roaring in his heart. How is this possible? When have you ever seen the so-called iceberg Xia University campus beauty take the initiative to hold a man's arm? She looked like she was afraid that the man would run away. Is there something wrong with his eyes? He had never seen a boy next to the campus beauty of Xia University, and those who tried to get close to her were ruthlessly rejected without exception. Why is Xiaomeng recognized as a goddess? The goddess is unattainable and otherworldly. You can only watch her from afar and not get close to her. Such a goddess who has never opened her heart to any man, actually took the initiative to hold a man's arm today, and her pretty face was flushed. At this moment, the school beauty's beautiful eyes are filled with the man in front of her. This is definitely an expression that only appears when one is deeply in love. Who is this man? This is such luck that I'm favored by the school beauty. Senior, what a coincidence! Zhang Xian smiled bitterly and enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention again. To stand with the girl in front of you, you need to have a strong heart. Yes, what a coincidence! I was saying that the fortune teller must be really talented and knowledgeable. He predicted that we would meet here. Junior, I didn't bring enough money when I came out, can you lend me some? Xiaomeng's beautiful eyes turned, and she suddenly thought of a way to get close to Zhang Xian every day. Borrow all of Zhang Xian's money so that she would have an excuse to be with Zhang Xian every day. Thinking of this, Xiaomeng cheered for her own little idea in her heart. I'm just a little genius. How much do you want to borrow? With 5 million, Zhang Xian felt confident when he said this. This lady's meal will be charged to my account. At this moment, an arrogant and overbearing voice suddenly sounded. Hearing the voice, everyone looked over and saw Qin Xiaotian walking over. His eyes were burning with passion, and there was only Xiaomeng in his eyes. He looked as if he wanted to eat Xiaomeng. Xiaomeng frowned, I have my own boyfriend, do I need you to pay the bill? As she spoke, she took Zhang Xian's arm and whispered in Zhang Xian's ear, Junior, do me a favor and I can agree to one of your requests. As he spoke, he blew a breath into Zhang Xian's ear. Zhang Xian suddenly felt a buzzing sensation, and he felt like he was going to explode. Who can resist the temptation of beautiful women? He is not Liu Xiaohui. After Xiaomeng finished speaking, she felt her whole body getting hot. She didn't expect that she would actually say such embarrassing words to Zhang Xian. However, when she saw Zhang Xian's stunned look, she couldn't help but reveal a sweet smile on her face. Feeling that the gazes were like red-hot irons burning his body, Zhang Xian was about to refuse when suddenly an electronic sound rang in his mind. The God-level selection system is activated. Option 1, pay the school beauty. Reward, 100% of Tao Yuanju's shares, but Jiquin Master Level Mastery, Appearance +1, Physique +1. Option 2, refuse to pay the school beauty. Reward, a Porsche 911, God-level driving skills, the title of straight man, and 1 popularity with women. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment. Do I even need to choose? The system is forcing him to choose one. My dear classmate, I am Qin Xiaotian, the eldest son of Dongshan Industrial. I know Meng Meng is using you as a shield. As long as you tell the truth, I, Qin Xiaotian, will owe you a favor. When Qin Xiaotian saw Xiaomeng being intimate with Zhang Xian, he was so jealous that his lungs were about to explode. At this moment, he wished he could throw Zhang Xian into the Dongshan River to feed the fish. In his heart, he had long regarded Xiaomeng as his exclusive lover, and would not allow anyone else to touch her. But he couldn't do this in front of Xiaomeng. He must not leave a bad impression in Xiaomeng's eyes. Moreover, this is Tao Yuanju. The boss behind Tao Yuanju is not simple. Even his arrogant father reminded him when he came here not to cause trouble in Taoyuanju, otherwise the Qin family will not be able to save him. So, he pointed out his identity as the eldest son of Dongshan Industrial, with the aim of making Zhang Xian give up. Dongshan Industry is a star enterprise in Dongshan City, with a market value of hundreds of billions. No one can refuse to ask him to owe a favor. Thinking of this, a hint of pride appeared on Qin Xiaotian's face. He had a firm grasp of the relying on billions to get close to people aspect. Dongshan Industry? What a familiar name. Zhang Xian seemed to have heard it before, but he couldn't remember where. Yes, Dongshan Industry. Hearing Zhang Xian's muttering, Qin Xiaotian became even more proud. As expected, there was no one in Dongshan City who didn't know about Dongshan Industry. Just at this moment, Zhang Xian's cell phone rang. Hello, are you Mr. Zhang Xian? A sweet voice came from the microphone. I'm Zhang Xian, who are you? Hello, Mr. Zhang. I am Bai Weiwei, the general manager of Dongshan Industrial. The company will hold a board meeting in the next 2 days to announce that you will be the new chairman. When do you think you can come over? Zhang Xian was stunned when he heard this. No wonder he felt Dongshan Industrial was very familiar. Didn't the system reward him with 50% of the shares of Dongshan Industrial? I'm doing military training these 2 days, I'll wait for a while. Okay, I'll notify the board of directors and convene another meeting on another day. The other end said and hung up the phone. Meng, look, don't make things difficult for this classmate. Seeing that Zhang Xian didn't mention borrowing money, Qin Xiaotian smiled complacently, took out his bank card and was about to hand it to the cashier. Settlement the bill with this lady. Zhang Xian said, nothing can stop him from making money. Ding, congratulations to the host for making the choice. The reward has been issued. You have become the boss of Taoyuanju and have acquired the master-level Bajiquan. The moment the electronic sound rang, Zhang Xian felt that some Bajiquan moves suddenly appeared in his mind. Those moves were alive in his mind, as if he had been immersed in this style of boxing for decades. Thank you, Junior. I owe you a favor. Xia Meng said, standing on tiptoe and blowing into Zhang Xian's ear, Junior brother, what do you want me to do for you? Anything is fine. Zhang Xian couldn't help but feel numb all over. He was doomed. His resistance to this woman was getting lower and lower. Xia Meng's pretty face flushed and she felt like her whole body was burning with fever. Classmate, it's not easy to be outside, be careful when you go out, it's not worth getting beaten up. Qin Xiaotian was so angry that his whole body began to tremble. He glared at Zhang Xian fiercely, snorted coldly, and went back to the private room. Chapter 6. The school beauty is not excited at all. Sir, you can't afford to offend Mr. Qin. Seeing Qin Xiaotian walking away, the waiter kindly reminded him in a low voice. He has been working here for 3 years and has heard a lot about the glorious deeds of this young Master Qin. Anyone who has provoked Qin Xiaotian has never had a good ending. Thank you, it's okay, just scan the code. Isn't it Dongshan Industry that Qin Xiaotian relies on? Now he is the largest shareholder and chairman of Dongshan Industry. Does he need to be afraid of a little rich second generation? Xia Meng looked at Zhang Xian with an extremely sweet smile. It was very abrupt. Xia Meng suddenly felt confused. She didn't know if it was her illusion. Why did she feel that Zhang Xian was more handsome than when she saw him at the school gate before? No, we must take him down as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he keeps this peach blossom face, who knows how many butterflies he will attract. Xia Meng looked at Zhang Xian and became fascinated unknowingly, her eyes gradually becoming blurred. They haven't seen each other for many years. She had never forgotten him over the years, but that bastard Zhang Xian didn't even recognize her. Even when I heard her name, there was no reaction at all, which made me angry. Noticing Xia Meng's eyes, Zhang Xian complained in his heart, what's so cool about her being a cold school belle? She looks like a complete nymphomaniac. He deeply doubted whether everyone at Dongshan University had made a mistake, or was Xia Meng's aloofness just an act? Drop. Payment successful. Xia Meng snatched the receipt and when she saw the amount on it, she suddenly felt embarrassed. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Xian's cell phone vibrated. China Construction Bank, latest transaction reminder of your savings card with the last number 0179, income of 5 million yuan. After seeing the message on the phone, Zhang Xian's wounded heart finally found some comfort. Well, he was a little closer to one of his small goals. Junior, will you be unhappy if you lend me so much money at once? Xia Meng didn't expect that the three women were so powerful. They actually ordered things worth 5,000 yuan at once. Xia Meng knew about Zhang Xian's family conditions. She asked Zhang Xian to take out so much money at once. Could it be that Zhang Xian used Huabei to pay for it? Thinking of this, Xia Meng felt a little embarrassed. Kai. Senior, I'm now a pauper, please pay me back as soon as possible. Zhang Xian was very excited after earning 5 million in one go. Just as he said this, he suddenly remembered that if he acted particularly happy, the school beauty might think that he really wanted to lend her money. Besides, he has a girlfriend. Although Zhang Xian has not figured out how to get along with that woman, he can't behave like a scumbag. Really? Xia Meng pretended to be embarrassed, but her eyes were sparkling. Does this mean that her plan can begin? From now on, can she have dinner with Zhang Xian every day? She didn't even have to think of a reason. What the hell? Zhang Xian looked at Xia Meng in confusion. What was that expression on the school belle's face? Why does the school beauty seem so excited when she hears that he has no money? Could it be that the school beauty is a liar? Do you use this trick on every man? There are so many male classmates at Dongshan University. If she borrows some money from every one of them, she will become a billionaire. He couldn't think about it too much. The more Zhang Xian thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was correct. Senior, I'm leaving first, you go eat. No, leave quickly. Stay away from women like this in the future. What a deep conspiracy. Having said that, without waiting for Xia Meng to say anything, Zhang Xian immediately ran back to the private room. Hello. Seeing Zhang Xian running away in panic, Xia Meng pouted. Is she so scary? Humph, since you have no money anyway, let's see what you will do then. You still have to fall into my hands obediently. Thinking of this, Xia Meng pursed her lips and smiled, returning to her appearance of a well-educated and ladylike lady. Back to the private room. Fang Ximing saw Zhang Xian's expression and asked in confusion, Brother Xian, what happened to you? Were you chased by a dog? Almost. Thinking of his discovery just now, Zhang Xian was secretly proud, with a sense of pride that everyone is drunk but I am sober. I didn't expect that the cool and aloof school beauty would be such a person. What happened? Seeing Zhang Xian's look, the three people became even more curious. Eat, there's nothing else to do. Zhang Xian quickly changed the subject. If these three guys knew that he had just met the school belle, maybe these three idiots would run over immediately. He has been cheated, and he can't let his roommate get cheated as well. On the other side, Xia Meng returned to the private room triumphantly. The three little sisters looked at her in confusion, always feeling that something was wrong with Xia Meng. The three of them looked at each other. Could something new have happened? Xia Meng didn't know that her image in Zhang Xian's mind had been completely ruined. When she thought of her plan, excitement flashed in her eyes, and she seemed to be looking forward to what was going to happen next. Wang Shui and the other two looked at each other. Now they were sure that Xia Meng was definitely in love. The three people's eyes sparkled with excitement. They were extremely curious. What kind of man in this world could make this icy beauty fall in love with him? Qin Xiaotian returned to the private room, feeling angrier and angrier. In Dongshan City, few people dared to offend him. Mr. Qin, how is it going? Is the school beauty very touched? Hearing his friend's question, Qin Xiaotian became even more angry. Damn, this matter absolutely cannot be let go like this. Mr. Qin, did something unexpected happen? When everyone saw Qin Xiaotian's look, they knew that an accident had occurred. However, everyone is used to it. If Qin Xiaotian really impressed the campus Belle University, that would be really strange. Although Qin Xiaotian is wealthy, they still feel that he is not worthy of the school beauty. In fact, it's not just Qin Xiaotian. They all feel that no man in the world is worthy of the school belle. Xia Meng kept a certain distance from anyone who wanted to get close to her, and her every move exuded a sense of unattainable distance. No matter how noble a person's status is, in front of the school belle, he seems to become a vulgar person, and the school belle is like the bright star hanging high in the sky. In the eyes of everyone, Xia Meng is a fairy who is detached from the mundane world and should not be contaminated by the secular world. Brother Bian, come here. Qin Xiaotian suddenly remembered that he and the lobby manager here were good friends. He had spent so much money here, so it wouldn't be too much to ask that guy for a favor, right? Boy, I'll let you know the price of messing with me. Qin Xiaotian had a sneer on his face. Judging from the way Zhang Xian is dressed, he doesn't look like a rich man. He has plenty of ways to kill people like him. Seeing Qin Xiaotian's appearance, the people in the private room couldn't help but shudder. Someone is going to be in trouble. Just then, a man pushed the door and walked in. Qin Xiaotian whispered his plan to the man, and then directly transferred 10,000 yuan via WeChat. The man immediately patted his chest and said that he would take care of the matter, then went out and walked towards Zhang Xian's private room. Chapter 7, Being Blackmailed in My Own Restaurant. Fuck, brother Xian, you're famous. Go check out the campus forum. While eating, Wang Chang suddenly said. Yang Ming and Fang Shiming immediately opened the forum. On the first day of school, the school beauty personally came to the school gate to pick someone up. Who is that lucky man? The beauty of the school at the school gate. Under the dormitory, the school beauty and a boy stood together affectionately. What is their relationship? 18 analyses brought to you by an LSP who wants to lick the school beauty. Boy, get out here, I want to duel with you. Only the winner is qualified to have the school beauty. Among the 10 top news items, 4 are related to school beauties. Zhang Xian glanced at him and said helplessly, Old Wang, you are wrong. I am not famous, I am ruined. Although he had anticipated this incident, he still found it a little confusing when he saw that it caused such a stir. She's just a school beauty, how could she cause such a sensation? It's not like a celebrity has done anything wrong. The reporters in this school are more capable of talking nonsense than the paparazzi on earth. Damn it, he doesn't want to be famous. If these news are true, he will accept it. The problem is, these are all fake. He and the school belle have no relationship at all, they don't even know each other. This is a huge misunderstanding. Zhang Xian could only hope that things would calm down soon. Brother Xian, you're awesome. TSK, covering the school beauty's mouth all the way down from the dormitory, close physical contact. The 3 people looked at the picture on the forum, glanced at Zhang Xian, and silently gave a thumbs up to the person who posted the picture. Noticing the gazes of the 3 people, Zhang Xian looked at them solemnly. 3 brothers, I swear to you with my life that I really have nothing to do with the school beauty. As he was speaking, his cell phone rang. Zhang Xian took a look and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He picked up the phone in confusion. Hello, are you Mr. Zhang Xian? I am, who are you? Hello, I am Wang Chuan, the general manager of Taoyuanju. Where are you now? I want to see you. Then come over now. I'm having dinner at Taoyuanju. Please wait, I'll be right there. When Wang Chuan heard that the boss was eating at Taoyuanju, his heart skipped a beat. The boss is going to Taoyuanju at this time, could it be that he is going on a secret visit? Squeak! Zhang Xian had just hung up the phone when the door of the private room opened and a man walked in with a bottle of red wine. Seeing the person coming, the 4 people looked at him in confusion, only to see that person's face was filled with a warm smile. Boss Zhang, your red wine is here. As he spoke, the man walked straight towards Zhang Xian. When the 4 people heard this, they knew that they had recognized the wrong person. This was a very normal thing, and the 4 of them did not care. Zhang Xian stood up and was about to explain, but the next moment, he was stunned. Bang! The man handed the red wine to Zhang Xian, but before he reached Zhang Xian, the man's hand loosened and the wine fell to the ground. In an instant, a strong aroma of wine spread out. You got the wrong person, we don't have a boss Zhang here. This scene was a bit awkward, but it had nothing to do with him, Zhang Xian explained. What? Who would have thought that this person's reaction was unexpectedly big? He almost jumped up. You broke my bottle of red wine, and you want to distance yourself from it by saying you got the wrong person? Do you know how expensive this bottle of red wine is? Kid, this is Romane Conti 1945. You ordered this bottle of wine and I gave it to you, but you deliberately refused to take it. You broke it and said it was not the wine you ordered. Are you kidding me? Do you know where this is? Taoyuanju, no one dares to cause trouble here. Boy, you can do it. Bian Changmin pointed at Zhang Xian's nose and shouted loudly. After taking a look, everyone immediately realized that they were being blackmailed. Zhang Xian was angry, not only because he was being blackmailed, but also because Taoyuanju was his own property, and this person's actions were ruining Taoyuanju's reputation. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing the first time he came here. Romane Conti 1945? Are you kidding him? Is it possible that such a precious red wine would appear here? There was a smile flashing in the depths of Bian Chengmin's eyes. He was the lobby manager of Taoyuanju. With the support of Tao Yuanju, it was very easy for him to get a kid. By doing this, he not only earned 10,000 yuan, but also gained the friendship of Qin Xiaotian, the eldest son of Dongshan Industrial. If he handled it properly, he could also cheat some money out of the kid in front of him. As for this kid not admitting it, does he need to be afraid? This is Tao Yuanju. There was once a rich second generation from another province who was acting arrogantly here and even threatened to destroy Tao Yuanju. As a result, the next day the rich second generation came to kneel down and apologize obediently. You are blackmailing me. Brother Xian, don't pay attention to him, this guy is obviously trying to blackmail you. We testify for you, it was this guy who broke the bottle of wine himself. Fang Shiming and Wang Chang were unhappy and started shouting immediately. Yang Ming frowned. The matter in front of him was not simple. He knew the power behind Tao Yuanju. How could someone dare to blackmail others in Tao Yuanju? There must be someone behind this. He looked at Zhang Xian in confusion, not understanding who Zhang Xian had offended. It seemed that the other party wanted to kill Zhang Xian. What the hell, how can you talk like that? I'm the lobby manager of Tao Yuanju, would I do something that would ruin my reputation? Stop the bullshit and take the money. Dian Changmin threatened coldly. Hearing that this person was actually the lobby manager of Tao Yuanju, Zhang Xian was furious. He sat down calmly with a calm expression and looked at Bian Changmin. What's your name? Are you really the lobby manager of Tao Yuanju? What? Is there anyone who dares to pretend to be from Tao Yuanju? This is my name badge. Pay me, kid. 4 million. Seeing Zhang Xian being so indifferent, Dian Changmin felt that his dignity was offended and slammed his badge on the table. 4 million? Are you sure? The general manager of Tao Yuanju would be coming over soon, and he was just about to ask this person how he managed his subordinates. Zhang Xian would never allow such a person to exist in his restaurant. He is so bold that he dares to extort 4 million from the customer. When Dian Changmin heard Zhang Xian's words, he thought that Zhang Xian had given in, and he couldn't help but feel proud. I'm sure, very sure. Brother Xian, don't listen to this guy's nonsense, I will find a way to deal with this matter. Wang Chang was furious at Bian Changmin's attitude. Yang Ming had already taken out his cell phone and dialed a number. At this moment, Zhang Xian's cell phone rang. Zhang Xian glanced at the caller ID and said calmly, I'm in room 16. After saying that, he hung up the phone. In the hall, Wang Chuan's face changed drastically, and a feeling of palpitations suddenly surged up in his heart. It's over, the new boss's tone is not right, it seems like something really happened. He immediately asked the waiter beside him, who's on duty today? General Manager, it's Manager Bien. Where are the others? Manager Bien went to room 16. When Wang Chuan heard the waiter's words, his face turned pale instantly. Could it be that this bastard Bian Changmin offended the boss? Chapter 8. The more arrogant a person is, the harder he falls. Boy, I'm telling you, it's useless no matter who you ask for today. Bian Changmin was very proud. Really? Then I'll tell you, I'll make you roll up your bed and get out of here in a minute. This matter is really outrageous. In the service industry, reputation is the key. Such pests have appeared in Tao Yuanju and they must be cleared out. Zhang Xian also realized that this matter was not simple. He and Bian Changmin had no grudges against each other, and the other party would not come to trouble him for no reason. Suddenly, he thought of someone, Qin Xiaotian. If there was anyone he could have offended, it could only be Qin Xiaotian, whom he had just met in the hall. The more Zhang Xian thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. He was helpless, beauty is a disaster. Unexpectedly, someone attacked him on the first day of school. Moreover, his generosity is so huge, he asked for 4 million right away. He will not stop until he kills him. This is only the case with him. If it were an ordinary person, he might really be completely ruined by Qin Xiaotian. No, stay away from the school bell from now on. Xia Meng, who was in another private room, didn't know what Zhang Xian was thinking yet. At this moment, she was daydreaming about the beautiful dream of being with Zhang Xian. You want me to pack up and get out? Ha, kid, I want to see how you can make me pack up and get out. Dian Changmin had seen many arrogant people, and what Zhang Xian said did not pose any threat to him at all. Instead, it made him laugh. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. Who? Dian Changmin was puzzled. Didn't he tell the waiter not to come over during this period? Mr. Sang, I'm Wang Chuan, may I come in? Hearing the name Wang Chuan, not only Yang Ming and the other three were dumbfounded, but Bian Chengmin's heart skipped a beat and he swallowed his saliva frantically. General manager? The general manager called Zhang Xian Mr. A Zhang? Who on earth is Zhang Xian? How could he make Wang Chuan so respectful? Yang Ming put the phone into his pocket quietly. They seemed to have underestimated Zhang Xian. But think about it, how could a man who can be pursued by a school beauty be an ordinary person? Come in. Zhang Xian looked at Bian Chengmin indifferently. Being looked at like this by Zhang Xian, Bian Chengmin broke out in cold sweat and trembled all over, anticipating that something bad was going to happen. The door was pushed open with a creak, and a big, square-faced man in a suit walked in. When he saw the big man coming in, Bian Chengmin's hope suddenly disappeared and his face turned pale. The big man who came in was none other than Wang Chuan, the general manager of Taoyuanju. Excuse me, which one of you is Mr. Zhang Xian? Wang Chuan looked around and fixed his eyes on Zhang Xian. I am Zhang Xian, find a quiet place. Wang Chuan said respectfully, Mr. Zhang, please follow me. Hey guys, eat first, I'll be right back. Zhang Xian said to Yang Ming and the other two, and when he passed by Bian Chengmin, he said lightly, you can come along too. Bian Chengmin was so frightened by the general manager's respectful attitude towards Zhang Xian that he dared not disobey him. Brother Xian, we. Fang Shiming was afraid something might happen, so he immediately stood up and wanted to follow them. It's okay, I'll be back soon. Although it was the first time he met the three people in the dormitory, Zhang Xian knew that these three people had very good personalities. If there was a chance in the future, he would like to help them. Seeing that Fang Shiming was still worried, Yang Ming held him down. Old Yon, this is Taoyuanju. I've heard of it before. If Brother Xian follows them, will it be possible? Don't worry. Didn't you see how respectful Wang Chuan looked at Brother Xian just now? No wonder the school belle fell in love with him. I knew it, how could an ordinary person get the attention of the school belle? What do you mean? Are you saying that my goddess is a vain person? Damn it, La Yang, I am also a believer of the goddess. What I mean is that Brother Xian is awesome. If you don't agree, let's practice together? Let's practice, 10 bottles each, whoever can't finish it is a grandson, I'll finish it first. Zhang Xian followed Wang Chuan and when they passed a private room, the door creaked open and a head popped out. When Qin Xiaotian saw Zhang Xian, he thought Zhang Xian had been taken away, and a hideous sneer appeared on his face. Boy, if you dare to go against him, you will die. Seeing Qin Xiaotian's expression, Zhang Xian knew that his guess was correct, and this matter was indeed related to Qin Xiaotian. Qin Xiaotian returned to the private room with a smug smile on his face. Mr. Qin, has that kid been dealt with? Seeing Qin Xiaotian's look, his friend immediately asked. Of course, if you dare to go against me, I will make sure he never gets over it. Qin Xiaotian said coldly. Everyone in the private room shuddered involuntarily, and had no doubt at all about Qin Xiaotian's words. Ever since Qin Xiaotian appeared at Dongshan University, no one who provoked him had a good ending. Qin Xiaotian said as he looked at someone, go check the identity of that kid, I want to destroy his entire family. At this moment, everyone in the room froze. In their opinion, Zhang Xian's family was completely finished after having provoked Qin Xiaotian. Entered the general manager's office. Zhang Xian sat down directly in his seat. When Bian Chengmin saw that Wang Chuan was not unhappy at all, but stood respectfully aside, he was instantly frightened and turned pale. Zhang Xian's status was even greater than he had imagined. You know, even if Qin Xiaotian's father Qin Zhangyang came, Wang Chuan would just nod his head. Even so, it was enough to make Qin Zhangyang excited. All this is because behind Wang Chuan is the owner of Taoyuanju. Bian Chengmin had never met the legendary boss behind the scenes, but since he became the lobby manager of Taoyuanju, those people who were high and mighty before and whom he could not even reach would greet him in a friendly manner when they saw him. Bian Chengmin had never seen Wang Chuan be so respectful to anyone before, but now he had seen it. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed through Bian Chengmin's mind, and he thought of a possibility. If Zhang Xian is Gudong. Bian Chengmin swallowed his saliva frantically, he didn't dare to think further. If he thought about it any further, he would be scared to death. Damn Qin Xiaotian, I'm going to be badly hurt by you this time. Bian Chengmin cursed Qin Xiaotian's entire family in his heart. This is such a scam. Boss, this is my fault. Wang Chuan lowered his head to admit his mistake and carefully observed Zhang Xian's reaction. Plop. Dian Changmin collapsed to the ground. Wang Chuan's words completely shattered the last bit of hope in his heart. Is this Qin Xiaotian's idea? Zhang Xian asked. Yes, boss, all this was Qin Xiaotian's idea. He said. Dian Changmin seemed to have grasped the last straw and told everything. Do this to Qin Xiaotian again, and then get out of here. I don't want to see you here again. As he said that, Zhang Xian looked at Wang Chuan and said, You are the one who makes the decision here from now on. Contact me if there is anything important. After Zhang Xian finished speaking, he stood up and left. He had just taken over here, so it should be a smooth transition. As for Wang Chuan, Zhang Xian decided to observe him for a while longer. Plop. Dian Changmin was completely dumbfounded. Those days of being high and mighty in the past are gone. Chapter 9 This restaurant is mine. Wang Chuan stared at Zhang Xian's back in a daze. Although he had guessed on the phone that the new boss was very young, he didn't expect that the new boss would be so young. No one knew better than him how powerful the power behind his former boss was. It is precisely because of this that he felt even more shocked that his boss gave this place to Zhang Xian. Moreover, the other party did not replace him. Was it because they were unable to do so or because they were unwilling to do so? In Wang Chuan's opinion, the latter is more likely. Wang Chuan doesn't think that the person who can make the boss give up Tao Yuanzhu obediently would be a simple person. The student is probably used by the new boss to conceal his own identity. Zhang Xian walked out of the general manager's office and on his way back to the private room, he ran into the waiter who reminded him. Zhang Xian stopped him and asked, What's your name? The waiter was stunned, not understanding why Zhang Xian asked this, but he still replied politely, Sir, my name is Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi? This person has good character. We need to train one of our own here. Zhang Xian said to Zhou Yi, You will be the lobby manager of Tao Yuanzhu in the future. Go find Wang Chuan and ask him to confirm it. Just say it was me who said it. Zhang Xian left after he finished speaking, leaving Zhou Yi standing there alone with a confused look on his face. He was a little amused. Although Zhang Xian's temperament was not like that of an ordinary person, this was Tao Yuanzhu, and not just anyone could be the lobby manager here. Just at this moment, Wang Chuan came out. Zhou Yi immediately shouted respectfully, Meet the general manager. Well. What did Mr. Zhang say to you just now? Wang Chuan asked puzzledly. He heard Zhang Xian's voice, so he came out to see. Mr. Zhang? Zhou Yi was stunned. Who is Wang Chuan? The general manager of Tao Yuanzhu. When Wang Chuan mentioned Zhang Xian, his tone was indescribably respectful, which Zhou Yi could still hear. When had he ever seen the general manager be so polite to others? Even if the CEO of Dongshan Industrial came, he wouldn't be as polite to him as the general manager. His heart suddenly warmed up. Could it be that his luck had turned? Is Zhang Xian really a big shot? Zhou Yi got excited and said, Mr. Zhang just asked me to be the lobby manager. After he finished speaking, his heart started pounding. What's your name? Wang Chuan asked. General manager, my name is Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi? Well, since Mr. Zhang said so, then you will be the lobby manager here, right? Come here, I want you to do something, this is an order from Mr. Zhang. Wang Chuan gave instructions in a low voice, and Zhou Yi listened in a daze. Do you know what to do? Zhou Yi had disliked Qin Xiaotian for a long time, but he had no choice. He was just a small figure. But since even the general manager said so, what else did he have to be afraid of? Dry. In the private room, Qin Xiaotian couldn't hold back any longer. He couldn't wait to see Zhang Xian's distraught and collapsed look. When I opened the door, I saw Zhang Xian walking towards me. Qin Xiaotian was stunned. How could Zhang Xian be okay? This is not right. Didn't Dian Changmin take action? Zhang Xian smiled politely at Qin Xiaotian, as he was a big customer of his. When Zhang Xian thought about making 4 million from Qin Xiaotian in a while, he suddenly felt that Qin Xiaotian was not so annoying anymore. Seeing Zhang Xian smiling at him, Qin Xiaotian was stunned. Could it be that Dian Changmin really hasn't taken action yet? Mr. Qin, your red wine is here. Just then, a waiter came over with a bottle of red wine. Wine. Qin Xiaotian was puzzled. He had a passionate game to play in the evening, so why didn't he order any wine? Just when he was wondering, bang, the red wine fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Qin Xiaotian was stunned for a moment and was about to curse when a big man with a square face walked towards him. Seeing the big man, Qin Xiaotian was stunned. Push opened the door of the private room. 3 pairs of eyes looked over at the same time. Fuck, brother Xian, are you really okay? How was this handled? When everyone saw that Zhang Xian had really come back, they breathed a sigh of relief silently. What could possibly happen? This restaurant is mine, it's my territory. Zhang Xian shrugged and pouted. They are brothers in the same dormitory, and this matter cannot be kept secret for long, so it is better to come clean. The whole place was silent, as if time had been paused at this moment. Wang Chang and the other two glanced at Zhang Xian, then looked at each other. Their expressions suddenly became strange, and then. Ha ha ha. Brother Xian, this is definitely the biggest joke of the century I have ever heard. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. We brothers won't force you to ask, so why make up such an excuse? Don't make jokes like this. If the boss of Tao Yuanzhu hears it, you'll be in big trouble. Someone in your family must know General Manager Wang Chuan, right? Brother Xian, you're amazing. You actually have a relationship with such a person. It seems that Brother Xian's family background is not simple. Does anyone in your family know Wang Chuan? What the hell? Isn't Wang Chuan the general manager of Tao Yuanzhu? Could it be that Wang Chuan has another important identity? What kind of big shot is the general manager of a restaurant? This time it was Zhang Xian's turn to be confused. No matter what, he has told these 3 guys anyway. If they find out about it in the future, they can't blame him for hiding it from them. Okay, guys, military training will start tomorrow, so you better not drink too much. Zhang Xian reminded. It's okay. How much has he drunk? I'm going to get this bastard drunk to death today. He actually insulted my school beauty. Yang Ming said with great pride. Fuck. Who insulted the school beauty? The 4 of them started drinking, but most of the time it was Wang Chang and Yang Ming who were drinking, while Zhang Xian and Fang Ximing were eating. The next day, Yang Ming and Wang Chang let out the most miserable howl of the century. Damn it, if I drink again, I'll stand upside down and eat shit. It's all your fault. If you hadn't forced me to drink, would we be like this? I didn't eat much, and my stomach is full of wine. Zhang Xian and Fang Ximing came back with breakfast and burst out laughing when they heard the conversation between these 2 funny guys. The instructor has already notified us to line up, so hurry up and eat. Thank you, brother Xian. I love you so much. This is mine, don't fight with me. Yang Ming and Wang Chang spoke incoherently while stuffing buns into their mouths. Damn, I went there too, why are you only thanking brother Xian? Fang Ximing was unhappy. After eating breakfast and seeing the text messages on his phone, Zhang Xian thought to himself, MMP. He forgot that he paid for the breakfast, which cost less than 30 yuan in total. He ended up wasting a cashback card. He had to go out in the evening, otherwise he would have to spend money at school. Once he spent the money, it would be a pit. After dinner, when they came to the classroom, they were confused. I saw a lot of people standing outside the classroom, all of them were filled with righteous indignation. Looking at these people, it seemed as if they were here to fight. Seeing this, Zhang Xian was filled with doubts. Fuck this bastard, how dare he approach my school beauty? Suddenly someone in the crowd shouted. Zhang Xian. Chapter 10. The instructor is also a school beauty. Is that bastard here yet? Not yet? Why are you in such a hurry? If he dares to approach our goddess, I want to kill him. How can I not be anxious? You're not the only one who wants to kill him, what's the point of being anxious? Standing behind the crowd, Zhang Xian was trembling all over. Damn, are these people sick? Should we blame him for being in contact with the school beauty? He is innocent, okay? Do these bastards think he wants to get in touch with the school beauty? Hey, you 3 bastards! Zhang Xian was feeling depressed, but when he turned around, he found that the 3 guys around him had walked to within more than 10 meters of him, and it was obvious that they wanted to distance themselves from him. This bastard is here. Suddenly, just when Zhang Xian was trying to find a way to leave here, a fat guy next to him grabbed him and yelled at him. Swish! Hundreds of eyes looked over at him, and Zhang Xian instantly felt like he was being put on the spot. If I say I have nothing to do with the school beauty, would you believe me? Zhang Xian's whole body was stiff, as if there was an invisible force restraining him. He wanted to turn around and run away, but his legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Do you believe it? Beat that bastard to death. I don't know who shouted, but a group of people gathered around in an instant. Get out of my way. I want to see who dares to cause trouble on my territory. A loud roar was heard. Everyone looked back and saw a woman walking towards them. The woman was about 25 or 26 years old, wearing a long white dress. She had a tall figure, which made her look even more slender against the backdrop of the dress. Her appearance is also extremely delicate, with an oval face, fair as jade, and so tender that it seems to be dripping with water. A pair of beautiful big eyes, like the brightest star in the night sky, making people involuntarily immersed in them at a glance. She has short hair, looks very capable, and wears a pair of half-frame glasses, exuding an intellectual beauty. This girl's appearance is no less than Xia Meng's. They each have their own merits. Moreover, this girl has an intellectual beauty that Xia Meng does not possess. It's Gu Qingcheng, the campus beauty of Gu University. Why is she here? Seeing the person coming, those who originally wanted to beat Zhang Xian up were stunned where they were. Some even acted like gentlemen and smiled at Gu Qingcheng. Gu Qingcheng. A graduate student in the Department of Finance, she has been selected as the campus beauty every year since she entered Dongshan University. She is also a very good student and her papers have been published in major global financial magazines. Unlike Xia Meng, she had a failed love experience, and it was this experience that made her treat every man coldly. Also, she and Xia Meng are sworn enemies. I heard that Gu Qingcheng broke up with her boyfriend because of Xia Meng. Of course, this is just a legend, because none of the three parties involved in this incident have responded. Besides, the campus beauty Xia is so aloof and I have never seen her get close to any man, so the story is probably fake. However, perhaps influenced by the rumor, the two campus beauties were always at loggerheads with each other every time they met. As time went by, they really became sworn enemies. Gu Qingcheng was holy and proud, like a proud swan, and walked over. Sister Gu, why are you here? School bell Gu, are you going to do something in passing by here? Hurry up, don't just stand there, make way for school bell Gu. No one dared to hesitate. Gu Qingcheng, besides being the school belle, was also the president of the martial arts club. She once encountered hooligans outside the school, but more than a dozen hooligans were unable to get close to her. This is a rose with thorns. No one dares to touch it for fear of being pricked. What the hell, I'm the instructor of finance class 8. You're causing trouble in my class. Are you tired of living? Gu Qingcheng focused her beautiful eyes and looked around fiercely. The freshmen had never been exposed to Gu Qingcheng's power, so when they saw the scene, they were instantly attracted. When the old students heard her words, they ran away in an instant. Seeing their miserable appearance, one could only wish their parents had given them 2 more legs. Zhang Xian's heart was pounding. He walked up to the 3 disloyal bastards and glared at them angrily, hoping to make them feel his anger. However, what made Zhang Xian speechless was that these 3 guys fell for Gu Qingcheng the moment they saw her. No matter how hard Zhang Xian glared at them, these 3 guys didn't notice at all. They stared at Gu Qingcheng straight and even seemed to forget to breathe. Dear instructor, my name is Yang Ming, and I'm a student in your class. Please take care of me in the days to come. Yang Ming struck a pose that he thought was very handsome, then stretched out the words dear, clearly trying to take advantage of her verbally. My name is Wang Chang. My name is Fang Shiming. The other 2 LSPs introduced themselves immediately, fearing that they would be too late and would not be noticed. But at this moment, Zhang Xian felt something strange. He couldn't help but shiver, because Gu Qingcheng's eyes seemed to be locked on him. Day. A fragrant breeze blew over, and Gu Qingcheng walked to Zhang Xian's side, staring at him with a teasing look. Zhang Xian's hair stood on end. Could it be that this woman is also curious about him? How is that possible? Zhang Xian burst out laughing. Xia Meng alone had caused such a big scene. If Gu Qingcheng was involved too, would he still be able to survive? You are Zhang Xian? Hello, instructor, my name is Zhang Xian, and I am Xia Meng's boyfriend? Gu Qingcheng asked. Zhang Xian was speechless. What the hell is Xia Meng's boyfriend? What he wanted to say was a student in class 8 of finance. TSK, you are really quite handsome, very good, no wonder Xia Meng likes you. Gu Qingcheng looked Zhang Xian up and down, making the hairs on Zhang Xian's body stand on end. Damn, this feels bad. Gu Qingcheng stared at him for a long time, as if confirming something. Come in. Having said that, he walked into the classroom first. Damn, brother Xian, what's going on? Do you know my wife? Yang Ming immediately ran over and said shamelessly. It's my second day of school, just like you. Zhang Xian glanced at the LSP speechlessly and walked in. Hiss. The moment Gu Qingcheng walked into the classroom, all the boys in the class gasped and then became excited. They will be blessed in the days ahead with such a beautiful counselor. Some people also focused their attention on Zhang Xian. After all, the scene just now was really grand, and the gimmick of Xia University's campus belle's boyfriend was eye-catching enough. Damn, this is the boyfriend of the legendary campus beauty of Xia University? He looks just average. With so many people coming just now, why didn't they beat him to death? Damn it, how dare you get so close to my goddess? Hearing these arguments, Zhang Xian felt uneasy. He is innocent, what does this have to do with him? He just wanted to go to college, how did it turn out like this? Chapter 11 Hello Sister-in-Law. Hello everyone, I am your instructor Gu Qingcheng. You can call me instructor or Sister Gu. Gu Qingcheng was speaking eloquently at the podium, and the LSPs below were staring at her, making up thousands of fantasies in their minds. Okay, except for Zhang Xian, please introduce yourselves. After Zhang Xian heard this, he felt even worse. What the hell? Why accept him? You're a celebrity now, do you still need an introduction? The people who want to beat you to death will line up outside the school gate. Wang Chang, this bastard, was taking advantage of the situation, and Yang Ming and the others were trying hard not to laugh. Zhang Xian. According to the practice in previous years, they should have gone to a specific place for military training, but due to some special circumstances this year, they trained directly on the school playground. After everyone introduced themselves, they came to the playground and lined up. Fortunately, it was cloudy today and the weather was not hot, so after a morning of military training, everyone felt nothing but a little tired. Seeing that the time was almost up, the instructor announced the dismissal. Everyone could no longer hold on and scattered like ducks, running towards the cafeteria. Zhang Xian's heart sank. No, he absolutely would not spend money on this meal, otherwise wouldn't he be wasting another cashback card? As we were walking, the atmosphere around us suddenly became strange. At this time, Xia Meng and 3 others came to the cafeteria. Their appearance instantly made the entire cafeteria quiet, and everyone's eyes were focused on them. Oh, Meng, I told you not to come here, but you insisted. Not only is the food here not tasty, but every time you come here, we can't even think about having a quiet meal. Wang Shui complained. Meng, don't you hate the sanitary environment in the cafeteria? Why did you suddenly want to come to the cafeteria today? The 3 people were talking, but they were shocked to find that Xia Meng was not listening to them at all, but was looking around, as if looking for someone. Just as Meng Li was about to speak, Wang Shui covered her mouth and signaled her not to speak. Wang Shui and Sun Tian's eyes rolled around, following Xia Meng as she walked among the crowd. The next moment, they found that Xia Meng's beautiful eyes lit up and she looked very happy, then she left the 3 of them and ran in a certain direction. Aren't those the freshmen this year? Yeah, he's wearing military training clothes. The 3 people suddenly stopped talking. They suddenly thought of something and their eyes followed Xia Meng's figure. Xia Meng ran to a handsome boy and stopped. The 3 of them's eyes lit up and they ran over immediately. Junior, I've finally got you. Let's go and have dinner. Xia Meng took Zhang Xian's arm and said with a smile. At this moment, the world seemed to be quiet. Everyone around Zhang Xian was dumbfounded and stared blankly. Hearing about it is one thing, seeing it with your own eyes is another. Everyone stared at this place, not daring to even breathe. The old students rubbed their eyes hard, unable to believe what they saw. Are the rumors true? Is the goddess really going to belong to someone else? Xia Meng actually took the initiative to put her arm around a boy. Are they blind, or is this world crazy? Xia Meng ignored the gazes around her. Her eyes were filled with smiles. It seemed that in her world, only when she saw Zhang Xian did the whole world regain its color. Being held by Xia Meng's arm, Zhang Xian's whole body instantly became extremely stiff. He greeted her with an awkward look on his face. Senior sister, what a coincidence. 1,000 divine beasts were passing through Zhang Xian's heart. Could it be that the school beauty came here specially to wait for him? Hasn't he been cheated out of $5,000? Even a school beauty can't just pick on one person and try to trick him. What a coincidence. I'm waiting for you here. Xia Meng giggled at Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian. He could feel that the eyes around him had changed again. Oh my god, will he get beaten up when he walks on campus in the future? Zhang Xian laughed awkwardly. Senior sister is joking again, why are you waiting for me? Xiaomeng brushed back a few naughty strands of hair. At this moment, the people around her began to breathe faster. I borrowed money from you, but you are broke, right? I can't pay you back all at once, so I'll just treat you to a meal every day and pay you back bit by bit. Xiaomeng said this and couldn't help but give a thumbs up to her own little idea again. Borrow money? Has the school beauty borrowed money from this boy in front of her? Suddenly, people around realized that there is such a benefit in lending money to the school beauty. Wouldn't it be possible for me to have dinner with the school beauty every day? What kind of luck does this kid have? Some people beat their chests and stamped their feet, wondering, why doesn't the school beauty come to them to borrow money? Campus Belle, I have money here. I'll pay it back for you. You don't have to pay me back. A second-generation rich man couldn't help but come forward and say, his eyes shining, if he had known it was so easy to be with the school beauty, he would have done it long ago. Really? 5. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up when he heard that. He really didn't want to have anything to do with Xiaomeng right now. He was fed up with the feeling of being the center of attention. Are all the people in this world sick? Isn't she just a school beauty? It's crazier than star chasers. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he heard Xiaomeng smiling and saying to the rich second generation, get lost. The rich second generation left in disgrace, and gave Zhang Xian a fierce look before leaving. Zhang Xian expressed his innocence, what does it have to do with him? He immediately looked at Yang Ming and the other two, hoping they would come to rescue him. As a result, when these three LSPs saw the school beauty, they immediately forgot about their brotherhood. Sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. Wang Chang and the other two immediately shouted obediently. Oh, you are all here, let's go eat together. Because of her love for Wang Chang, Xiaomeng also started to like Wang Chang and the other two much more. Okay. Yang Ming and the other two were very excited. The 4 people in Xiaomeng's dormitory were all famous beauties in the school, but because of Xiaomeng's halo, Wang Shui and the other two were overshadowed. They just saw Xiaomeng and 4 others coming here together. The 3 LSPs looked at each other and clenched their fists in excitement. As for Zhang Xian's look for help, they ignored it. Hello, my name is Wang Shui, and I'm Meng Ming's best friend. My name is Meng Li. Sun Tian. Wang Shui and 2 others trotted over and looked at Zhang Xian curiously. He is quite handsome, no wonder he can capture the heart of our Xia University's campus beauty. Oh, don't talk nonsense. There's nothing between Zhang Xian and me. Xiaomeng said, a blush creeping up her cheeks, and she lowered her head shyly. Zhang Xian smiled bitterly and said, just explain it. Why are you so shy? Isn't this just admitting guilt without being asked? Besides, when did he ever try to win the heart of the school beauty? He has always been passive, okay? My fellow seniors, you misunderstood me. I have. Hey, everyone must be hungry, let's go in and eat. Xiaomeng immediately pulled Zhang Xian into the cafeteria and interrupted the words that Zhang Xian was about to say. Zhang Xian was helpless, and the misunderstanding became even bigger. Chapter 12, Even eating a meal can't be peaceful. After entering the cafeteria, Zhang Xian realized that the commotion outside was just an appetizer. He had just sat down for a while when at least 10 boys walked past him with spoons in their hands. Zhang Xian suspected that if he came over alone, the other party would smash his skull with a spoon. Eat it. Isn't it delicious? Then let's change it. After taking a look at Zhang Xian, Xiaomeng smiled and exchanged their plates. Then, in full view of everyone, she started eating without caring that the food on the plate had already been eaten by Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian. Everyone. Wang Shui and the other two looked at each other, and then looked at Xiaomeng in disbelief. Xiaomeng has a slight obsession with misophobia, but today she actually ate food that Zhang Xian had already touched. Zhang Xian was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to say. Now he can't clear himself even if he jumps into the Yellow River. He couldn't understand why Xiaomeng was dependent on him. To be honest, yes, he is handsome. Even someone as honest as him has to admit it. He is a little bit handsome, but not handsome enough to charm a school beauty, right? Xiaomeng had just taken a bite when she suddenly came to her senses and her pretty face turned red. She raised her little face and saw the surprised looks around her. She tried to say something several times but couldn't. Seeing Zhang Xian also looking at her in surprise, Xiaomeng pouted and said, "What are you looking at?" Why don't you eat? This idiot doesn't even know how to say a word for her. She just acted like this in a fit of anger. But she has done it. She will definitely take down Zhang Xian anyway. Zhang Xian. Why was she so angry at him? He didn't ask her to do that. Moreover, Xiao Meng had already eaten the food that she exchanged for him. What should he do? Especially in front of so many people, Zhang Xian could feel at least hundreds of eyes focused on him. Finally, under Xiao Meng's vicious gaze, Zhang Xian compromised, picked up the spoon Xiao Meng had used, scooped a mouthful of rice and started eating. Xiao Meng then lowered her head in satisfaction, a blush covering her face and extending to her neck. Wang Chang, Wang Shuet and the other 6 looked at each other. They seemed to be fed up with dog food. Oh, I'm going crazy. That boy actually ate with the spoon that the school beauty used? Is this considered indirect kissing? I'm going to challenge him. He dares to desecrate my school beauty. A few rich second generations heard the news that the school beauty was coming to the cafeteria and rushed over. They didn't expect to see such a scene. They were so angry that their eyes turned red and they wished they could eat Zhang Xian. The arrival of these rich second generations immediately attracted the attention of the entire cafeteria. Get out of my way, why are you blocking here if you don't want to eat? Just when those rich second generations wanted to come over and cause trouble, a cold voice suddenly sounded. The next moment, those rich second generations froze all over, and then walked out dejectedly like mice seeing a cat, as if they had encountered some ferocious beast. Ha! It's the campus beauty of Gu University. I heard that the school beauty of Gu University will be leading a class this year. It's that boy's class. Seeing Gu Qingcheng, the whole cafeteria became quiet. Gu Qingcheng went to the window to get her meal, looked around, and then walked straight towards Zhang Xian. Sister Gu, this way. Sister Gu. Yang Ming's eyes were burning with excitement. While everyone was looking at him like an idiot, he stood up and warmly welcomed Gu Qingcheng. It's true that he's a rookie. This guy has never seen Lao Gu's brave moments. Nonsense, if they had seen him, would they dare to talk to Lao Gu? What do you think? If the female devil meets the school beauty, will they fight? Some old students didn't even eat their meals, just stared at this side with shining eyes. They looked so gossipy, they just wanted to buy some peanuts, melon seeds, and fat water. Even those rich second generations who had escaped quietly slipped back and hid outside the cafeteria, looking here through the glass, looking like they were enjoying the fun. Gu Qingcheng walked to the side of Zhang Xian, pointed to the empty seat on the other side of Zhang Xian, and said to Zhang Xian, "Go sit over there." Xiao Meng was sitting next to Zhang Xian. He had been feeling very uneasy for a long time. When he heard Gu Qingcheng's words, he felt as if he had been pardoned. He quickly stood up and was about to go over. We haven't finished eating yet, where do you want to go? Xiao Meng took Zhang Xian's arm, then looked at Gu Qingcheng with a sweet smile and said, Sister Qingcheng, why are you here? Don't you never eat here? Sister Gu, please stop disturbing the young couple. Come and eat over here. Yang Ming looked at Gu Qingcheng, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He clenched his fists and his eyes became more determined. He decided that he must take down Gu Qingcheng. Gu Qingcheng glanced at Xiao Meng coldly, as if she didn't hear what Yang Ming said. Instead, she sat on the other side of Zhang Xian and started eating by herself. Xiao Meng's beautiful eyes froze and she glared at Gu Qingcheng fiercely. At this moment, Wang Chang and Fang Ximing suddenly realized that something was wrong with the situation. They lowered their heads and ate their food, wanting to escape from this place of trouble as soon as possible. Only Yang Ming, the moment Gu Qingcheng appeared, had only Gu Qingcheng in his eyes and didn't even care about his meal. Gu Qingcheng gracefully picked up the soup and took a sip, which made Yang Ming next to her feel hot. Sister Qingcheng, Zhang Xian is my boyfriend. I would like to trouble you to take good care of him in the future. Xiao Meng didn't care about saying Zhang Xian was her boyfriend in front of everyone. Wang Shui and the other two people's eyes were burning with gossip. Now Xiao Meng admitted it in person in front of so many people. They had already predicted that a magnitude 12 earthquake would occur at Dongshan University today. The Dongshan University Forum is probably about to explode. They've even thought of possible headlines. You and Xiao Meng are not suitable. If you date her, the school will intervene. Gu Qingcheng leaned close to Zhang Xian and whispered, completely ignoring Yang Ming who was trying to please him. After drinking the porridge, he got up and left, very casually, leaving Zhang Xian with a confused look on his face. If he and Xiao Meng are in a relationship, will the school intervene? Why? Xia Meng became anxious when she heard this. She immediately explained in a low voice, "Junior brother, don't listen to that old woman. Love is free, and the school has no right to interfere." Zhang Xian. Gu Qingchang laughed, but the scene just now caused misunderstandings among the people around her. This was the first time in more than a year that they saw Gu Qingchang so close to a man. The gossip fire in everyone's heart was ignited. Could it be that Aunt Gu also fell in love with that boy? Those second-generation rich people were no longer jealous of Zhang Xian, but instead felt a little sympathetic towards him. As long as Gu Qingchang liked him, Zhang Xian's future life would be easier. Everyone looked at Zhang Xian and silently cheered for him in their hearts. Zhang Xian had no idea what they were thinking. He was feeling extremely embarrassed at the moment. He noticed that everyone's eyes were focused on him. The feeling was more uncomfortable than being roasted on a fire. "Senior, I'm full, take your time eating. It's not advisable to stay here for long, let's go quickly." "Sit down, I haven't finished mine yet, you help me finish it." Xia Meng grabbed Zhang Xian's shoulders and said. "Ah." Zhang Xian is about to cry. What the hell is this? He came here to eat, why can't he just eat in peace? Handsome, are you guilty? Chapter 13 is trending again. Zhang Xian felt very uncomfortable during this meal. On the way back to the dormitory, Zhang Xian was surrounded by people and was about to go crazy. When I arrived downstairs of the dormitory, I saw Gu Qingcheng waiting there. Gu Qingcheng walked over, took Zhang Xian's arm and went upstairs. Xia Meng raised her eyebrows. "Sister Qingcheng, this is the boys' dormitory." Gu Qingcheng glanced at Xia Meng calmly. "I'm the instructor, I need to check their housekeeping." After saying that, he added, "This is the boys' dormitory, so don't follow us." Xia Meng. She was so angry that she was about to stamp her feet. So angry. Why can Gu Qingcheng do it but she can't? Isn't he just a crappy instructor? What's so great about being a counselor? Meng, it's time for us to go back and rest. We still have classes in the afternoon. Wang Shui hurried to persuade them, but the two started fighting as soon as they met. If she hadn't been with Xia Meng almost every day, when she saw such a scene, she would have thought that Xia Meng had stolen Gu Qingcheng's boyfriend. A beautiful girl came to the boys' dormitory, and the whole building was in an uproar, with everyone in chaos. Zhang Xian even saw a few people running around in their shorts. Wherever they passed, the small window of the door was filled with heads, all with curious eyes. Some people's faces flushed, their heads trembled, and their eyes were fixed on the campus beauty Gu. It seemed that they were exercising the coordination of their left and right hands. The campus beauty Gu was walking on her own, as if she didn't notice what was happening on both sides, and she was extremely calm. Yang Ming's face turned pale and he kicked him. If it were in the past, those people would have come out and beat this guy up. This time, those people immediately disappeared from the small window, looking panicked. Everyone came to Zhang Xian's dormitory, and Gu Qingcheng locked the door as soon as she entered. Yang Ming's heart was broken. He walked to Zhang Xian's side, gritted his teeth and whispered, "Brother Xian, I hate you." Zhang Xian said that he was also helpless. What is wrong with this world? Was all this just his dream? He is still on Earth, right? He didn't travel through time at all this was just a dream. Yes, that must be the case. I heard that if you slap yourself hard while dreaming, you will wake up. Gu Qingcheng looked around the dormitory of Zhang Xian and other three people, and nodded with satisfaction. It was okay. There was no contraband as rumored, and no smell. Instead, there was a faint fragrance. It must have been specially sprayed with air freshener. Bang! She was stunned, and the four people in the dormitory looked at Zhang Xian in astonishment as he slapped himself. Zhang Xian closed his eyes tightly, then slowly opened them. This must be his dream. Although the dream is beautiful, he still has to go to work. However, when he opened his eyes, what came into view was Gu Qingcheng's extremely beautiful face. Zhang Xian, what are you doing? As college students, the school doesn't forbid dating. It's just that I don't quite agree with you and Xia Meng being together. Do you know her identity? It's impossible for you two to be together. But this isn't your fault. There's no need to hit yourself. Your attitude of admitting your mistakes is quite good. Stay away from Xia Meng from now on, otherwise it won't be me who'll talk to you, but the school leaders. Seeing that Zhang Xian admitted his mistakes so well, Gu Qingcheng patted Zhang Xian on the shoulder and left. These people are still here and haven't woken up yet. Is it because he is not strong enough? Or is the fighting posture wrong? Bang! Zhang Xian hit himself again. Brother Xian, stop hitting me. I know it's not your fault. My wife just said that she just came to talk to you and told you not to fall in love with Xiamang. Seeing that Zhang Xian was still ready to hit him, Yang Ming grabbed Zhang Xian's arm. He breathed a sigh of relief. When he saw Gu Qingqing treating Zhang Xian like that in the cafeteria, he thought Gu Qingqing also fell in love with Zhang Xian? It seems not. That's good, he still has hope. Thinking of this, Yang Ming was filled with energy. Zhang Xian lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling. It seems that he has really traveled through time, and everything he sees is real. 50% of the shares of Dongshan Industrial, Taoyuanju, was pursued by the school beauty. When he was on Earth, each of these things was out of reach for him, but now they are all within his reach. In the afternoon, after the military training, Wang Chang suggested that they go to the city. Zhang Xian was just about to use those cashback cards, so the four of them happily went there. In the taxi, Fang Ximing was looking at his cell phone in a frivolous manner. Zhang Xian leaned over to take a look in confusion and was immediately speechless. Sure enough, the scene in the cafeteria has become a hot topic on the campus forum and has been pinned to the top. Shocked, two school beauties are fighting for a freshman. I was stunned. The campus beauty of Xia University actually drank the millet porridge of that boy. Who is this man? Let me give you an in-depth analysis. After coming out of the cafeteria, the campus beauty Gu followed the man to the dormitory. What did they do during these few minutes? The top 10 hot searches are all related to Zhang Xian. The exaggerated speculations and descriptions are much more powerful than the gossip on Earth. Some people speculated that he was a hidden rich second generation, sent by his family to experience life, so the school belle would throw herself at him. Seeing this, Zhang Xian sneered. His parents were just ordinary workers, and he heard that his mother was facing layoffs. Is he thinking about picking a suitable opportunity to tell his parents that he is rich? Although he had just traveled through time, Zhang Xian did not feel at all unfamiliar with his parents, and the affection he had for his family made him feel satisfied, a kind of emotion he could not experience on Earth. Seeing the three LSPs around him watching with great interest, Zhang Xian was even more speechless. Just then, the cell phone rang. Seeing the word mother on the caller ID, Zhang Xian's heart trembled. He took a deep breath and picked up the phone. His body was stiff and his tone was dry, Mom. Who knows how much Zhang Xian wanted to call this name to someone when he was on Earth. Xianzi, have you arrived at school? A gentle voice came from the microphone. When Zhang Xian heard this voice, tears welled up in his eyes. I'm sorry, Mom, I was too busy last night and forgot to call. It's okay. Mom knows that school has just started and everything costs money. I'll ask your dad to transfer $1,000 to you later. Don't just focus on saving money. Your health is more important. Mom, I understand. Zhang Xian couldn't refuse this money. It was his parents' intention. Only if he accepted it would they feel at ease. Mom, I have something to tell you. I actually learned how to trade stocks in high school. I can earn my living expenses for school in the future. I have made a little money recently. Maybe I will be rich in the future. Zhang Xian could tell his mother was not in a good mood, and his heart ached. He quickly told her the reason he had just made up. Stock trading? My son, you are in college now, study first, don't delay your study for that little bit of money, your parents are not tired from working. After hearing what his mother said, Zhang Xian couldn't hold back any longer and tears rolled down his eyes. Is this what it feels like to be loved by your parents? Sure enough, it's really good. Chapter 14 Is Taoyuanju worth more than 100 billion? Parents always appear to their children as strong as Superman. It seems that nothing can stump them. In his previous life, Zhang Xian saw others being loved by their parents, and God knows how envious he was. Now that he has experienced it, his heart aches. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Xian closed his eyes and swore to let his parents enjoy a good life as soon as possible. Yang Ming was sitting next to Zhang Xian and he heard every word of Zhang Xian's conversation with his parents. He glanced at Zhang Xian in confusion. From the clothes Zhang Xian was wearing, he knew that Zhang Xian definitely didn't look like a child from a wealthy family. But from his spending in Taoyuanju, he didn't look like a child from a poor family. It seemed that there was a layer of fog on Zhang Xian's body, covering him. Fuck, look at the 19th and 20th trending searches on the campus forum. Wang Chang suddenly said. Zhang Xian was speechless. It was already ranked 20th, how could it still be considered a hot search? He opened it and took a look. The 19th photo was of him, Xiaomeng, and Qin Xiaotian at the cashier counter. It should have been taken by a classmate who was eating there and passed by. Because of Xiaomeng's obstruction in the photo, only half of Zhang Xian's face was revealed. The post explained the whole story, and finally the poster guessed that the person in the photo was going to be in trouble. Although others couldn't guess who that person was, Wang Chang and the other two recognized him instantly when they saw his clothes. It was Zhang Xian. Then, thinking about the red wine incident at Taoyuanzhu yesterday, they immediately guessed that the incident was probably planned by Qin Xiaotian. The post was afraid that people didn't know how terrifying Qin Xiaotian was, so it described Qin Xiaotian's identity in detail. The eldest son of the chairman of Dongshan Industrial is still a student, but he already has his own company outside and is worth at least 100 or 200 million. A true bachelor, he even compiled all of Qin Xiaotian's glorious history, and finally posted a message saying that if the person in the photo didn't get into trouble, the poster would eat shit on live broadcast. The comments under the post are all about saying that the person in the photo deserves to be beaten. Although Qin Xiaotian had a bad reputation in Dongshan University, this time everyone supported Qin Xiaotian in bringing down Zhang Xian. Opening the 20th hot search, it was about Qin Xiaotian breaking a bottle of Roman cognac in Taoyuanzhu last night. He even found an introduction about this bottle of red wine on the internet. The selling price of 4.36 million was jaw-dropping. The poster said that Qin Xiaotian had no money and wanted to cheat. Even after calling his father Qin Zhengyang, he still had to pay 5 million yuan. Only then did the father and son leave in shame. Seeing this, Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment. Wang Chuan did a good job in this matter, but he didn't expect Qin Zhengyang to come, and Wang Chuan didn't give him face. Is it because Wang Chuan knows that Qin Zhengyang is no longer the chairman of Dongshan Industrial? Well, that's definitely why. After turning off his phone, he immediately noticed 3 pairs of eyes staring at him. What are you doing? These 3 LSPs looked like they were about to eat him up. Brother Xian, tell me the truth, did you do this? Yang Ming pointed at the content of the 20th hot search and asked. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that their guess was right. They guessed that Zhang Xian had some relationship with Wang Chuan of Taoyuanzhu, but joining forces with Wang Chuan to cheat Qin Xiaotian out of 5 million yuan required more than just a simple relationship. They became even more curious about Zhang Xian's identity. No. Zhang Xian denied it flatly. Although it was his idea, he didn't do it. It was Wang Chuan who did it. He didn't deceive these 3 guys. Yang Ming and the other 2 breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Xian was from another place and did not understand the power of Taoyuanzhu. If Zhang Xian could really get Taoyuanzhu to do things for him, then Zhang Xian's strength would be amazing. Qin Xiaotian deserves it. This guy has never done anything good in school. He relied on the fact that Dongshan Industry was behind him. How many girls have been harmed by him? Cheating him out of 5 million is considered to be getting rid of harm for the people. This is only possible in Taoyuanzhu, otherwise most people wouldn't dare to do this. Hearing them say this, Zhang Xian became curious. Why did it sound like Taoyuanzhu was so awesome? It's just a restaurant, isn't it? What's so great about it? No matter how prosperous Taoyuanzhu's business is, can it be compared with Dongshan Industrial? Dongshan Industrial is a company with an estimated market value of tens of billions. Zhang Xian asked his doubts, Yang Ming and the other 2 laughed, even the taxi driver laughed. Now Yang Ming and the other 2 were completely relieved. It seemed that this matter really had nothing to do with Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian was depressed. Was the question he asked funny? Wasn't it normal? How can a restaurant be compared with a large enterprise? Young man, you are not from Dongshan City, are you? The driver asked with a smile. Yes, I'm from Binchang. More importantly, he came from a different place, so naturally he didn't know much about the things here. No wonder, the little brother must have been a good student who studied hard. Taoyuanzhu is not ordinary. Taoyuanzhu covers several industries and has a market valuation of more than 100 billion. But we taxi drivers know that Taoyuanzhu's market value cannot be that low. Puff. When Zhang Xian heard the driver's words, his blood almost gushed out. What? More than 100 billion? Not only does he have a company worth tens of billions of dollars under his control, he also has Taoyuanzhu with a market value of over 100 billion? He wanted to slap himself hard again. Was he now also a billionaire with a net worth of hundreds of billions? Seeing Zhang Xian's confused look, Yang Ming and the other 2 burst into laughter. They also took pictures of Zhang Xian's look and made them into an emoticon package. Zhang Xian's face was full of black lines, these three guys. The phone rang again, and Zhang Xian was stunned when he saw the caller ID. My dear white Xiaoman? Did he have a girlfriend before? It seems that he had just traveled through time and his memory was a little confused, so he couldn't remember anything. Zhang Xian picked up the phone. Zhang Xian, you are so hateful, I want to break up with you. When Zhang Xian heard the voice coming from the microphone, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. Hiss. The intense pain in his heart made him gasp. It seemed that Li Xiaoman had occupied a very important position in his heart in the past. Why? Zhang Xian asked, not noticing that his tone was extremely dry. In my mind, the scenes with Li Xiaoman were also turned over. Why? You still have the nerve to ask me why? What did you do in Dongshan University? Don't you know it yourself? You are so amazing that you can even catch up with the school beauty. It's even on the hot search. Zhang Xian, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Bah, scumbag, let's break up. Xiaoman, Honey, I've broken up with him. Do you believe me now? I even gave you my first time. I don't really love him at all. The person I really love is you. Zhang Xian was about to explain when Li Xiaoman's voice suddenly came from the microphone. At this moment, his heart was in extreme pain. Chapter 15. Do we look like people who need discounts? In my memory, Li Xiaoman was so gentle and considerate. At this moment, hearing the unbearable voices in the microphone, Zhang Xian silently hung up the phone. Yang Ming and the other two pretended not to hear and continued chatting nonsense to ease the awkwardness. Just then, 4 people came to the commercial street. On the other side, a 3-court trial was going on in Xia Meng's dormitory. Wang Shui and the other two blocked Xia Meng in the corner of the bed. 3 pairs of beautiful eyes stared at Xia Meng and listened to her explanation. Okay, now you can make excuses. Xia Meng rolled her eyes. Is this an excuse? Zhang Xian is my childhood best friend. We have been together since we were young. My family moved because of my parents' work. After so many years, this bastard has forgotten me. It's that simple. Xia Meng blinked her beautiful eyes slightly, and that look was enough to charm thousands of teenagers, but this trick was obviously aimed at the wrong people. Wang Shui and the other two were also beauties, and they had lived together for more than a year, so they had already become immune to it. Then why did you say he was your boyfriend in front of so many classmates? And what happened in the cafeteria? You complained about the dirty cup that I drank from, but you didn't mind the food that Zhang Xian had eaten. Xia Meng, you better give me a perfect explanation. That's right. And in Tao Yuanju, what's going on? No wonder Qin Xiaotian looked as if he had eaten shit when we left. It turned out that he broke the red wine and lost 5 million. You said you owed Zhang Xian money, right? That was when we were having dinner at Tao Yuanju? Humph, you're such a liar. Xia Meng, you're a talented woman in the Department of Finance. You can make tens or even hundreds of millions just by trading. How could you be short of money? I have to say, Meng, your way of chatting people up is really low. Low? Do you have any sophisticated ways to pick up girls? I also feel that your methods are a little bit lacking. If you change the method, I think the effect will be better. Xia Meng's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at the 3 little sisters eagerly. Wang Shui. Meng Li. Sun Tian. Sister, is this the point? We were talking about something not going right between you and Zhang Xian, but your focus was on how to pick someone up? And you said you two had no relationship? Isn't that just admitting it yourself? As soon as Xia Meng said this, she realized that she had said something wrong and immediately pretended to be stupid. The 3 people looked at Xia Meng speechlessly. They couldn't understand. With Xia Meng's family background and abilities, what kind of man could she not find? Why did they choose Zhang Xian? Why couldn't they see what was so fascinating about him? But this is Xia Meng's own business, and they can't do anything about it. A cell phone rang. Xia Meng took a look and picked up the phone. Sister, it's okay, they broke up. Really? Well done. Bro, I'm very satisfied this time. Then. Sister, funding. I don't have much money here, only 200,000. You should spend it sparingly. Sis, I love you. Xia Meng was very happy, her big gem-like eyes shining. Ha, you're exposed, right? You don't have any money? You need to borrow 5,000 yuan for the meal, and you can give me 200,000 yuan just because you asked. Xia Xianyo, you. Who's going shopping downtown? Hearing that Zhang Xian had broken up with Li Xiaoman, Xiaomeng was very happy. She immediately interrupted her sister's long speech and made a suggestion. She clenched her fists excitedly and shouted yes silently in her heart. This was her first step to get close to Zhang Xian. I. And me. When Meng Li and Sun Tian heard the word shopping, their beautiful eyes almost popped out. Wang Shui looked at her two best friends speechlessly. They were so simple-minded. Would they be sold out and help others count money when they entered society in the future? Xiaomeng bared her teeth at Wang Shui, revealing a smile that showed that she had succeeded in her evil plan. Wang Shui was even more speechless, but this was Xiaomeng's business, as long as Xiaomeng was happy. The four of them hurried to the commercial street excitedly. Who can resist shopping? On the commercial street. Brothers, accompany me to buy a notebook. During the 4 years of college, girls and games are indispensable. Whether it is girls or computers, the configuration must be high, otherwise they will be thrown away after a short time of playing. Yang Ming expressed his twisted and heretical ideas. What made Zhang Xian speechless was that Wang Chang and Fang Ximing, the two LSPs, actually nodded in agreement. Boss, bring out the best configured gaming laptops you have. Wang Chang walked into a digital store and spoke in a very loud voice, as if he was afraid that others couldn't hear him. Zhang Xian took a look at the three LSPs and could tell that these three guys came from impressive family backgrounds and were quite wealthy. Fortunately, he was bound to the system, otherwise, given his previous family background, today would be very embarrassing. This is also an embarrassing thing that anyone may encounter. A group of people go shopping together, and everyone else buys things worth 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if you don't have money? The boss's eyes lit up when he heard this. He immediately came over, rubbing his hands, and asked with a smile, which brother wants to buy a computer? Just as he was thinking about it, Zhang Xian felt embarrassed because the boss looked at Yang Ming, Wang Chang and Fang Ximing, but not at him. We want all four, boss. 4, you have to give us a discount. Yang Ming greeted the boss familiarly and handed him a cigarette. The boss took it and looked at it. He saw it was Xinlong Shangshi. He raised his eyes and thought, this is a good cigarette, 1800 per pack. There is a big business coming. Okay, if all 4 of you want it, I'll give you a 10% discount. What they want is a high-end product, and a 10% discount is already a significant discount. I know how to do business. Boss, please recommend me one. Puffing out smoke skillfully, Yang Ming raised his head and blew out a smoke ring comfortably. Fuck, this damn thing actually smokes by himself and doesn't share any cigarettes with me. He's so stingy. Wang Chang said as he took out a box of cigarettes and gave them to Zhang Xian and Fang Ximing. Then the three of them lit up their cigarettes skillfully and puffed them with pleasure. They look like old smokers. The boss has a sharp eye. Oh, it's platinum crystal Su cigarettes, which are also good cigarettes worth less than 2,000 yuan. Since you brothers are open, I won't recommend this traitorous product to you. That would be a slap in your face. I recommend you buy this Macrevo Titanium Tantalum Plus. The latest graphics card 3070, 100% color gamut, 2K display, and more importantly, direct connection to the independent graphics card. The price is... Zhang Xian had set his eyes on this model before he came, and without waiting for the boss to finish speaking, he took out his bank card. This is the one, swipe the card. Yang Ming and the other two were listening with great interest, but they were completely stunned when they heard Zhang Xian's words. Zhang Xian is so happy. The boss was also confused and looked at Zhang Xian in astonishment. Judging from his clothes, Zhang Xian was the poorest among the 4 people. His clothes cost no more than 200 yuan, unlike the other 3 who were wearing branded clothes. Okay, brother, it's a good deal, 10% off. Discount? Boss, do you think we are someone who needs a discount? I was just kidding you. 1,000-fold cashback card, the more you spend, the better. Zhang Xian has already decided to pick up a car. Unfortunately, there is not enough time, otherwise he would buy a villa. Chapter 16 Junior, what a coincidence. When the boss heard Zhang Xian's words, he was dumbfounded. Anyone else asking for no discount? But he could make more money, he was so happy, how could he refuse? Yang Ming. Fang Ximing. Wang Chang. Brother, you don't need a discount if you have money, but we do. 10% off, saving $1,000. This notebook is my gift to my brothers. Seeing the three people looking at him, Zhang Xian immediately said with a smile. Don't refuse, that would mean you look down on me. Nothing can stop Zhang Xian from making money. Even though he already owns Tao Yuanzhu with a market value of over 100 billion yuan and Dongshan Industrial with a market value of tens of billions, who would complain about having too much money? The three of them looked at each other protectively, and they found that they really couldn't see through Zhang Xian. However, Zhang Xian's eyes were clear, and he didn't seem to be pretending in front of them. Brother, the total charge is 46,000 yuan. Here is the receipt. At this moment, the boss has already swiped the card. Could this be the legendary landlord? As expected, the most inconspicuous one may be the richest. At this moment, Zhang Xian's cell phone rang. 46 million has arrived. Zhang Xian gritted his teeth, the system is so awesome. Okay, brother Xian is so generous. I'll accept this gift. Just when Wang Chang and Fang Ximing were hesitating, Yang Ming took the computer and said proudly. Wang Chang and the other man had no choice but to accept it. It was worth more than 10,000 yuan. Even though they had the money, they still felt a little uncomfortable accepting such an expensive gift from someone else for no reason. Let's go, we didn't bring enough clothes when we came here, let's go buy some clothes. Zhang Xian took the initiative to suggest. The four of them walked towards the clothing section. Just when the four of them arrived at the clothing area, they were surprised to see a lot of people gathered there. They walked over in confusion and saw four young and beautiful girls coming from the opposite direction. Who else could it be but Xia Meng? All the male customers in the clothing section stared blankly, their attention attracted by the four girls. Seeing Xia Meng and the other three, before Zhang Xian could turn around and leave, Yang Ming grabbed his arm and waved at Xia Meng, saying, "Sister-in-law, this way." When Xia Meng and the others heard Yang Ming's voice, they were stunned for a moment, and immediately saw Zhang Xian being held by Yang Ming. Her cheeks suddenly turned red and she looked very happy. Xia Meng immediately walked towards the side, and even her steps became much lighter. Hey, Junior, what a coincidence, are you here to buy clothes too? The moment Xia Meng walked over, Zhang Xian suddenly felt that the gazes from people around him became much more fierce. Yes, brother Xian said that he didn't bring enough clothes when he came, so he wanted to buy some clothes, but we men don't know how to choose clothes, and we just happened to meet my sister-in-law. This is really fate arranged by God. Yang Ming ignored the look Zhang Xian gave him and spoke to himself. Wang Chang and Fang Ximing secretly gave Yang Ming a thumbs up. Yang Ming had his own little thoughts in doing this. Although Gu Qingcheng had dragged them back to the dormitory and said those words, he felt uneasy because Zhang Xian and Xia Meng were not together. Of course, he had absolutely no bad intention in doing this, because he could see that Xia Meng really loved Zhang Xian. Only when Xia Meng looked at Zhang Xian did her eyes reveal the kind of brilliance that only lovers could have. Great! Xia Meng's eyes lit up when she heard that. When she thought of Zhang Xian trying on various clothes, she couldn't wait. The two teams merged into one and walked into a store. Hey, let's go over there and take a look. At this moment, the leader of the shopping mall was patrolling the store. When he saw Xia Meng and the other three, his eyes instantly became fiery. The people around followed the leader's gaze and saw four beautiful figures. They immediately knew what the leader was thinking. The leader saw Zhang Xian and his three companions, but he didn't take it seriously. They are just a bunch of chicks, how can they compare with a successful person like him? Nowadays, female college students are easiest to trick into bed. As long as the money is right, there is no beauty that you cannot sleep with. Seeing the appearance of Xia Meng and the other three, the leader's breathing became a little rapid. While others were not paying attention, he pretended to chew gum and swallowed a pill of special purpose medicine. The drug needs half an hour to take full effect, and this half an hour is enough for him to take down the four beauties. Especially, he looked at Xia Meng beside Zhang Xian with fiery eyes. Junior, hurry in and try on these two sets. Xia Meng took 2 sets of clothes and handed them to Zhang Xian, then pushed them into the fitting room. As soon as the chain was pulled up, Xia Meng's saliva was about to flow down. She had already imagined what Zhang Xian would look like wearing his clothes. My lady, I am the general manager of this mall, my name is. What does your name have to do with me? Get out of here. Xia Meng was just waiting to see Zhang Xian wearing new clothes, when a big head appeared in her sight and her eyes immediately burst into tears. The leader was confused. Didn't he make his identity clear just now? Beauty, I. Roll. Xia Meng frowned. It was obvious that this old bald guy was not a good person. In the fitting room, Zhang Xian put on new clothes. It must be said that Xia Meng's taste is really good. The clothes really suit him, as if they were tailor-made for him. I put on my clothes and walked out, just in time to see a group of people gathered there. What's wrong? Zhang Xian asked doubtfully. Hearing his voice, Xia Meng immediately changed from a cold and hostile attitude to a little bird-like attitude. Junior, are you ready? Let me see. Everyone clearly saw that the moment Xia Meng looked at Zhang Xian, countless colors burst out of her eyes, which she had never had when she looked at anyone else. Is this true love? In the school belle's eyes, there is only Zhang Xian. At this moment, everyone looked at Zhang Xian with envy. It is such a happy thing to be loved and admired by such a school beauty. The leader is unhappy, he is the protagonist here, okay? Shouldn't the plot be that after he arrived, several little girls admired his talent and offered themselves to him? Ahem, everyone, I'm the leader of this mall. Today is the 10th anniversary of our mall's opening. We decided to randomly select a few people to cooperate with me to complete a small game. The winner can get an LV bag worth 20,000 yuan from me. As soon as the words fell, the crowd watching burst into exclamations. Just by playing a small game, you can get a 20,000 yuan LV brand bag. It's a good deal. Suddenly, many people raised their hands to sign up. The leader was secretly proud of this, because this was the right thing to do. He glanced at Xia Meng. He would pretend to have chosen Xia Meng by accident, and then find a way to give her the LV bag. Girls, especially female college students like Xia Meng, have no resistance to such things at all. He seemed to have seen the scene of Xia Meng lying on the bed and looking at him lovingly. Chapter 17. Is this guy a straight man? You, and you, oh, and this female classmate. The leader picked a few people at random. Of course, these were just a cover-up. In the end, the 4 girls of Xia Meng were his ultimate target. Originally his target was Xia Meng, but when he came closer he could see clearly that Xia Meng's 4 daughters were all fairies-like figures. As he looked at them, his body had some reactions. The leader is already getting impatient. Those who were selected were very excited, while those who were not selected were filled with disappointment. However, an embarrassing scene occurred for the leader. Xia Meng and the other 3 girls had no intention of paying attention to him at all, but were concentrating on looking at the clothes. He coughed, walked in front of Xia Meng, and said awkwardly, "My female classmate, you are very lucky, we." Wow, so handsome. Junior, the clothes really suit you. Before the leader finished speaking, Xia Meng's beautiful eyes lit up and she walked to Zhang Xian's side. The leader is left alone in an awkward and messy state. Noticing the school beauty's fiery gaze, Zhang Xian couldn't stand it. Senior, what are you doing? Why are there so many people? Unable to bear Xia Meng's gaze any longer, Zhang Xian changed the subject. Hello, I'm the department manager of this shopping mall, and our leader. The department manager couldn't bear to see his leader so embarrassed, so he walked over and spoke. Are you okay? If not, go away. Can't you see we are whispering? Are you mall people so rude? I really can't help it anymore, Xia Meng frowned and said. It's so rare to spend time with Zhang Xian, but there are always some self-righteous people coming to make trouble. The department manager was embarrassed and remained silent. Girls, you. The department manager didn't want to give up just like that, but just as he finished speaking, Xia Meng said, Junior, shall we go to another store and try? As she said that, Xia Meng took Zhang Xian's arm and was about to walk out. It's so annoying, disturbing her from admiring her junioress figure. With Xia Meng holding his arm, Zhang Xian became completely stiff. Suddenly, he covered his nose. The lethality of school beauties is just too strong. Zhang Xian already felt his nose getting hot, and if he was a step late, his nose would bleed. He quickly pulled his arm free and took a few steps back. Not to mention being held by the school beauty, just smelling the fragrance emanating from her body, Zhang Xian felt the urge to commit a crime. Xia Meng couldn't help feeling disappointed. She had already been so proactive, so why was Zhang Xian so unromantic? A straight man of steel? No, steel is not enough to describe Zhang Xian as slowness. Zhang Xian should have reached the vibranium level. Xia Meng was a little discouraged. She clearly saw that Zhang Xian had feelings for her, and those physiological reactions could not be faked, but why didn't Zhang Xian want her to get close to him? Junior, did you have a childhood sweetheart? Xia Meng couldn't help but remind her, she couldn't help it anymore, she wanted to show her cards. Have you ever promised me that you would marry me when you grow up? As Xia Meng spoke, her beautiful eyes blinked, full of hope, hoping that Zhang Xian could remember his childhood. It would be best if Zhang Xian looked at her in astonishment and asked hesitantly, "School belle, you are?" Then she nodded modestly, and finally the two of them hugged each other and lived a shameless life from then on. Senior sister, aren't you here to buy clothes? Time is precious, you. Zhang Xian's mind was a little confused. I'm fine. So angry. Is she so unattractive? She looked at the old bald man tentatively, and immediately saw the burning desire in his eyes. So charming. But why does this little bastard Zhang Xian want to drive her away so much? Listening to their conversation, Wang Shui and others were speechless. Unable to hold back any longer, she asked Wang Chang beside her, "Does Zhang Xian dislike women?" They really couldn't believe that there was anyone in this world who could resist Xia Meng's beauty. How is that possible? Brother Xian has a girlfriend, but they just broke up, and she cheated on him. I guess Brother Xian is still immersed in grief and dare not accept a new relationship. Wang Chang greedily sniffed the body fragrance of the beautiful woman beside him. Although Wang Shui and the other two are not as beautiful as Xia Meng, they would definitely be school beauties if they were moved to other schools. No, I must ask Brother Xian to help me with this when I get back. The school belle only has Brother Xian in her eyes, so he doesn't dare to think about it anymore. But he still has hope for the school belle's beautiful roommate. Oh, that's right, I almost forgot. Wang Shui suddenly thought of the phone call Xia Meng received before she came. Xia Meng's brother had just broken up a couple. Xia Meng was excited for a long time after hearing this. Then, thinking about the fact that Zhang Xian had just broken up, it was not difficult to guess what had happened. Xia Xianyo, for your own happiness, you actually designed to make others break up. You are so sinister. Wang Shui looked at Xia Meng speechlessly. She couldn't understand. Zhang Xian was just a little handsome, but not so handsome that Xia Meng would completely give up her self-esteem. Senior, what did you say? The school beauty is evil? Her own happiness? A bright light flashed through Wang Chang's mind, and he looked at Zhang Xian in a daze. No way? He was not only a little jealous of Zhang Xian, but also felt that he had actually made such a cold goddess become like this. Nothing. Wang Shui's eyes were a little evasive and she covered her mouth. The leader who was left aside was so angry that his medicine had taken effect, but the four girls ignored him? Since he became the person in charge of this shopping mall, he has never been treated like this. He looked at Zhang Xian with resentment, and when he saw Zhang Xian's extremely handsome face, the anger in his heart became even more intense. Just as he was about to step forward, he suddenly saw a group of people coming towards him. When the leader saw that person, a flattering smile immediately appeared on his face and he went to greet them. Xiao Meng, why are you here? Just at this moment, a man in a suit came over, saw Xiao Meng, and asked in surprise. Uncle Wang? Why are you here? When Xiao Meng saw the other person, she immediately walked over to him affectionately and took his arm. The man touched Xiao Meng's head lovingly. Hello, Mr. Wang. When the leader saw how intimate Xiao Meng was with the man, his heart started pounding and he was secretly glad that he didn't do anything too extreme. Wang Linqing glanced at his leader, his face full of smiles. Hello. After saying that, he stopped paying attention to his leader and looked at Zhang Xian beside him with interest. Seeing this, the leader not only did not dare to show any unhappiness, but tactfully signaled his subordinates to lead the crowd to move aside. Leader, that person is? The department manager asked doubtfully. It was the first time he saw his leader being so humble in front of someone. The leader looked very proud, as if it was a great fortune to just say a word to the other party. He became even more proud when he heard the department manager's question. This person is truly extraordinary. He is one of the top figures in Dongzhan. Have you ever heard of Tao Yuanju? What? Leader, do you mean that Mr. Wang is from Tao Yuanju? When they saw their leader nod, they all gasped. Chapter 18, Buying a Skirt for the School Beauty. Tao Yuanju is a very transcendent place in Dongshan City. Being able to get to know such a person means that he must be a well-known figure in Dongshan City. Although their leader is considered a rich man, being able to say a word or two to the people in Tao Yuanju and become familiar with them is definitely something worth bragging about. Leader, will the event still be held? Asked the department manager. As an old subordinate of the leader, he naturally knew why the leader held the event just now. Now that the other party was not fooled at all, there was no need to continue the event. That woman with the beauty mole on her face is pretty. As he was speaking, the leader's cell phone rang. He took a look, gave the department manager a look, and then walked aside to answer the phone. The department manager nodded immediately, knowing that the leader was interested in that woman and would ask him to make the connection. Old Ding, what's the matter? Manager Sue, the car you like is here, but a few people heard that I had this car and came to see it immediately. You should come here quickly, otherwise I'm afraid I can't keep this car secret. What? The leader was anxious. He had been eyeing this car for a long time, but there had been no source of it. Now he finally got one. If someone else got it first, he didn't know how long he would have to wait. Thinking about the woman with the beauty mole and then thinking about the car, the leader gritted his teeth, said something to his subordinates, and rushed to the car dealership. Young man, are you also a student of Dongshan University? Wang Linqing looked at Zhang Xian with a smile. Which class are you from? Is she in the same class as our Xia Meng? Where are your parents from? You. Uncle Wang, are you checking the household registration? This is my junior, we just met. Xia Meng looked at Wang Linqing speechlessly and said coquettishly. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the school beauty had such a side to her. Just met? Young man, come and play with Xia Meng at home when you have time. Wang Linqing said he didn't believe you at all. He just saw Xia Meng holding Zhang Xian's arm, so he came over to take a look. Xia Meng is such a proud girl that there is never a shortage of boys chasing after her. She even had her own good-for-nothing boyfriend in her life that she had been thinking about for years. Later, when she realized that there was really no hope for her, she changed her target. Over the years, there has been an endless stream of people coming to the Xia family to propose marriage, but they were all rejected by this girl. This was definitely the first time he saw Xia Meng being so affectionate to a boy. There is definitely something wrong with these two people. Zhang Xian sighed slightly in his heart. The relationship between him and Xia Meng could not be explained clearly. Uncle, hello. I will definitely come to your house when I have time. Xia Meng was overjoyed when she heard this. Really? Meng Li and the others were speechless. Once this woman falls in love, her IQ will really drop infinitely. This was obviously Zhang Xian's polite remark, but the girl took it seriously and looked so excited. Only then did they realize that without them realizing it, Xia Xiaonu had completely fallen for him. When Wang Linqing heard Xia Meng's words, he was stunned for a moment and looked at Zhang Xian with more interest. Uncle Wang, what are you doing here? Xia Meng asked curiously. Oh, my elder brother has taken a fancy to this place and plans to acquire it. Wang Linqing's tone was very calm, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Okay, Uncle Wang, give me a membership card, preferably one with unlimited overdraft. Okay, next time you come here, just take whatever you like. Consider it a gift from your uncle, okay? You young people can play here. I'm leaving first. Wang Linqing said, smiled at Xia Meng and others, then left. Meng, come and take a look, this dress suits you very well. At this moment, Sun Tian suddenly said in a store. Xia Meng didn't care whether Zhang Xian agreed or not and just pulled him over. Zhang Xian said he was helpless. It turns out that being handsome is also a sin. On the other side, Wang Linqing walked to the corner and immediately called his old friend Xia Tianjun. What's up, bro? Old Xia, guess who I saw today? You and your brother are still playing dumb. If you want to talk, just say it. If you don't want to, forget it. I'm making dumplings at home. Come over and eat them later. Xia Tianjun on the microphone was not fooled at all. Wang Linqing curled his lips. You really don't want to hear it? I'm telling you, if you don't let me buy a shop, I won't tell you this news. Hello? Aching, is this related to our Meng? Have you seen her boyfriend? At this moment, a gentle and elegant female voice came from the microphone. Wang Linqing laughed loudly upon hearing this. Sister-in-law is still right in guessing. With old Xia's IQ, I think he can guess for half a year. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a series of ping-pong sounds from the microphone. Obviously something was knocked over, and then the phone was hung up. Hiss, so beautiful. I'm so angry. Why does Miss Xia look so good in clothes? That's right, how could God give her all these excellent conditions? Wang Shui and the other two girls pouted inside. Yang Ming and the other two were so shocked that they were speechless. Zhang Xian was also stunned. Xia Meng walked out of the fitting room wearing a pure white dress. The V-neck reveals Xia Meng's delicate collarbone and fair skin. Noble and cold, yet not without a hint of elegance. Just like a princess, one can't help but admire her, but one dares not get too close to her, as if that would be a blasphemy to the princess. Everyone in the store was stunned. They didn't even care about the girls beside them. All their eyes were focused on Xia Meng. At this moment, the school beauty is definitely the focus of everyone. Brother Xian, you are so lucky. Such a beautiful woman is pursuing you. What else do you want? Get her. That's right. You don't even want a beauty like this. How beautiful was your ex-girlfriend that you could resist the temptation of a school beauty? Brother Xian, since you are alone now, you should just marry the school beauty. The three LSPs drooled as they tried to comfort him. Hee, Junior, does it look good? Xia Meng walked in front of Zhang Xian, turned around, and spoke in a coquettish tone. Yang Ming and the other two almost stumbled and knelt down in worship. What did they see? The noble princess is actually acting like a spoiled brat. Zhang Xian was stunned at this moment, staring at Xia Meng with awe. At this moment, Xia Meng's beauty is so breathtaking that it makes people lose their minds. Hee, Junior, you are not honest. Xia Meng noticed Zhang Xian's reaction at a glance, approached Zhang Xian, blew air into his ear, and whispered. A warm current surged up and Zhang Xian started bleeding from his nose. The God-level selection system is activated. Choice 1, buy this skirt for the school beauty. Rewards, a Porsche 911 Turbo S 3.8T, God-level driving skills, appearance +1, and a school beauty sign-in card. Choice 2, choose to ignore the school beauty's affection. Reward, a steel straight man brand bicycle, God-level driving skills, the title of straight man, and 1 popularity with women. Hearing the voice in his head, Zhang Xian covered his nose and yelled at the clerk, buy this skirt. Chapter 19 School Beauty Sign-in Card. Ah! Wang Shui and the other two were stunned. This skirt is not cheap, it costs more than 40,000 yuan. Didn't Xia Meng say that Zhang Xian's family is very wealthy? He swiped his credit card to buy a skirt worth over 40,000 yuan without even frowning. Is this not rich? Does Xia Meng have any misunderstanding about the word rich? The female clerk reacted quickly and took Zhang Xian's card immediately. When the payment was successful, the clerk looked at Zhang Xian with much more enthusiasm. I didn't expect that this boy wearing all cheap stuff was actually a hidden rich man. Unfortunately, such a high-quality boy has nothing to do with her. She glanced at Xia Meng beside Zhang Xian and completely abandoned the unrealistic idea in her mind. Sir, this is your dress. Here is your membership card. You can enjoy a 9.5% discount when you shop in our store with this card. Ding, congratulations to the host for making the choice. The reward has been issued. The Porsche 911 Turbo S 3.8T has been placed at Sihai Car Dealership. Please go and claim it with your shopping voucher. You have obtained God-level driving skills, appearance +1, and a school beauty sign-in card. Remarks, school beauty sign-in card bound to exclusive school beauty Xia Meng. As long as the host appears next to Xia Meng, the wealth value increases by 100 yuan every second. 100 yuan per second, 6,000 yuan per minute, and 360,000 yuan per hour. This means that as long as Zhang Xian stands next to Xia Meng for 1 hour, he can get 360,000 yuan. Zhang Xian raised his eyebrows. The system was forcing him to be with Xia Meng. Otherwise. He glanced at Xia Meng, who was looking at him with her big watery eyes. Should he give in? Junior, what's wrong with you? Do you feel my beauty? Xia Meng noticed Zhang Xian's gaze and said with a grin. Thanks for the dress. She hugged the skirt tightly in her arms. This was the first time this guy bought her clothes. No, it must be protected well. This skirt is of special commemorative significance. Smelling the scent on the skirt, Xia Meng was almost intoxicated. Zhang Xian. The senior sister is still so passionate and unrestrained. At this moment, a text message came on the phone, and another 1,000-fold cashback card was used, with more than 40 million yuan deposited into the account. As expected, it's better here. It's a complete waste to stay in school. After buying clothes, he was planning to buy a car, but he didn't expect the system to give him one directly. Porsche 911 Turbo S 3.8T, 650 horsepower, top speed 330 km/h, the latest top-end model costs more than 3 million. He now can't wait to go and take a look. The god-level driving skills in his mind are already ready. At this moment, he has become a veteran driver who has been driving for decades. The 8 people soon filled up the place with bags of all sizes, and the 2 girls, Mengli and Sun Tian, were so happy that they couldn't stop smiling. At this moment, Yang Ming's cell phone rang. Hello, are you Mr. Yang Ming Yang? I am. Hello, Mr. Yang. This is Cafeteria car dealership. The BMW 5 Series modified 530Li executive model you ordered from our dealership has arrived. When are you available to pick up the car? Hearing the voice coming from the microphone, Wang Shui and the other 2 girls looked at him in surprise. They didn't expect that this boy was actually quite rich. Yang Ming noticed the gazes of the 3 women and suddenly felt a little proud. Sure enough, buying a car while in school is definitely the right decision. This way he won't have to worry about not having a girlfriend. However, Yang Ming felt a little regretful. If he had known that he would meet a stunning beauty like Gu Qingcheng, he would have bought a better car. This car is a bit low now. Okay, kid, there's a lot of money at home. Wang Shui patted Yang Ming's shoulder. Sister Shui, you are joking. A car worth $500,000 is not a good one. Please stop laughing at me. Yang Ming said modestly. Zhang Xian and the other 2 immediately gave Yang Ming a thumbs up. They gave him full marks. Oh, I told you you're fat and you're out of breath. Since we're all free, why don't we go pick up the car together? I also want to see the legendary luxury car. Meng Li suggested. Okay. The group immediately got into a taxi and headed straight for Cafeteria car dealership. When he arrived at the car dealership, Zhang Xian looked at the name of the dealership and suddenly felt somewhat familiar. But everyone had already gone in, so he had no choice but to follow them in. There was a group of people, handsome men and pretty women. Their arrival immediately focused the attention of the entire car dealership. Xia Meng, why are you here? Are you here to see the car? At this moment, a loud voice sounded, attracting everyone's attention. In the hall, a boy wearing all branded clothes suddenly stood up. This man was wearing a pair of glasses, looked very scholarly, and was also very handsome. He stood up at this moment, his face full of excitement. Hey, it's the school hunk Yan Shuqing, why is he here? I heard that Yan Shuqing's father is the general manager of Haida Trading. He is definitely tall, rich, and handsome. It's not surprising that he comes here. Zhang Xian, your love rival has appeared. Yan Shuqing is our Meng Ming's die-hard pursuer. Sun Tian said to Zhang Xian with a smile. Junior, don't listen to Tian Tian's nonsense. Yan Shuqing and I are not familiar with each other. Xia Meng hurriedly explained, fearing that Zhang Xian had misunderstood her, and then she glared at Sun Tian fiercely. Sun Tian stuck out her tongue at Xia Meng. Xia Meng has completely changed since Zhang Xian appeared. Okay, I understand. Zhang Xian laughed in silence, but some subtle changes occurred in his heart. Senior, why are you so nice to me? He couldn't help but asked in a low voice. You guess. Xia Meng said arrogantly, but in her heart she was saying, silly boy, if you hadn't saved me when I was a kid, I would have drowned. It's a pity that I have remembered you all these years, but you have completely forgotten me and even found a girlfriend. I'm so angry. After Yan Shuqing finished shouting, he was embarrassed to find that Xia Meng had no intention of paying any attention to him. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Although it was a bit embarrassing, Yan Shuqing still didn't want to give up such a good opportunity. He walked over and said, Meng, are you here to look at cars? I know the general manager here. If you want to buy a car, I can ask him to give you the biggest discount. Thank you, we still have things to do, so we'll go get busy first. Xia Meng didn't even smile and directly refused. Only then did Yan Shuqing notice Zhang Xian beside Xia Meng. He had been outside the school all this time and had not noticed what was happening in the school at all. When he saw Xia Meng and Zhang Xian so close to each other, his eyes widened instantly and he thought it was impossible. Is he blind? Xia Meng, that is the coolest goddess in everyone's heart. When have you ever seen her so close to someone? Moreover, the other party is a man. He and Xia Meng went to the same high school. He had been pursuing Xia Meng for 3 years, but she had never given him a good look. Why did that boy do that? Yan Shuqing couldn't help but follow. Chapter 20. That Porsche is really nice. Everyone, let me tell you, you can't buy a car that's too cheap. 500,000 is a barrier. Don't buy a junk car below 500,000. Not only is it uncomfortable to sit in, it also smells. Yan Shuqing talked boastfully. What I came to pick up today is an Audi S6 LTFSI, which is not very expensive, just over 560,000 yuan. I originally wanted to pick up the Porsche 911 Turbo S 3.8T top-of-the-line version, but unfortunately there are too many people eyeing that car. Even though I have prepared the money, I am still late. The car has already been reserved by a mysterious rich man. So I just bought a car worth 560,000 yuan. When the Porsche 911 Turbo S 3.8T top-of-the-line version is available, I will buy another one. Yan Shuqing said with a look of regret. His voice was not low, and those who were looking at the cars in the hall looked embarrassed. Looking at the car in front of them that they had longed for, they didn't know whether to look at it or not. Some people wanted to beat up Yan Shuqing, the big-tailed wolf, but when they heard Yan Shuqing mention that he wanted to buy the top-of-the-line version of the Porsche 911 Turbo S 3.8T and had already prepared the money, they suppressed their anger. That car costs more than 3 million yuan. They can't afford to offend anyone who can afford such a luxury car. Yang Ming felt extremely disgusted when he heard this. This bastard wanted to show off, but he shouldn't do it here. Originally it was a very happy thing to come here to pick up the car, but after hearing what this bastard said, Yang Ming suddenly felt that his beloved car was not so attractive anymore. You know, it took him a lot of effort to get his parents to agree to buy him this car. Meng, what car are you here to see? Yan Shuqing asked with secret pride. The salesperson next to him couldn't help but click his tongue. It was true that birds of a feather flock together. The friends around the rich are all rich people. After hearing what Yan Shuqing said, the salesperson answered on his behalf. Mr. Yang bought a modified BMW 5 Series 530 Li executive model. Oh, this one is not bad either. You have good taste, brother. But the Porsche is better. Yan Shuqing paused when he heard this. He originally wanted to show off, but looking at the way Zhang Xian and his group were dressed, he thought it would be good enough for them to buy a car worth at most 100,000 yuan. After all, there are not many students who can afford to buy a car during college, and being able to buy a car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars is enough to show off in front of everyone. But he didn't expect that Yang Ming's net worth was also quite high, and the price was almost the same as his car. I couldn't help feeling a little depressed. I wanted to show off but failed, so I immediately changed the topic back to the Porsche. As for what he said about having the money ready, it was of course just bragging. He bargained for this Audi for a long time, and even caught his father with evidence of having an affair, before his father agreed to buy him one. But that doesn't stop him from bragging. Well, that Porsche is really nice. Zhang Xian interrupted and he remembered why the name of this car dealership sounded familiar. Wasn't he the car that the system gave him parked in High car dealership? Doesn't he this mean that the Porsche 911 in the store is his? Brother Xian, why are you just going along with this bastard? Haven't you seen enough of him pretending to be cool? Yang Ming was speechless. Brother, you're also interested in that car? But that car, I think with your ability, you should be able to buy one after working hard for decades. Don't mind it, brother, I'm just joking. Yan Shuqing saw the cheap clothes Zhang Xian was wearing and made fun of him. Junior, do you like that kind of car? I have an idle one at home. It's just sitting there anyway, so why don't you take it and drive it for fun? Xiamang looked at Zhang Xian seriously. Yan Shuqing. The smile on his face was extremely awkward. Damn, who is this guy? Why did he get the attention of the school beauty? He has good looks and money, so how can he not compare to the pretty boy in front of him? When the people in the hall heard this, their eyes towards Zhang Xian immediately changed. It turns out he's a gigolo. No future. I despise gigolos who live off their wives the most. A group of people were whispering, feeling extremely jealous. Damn it, how come such a good thing can't happen to me? What's wrong with me? Their eyes looked at Xiamang even more passionately. They didn't expect that the school belle was not only beautiful, but also had such a rich family. Meng, what you said is wrong. Men should always have dignity. If this brother still drives your car after what you said, wouldn't that be shameless? Yan Shuqing was burning with jealousy. Why? He has been pursuing Xiamang for so many years, why does Xiamang always ignore him but take such good care of a little punk? In this case, he said it first. He didn't believe that Zhang Xian was so shameless as to drive Xiamang's car. Zhang Xian was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that the school beauty would have such a luxury car. However, he had his own car, so there was no need for him to drive Xiamang's car. Senior, no need. Zhang Xian smiled at Xia Meng. Having such a beautiful woman treat him so well, Zhang Xian's heart was not made of iron, so of course he would be deeply moved. Unconsciously, Zhang Xian's gaze towards Xia Meng changed. When Xia Meng heard Yan Shuqing's words, she immediately frowned and angrily shouted, "Get lost! We are here to look at the car. What does it have to do with you? Do you need to give us orders?" You. Yan Shuqing didn't expect Xia Meng to be so ruthless. He immediately felt embarrassed and his expression changed rapidly. Finally, he left in shame. Zhang Xian. Everyone. No one expected Xia Meng to show such a side of her. Everyone's impression of her has always been gentle and graceful. However, this kind of school beauty is more down to earth and closer to everyone's lives. Junior, it's all that person's fault. I don't mean to look down on you. Xia Meng pouted and wanted to explain, but she found that she, who was usually eloquent, suddenly became speechless when facing Zhang Xian. It's okay, I know what you mean, but I really don't need it, I have my own. Yan Shuqing did not walk far. In his heart, Xia Meng was his designated wife, and he would never allow Xia Meng to stay with an unknown boy. When he heard what Zhang Xian said at this moment, he immediately sneered. In his opinion, Zhang Xian said this on purpose in order to pretend in front of Xia Meng that he was not interested in Xia Meng's family's money. But he had to admit that Zhang Xian was indeed a formidable opponent. Boy, I won't let you succeed. Yan Shuqing followed quietly behind. Fuck, brother Xian, really? Get it and let me drive it for 2 days. Others may not believe it, but Yang Ming and the other two do. Just 1 day into school, Zhang Xian's spending exceeded 100,000 yuan. Moreover, Zhang Xian didn't even frown when he spent the money. He was definitely not just trying to show off. Okay, the Porsche in this car dealership should be mine. We can go take a look later. Zhang Xian said that the system would never make mistakes. Keep pretending, and wait and see how you end up. Yan Shuqing, who was hiding behind, became even more disdainful of Zhang Xian. Chapter 21 Mr. Zhang is here. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, Xia Meng was stunned. In her impression, Zhang Xian's family conditions were not very good. Moreover, over the years, she had asked people to inquire about Zhang Xian's affairs, but had never heard that the Zhang family had become rich. Wang Shui and the other two looked at Xia Meng. Previously, Zhang Xian spent more than 40,000 yuan to buy clothes for Xia Meng without even frowning. Now he has a luxury car. Is the Zhang Xian in front of them the same Zhang Xian that Xia Xianyo was talking about? On the way, they asked Yang Ming and others. The 4 of them had gaming laptops given to them by Zhang Xian. A computer cost more than 10,000 yuan. Such a generous person is definitely not the same person as Xia Meng. My dear brother Xian, of course I'll look at your car first, not my shabby car. After hearing that the Porsche in this car dealership belonged to Zhang Xian, Yang Ming no longer had the heart to look at his own car. Originally, he was very much looking forward to the BMW 5 Series, but when he learned that Zhang Xian had a Porsche 911, he immediately felt that his car was not so attractive anymore. The saleswoman was a little confused when she heard Zhang Xian's words. She turned around and looked at Zhang Xian and asked hesitantly, "Are you Mr. Zhang Xian?" "Yes, it's me. When can I pick up my Porsche?" Seeing that the female salesperson could accurately call out his name, Zhang Xian was sure that the Porsche was his. "Hello, Mr. Zhang. I just tried to call you but couldn't get through. I didn't expect you to come in person. Please come this way." The look the saleswoman gave Zhang Xian almost melted him. I didn't expect that the boy with the most inconspicuous clothes was the richest one among them. "Mr. Zhang, our manager has been waiting for you." After hearing what the saleswoman said, everyone no longer had any doubts. Xia Meng widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Zhang Xian in disbelief, her heart filled with astonishment. Could it be that the detective agency she found was deceiving her? I was so angry. Her Zhang Xian was so outstanding, but that detective agency actually lied with open eyes. "Miss Xia, didn't you say that Zhang Xian's family conditions are very ordinary?" Wang Shui walked to Xia Meng and asked in a low voice. "Humph, need I say more?" Meng Meng must be afraid that we will snatch her Zhang Xian away, so she deliberately said something unbearable about Zhang Xian. She's so sinister. Meng Li and Sun Tian pouted and rolled their beautiful eyes. TSK. Xia Meng straightened herself up, then looked at Meng Li and Sun Tian. "You want to snatch my junior, do you have the conditions?" Meng Li and Sun Tian looked at their own size and became discouraged. So angry. Xia Meng would expose their shortcomings. In fact, their breasts were also very big, but compared with Xia Meng's, they were indeed a little smaller. I really don't know. The last survey was a year ago. Maybe Uncle Zhang's family got rich in the past year. Xia Meng didn't care. She loved Zhang Xian as a person. She liked him whether he was rich or not. But she would be happier if her future husband's family was richer. Upon hearing this, the three of them gave Xia Meng a thumbs up. In order to pursue someone, she even used a detective. How awesome! Let's go and see my Zhang Xian's new car. Xia Meng's beautiful eyes were full of anticipation. Yan Shuqing, who was following behind, felt uncomfortable all over. Is Zhang Xian really rich? No, I can't just give up like this. Yan Shuqing strengthened his belief that their family's development had reached a bottleneck and that they had to rely on external forces if they wanted to move forward. The Xia family is a good choice, not to mention that Xia Meng's appearance is like a fairy. She can help the family and marry such a beautiful woman as his wife. The entire Yan family supports him. The manager's office of Sihai car dealership. Old Ding, are you kidding me? I finally got a new car, and you told me that it had already been reserved. Didn't I tell you half a year in advance? I don't care, I want to take this car. After waiting so long for the new car, he wanted to drive it and spend a night with the beautiful lady with a beauty mole. But when he got there, the manager of the car dealership, Ding Taisheng, told him that the dealership had made a mistake and the car already had an owner. Wasn't they playing a trick on him? Su Maokai was so angry that his whole body was shaking. I'm sorry, old Su. Don't be angry. I will definitely keep the next one for you. This one was not sold by me. It was sold by the headquarters a long time ago. It was just shipped to me and asked me to deliver it on your behalf. Ding Taisheng smiled bitterly. He had already released the news and thought it was a quota given to him by the headquarters. He didn't expect that someone placed an order directly from the headquarters. I don't care. What about your reputation, old Ding? Talk to that guy and ask him to give up the house. I can offer you a 100,000 yuan premium. How about that? I won't let you work in vain. A 50,000 yuan reward is good enough for me, right? Su Maokai had already made such a big statement, even posting it on his circle of friends. If he didn't mention the car, he would be embarrassed. He felt bad about the premium of 150,000 yuan, but it was worth it to be able to buy this car. The relationship between the two countries has not been very good during this period, and trade exchanges have been affected. It is not easy to get a car like this. Ding Taisheng smiled bitterly when he heard this. Did he think he didn't want to? He just doesn't have that ability. Su Maokai noticed Ding Taisheng's expression and asked hesitantly, can't do it? Ding Taisheng nodded. The headquarters is talking about the boss of Tao Yuanzhu. Gudong. Su Maokai swallowed his saliva, his eyes widened, his body trembled, and his heart skipped a beat. The owner of Tao Yuanzhu. This person is enough to shock the entire Dongshan city. This person has remained very mysterious over the years. Except for the senior executives of Tao Yuanzhu, I'm afraid no one has ever seen this boss. So, Lao Su, I can only say sorry for what happened today. It's okay, it's okay. Since it belongs to that person, it's not something you can control. Alas, I can only say that this car and I are not destined to be together. Old Su, I have good news for you. The bilateral relations have eased now. By then, this Porsche will become an ordinary car again. By then, I'm afraid you, old Su, won't like this car anymore. Su Maokai sneered when he heard this. Isn't this nonsense? Why is he so obsessed with this car? Isn't it because it is rare? Besides, it's not just this car that is hard to buy. All luxury cars priced over 3 million are hard to buy. Old Ding, when will that person come to pick up the car? Can you? Everyone wants to meet this boss, and Su Maokai is no exception. If he can get to know him, his future will be much easier. Ding Taisheng didn't dare to respond carelessly. If it was any other matter, he would have agreed to it, but since it involved that person, he didn't dare to agree to it carelessly. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Manager, Mr. Zhang is here. Upon hearing this, Ding Taisheng's eyes lit up and he stood up excitedly. The female salesperson was a little confused when she saw Ding Taisheng like this. Ding Taisheng didn't have the heart to pay attention to the female salesperson. Only when you have a certain status in Dongshan City can you understand why he was so excited. Please come in. Ding Taisheng's heart beat faster and he didn't care about Su Maokai standing beside him and immediately went out to meet him. Su Maokai's expression changed rapidly. Finally, he gritted his teeth and followed. He knew that this was an opportunity, but if the other party had a bad temper, he would be doomed. He is risking his own destiny. Zhang Xian and his group walked in. Manager, this is Mr. Zhang. The saleswoman introduced. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Ding Taisheng was stunned when he saw Zhang Xian's expression and glanced at the female salesperson. Could this be a mistake? Boss, are you so young? It's him. When Su Maokai, who was following behind, saw Zhang Xian, he was dumbfounded. Chapter 22, School Beauties Also Panic Sometimes. Mr. Zhang, your car purchase contract and invoice. Although Ding Taisheng had some doubts in his heart, he did not say it directly. After all, it was related to the boss. What if the young man in front of him was the boss's descendant? Here. Zhang Xian remembered the system's reminder, recited it silently in his mind, and took out the car purchase contract and invoice in his hand like a magic trick. Everyone didn't see clearly where Zhang Xian took it out from, and thought he had already had it in his hand. Ding Taisheng took it and looked at it carefully. After a while, he returned the item to Zhang Xian respectfully. Mr. Zhang, please follow me. As they spoke, a group of people walked towards the garage. When they passed by Yan Shuqing, no one paid any attention to him. Yan Shuqing was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Could it be that the car really belongs to that guy? But why is that boy dressed so poorly? Is this how people play nowadays? Pretend to be poor on purpose, and then enjoy the feeling of slapping someone in the face? Su Maokai was also dumbfounded, his heart pounding. Oh my god, he actually wanted to do something to Mr. Zhang before. Isn't this like an old man eating arsenic and seeking death? Did Mr. Zhang glance at me just now? What does Mr. Zhang mean? Is he mad at me? Su Maokai was extremely conflicted. However, Zhang Xian didn't know what he was thinking, because he didn't even notice the existence of such a person just now. Fuck, that's so cool. Brother Xian, you must lend it to me for 2 days. When everyone saw the red car, they fell in love with it at first sight. Even Wang Shui and the other 2 girls, who knew little about cars, were fascinated by it. Take it. The car dealership had already completed the license plate procedures and all, so they could just drive away. Zhang Xian threw the keys to Yang Ming. Numa, brother Xian, I love you so much. Yang Ming directly threw his car purchase contract to Zhang Xian, and then the 3 LSPs got in the car and drove away. Hey, these 3 bastards. Wang Shui and the other 2 were very depressed, secretly sighing that men are really uncontrollable and don't want girls anymore when they have a car. They had originally wanted to ride in a luxury car, but it seems that's not possible today. Mr. Zhang, this is. Ding Taisheng asked in confusion after seeing their unique car purchase contract. Oh, my friend bought a BMW 5 Series from you. Here is the purchase contract and invoice. Zhang Xian handed it to Ding Taisheng. Oh, Mr. Yang is your friend? I'm sorry, Ding didn't know about it beforehand. Go and return the 50,000 to Mr. Yang. How can we earn money from Mr. Shang's friend? Ding Taisheng looked at Zhang Xian flatteringly. No matter what the relationship between Zhang Xian and the mysterious boss was, he just had to curry favor with him. Thank you very much. Although Zhang Xian was a little surprised why the manager was so polite, it was also a good thing to help Yang Ming, the LSP, save 50,000 yuan. You're welcome. Ding Taisheng was flattered and extremely excited. Then I'll drive away. It's up to you. All the formalities have been completed. Zhang Xian got in the car and Xia Meng immediately got on the passenger seat. Hey, Junior, help me fasten my seatbelt. Xia Meng's beautiful eyes narrowed into a slit. Wang Shui and the other 2 watched in silence from behind, being really caught off guard by the dog food being fed to them. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and suddenly, he leaned over and stood in front of Xia Meng. This action instantly made Xia Meng's whole body stiffen. Her beautiful eyes widened and she looked at Zhang Xian in disbelief. Feeling Zhang Xian's breath hitting her body, Xia Meng suddenly became nervous and her pretty face slowly turned red. Senior, you asked me to. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment, and feeling Xia Meng's nervousness, he gave up his next move. Did he misunderstand Xia Meng's meaning? Was Xia Meng just joking with him? I'm sorry, I thought you were serious. Zhang Xian apologized immediately, saying that his behavior just now was indeed a bit reckless. Xia Meng originally wanted to tease Zhang Xian, but based on Zhang Xian's previous performance, he would probably shyly refuse. However, no one expected that Zhang Xian would actually obediently fasten her seatbelt. Senior, I'm starting the engine, please fasten your seatbelts. Zhang Xian said this, and without waiting for Xia Meng to say anything, the car started and drove towards the school. Even after they entered the school and returned to the dormitory, Xia Meng had not yet recovered from retention. Wang Shui and the other two followed Xia Meng carefully. This girl has been confused ever since Zhang Xian's action. They were a little confused. Hadn't this girl been clamoring to pursue Zhang Xian? How come Zhang Xian obediently fastened her seatbelt, but this girl became like this? Xia Meng doesn't really like Zhang Xian? That's absolutely impossible. Not only were they college classmates, they also attended the same high school. Over the years, they had never seen Xia Meng take the initiative to approach a man. But what was going on here? Moreover, it was Xia Meng who took the initiative to ask Zhang Xian to fasten her seatbelt. Meng, what's wrong with you? Mengli couldn't help it anymore, so she walked to Xia Meng and asked in a low voice. Zhang Xian actually wants to fasten my seatbelt for me. Ahaha, is he moved by me? Xia Meng suddenly jumped up excitedly, her face flushed. Wang Shui. Mengli. Sun Tian. Sister, is your reaction time so long? Judging from the way you looked just now, Zhang Xian probably thought you were scared. The three of them looked at Xia Meng in silence. Is this still the cold and aloof school belle? What is the difference between Xia Meng and those little girls who are at a loss when they first come into contact with love? Meng, Zhang Xian isn't your first love, is he? Mengli suddenly asked. She didn't believe it when she said it. Xia Meng has been the goddess in the eyes of thousands of boys since high school. The flowers and love letters she receives every day can hardly fit into her school bag. Such a beautiful girl, has she never been in love? Why are you asking this? Hey, with the look on my face just now, will he think I rejected him? Xia Meng suddenly became nervous. Wang Shui and the other two looked at each other and sighed inwardly. It's over, this girl has completely fallen this time. Who would have thought that such a beautiful girl is so pure and innocent when it comes to love? You know, this girl is a talented girl who can stir up the stock market in Dongshan City. No, I have to explain this to Zhang Xian. She finally got some response from Zhang Xian, the straight man made of vibranium. If Zhang Xian rejected her again because of what happened just now, where could she go to cry? Sorry, the number you dialed is powered off, please try again later. When Xia Meng heard the cold voice coming from the microphone, her pretty face suddenly turned panicky, and there were even tears in her beautiful eyes. He turned off his phone. Is he angry? No, I have to go find him and explain everything to him. I can't live without him. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Meng rushed out. Wang Shui and the other two slapped their foreheads. It was over. This girl really became stupid. Chapter 23, School Beauty Confesses in Public. Brother Xian, thank you. After returning to the dormitory, Yang Ming and the other two LSPs took turns driving around the school and showing off. Each of them asked for the WeChat numbers of several girls. We're brothers, why be polite? Zhang Xian fiddled with the new computer, activating the system step by step. Brother Xian, what's wrong with your phone? I can't get through. Fong Shiming asked. Oh, it's out of battery and turned off. It's charging. Zhang Xian. Come down. As he was speaking, a female voice suddenly came from downstairs in the dormitory. Zhang Xian, I'm not rejecting you. I want to be your girlfriend. I've been thinking about it from the beginning. How could I reject you? Zhang Xian, please stop being angry, okay? Come out, I want to see you. Boom. Hearing this voice, all the boys in the freshman dormitory leaned their heads out to look over. When they saw who was downstairs, they were shocked. Fuck, it's the campus beauty of Xia University. The school beauty came to see that guy named Zhang Xian again. Damn it, what kind of spell did that bastard cast on the school beauty? The school beauty actually ran downstairs to confess her love. I'm so jealous of this bastard. Not only were the freshmen in the dormitory shocked, someone also filmed this scene and uploaded it to the campus forum. At this moment, the entire Dongshan University was in an uproar. That's awesome, Brother Xian, my sister-in-law is here to confess her love. Fuck, Brother Xian, did you do something in your previous life? Why do all the good things happen to you? Yang Ming and the other two looked at this scene in shock. At the beginning, there was a popular young actor who asked out a school beauty in public, but was rejected by the school beauty directly. Unexpectedly, the school beauty now took the initiative to ask out a relationship in front of so many people. When a girl does this for a man, it means she loves this man to the extreme. Zhang Xian was also stunned. He didn't expect Xia Meng to do this. Zhang Xian, please come down, I was wrong, There was already a tone of crying in Xia Meng's voice. Brother Xian, what are you waiting for? Come down. Wang Chang roared. Zhang Xian clenched his fists and ran down immediately. There is a girl who loves him to the core. What right does he have to refuse? When he came downstairs, a group of people had already gathered in front of the dormitory building. These people were all looking at Xia Meng, who was in the center of the shocked crowd. Zhang Xian is a bastard. He dared to make the school beauty so sad. He deserves to die. Damn, where's Zhang Xian? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Is he looking for death? Someone couldn't bear to see Xia Meng's pitiful appearance and shouted angrily. Looking at Xia Meng surrounded by the crowd and seeing her pitiful appearance, Zhang Xian felt a pain in his heart, but also some inexplicable sweetness. Is this the taste of love? This was an unprecedented experience. Zhang Xian couldn't help but walk towards the girl, but there were too many people in front of him and he couldn't squeeze in at all. Senior. Zhang Xian was outside the crowd and couldn't squeeze in, so he had to shout loudly. I'm here. Zhang Xian, you, please make way. Hulala. The people blocking Zhang Xian immediately made way for him, and through the passage, Xia Meng finally saw Zhang Xian. A smile finally appeared on her tear-stained face, and then she ran into Zhang Xian's arms. Zhang Xian raised his arms, not knowing where to put them for a moment. Feeling the girl's body trembling in his arms, he was completely touched for a moment. He sighed softly and hugged the girl tightly with both hands. Wow! Xia Meng cried loudly, feeling so aggrieved yet so excited. Senior, stop crying. I'm not angry. Zhang Xian was at a loss as he had never dealt with such a thing. Xia Meng is like a blank sheet of paper when it comes to feelings, and so is Zhang Xian. In his previous life, he had been a bachelor for more than 20 years. On the second day after he came to this world, he was pursued by a girl like this. How could he have experienced such a situation? Okay, I won't cry anymore. Don't be angry and don't ignore my calls in the future, okay? Xia Meng hugged Zhang Xian tightly, nestled in Zhang Xian's arms, looked at Zhang Xian eagerly, and begged. Okay. Senior, can we go somewhere else? Here, surrounded by the crowd, Zhang Xian felt like an animal in a zoo, and the kind that was going to be beaten. No, you can't leave. We want to see the school beauty. Some people started to make a fuss. They couldn't accept that the school beauty they had liked for a long time was just leaving with someone else. Where to go? Somewhere where there are no people? They shuddered at the thought of such a scene. Would you please get out of the way? Xia Meng was so anxious that she didn't care about anything. Only then did she notice that there were people all around her. She immediately felt embarrassed. The beautiful woman's words were still effective. As soon as Xia Meng finished speaking, someone immediately made way for her. Xia Meng lowered her head, hiding her exquisite and perfect face. She looked extremely shy, yet cute. Zhang Xian quickly took Xia Meng away. Came to an empty corner of the school library. Xia Meng, who was originally carefree, became shy and didn't dare to look up when facing Zhang Xian alone. Senior. Yeah. Xia Meng lowered her head and responded in a mosquito-like voice. If the two of them were not so close, Zhang Xian would not be able to hear her voice. Why do you like me? Zhang Xian looked at her and asked the questions in his mind. I just love you. I've loved you for a long, long time. Xia Meng said this in a firm tone, but when she noticed Zhang Xian's gaze, she lowered her head shyly. Very early? Zhang Xian was flipping through his memories. He was pretty sure that he had never seen Xia Meng before. He has been living in Bincheng, while Xia Meng is from Dongshan City. The two live in two different cities and have never met each other. But looking at Xia Meng's expression, she didn't seem to be joking. When Xia Meng saw Zhang Xian's puzzled look, she felt anxious and angry. Zhang Xian didn't seem to take his childhood memories to heart at all. "Junior, am I your girlfriend now?" Xia Meng asked nervously and expectantly, looking at Zhang Xian with her beautiful eyes. Zhang Xian smiled at Xia Meng. "Senior, I just ended a relationship, and I'm not sure if I can accept you right away, but I'm sure that my feelings for you are different from others. Can you give us some time?" Just 2 days after traveling through time, Zhang Xian got a girlfriend who was as beautiful as a fairy. He always felt that all this was so unreal. He was afraid that this was all fake. Good. When Xia Meng heard that Zhang Xian felt differently about her, her heart started pounding. "Let's go back, it's getting late." "Good." Xia Meng stretched out her hand. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment and grabbed the hand in his own. The two smiled at each other and walked outside. Xia University's campus beauty confesses her love to Zhang Xian. "Who is Zhang Xian? Let me explain it to you. I am the disciple of the love saint Zhang Xian, and I will teach you 18 ways to pick up the school beauty." The entire campus forum exploded, and I heard that even the server rented by the school was paralyzed. Chapter 24. The principal knows everything. This night, Zhang Xian, who was in love for the first time, suffered from insomnia. The next day when he lined up on the playground, he appeared with a pair of panda eyes and yawned continuously. Yang Ming and the other two LSPs looked at Zhang Xian jokingly, with smiles in their eyes. "Zhang Xian, step out." The instructor frowned when he saw Zhang Xian like this. "What's wrong with you?" Reply to the instructor, "I'm fine." "Nothing? How did you get these precious protected animal eyes?" Ha ha ha. All the students in the class were trying hard to hold back their laughter when they saw Zhang Xian's expression. After hearing what the instructor said, they really couldn't help themselves and burst into laughter. Some of them even couldn't bear to laugh anymore and knelt on the ground with stomachache. "What are you laughing at?" "Everyone, stand at attention." Everyone had to stand at attention. The instructor walked up to Zhang Xian and said, "Young man, don't neglect your body. Stay up late to play games? Read novels? Movies? The reason why the school lets you do military training is to give you a good physical fitness and enhance your collective consciousness. Zhang Xian, look at yourself. Roll over there and sit for a while." "Yes, thank you, instructor." Zhang Xian saluted the instructor and walked under the shade of the tree. As soon as I sat down, a fragrant breeze blew over me, accompanied by the sound of high heels. Zhang Xian looked up and was stunned for a moment. "Sister Gu." The next moment, a piercing pain came. Gu Qingqing twisted his ears twice. "Okay, you ignored my words, didn't you? Follow me." Gu Qingqing held Zhang Xian's ear and walked towards the principal's office. Wherever he passed, everyone looked at him with respect. Zhang Xian was extremely embarrassed. No wonder Gu Qingqing was called Aunt Gu. She was beautiful, but she was really strong. Ordinary men could not conquer her. "Sister Gu, spare me, Sister Gu. Let go, it's coming down." Zhang Xian begged for mercy. "Humph." Although Gu Qingqing let go of her hand, her face was sullen and she was obviously very angry. "Hey, Sister Gu, where are you taking me?" Zhang Xian asked with a shameless face. He didn't understand how he had offended this she-devil. "Didn't I tell you not to date Xia Meng? What did you do yesterday? Everyone knew about it." Gu Qingqing said, pretending to pinch Zhang Xian's ear again. Zhang Xian immediately hid aside, wondering in his heart, can't he date the school beauty? Why? Fuck. Auntie Gu is awesome. Auntie Gu's lover was taken away. Are you here to question me? When students passing by saw the scene, the misunderstanding became even greater. In their view, twisting ears is a form of flirting between lovers. What are you looking at? Gu Qingqing shouted angrily with her eyes wide open. Boom! No one ran away around in an instant. Zhang Xian. Sister Gu, you are awesome. Zhang Xian gave Gu Qingqing a thumbs up. Stop talking nonsense. You and Xia Meng have made such a big deal that even the principal knows about it. Let me see how you explain it this time. Gu Qingqing pouted and scolded. If she didn't speak, her charming appearance would give people a sense of elegance and charm, but when she spoke, the principal is looking for me? This is a university. It's not illegal to have a relationship and it doesn't violate school rules, right? Zhang Xian frowned. Isn't this a matter between him and Xia Meng? If you were looking for an ordinary person, the school would certainly not care about you, but who asked you to look for Xia Meng? Does Xia Meng have any special identity? Why can't it be her? Zhang Xian was puzzled. He was very confused the last time Gu Qingqing said it, and this time even the principal came forward. What special identity does Xia Meng have? First, the principal is Xia Meng's aunt. Would she allow someone with bad intentions to get close to her niece? Second, in 2 days, Xia Meng will represent our university in the Olympic mathematics competition. It's a world-class competition and she will win glory for the school. The school will not allow anything to affect Xia Meng's grades. When Zhang Xian heard that the principal was Xia Meng's cousin, his head suddenly became big. He hadn't made plans to meet Xia Meng yet, so how could this happen so abruptly? Sister Gu, dear sister, can you not go? Zhang Xian stopped. Gu Qingqing looked at Zhang Xian with a half-smile and snorted coldly, aren't you and Xia Meng very brave? You hugged each other in front of so many people and it became a hot topic. How come you don't have the courage to meet the principal? The principal is very pretty and has a good temper. What are you afraid of? Seeing that Zhang Xian didn't want to leave, Gu Qingqing grabbed Zhang Xian's arm and forced him to move forward. Principal's office. Zhang Xian was carried in by Gu Qingqing. The director and deputy director of the finance department, as well as directors of other departments, were all there. Everyone was sitting around an oval table. When Zhang Xian walked in, he was instantly fixed with more than a dozen gazes. They all knew what happened yesterday. Who would have thought that Xia Meng, who is usually like a good kid, would actually propose to a freshman in public? They were shocked when they learned about this. They just couldn't understand why Xia Meng, the goddess-like figure in the eyes of all boys, fell in love with Zhang Xian at first sight. At that time, when the popular young actor Jiang Hanyu came to the school to propose to her, Xia Meng rejected him without hesitation. They were very relieved when they learned of Xia Meng's decision. For college students, studying is the most important thing and emotional matters should be put aside. Xia Meng is the student they trust the most. But why did all this change the moment Zhang Xian appeared? How can this be possible? Xia Meng will represent the school to participate in a competition in 2 days, and they don't want to affect Xia Meng, so they set their sights on Zhang Xian. And they had the principal as their trump card. It was not excessive for the cousin to care about her niece, right? No one could say anything. When Zhang Xian came in, all the leaders paused for a moment. They had to say that this boy Zhang Xian was really handsome. Moreover, there is a kind of temperament about him that makes people feel close to him involuntarily. No wonder Xia Meng, such a good girl, would also be tempted by worldly desires. But what's up with these panda eyes? All the teachers felt a pang in their hearts. Could it be? Damn it, are they too late? Have these two people developed to this point? Once a girl gives her most precious thing to a boy, it will be difficult to separate them. Are you Zhang Xian? Sit down. Principal Xia Qingyan said lightly. Zhang Xian looked over and saw that Gu Qingqing had already sat on the last chair. Where should he sit? On the ground? This is obviously a warning to him. Zhang Xian was helpless. No need, there is no place for me to sit here with all the teachers here. Okay, then stand. Xia Qingyan nodded. All the teachers looked at Xia Qingyan and asked her to get to the point. Xia Qingyan showed a hint of unnaturalness on her fair face. She felt a little embarrassed as a principal to ask such a private question in front of so many people. Zhang Xian, tell the teacher the truth. You and Xia Meng, did you? You didn't do that, did you? Gu Qingqing on the side curled her lips and asked directly. Chapter 25, Trial by 3 Courts. It's such a simple thing. As a principal, he has experienced everything, but he is too embarrassed to ask. Gu Qingqing rolled her eyes at all the teachers. They were so old, yet they couldn't even do such a simple thing. Xia Qingyan. Zhang Xian. All teachers. Shut up. You have to explain your business later. Tang Xiaosheng, director of the finance department, glared at Gu Qingqing fiercely. He was Gu Qingqing's graduate supervisor, and this student both loved and was angry with Gu Qingqing for this problem. Gu Qingqing's learning ability is comparable to Xia Meng's, and she is also one of the seeded players in this school competition, but this girl is equally capable of causing trouble. Yesterday, news broke that this girl drank the millet porridge that Zhang Xian had drunk. He also took Zhang Xian back to the dormitory and stayed there for a few minutes. My business? What's my business? Oh, you mean drinking Zhang Xian's millet porridge? Old Tang, what era is it now? Why are you still so old-fashioned? I'm just mad at Xia Meng. I'm not really attracted to this guy. This guy has nothing good to offer except his good looks. Do you think I'm Xia Meng? While Gu Qingcheng was explaining, she did not forget to belittle Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian was speechless. Old Gu was so unkind. He could just explain it. Why belittle him? Gu Qingcheng. Tang Xiaoxing's face turned black, and the other teachers tried hard to hold back their laughter. They were glad that Gu Qingcheng did not apply for a postgraduate degree under their name when she applied, otherwise they would have been the ones with the headache. Alright, today Zhang Xian is the protagonist. Why are you dragging me into this again? Hurry up and scold this kid. I just scolded him, but he didn't take my words to heart at all and just treated them as bullshit. Gu Qingcheng, if you keep talking nonsense, get out of here. Tang Xiaoxing's face was filled with black lines. Zhang Xian gave old Gu a thumbs up, and Gu Qingcheng curled her lips in disdain, indicating that she didn't need Zhang Xian's flattery. Zhang Xian was speechless. He didn't care. He hoped that Lao Gu would be more helpful so that all the teachers would forget about him. That's enough, principal. You should get down to business first, or else these guys will think that the target of your criticism today is me. Hearing what Lao Gu said, Zhang Xian cursed in his heart. This girl seemed to be a worm in his stomach. How could she guess so accurately? Zhang Xian, Teacher Gu also told you this just now, right? Xia Qingyan coughed, indicating that today's target was not Gu Qingcheng, and then spoke to Zhang Xian. I am Xia Meng's cousin. I am here to talk to you on behalf of the Xia family about the matter between you and her. Our Xia family's attitude towards this matter is that we will not agree to it. The other teachers nodded secretly when they heard this. As expected of the principal, he was straightforward. Okay. Teacher, can I go now? Zhang Xian agreed, but he would not be responsible for anything after he left. Xia Qingyan was stunned. Zhang Xian agreed? Is it so straightforward? Was the promise too perfunctory? Scumbag. Gu Qingcheng glanced at Zhang Xian with disdain and muttered. Zhang Xian, do you agree? The other teachers looked at Zhang Xian and asked, obviously not expecting Zhang Xian to agree so readily. Yes, do you teachers want me to refute your views? Zhang Xian asked. No, but... The director of the finance department looked at Zhang Xian and always felt that things would not be that simple. Zhang Xian, it's not that the school is unreasonable. You are college students now, and the school allows you to date. It's just that this mathematical Olympiad is very important to our Dongshan University and to Xia Meng's personal future. So, if you really want to be good to Xia Meng, don't disturb her during this period. And you have to help us stabilize Xia Meng's emotions and help her get through this period peacefully. The deputy director of the finance department said earnestly. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement on the surface, but he was thinking MMP in his heart. These old guys want to stabilize him first, and who knows what tricks they will use in the future. Seeing Zhang Xian's attitude, the teachers felt uneasy. If Zhang Xian denied everything, they had plenty of ways to deal with it, but no matter what they said, Zhang Xian agreed. What should they do? Gu Qingcheng looked at Zhang Xian's smiling face and thought to herself, little fox. Zhang Xian, can you help the teacher persuade Xia Meng? Okay, teachers, don't worry. I will definitely persuade her to focus on her studies during this period and strive to shine in the Olympic competition and win honor for you teachers. But... Everyone's expressions froze when they heard this, and they stared at Zhang Xian nervously. No wonder he was so easy to talk to, so he was waiting here? They were on high alert, wanting to see what Zhang Xian was up to. Which man can resist a peerless beauty like Xia Meng? Zhang Xian agreed so readily, he must have some purpose. In their opinion, Zhang Xian's purpose is now about to be exposed. Teachers, senior is an individual after all. I cannot make decisions for her. I can only help you persuade her, but I cannot guarantee that she will listen to me. Zhang Xian explained. Little guy, you are shirking your responsibility. Xia Qingyan said speechlessly. How is this shirking responsibility? Principal, if you were sure that the senior sister would listen to you, would you still need to call me here? Zhang Xian looked at them and said. You. Hearing this, the teachers looked at Zhang Xian in shock, not knowing what to say for a moment. Zhang Xian, and you are a student, you spend your parents' money to come here to study, your parents send you here to learn knowledge. Do you think you only want to fall in love? What will you face when you enter the society? What do you think you can do in society with your current abilities? Listen to the teacher and focus your main energy on studying. Just then, Zhang Xian's cell phone rang. Zhang Xian looked at everyone apologetically, then walked to the side of the office and answered the phone. As a result, it accidentally became a loudspeaker. Chairman, the restructuring of Dongshan Industry cannot be delayed any longer. Please come to the company tomorrow. There are some things that I can only handle with your authorization. Bai Weiwei's voice came from the microphone. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment before he realized that he had pressed the wrong button. He quickly pressed the microphone and whispered, "Okay, I'll go over there tomorrow. I have something else to do here right now. I'll call you when I get there tomorrow." "Okay, Chairman." Bai Weiwei on the other side breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Zhang Xian's words. The Qin family was unwilling to have their rights deprived, and taking advantage of Zhang Xian's absence from the company, they have been making small moves in the past 2 days, causing continuous damage to the company's interests. As the general manager of the company, Bai Weiwei didn't want to see Dongshan Industrial disappear like that, so she had to call Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian hung up the phone and then he noticed that everyone's eyes were on him. Chapter 26. What can you do after you leave school, Chairman? The whole office fell into deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at Zhang Xian, who was standing there. Zhang Xian is the chairman of Dongshan Industrial? Some time ago, Dongshan Industrial was acquired. It was a sniper battle so beautiful that it amazed everyone. It can even be regarded as a classic case in the Department of Finance. Everyone is wondering who did all this. From time to time, they marveled at how clever that person's methods were. One professor even suggested finding this person and having him give a speech at school to broaden the knowledge of students in the finance department. They guessed that the traitor who could carry out such a beautiful sniper battle must be an old guy who had been in the business world for many years. Unfortunately, no one knew who that person was until now. Could that person be Zhang Xian's parents? But that is not what Zhang Xian's information says. His parents are just ordinary workers. Boy, you are the chairman of Dongshan Industry. Gu Qingqing looked at Zhang Xian in astonishment and asked the question that all teachers had in their minds. Who of your people was responsible for that sniper attack? All the teachers looked at Zhang Xian hopefully, hoping to get an answer. Zhang Xian was a little stunned. I am the chairman of Dongshan Industrial. As for who did it, I have no comment. The key is this question, he can't answer it. He can't say it was the system that did it. Hearing what Zhang Xian said, all the teachers couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Zhang Xian, we just want to find that person and give a speech at our school. This is very important to our school. As a student of Dongshan University, can't you do this for the school? Having finally found a clue, Tang Xiaosheng didn't want to give up this opportunity. I'm sorry, it's not that I don't want to help, it's that I really can't help. Zhang Xian was helpless. It was the system that did this. How could he make the system appear in front of everyone? Okay, old Tang, don't make things difficult for Zhang Xian. Xiao Qingyan said. She also saw Zhang Xian's dilemma. Teacher, if there is nothing else, I will leave. Goodbye, teachers. After the door closed, all the teachers came to their senses. Thinking of what they had just said to Zhang Xian, they couldn't help but blush. They were still persuading Zhang Xian to study hard, saying that if Zhang Xian didn't study well, he wouldn't have a good job or a good future when he entered society. As a result, he is about to become the chairman of Dongshan Industrial. They would not be so foolish as to think that after the mysterious man acquired Dongshan Industry, he would casually hand over Dongshan Industry to a college student who knew nothing about management. Since such a large enterprise was handed over to Zhang Xian, it means that the person trusts Zhang Xian very much. Xiao Qingchun, what's going on with Zhang Xian in your class? Tang Xiaosheng asked. Gu Qingchun was still in shock. After hearing what the teacher said, she glared at Tang Xiaosheng and said, I've only been his instructor for 3 days. How should I know? But his information says that his parents are ordinary workers, not big shots. If it wasn't given by his parents, then did that mysterious person take a fancy to Zhang Xian's strength? Xiao Qingchun, you should pay more attention to Zhang Xian during this period. It's better to figure out this matter. A star chairman of a large enterprise appeared in the school, and they were both excited and curious. The fact that that person values him so much shows that Zhang Xian is not an ordinary person. There is a great possibility that Zhang Xian is a genius like Xia Meng and Gu Qingcheng. If that were the case, their Dongshan University would be very successful. When they first learned that Gu Qingcheng and Xia Meng had entered Dongshan University, Kyoto University, Mota University, and several other top universities beat their chests and stamped their feet, secretly cursing them for who knows how long. If it is confirmed that Zhang Xian is also such a genius, their Dongshan University will be able to be proud again. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingcheng immediately chased after him. "Wait for me, boy." Hearing Gu Qingcheng's voice, Zhang Xian ran faster. "Boy, if you still want to take a day off tomorrow, stop right there." Gu Qingcheng used her trump card. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian immediately stood there. Damn it, he forgot this point. His weak spot is still firmly in the hands of Lao Gu. "Why don't you run away? Run away!" Gu Qingcheng came up and grabbed Zhang Xian's ears. This scene looked like a young couple flirting with each other. Fuck, who is that warrior? How dare he be with Aunt Gu? Dragon Slayer. Role model for our generation. Model? Do you want to hook up with Aunt Gu too? Get lost, I'm just envious. If Aunt Gu doesn't make a move, who dares to say she's not a beauty? Some people passing by were immediately excited when they saw it, and someone quietly took a picture of it. Sister Gu, please spare me, everyone is watching. It doesn't matter if I lose face, but your image cannot be ruined because of me. Zhang Xian finally understood why everyone was afraid to approach Gu Qingcheng. With such a fierce personality, no matter how beautiful she is, it takes a lot of courage to pursue her, and you also need to have a great body, otherwise she might ruin you in a few days. Gu Qingcheng snorted coldly and disagreed, but let go of Zhang Xian's ear. Do you want to ask for leave? Gu Qingcheng raised her eyebrows at Zhang Xian. I want to, Sister Gu, tell me your conditions. Seeing Lao Gu like this, Zhang Xian knew that he was bound to be slaughtered. Okay, let's go. I'll accompany you to Dongshan Industry tomorrow. That's it? Zhang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He thought it was something difficult to deal with. You agree? Gu Qingcheng looked at Zhang Xian blankly. Yeah, Sister Gu, are you kidding? Of course not. Let's just put it this way. See you tomorrow. Gu Qingcheng quickly denied the matter. After a trip to the principal's office, Zhang Xian became much more sober and returned to the team. Military training during college is mostly about marching in step. Some places also teach some military boxing. At this moment, the instructor is teaching some simple military boxing moves. The boys were very interested at first, but after practicing for an hour, everyone got bored. This was so different from what they had imagined and had no practical use at all, so they were all listless. Everyone, stand at attention. The instructor saw it, burst out laughing, and gave an order. Students, do you feel that this military boxing has no practical significance? Yes. A burly-looking boy shouted. His eyes were full of excitement. He has been practicing martial arts since he was a child, but he has never had a chance to put his skills to good use. Now he finally has the opportunity to show his skills. Zhang Huntao, step out. Zhang Huntao came out. The instructor looked at him and asked, You think military boxing has no practical use? I heard that you come from a martial arts family and have been practicing martial arts since childhood? Yes. Zhang Huntao answered loudly, and took off his shirt, revealing his strong muscles. Wow. Sure enough, the way the girls around him looked at him changed. Zhang Huntao was secretly happy, this was exactly what he wanted most. Please give me some advice, instructor. Hearing this, the students around were all excited. Challenge the instructor. Now there's something good to see. Chapter 27. Zhang Xian was helpless. He didn't want to pretend. Hearing the cheers of the people around him and noticing the attention of the girls in the class, Zhang Huntao's blood boiled. After practicing martial arts for so many years, he finally had a place to put his skills to good use. Maybe whether I can get out of being single immediately depends on this time. Zhang Huntao looked at Zhang Xian provocatively. During this period of time, all the limelight was snatched away by Zhang Xian. Not only did the school beauty come to the school gate to pick him up, but she even confessed her love to him last night. Until now, people are discussing this matter everywhere. Now, it's his turn to be in the spotlight. He has been practicing boxing for more than 10 years. As long as he defeats the instructor, he will let all the girls see what a macho man is. And he's not bad looking, so it should be easy for him to find a beautiful girlfriend. Noticing his gaze, Zhang Xian was speechless. What did this matter have to do with him? Just at this moment, Xia Meng walked towards the side with a bottle of Pocari Sweat. Today, she wore a t-shirt with a heart printed on it and ripped jeans, giving off a youthful and beautiful vibe. Especially the light shining on her, as if she was covered with a golden wedding dress. It's the campus beauty of Xia University. She's here again. Is she here to look for Zhang Xian? Zhang Xian is so lucky to be favored by the school beauty. I heard that the school beauty confessed her love to Zhang Xian downstairs last night, and then they checked into a hotel. How do you know? Don't you see that both of them have a pair of eyes like those of rare animals? Hey, it's true. Damn, Zhang Xian is so lucky, she's the school beauty, even prettier than a movie star. Because of Xia Meng's appearance, there was a sudden commotion in the team, and everyone was talking in a low voice. The boys in the class couldn't help but look at Zhang Xian involuntarily. They couldn't understand what was so attractive about Zhang Xian and why he could win the heart of the school belle. Zhang Xian couldn't help but look at Xia Meng and smiled at her. Xia Meng noticed Zhang Xian's gaze and waved her hands, which immediately caused a huge wave of excitement and made people think about it. Seeing the school belle coming, Zhang Huntao became even more excited. Although he didn't know why the school belle fell in love with Zhang Xian, since Zhang Xian could win the school belle's heart, then he could definitely do it too. Instructor, please. Girls? They all admire heroes. As long as he shows his superb martial arts, I believe no woman can resist his charm. The instructor also saw Xia Meng at this moment. He laughed twice and said, okay, since you all said that military boxing has no practical use, then today I will use military boxing to fight Zhang Huntao for a few moves. Zhang Huntao got ready. Instructor, I have practiced martial arts for many years, but I still can't control my strength. The instructor waved his hand indifferently, indicating that Zhang Huntao could make his move. Zhang Huntao rushed out a few steps and threw a punch. The instructor dodged easily by leaning sideways, then slapped Zhang Huntao on the chest, knocking him back a few steps and causing him to stagger and sit on the ground. Boom! All the students in the class were excited, and even the students from other companies were excited. It's not just Zhang Xian's class, everyone else feels the same way. They all feel that this military boxing is totally useless. The move the instructor just used was the one they had learned, but they didn't expect that it could be used in that way. Zhang Huntao stood up, his face changing rapidly from blue to white. I originally wanted to show off in front of everyone, but I didn't expect that I didn't have to pretend at all, and it succeeded directly. He felt his face getting hot. Puff! When Zhang Huntao looked at Zhang Xian with a provocative look just now, Yang Ming saw it. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help laughing out loud. Brother Xian, isn't this funny? Zhang Xian shook his head slightly. But Jiquan is still very powerful in actual combat, but Zhang Huntao is more good at theory than practice. If someone else comes, it is still unknown who will win or lose. He is now a master of Bajiquan, and he could see Zhang Huntao's problem at a glance. Bullshit, Zhang Xian, stop talking about others behind their backs. If you have the guts, come out and practice. Zhang Xian's voice was very low, but Zhang Huntao had been paying attention to Zhang Xian. When he heard what Zhang Xian said, he immediately became unhappy. It would be fine if other people said that, but he just provoked Zhang Xian, and Zhang Xian said that his kung fu was not good enough. Isn't that a mockery of him? The instructor also heard what Zhang Xian said. He had a good impression of Zhang Xian and said to him with a smile, Zhang Xian, step out. Zhang Xian was helpless. He was just saying it casually and was not mocking Zhang Huntao. Strictly speaking, Zhang Huntao has been practicing Bajiquan for more than 10 years and is quite talented, but he does not have much practical experience. Zhang Xian, I didn't expect you have practiced this before. The instructor said with a smile. No. Zhang Xian immediately replied that he didn't want to fight with the instructor, it would be bad if he hurt anyone. Laugh. Zhang Huntao sneered, I thought you were some martial arts master, but it turns out you were just talking without any pain in your waist. Zhang Xian, if you have the guts, come out and compete. If you don't, just stand in the line and let others bully you. What I hate most is people who talk nonsense. They can't do anything else but talk. Being watched by so many people, Zhang Huntao became a little angry and embarrassed. With Xia Meng around, he vented all his anger on Zhang Xian. Why are you like this? It seems that Zhang Xian didn't say anything bad about you, right? Xia Meng was unhappy. This man was obviously making excuses. He felt that he had lost face and wanted to regain it from Zhang Xian by relying on his martial arts training. Zhang Huntao was even more embarrassed and angry when he heard this. He looked at Zhang Xian angrily. Zhang Xian, is this all you can do to hide behind a woman? Come out and compete with me. Zhang Huntao. Do you know what you are doing? Return to the team. The instructor got angry and scolded. The way other people looked at Zhang Huntao also changed. They say that people who practice martial arts have bad brains. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. It's also Zhang Xian's fault for being too talkative. He obviously doesn't understand anything, but he insisted on saying more. Now he has irritated Zhang Huntao. However, most of those who said Zhang Huntao was unreasonable were girls, while most of those who said Zhang Xian was talkative were boys. At this moment, something happened that no one expected. The expression on Zhang Huntao's face changed rapidly, and then he suddenly rushed towards Zhang Xian. You dare not practice my Bajiquan to the highest level? I will show you whether I have mastered it or not. Zhang Huntao, stop it. Although the instructor defeated Zhang Huntao with one palm, he was still confident in Zhang Huntao's strength. Zhang Xian was right. Zhang Huntao just lacked experience. Otherwise, if he only used military boxing, he would be the one defeated. Zhang Xian is delicate and tender, how could he be a match for Zhang Huntao? Zhang Xian. Xia Meng's beautiful eyes opened wide, full of panic, and she didn't even notice that her pulse had fallen to the ground. Bang! With a muffled sound, a figure flew backwards. Not good. The instructor's face changed drastically. There was a football goal frame there. It would be bad if it hit it. Chapter 28. The School Beauty is here again. Zhang Xian poured his strength into his legs, stomped the ground hard, and ran over with a whoosh. The moment Zhang Huntao fell to the ground, he grabbed him. The whole place was silent. Everyone in the class was stunned, staring at the scene in front of them with gaping eyes. They looked at Zhang Xian in astonishment. Zhang Xian was about 1.75 meters tall and thin, while Zhang Huntao was about 1.8 meters tall and weighed at least 180 kilograms. Moreover, Zhang Huntao launched the attack suddenly, and Zhang Xian was passively fighting back and fighting hastily. Unexpectedly, it was Zhang Huntao who was defeated. Fuck, brother Xian is awesome. 666. Wang Chang and the other two looked on in shock and couldn't help but shout out. Applause broke out in Finance Class 8. The other classes who saw this scene couldn't help but applaud. The instructor breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing happened. If something had happened, he, as the instructor of this class, would be to blame. He looked at Zhang Xian with gratitude. If it weren't for Zhang Xian, he would have definitely received this punishment. I'm sorry, After Zhang Huntao was helped up by Zhang Xian, he was stunned for a while before he came to his senses. He looked at the football goal frame behind him and felt a little scared. With the impact just now, if he hit it, he would definitely be injured. He just couldn't stand the girl's ridicule and lost his mind, which led to his irrational behavior. Even if something happened, it was probably his own fault, because Zhang Xian didn't move from beginning to end. It was just that when he hit Zhang Xian, a huge force came back from Zhang Xian's body, causing him to fly backwards. It was Zhang Xian who saved him. When Zhang Huntao saw Zhang Xian's clear eyes, he felt even more guilty. It's okay. You've been practicing Baji for a while. You just lack experience. I don't mean to look down on you. I apologize for what I said just now. You have also practiced Baji? When Zhang Xian said this before, Zhang Huntao felt that Zhang Xian was humiliating him. However, after what happened just now, if Zhang Huntao couldn't see that Zhang Xian was a master, then he would be really stupid. I've practiced a bit. Zhang Xian smiled slightly. I'll ask you for advice when there's a chance. That isn't like what I just said. It's a serious request. Zhang Huntao blushed and quickly explained. No problem. Zhang Xian said with a smile. Junior, are you okay? Xia Meng didn't care about anything else, ran over and asked. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. Seeing this scene, all the boys around were jealous. It's okay, don't worry. How can I not worry? What would I do if something happened to you? Zhang Xian blushed. He hadn't gotten used to Xia Meng's initiative yet, Hiss. This dog food really caught me off guard. What good things did this kid Zhang Xian do in his previous life? Did he save Lady Bai? Seeing the scene, many eyes began to focus on Zhang Xian and Xiaomeng. Senior, we are still in military training. Don't you have class today? No, that's why I came to watch your military training. Here. Xiaomeng happily handed the bottle of Pocari Sweat to Zhang Xian. Just as Zhang Xian was about to take it, Xiaomeng unscrewed the lid and took a sip, then handed it to Zhang Xian with a smile. Oh. The classmates around burst into laughter. Zhang Xian smiled bitterly, his face turned even redder, and he took it with gritted teeth in front of everyone. Xiaomeng had no intention of leaving, and her beautiful eyes were fixed on him. Zhang Xian was puzzled. Senior sister, you. Take a sip. It's so hot. Aren't you thirsty? Xiaomeng blinked at Zhang Xian, her beautiful eyes full of innocence. It looks like Xiaomeng won tea leave unless he drinks. Zhang Xian had no choice but to take a sip, then Xiaomeng took it and took another sip before walking to the audience seats at the side. The people around looked at Zhang Xian with even more envy. Awesome, this is an indirect kiss in public. Is the school beauty so proactive now? It turns out it's not that the school beauty doesn't love me, it's that I'm not good enough. Did the school beauty already know that Zhang Xian's martial arts were so powerful? Hearing the discussions around him, Zhang Xian could only smile bitterly. Before you know it, you've become the focus again. Good boy, there are talented people in the university. I didn't expect that I was wrong. There are actually 2 Baji talents here. At this moment, a man with a 3-star bar on his shoulder came over. It was obvious at first glance that this man was no ordinary man. Every step he took seemed to be measured with a ruler, and he walked with great vigor. Boss. When the instructor saw the person coming, he immediately saluted respectfully. The man returned the salute, then looked at Zhang Xian and Jiang Huntao. You 2 little guys, it looks like you've practiced before. What's your name? Baiji Jiang Huntao. Jiang Huntao replied with a fist salute. The surname is Jiang. Who is old master Jiang Chonghuan to you? Jiang Huntao's eyes lit up when he heard this. My grandpa. Ha, it turns out to be my nephew. Your grandfather is my master. The man laughed. How is the old master? Jiang Huntao was stunned for a moment, then looked at the man in astonishment and asked hesitantly, Are you junior uncle Zhang Juanxiang? Seeing Zhang Juanxiang nod, Jiang Huntao looked at him with admiration. In reply to Uncle Master, my grandfather is in good health. The 2 chatted for a few more words, and Zhang Juanxiang looked at Zhang Xian. I guess you are from the Lin family of Nanling Baji sect? Zhang Xian smiled and shook his head. The instructor guessed wrong. I learned it by myself, and I have no inheritance. Oh? The man's eyes sparkled. The others were also stunned and looked at Zhang Xian in disbelief. Jiang Huntao has inherited the martial arts from his family and practiced it for more than 10 years, but he is no match for Zhang Xian in one move. Zhang Xian should also have inherited the martial arts from his family. I didn't expect Zhang Xian to say that he learned it by himself. What the hell? 2 hands? Zhang Juanxiang rolled up his sleeves. When the instructors around saw the scene, they knew that their boss was excited by the sight of prey, so they immediately disbanded their teams and surrounded him. Zhang Xian was stunned when he heard this, and then he started to feel itchy. He had never competed with anyone since he acquired Bajiquan, and he didn't know what level of practical experience he had. Jiang Huntao seems to be a master of Bajiquan, so we should be able to test his level. Good. Zhang Xian said this and got into position. Junior. Seeing this scene, Xiaomeng came over again and shouted worriedly. Don't worry, I won't hurt your lover. Zhang Juanxiang's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Don't worry, senior sister. Zhang Xian comforted. Some students took out their cell phones and started taking pictures. You go first. Zhang Juanxiang assumed the starting posture of Baji and signaled Zhang Xian to take action first. Zhang Xian stepped on the ground with one foot, and his whole body was like an arrow shot from a bow, and his right arm rushed forward like a wooden stake. Good boy. Zhang Juanxiang was not to be outdone and also rushed over. Bang! A muffled sound. Everyone even heard the sound of metal colliding and couldn't help but gasp. Is this Bajiquan? What was shown on TV was nothing compared to what they saw today. Chapter 29 Compete with the Instructor. After the muffled sound, Zhang Juanxiang took a small step back. The instructors around were stunned for a moment and looked at Zhang Xian in shock. After this collision, their boss was actually at a disadvantage. After this collision, Zhang Xian's fighting spirit was aroused. He was afraid of hurting the opponent, so he only used half of his strength. The opponent had the same idea. Just now, the opponent restrained his strength, so he was at a disadvantage. Instructor, I'm going to use all my strength, so don't hold back. Good boy, let's have fun today. Zhang Juinxiang was indeed afraid of hurting Zhang Xian. After all, they were competing and Zhang Xian was just a college student. If he couldn't control his strength and hurt Zhang Xian, that would be a big deal. Xiaomang watched from the side, feeling both worried and proud. When did her little man become so powerful? As she watched, she was immersed in it unconsciously. I feel so safe having a boyfriend like this. The two fought back and forth for dozens of rounds, and Zhang Xian's understanding of Bajiquan became deeper. At this moment, he glanced at the sweat on the opponent's forehead and realized that the opponent had reached his limit. He immediately stepped back more than 10 steps. No, instructor, I give up. Zhang Xian clasped his fists and admitted defeat gracefully. The whole playground was silent. Everyone stared at the two of them in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. It turns out that those exciting fighting scenes in the movies are real, and what is shown is far from enough. The fight between these two people is really exciting. Ah, boy, you are really good. Do you have any idea of developing here? Zhang Juinxiang looked at Zhang Xian with eyes full of love for talent. The people around were staring at him in shock. What did this mean? Did they want to recruit Zhang Xian into the team? Instructor, this is Dongshan University. Besides, I still have a lot of things to do. It will be inconvenient to handle many things in the army. Zhang Xian smiled and said. Okay, it's time for dinner, let's disperse. Zhang Juinxiang said with a smile. Oh. A group of people immediately rushed towards the cafeteria like wild horses. Junior, are you okay? Xiaomang immediately ran over and looked at Zhang Xian carefully, fearing that something might happen to Zhang Xian. It's okay, senior sister, let's go eat. Okay. When Xiaomang heard Zhang Xian take the initiative to suggest going out for dinner together, her beautiful eyes narrowed into slits. She was so happy that there was no reason for her to refuse. Boss, you think so highly of that boy? That's right, there are only a few of us who can last this long under your command. This boy's strength is extraordinary. After Mu Qingfeng finished speaking, he still didn't hear Zhang Juinxiang's answer for a long time. He turned around in surprise and saw Zhang Juinxiang's face distorted. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Zhang Juinxiang swung his arms and made a hissing sound. Boss, what are you doing? Mu Qingfeng looked at it blankly. Bullshit, do you really think I won? Zhang Juinxiang looked at Mu Qingfeng unhappily. That guy saw that I couldn't bear it anymore, so he gave up. This guy didn't even use his full strength. Mu Qingfeng was dumbfounded. This. How is that possible? Zhang Xian has become famous again. On the campus forum, the footage of Zhang Xian and Zhang Juinxiang's fight was played 100,000 times in less than an hour. Not only that, some people edited the video into several segments and posted them on Douyin, and the number of likes quickly exceeded 1 million. Of course, many people questioned whether this was a clip from a movie, but this was refuted by many students from Dongshan University. At noon, lying on the bed, Zhang Xian closed his eyes and recalled the battle. Although the system gave him a lot of experience, only by experiencing it personally can it truly be considered his own. After this battle, Zhang Xian's understanding of Bajiquan became more thorough. During the military training in the afternoon, the way classmates looked at Zhang Xian changed, especially the girls, who looked at Zhang Xian as if they wanted to eat him up. Before the military training was over, Xiaomang came here early to wait for Zhang Xian. Seeing this scene, the students around were envious again. Just as the instructor announced the disbandment, Zhang Xian's cell phone rang. When Zhang Xian saw it was Wang Chuan, he immediately answered the call. Mr. Zhang, do you have time tonight? I would like to report to you about Tao Yuanzhu's revenue during this period. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment. How about this? I'll go over there in a moment. Last time, he heard the driver say that Tao Yuanzhu's market value was more than 10 billion yuan. He was quite curious, but he hadn't had time to go and take a look. This time it was a good opportunity to go and take a look. Okay. I'll wait for you here. After Wang Chuan finished speaking, he hung up the phone. What's the matter? Xiaomang looked at Zhang Xian curiously. It's okay, senior sister, don't you have your own things to do? Zhang Xian was quite curious. Xia Meng is a competitor in the school's mathematical Olympiad and will be taking part in the competition in a couple of days, so she should be very busy recently. But these past 2 days, this girl was either chasing him or on her way to chase him, and she didn't show any nervousness at all. No wonder the school was afraid that he would affect Xia Meng's grades. If this continued, Zhang Xian was really afraid that Xia Meng would be ruined because of his existence. Yes, I have. Xia Meng was confused and didn't understand why Zhang Xian asked this. Then why don't you go do your things, senior sister, and always come here to accompany me? Although a talented school beauty like Xia Meng also needs to fall in love, she should keep her public and private life separate. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, Xia Meng pouted. What did Zhang Xian mean? Are you annoyed with her? Isn't she cute? Xia Meng looked at Zhang Xian, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Zhang Xian suddenly felt a sense of pressure and said with a wry smile, forget it, let's go eat. Snort. Seeing that Zhang Xian had given in, Xia Meng, who thought she had turned the tables, snorted, then put her soft little hand into Zhang Xian's hand and just stared at Zhang Xian closely. Zhang Xian had no choice but to bite the bullet and grab Xia Meng's hand. At this moment, he seemed to hear a lot of heartbreaking sounds. When Yang Ming and the other two LSPs saw Xia Meng appear, they knew that Zhang Xian would not go to dinner with them, so they slipped away long ago. Zhang Xian returned to the dormitory, changed his clothes, and then took Xia Meng to Taoyuanju. Junior, aren't we going to the cafeteria? No, let's go to Taoyuanju. Oh. If others heard the name Taoyuanju, they would be overjoyed, but after Xia Meng heard it, she simply said oh and obviously didn't care much. Along the way, everyone was surprised to see the two of them together. Xia Meng was jumping up and down excitedly, looking like a little woman in love. Zhang Xian smiled slightly when he saw this scene. Although he had not been in contact with Xia Meng for a long time, the shadow of this girl was already in his heart and could not be shaken off. Mr. Zhang, you are here? As soon as he entered Taoyuanju, Zhou Yi saw Zhang Xian and immediately came up to him excitedly. His status has now been elevated, and all of this was brought to him by Zhang Xian. Seeing his benefactor, Zhou Yi's body began to tremble. Give me a private room, Zhang Xian said. He couldn't be in the hall with Xia Meng, otherwise he would be like a giant panda and be watched by everyone. Okay, Mr. Zhang, please follow me. Xia Meng? Are you coming here to eat too? Want to join us? At this moment, a loud voice came from the side. Chapter 30. It turns out you are not mentally ill. Xia Meng, are you coming here to eat too? The private rooms here are hard to get. You need to make reservations in advance. Especially in the past 2 days, the service here has improved a lot, so it's even harder to make reservations. I know someone here, so I was able to reserve a private room. A boy wearing a Lakers jersey walked over with a confident and proud smile on his face. Long time no see, how have you been lately? Let me tell you a little gossip. The parents of both sides have been trying to arrange a blind date for us these past 2 days. I found out about it in advance and I rejected it. Are you kidding me? With our relationship, do we really need a blind date? We just came together naturally. Brothers, meet your sister-in-law. The boy in the jersey said proudly to the dozen or so people behind him. Hello, sister-in-law. Ha, Master Lan is awesome. My sister-in-law is so beautiful. She must be the campus belle, right? Nonsense, a girl as beautiful as my sister-in-law is definitely the school belle. Even a blind person would know that. These people are all wearing Lakers jerseys, they should be from a college basketball team. Zhang Xian was slightly stunned. Xia Meng's blind date? Xia Meng looked at the other person, tilted her head and thought for a while, then said, first of all, this is my boyfriend Zhang Xian. Also, who are you? Zhang Xian was slightly stunned and felt so embarrassed that the corners of his mouth twitched. This girl really didn't give him any face at all. As for Xia Meng saying in public that he was her boyfriend, he was used to it and was too lazy to refute it. Lan Junqian was a little confused and felt a little embarrassed. He had just boasted in front of everyone that he would definitely drag Xia Meng to have dinner with them to get to know them. As a result, Xia Meng said to him, "Don't you know him?" Lan Junqian felt his face burning with pain. They had just met a few days ago, and Xia Meng had even smiled at him. How could she not recognize him? It has only been a few days. During these days, he has been thinking about Xia Meng day and night. In addition, based on the opinions of both parents, he thought Xia Meng felt the same way about him. As a result, Xia Meng actually didn't remember him. Wouldn't this make him so embarrassed that he couldn't even find a crack in the ground? He looked at Zhang Xian. Why did this guy get Xia Meng's recognition? He is the most suitable partner for Xia Meng. He, Lan Junqian, is the second young master of the Lan family and the most famous campus idol of Dongshan University of Finance and Economics. Even female stars have publicly expressed their love for him. His popularity is unparalleled. And Xia Meng has the same experience, they are the most suitable couple. What's more, the Xia family and the Lan family are both big families in Dongshan province. If the two families join forces, they can also invisibly enhance the influence of the two families. Lan Junqian found it unbelievable. Xia Meng, think about it carefully. 2 days ago, I went to visit the Xia family with my parents. I played a song for you and you shouted yes excitedly. Think about it carefully? Oh, it's you. Xia Meng finally remembered, so you're not a psychopath. That day, she got the news that Zhang Xian was coming here to study, so she was so excited that she shouted out excitedly. As a result, this idiot kept waving excitedly at her. Xia Meng thought he was a mental patient, but it turned out he wasn't. What? Lan Junqian's expression froze. You waved at me like a fool that day, and I thought. After he finished speaking, the students passing by could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Someone recognized Lan Junqian, the campus hunk from the neighboring Dongshan University of Finance and Economics. He was rich and powerful, and it was said that he had slept with 100 women, and every one of them was totally devoted to him. It was rumored that this guy had slept with 10 people and even filmed a video and circulated it. Xia Meng is the campus beauty of their Dongda University, how could she be involved with such an idiot? Just now they heard that the Xia family was interested in accepting this playboy, and they felt a little sorry for him. They didn't expect that the school belle actually thought he was a psychopath. This is ridiculous. So at this moment, no one could hold back. What are you laughing at? Are you looking for a beating? Damn it! How dare you laugh at Master Lan? I think you are tired of living. These people are all from the Dongshan University of Finance and Economics basketball team. In fact, this team was founded by Lan Junqian so that he can pretend to be cool and seduce girls. Now seeing Lan Junqian being humiliated, these people, as lackeys, are naturally unhappy. Who are you, kid? Don't you know that our Master Lan has taken a fancy to my sister-in-law? Why don't you get out of here right now? Do you want to be beaten? A tall and strong man walked out, glared at Zhang Xian and scolded him. Get out if you dare to cause trouble here. Joey scolded that his boss was bullied and it was his chance to show off. You are just a small lobby manager, how dare you? Shut up, you naughty monkey. Lan Junqian was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat when he heard Ma Tao's words. He knew the strength of Tao Yuanju, so he never caused trouble here. I'm sorry, my brother spoke without thinking and offended you. I apologize to you on his behalf. Lan Junqian was not there to accompany them, but when those people saw Lan Junqian's look, they immediately realized that they almost got into trouble and immediately apologized. Forget it, we are guests, let's go. After all, this is his own place. When guests come, Zhang Xian can't just chase them away, which would affect the reputation of Tao Yuanju. Okay, Mr. Zhang. Joey responded immediately, and then took Zhang Xian and Xia Meng to the private room reserved for him. Zhang Xian, how come you have become so rich in these years? Xia Meng covered her mouth and glanced at Zhang Xian with her beautiful eyes. She almost let the cat out of the bag just now. Fortunately, Zhang Xian didn't understand the meaning of her words. Xia Meng looked at Zhang Xian with an infatuated look. Being looked at like this by Xia Meng, even though Zhang Xian had a thick skin, his face turned red at this moment. Senior. Do you see other people doing the same? No, why would you ask that? I just like you, of course I'm obsessed with you. Xia Meng answered as a matter of course. Zhang Xian. Junior, I really don't know that person just now. Xia Meng suddenly rubbed the corner of her clothes and said. I know. Seeing that the person looked like a stranger, Zhang Xian was not blind, so he could naturally tell. Do you believe me? Junior is so nice, I love you. After hearing Xia Meng's words, Zhang Xian was once again glad that coming here to eat was the right decision. If others heard this, he would turn into a giant panda again. When they were almost done eating, Zhang Xian said to Xia Meng, Senior, I have something to take care of. Please wait here for me. Okay. Xia Meng said obediently. In another private room. The more Lan Junxian thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. Xia Meng was his designated wife, but now someone else had gotten to her first. No, this matter cannot be let go like this. Brothers, how should I treat you? Lan Junxian looked at the dozen or so people from the basketball team who were eating with their mouths full of oil and spoke. Master Lan, you treat the brothers like brothers, nothing can stop you. Tell me, what do you want the brothers to do? I will go through fire and water for you. Okay, brothers, that's what I've been waiting for. In a moment, you. Chapter 31 Junior, do you want to live together? In the manager's office. Wang Chuan told Zhang Xian about Tao Yuanju's profitability over this period of time. Zhang Xian listened without saying anything, but in fact his heart was filled with turmoil. Oh my god, he thought Tao Yuanju was just a restaurant, but he just found out that Tao Yuanju here is not profitable at all, and the purpose is to promote Tao Yuanju. The purpose is to leave an impression in the minds of these college students so that they will remember this name after they graduate and enter society. The industries under Tao Yuanju's name cover clothing, film and television, shopping malls and supermarkets, financial investment and many other industries, with a total market value of more than 200 billion yuan. Wang Chuan called Zhang Xian over for a simple reason: Tao Yuanju had no money. The cash flow in the account is less than 1 billion, which is a drop in the bucket for such a huge industry. After Wang Chuan finished speaking, he glanced at Zhang Xian secretly, wanting to know what solution the new boss had. This could be considered a test of Zhang Xian. If he wanted to help, this matter could be easily resolved. With the connections Wang Chuan had built up over the years, he could still borrow 10 or 20 billion. But he wanted to take this opportunity to see Zhang Xian's strength. If Zhang Xian could come up with the money quickly, he would follow Zhang Xian wholeheartedly and help Tao Yuanju reach the next level. But if Zhang Xian has no other choice, then he can only withdraw. It's not that Wang Chuan was unwanted. His previous boss hired him because he saw his talent. He did not disappoint his boss. Within 10 years, the market value of Tao Yuanju doubled. What's the minimum amount of money you need to make this plate come alive? Zhang Xian pondered for a moment and asked. 30 billion. Wang Chuan deliberately said an extra 10 billion. One reason was that he had found a good project with the extra funds, and the other was to test Zhang Xian's strength. Ding, the God-level selection system is activated. Option 1, get 50 billion in funding. Rewards, appearance plus 10, physical fitness plus 10, spirit plus 10, Wang Chuan's loyalty. Choice 2, reject Wang Chuan. Reward, wealth plus 100 billion, Wang Chuan's betrayal. 30 billion is not a lot. I'll give it to you in 2 days. Is there anything else? Is there any need to choose? Of course he has to choose one. Tao Yuanju has a market value of 200 billion yuan. If it is revitalized, he will have more than 200 billion yuan and also get a general. Although the reward for option 2 is not bad, and he has so much money, Wang Chuan's betrayal is not that important to him. However, Zhang Xian has traveled through time and space and has a system, so his ambition is not just as simple as 100 billion. There's nothing else to do, boss. We have a big funding gap. I hope you can solve it as soon as possible. When Wang Chuan heard Zhang Xian say that 30 billion was not a lot, his face remained expressionless. He did not immediately express his loyalty because of this sentence. He was not a 3-year-old child and he would not believe what Zhang Xian said without seeing the money. Well, you should think of a solution in the next 2 days. I invite you to be the general manager of Tao Yuanju, and you must take on the responsibilities of this position. After Zhang Xian finished speaking, he stood up and returned to the private room. Is the work done? Xiaomang looked at Zhang Xian sweetly and asked with a smile. Well, senior sister, you are from Dongshan and are familiar with this place. Do you know where there are villas for sale here? Getting money? In the past, Zhang Xian would have been shocked when he heard 30 billion. But now, he still has several cards with 1,000-fold cash back. Build a villa and your funding problem will be solved. Villa? Junior, what do you want to do? Xiaomang looked at Zhang Xian in confusion. Could it be? Her pretty face turned red instantly. Zhang Xian is so mean. Didn't he say yesterday that he would wait for 2 days before deciding whether they were suitable? Why are you so anxious now? But living together is fine, since she has decided on Zhang Xian for her life anyway. You have to keep it a secret from your parents, otherwise something serious will happen. Yesterday, her mother called and said that Uncle Wang saw her in Zhangxian. Fortunately, they were not alone. Wang Shui and others were there too. After hearing this, her mother let her go. However, the parents must have been worried, so they agreed to the Lan family's blind date proposal. Nothing, I want to buy a villa. Zhangxian looked at Xia Meng in confusion. What did it mean? Of course, the purpose of buying a villa is to live in it. Does it have other uses? Are you alone? Xia Meng blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Zhangxian hopefully. Senior, can you come with me? Zhangxian teased, with a smile on his face. Although Xia Meng was very brave to confess her love to him, she probably wouldn't dare to do it if she was asked to live with him directly. The next moment, Zhangxian couldn't laugh anymore. Xia Meng was delighted when she heard Zhangxian's words. It turned out that the junior student had some intentions towards her. So happy. So happy. Great. There is a villa area not far from Dongshan University. The scenery is beautiful and pleasant. It's very nice. Xia Meng's face flushed. Was she going to live with Zhang Xian? Zhang Xian. He shouldn't have said that. The two walked out. There was a narrow path between Taoyuanju and Dongshan University. Usually there were many students here, but today there was no one. Xia Meng held Zhang Xian's hand and kept her head down, and did not notice anything unusual. However, Zhang Xian was no longer the same as before and immediately noticed the abnormality. But he did not back out, and he had never offended anyone. He wanted to see who wanted to harm him. Halfway through the journey, Xia Meng realized something was wrong. She looked at Zhang Xian and said, Junior, it seems. Walala. A group of people with masked faces and bats jumped out from both sides. Junior, I'm scared. When Xia Meng saw the scene, she immediately hid in Zhang Xian's arms, looking around with her beautiful eyes. Zhang Xian was speechless. Senior sister, if you want to pretend, just pretend to be more realistic. If you are afraid, then be afraid. Why are you excited? Xia Meng hugged Zhang Xian's waist tightly, smelling the masculine scent emanating from Zhang Xian, and was completely intoxicated. This feeling is so comfortable. Holding Zhang Xian, Xia Meng felt a sense of security and hoped that it could continue like this forever. On the other side, Lan Junqian was full of energy and asked the people around him, You bastard, where did you find these people from? The man called the monkey smiled smugly, Master Lan, don't underestimate these people. They are all gangsters and very ruthless. My cousin controls a gang in there. He heard your name, Master Lan, and agreed to come and help. Lan Junqian smiled proudly, Okay, you did a great job on this matter. You can go out with your brothers and have fun later. The money will be on me. Thank you, Master Lan. More than a dozen people became excited. By the way, have you explained everything to your cousin? Don't hurt Xia Meng, she's your sister-in-law. Don't worry, Master Lan. My cousin is a professional when it comes to this kind of thing. The monkey patted his chest and promised. Okay, wait a minute, it's time for me to show off my prowess. When Lan Junqian saw Zhang Xian and Xia Meng were surrounded, he immediately walked out in high spirits. Chapter 32 Poor Acting. He wanted to be a hero and save the beauty. Although this plot was old, Lan Junqian didn't believe that Xia Meng would not be moved. Wouldn't Zhang Xian be afraid facing a dozen people from society? I guess she is already in a very ugly state at this moment. She must be extremely disappointed to see the perfect man in her mind being so cowardly, right? At this time, he descended from the sky like a god, knocked down more than a dozen people, and displayed his unparalleled prowess in front of Xia Meng. Which beautiful woman could withstand this? He seemed to have seen the scene of Xia Meng throwing herself tightly into his arms. But before he could walk over, he suddenly saw a person flying backwards from a distance. Lan Jun was stunned for a moment, but then he became excited. The monkey was awesome. Was the person he found so powerful? Did he kick the person away? He will have to pay more money later, as he may need it in the future. However, as he walked, Lan Junqian felt something was wrong. Senior, please let go, I can't do anything with you like this. A dozen people were getting closer and closer, and Xia Meng was hugging him tighter and tighter, and Zhang Xian could hardly breathe. Oh. Xia Meng's face turned red and she quickly let go of Zhang Xian's waist. Zhang Xian took a few steps forward, bent his right arm, and slammed into the leader. Bang! The leader flew backwards before he could even finish his words, vomiting bile. Zhang Xian was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, and Bajiquan shone brilliantly in his hands. With every strike, one person would fly backwards. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen people fell to the ground and could not get up. At this moment, a man suddenly ran over with a baseball bat in his hand and shouted from a distance, "A bunch of bastards, get out of here! If anyone dares to hurt my Meng Meng, I will kill his entire family." Zhang Xian looked at the people on the ground, then looked at Lan Junqian who was running over, and remained silent. Is this a hero saving a beauty? Are you stupid? The acting is not up to par. He shouted to save Xia Meng before he even ran over. Who would believe it if people didn't know it in advance? Ah! Lan Junqian felt like a god at this moment, and rushed forward waving a baseball bat in his hand. He swung the baseball bat at Zhang Xian, the only one still standing. Zhang Xian! Xia Meng felt nervous. Zhang Xian kicked the bat and it broke into two pieces instantly. One of the pieces hit Lan Junqian's foot. He let out a cry, hugged his foot and sat on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Are you okay? Xia Meng ran over and hugged Zhang Xian, her eyes filled with tears. It's okay, don't worry. Seeing Xia Meng's worried look, the soft spot in Zhang Xian's heart was completely imprinted with Xia Meng's current appearance. How could he have deserved the love of a fairy like Xia Meng? Senior, let's go. Zhang Xian took the initiative to hold Xia Meng's hand and walked towards the school parking area. Being held by Zhang Xian's big hands, Xia Meng had never felt so happy. Monkey, is this reliable? Everyone was smoking and waiting at the end of the road. Someone wanted to come over, but was immediately stopped by them. What are you doing? Get out of the way, this road is blocked. Are you looking for trouble? This is a road? You say it's not accessible, so it's not accessible? The monkeys thought that the people who came would retreat after they threatened them, but they didn't expect that the person who came was also a fool and directly confronted them. The monkey immediately got angry and grabbed the man by the collar. You want to die, don't you? Bang! The monkey was stunned by a slap in the face. Damn it, you are blocking the road to our Dongshan University at the gate. I think you are tired of living. Brothers from Dongshan University, someone is here to cause trouble. After the shout, nearly 100 people gathered around. The monkeys were dumbfounded. Brothers, this is all a misunderstanding. We were just playing a joke on this guy. Are you kidding me? You just slapped me and chased me away. I called these people here. Beat them up. You bastards, if you dare to bully us at Dongda, I'll beat you to death. Run. What are you waiting for? Just run away first. The monkey and his companions immediately fled in a panic. When Zhang Xian and his group passed by, they were seen by Po Hu and his group. The monkeys were confused. They ran here just to find their cousin and let him intimidate these people. But what the hell is going on now? How come Zhang Xian came here safely? Where are my cousin and Master Lan? Brothers in front, stop them. How dare they bully people from Dongshan University? Okay. Zhang Xian asked Xia Meng to hide aside first, and then he rushed towards the leading monkey. Boom! Puff! The monkey vomited out the coke he had just drunk. Good job. Hit me. A group of people snatched the baseball bats from the monkeys and started swinging them at these people. When Zhang Xian saw that Po Hu and the others were beaten, he grabbed Xia Meng's hand and left. He. In the car, Xia Meng kept laughing. Senior, you don't have to laugh for so long, right? They said Lan Junqian was mentally ill, but he still refused to admit it. He saved the beauty? He is at best a coward. Is this all he could think of? Zhang Xian burst out laughing. The two drove quickly to the Maple Leaf Villa sales area. Maple Leaf Villa District is definitely the most luxurious villa district in Dongshan City. The average price of villas here is around 100 million yuan. The better the geographical location, the higher the price. They arrived quite late, but the sales office was still brightly lit. When I walked into the sales office, I saw a lot of people looking at the properties. The moment they walked in, at least a dozen eyes looked over at them. Zhang Xian took a glance and was surprised to find that Xia Meng seemed unaware of it. He couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that Xia Meng had experienced such scenes so many times that she was used to it. Sir, madam, are you here to look at a wedding house? What kind of house do you like? A sales lady was introducing a bald old man. When she glanced at Zhang Xian and Xia Meng, her eyes suddenly brightened and she immediately greeted them. Sir, do you mind? The sales lady asked the bald old man apologetically. When the bald old man saw Xia Meng, his eyes suddenly shot out with brilliance, and his eyeballs almost popped out. He suddenly felt that the woman next to him was no longer attractive. Compared with Xia Meng, the woman next to him looked like a lady from a roadside nightclub. I don't mind. As he said that, he looked at Zhang Xian jealously, wondering how this guy could have such a beautiful woman. Suddenly, the light in his eyes became brighter. He has plenty of money. As long as he shows a little bit, then Xia Meng. Thinking of this, the bald old man became even more excited. Are there any other villas? If so, take us to have a look. As soon as Zhang Xian opened his mouth, the sales lady and the bald old man were stunned. The sales lady was the first to react, and her gaze towards Zhang Xian became even more passionate. Yes, sir, please follow me. She didn't care about the bald old man anymore. This old man kept glancing at her. If it wasn't for performance, she would have slapped him in the face. Relatively speaking, a handsome guy like Zhang Xian was more pleasing to the eye. Hey, why are you like this? I haven't finished my work yet, why are you leaving? The bald old man was unhappy. Chapter 33 Buying a Villa. Sir, I have been introducing you for the whole afternoon. I have told you everything you want to know. If there is anything else you want to know, can I tell you after I take this gentleman to see the villa? The customer is God. Even though she felt extremely disgusted in her heart, the sales lady had to put on a smile and said, Aren't you looking down on me? You've told me so much, but did you mention the villa? I want to buy a villa too. The bald old man was not happy to be overshadowed by Zhang Xian, so he immediately yelled. What made him even more angry was that since Zhang Xian came, the girl next to him had been secretly looking at Zhang Xian. What does Zhang Xian have? Isn't he just a little more handsome and younger than him? In this day and age, are being handsome and young as useful as money? The villas here cost at least 100 million yuan. He didn't believe that a gigolo like Zhang Xian could afford it. And he just brought his female companion here to show off. He is also good at pretending, and he is even better at it. As soon as the bald old man finished speaking, the girl next to him immediately smiled coquettishly and said, Oh, honey, really? Are you really going to buy me a villa? Zhang Xian almost vomited when he saw this, but everyone has their own aspirations, and he has no right to judge other people's lifestyles. The girl had been paying attention to real estate and trying her best to get the old man to buy her a house. When she heard that the old man wanted to take her to see a villa, her eyes suddenly lit up. The bald old man noticed that everyone around him was looking at him. Even if he was unwilling in his heart, he had no choice but to agree. Of course, as my woman, I must buy her the best. Zhang Xian knew when he heard it that the old man was talking to Xia Meng. Since you all want to see the villa, let's go together. Now that's good, there's no need to offend either party, so the sales lady will naturally be happy. The bald old man walked behind the sales lady, drooling as he looked at her back. That old guy is so disgusting. Xia Meng wrinkled her nose and said in a naive tone. Zhang Xian burst out laughing. Come to the villa area. Zhang Xian was very satisfied with the environment here. The house had already been decorated and the furniture had been purchased, so he could just move in with his luggage. When the bald old man saw the villa, he immediately decided to back out. No wonder the villas here can be bought for 100 million yuan. The prices are not hyped up, but are truly worth the money. The furniture are all well-known domestic and foreign brands, and the vegetation inside has been trimmed by professional landscapers. The villa not only has a swimming pool, but also a rockery. A river flows through here and is dug through the villa area. If you want to fish, you can do it in the small courtyard of the villa. There is also a wooden house built on a tree in the yard, which adds a unique feel. There are also leisure areas, racecourses, and golf areas near the villa area. You can find everything you want to play here. The bald old man has some money, but is he stupid to spend more than 100 million to play with women? The girl next to him fell in love with him as soon as she got here, and she was about to hang on to the bald old man. Honey, this place is so beautiful, how about we buy it? Look at that little cabin, they can give it to you inside. Hee, honey, what do you think? Buy it, the girl screamed in her heart, wishing she could personally force the old man to buy it for her. As long as I can get this villa, it will be worth it to spend as many nights with the old guy as possible. What's the hurry? Take a look inside first. When the bald old man heard what the girl said, he almost couldn't help but slap her. Don't you know what you look like? Bye. How many female celebrities can I play with 100 million? Would I choose someone like you? The beauty next to her is about the same. However, the total market value of his company is only over 100 million yuan. He is not a fool and would not buy it if he were asked to spend all his money to buy this villa. Little brother, what do you think of this villa? Do you want to buy it? He couldn't buy it, and there was no way he would give up such a good opportunity to slap someone in the face. Zhang Xian nodded. Miss, can I go in and take a look? Sure. The sales lady simply ignored the bald old man. She could tell at a glance that the old man didn't want to buy the house at all, and he came to the sales office just to keep the girl steady. That girl was so stupid. An old man like that was simply unwilling to spend money on a woman. In her opinion, the girl would probably get nothing in return. Seeing that Zhang Xian was not giving up and wanted to continue pretending, the old bald man sneered and followed him in. After taking a look at all the rooms, Zhang Xian was basically satisfied. With 9 bedrooms, it would be enough for his parents and sister to live in. Even if he and Xia Meng really got together in the future, so many rooms would be enough for them to live in. The girl who followed the old bald man came in and started shouting and didn't want to leave at all. Honey, let's buy it. It's so beautiful here. Seeing the girl's appearance, the old bald man's eyes showed obvious disgust. Senior, how do you feel about this place? Miss, are there any other villas? It's okay. Mainly because of the girl and the old bald man, Xia Meng felt a little disgusted. At this moment, the girl was already lying on the bed. Even if Zhang Xian bought this place, Xia Meng would still change this bed. There's another one next door with a better view, but the price? The sales lady said embarrassedly. How much is this one? Zhang Xian asked curiously. This building is worth more than 85.88 million, and the down payment is 20 million. If you can pay in full, we can give you a preferential price and charge you 85 million. The old bald man was shocked when he heard this and looked around. It's so expensive. Although he had expected it, he was still shocked when he heard the sales lady say it herself. When the girl lying on the bed heard the price, her face suddenly turned red, her breathing became rapid, her whole body trembled and she fainted, with a water stain on her pants. Hey, call 120. The sales lady panicked when she saw this scene. The old bald man took the opportunity to slip away. He came here just to show off, but the price is too scary. He can't show off, so why not sneak away? Xia Meng was full of contempt. If a woman met a man like this, how unlucky she would be. The girl woke up before the ambulance arrived. When she heard that the old baldy had passed away, she was so angry that her whole body was shaking. After the girl walked away, Zhang Xian and the sales lady couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xia Meng was a little confused. What are you laughing at? The sales lady tried to suppress her smile but did not answer. Zhang Xian explained in a low voice in Xia Meng's ear, and Xia Meng's face gradually turned from confusion to shame. You bad guy. The 3 of them came to another villa, and Zhang Xian was instantly attracted. The previous one was beautiful enough, but it was still a little inferior to this one. Mr. Zhang, the price of this one is a bit higher, but if you can pay in full, I guarantee you can get it for 100 million. By the way, a celebrity lives in the villa next to you. So if you buy it, you will definitely not lose money. The sales lady said with a smile, and just as she finished speaking, she suddenly felt a murderous aura enveloping her. Only then did she realize that there was an extremely beautiful woman beside Zhang Xian. Chapter 34, Kissed by the School Beauty. Xia Meng looked at the sales lady murderously. How abominable. This woman actually said that to her face. Ma'am, please don't misunderstand me. What I mean is that if Mr. Zhang is a fan, it would be convenient for him to get an autograph. After the sales lady finished explaining, she wiped the sweat off her forehead. Mr. Zhang, let me make one thing clear. This villa can only be purchased in full, not in installments. Otherwise, it would be impossible to buy this building for 100 million. The current market price of this building has risen to 150 million. Seeing that Zhang Xian and Xia Meng were a little confused, she explained, in fact, this villa already has an owner, but he has never lived in it. I heard that he had some problems in his business and urgently needed money, otherwise he would not sell it so cheaply. After the three people came in, Zhang Xian immediately liked it. Although the previous villa was decorated luxuriously enough, it was far inferior to this one. Moreover, behind this building is not a rockery, but a real hill, but it has been carved to make it more quiet. In addition, there is a swimming pool built next to it, giving a retro feeling. This time, even someone as quiet as Xia Meng showed a look of delight on her face. Okay, I'll take this one. But I have a request. Sir, please go ahead. The sales lady blushed when she heard that. If this deal was successful, her commission would not be small. They generally won't refuse requests from people like this, even if the other party's condition is their bodies. However, the sales lady did not resist at all to a handsome guy like Zhang Xian. Instead, she was a little excited. The formalities need to be done quickly. It would be best if we could finish it today. Is that okay? Zhang Xian was in urgent need of money, so he made this request. Is that all? When the sales lady heard Zhang Xian's request, she actually felt a little disappointed. What? Can't do it? Zhang Xian frowned, but he didn't blame the sales lady. It was already late at night, and this request was indeed a bit too much to ask. No problem, leave it to me. Can you come back tomorrow? The sales lady patted her chest and assured, wanting Zhang Xian to notice her size. Okay, go sign the contract. Zhang Xian's mind was completely on the villa, so how could he have the time to look at her? Looking around every corner of the villa, this will be his home from now on. Sir, let's go back. The sales lady was shaking with excitement, her breathing became rapid, and she suddenly felt the urge to urinate, but she suppressed her excitement and the deal was done. If she completes this order, she won't have any problem taking a rest this year. After signing the contract, on the way back, Xia Meng suddenly opened her eyes wide and stared at Zhang Xian in a daze, her beautiful eyes full of shock. Zhang Xian found Xia Meng's surprised expression funny. Senior, what's wrong? You just spent 100 million to buy a villa? In the past 2 days, she gradually accepted the fact that Zhang Xian was rich, but this was 100 million. Even if Zhang Xian's family is rich, they wouldn't give him 100 million in pocket money, right? You've always been here, haven't you? Can. Xia Meng just stared at Zhang Xian closely, as if she was meeting him for the first time. Senior, you look so cute like this. When they arrived at the school and stopped the car, Zhang Xian stroked Xia Meng's head with amusement. Oh, you're so annoying. If you keep touching me, I won't grow any taller. Xia Meng said coquettishly, in fact she really enjoyed this feeling. When he was a child, Zhang Xian also liked to rub her head like this. Even if I don't touch you, you still won't grow taller. Zhang Xian laughed out loud. Let's go. I'll take you back to the dormitory. Along the way, the two walked slowly, and unknowingly arrived at the bottom of Xia Meng's dormitory. Xia Meng sighed, wishing that this road could be longer. Junior, I'm here, I'm going upstairs. The next moment, everyone suddenly exclaimed and looked here in surprise. Xia Meng walked to the entrance of the corridor, suddenly turned around and ran back, kissed Zhang Xian in his astonished eyes, and then hurried into the dormitory building. Zhang Xian was stunned until Xia Meng poked her head out of the dormitory and waved to him. He covered the place where he was kissed, and the gentle touch lingered for a long time. Was he kissed? Just like that, Zhang Xian returned to the dormitory and lay down on the bed. Ouch, Brother Xian, my blood and essence are greatly lost. Let's go eat 2 skewers of kidneys to nourish ourselves. How about taking some Luwei Dihuang pills? When Yang Ming and the other two saw Zhang Xian coming back, they immediately joked. However, after they finished speaking, they saw that Zhang Xian seemed to have lost his soul and lay back on the bed like a zombie, completely ignoring their thoughts. What happened? Was you dumped by the school beauty? 3 people immediately came over and looked at Zhang Xian worriedly. Zhang Xian covered his face and still felt a warm and cool touch lingering on his face. This is bad news. Brother Xian is not really being dumped, right? I pinched him just now, but he didn't feel any pain. Was he really dumped? Could this be a trap? Brother Xian just came to school and the school beauty went to the door to pick him up. This is strange, right? Why would the school beauty fall for Brother Xian when they are 2 strangers? Did Brother Xian get all his money scammed out of him? Yang Ming and the other 2 used their rich imaginations to make up one wonderful story after another in their minds. Just then, the cell phone rang. Zhang Xian, who had lost his mind, suddenly had bright eyes. He looked at his phone and saw that the caller ID was Senior's sister. He picked up the phone immediately. Then there was silence for 2 minutes, and neither of them spoke. Yang Ming and the other two LSPs were now certain that there was definitely a problem between Zhang Xian and Xia Meng. Junior, are you angry? Just when Zhang Xian couldn't help but want to speak, Xia Meng's timid voice came. Ah? Zhang Xian was stunned. He didn't speak because he was shy. Being kissed by a peerless beauty was the first time in the world. Zhang Xian had never experienced this before. So he was still a little confused until now. I kissed you, are you angry? On the other side, Xia Meng was feeling anxious, her heart beating fast. Just now, she didn't know what happened to her. She just suddenly wanted to do this, so she did it directly without thinking about the consequences. Wang Shui. Meng Li. Sun Tian. Shocking news. Xia Meng actually kissed Zhang Xian. The three of them jumped out of bed and came to Xia Meng's window, listening attentively, afraid of missing a word. No. Zhang Xian's voice came from the microphone. Just what? Xia Meng asked anxiously. The three of them looked at each other. It was over. The cold goddess lost her mind. I just didn't expect you to do this. I love it. After Zhang Xian said this, his heart beat faster. Yang Ming, fuck. Wang Chang, kiss. Fang Shiming, awesome. Yeah, I like it too. After Xia Meng finished speaking, she hung up the phone, her face flushed red. So shy. Chapter 35, The Fierce Aunt Gu. The next morning, just after 6 o'clock. Zhang Xian's cell phone rang. Brother Xian, what are you doing? Setting the alarm so early. Turn it off now. Otherwise it'll be your turn. Zhang Xian turned off his phone sleepily, but it rang again just after he hung up. Only then did Zhang Xian realize that it was not an alarm clock, but a phone. Hello, who is this? It's me, get out of here right now, or I'll go to your dormitory. Gu Qingqing's loud voice came from the microphone, shocking. Are you sick? What time is it now? Zhang Xian said and hung up the phone. Who is it? Brother Xian. A psychopath called me to get up for no reason and said I couldn't get up, so I came to the dormitory. Come on, we four are still virgins. Oh. The four people in the dormitory fell asleep again. Boom. Just when the four people had just fallen asleep, a muffled sound suddenly rang out, directly confusing the four people in the dormitory. The four of them raised their heads and looked sleepily at Gu Qingqing, who kicked the door open. The next moment. Ah! Yang Ming instantly wrapped himself tightly in the quilt. Wang Chang and Fang Shiming almost fell off the bed. Zhang Xian was not so lucky. Before he could come to his senses, the quilt was lifted off. Sister Gu, you. Zhang Xian was extremely embarrassed. Fortunately, he did not have the same habit as Yang Ming, otherwise he would have been seen naked this time. What about me? Didn't we say we were going to Dongshan Industrial today? Get out of here now. Gu Qingqing sat down, with her right foot on the chair. How could she look like a teacher? She looked more like a female hooligan. Sister Gu, it's only 5:30, can you please let us go? Yang Ming was afraid that his quilt would be lifted off his body like Zhang Xian, so he wrapped himself tightly and begged. You guys continue to sleep, I'm here to find Zhang Xian. Gu Qingqing saw Yang Ming's expression and sneered disdainfully. Why are you hiding? I've seen your weight before. Besides, how much weight do you have? Puff. Upon hearing this, Wang Chang and Fang Shiming couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Yang Ming was so embarrassed that he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Aunt Gu was too aggressive and spoke without any taboos. Sister Gu, can you please go out first? If you do this, Zhang Xian was embarrassed, and he had already decided in his heart that he must stay away from this woman in the future. From this perspective, Senior is better. What? Get out of here right now, or I'll drag you out like this. Gu Qingqing said this and pretended to take action. Zhang Xian didn't care about being shy anymore and put on his clothes in no time. Faced with this unreasonable woman, it would be better for Zhang Xian to do as he was told. So fierce. She is worthy of the title of Aunt Gu. The three LSPs in the dormitory mourned for Zhang Xian in their hearts, and buried their heads in the quilt without any loyalty, pretending that they saw nothing. After washing, Zhang Xian followed Gu Qingqing to the downstairs of the dormitory building, where a 3.6L flagship Honor Edition Grand Cherokee was parked. This car has 286 horsepower, which is very powerful, with a maximum power of 210 kW. If a man has such a car, he will be extremely domineering. Zhang Xian liked this car very much when he was on Earth, but he didn't expect to see it here. The next moment, Zhang Xian was stunned. He saw Gu Qingqing took out the car key and pressed it. The car beeped and she got in. "What are you standing there for? Come up." I saw Zhang Xian staring at Gu Qingqing stupidly. "This Grand Cherokee belongs to Lao Gu?" Zhang Xian got into the car and found it was indeed very comfortable. Moreover, the chassis was high and the vision was much better than his Porsche. "Sister Gu, did you buy this Grand Cherokee? What's wrong? Is it not possible? Can't I buy a luxury car? Okay, that's great. Can you lend it to me for 2 days next time?" Zhang Xian said with a shameless face. "Okay, cut off contact with Xiameng, and I'll lend it to you for 2 days." Gu Qingqing said jokingly. Zhang Xian's face turned dark. Why was this woman competing with Xiameng? "Sister Gu, have you eaten?" "I haven't eaten yet." "I'll give you one chance, a chance to treat a beautiful lady to a meal." Gu Qingqing brought Zhang Xian to the stall in front of the school gate, and several owners greeted Gu Qingqing enthusiastically. Zhang Xian looked at Gu Qingqing in surprise. He didn't expect that Gu Qingqing had such a side to him, which he had never seen in school. The breakfast was a simple one consisting of soy milk and fried dough sticks. After eating, the two drove to Dongshan Industrial. Inside a hotel, Ding Taisheng, Su Maokai, Qin Zhengyang and several beauties were lying on the bed in a mess, with great results. The box of Viagra on the table was all eaten. At this moment, Qin Zhengyang's cell phone alarm rang. Ding Taisheng and Su Maokai also opened their eyes, and Qin Zhengyang signaled all the women to leave. "Old Qin, you really know how to have fun." Ding Taisheng rubbed his aching waist and felt dizzy every time he took a step. Qin Zhengyang laughed loudly. "These are all little stars on the 18th line. Brothers, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but if you want to play, you have to play openly. If you're afraid of this and that, what's the point of playing?" With the strength of the two brothers, as long as they spread the word, not to mention these 18th tier celebrities, even 2nd and 3rd tier celebrities will scramble to climb into the beds of the two brothers. Su Maokai smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I'm too old to do this anymore. The future belongs to the young." Ding Taisheng also nodded in agreement. "Yes, even the boss is training his own successor, so we should also start to delegate power to the next generation." Qin Zhengyang was stunned when he heard this. "Two brothers, did you really see the boss's son?" Upon hearing this, Ding Taisheng shook his head, then nodded. This scene made Qin Zhengyang even more confused. Su Maokai took over the conversation and said, "Old Ding and I are not sure whether the young man is the boss's son, but to be able to hand over such a large industry to that young man, even if the young man is not the boss's son, he must have a close relationship with the boss. My son is about to graduate from college. I want him to learn from me slowly. When he graduates, I will give him a small 4S store and let him work on it for a few years. Then I will give him all my assets. I don't want to play anymore. I can't afford it when I'm too old." Ding Taisheng said with a smile, and Su Maokai nodded, indicating that he also planned to do so. "Alas, my two brothers are fine, but I can't leave some family property to Xiaotian, so I need your help. As long as you help me, Zhang Yang will be grateful." Qin Zhengyang didn't expect that because of his momentary negligence, he would be sniped by the other party and lost 50% of the shares. He built Dongshan Industry day by day, and he would never allow others to take it away so easily. Okay. Your brother Qin's business is our business. Since that person has summoned all the directors today, let's meet this mysterious person together," Su Maokai said with a smile. Chapter 36 Ding Taisheng's phone call. "Old Qin, the other party was able to take over 50% of your shares in such a short time. This shows that the other party is very powerful and has bad intentions. Have you ever thought that perhaps the three of us are not a match for the other party?" Ding Taisheng pondered for a moment and said. Qin Zhengyang's face was filled with worry when he heard this. He had also been worried about this problem, but Ding Taisheng and Su Maokai were the last solution he could think of. For the other party to be able to do all this within one day, it not only requires connections, but more importantly, a lot of money. And a large amount of funds is exactly what he lacks most at the moment. Ding Taisheng and Su Maokai looked at each other, their eyes full of contempt. Isn't it you, Qin Zhangyang, who is causing all this trouble? You have been trying to promote a female star and have been dreaming of entering the entertainment industry, which is why all this has happened. In their opinion, this matter was most likely caused by the other party. But this is none of their business. Qin Zhangyang has already promised them enough benefits. As long as the benefits are in place, they will give it a try. If it fails, they will not suffer any loss. Old Ding, do you think it would be possible to ask that person to help with this matter? Su Maokai suddenly said. Ding Taisheng was stunned for a moment, and instantly knew who Su Maokai was talking about. Qin Zhangyang promised them many benefits, and they were tempted, but these benefits were based on their ability to help the Qin family keep Dongshan industry. If the other party is really powerful and they cannot help, then these benefits will naturally have nothing to do with them. If they could get Zhang Xian involved, with Tao Yuanzhu's strength, this matter would naturally be a sure thing, but correspondingly, the benefits they would get would be much less. But Ding Taisheng was not stupid. He immediately understood why Su Maokai did this. If they could get closer to Zhang Xian, they would be willing to do so even if it didn't benefit them at all. In Dongshan province, is there any greater benefit than getting closer to Zhang Xian? That's Tao Yuanzhu. When Qin Zhangyang heard Su Maokai's words, his eyes immediately widened. At this moment, he was willing to do anything as long as it could help him maintain the Qin family's control over Dongshan Industrial. Brothers, what are you talking about? I am so anxious. Su Maokai glanced at Qin Zhangyang and said, Brother, I have a surefire way here, but if you want that person to take action, you may have to pay more. Real? Qin Zhangyang's eyes were gleaming with brilliance, and the only word in his mind was a sure thing. He didn't care about what he had to pay. As long as Dongshan Industrial can be saved, he would be willing to recognize the other party as his father and give up his 4 wives. Who is it? Please give me some advice, brothers. Qin Zhangyang asked curiously. Su Maokai looked at Ding Taisheng, and Qin Zhangyang immediately looked over, his eyes full of hope. Ding Taisheng hesitated for a while and said, he is the boss's successor. I met him once, and he has a kind face. If he is willing to help you, this matter is almost certain. Qin Zhangyang's shoulders slumped when he heard this, and he looked embarrassed. Brothers, to be honest, some time ago, my son Xiaotian accidentally offended Mr. Wang Chuan of Tao Yuanzhu, and I was afraid. He didn't finish his words, but everyone knew what he was afraid of. Hearing this, Ding Taisheng and Su Maokai sucked their teeth and took a deep breath. Fortunately, although their children were arrogant, they had good judgment and had never caused them such a big trouble. If their son could do something like Qin Xiaotian, they would probably cry to death. They had seen some deceptive things before, but this was the first time they had seen such a deceptive thing. Let me give it a try. If that person is willing to help, your offense against Wang Chuan can also be resolved at the same time. The person who just took over Tao Yuanzhu must be eager to achieve certain results. Ding Taisheng said after thinking for a while. Qin Zhangyang's eyes lit up when he heard this. Ding Taisheng dialed Zhang Xian's number. Hello? Zhang Xian's puzzled voice came from the microphone. Hello, Mr. Zhang, I'm Ding Taisheng from Sihai Car Dealership. Oh, it's Manager Ding, what's up? Mr. Zhang, this is the case. I have a friend. Ding Taisheng did not mention Dongshan Industrial. If he said it out before he was sure whether Zhang Xian would help Qin Zhangyang, it would very likely harm Qin Zhangyang. Okay, but not today. I have something very important to do today. Sister Gu, what are you doing? Zhang Xian didn't expect to receive a call from Ding Taisheng. As he was talking, Gu Qingcheng came over and tried to eavesdrop. He turned around and was about to kiss Gu Qingcheng on the face. Gu Qingcheng was stunned for a moment, and her fair and flawless face was immediately stained with a layer of red, but her carefree personality meant that she would never admit defeat, and she said stubbornly. I didn't do anything. Is this your house? I can't stand here? Okay, we're almost there. You must let me follow you later. If you dare to hide from me, be careful that I will tell Xia Meng about this. I got it. Zhang Shan looked at Gu Qingcheng speechlessly. This woman was really fierce. If anyone was favored by her in the future, it would be miserable. He would not even know how he died. Manager Ding, I have something else to do. I'll hang up now. On the other side, Qin Zhangyang heard the voice coming from the microphone, and the expectation on his face turned into frustration. Thank you, Brother Ding. However, with the help of both of you, this matter will not be a problem. Su Maokai sighed softly. He had originally wanted to use this incident to climb onto Zhang Xian's big ship, but now it seemed that his wishful thinking was just a pipe dream. It's almost time, brothers, please follow me. I want to see who this mysterious man is. Qin Zhangyang regained his high-spirited self. The three people went towards Dongshan Industrial. Came to the downstairs of Dongshan Industrial. Zhang Xian stood downstairs, looking up at the building that now belonged to him. Go in. Gu Qingchang was already a little impatient. She didn't believe that she couldn't find any clues that Zhang Xian was attacking Dongshan Industrial. She will definitely be able to find a solution from this so that her next paper will have a solution. The two came to the front desk. Hello, how can I help you? The lady at the front desk asked politely. Zhang Xian nodded secretly. The company's front desk was very polite. I'm here to see Bai Weiwei. We made an appointment yesterday. Looking for Mr. Bai? Sorry, sir, our Mr. Bai is not accepting any appointments. Please go back. The receptionist, who was originally smiling, immediately changed her expression when she heard Zhang Xian's words. Although she was still smiling, it was obvious at a glance that her smile was very stiff. Gu Qingcheng looked at Zhang Xian with contempt, and Zhang Xian felt embarrassed. Chapter 37 Bai Weiwei. Miss, did you see clearly? Bai Weiwei and I have already made an appointment. Zhang Xian was so embarrassed, especially when he saw the mocking look of that woman Gu Qingcheng, he felt even more embarrassed. The receptionist smiled and said, Sir, your method is not very clever. There are at least 8 or 10 people who come to pursue our CEO Bai every day. Others have already used your method. But you did innovate this time by calling in a beautiful woman as your wingman. If it was someone else, you might have been able to get away with it, but not with me. Ha ha ha. Gu Qingchang was already feeling uncomfortable holding it in, and after hearing what the receptionist said, she couldn't hold it in any longer and laughed out loud, pinching her waist in an exaggerated manner. Zhang Xian's face was full of black lines. It seemed that Bai Weiwei was very beautiful, yet she had so many suitors. The receptionist kept calling him you, but he could still see the contempt in her eyes. How embarrassing. He took out his cell phone and dialed Bai Weiwei's number. Hello, Chairman. Bai Weiwei's respectful voice came from the microphone. When the receptionist heard Bai Weiwei's voice and how she addressed Zhang Xian, she was dumbfounded. She looked at Zhang Xian in surprise. Is this young man the new chairman? She immediately took out the appointment form and finally saw the special notes proposed by Mr. Bai on it. She was stunned. It's over, she shut the chairman out. Will she be fired? So worried. But the new chairman is really young, like a college student. Also, so handsome. The receptionist was relieved, her pretty face full of apology. I'm sorry, Chairman, I didn't know you were coming. Mr. Bai has already made a special note of it, but someone just came to pursue Mr. Bai, and Mr. Bai asked me to block it. Manager Bai, I'm at the front desk. I'll come up to find you right away. Zhang Xian smiled at the receptionist and said, It's okay. You did a good job. But you'd better check again next time. If it's a special guest and you turn him away, wouldn't that cause misunderstanding? Right? Chairman, I'm sorry. The lady at the front desk turned pale when she heard this, and thought Zhang Xian blamed her. It's okay, just work peacefully. Is this the way up? You have a great work attitude, keep it up. I'm counting on you. Zhang Xian said as he walked towards the employee-only passage. When the lady at the front desk heard what Zhang Xian said, she was so excited that she almost cried. She looked at Zhang Xian's back and didn't expect that the new chairman was not only young but also had such a good demeanor. After Zhang Xian's back disappeared, the pretty face of the girl at the front desk suddenly turned red. The chairman is so handsome, I love him. Inside the elevator. Gu Qingcheng stared at Zhang Xian so intently that the hairs on Zhang Xian's body stood on end. Sister Gu, we are one family, please don't hurt anyone by mistake. Zhang Xian quickly reminded. Roll. Gu Qingcheng said unhappily. You're just average looking. The way the receptionist looked at you just now, it looks like she's about to swallow you up. Zhang Xian remained silent. For such a question, he couldn't go against his conscience and say that he was not handsome. He would be struck by lightning if he lied. The elevator reached the 9th floor. As the elevator door opened, a woman stood outside. She was about 30 years old, wearing a black women's suit. She was tall, about 1.78 meters tall, almost as tall as Zhang Xian. Her makeup is extremely delicate, with perfect facial features, a fair face, and a pair of big eyes, just like stars twinkling in the night sky, making people fall in love with her at first sight. The black suit tightly wrapped around her body, making her perfect figure even more flawless. It was a true S-shaped curve, and her slender waist seemed like it could be held in one hand. No wonder the lady at the front desk was guarding against him as if he were a pervert. Women like him really need protection. When Zhang Xian was looking at Bai Weiwei was also looking at him. Bai Weiwei almost thought there was something wrong with her eyes. Zhang Xian is very handsome, but too young. This little brat is the mysterious person who completed the sniper battle? She doesn't believe it. General Manager Bai? Seeing Bai Weiwei nod, Zhang Xian introduced with a smile, I am Zhang Xian, this is Mai. Hello, I'm Zhang Xian's sister Gu Qingcheng. Gu Qingcheng took the lead in introducing. Zhang Xian, sister Gu. He was about to explain, but when he saw Gu Qingcheng's fierce eyes, he immediately backed down. This woman doesn't look like a good person at first glance. Chairman, please follow me. Bai Weiwei was amazed by Gu Qingcheng's peerless beauty, but since she also had a peerless beauty, she was not that surprised and brought Zhang Xian to the general manager's office. Qin Zhangyang is unwilling to have his power taken away from him, and has been staying in the chairman's office and refusing to leave, so the chairman has no choice but to come to me. Bai Weiwei said lightly, her voice cold, as if that was just her character. Oh? Zhang Xian was puzzled, but this was also human nature. He had checked on the internet and knew that Dongshan Industry was built by Qin Zhangyang from scratch. It was normal for him to feel a little unwilling to see his company become someone else's. Bai Weiwei glanced at Zhang Xian and instantly understood what he meant. She said, Chairman, this Dongshan Industry was not built by Qin Zhangyang from scratch. It originally belonged to my Bai family, but was taken away by Qin Zhangyang through improper means. Who is Bai Zhangmin to you? Gu Qingcheng suddenly asked. When Bai Weiwei heard this, a hint of panic flashed across her eyes, and when she looked at Gu Qingcheng, there was a hint of fear in her eyes. You investigated me? Bai Weiwei's voice could no longer conceal her anger. Who has the time? I just know that Dongshan Industry was not called Dongshan Industry before, but Bai's Company, Limited. It was a very small company. Later, it was acquired by Qin Zhangyang. Then Qin Zhangyang changed the name of the company to Dongshan Industry, and step by step developed a small company into a well-known enterprise in Dongshan province today. Gu Qingcheng said with a pout. Zhang Xian looked at Gu Qingcheng in surprise. This woman actually knew such gossip. When Zhang Xian attacked Dongshan Industrial stock market, Dongshan Industrial suddenly exposed many scandals about Qin Zhangyang, which immediately caused Dongshan Industrial's stock price to plummet. You did this, right? Are you the daughter of Bai Zhangmin? The moment Gu Qingcheng saw Bai Weiwei, she immediately guessed some things, and all the things that she couldn't understand before immediately became clear. Yes. It's me. Bai Weiwei admitted, and then looked at Zhang Xian, so don't worry, I will wholeheartedly help you drive the Qin family out of this company. However, you have to be mentally prepared. Qin Zhangyang has done too many illegal things over the years, so the company may suffer great losses. But if you believe me, I can guarantee that I can help you make up for those losses within 2 years. Bai Weiwei said with clear eyes. It won't take 2 years, just 1 year will be enough. At this moment, Gu Qingcheng suddenly spoke. Chapter 38 being stopped. As soon as Gu Qingcheng finished speaking, Bai Weiwei immediately looked at Gu Qingcheng. After the brief confrontation just now, Bai Weiwei realized that this beautiful girl was not just a vase, but a very capable person. You're still not ruthless enough. Although I don't know what methods Qin Zhangyang used to deal with your Bai family, it was definitely not a fair method. If that's the case, why are you still so kind to him? Moreover, you should know why Qin Zhangyang's funds were not available in time when the sniper war took place. Leaving a penny to a damned person like him is unfair to those who have been harmed by him. Gu Qingcheng said coldly. Upon hearing this, Bai Weiwei fell into deep thought. Zhang Xian looked at her indifferently. Although Aunt Gu was not very reasonable, what she said was still very reasonable. What he found on the internet also made it difficult for him to feel sympathy for Qin Zhangyang. You know, a person like Qin Zhangyang would definitely try his best to eliminate those bad comments about him on the internet. Even so, Zhang Xian was still able to find so much news, which was enough to show that Qin Zhangyang had done too many disgusting things that were difficult to describe. To show mercy to a man like this is to be cruel to those who have been victimized. Bai Weiwei hesitated for a while, and when she raised her head again, her eyes were full of determination. You are right, I am indeed too soft-hearted. People like him don't deserve mercy. This time, Qin Zhengyang will definitely not be willing to lose, and may seek external help. Chairman, do you have any countermeasures? Bai Weiwei looked at Zhang Xian, and even Gu Qingcheng looked at Zhang Xian curiously. He also wanted to know what Zhang Xian would do. Zhang Xian smiled slightly. Since this is your battle of revenge, then you will be in charge of this matter today. As for how much loss will be, I don't care. As long as Qin Zhengyang can get the punishment he deserves, everything is worth it. Bai Weiwei and Gu Qingcheng were slightly stunned when they heard this. The way the two looked at Zhang Xian changed. You know, if the situation today is not handled well, Zhang Xian's losses will not be just 1 or 200 million, but billions, or even tens of billions. Gu Qingcheng leaned close to Zhang Xian's ear and whispered, Little guy, you are not attracted to Bai Weiwei, are you? That's right, although Bai Weiwei is a little older, her vagina is also bigger. It's normal for you to be attracted to her when you are so lustful. But, you spend tens of billions just to pick up girls, aren't you afraid that Xia Meng will be jealous? Zhang Xian's face immediately turned dark. What the hell was going on? How come this silly girl's mind is only filled with matters between men and women? And everything can be linked to Xia Meng. Xia Meng told him about Gu Qingcheng. Can Xia Meng be blamed for that? It was Gu Qingcheng's boyfriend who fell in love with Xia Meng, but Xia Meng never responded to that scumbag from beginning to end, okay? As a result, the silly girl has been competing with Xia Meng since then. Thank you. Bai Weiwei's eyes were red and she looked at Zhang Xian with gratitude. But I have one condition. Zhang Xian said with a smile. Gu Qingcheng looked at Zhang Xian with a smile, clicking her tongue. She said, this kid Zhang Xian must have taken a fancy to her. All men in the world are the same. All they care about is money and women. There was a hint of caution in Bai Weiwei's eyes when she looked at Zhang Xian, but she was immediately overwhelmed by the desire for revenge. You say. Sign a contract with me, work for me all the time, and promise me that you will restore the company to its peak. I will give you complete autonomy and I will not ask about any of your decisions. I only want results. When Zhang Xian finished speaking, both women were stunned. Is that the condition? What's the difference between this and not putting forward any conditions? Especially for Bai Weiwei, this is not a condition, but it enhances her status in Dongshan industry. Mr. Zhang, are you kidding? Bai Weiwei found it a little unbelievable. Zhang Xian said jokingly, I am a student and I have to focus on my studies. I don't have so much energy to manage things here on weekdays. Of course, I will also restrict you in the contract. Otherwise, if you run away with my company, where can I find you? Bai Weiwei took a deep breath when she heard this, and when she looked at Zhang Xian, her beautiful eyes were full of gratitude. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Zhang. I will definitely not let you down. Seeing this, Gu Qingcheng leaned close to Zhang Xian's ear and whispered, Boy, you are quite skilled. You are about to get a beautiful girl. Zhang Xian. There's something wrong with this woman's brain. He didn't want to date anyone at the moment, he just wanted to make more money. If there is no woman in your mind, you will be a god when you draw your sword. Besides, Bai Weiwei is not his type at all. Just then, it was almost 9 o'clock and the meeting was about to begin. The three of them walked towards the meeting room. At the bottom of the office building of Dongshan Industrial, Qin Zhengyang looked up, his fighting spirit boiling in his heart. Today, he will fight a desperate battle. It's done, Dongshan Industry is still his. If he fails, he will fall into an irretrievable situation. After taking a deep breath, Qin Zhengyang turned around and said to Su Maokai and the others, Brothers, I will rely on you for today's matter. Ding Taisheng and Su Maokai nodded, and the three of them walked into the office building. A man came towards them and came to Qin Zhengyang's side. The two of them whispered to each other. Qin Zhengyang's expression remained unchanged, but people who knew him could see the panic in his eyes. Qin Zhengyang clenched his fists. The mysterious man had come, and that bitch Bai Weiwei had secretly done something against him. Although the company looked calm on the surface, in his eyes it was as if a gluttonous beast had opened its mouth and was waiting for him. Qin Zhengyang knew that this was not a good sign, but at this moment he had no way out. Once he retreated, what would be waiting for him would be an abyss. The two people beside him are his last resort. Maybe he will betray these two people this time, but he really has no other choice. Even if these two people become his enemies afterwards, he will accept it as long as he can get through this hurdle today. He tried hard to overcome the fear in his heart, turned to Ding Taisheng and Su Maokai and said with a smile, "Brothers, follow me." Ding Taisheng sensitively noticed Qin Zhengyang's change. He remained expressionless and walked to Su Maokai, patted him on the shoulder quietly, and signaled Qin Zhengyang with his eyes. Just as the three people walked into the company, they were stopped by the security guard at the door. Bang! Qin Zhengyang was furious and slapped the security guard in the face. "You are so blind, can't you see me?" "I'm sorry, Manager Qin, the company is holding a board meeting right now, so non-board members are not allowed to enter." "I'm not stopping you, I'm stopping the two gentlemen next to you." The security guard who was beaten clenched his fists. The security captain at the side saw that his brother was angry and was afraid that this young man would hurt someone, so he immediately came out and explained with a smile. "Manager Qin? I founded Dongshan Industry and I am the chairman. If I don't come, who has the right to convene a board meeting?" Qin Zhengyang was so furious that he wanted to skin Bai Weiwei alive. Needless to say, this order must have been given by her. Chapter 39, Qin Zhengyang, a man with a strong appearance but a weak heart. "Chairman, don't you know what you did? I put on this dress and got slapped by you, so I won't fight back. But if you take off this dress, I can kill you with that slap." The beaten security guard roared angrily, his eyes turning red with grievance. "How dare you? My company supports your whole family. Without me, would you have this respectable job? I'm here today to take back the position of chairman. When I become chairman again, the first thing I'm going to do is fire you, a stinky security guard." Qin Zhengyang was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He felt like a tiger in plain land being bullied by a dog. He didn't expect that even the security guard would dare to scold him for his work. However, he could not have imagined that in the eyes of others, he looked more like a coward who had no confidence and had to rely on shouting to prove his existence to others. Upon hearing this, the security captain stopped Qin Zhengyang from shouting, and his expression changed when he looked at Qin Zhengyang. "Manager Qin, you'd better save some face. If you become the chairman again, I won't fire you. I'll take my brothers and resign voluntarily. Calling you manager is already enough respect for you. What have you done in the past year? Do you want us to review it for you? If you hadn't been obsessed with women, would Dongshan Industry have become what it is now? Without President Bai, this company would have collapsed long ago. Did you not listen to what my brother said just now? Let me say it again, I am polite to you not because you are worthy of our respect, but because these are the company's rules and regulations. Take off this outfit and I will beat you, do you believe it? If you say another word, I will beat you right away, do you want to try it?" Hearing the noise here, several security guards gathered over. After learning the whole story, the way they looked at Qin Zhengyang changed. "The look made me want to beat him up right away. A bunch of reckless men. I won't argue with you security guards. These two are not outsiders, they are also directors of the company. Here are their equity certificates." Qin Zhengyang was so angry that his whole body was shaking, but facing several fierce security guards, he backed down. "You bunch of dogs, just wait for me, I will definitely fire you." Ding Taisheng and the other man glanced at Qin Zhengyang with disdain. To be a human being like this, Qin Zhengyang was an extreme failure. Even the company's security guards were not convinced, which shows how many unpopular things Qin Zhengyang had done. If a person is disloyal in a company, can such a person really become the chairman again? Even if they help Qin Zhengyang gain a foothold this time, they must withdraw immediately after gaining benefits, otherwise they will surely be dragged down and trapped by Qin Zhengyang, and it will be difficult for them to withdraw at that time. Ding Taisheng and Su Maokai looked at each other, nodded quietly, and reached a consensus at this moment. The security captain took the equity certificates from the two men and knew that Ding Taisheng and the other man were helpers hired by Qin Zhengyang, so he looked at them with an unfriendly look. But they remembered their duties and let him go. Ding Taisheng's eyes lit up. Although these people were just security guards, their qualities were very good. If such people could be trained, they would definitely be of great use. Led by Qin Zhengyang, the two walked towards the conference room. Qin Zhengyang clenched his fists. If he succeeded this time, he would definitely replace all the people in the company. At this moment, Su Maokai suddenly saw a figure entering the toilet. His body trembled, and he said to Qin Zhengyang, "Old Qin, you go in first, I'm going to the toilet." Damn, the drug last night was too strong. Qin Zhengyang had no doubts when he heard this. He knew exactly how much medicine the three of them had taken and how much they had done last night. Ding Taisheng frowned. This didn't seem like Su Maokai. Although this guy is greedy for women and lustful by nature, he is absolutely reliable on key issues. And judging from his appearance, there is definitely something wrong with him. I'll go too. Can you do it yourself, Lao Qin? Ding Taisheng took a few steps and said. Qin Zhangyang frowned, then suddenly relaxed. Isn't this his moment to strike back? Let Bai Weiwei and the mysterious man be proud first, and then his backup will appear and launch a Jedi counterattack. In this way, he can see the unwilling faces of Bai Weiwei and that mysterious man. He wanted to laugh at those people unscrupulously and make them leave his company in disgrace. Thinking of this, Qin Zhangyang started to boast, okay, then I'll go to the meeting alone and take a look at their ugly faces first. Qin Zhangyang said this and strode forward. Enemy, here I come, wait for the burning of my fire of revenge. Ding Taisheng turned and walked towards the toilet. At the toilet door, he saw Su Maokai standing there respectfully. Old Su looked like he was going to meet some leader. Ding Taisheng was not in a hurry to show up, but waited quietly. Who is in the toilet? In the toilet. Junior, what were you doing with that stinky woman Gu Qingcheng? Xia Meng's coquettish voice came from the microphone. I'm here to do something outside, senior, don't you have class? Doing something? What kind of thing? Something between a man and a woman? Why don't you call me? I don't mind a threesome. Zhang Xian almost vomited blood when he heard this. It was such a vicious word. The image of the goddess in his mind was completely destroyed. Whether it was Gu Qingcheng or Xia Meng, they could actually say such vicious words. But Zhang Xian suddenly looked forward to that kind of scene, holding Xia Meng in his left hand, Gu Qingcheng in his right hand, Bai Weiwei riding on. Zhang Xian shook his head. What was he thinking? I actually thought of Bai Weiwei. As expected, every man has a heart that wants to become a scumbag. Okay, senior sister, stop making trouble. I have something important to do. I'll find you when I get back. Alright. Junior, don't attract so many attention. I'm back, I need to check. Xia Meng said in a naive tone. The corners of Zhang Xian's mouth raised involuntarily. It seemed that it felt really good to be cared for by a beautiful woman. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Xian washed his hands and walked out. Mr. Zhang, it's really you. When Su Maokai saw Zhang Xian coming out, his heart skipped a beat. No way, his guess was true, and it was Zhang Xian who acquired Dongshan Industrial? Damn, luckily he just saw it. Su Maokai has always trusted his intuition, so he was careful. Unexpectedly, he bet right again. Who are you? Zhang Xian frowned, the person in front of him looked somewhat familiar. We've met at Dadong Shopping Mall. We've also met you at Sihai car dealership, Su Maokai. When Su Maokai heard that Zhang Xian didn't know him, he didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he introduced himself enthusiastically. Ding Taisheng, who was hiding aside, took a deep breath and pretended to go to the toilet. Mr. Zhang, why are you here? Manager Ding? When Ding Taisheng heard Zhang Xian's name, his mouth almost opened wide. Chapter 40, both of the strong reinforcements were scared away. Manager Ding, why are you here? Zhang Xian looked at Ding Taisheng and Su Maokai in confusion. Suddenly, he remembered what Bai Weiwei said, that Qin Zhangyang would find external aid, and then thought of Ding Taisheng's previous phone call. Could it be that these two people were Qin Zhangyang's external aid? Thinking of this, Zhang Xian's expression became much more indifferent. Mr. Zhang, were you the one who launched the equity sniping war against Dongshan Industrial? Ding Taisheng noticed that Zhang Xian's expression was not right. He panicked for a while, but immediately calmed down. He hasn't done anything to help Qin Zhangyang yet, but the situation can be saved. This is all right, he said. Why are there so many mysterious people in this world? If there is a party that can quietly acquire Dongshan Industry without interference from the higher-ups, it is probably only the boss. In addition, Qin Zhangyang did do a lot of disgusting things in the past year, and the higher-ups not only did not stop him, but also secretly supported him. Otherwise, Zhang Xian would not have been able to take over Dongshan Industrial so quickly. Su Maokai also thought of this at the same time, but his heart was still pounding. After all, he didn't know whether he had left a bad impression on Zhang Xian's mind when he was in the mall and the car dealership. It's me. There is nothing to hide. Dongshan Industrial's affairs will be exposed sooner or later. It's beautiful. It's really beautiful. To complete this in such a short time, I think Mr. Zhang is the only one in Dongshan province who can do it. Ding Taisheng and Su Maokai were flattering Qin Zhangyang, but they were cursing him in their hearts. You bastard, not only did he get into trouble himself, but he also wanted to drag the two of them into trouble as well. Fortunately, they had good eyesight, otherwise they would have become Mr. Shang's enemy by now. One can imagine what the fate would be if they became the enemy of Tao Yuanzhu. Are you Qin Zhangyang's friends? Zhang Xian looked at the two of them with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ding Taisheng and Su Maocai's faces turned pale. If they say yes, their company legal persons and positions will probably be replaced tomorrow. The two men naturally tried their best to deny it. Mr. Zhang, you misunderstood. We heard that the mysterious person in the Dongshan industrial sniper battle would appear here today, so we came here to pay our respects. But we didn't expect it to be you. It's not that we didn't expect it, but we thought that someone like you would not look down on this shabby Dongshan industry. Zhang Xian was about to speak when his cell phone suddenly rang. He saw that it was a call from the sales lady from yesterday. He immediately signaled to Ding Taisheng and walked aside to answer the call. Mr. Zhang, we have something else to do in the company, so we'll leave first. We'll treat you to dinner when we're free. Ding Taisheng's forehead was covered in cold sweat. This time, he was almost killed by Qin Zhangyang. The two men staggered away. Zhang Xian didn't care. The sales lady told him that the procedures had been completed and was waiting for Zhang Xian to pay the balance and sign. Inside the meeting room, Qin Zhangyang was criticized by everyone. His face was full of black lines, but he sneered in his heart. He wrote down all these people's names, waiting for the reversal, and then he would crush them as a winner. I'll let you feel proud for a while, but later I'll make you cry. Half an hour later. Are these two so weak? It takes so long to go to the toilet. Qin Zhangyang frowned, but was not overly worried, because he promised to give so many things that no one could refuse. Faced with everyone's accusations, Qin Zhangyang remained silent. Humph, keep talking. If you continue to be proud for a while, I will make you cry to death later. At this moment, the door of the conference room was pushed open with a creaky sound. Qin Zhangyang's heart was boiling. The two old bastards, Ding Taisheng and Su Maokai, finally decided to come out of the toilet. He stood up suddenly and was about to unleash his might and crush everyone when he saw a young man about the same age as his son walked in. Qin Zhangyang stood there awkwardly, cursing Ding Taisheng and Su Maokai in his heart. Just when he was wondering whose child this young man was, a shocking scene happened. Bai Weiwei and a few others stood up and respectfully shouted to Zhang Xian, Chairman. Qin Zhangyang was dumbfounded. Chairman? Dongshan Industrial was acquired by this young man in front of me? How is this possible? This time, not only him, but all the executives in the company were stunned and looked at Zhang Xian in astonishment. The mysterious man who completed that beautiful sniper battle is the college student in front of us? They looked at each other, not believing their eyes. Zhang Xian smiled at everyone, then looked at Qin Zhangyang who was standing there. There were photos of Qin Zhangyang on the internet, so he recognized him at a glance. Everyone please sit down. Now I will announce a personnel appointment and dismissal. I think Mr. Qin Zhangyang is no longer suitable for any position in the company, so Mr. Qin Zhangyang is relieved of all his positions in the company. No. When Qin Zhangyang heard what Zhang Xian said, his eyes widened with anger. Not only do you want to acquire his company, but you also want to kick him out of the company? How can this be possible? This time, he saw his enemy and it was no longer possible for him to remain calm. He yelled at Zhang Xian angrily. You want to remove me? Do you have the ability to do that? Don't think that you can dominate everything just because you have temporarily gained the upper hand through some sneaky tricks. You didn't expect that I can buy back the shares of retail investors at any time, and I have already invited the 4th and 5th shareholders. Bai Weiwei, I want to thank you. If you hadn't diluted the shares, I really wouldn't have any other way. Qin Zhangyang's hawk-like eyes swept over everyone in the conference room, as if he wanted to remember all their faces. In full view of everyone, he called Su Maokai. Noticing that everyone was looking at him, the smile on his face became even colder and more chilling. The cell phone rang, Qin Zhangyang clenched his fists, and roared in his heart, Su Maokai, hurry up and answer the phone, the time for counterattack has come. Bai Weiwei was shocked when she saw this. The stock market had been a little turbulent in the past 2 days, but it was all bought by retail investors. Although she felt something was unusual, she didn't pay attention to it. But when she saw Qin Zhangyang's look, her heart skipped a beat. Although Qin Zhangyang is a bastard, he does have some real abilities. She looked at Zhang Xian. Noticing Bai Weiwei's gaze, Zhang Xian smiled at her and signaled her to be patient. If he guessed correctly, Qin Zhengyang's so-called strong reinforcements must be Ding Taixing and Su Maokai. If Qin Zhengyang knew that the two men were scared away when they saw him, would Qin Zhengyang still be so hysterical and arrogant? Seeing Zhang Xian's gaze, Bai Weiwei calmed down and then looked at Qin Zhengyang with interest. No one answered? Did Su Maokai fall into the toilet? Qin Zhengyang called Ding Taixing again, and this time it was even more outrageous. Ding Taixing's phone was turned off. He was dumbfounded. Something is wrong. It's impossible for two people to fall into the toilet at the same time. Chapter 41. I am Wang Chuan from Taoyuanzhu. The other executives who had scolded Qin Zhengyang were also shocked when they heard what Qin Zhengyang said. But seeing Zhang Xian and Bai Weiwei so calm, they also relaxed. If the sky falls, there is someone tall to hold it up. The chairman and the general manager are not afraid. What are they afraid of? Seeing that no one answered Qin Zhengyang's call, they laughed. When they heard that the phone Qin Zhengyang dialed was turned off, they almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Old Qin, are you suffering from paranoia? Lao Qin, we do not deny your achievements. Dongshan Industry has achieved certain results under your leadership, but your past success does not mean that you can unscrupulously use everyone's money to fill your own bottomless pit. For the sake of a female star, you have no bottom line and rashly entered the entertainment industry, leaving the company in tatters. Now the company is not just yours. If you want to go crazy, we can't go crazy with you. The directors laughed at each other. Zhang Xian glanced at Bai Weiwei, and Bai Weiwei immediately understood what Zhang Xian meant. These directors had bad character and would be removed afterwards. She nodded. She had wanted to do this for a long time, but she was hindered by Qin Zhengyang. Now if Zhang Xian really handed over the power to her, she could naturally make drastic improvements. Thinking of this, Bai Weiwei's mouth was filled with a sweet smile. It can be seen how happy it is to have someone who trusts you. Shut up, all of you. If it weren't for me, would you be sitting here comfortably now? If it weren't for me, would you still be selling vegetables in the market? Qin Zhengyang pointed at one of them and yelled. Then, he pointed at the other woman and said, back then, you begged me to sleep with you, and I got a little share in your business. Now that you've put on your clothes, you dare to point at my nose and call me a waste. Upon hearing his words, the female director's face immediately turned dark. Bullshit. Qin Zhengyang, don't bite people randomly. I'm talking nonsense. I have kept all the evidence. What? Do you want me to put it online? Qin Zhengyang was angry. Since he had already torn his relationship with others, he didn't care about these people's feelings anymore. He pointed at another person. And you, isn't this the time when you sent your wife to my bed? I don't need to provide evidence now, right? Because you were the photographer at the time, and didn't you enjoy the taste of the green-haired turtle? You even wanted to get your 13-year-old daughter involved. If I hadn't seen that your daughter was still young, I wouldn't know what to call you now. Zhang Xian was stunned. He didn't expect to hear so many exciting things here. Fortunately, all the people who came here today were senior executives, otherwise this scene would definitely be on the headlines of tomorrow's news, and it would even be on the hot search without buying anything. Rich people really know how to have fun. Everyone who was pointed at by Qin Zhengyang instantly became stiff and a look of horror appeared on their faces. They knew that this was Qin Zhengyang's last madness. At this time, no one could provoke him, otherwise they would definitely be bitten by him. You said I have no bottom line? Do you think you deserve it? Qin Zhengyang looked at Bai Weiwei and Zhang Xian. Don't think you're going to win. As he said that, he called Su Maokai again. This time the call was connected, and a smile broke out on Qin Zhengyang's face. Finally, someone was willing to help him. He looked at Zhang Xian arrogantly. This battle was not over yet. But before the smile on his face could fully bloom, Su Maotsai's curse came. Fuck your grandma Qin Zhengyang, you dare to drag me to deal with Mr. Zhang, do you know his identity? You want to kill me, don't call me anymore. After saying that, the phone hung up. Qin Zhengyang was dumbfounded and stared blankly. Gu Qingcheng and Bai Weiwei looked at Zhang Xian in surprise. Although they didn't know who Qin Zhengyang called, the person who could be regarded as a life-saving straw by Qin Zhengyang must be worth a lot of money. There are not many people like this in Dongshan City. Who can make such a person so scared, Mr. Zhang? Who is he, Zhang Xian? Or Zhang Xian's parent? Gu Qingcheng's beautiful eyes narrowed into a slit. It seemed that this student of hers was very mysterious. Well, explore more when you have time. But that's right, who is Xia Meng? She disdains even those movie stars, but she has a special liking for Zhang Xian, a nobody. If this guy doesn't have something, would Xia Meng like him? Gu Qingqing's beautiful eyes curved into a crescent. She seemed to have discovered a new world. Perhaps if she stays with Zhang Xian for a long enough time and follows Zhang Xian's interpersonal relationships, she will be able to find the person who initiated the sniper war. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes lit up. Is the reason why Xia Meng is with Zhang Xian really because she likes Zhang Xian? Could it be that he has the same idea as her? If this is true, then Xia Meng is such a terrible woman. Gu Qingqing looked at Zhang Xian. Otherwise, would he be like Xia Meng, staying by Zhang Xian's side and telling others that she was his girlfriend? Forget it, Gu Qingqing, what are you thinking? Is it worth it to sacrifice your reputation just because you want to find someone? Silly girl. Gu Qingqing shook her head and threw this hateful idea out of her mind. Bai Weiwei's thoughts about Zhang Xian were much simpler. No wonder Zhang Xian dared to hand over Dongshan Industrial to her. It turned out that Dongshan Industrial was nothing to him. She felt a little relieved. The stronger Zhang Xian was, the more secure her rear would be. This way, she can carry out her future good plans without any worries. Mr. Qin, do you have any other tricks? I still have time, you can use them now. Zhang Xian crossed his legs and looked at Qin Zhengyang jokingly. Qin Zhengyang's expression changed rapidly. He didn't want to be kicked out like this, but facing Zhang Xian, he felt powerless. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, flashing with madness, and he made a phone call. If he couldn't keep the company, then he couldn't let this couple get away with it. The worst that can happen is that both sides will be destroyed. Qin Zhengyang's eyes became more and more crazy. Mr. Wang, I'm Qin Zhengyang. I'm offering you a company. Do you want one? Qin Zhengyang turned on the speakerphone and looked at everyone with resentment. Oh? You don't want to give Dongshan Industry to me, do you? A majestic voice came from the other side. What? Mr. Wang can't eat? Qin Zhengyang was like a desperate outlaw who was no longer afraid of anything. What conditions? Save my life. Is it that simple? Give me a sum of money that will ensure I have comfortable food and clothing for the rest of my life. Can. When Qin Zhengyang heard the agreement, he burst into laughter. Looking at Zhang Xian and Bai Weiwei, his eyes were full of teasing and mockery. Mr. Wang, before that, you should discuss it with this gentleman. He is about to expel me from the company. As he said that, he threw his phone on the table. I am Wang Chuan from Taoyuanju. Wang Chuan's voice came from the microphone. Chapter 42. Is there anything else? Keep going, I'm waiting. Boom. The entire conference room was stunned when they heard the voice coming from the microphone. Wang Chuan? The general manager of Taoyuanju? Gu Qingqing frowned. If Taoyuanju intervened, today's matter would be troublesome. Her brows were furrowed tighter and tighter, and she found that there was no solution to this problem. She could only give up the benefits in her hands. If she became a rival of Taoyuanju, even 10 Dongshan Industries combined would not be the opponent's opponent. The two are not players of the same level at all, and Zhang Xian has no qualifications to compete. When Bai Weiwei heard this name, her beautiful eyes turned red. She had been planning for so many years and was finally about to succeed, but then the mysterious Taoyuanju got in the way. She was unwilling to accept this. Could she just watch the culprit who destroyed her family go free? She hates. But she had no choice. Who dares to ignore Taoyuanju? She thought of every possibility, but she never expected Qin Zhengyang to go all out. Ha ha ha. Qin Zhengyang laughed more and more crazily. The other directors didn't care. No matter what the outcome was, Qin Zhengyang was out. Moreover, if Dongshan Industrial boarded the Taoyuanju ship, even if they were kicked out in the end, Wang Chuan would surely give them enough benefits. This is also the reason why Taoyuanju has been so arrogant and domineering over the years, but the higher-ups have always allowed it to exist. Taoyuanju will not do anything illegal or disorderly. It will devour you within the framework of legality and compliance. Hearing Wang Chuan's voice, Zhang Xian was also slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Qin Zhengyang would finally ask Taoyuanju for help. Would it make him seem too inhumane if he laughed out loud at this time? But if he didn't laugh, he would feel uncomfortable. Boy, are you scared now? Pick up the phone, how dare you ignore Mr. Wang? Seeing Zhang Xian's look, Qin Zhangyang thought that Zhang Xian was scared and became more arrogant. Zhang Xian pinched the flesh on his thigh hard, forcing himself not to laugh, and answered the call in front of everyone. I'm Zhang Xian. Wang Chuan on the other side was stunned for a while when he heard Zhang Xian's voice. Mr. Zhang? Why is it you? His voice was full of confusion, and after a moment, he immediately realized what was going on. Dongshan Industry, did you acquire it? Yes, you don't have to worry about this matter. I'll talk to you when I get back. Okay. Zhang Xian hung up the phone and threw it to Qin Zhangyang. Time seemed to have been paused by God at this moment. The air suddenly became very quiet. Everyone stared at Zhang Xian blankly. Bai Weiwei's face still showed reluctance, but at this moment she was filled with astonishment. Those directors were shaking with excitement. It seemed that their new chairman was very powerful and was not even afraid of Tao Yuanzhu. Mr. Wang, who was famous in Dongshan, seems to respect Zhang Xian very much. This is the first time they heard Wang Chuan call someone you. Anything else? Go ahead, I'm waiting. Zhang Xian looked at Qin Zhangyang indifferently. Qin Zhangyang's eyes were full of despair, and he sat down on the chair dejectedly. He didn't understand why Su Maokai said that just now, but now he understood. How could Su Maokai and Ding Taixing dare to help a man whom even Wang Chuan respected? He stared at Zhang Xian blankly, his eyes full of desire, and he seemed to want to say something but stopped himself several times. I have something to announce to everyone. From today on, Miss Bai Weiwei will be the president of the new company. As for the name of the new company, you can discuss it together and work together. I will not interfere with any decision-making of the company on a daily basis. If you have any questions, you can go to Miss Bai Weiwei. Okay, President Bai, continue. I still have things to deal with. After Zhang Xian finished speaking, he motioned for Gu Qingqing to follow him, and then walked out. Bai Weiwei was stunned, then bowed deeply towards Zhang Xian's back. The other directors were stunned for a moment when they heard Zhang Xian's words, and then when they looked at Bai Weiwei, their eyes were full of envy. Everyone knew that Mr. Zhang was going to completely hand over Dongshan Industrial to Bai Weiwei. Everyone's hearts were full of doubts. What was the relationship between Bai Weiwei and Mr. Zhang? They looked at Bai Weiwei suspiciously. Could it be that they were in that kind of relationship? No matter how you look at this scene, it seems that Zhang Xian bought Dongshan Industrial just to give it to Bai Weiwei. Are you willing to spend all your money just to make a beautiful woman smile? Noticing that everyone's eyes were focused on her, Bai Weiwei was stunned for a moment, and then she guessed what everyone was thinking. She did not clarify immediately, but instead gave Zhang Xian a gentle, admiring look at his back. Although Qin Zhangyang was out, none of these directors were easy to deal with. If these people really wanted to make things difficult for her, her plan would be difficult to carry out. It would be better for her to take advantage of these people's fear of Zhang Xian to make it easier for her to carry out her plan. Everyone noticed Bai Weiwei's eyes and thought to themselves, as expected, they guessed right. Qin Zhangyang sat dejectedly on the chair. He had failed completely. This company would no longer belong to him, and he can only watch others take the position of chairman without being able to do anything. He used to be full of vigor and vitality, and others were helpless in the face of him. He didn't expect that he would experience this feeling so soon. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door and a group of people from relevant departments in police uniforms walked in. When Qin Zhangyang saw these people, his heart skipped a beat and he looked at Bai Weiwei in panic. The relevant department personnel looked around and said, "Excuse me, who is Qin Zhangyang? We have something here that requires him to go back with us." Everyone looked over immediately after hearing what was said. Suddenly, a fierce light appeared in Qin Zhangyang's eyes, and he rushed towards Bai Weiwei in everyone's astonished gaze. Don't move! Stop! When several people saw this scene, they suddenly rushed towards Qin Zhangyang and knocked him to the ground. What are you doing? I haven't broken any law. I want to go home. I won't go back with you. Who is your leader? I want to find your leader. Your leader and I are good friends, please let me go. Qin Zhangyang was pressed to the ground, struggling desperately, his eyes full of unwillingness and despair. He couldn't go in. Once he went to the relevant department, it would mean the end of his life. He glared at Bai Weiwei angrily. Bitch, did you call the police? Just wait, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Are you Qin Zhangyang? Here is your arrest warrant. You are suspected of multiple crimes. Come back with us to assist in the investigation. Several people handcuffed Qin Zhengyang and took him away. Gu Qingqing followed Zhang Xian out in a daze, as obedient as a child. Walking behind Zhang Xian, she secretly glanced at Zhang Xian and suddenly found that she was becoming more and more confused about this student. Gu Qingqing just kept glancing at Zhang Xian, her eyes full of curiosity. Chapter 43 I am the boss behind Tao Yuanju. Arriving at the sales office, Zhang Xian looked at Gu Qingqing curiously. Along the way, this silly girl sat quietly in the car without saying a word. This incredible scene actually happened to her. Mr. Zhang. Almost everyone in the sales office was looking forward to Zhang Xian's arrival. 100 million. This transaction amount is not low. What a rich man. Not only the sales lady, but even the vice president of their developer was alarmed and came over after hearing the news. A person who can pay in full for a villa worth 100 million yuan is worth making friends with. There may be a possibility of cooperation in the future. The moment Zhang Xian appeared, the entire sales office was in an uproar. The sales lady came up to them excitedly. Congratulations, Mr. Zhang, Xia, and this lady, you have purchased a new house. It was not until the sales lady got closer that she realized that the beautiful woman next to Zhang Xian was replaced by another one, and her appearance was just as good as the one from yesterday. As expected, she doesn't understand the world of rich people. Rich people are bridegrooms every day. Without money, you can only be a scapegoat. She dressed up specially today because she didn't want to lose too badly to Xia Meng, but compared with this beauty today, she still lost miserably. The vice president looked at Gu Qingqing deeply, envious of Zhang Xian's good luck in finding such a beautiful woman. He walked up to Zhang Xian and introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I'm the vice president of sales here. My name is Zhu Xinho. Please follow me. Everyone came to the general manager's office, and the sales lady diligently took out the contract, pen and ink. Zhang Xian read the contract carefully and transferred the money after finding no problems. Seeing that the transfer was successful, the sales lady looked at Zhang Xian even more passionately. That look seemed to be enough to ignite Zhang Xian. After Zhang Xian signed and put his fingerprints on the document, the villa completely belonged to him. Zhang Xian brought Gu Qingqing to his villa. The moment he opened the villa with the key, his heart was excited. When he was on Earth, he couldn't even afford an ordinary house, let alone a villa like this one. He worked diligently for several years, worked overtime until late at night every day, and lived frugally, but he couldn't even save enough for the down payment on a house. And here, he owns such a luxurious villa and has two companies with a total market value of nearly 300 billion. All of this was brought to him by the system. Zhang Xian clenched his fists excitedly and roared in his heart, System, why this? It is hard to believe that the things described in online articles where people's lives take off in seconds after obtaining the system would actually come true for him. Zhang Xian slumped on the imported sofa, looking up at the shining starry sky. Such a life was something he had never dared to imagine before. Just when he was about to sigh at the beauty of life, he felt a sharp pain in his waist, causing Zhang Xian to gasp. Big sister, what are you doing? You are trying to kill for money. Looking at the flesh on his waist that had been twisted twice, Zhang Xian's face turned black. He glared at Gu Qingqing fiercely. This silly girl had been distracted since she came out of Dongshan Industrial, as if she had gone stupid. No. Zhang Xian stared at Gu Qingqing. Could this silly girl really be stupid? Gu Qingqing looked at Zhang Xian and frowned. Are you really in pain? Zhang Xian was speechless. Sister Gu, aren't you talking nonsense? Twist your flesh and see if it hurts. I heard that this woman had a boyfriend before. How did that man persist? Anyone who can survive 3 rounds at the hands of Gu Qingqing is lucky. Gu Qingqing stared at Zhang Xian and pretended to twist again, but Zhang Xian quickly dodged. Are you really in pain? Gu Qingqing still didn't quite believe it and wanted to verify it. Zhang Xian's face turned black. What the hell, is this even fake? Since you are really in pain, then what happened just now is true. Gu Qingqing's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and she became alert, staring at Zhang Xian closely. Boy, why does Wang Chuan from Tao Yuanju listen to you so much? That's Wang Chuan. Gu Qingqing still hasn't figured this out. In Dongshan City, besides the boss, is there anyone else who can make Wang Chuan make concessions? Is that why you twist my waist? Why don't you twist your own? Zhang Xian smiled bitterly. Why should I pinch myself? It hurts so much when I pinch myself. Do you think I'm stupid? Gu Qingcheng rolled her beautiful eyes at Zhang Xian. What a powerful logic! It left him speechless. Zhang Xian was conquered by Gu Qingcheng's powerful logic. Who are you, kid? Gu Qingcheng came up to Zhang Xian, staring at him with her beautiful eyes full of curiosity. Zhang Xian. Here's your ID card? It's issued by the state, who would dare to forge it? Zhang Xian rolled his eyes at the big tiger girl in annoyance. Who asked your name? What is your relationship with Wang Chuan? Hiss. Gu Qingcheng suddenly gasped and her eyes gradually brightened, as if she had discovered some shocking secret. Zhang Xian, you are Wang Chuan's illegitimate son? That's absolutely true, otherwise how could Wang Chuan be so nice to Zhang Xian? No, even if you are Wang Chuan's illegitimate son, he shouldn't respect you. Wang Chuan addressed Zhang Xian as you, but when it came to Wang Chuan's mouth, it was not just a simple matter of address. The fact that Wang Chuan is so respectful to Zhang Xian shows that Zhang Xian's identity is not simple. The black lines on Zhang Xian's face can be woven into a sweater. What the hell is going on? Is he Wang Chuan's illegitimate son? How did Lao Gu come up with such a ridiculous topic? Zhang Xian really wanted to open Gu Qingcheng's head to see if there was something wrong with this girl's brain. The late kind. Gu Qingcheng stared at Zhang Xian with her big watery eyes, as if she could see something from Zhang Xian's face. Sister Gu, please stop imagining things. I'm going to admit it to you. I'm telling you straight. I'm the boss behind Tao Yuanju. Zhang Xian almost called out Lao Gu's nickname, but fortunately he changed it at the critical moment. Old Gu will know about this sooner or later, so he might as well tell him directly. It will be more convenient to ask for leave from him in the future. Zhang Xian stretched out his arms and lay on the sofa. The sofa was nice. When he goes home for the National Day holiday, Zhang Xian plans to tell his parents the truth and see if they are willing to come here. If not, he will renovate their home and replace the furniture with new ones. Now that he has money, he can't let his parents suffer anymore, right? Zhang Xian looked at Gu Qingcheng with a smile, quietly waiting for the girl to absorb the news. Sure enough, after hearing his words, Gu Qingcheng was dumbfounded, and her beautiful eyes stared at him intently. Zhang Xian smiled slightly. This answer was indeed hard to accept. But there is no way, with the system, he is just so awesome. The next moment, Zhang Xian was dumbfounded. Damn it, if you don't want to say it, forget it. Are you the boss? I'll beat you to death. If you were the boss, I'd take your last name. Gu Qingcheng raised her fist and punched towards Zhang Xian in annoyance. Chapter 44 Good Luck Card. If you don't believe it, forget it. Zhang Xian was speechless. Why did no one believe him when he told the truth? Yang Ming's 3 LSPs were like this, and I didn't expect that Gu Qingcheng, a talented woman, would be the same. So embarrassing. Since these people don't believe it, then forget it. He won't tell them anymore in the future. Anyway, these people will slowly discover the answer themselves. Just at this moment, Xia Meng called again. Hey, Junior, haven't you finished your work yet? Why haven't you come back yet? Will Sister Qingcheng be unhappy that you've been on leave for too long? Xia Meng's soft voice came from the microphone, making Zhang Xian feel refreshed. Looking at Gu Qingcheng opposite, and then thinking back to Xia Meng's voice, it turned out that the campus belle Xia is more suitable to be a girlfriend. How could he be unhappy? I'm with him. Xia Meng, Zhang Xian is so awesome. Gu Qingcheng leaned over and shouted into the phone. Fuck. Zhang Xian was confused and hid aside. This woman went crazy in order to break up him and Xia Meng, and even said such vicious words. Senior, please don't misunderstand. Zhang Xian explained immediately. What misunderstanding, Xia Meng? We are having fun in Zhang Xian's newly bought villa. You didn't know that Zhang Xian bought a villa, did you? The bed here is big and comfortable. We are having a lot of fun here. Gu Qingcheng's voice was so loud that she wished everyone in Xia Meng's dormitory could hear it. Boom! At this moment, a chaotic sound came from the microphone, as if there were a lot of people present. Fuck, Sister Gu is so awesome. I was wondering why Zhang Xian didn't come to the military training today. Turns out he went out to have fun with Sister Gu. Hiss, hiss, he can sleep with his instructor right after school starts. Is Zhang Xian too awesome? Or is Sister Gu too awesome? Sister Gu, right? Sister Gu even went to the trouble of snatching food from Senior Xia in order to compete with Senior Xia for Zhang Xian. Taking Zhang Xian out to get a room, isn't this a small matter? This kind of thing may seem incredible to others, but if it is Sister Gu who does it, then it is very common. Since Zhang Xian is with Sister Gu, then, the campus beauty of Xia University is now unclaimed. We can pursue the campus beauty of Xia University. The classmates in the class quickly uploaded this matter to the campus forum, which caused a huge uproar. In less than half an hour, the number of replies exceeded 100,000. Inside the villa. Hearing the noisy sound coming from the microphone, Gu Qingcheng, who was about to tease Xia Meng, was dumbfounded. Her pretty face turned red in an instant. Xia Meng, where are you? Gu Qingcheng's voice changed. The bad feeling in my heart became stronger and stronger. It's at the military training place for Class 8 of Finance. Xia Meng's voice was very playful, and it was obvious that she had seen through Gu Qingcheng's plan. You tricked me. Gu Qingcheng was angry. It must be Xia Meng who tricked her, otherwise she wouldn't have made a phone call during the military training. She's doomed now. Not only old Tang, but even her parents might know about it. It's over, completely over. Sister Qingcheng, you have to speak with conscience. When have I ever cheated you? I called Zhang Xian, and you came over to make fun of me. Now the joke has gone too far, and it has nothing to do with me. The amusement in Xia Meng's voice was no longer concealed. Bang! Gu Qingcheng was so ashamed and angry that she bit Zhang Xian's shoulder. Ah, it's all your fault. Zhang Xian, who was standing by, heard that Xia Meng didn't take it seriously, so he just ignored the matter. It had nothing to do with him anyway. Unexpectedly, I still suffered an unexpected disaster. Old Gu, you are a dog, why are you biting me? Zhang Xian grimaced in pain, and there would probably be teeth marks on his shoulder. Xia Meng must have done this on purpose. Gu Qingcheng was so angry that her teeth were itching. Even if Xia Meng did it on purpose, why did you bite me? You were the one who provoked me, okay? You said you were in the villa with me, and you said you were good at kung fu. What is this? Now that his classmates saw it, he didn't know how to explain it to them. Especially Yang Mingyang, the big SP. This guy had set his sights on Lao Gu and was preparing to attack with all his strength, but then Lao Gu did this. How could he explain this to his brothers? I don't care. She likes you. It must be right for me to destroy something she likes. Gu Qingcheng said as she opened her mouth and was about to bite. Mr. Gu, I respect you as my instructor, please don't push your luck. Zhang Xian dodged to the side and Gu Qingcheng grabbed him with one hand. Zhang Xian rushed forward, dodged Gu Qingcheng's grasp, and ran into the yard. Ha! Gu Qingcheng's beautiful eyes lit up when she saw Zhang Xian's body movements. She stomped her foot on the ground and shot towards Zhang Xian like a cannonball. He came in front of Zhang Xian and slapped out with his palm, like a tiger descending from the mountain. A faint sound of a tiger's roar could be heard in the void. You thief, are you serious? Gu Qingcheng once said that she practiced Qingyi, but Zhang Xian did not agree because he was the master of Bajiquan. But when Zhang Xian saw Gu Qingcheng's palm, he concluded that Gu's attainments in Xingyiquan were definitely not low. Well, you dare to call me a thief, but I am your instructor, your head teacher, and once a teacher, I am always a mother. If you dare to call your mother a thief, I will beat you to death, you unfilial son. Gu Qingcheng did a somersault and changed from a tiger to an eagle. You evil bitch, stop it now, or I will not be polite. Although Gu Qingcheng's Xingyiquan is not weak, it has not reached the master level and is still far behind Zhang Xian. If you keep scolding me, I'll beat you to death. Gu Qingcheng vented all his depression through this punch. Ding, the god-level selection system is starting up. Choice 1, defeat Gu Qingcheng. Rewards, Xingyiquan Grandmaster Mastery, Physical Fitness plus 10, Spirit plus 10, Appearance plus 1, Good Luck Card X1. Choice 2, avoid Gu Qingcheng and ignore her. Reward, Wealth plus 100,000 yuan, Title of Ninja Turtle, Popularity with Women 1. Don't blame me if you still dare to attack me. Zhang Xian stomped his foot on the ground, rushed to Gu Qingcheng like an arrow, and punched her. Bang! The two powerful fists collided with each other. Zhang Xian was as solid as a rock, not moving an inch, but Gu Qingcheng was so frightened that she fell into the bushes beside her. He regretted it after he threw the punch. He was doomed. Not to mention that Lao Gu was a great beauty, Lao Gu was his counselor, and he actually hit his teacher. Sister Gu, are you okay? Zhang Xian walked over immediately. Gu Qingcheng had fallen into the grass with her eyes closed. It was unknown how serious her injuries were. Ding, congratulations to the host for defeating Gu Qingqing and obtaining the master level mastery of Xingyiquan. Physical fitness plus 10, spirit plus 10, appearance plus 1, and the good luck card has been placed in the storage space. Note, good luck card, a mysterious card. After using it, it can bring good luck to the host for 24 hours. It has mysterious good luck. I hope the host will cherish it and use it. A voice sounded in his mind, and then Zhang Xian felt a warm current surging in his body, and his strength seemed to increase again. Good luck card? Would you like to give it a try? At this moment, Gu Qingcheng, who was lying on the ground, suddenly turned over, and then her legs and hands turned into snakes, wrapped around Zhang Xian's body, trying to turn over and press down Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian is now a master of Xingyiquan. His understanding of Xingyiquan is far superior to Gu Qingcheng. He hugged her suddenly. Chapter 45 Neighbor, Female Star. Let me go. Gu Qingcheng knocked her head towards Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian turned his head to dodge, but Gu Qingcheng's speed was too fast and their mouths collided hard. Whoa whoa. Zhang Xian felt like his front teeth were about to fall out. Seeing that old Gu was about to make a move, he no longer cared about the difference between men and women. He hugged Gu Qingcheng tightly, and then pressed his face against Gu Qingcheng's face to prevent her from touching him with her head again. However, this made their posture even more awkward. Gu Qingcheng tried her best to break free in Zhang Xian's arms, but Zhang Xian's strength was too great and she couldn't break free at all. Gu Qingcheng glared at Zhang Xian, "Get out of here." Zhang Xian was very embarrassed, but just as he was about to stand up, he saw Gu Qingcheng clenched his fists, and he was so scared that he quickly stuck to her. Gu Qingcheng was angry. "What are you doing?" Zhang Xian was helpless. "I just wanted to get up and you clenched your fist. Can you blame me? Stand up," Gu Qingcheng said through gritted teeth. "I will only let you go if you promise not to do anything again." Zhang Xian put forward his conditions. "I promise," Gu Qingcheng said immediately. Seeing that Lao Gu promised so readily, Zhang Xian didn't dare to believe her. "I promise, hurry up and get up. If you keep pressing me down, you're trying to take advantage of me," Gu Qingcheng said, gritting her teeth. "You can't bite me either." Zhang Xian added another one. "Okay, I promise not to bite you again." Gu Qingcheng was pressed down by Zhang Xian, and a blush appeared on her fair face. This bastard dared to do this to her. When she goes back to practice, she will beat the shit out of Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian stood up carefully. Fortunately, Gu Qingcheng really didn't take any action this time. Seeing Gu Qingcheng's pretty face flushed, he said speechlessly, "Don't worry, I only love you in my life, and I won't have any improper thoughts about you. Get out." Gu Qingcheng kicked out, but Zhang Xian dodged it. "Are you fighting?" At this moment, a pleasant voice came from next door. The voice is ethereal, like an oriole singing in a valley. Zhang Xian and Gu Qingcheng looked towards the source of the sound, and saw a tall woman standing there, wearing a pair of large sunglasses that covered most of her face. "Who wants to fight with him? If I really attack him, can he be my opponent?" Gu Qingcheng snorted coldly, raising his chin with a look of disdain on his face. Zhang Xian. Forget it, never reason with a woman. This should be the movie star that the sales lady mentioned, but Zhang Xian doesn't know much about movie stars in this world and can't recognize him. "Hello, you live next door, right? Then we will be neighbors from now on. If you need any help, just let me know," Zhang Xian said with a smile. "You really aren't fighting?" The woman seemed very disappointed when she heard Zhang Xian's words. She did not respond to Zhang Xian and went back to her room on her own. "Zhang Xian. That's it, and you're still a movie star? Is there something wrong with your brain? What the hell is expecting him to fight?" "Hello, I'm sorry, she has a problem." A beautiful girl came over, pointed at her head, and said to Zhang Xian and Gu Qingcheng apologetically, "She has a problem. My name is Jiang Xiran, and I'll be your neighbor from now on. We don't live here often, so keep in touch." After saying that, he smiled apologetically at the two of them and followed them into the room. Zhang Xian was speechless. He didn't even leave a phone number. What did it mean to keep in touch often? It sounded fake. At this moment, Gu Qingcheng's phone rang. Gu Qingcheng took a look and answered, "Old Tang, what? On the campus forum? Damn it, which bastard has so many hands? Don't let me know who he is, or I'll chop off his claws. It's fake, everything is fake. Okay, you're so long-winded. When I get back, I'll write you a detailed report. Is that okay? How can a grown man like you be more long-winded than a woman? Gu Qingcheng glared at Zhang Xian angrily. Just as she hung up the phone, it rang again. After taking a look at the caller ID, Gu Qingcheng's pretty face was full of helplessness. This time she didn't dare to be careless. After picking up the phone, she whispered in an extremely soft voice, "Grandma, why did you call Nan Nan? Are you missing Nan Nan?" Zhang Xian almost dropped his jaw in shock, staring at old Gu in amazement. Is this gentle woman in front of him the same person as the previous Aunt Gu? Noticing Zhang Xian's gaze, Gu Qingcheng spoke to him gently while glaring at him fiercely, indicating that if he dared to say too much, she would kill him. Seeing Lao Gu like this, Zhang Xian felt relieved. Well, this is the Lao Gu that everyone is familiar with. Nan Nan, what's going on between you and that student? Do you have a boyfriend? No, how is that possible? Grandma, don't worry. If Nan Nan finds a boyfriend, she will bring him to you as soon as possible so that Grandma can see him. Nan Nan won't want someone if Grandma doesn't like him. Gu Qingcheng said sweetly. Zhang Xian got goosebumps all over his body when he heard this. Lao Gu's acting skills are pretty good. Nan Nan, don't lie to Grandma. Your happiness is the most important. It's fine as long as you like him. Grandma can't always be by your side. The one who will spend the rest of your life with you is that young man. Nan Nan, your mother asked me to see that post. Can you bring it back for Grandma to see? If it's okay, you two should get married. Grandma is old and still wants to hold her great-grandchildren. When Zhang Xian heard the voice coming from the microphone, he smiled so much that his mouth was stretched to his ears. He didn't expect that Lao Gu would be forced to get married. Delicious. It seems that no matter how beautiful a woman is, she has to face this step. Zhang Xian sat leisurely on the stone bench in the yard. He wanted to see how Lao Gu would deal with this matter. Grandma, that post is fake. Those people are just talking nonsense. Nan Nan is really not in a relationship. Really? You made Grandma happy for nothing. She thought she could hug her great-grandson before she died. It looks like there's no hope. The old man said and hung up the phone. His voice was indescribably lonely. Old Gu's mood was affected and not good either. 3 words were clearly written on her pretty face, unhappy. Seeing the smile in Zhang Xian's eyes, Gu Qingcheng suddenly felt bad. Smile, 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 what are you laughing at? If it weren't for you, how could it become like this? Grandma is not easy to fool. Even though she has hung up the phone now, she will bombard her with words when she gets home. What does it have to do with me? This is really an unexpected disaster. What does this have to do with him? He had no involvement in this matter from the beginning to the end, okay? It was old Gu who insisted on teasing the senior, but his cleverness backfired. In the end, he was the victim. You. Gu Qingcheng was so angry that she opened her mouth and was about to bite him, but Zhang Xian's strength was much superior to hers, so after thinking about it, she had to give up. She really wanted to beat Zhang Xian up to vent her anger, but she couldn't do it and was very annoyed. Chapter 46 Junior, let us move out. At this moment, a text message came on his cell phone, and Zhang Xian smiled when he saw it. It's a text message from the bank reminding me that the money has arrived. More than 100 billion. It feels so happy to make money. Smiling so lasciviously, it must not be a good thing. Gu Qingcheng sneered. Zhang Xian paused. This woman was planning to confront him. Sister Gu, you are a teacher, how can you be so petty? Are you angry with me, a student? TSK. Gu Qingcheng sneered, I can't bear to have the chairman of Dongshan Industrial as my student. In the past, no man could beat her, but now that one appears, she is very annoyed. Gu Qingcheng decided to go home and learn Xingyi Iquan with her grandmother, and then come back to beat up Zhang Xian, the bastard. Hey! Sister Gu, please do me a favor. This matter is my fault. I'll treat you to a meal to make amends. Is that okay? It's a headache. What is the point of him talking to Aunt Gu? Moreover, Zhang Xian felt a little panic when being looked at by Lao Gu in this way. Then I'll choose the place. Gu Qingcheng said immediately. No problem. Zhang Xian had no objection. He had plenty of money now and would not be in the embarrassing situation of having no money to pay for a meal again. Come on, I'll drive you there. Gu Qingcheng's eyes rolled and she drove her Grand Cherokee towards Dongshan University. Zhang Xian took a look and knew what this woman was planning. It seems that she is not going to give up until she gets to the bottom of the matter. Sure enough, Zhang Xian guessed right, and Lao Gu took him to Taoyuanju. Mr. Shang, you are here. Zhou Yi was on duty today. When he saw that the person coming was Zhang Xian, he immediately came forward excitedly. When Gu Qingqing saw this scene, there was a hint of scrutiny in her eyes. The lobby manager of Taoyuanju also respects Zhang Xian so much. Who is this guy? What is his relationship with the boss of Taoyuanju? Where's Xia Meng? Oh, Miss Xia is waiting for you, Zhou Yi said with a smile. When Gu Qingqing heard that Xia Meng was also here, she got furious. Zhang Xian, didn't you say you would treat me to a meal? What does it mean to treat Xia Meng? Sister Qingqing, there doesn't seem to be any conflict between him inviting you and me to have dinner together? Xia Meng's voice came. Seeing Xia Meng, Gu Qingqing remembered the previous phone call and felt even more depressed. Hey, didn't Sister Qingqing praise Xiaoxuan's kung fu? Why are you still MMM? When Zhang Xian heard this, he covered Xia Meng's mouth with his hand. It's over, now all beautiful women are poisonous. The vicious words that came out at Will were something that he, as a man, couldn't accept. Gu Qingqing's pretty face turned slightly red. She was right. Zhang Xian's kung fu was amazing. Even she was no match for him. Humph, it's all because of these vulgar people, all they think about is the stuff between men and women. In the eyes of Buddha, everything is Buddha, while in the eyes of pig, everything is shit. Thinking of this, Gu Qingqing suddenly stopped being angry. She glanced at Xia Meng provocatively, then took Zhang Xian's arm and said, "Let's go. Didn't you say you would treat me to a meal? Sir, do you have a private room reserved? You little brat, you want to fight with me? I can be shameless, can you? Do you think confessing in public is shameless? I haven't made a move yet. If I weren't concerned about something, once I make a move, even 10 of you wouldn't be my match." Hearing Gu Qingqing's words, Zhou Yi immediately said, "Please follow me." Hiss. Zhang Xian's body twitched and he grabbed Gu Qingqing's hand that was moving around his waist. This woman is so cruel. His waist must be bruised. This move seemed to be a unique skill that every woman could master, without any teacher, and it was extremely lethal. Sister Qingqing, all the people eating here are students from Dongda University. Do you want to update your hot post with a few more photos? Xia Meng said faintly. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingqing immediately let go of Zhang Xian's arm. But it was too late, someone had already recognized the three of them. Xia Meng stayed by Zhang Xian's side openly, leaned close to Zhang Xian's ear, and asked softly, "Junior brother, I haven't seen you for a whole morning. Did you miss me?" It looked like Xia Meng was kissing Zhang Xian's ear. Hiss, isn't that the campus beauty of Xia University? Kissing in public, awesome. Don't you say Xia Meng is a cool school beauty? What's the difference between her and a horny woman? Cold and aloof, that's just for ordinary people. In the eyes of the school beauty, Zhang Xian is not an ordinary person. Hearing the discussions of the people around him and noticing the angry gazes, Zhang Xian could only smile bitterly. Wherever Xia Meng is, she is the focus. If you want to be with Xia Meng, you have to adapt to this kind of life. How did this girl get by? She looks like a movie star. Xia Meng chuckled, "Junior brother, you have to be nicer to me in the future, otherwise you will be torn to pieces." Zhang Xian shuddered all over. The three of them entered the private room and Zhang Xian ordered some dishes. Zhang Xian and Xia Meng were eating slowly, but Gu Qingqing had no interest in what they were eating. She looked at Zhang Xian and Xia Meng as they fed her dog food, then glanced at the door of the private room. Zhang Xian burst out laughing. He had already transferred the money to Wang Chuan through the bank. Wang Chuan was very busy at the moment, so Lao Gu could not see Wang Chuan even if he wanted to. Just when he entered the private room, the system reminded him that the task was completed. "Sister Gu, we are all full. We still have military training in the afternoon. What do you think? Get lost. Don't ruin my mood for dinner here." It seems that Wang Chuan will not show up this time. Gu Qingqing was very depressed and waved at Zhang Xian with disgust. Zhang Xian felt as if he had been pardoned and left quickly. "Junior, what did you and Sister Qingqing do this morning?" On the way, Xia Meng suddenly asked. Zhang Xian smiled slightly. "I thought senior sister wouldn't ask." Xia Meng's pretty face turned red, and she muttered, "It's okay if you don't want to say it." After she finished speaking, her beautiful eyes were full of anticipation as she looked at Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian burst out laughing. No matter how dumb he was, he knew what Xia Meng was thinking at this moment, so he told her what happened in the morning. What? Are you the new chairman of Dongshan Industrial? Xia Meng opened her beautiful eyes wide and looked at Zhang Xian in disbelief. Those two detectives had no professional ethics at all. The result of their investigation told her that Zhang Xian's family was of average financial status and it was difficult for them to support Zhang Xian's schooling. This survey result was given 8 months ago. Isn't this nonsense? Can a person go from being a nobody in college to becoming the chairman of Dongshan Industrial in just 8 months? That's Dongshan Industrial, with a market value of hundreds of billions. Suddenly, a bright light flashed through her mind, and Xia Meng pouted. Okay, you Tian Yushan, it must be you who is causing trouble. No wonder you have been forcing me to go home and meet this and that with you all this time. You are trying to break up Zhang Xian and I, how infuriating. Tian Yushan is Xia Meng's mother. Xia Meng felt that living with Zhang Xian was imminent, and probably only in this way could she completely dispel her mother's thoughts. Even so, Xia Meng didn't feel it was very safe. The safest thing was that she could get pregnant with Zhang Xian's baby. The National Day holiday will be coming soon. If she can't handle Zhang Xian, she will be busy with blind dates for the next 7 days. Senior sister, what's wrong with you? Zhang Xian looked at Xia Meng in confusion. Why did this girl become distracted while talking? Junior, shall we move out? Suddenly, Xia Meng grabbed Zhang Xian's arm and said. At this moment, everyone passing by had their hearts broken. Chapter 47 Xiaogu, what's wrong with your lips? Hearing Xia Meng's words, Zhang Xian was a little confused and his face turned red. What the senior said really caught him off guard. The eyes of the people around looked at Xia Meng differently. Xia University, the former campus beauty, was aloof and cold, never speaking to anyone. Even when a big star came, she would still reject him directly. The school beauties at that time were out of their reach. They couldn't even get close to them, for fear that their presence would make them tainted with worldly atmosphere. But all this changed since Zhang Xian came, just like a fairy suddenly turned into a countrywoman. Although the school belle became down to earth, the person she was down to earth with was not them. On the other side, Gu Qingcheng, who had just returned to the teacher's office, immediately felt no less than 10 scrutinizing gazes. Tang Xiaoxing just came in from outside and said lightly, Xiao Gu, come in for a moment. Gu Qingcheng followed in immediately. I've said it before, how could a girl as beautiful as her lack men? It's just a matter of whether Xiao Gu wants it or not. Well, this girl should really find a boyfriend. Ever since that bastard, Xiao Gu has never been interested in any man again. This is not a good sign. Now I finally see that she is interested in a man, but he is a little younger and is Xiao Gu's student. You have old feudal ideas. What era is it now? Are you still thinking that we were young? If you and our teacher Shang were living in the present, you would have climbed into teacher Shang's bed a long time ago. Damn, you don't pay attention to the occasion when you speak. If your sister-in-law hears me, will I be alive? There was laughter in the office. What is the background of the man Xiao Gu found this time? Have you seen it? He's just an ordinary freshman. His parents are both workers and his family background is clean. But he's been hanging out with Xia Meng a lot during this period. Xia Meng? A female professor's voice suddenly became sharp. Everyone was not surprised by this. Xia Meng was the female professor's favorite student. When she was a freshman, she participated in the world-class Olympic competition as a seed player of the school and won the first place. Xia Meng was a child that made them less worried, because Xia Meng had very high standards and even those male stars were not taken seriously by her. In their opinion, it was difficult to be attracted to such a girl. I didn't expect that I would be entangled with a boy just in my sophomore year. What should I do about Xia Meng's grades? Moreover, this is a critical moment and I have to participate in the competition tomorrow. What if I am affected by this? I heard that Lao Xia had talked to this kid, and he agreed very readily. I didn't expect that he would not keep his word. Nonsense, there's such a beautiful girl pursuing him. Young people like to pretend and feel very proud. Why should they listen to old Xia? That kid better not make any mistakes, otherwise old Xia will definitely take revenge on him and get rid of that kid, said an old professor with a smile. After he said that, he thought all his colleagues would agree with him, but then he was surprised to see all his colleagues lowering their heads to work. You've been a veteran for decades, Don't you understand this? That was just a joke. This kid dared to mess with our Xiao Xiameng. I'll see if I can transfer him to the freshman class to teach him. There's always a way to make him get out of here. Okay, Lao Zhou, after you come back from the National Day holiday, you can teach freshman finance. Ah, really? Qingyan, you said you looked so beautiful after just a few days of not seeing you. How come you look so beautiful again? When the people in the office heard what Lao Zhou said, they secretly thought he was shameless. Xia Qingyan ignored Lao Zhou and walked into Tang Xiaoxing's office. Go ahead. The principal is here now. Can you tell me now? Tell me what happened with Zhang Xian. I asked you to follow Zhang Xian because I wanted to see what he was doing and whether he was being cheated. But you ended up getting yourself into trouble. Tang Xiao was extremely angry and got angrier the more he spoke. Now it's known to everyone. Gu Qingshan was digging her ears, as if she didn't hear what Tang Xiaosheng said, which made Tang Xiaosheng even more furious. Old Xia, look at her, what has she become? After Xia Qingyan walked in, she looked at Gu Qingcheng, sat down, and said softly, Tell me, what did you find? Look, old Tang, this is why you can't be the principal. Look at Aunt Xia, she has the demeanor of a great general. All you know is yelling. Is yelling useful? Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaosheng was so angry that he almost rolled his eyes. He drank a few sips of tea before he recovered his breath. Zhang Xian is not a simple guy. He is not just the chairman of Dongshan Industrial. Wang Chuan of Taoyuanju also respects him. I followed him to Taoyuanju, but unfortunately I didn't see Wang Chuan. Gu Qingcheng explained. Xia Qingyan frowned when she heard this and asked, What's going on between you and Zhang Xian? Gu Qingcheng was about to vomit blood. He thought Xia Qingyan understood her, but he still asked her. Zhang Xian and I are in a counselor-student relationship, what could possibly happen? Xia Meng called me that day, and I deliberately pissed her off, wanting her to separate from Zhang Xian. But I didn't expect that this little bitch was near my class's queue at that time, and she even turned on the speaker on purpose. That's what happened. As for the villa and what happened in it, Gu Qingcheng didn't say a word, as it would only add to the embarrassment. Xiaogu, what happened to your lip? Why is it broken? It's true that the more you fear something, the more likely it is to happen. Xia Qingyan had good eyesight and noticed at a glance that Gu Qingcheng's lips were a little red and swollen, so she asked immediately. Tang Xiaosheng stood up at once and looked directly at Gu Qingcheng's lips. Well, you still say it's fake. Even the teeth marks are preserved. Don't tell me it was a dog bite and not Zhang Xian's. Gu Qingcheng was stared at by the two elders, and her pretty face suddenly turned red. She instantly thought of what happened in the villa, and her face became even redder. Seeing her like this, if Xia Qingyan and Tang Xiaosheng still couldn't guess what happened, they would be fools. Although Gu Qingcheng is a very strong-willed child, she is a complete blank when it comes to relationships between men and women. Something must have happened to her. Tang Xiao sat on the chair angrily, and Xia Qingyan also sat there for a long time without saying a word. Go and call that bastard Zhang Xian over here. It's not enough that he has brought harm to Xia Meng, now he wants to harm my students. What does he want to do? Could he be an undercover sent by other universities? Tang Xiaosheng stood up and roared. Gu Qingcheng panicked when she saw old Tang's expression. Old Tang, you misunderstood. It's not what you think. It's true that the injury on my lip was caused by Zhang Xian, but he didn't do it to me on his own initiative. It was the two of us. Principal, listen to me, she is so deeply involved in this that she can't extricate herself. She even used that boy as an excuse. Get out of here, stop being the instructor of Class 8, and study hard. No. She hasn't figured out the relationship between Zhang Xian and Wang Chuan yet. Seeing her look, Tang Xiaosheng and Xia Qingyan became even more worried. What an injustice! What on earth was that boy capable of? How could he win the hearts of these two school beauties in one go? Chapter 48. I'll give you a task. Spend as much money as you want. Zhang Xian doesn't know about what happened in the director's office. If he knew, he would definitely protest. What are these? How come such a simple thing becomes so different when it comes to them? In the afternoon, during military training, the classmates looked at Zhang Xian with ambiguous eyes. Brother Xian, you are awesome. You even defeated Lao Gu. I admire you so much. After what happened last time, Zhang Huntao became a die-hard fan of Zhang Xian. When he saw Zhang Xian coming, he immediately gave him a thumbs up. Regardless of their purpose, the other people who liked Xiaomeng also nodded approvingly to Zhang Xian. Brother Xian, now you have the title of Dragon Slayer. I heard that many students in the school want to meet you. I hope you can control Lao Gu. Zhang Xian, come on, you can do it. I used to watch movies about teachers and students, but I never thought something like this would happen to us. Awesome. Zhang Xian could only respond to these people with a wry smile. For some things, the more you explain them, the more obvious they become. Time is the best means of proof. Brother Xian, what you did was not right. Go and apologize to SP Yang. Wang Chang walked over and said in a low voice. Zhang Xian was confused. Apologize? Did he do something? The next second, he reacted. Damn it! Yang Ming was a man who aspired to be a dragon slayer. Now he misunderstood what happened between him and Lao Gu. This LSP must be feeling uncomfortable. Old Yang. Brother Xian, please stop talking. I know it's not your fault, but I won't give up just like that. As soon as Zhang Xian opened his mouth, Yang Ming spoke in a firm tone. Lao Yang, you misunderstood. Lao Gu said that just to create misunderstandings between me and senior sister. Nothing happened between Lao Gu and me, and I have already decided to be with senior sister. Do you think Lao Gu is more attractive than senior sister? Real? Yang Ming, who originally had a fighting spirit on his face, immediately showed excitement when he heard Zhang Xian's words. If I lie to you, may the heavens strike me and I die a miserable death. Zhang Xian immediately assured. Boom! Suddenly, there was lightning and thunder, and heavy rain came in an instant. Zhang Xian. Yang Ming. Everyone ran into the teaching building and looked at Zhang Xian in a daze. This is a coincidence. Really, Lao Yang, if I lie to you, let me be struck by lightning or hit by a car when I go out. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck the protruding rain shelter of the teaching building. The shelter was made entirely of glass and was shattered to pieces. Some students were watching the rain under the stage, and the glass hit them, and several students were directly injured. Call 120 immediately. A classmate is injured, call the hospital's emergency number immediately. Everyone was in a panic, and there was a large empty space around Zhang Xian. Everyone looked at him with a changed look. Brother Xian, stop talking. I believe you. Really? Brother Xian, we are all brothers. We are from the same roots. Why are we so anxious to hurt each other? Old Yang absolutely believes what you say. If he doesn't believe it, we will beat him to death. When the people heard Zhang Xian swear, their faces turned pale and they looked at Zhang Xian with fear and pleading eyes. Zhang Xian. This is really unexpected. These two thunders are definitely a coincidence. If there really are gods in this world. Gudong. Zhang Xian was stunned. Is it true that there are no gods in this world? How did he come into this world? What's going on with the system in his body? If there are gods in this world, then everything that happened during his time traveling in the system in his body can be perfectly explained. The whole afternoon passed in a flash, and everyone originally thought that the campus belle would definitely show up on time when the get out of class was over. However, after everyone waited for a long time, Xiaomeng still did not show up. Not only Xiaomeng did not show up, but Gu Qingcheng did not show up either. Seeing the scene, everyone speculated that it was because of the matter between Gu Qingcheng and Zhang Xian that Xiaomeng was angry and broke up with Zhang Xian. This speculation went viral on the campus forum, and within an hour, everyone knew about it. School Beauty and Zhang Xian broke up. This post instantly became the #1 hot search. Until the next day, the news was still spreading like wildfire and everyone was laughing at Zhang Xian. What are you all talking about? The two school beauties and a few top students in the school are going to participate in the mathematical Olympiad. This time it's a world-class competition, so they'll be gone for a long time. We won't be able to see the two school beauties for a long time. When everyone saw this person's post, they suddenly realized what was going on. Many people beat their chests and stamped their feet. It turned out that the school beauty was not going to kick Zhang Xian, but that the school beauty was going to participate in the competition. However, some girls immediately became excited after hearing the news. They had wanted to pursue Zhang Xian before, but Xiaomeng's aura was too strong, so they didn't dare to appear in front of Zhang Xian. Now that Xiaomeng is not here, their chance has come. In the next few days, girls appeared in front of Zhang Xian from time to time. Some of them gave him love letters with blushing faces, and some confessed their love to Zhang Xian in public. Some people are embarrassed to communicate in front of others, so they send text messages or make phone calls. Every day someone requests to add Zhang Xian as a friend on WeChat. But something soon changed all this. Someone claimed that he attended the same high school as Zhang Xian and revealed Zhang Xian's family situation, saying that his parents were ordinary workers with low salaries, and the family still lived in an old tube-shaped building. As soon as this news came out, the girls who were pursuing Zhang Xian immediately stopped pursuing him. Zhang Xian didn't mind this. He was helpless about being chased by those girls every day. Now that they were not around, Zhang Xian felt at peace. One day, when Zhang Xian was resting under a big tree, a text message notification suddenly rang on his cell phone. Zhang Xian opened the text message and was stunned when he saw the content. 300 billion was deposited into his bank card. Zhang Xian was very confused because he didn't go out to spend money. Just at this moment, Wang Chuan called. Wang Chuan was out of money again because he discovered a new project, but he misjudged the funding cost of the project, and even after investing all 30 billion yuan, it was still not enough. Zhang Xian was stunned. Wang Chuan spent his money. Does that count as his money? But a 1,000-fold cashback card means 30 billion yuan, so isn't 1,000 times 30 trillion yuan? Is it because he didn't spend the money himself that the 1,000-fold cashback card was discounted? In order to verify what he was thinking, Zhang Xian transferred 100 billion to Wang Chuan without saying a word. He didn't know that Wang Chuan on the other side was stunned when he received the notification of the arrival of the money. Zhang Xian transferred another 100 billion to Bai Weiwei. Bai Weiwei on the other side was also startled and quickly called. Don't worry about the money, spend as much as you want. As long as it's a good project, invest in me and I'll spend it all at once. Remember, this is a mission. No matter what method you use, you must spend at least 10 billion within one day. After hearing Zhang Xian's words, Bai Weiwei, who was holding a senior management meeting, lost her composure. Chapter 49 Directors withdraw their shares. Boss, what's wrong? Seeing that Bai Weiwei's hands were shaking and she couldn't even hold the teacup steadily, all the senior executives were puzzled and someone asked in confusion. Bai Weiwei coughed to cover up her previous gaffe, but her body was still shaking. She couldn't see through the chairman. Why would he issue such a strange order? Zhang Xian doesn't look like a businessman at all. When Qin Zhengyang was the chairman of the board, he would only dare to invest when he was sure that the project's rate of return would reach over 80%. However, Zhang Xian is not picky about any project and transfers the money to her directly. Isn't he afraid that she will abscond with the money? Although it feels good to be trusted, this is 100 billion, not 10 million. Even if it was 10 million, Qin Zhengyang would not dare to give it to her so generously. After hearing what a department manager said, she thought for a moment and asked, "How much money did you say your department needs this time?" The manager's eyes lit up when he heard this. Did the president agree? He was overjoyed, and fearing that Bai Weiwei would regret it, he immediately said, 5 million, no, let's streamline the budget, 4.5 million will be enough. Afraid that Bai Weiwei would think the amount was too much, he gritted his teeth and reduced the amount by 500,000. He had worked so hard to start this project, and he didn't want such a good project to die like this. No need to simplify, everything must be foolproof. I'll give you 50 million, no, 100 million, and start the project today. Don't worry about not having enough money. Ah? The project manager was dumbfounded. What's the matter? Is there a problem? Bai Weiwei frowned and looked at the man. She had just listened to this person's project, and the return on investment was still very high. However, because of Qin Zhengyang's scandal, Dongshan Industrial's stock price plummeted and its total assets shrunk seriously. Therefore, she wanted to focus on stability and was more cautious in her investment. Now that Zhang Xian had provided her with sufficient funds, Bai Weiwei immediately felt confident. As for your projects, get them started as soon as you get back. I will allocate 100 million yuan in startup funds to each of your working groups so that the projects can be established as soon as possible. Several other department managers looked at Bai Weiwei eagerly and were about to speak, but they were immediately excited when they heard Bai Weiwei's words. The directors were dumbfounded. Dongshan Industry is now in a state of disrepair and has almost no liquidity. They are afraid of being trapped and are about to withdraw, but Bai Weiwei refuses their request to withdraw their shares on the grounds that the company has no money. Unexpectedly, Bai Weiwei took out several hundred million to invest in the project just after she rejected them. Isn't this bullying? Several directors looked at each other in bewilderment. Qin Zhengyang's mistress stood up and glared at Bai Weiwei. Bai Weiwei, are you bullying me? Didn't you say you had no money and refused to let us withdraw your shares? Now you have money to invest again? I don't care. I'm going to withdraw my shares today. If you don't take over, I'll sell them to retail investors. Yes, although Qin Zhengyang is not a good guy, his ability is obvious to everyone. Now that he has been taken down by you, I want to withdraw my shares. I want one too. And me. Almost all the directors who had made their fortunes relying on Qin Zhengyang stood up and demanded to withdraw their shares, with an extremely firm attitude. Seeing this scene, the project managers' faces changed. Their project is ruined. Bai Weiwei frowned, looked around, and said coldly, who else wants to withdraw their shares? The directors looked at him without any fear. Boss Bai, I'm sorry, I also want to withdraw my shares. Although I trust you very much, the current chairman is indeed a bit. I have parents and children to take care of, so please be magnanimous and agree. At the beginning, because of Wang Chuan's matter, they were really excited for several days, thinking that Dongshan Industry could climb up the big tree of Taoyuanju. As a result, they came to the door happily and said that they were from Dongshan Industry. After Wang Chuan heard it, he didn't even want to see them. Even though they said their chairman was Zhang Xian, Wang Chuan still didn't meet them. It would have been fine if it was just one person, but the other people who went to Taoyuanju also met with a disappointment. Only then did they conclude that Zhang Xian might have some friendship with Wang Chuan, but that friendship was not deep and might even be a one-time thing. Since Zhang Xian is no longer involved with the other party, and has never appeared since that day, they do not trust such a chairman from the bottom of their hearts. Today, Dongshan Industry has suffered heavy losses due to Qin Zhengyang's scandal and is struggling. If they don't withdraw their shares, those shares will probably rot in their hands. After hearing this person's words, several other directors stood up and looked at Bai Weiwei apologetically. I'm sorry, President Bai, we. These people were all promoted by Bai Weiwei. They also knew that it would be unfair to Bai Weiwei to bring this up at this time, but they have elderly parents and young children to take care of, and they also have to make a living. Bai Weiwei frowned. She didn't expect these people to stand up. She said to them, forget it. I won't allow it. Boss Bai, I'm sorry. I know you promoted me, but I'm not alone now. I have a wife and a child. If I were alone, I would be with you even without salary, but... I'm sorry, Boss Bai, I've made up my mind. After hearing Bai Weiwei's words, 3 of them sat down immediately, but 2 of them still had unusually firm attitudes. Bai Weiwei, see, your prestige is useless. For everyone, money is still the most important thing. I don't care whether you borrowed these hundreds of millions or swindled them. Since the company has money in its account, I have the right to withdraw my shares. The directors promoted by Qin Zhengyang looked at Bai Weiwei coldly, with mockery in their eyes. Have you made up your mind? Bai Weiwei felt a little tired, especially because she didn't expect that those people she had promoted would also withdraw their shares, but she could understand it. What the company lacks the least now is money. She wanted to keep a few of her trusted associates, but she didn't expect these people to be so determined. This only meant that they had no chance of being in the company. Bai Weiwei, don't try to persuade us with your emotions. We are not children anymore and we are responsible for our own actions. Either the company will buy back our shares, or we will sell them all on the market and bring Dongshan Industry down. You decide for yourself. I'm not interested in letting you take the money and play with that kid. Hurry up, I've brought the equity transfer agreement. As he spoke, he took out the contract, and the others also took out theirs. You guys, are you really not going to think about it anymore? Bai Weiwei tried to make a final effort. What are you wasting time for? Hurry up. One director directly broke down and urged. Well, everyone has their own aspirations, I won't keep you here. Bai Weiwei sneered in her heart, took it and signed her name. Both parties put their handprints on each other and the people burst into laughter. I'm free. I'm rich now. You want to cheat me out of my money? You want me to waste my time here with you? Do you think I'm stupid? Several directors cheered unscrupulously. Let's go. There's nothing to linger for. Well, luckily we got out early. If the stock price drops again tomorrow, we won't even have this little money left. Hearing their words, Bai Weiwei smiled. Chapter 50. The director cried with regret. Just when several directors were about to leave, the accountant suddenly ran over breathlessly, with disbelief in her beautiful eyes. Boss Bai, why did you transfer 100 billion to the company's account? 100 billion. Even at the height of Dongshan Industries' glory, there weren't so many. The accountant looked at Bai Weiwei, as if trying to confirm the authenticity of the matter. Gah? The directors who were about to leave were dumbfounded. Especially the two executives who were promoted by Bai Weiwei but insisted on leaving, their hearts trembled at this moment. They remembered that Bai Weiwei had advised them not to leave twice before. Could it be that? They clenched their fists and finally sighed helplessly. They had let Mr. Bai down. This is their own fault, they can't blame anyone else. Bai Weiwei, what's going on? The female director was unhappy. 100 billion? There is an extra 100 billion in the company's account? Wouldn't that mean her shares would be equivalent to an extra 700 or 800 million? But her shares were just sold. The female director's eyes suddenly turned red and her breathing became rapid. She personally sold out 7 or 800 million yuan. What's going on? What does this have to do with you? You are no longer a member of the company. Where are the security guards? Please ask these irrelevant people to leave. Bai Weiwei, you cheated us. The company obviously has money, why did you lie to us? You are lying maliciously, I will sue you in court. Several directors breathed rapidly and glared at Bai Weiwei fiercely. In their opinion, this was all planned by Bai Weiwei. This is a scam. Malicious deception? You took the initiative to withdraw your shares, and your attitude was unusually firm. I didn't force you to do that. Just now I asked you again and again if you were sure? Your attitude was very firm. Bai Weiwei looked at them coldly. You can sue me if you want. I'll be there for you any time. Since the company has more than 100 billion in its account, why are you only giving us so little money? Bai Weiwei, you are bullying us because we don't know the law. That's right. It's clearly 800 million, but you only gave us 10 million. If this isn't a scam, what is it? Find a lawyer and file a lawsuit. I don't believe there is still law. This is several hundred million. Adding up all of them, it is tens of billions. This is a huge sum of money. They can't just let it go like this. You guys don't understand. This money doesn't belong to the company. The company doesn't even have 100 million. This money was paid out of the chairman's own pocket as a subsidy to the company. What does it have to do with you? Moreover, even if the money was injected into the company, you have already signed the equity transfer agreement and put your fingerprints on it. I waited for you to put your fingerprints on it before transferring the money from my personal account to the company. No matter which lawyer you hire, this money has nothing to do with you. Want to sue? The chairman can come up with 100 billion yuan at once. Given his relationship with Tao Yuanju, would he be afraid of a lawsuit from a bunch of scumbags like you? Bai Weiwei said disdainfully. Puff. The female director was so angry that she vomited blood and passed out. As long as she has a little patience, her net worth will immediately increase by hundreds of millions. But there is no if in this world, and those hundreds of millions have nothing to do with her anymore. Several other directors also felt dizzy, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, their hair turned white in an instant, and they looked extremely pitiful. Bai Weiwei looked at him coldly. Suddenly, one of the directors ran towards the equity transfer agreement on the table. As long as he tore up the agreement, he would become a billionaire. Several other directors also reacted and rushed over. Billions of dollars are at stake, so they will kill anyone who stands in their way. Throw these people out. The security guards had arrived long ago. Seeing this scene, they grabbed several directors and were about to walk out. Boss Bai, please have mercy on me. I don't want much. 100 million is enough. There is so much money in the company. You don't care about this 100 million, right? Please, give it to me. A director looked at Bai Weiwei pitifully, his eyes full of expectation. Weiwei, please have mercy on us. We don't want much. 10 million is really not enough for us to live on. Several directors cried and their noses were running, unwilling to miss out on hundreds of millions. They opened their mouths and bit the security guards' hands, trying to fight for the equity transfer agreement. As long as they can destroy it, they are willing to be detained. Pay attention to your own safety. If you are in danger, call me. Don't worry, the company has plenty of money to help you settle this matter. Bai Weiwei said coldly. Some directors even lost their dignity for the sake of money. The security guard was having a headache, but when he heard Bai Weiwei's words, a look of joy appeared on his face and he smashed the rubber stick in his hand hard. Bai Weiwei, how dare you? You're breaking the law. Seeing that things were not going well, the directors didn't bother to fight for the equity transfer agreement and turned around and ran outside. The few managers who listened to Bai Weiwei and stayed looked at Bai Weiwei with gratitude. They thought that Bai Weiwei wanted them to stay and work with the company to get through this difficult time together. Because of their trust in Bai Weiwei and the fact that the pressure at home was not as great as that of those people, they just went ahead and did it. They didn't expect that Bai Weiwei would give them such a big gift. Once these funds are really injected into the company, they know what will happen to the company after the news gets out. The shares they hold will immediately multiply several times. Although the faces of the senior executives who had seen the stocks sold to the company were grim, it was them who had to choose this path and they also had difficulties, and there was nothing they could do about it. Boss Bai, we failed your trust in us. We're sorry. Bai Weiwei specifically pointed them out just now because she didn't want them to suffer such a huge loss. Now they understand. But there is no regret medicine in the world. The pressure at home was too great and there was really no other way. Several people with gloomy faces were about to leave. Wait a moment. Just as they were about to leave, Bai Weiwei stopped them. Several people looked at Bai Weiwei in confusion. That's right, they had betrayed President Bai's trust, so let President Bai scold them. Bai Weiwei called Zhang Xian and told him about these people. It's understandable. Continue to hire them. If you feel they are still worth training, I can pretend that you never signed the agreement. Bai Weiwei turned on the speakerphone on her phone, so everyone in the conference room could hear it. The senior executives looked at Bai Weiwei in disbelief, their whole bodies trembling, and they knelt down with a plop. Boss Bai, Chairman, we. Bai Weiwei smiled slightly, I also know a little about your family situation. In the past, I wanted to help you but I was unable to do so. Now the chairman is generous. If you follow such a person, you will never suffer any loss. Get up. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Bai. Those senior executives clenched their fists excitedly. They would not suffer any loss by following such a leader. Dongshan Industry was injected with 100 billion yuan of funds. When the news spread, the whole Dongshan was shocked. Chapter 51 Zhang Huntao was despised. 100 billion. When they heard the rumors, many people did not believe them, but when they saw that Dongshan Industrial actually allocated funds to establish the project, they had to believe this fact. The stock price of Dongshan Industrial soared instantly and hit the daily limit several times. Those investors who sold their stocks fainted in the toilet several times due to crying. As a result, many people became curious about the new chairman. What kind of person is this? He is really rich. Those journalists heard the news and started asking around for news about Zhang Xian. When Su Maokai and Ding Taisheng learned the news, they collapsed on the sofa and their faces turned extremely pale. At the same time, they were glad that they did not help Qin Zhengyang, otherwise, killing them by Zhang Xian would be no different from killing an ant. Those companies that have business dealings with Dongshan Industry tried every means to find out the news, but the employees of Dongshan Industry had been warned that even if someone said it, what they would know would be limited. The outside world only found out that the new chairman of Dongshan Industry was very young. For a time, many socialites flocked to Dongshan Industrial and often appeared in front of the company, flirting with every young man passing by, hoping to find their own chairman among them. The entrance of Dongshan Industrial Company even became a check-in spot for internet celebrities. Zhang Xian didn't know all this. In the afternoon, after the instructor team was disbanded, Zhang Xian was about to go out for lunch with 4 LSPs when he received a call from Wang Xuan, who wanted to introduce him to some business friends. Zhang Xian was naturally happy, so he told the 4 LSPs to go to Taoyuanji for dinner. Upon hearing this, the 4 LSPs immediately followed happily. Brother Xian, your family is not. I'm sorry, I don't mean to look down on you, it's just. Zhang Huntao was a little confused. Wasn't it rumored that Zhang Xian had no money? How could a child from a poor family be willing to invite them to such a high-end place for dinner? Are you stupid? Just the clothes this bastard is wearing cost more than 40,000 yuan. Is he a child from a poor family? Kid, seeing is believing. Yang Ming patted Zhang Huntao on the shoulder and said, Old Chang, you kid, ah. Wang Chang also came over and patted Zhang Huntao on the shoulder. Fang Shiming walked over and shook his head at Zhang Huntao, looking disappointed. Jiang Huntao. Damn, didn't these three just follow Brother Xian a little earlier than him? What are they bragging about? However, if those girls knew that Brother Xian was so rich, would they be angry and tear apart the person who spread the rumor? 5 people walked towards Tao Yuanju. When passing the corner, a figure suddenly appeared. Zhang Xian was unable to dodge and bumped into the other person. Ah! The other party let out a light cry and fell to one side. Zhang Xian quickly hugged the other person in his arms, thus preventing him from falling. The moment Zhang Xian hugged the other person, a faint scent of soap came, accompanied by the girl's body fragrance. Classmate, are you okay? Yang Ming and 4 others came over and asked. Sorry. The girl spoke weakly, her voice so soft as a mosquito's. If Zhang Xian hadn't been close to her, he wouldn't have been able to hear her voice. I didn't see clearly, are you okay? Zhang Xian said apologetically. I'm fine. Sorry, I still have to go to work part-time. I'm leaving now. After the girl finished speaking, she trotted away and left in the blink of an eye, like a rabbit that was afraid of being hurt. Zhang Xian and his companions didn't care and walked straight towards Tao Yuanju. Mr. Zhang. The lobby managers of Tao Yuanju all knew Zhang Xian. Except for Zhou Yi, who guessed Zhang Xian's identity, everyone else only knew that the general manager and Zhang Xian had a good relationship. Zhou Yi was not on duty today. When he saw Zhang Xian coming, he immediately stepped forward and welcomed Zhang Xian and the other 4 people into the private room. Fuck, Brother Xian, you are so impressive that even the lobby manager is so polite to you. Jiang Huntao's family owns more than a dozen martial arts gyms and has some wealth. He has come here to eat once or twice, and has never seen the hall manager be so polite to anyone. On the contrary, those rich second generations are as obedient as mice after coming here. Damn, Brother Xian even knows Mr. Wang. What's a lobby manager? Lao Jiang, just hang out with the brothers in the future, don't make such a fuss. Wang Chang joked. Fuck you. Damn it, can they still play happily together? He has only been playing with Zhang Xian during this period of time. Isn't it normal? But I became even more curious about Zhang Xian. That's really awesome. Everyone who knows Wang Chuan is a well-known figure in Dongshan. Brother Xian's family background is not simple. For brothers, you guys eat. I'm going to do something. If I'm not back in a while, you can go back on yourselves. Zhang Xian said. Go away, just remember to pay the bill later. Yang Ming was familiar with the place and waved to Zhang Xian. Wang Chang and Fong Shiming seemed to have known this would happen. They didn't even raise their heads and just waved. Under Jiang Huntao's puzzled gaze, Zhang Xian left the private room. The lobby manager was already waiting at the door and respectfully took Zhang Xian to another private room. Zhang Xian pushed the door open and walked in. Chuan, where is Lin Chang? Xia Tianjun asked curiously in the private room. I have something for him to do, so he probably won't be back for a while. Wang Chuan looked a little solemn. He sent people to investigate Zhang Xian, but the result of the investigation confused him. If the person sent out was not the one he trusted the most, he would have thought he was being tricked. Both parents are ordinary workers, the family is poor, and the mother was laid off. How did people from such a family come up with such 100 billion? He told his boss about this, and the boss was stunned for a while after hearing it. However, the boss didn't say anything, but just asked him to help Zhang Xian and develop Tao Yuanju. This means that even the boss doesn't know what happened to Zhang Xian. That's the boss. In his mind, the boss has always been a powerful and omniscient being. Even the boss didn't know what happened to Zhang Xian. Manager Wang, who do you want to introduce to us this time? At this time, a fat man asked. When the others heard what the fat man said, they also looked at Wang Chuan curiously. Wang Chuan has a mysterious and powerful boss behind him. Who dares to underestimate him? He's a young man. You'll get to know him now. The boss has already told you that he hopes you can help him and support the younger generation. Hearing Wang Chuan's words, everyone in the private room sat up straight with bright eyes. A young man? What is the relationship between this young man and the boss? It actually made the mysterious boss explain it specifically. After so many years of interacting with the boss, they have never seen the boss be so nice to a young person. This young man must have some special relationship with the boss, which is why the boss did this. Just then, the door opened. Chapter 52 Northern Trade Alliance. Zhang Xian pushed open the door and immediately felt more than a dozen eyes focused on him.
Mr. Zhang?
Xu Xinhou from Jinhao Real Estate was stunned for a moment when he saw the visitor, then greeted him happily. Zhang Xian heard someone calling him, took a look, and remembered who that person was, Boss Xu. When the people around Xu Xinhou saw that Xu Xinhou knew Zhang Xian, they poked him. Even Wang Chuan was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting that Zhang Xian would know Xu Xinhou.
Xinhou, do you know this young man?
Someone asked curiously, looking at Zhang Xian with a smile on his face.
Mr. Fong, didn't you always want to know who bought your villa?
It was Mr. Zhang. Xu Xinhou said to Fong Depaying, the fat man next to him. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze towards Zhang Xian immediately changed. Everyone knew that Fong Depaying had encountered some problems in his business recently. Everyone helped him in every way they could, but Fong was still short of some funds and even sold his newly bought villa. Everyone was curious about who bought Lao Fong's villa. Everyone's net worth was not worth 100 million, but those were fixed assets. If they were asked to take out 100 or 200 million, they could do it, but once they did, it would inevitably affect their company's cash flow.
100 million is not a small amount.
100 million is not a lot of money in the whole Dongshan, but I didn't expect that it would be bought by the young man in front of me. Being able to come up with 100 million to buy a villa means that the other party's idle funds are definitely more than this amount. This young man in front of me is not simple.
Fong Depaying immediately stood up and laughed, Brother Zhang, you really helped me a lot.
His villa was worth hundreds of millions, but Zhang Xian only spent 100 million to buy it. He said this out of courtesy, and his main purpose was to get closer to Zhang Xian.
Brother Wang, is the person you want to introduce to me Brother Zhang?
Xu Xinhou asked, changing the address from Mr. Zhang to Brother Zhang, and their relationship became closer.
Wang Chuan introduced with a smile, Zhang Xian, the new chairman of Dongshan Industrial and the current owner of Taoyuanju.
Boom! One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Everyone stared at Zhang Xian in a daze, their eyes filled with disbelief. Let us talk about the chairman of Dongshan Industrial first. The previous sniper battle was great, and everyone is wondering who this mysterious man is. Looking at Zhang Xian in front of them, it was hard for everyone to connect him with the mysterious business tycoon.
In the crowd, Xia Tianjun couldn't help but look at Zhang Xian once more. If one were to say who had the biggest impact from Qin Zhengyang's entry into the entertainment industry, it would definitely be him. Although Qin Zhengyang's entry into the entertainment industry seemed to have dragged down Dongshan Industrial, that was the result of Qin Zhengyang overestimating his own working capital. If Qin Zhengyang was given sufficient financial support, he could really seize a large part of Xia Entertainment's market share. It can be said that Zhang Xian's acquisition of Dongshan Industrial actually helped him to a great extent. Naturally, the identity of the new chairman of Dongshan Industrial was not the most shocking thing to everyone. What shocked them the most was the second identity that Wang Chuan mentioned. The new boss of Taoyuanju. Everyone trembled and their faces changed when they heard this. Mr. Zhang, sit down. Xu Xinhou couldn't help but change the address again. Come on, Mr. Zhang, sit down. You are my Fong Depaying savior. No matter what you say today, I will toast you 2 glasses. The smile on Fong Depaying's face became even brighter. After Zhang Xian sat down, Wang Chuan introduced everyone to him, and then said to him, Mr. Zhang, these are all people from our northern faction. We invited you here today so that you can recognize them. Northern school? Zhang Xian was stunned. Why does it sound like something of a gang nature?
Wang Chuan saw Zhang Xian's confusion, so he told him the origin of the Northern School. In fact, the Northern faction has another name, the Northern Trade Alliance. It is organized by these local companies in Dongshan Province. Corresponding to the Northern School are the Southern School, the Kyoto School, and the Magic City School. At the beginning, there was no Northern faction in Dongshan, and everyone fought on their own. However, Dongshan Province was adjacent to the East China Sea, had the largest seaport in Daxia, and was also close to several small countries in the surrounding area. Its geographical location was very advantageous. The other 3 economic alliances took a fancy to the big cake of Dongshan Province, so they came here one after another, hoping to get a piece of the pie. These local companies were just a group of scattered sands and had no ability to fight back against the 3 major alliances. In a very short period of time, many companies were acquired. At that time, a mysterious man appeared and built Taoyuanju. The appearance of this person instantly curbed the development trend of the 3 major alliances, and even drove away the Magic City faction and the Kyoto faction.
Only the southern faction had one or two companies left to survive. It was at that time that everyone witnessed the strength of Tao Yuanzhu and the benefits of the Economic and Trade Alliance, so everyone voluntarily united together. The mysterious boss of Tao Yuanzhu sent Wang Chuan to form the Northern Trade Alliance with everyone. Dongshan Industrial, although its name sounds like a local company, is actually from the south. Everyone has been preparing for battle and looking for an opportunity to defeat Dongshan Industrial over the years. However, Dongshan Industry is the nail left here by the southern faction. The southern faction naturally attaches great importance to this place, and everyone has never found an opportunity. Over the past year, Qin Zhengyang's desire to enter the entertainment industry was not just his own idea, but also the southern faction's desire to make a comeback. They have set their sights on the booming entertainment industry and want to use it to open up a breakthrough in the market and return to the Dongshan market. Everyone knows this, so they are preparing to curb the development of Dongshan's industry. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a mysterious man took action and defeated Qin Zhengyang within a day or two. The speed was so fast that the Southern Trade Alliance had no time to react. They thought it was the boss who did it, but they didn't expect it was the young man in front of them who did it. "Mr. Zhang, you look young and promising. My bastard son is about your age, but he only knows how to ask me for money." Fang Depeng looked at Zhang Xian with some admiration. Although Zhang Xian is young, his net worth is incomparable to theirs. And their next generation, who is about the same age as Zhang Xian, still knows how to ask for money. Old Xia is still lucky. He is so lucky to have a good daughter. I heard that all the successful projects of old Xia in the past 2 years were discovered by his daughter. Everyone looked at Xia Tianjun with envy. Xia Tianjun was slightly proud. Having such a daughter was indeed what he was most proud of. Invisibly, his daughter had the potential to become the number one of the younger generation of the northern school, but she was far inferior to Zhang Xian in front of him. "Thank you for your praise. I'm just lucky. I'm not as amazing as you think. I'm just 20 years old and still in school. If you guys praise me like this, I'll be flattered." Hearing the other party's praise, Zhang Xian pursed his lips slightly and said, "Ha? Still in school?" Everyone was stunned. Chapter 53 Li Mingqi. Hearing that Zhang Xian was still in college, everyone looked at Zhang Xian with even more enthusiasm. Especially those who have daughters, they looked like they couldn't wait to make Zhang Xian their son-in-law. Those who had sons, such as Fang Depeng, felt extremely regretful and wondered why they did not have a daughter. Only Xia Tianjun also had the urge to let his daughter be with Zhang Xian, but the urge was not strong. After all, his daughter had proved her worth to the world with her strength, and his Xia entertainment would be left to his daughter in the future. As for his son, Xia Tianjun wanted to pick up the table leg and smash it at him when he mentioned him. The Xia family can only continue to develop under the leadership of their daughter. If it is given to their son, it will probably go bankrupt within 2 years. I wonder which university brother Zhang is attending. Dongshan University. I'm a freshman this year. Really? My daughter is studying at the School of Finance and Economics next to the University of Tokyo. I didn't expect that we would be so predestined to meet. Brother Zhang, please come to my house someday. I want to teach her a lesson and let her follow your example. Haha, what a coincidence. My daughter is a junior at Dongshan University. Brother Zhang, I'll introduce you to each other someday. You young people will surely have a lot of topics in common. My son is also studying at Dongda, and I will definitely let this little bastard learn from Brother Zhang in the future. After a while, the distance between everyone was shortened and the way they addressed Zhang Xian also changed. Zhang Xian exchanged greetings with everyone for a while, then apologized to them. "I'm sorry, everyone. I'm not here alone. There are a few other classmates here. I'll go first." You're busy. Haha, Brother Zhang, you think we are too old and have nothing in common. Go ahead. Someone joked. You want to pay? Can you afford it? This is the latest green submariner, it costs more than 50,000 yuan, what are you going to pay for it with? As soon as he walked out of the private room, he heard an arrogant voice. Zhang Xian frowned and walked over. I'm sorry. I will definitely save up enough money to compensate you. I'll write you an IOU. A somewhat familiar voice came. IOU? Who wants this from you? Pay me back, now, right now. Damn, how unlucky you are. I spent so much effort to buy a watch, and you knocked it off and broke it. Don't you work here? Call your lobby manager over here. If you can't afford the compensation, let him pay for it. Yes, you work here, and Teo Yuanju has responsibilities too. Sir, please don't block here and disturb other customers. If you have anything to say, please come with me to my office. The voice of the lobby manager also came over. When Zhang Xian walked over, he immediately saw a familiar figure, the girl he bumped into. Although the girl's face was covered by her hair, Zhang Xian still recognized her at a glance. At this moment, the girl's eyes were full of fear and a hint of despair, and her gaze towards the other party was full of pleading. The other party was 5 young men dressed like playboys, but they didn't look like students. They looked more like people from society. Go to the office with you? Damn, do you think I'm stupid? If I go in with you, can I walk out safely? Hurry up and pay the money, and we will leave immediately. Those people shouted. What's going on? The hall manager frowned and asked the girl. The girl was about to cry. Manager, I came here to deliver food, and they came close to me on purpose, and then their watches fell to the ground, and they said that I broke their watches and asked me to pay for them. The girl's voice was always weak, which made people involuntarily want to protect her. What do you mean? Damn, are you looking for death? Do you mean that I deliberately blackmailed you? Hearing the girl's words, the leading man showed a fierce look on his face and slapped her. Ding, the god-level selection system is starting up. Choice 1, help Li Mingqi. Rewards, random consumption cashback card x10, physical fitness plus 10, spirit plus 10, appearance plus 1. Choice 2, ignore Li Mingqi, choose to leave, and let the lobby manager handle it. Reward, a Koenigsegg Adjura, the title of straight man, and 1 popularity with women. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Zhang Xian's mind. What is there to hesitate about? Stop. Zhang Xian grabbed the man's arm and pulled Li Mingqi behind him. Mr. Zhang. The hall manager was about to stop him, but someone beat him to it. When he saw it was Zhang Xian, he called out respectfully. Those people noticed the look of the hall manager and their eyes suddenly lit up. Zhang Xian noticed this keenly, and he immediately realized that these people were not here to eat, but were deliberately causing trouble for Teo Yuanju. Li Mingqi was just unlucky to be run into by these people. Even if it wasn't Li Mingqi who showed up, but someone else, these people would still find trouble when they met her. Hearing a familiar voice, Li Mingqi raised her head and saw Zhang Xian's back. Puzzlement flashed in her beautiful eyes. Does she know this person? Why does she feel familiar with him? Li Mingqi was wearing the uniform of a Teo Yuanju waitress, which completely concealed her perfectly curvaceous figure. Her little face was tightly wrinkled, her eyes were full of despair. 50,000 yuan was simply not something her family could afford, and even the money for her schooling was earned by her working part-time. Her father was sick and bedridden. Not only could he not earn money, he also needed her mother to take care of him. Her younger brother was still young, and her tuition was paid with the money she earned from odd jobs. She is now the only source of income for the family. She cannot earn 50,000 yuan even if she doesn't eat or drink. But she will not shirk it. This is her responsibility. As long as these people agree, she will pay it back even if it takes her 10 years. What? You want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? Okay, $50,000, you take it? The leader looked at Zhang Xian and slowly approached him. Li Mingqi pulled Zhang Xian's arm, then walked to Zhang Xian's side and stuck her head out, looking at the man pitifully. No. No need, I bumped into you, I will pay you back. Her stuttering speech showed that she was very nervous at the moment. Hearing Li Mingqi's words, Zhang Xian frowned slightly. He pulled Li Mingqi behind him and looked at those people. At this moment, many people had noticed that something was happening here and came over, blocking the corridor. How much? Zhang Xian asked. Business is important. As for these people, Zhang Xian naturally would not let them go so easily. Mr. Zhang. These people were obviously here to cause trouble. The hall manager was not a fool. He didn't want to let them go so easily. No one dares to cause trouble in Teo Yuanju. Zhang Xian waved his hand to signal the hall manager not to speak and that he would handle the matter. The hall manager didn't say anything, but these people were unhappy. Mad, why don't you want to pay for it? Everyone, please judge for yourself. We came here to eat, and their waiter broke something. How much? Zhang Xian asked again with a frown. It's none of your business, get out of here. This isn't about money anymore. The man said to Zhang Xian coldly. Chapter 54. Someone is causing trouble.
Taoyuanju is also a large-scale catering business.
You are bullying customers with your size. Friends, do you think you can feel safe eating in a restaurant like this? Don't feel at ease. Who would dare to come to a store like this? This matter absolutely cannot be let go like this.
After the man finished speaking, the people behind him shouted loudly.
Go get him $100,000.
Zhang Xian said to the lobby manager, then looked at those people.
Please don't make trouble.
We have been in Dongshan for so many years. Whether we are a big store and bully customers is up to everyone to judge.
You want 50,000, I will give you 100,000. Please take the money and leave here. We don't welcome you in Taoyuanju.
Their watch is fake.
I know it.
Li Mengqi behind him lowered her head. When she heard Zhang Xian's words, she became anxious and spoke weakly. But her voice was too soft and only Zhang Xian could hear it. The people around nodded when they heard what Zhang Xian said.
Taoyuanju has been in Dongshan for so many years and has always had a good reputation, especially the Dongshan store. If you come with a student ID, you can eat at almost cost price.
This is also the reason why the surrounding college students are willing to come here to eat.
You said you didn't bully customers because you're a big store, but aren't you trying to drive us away? We're not leaving.
You broke my watch, so you should compensate me.
We haven't even eaten yet, so why should we leave? The men shouted. Mr. Zhang, they are just here to cause trouble. Don't pay any attention to them. Call the police.
The hall manager was so angry that he said. At this time, the people around also realized that there was something wrong with these people. The piece of cloth on the ground was obviously junk bought on the street, but these people asked for 50,000 yuan. This was obviously extortion. Now Taoyuanju has agreed, but these people are still not giving in. It would be strange if there was nothing wrong with these people.
Hey guys, you guys have already been compensated, why don't you just take the money and leave? Do you have to wait for the relevant department to come and arrest you?
That broken watch can be bought for 50 yuan at the store in front of the school.
50,000 yuan, are these people here to rip people off?
The guests around couldn't stand it anymore and started to speak up. Unexpectedly, these people became even more unhappy after hearing what the people around them said.
What the hell is this to you? Get lost.
I said it's worth 50,000 yuan, so it's worth 50,000 yuan.
Besides, do you guys look like you're short of money? I don't want the money. I want an identical watch.
This watch was passed down from my grandfather's grandfather.
It's an antique. I'll compensate you with an identical one, okay?
Zhang Xian stopped these people from making trouble and said.
Okay, bring it here.
Those people looked at Zhang Xian with a smile on their faces. At this moment, there was only Zhang Xian in their eyes and they didn't even look at Li Mengqi.
This made Zhang Xian even more convinced that these people were coming for Taoyuanju. Then brothers, come with me to buy it?
Zhang Xian looked at them with a smile on his face.
Mr. Zhang, you.
Zhang Xian interrupted the hall manager and looked at several people. The men looked at each other and nodded.
Li Mengqi instinctively wanted to step forward and take responsibility. This matter has nothing to do with you, go to work, I will take care of it. But. No buts, just work with peace of mind. Since you work at Taoyuanju, you are an employee of Taoyuanju, and Taoyuanju will be responsible for you to the end. Zhang Xian's tone was firm and full of unquestionableness.
Li Mengqi's eyes were suddenly filled with tears.
Zhang Xian and those people walked out.
The hall manager thought about it and immediately went to find Wang Chuan. Although he didn't know Zhang Xian's true identity, the general manager seemed to respect Mr. Zhang very much. Those people obviously had bad intentions, and he was afraid that something might happen to Zhang Xian.
Manager, that person, who is he?
Li Mengqi looked at the direction Zhang Xian left with concern, grabbed the hall manager and asked. Oh, that's Mr. Zhang, a good friend of our general manager.
Mengqi, don't worry, the company will be responsible for this matter to the end.
The hall manager said to Li Mengqi with a smile.
Do you have his contact information? Li Mengqi asked weakly. Yes, what's wrong? The lobby manager asked curiously. Give it to me, okay? Li Mengqi took a deep breath and decided that she must pay Zhang Xian back.
The hall manager didn't know what Li Mengqi meant, so he gave Zhang Xian's cell phone number to Li Mengqi and left.
These people came by car.
After getting in the car, they didn't even ask Zhang Xian where he bought the same watches for them, but just drove forward. Zhang Xian sat in the car calmly, without saying a word, and let them take him away. Everyone soon arrived at the suburbs. A few people laughed. Zhang Xian also laughed. Boy, what are you laughing at? Why do you care what he's laughing at? This guy seems to have a high status in Taoyuanju. With him here, I'm sure we can force Wang Chuan out. Hurry up and call Mr. Qin, it's time to pay the bill. Mr. Qin? Zhang Xian thought it was a competitor of Taoyuanju, but after hearing the conversation between these people, he became confused. Did Qin Xiaotian ask you to come? No way. Even Qin Zhengyang was arrested. How dare Qin Xiaotian, a second-generation rich man, provoke Taoyuanju? Is he tired of living? When those people heard Zhang Xian's words, they were stunned. Seeing the looks of these people, Zhang Xian was stunned. It was really Qin Xiaotian. Without Qin Zhengyang's protection, does this second-generation rich kid still have the guts to do such weird things? Do you know Mr. Qin? The leader looked at Zhang Xian coldly. Of course, Qin Xiaotian and I are old acquaintances. If you don't believe me, call him and ask him. Zhang Xian wanted to meet Qin Xiaotian. He wanted to know what this guy's head looked like. Could it be that it was filled with tofu instead of brains? The leader was half believing and half doubting, so he took out his phone and walked aside. After a while, he came over and asked, Boy, young Master Qin asked who you are. Zhang Xian smiled slightly. Qin Xiaotian, do you still remember me? Who are you? The voice coming from the microphone was actually Qin Xiaotian's. Zhang Xian was speechless. Qin Xiaotian, have you forgotten your old friend so quickly? I haven't spent all your 5 million yet. It's you. There was silence for a while, and then Qin Xiaotian's ferocious voice came, Old Yang, you guys keep an eye on him, I'll be there soon. I must have a good time with him. After saying that, Qin Xiaotian hung up the phone. Those people were stunned for a moment, and their eyes turned playful when they looked at Zhang Xian. Boy, we'll have some fun later. How dare you offend young Master Qin? I didn't expect that in Dongshan City, there would be someone who dared to offend young Master Qin. Several people were talking to each other, and in their words, Qin Xiaotian was clearly the #1 young master in Dongshan. Zhang Xian looked at these people suspiciously, and then thought of these people going to Taoyuanju to cause trouble, so he asked, You are not from Dongshan province, right? When these people heard this, their expressions froze and their eyes turned towards Zhang Xian in an extremely ferocious manner. Chapter 55 I know, you are from the Lin family. Boy, do you know us? Several people surrounded Zhang Xian and asked. I guessed it. Zhang Xian said with a smile, as if he didn't notice the little movements of several people. Boy, why do you guess so? The leader narrowed his eyes and stared at Zhang Xian. Qin Xiaotian's father, Qin Zhengyang, has been arrested for committing a crime. Qin Xiaotian is now a lost dog. This incident has caused a big stir, and the whole Dongshan city knows about it. You keep calling him Qin Xiao, which proves that you don't know. That only shows that you are not from Dongshan province. Who among the people from Dongshan province is stupid enough to go to Taoyuanju to cause trouble? Isn't this just seeking death? When Zhang Xian looked at the looks of these people, he knew that they were not from Dongshan province. What? How is this possible? Brother, this. Several people looked at each other, because they didn't think Zhang Xian was lying. Tie yourselves up. When the relevant department comes to check whether you are fugitives, don't let me do anything. It's not good to hurt you. Zhang Xian's face was full of smiles. Boy, are you mentally ill? Don't you see your situation clearly? Are you hurting us? Those people looked at Zhang Xian in surprise. What? Is there a problem? I'm in such a predicament. The 5 of you are surrounded by me. You have no choice but to surrender. Hurry! As he said this, he took out his cell phone and was about to call the relevant department. Brother, he's calling the police. Beat him to death. Dare you call the police? Several people suddenly kicked Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian frowned, knocked the leader away with a punch, and then knocked the other one unconscious with an elbow. The remaining 3 people didn't expect Zhang Xian to be so fierce. They looked at each other, took out their knives, and stabbed directly without any hesitation. Judging from their appearance, Zhang Xian was sure that these people were habitual criminals who regarded human life as worthless and had no psychological burden about killing him. To deal with such a person, Zhang Xian used more force. He broke the man's wrist with one punch, and then he cut with both palms like knives. The arms of the other two men dropped limply with a crack. However, after a few rounds, 3 of the 5 people lost their combat effectiveness. The leading elder brother looked at Zhang Xian and asked doubtfully, "But Jiqun, are you from the Jiang family or the Nanling Lin family? You are so young, yet you have such a solid foundation. Could it be that you are Lin Wuji, the peerless genius of the younger generation of the Nanling Lin family?" Zhang Xian remained silent upon hearing this. As for the 5 prisoners, judging from the controlled knives they carried with them, it was very likely that they were carrying criminals. The man stared at Zhang Xian, and when he saw that Zhang Xian didn't answer, he thought he had guessed right, and roared, "I am Yang Lin, the Tiger Fist. We are all martial artists, and we should act according to the rules of the martial arts world. I provoked you, and I admit defeat this time, but why did you involve the relevant departments?" Looking at his expression, it seemed as if Zhang Xian had made a huge mistake. "Okay, if you want to follow the rules of the martial arts world, then I will grant your wish." Zhang Xian put his phone down, suddenly took a step forward, and punched out with both fists. The sound of a tiger's roar was faintly heard in the void. Yang Lin dodged half of the attack by rolling over, but was blasted more than 10 meters away by Zhang Xian. The other one was not so lucky. He flew backwards and fell to the ground, unconscious. "Zingyiquan? Who are you?" Yang Lin's eyes widened. Zhang Xian actually displayed 2 types of boxing skills, and his attainments in both were better than his. "Are you still going to fight?" Zhang Xian's face was full of smiles. He still had a great time with Zhang Ju and Xiang. It was so exciting and satisfying. This guy was really too weak. Yang admits defeat. "I just want to be quick with you. Can you tell me who you are?" Yang Lin said this and sat on the ground. "I can neither fight nor run away, so I can only accept defeat. Jiang Huntao of the Jiang family." Zhang Xian gave Lao Zhan's name without hesitation, said sorry to Lao Jiang in his heart, and then called the relevant department. Didn't you say to deal with it according to the rules of the martial arts world?" "You actually. Okay, I get it. You must be from the Nanling Lin family. You are a shameless villain. You colluded with the relevant departments and framed the Jiang family. You Lin family are nothing." Hearing Zhang Xian calling the police, Yang Lin rushed over roaring. Zhang Xian suddenly jumped up and knocked Yang Lin to the ground with an E-strike. He originally thought that Qin Xiaotian would arrive first, but he didn't expect that a few minutes later the police car from the relevant department arrived first. Waste. Zhang Xian was speechless. How could he know that ever since Qin Zhangyang got into trouble, Qin Xiaotian was afraid of being implicated, so he behaved much more low-key outside. He just happened to encounter a traffic jam and was still stuck on the road. "Did you call the police?" People from the relevant department came over and saw the 5 people lying on the ground, especially when they saw that someone's arm bones were broken. Their eyes changed when they looked at Zhang Xian. "Captain, it's the 5 tigers." Suddenly, a team member saw the appearance of Yang Lin and others and shouted in surprise. The captain, who was about to conduct routine questioning of Zhang Xian, widened his eyes upon hearing this. He no longer cared about Zhang Xian and immediately ran over. He recognized at a glance that the 5 people on the ground were the dangerous persons for whom the relevant departments had issued a level wanted warrants. "Good boy, you have done a great job this time." Hu Xiqian patted Zhang Xian's shoulder excitedly and said, "By the way, where is your ID card? Why are you here with these people?" Hu Xiqian suddenly remembered that the 5 tigers were skilled in martial arts, especially the big tiger Yang Lin, who was an excellent martial artist. How did Zhang Xian defeat these 5 people? He looked at Zhang Xian. "My name is Zhang Xian, and I'm a freshman at Dongshan University. These 5 people." Zhang Xian recounted what had just happened and took out his ID card. They checked and confirmed Zhang Xian's identity, and immediately relaxed, looking at Zhang Xian with admiration. "Brother Zhang, that's great. We will definitely contact your school this time." "No, big brother, let me go. Just pretend you didn't see me." Before Hu Xiqian could finish his words, Zhang Xian immediately stopped him. "He is already famous enough, he doesn't need to be more famous. Brother, don't worry, we won't release your specific information to the public. This will also be of great help to your future employment." Hu Xiqian thought Zhang Xian was afraid of revenge, so he comforted him. "No need, big brother, you guys just hide and wait for a while. The man who hired these people is coming soon, please take him back with you in a while." No problem. He hired a killer for attempted murder, and the one he hired was a Class A wanted criminal. I'm afraid that kid will spend the rest of his life in jail, Hu Xiqian said with a smile. After a while, there was a roar of a car and Qin Xiaotian arrived. Chapter 56 Zhang Xian, we meet again. There was a sharp sound of wheels rubbing against the ground, 5 cars stopped, and Qin Xiaotian got out of the car with a group of people. A group of people holding baseball bats surrounded him. Qin Xiaotian was holding a cigarette in his mouth and walking with great vigor, looking like a gangster boss. Seeing this group of people, Zhang Xian was speechless. If you don't seek death, you won't die. Now Qin Xiaotian will have one more crime to add to his list. Where are Lao Yang and the others? Qin Xiaotian saw Zhang Xian sitting there alone and did not see Yang Lin and the others, so he did not take it seriously and thought that Yang Lin had left for something. Otherwise, Qin Xiaotian is missing something in his brain. You haven't even given him the money yet, and he's leaving without asking for money? Is he sick? The only thought in Qin Xiaotian's mind at the moment was to kill Zhang Xian. He had been humiliated greatly in Taoyuan residence and had been trying to find a way to get back at his humiliation. So when he received Yang Lin's call, he couldn't wait to gather his friends and bring them here, just to regain the upper hand in front of these people. Zhang Xian, we meet again. Ha ha ha, no matter how proud you are, you. Walala. At this moment, the group of people were surrounded by people from the relevant departments. We are from the relevant department. Put down your weapons and raise your hands, or we will shoot. You have been surrounded, raise your hands and surrender. The people who came with Qin Xiaotian were dumbfounded. They saw the people from the relevant departments immediately squatting on the ground with their hands raised above their heads. Looking at their skilled appearance, it was known that they often encountered such things. Qin Xiaotian was dumbfounded. He was kicked to the ground by Hu Xiqian and handcuffed on the ground. At this moment, Wang Chuan called. Zhang Xian told him what happened here and hung up. Brother, I may have to accept your favor this time. If I can really get a promotion this time, I will definitely treat you to a meal. Hu Xiqian was in a very happy mood. Not only did he capture the 5 tigers, he also captured Qin Xiaotian. Qin Xiaotian's identity was very sensitive, and this also increased Qin Xiaotian's importance. If Zhang Xian doesn't take credit, then they will be able to add some glory to themselves in their action report. Not only him, but everyone who came this time, looked at Zhang Xian with much kinder eyes. He has the ability and gives the credit to them. Why shouldn't they like such a person? Everyone was taken back to the relevant department, and Zhang Xian returned to school after taking his statement. Back in the dormitory, the 4 LSPs were having fun playing the exciting battlefield. The 4 people didn't notice anything unusual about Zhang Xian's return, and they didn't even raise their heads. Xia family. Xia Tianjun returned home, but he still couldn't calm down. Zhang Xian is really too young. He is just a freshman in college, but his net worth is hundreds of billions. When he was Zhang Xian's age, he only knew how to ask his family for living expenses. During the meal, Tian Yushan noticed that her husband was acting strangely and asked in confusion, Old Xia, are you missing your daughter? This silly girl, I don't know if she's arrived yet, and she didn't even call to let me know she's safe. Xia Tianjun shook his head and sighed, I saw a young man today, and I felt a lot in my heart. Oh? Whose child is it? Tian Yushan immediately became interested. She knew her husband's taste. There were only a few girls in the entire Dongshan province that her husband would like. This young man must be extraordinary to be able to bring such feelings to her husband. His daughter is so outstanding that it is as difficult as climbing to the sky for her to find a boyfriend. Although his daughter is still young, there are not many people as outstanding as his daughter who have the courage to pursue her. The child of my best friend is not as pretty as my daughter Xia Meng. The boyfriends she has brought home are at least 80, if not 100. But what about Xia Meng? She is already a sophomore, and she has never brought home a boy. This forced Tian Yushan to worry about her daughter in advance, but she had done it many times, and her daughter simply looked down on the other party, and her daughter became more and more resistant to her interference, which was not a good sign. Especially the last time she tried to match her daughter with the boy from the Lan family. That boy was the one she valued the most. He had a good family background and Lan Junxian was handsome, like a movie star. She originally thought her daughter would like him, but she didn't expect that when her daughter heard that she was going to match them up, she called and threatened to commit suicide. After what happened last time, Tian Yushan summed up the reasons for her dozens of failures, and finally she got the answer.
It must be that those people were not good enough. How could her daughter, who was so outstanding, look down on people who are far inferior to herself? So these 2 days she started looking for a boy who was more talented than her daughter, but she was depressed to find that she couldn't find one in the entire Dongshan province. My daughter's talent is so strong that she has no rival. 2 years ago, Xia's entertainment had reached a bottleneck and my husband was so worried that he couldn't sleep. As a result, our daughter came in and gave him some suggestions. That night, my husband slept the best he had in years. After a while, the market value of Xia Entertainment nearly doubled, and Tian Yushan realized that it was her daughter who proposed the development plan to her husband. Moreover, my daughter has never asked her family for money since she entered high school, and she earns all her expenses by herself. Tian Yushan was worried that it would be difficult to find a boy who was better than her daughter, but she didn't expect her husband to find one. She was overjoyed and almost wanted to see the boy immediately. Hearing this, Xia Tianjun glanced at his wife and instantly saw what she was thinking. He laughed dumbly. Don't worry about it. Our daughter has her own ideas. Besides, this boy may not be interested in our daughter. What do you mean? Xia Tianjun, could it be that this boy's achievements are higher than our daughter's? You know what happened in Dongshan Industrial these 2 days, right? Xia Tianjun did not answer, but asked back. Tian Yushan was stunned for a moment, knowing that her husband would never ask this for no reason. Suddenly, a light flashed through her mind. She was surprised by her own idea. You're not going to say that the sniper battle at Dongshan Industrial was done by that boy, are you? Didn't you guess that it was the boss of Tao Yuanju who did it? In Dongshan province, only the boss could do it so cleanly. Yes. Xia Tianjun only felt his lips dry. The 5 words boss of Tao Yuanju put too much pressure on him. I guessed right, it was the boss of Tao Yuanju who did it. Tian Yushan suddenly felt bored, rolled her eyes at her husband, and said angrily, since he is the boss of Tao Yuanju, then the boy you mentioned. Her beautiful eyes suddenly widened and she stared at her husband in a daze. Xia Tianjun sighed, although Wang Chuan did not admit it, the child is most likely the boss's son. Besides, the Dongshan industrial incident was someone else's own doing, the boss was not involved. When Tian Yushan heard this, her beautiful eyes froze completely. The boss has already transferred Tao Yuanju to that kid. Xia Tianjun dropped another bombshell. Tian Yushan was dumbfounded. Chapter 57, Excited Tian Yushan. He is a freshman this year and is studying in the same university as our Meng Meng. Even someone as arrogant as Xia Tianjun had to admit that Zhang Xian's achievements really shocked him. Tian Yushan sat there in a daze. She was so shocked that she didn't know what to say. After a long while, she took a deep breath. Now she knew why her husband sighed like that after he came back. I am a freshman now. Chairman of Dongshan Industrial. The new boss of Tao Yuanju. These 3 conditions combined are so incredible that if her husband hadn't told her this, she would never have believed it. The next moment, Tian Yushan's beautiful eyes lit up. Good thing. Wasn't she worried that there was no boy in Dongshan province worthy of her daughter? Didn't this happen? Hubby, have you seen the child? What does he look like? When Xia Tianjun saw his wife's expression, he knew what she was thinking. In fact, it was not just his wife who was thinking that. Although he was not as strong as others, he also hoped that Zhang Xian could become his son-in-law. Very handsome, and not inferior to the popular young actors that the company is currently promoting. Tian Yushan's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she asked anxiously, do you have his contact information? What do you want to do? I'm telling you, don't mess around. If you make him angry, we'll both be in trouble. Xia Entertainment's assets are not even enough to fill his teeth. Xia Tianjun was startled when he saw his wife's shining eyes and quickly reminded her. It's okay. I know my limits. Would I joke about the fate of our family? Tian Yushan said this with great confidence, thinking in her heart, provoke? How can selling her own daughter to him be considered provoking? This is a good thing. Even if that person is unreasonable, you shouldn't get angry over something like this. Xia Tianjun thought about it and it made sense. His wife was not the kind of person who would do things recklessly, so he told his wife Zhang Xian's contact information. Tian Yushan immediately memorized it and murmured, Zhang Xian? Xia Meng, these 2 names look like a perfect couple. When Xia Tianjun heard his wife's whispers, his face turned dark. They are just 2 names that couldn't be more ordinary. How did they become associated with a husband and wife look like each other?
At this moment, Tian Yushan's cell phone rang. When she saw it was her son, she looked disgusted and picked up the phone reluctantly.
In the dormitory.
Ding, it is detected that the host has made a choice: random consumption cashback card x10, physical fitness plus 10, spirit plus 10, appearance plus 1. Note, the instant cashback card will generate a certain multiple of the host's consumption amount, with a minimum of 2 times and an upper limit of 100 billion. Zhang Xian was just about to go to bed when a reminder sound rang in his mind.
He was stunned. Was there a system delay?
In the past, the reward would be given out immediately after he made his choice, but this time it took such a long time to get the reward. Immediately afterwards, a hot current surged out from his lower abdomen and flowed through his whole body, making Zhang Xian feel warm and comfortable all over. This was a feeling he had never experienced before, light and airy, as if he was flying in the air.
What's that smell? Who just took a shit and didn't flush the toilet? Fang Shiming, you bastard, you didn't flush the toilet, go flush it now.
Hearing the voices of several LSPs, Zhang Xian frowned, and he also smelled an extremely stinky odor. Suddenly, he felt a sticky feeling on his body and felt very uncomfortable. He was stunned when he looked at his body. He found that a layer of black oil had overflowed from the surface of his body. The stench in the dormitory was the smell of this oil.
Before Fang Shiming could explain, Zhang Xian jumped into the washroom and asked, "Old Fang, are you constipated?"
He turned on the faucet, took off his clothes and took a shower immediately. The ground was instantly covered with a layer of black. Zhang Xian showered for more than half an hour before the smell on his body was gone. After wiping it, Zhang Xian came to the mirror and looked at himself in the mirror.
The next second, he was stunned. Is this still me?
At this moment, he had a handsome face, sharp features, clear eyes, and more importantly, his muscles were angular all over his body. He had 8 abdominal muscles, and his skin was whiter than that of a girl. If you look closely at yourself in the mirror, you will find that you look like you did when you were on Earth, but not exactly the same.
It looks more like you do in this life.
The two faces combined make him extremely handsome.
Damn, you're so damn handsome. If I were a girl, I would definitely fall in love with you.
Zhang Xian boasted, with a hint of confidence between his brows.
What's that scent? Brother Xian, what were you doing in there? Are you practicing the 5 dragons embracing the pillars technique? It's okay, we are all men, we understand you.
The school beauty is gone, it's normal for you to have needs, but don't waste perfume like this, it smells so good. What kind of perfume is this?
How much is a bottle? Give some to the brothers. Smell?
Zhang Xian smelled it himself and found that the smell was coming from his body.
Damn, won't he become a walking hormone in the future? Oh, this is so annoying. When the senior sees me next time, won't she be unable to resist and pounce on me?
Zhang Xian stroked his chin, looked at himself, and couldn't help but sigh.
Fuck, get out here, we promise not to beat you to death.
Hearing Zhang Xian's muttering, Yang Ming and the other 3 were about to vomit blood. Zhang Xian pushed the door open and walked out, a faint fragrance wafting out with him. Yang Ming and the other 3 saw Zhang Xian's show-off look and pushed him aside.
Where's the perfume? No? How can it smell so good without perfume? Brother Xian, where are you hiding? Fuck, Brother Xian, how come you suddenly become so handsome?
The 4 people looked at Zhang Xian in surprise, and only then noticed the change in Zhang Xian's expression. They undergo military training every day, exposed to the wind and sun, and have all become African refugees long ago, but Zhang Xian's skin is as white and smooth as that of a newborn baby. Zhang Xian laughed loudly. Mortals, you finally noticed how handsome I am. I have always been this handsome, but you just didn't dare to admit it.
I am sleepy and I am going to bed.
Zhang Xian got into bed without thinking, and at that moment, his cell phone rang. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, Zhang Xian thought it was a sales call and hung up, but the other party called again immediately. After this happened 3 times, Zhang Xian had no choice but to pick up the phone.
Hello, is this Zhang Xian?
A timid and somewhat nervous voice came.
Li Mengqi? Zhang Xian asked doubtfully. Yes, it's me. Are you okay? I heard from the lobby manager that you are fine.
The voice is still weak, but not offensive. Instead, it makes people can't help but feel a desire to protect it.
I'm fine, don't worry.
As Zhang Xian answered, the girl whose face was always covered by her hair involuntarily emerged in his mind.
Chapter 58, The Perseverant Mother Xia. Money, I will pay you back. I'll give you the IOU tomorrow.
Li Mingqi on the other end of the phone hesitated for a moment, but still spoke with extraordinary firmness. In her opinion, Zhang Xian must have paid compensation to those people, otherwise, those people were so vicious, how could they let him go so easily? No need, the matter has been dealt with, no money spent. Zhang Xian said with a smile. See you tomorrow. Li Mingqi hung up the phone after she finished speaking, without giving Zhang Xian any chance to refuse. Zhang Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry after the call was hung up. This girl looked weak, but in fact she was extremely determined. Once she made up her mind, it would be difficult for her to change her mind. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Xian immediately saw 8 eyes staring at him, which scared him. Damn it, scaring people can kill them. Zhang Xian glared at the 4 LSPs unhappily and said speechlessly. Jiang Huntao stared at Zhang Xian, brother Xian, who is Li Mingqi. Don't do anything to let down the school beauty. Zhang Xian was stunned when he heard this, and then he realized that these 4 bastards had just eavesdropped on his phone call. He said speechlessly, what nonsense are you talking about? Li Mingqi and I have nothing to do with each other. Didn't I leave first when we were at Taoyuan residence? I handled the problem easily. Li Mingqi always thought that I helped her, so she called to thank me. Don't be so dirty in your minds. Ah, did anything else happen in Taoyuanju? Yang Ming looked at Zhang Xian in confusion. It's okay, it's been dealt with. I'm going to sleep. Just as Zhang Xian was about to lie down, his cell phone rang again. Seeing the caller ID, Zhang Xian picked up the phone. Hey, Junior, who did you call just now? As soon as the call was connected, Xiaomeng's resentful voice came. Zhang Xian's mind immediately appeared Xiaomeng pouting on the other end of the phone, and he couldn't help but smile slightly. When the senior was not around, Zhang Xian didn't feel anything, but after Xiaomeng left, Zhang Xian really felt like something was missing in his life. Maybe I have already gotten used to the presence of my senior sister? Zhang Xian thought to himself. Are you trying to seduce other little girls? When I'm not around, you don't even know how to call her, you're not a good boy. Hearing Xiaomeng's voice, the 4 LSPs in the dormitory immediately pricked up their ears. Hearing Xiaomeng acting coquettishly on the phone, the 4 LSPs felt their whole bodies tremble. Senior is acting like a spoiled brat. Who would have thought that the aloof senior schoolmate could also act like a spoiled brat? Zhang Xian? At this moment, Gu Qingqing's voice came from the microphone. Yes, Sister Qingqing, do you want to say a few words to your junior? Then came Xiaomeng's joking voice. Don't think I don't know what you want to do. You want to chat on the phone for a long time? Get out, I want to rest. Junior, let's ignore this old woman. You have to behave yourself while I'm away. Don't flirt with me. When I come back, we'll move out. After hearing this, Yang Ming and the other 3 were stunned and stared at Zhang Xian in a daze. Damn it, has brother Xian and the school beauty developed to this point? Move out and live together. The 4 of them gave Zhang Xian a thumbs up. Zhang Xian smiled bitterly, senior sister, stop joking. There are too many LSPs in the dormitory. Aren't you afraid that this will have a bad influence on you? I'm not afraid. Oh, forget it. My mom called. Let's talk tomorrow. On the other side, Xiaomeng answered a call from her mother. Little girl, have you arrived yet? We're here. Why didn't you tell your mother? Do you still have your mother in your heart? My daughter, let me tell you, this time, I have found a young man for you. He is also from your school. You will definitely like him. He is from our Dongshan. Mom, if you say this again, I will never talk to you again. Tian Yushan was speechless for a while. It seemed that she was wrong. She thought that her daughter looked down on the other party because the other party's ability was not as good as her daughter's. Now it seems that this is not the reason. Xiaomeng didn't even hear her reveal the other person's identity before she stopped her. I'm only a sophomore, Mom, and you've already found dozens of blind dates for me. Does no one want your daughter? Are you so anxious to marry me off? Xiaomeng pouted and said angrily. No, Meng, Mom is not worried about you because of that incident when you were a child. Mom, stop talking. Meng. Mom, I already have a boyfriend, don't worry. After Xiaomeng finished speaking, her pretty face turned red. She immediately hung up the phone and turned it off. She knew that once her mother found out, she would definitely get to the bottom of the matter. Xiaomeng hasn't dealt with her junior yet and she knows it's a bit early to say anything, but she is really being harassed by her mother and there is nothing she can do. This month, her mother has found 7 or 8 blind dates for her. Judging from her mother's expression, she won't stop until she finds a boyfriend for her. No, we must capture this junior as soon as possible. Xia Meng clenched her fists and cheered herself up. He. Gu Qingchang, who had been eavesdropping on the side, curled her lips and sneered. Xia Meng rolled her eyes at Gu Qingchang. The next day. During the military training, it was still the classmates who were training, but Zhang Xian was sitting leisurely under a tree to enjoy the cool air. Everyone drooled with envy when they saw Zhang Xian like this, but there was nothing they could do. Zhang Xian and the instructors were brothers, so they couldn't help being jealous. As soon as they opened their mouths, the instructor would say, "I'll give you one chance. As long as you beat me, you can go anywhere to enjoy the cool air anytime. This military training is to train your will. Do you think that with Brother Zhang's strength, his will be weak?" Zhang Huntao had tried many times and was defeated by the instructors every time, let alone ordinary people like them. At this moment, a person walked towards Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian, who was enjoying the cool air, suddenly smelled a fragrance coming. He looked over slowly, and saw a person with his face covered by long hair walking towards him. "Student Li Mingqi, why are you here so early?" Zhang Xian thought he had to wait until evening. I'm going to work soon, so, this is for you." Li Mingqi took out the IOU and noticed Zhang Xian's gaze. She immediately lowered her head. A blush appeared on her pretty face and she nervously took a step back. Zhang Xian was stunned when he saw this. He didn't expect that there was such a shy girl in the world. She looked like a frightened little rabbit. "Student Li Mingqi, I really didn't spend any money, you don't have to. You take it." Zhang Xian wanted to explain, but Li Mingqi didn't give him a chance to explain. She stuffed the IOU into his hands, then turned around and trotted away. Zhang Xian. Chapter 59. My junior hasn't promised me yet. "Hey, Li Mingqi." Zhang Xian shouted, and something happened that surprised Zhang Xian. Hearing his shout, Li Mingqi not only did not stop, but ran even faster, as if he was a flood or a beast. Zhang Xian looked down at himself. Did he look so scary? "Brother Xian, who is that girl?" After the team disbanded, Wang Chang immediately ran over and asked curiously. "Girl? If it weren't for her long hair, I wouldn't be able to tell how she looks like a girl." Yang Ming curled his lips. He was only interested in beautiful things. "Brother Xian is awesome. That girl seems to be from another school, yet she also came to give him a love letter. It seems that my brother Xian's reputation will spread far and wide, and he will soon go beyond Dongshan City and spread to the whole world. By then, will there be world-famous female stars coming to give him love letters?" Zhang Huntao flattered him, hoping to make Zhang Xian feel comfortable and teach him a few tricks. But he didn't expect that his hit would hit the horse's hoof directly. Zhang Xian glared at him angrily and said speechlessly, "Get lost. She is the girl I met at Taoyuan residence yesterday. She always thought that I paid her to settle the matter, so she came here to give her an IOU. What a stubborn girl. When I opened the note, it turned out to be an IOU, even the interest was included." Zhang Xian smiled bitterly. This girl seemed weak, but she was actually very strong-willed and didn't want to owe him any favors. But the problem is that this girl doesn't owe anyone any favor at all. Instead, it was because of Tao Yuanju that this girl was implicated. "Let's go, let's eat." Zhang Xian and a few others walked towards the cafeteria. "Who was that girl just now? She didn't seem to be from our school." "Of course not from our school. Who in our school is so superficial that they only care about Zhang Xian's looks? Why follow Zhang Xian? Are you going to beg for food when you grow up?" But the girl's clothes are also shabby. She and Zhang Xian are a perfect match. If they can be together, it will be a good thing for us. Damn, did anyone take any photos just now? Hurry up and post them on the forum so that the school beauty will know. Regardless of whether it is useful or not, the most terrible thing is that we do nothing. Yes. Damn it, why didn't I think of that? I took a picture of it. I'll post it on the forum right away. When the school beauty is not around, I won't be idle either. On how a scumbag is made. 1 foot on 3 women, big feet. Willful. My reputation has spread throughout the university town, campus beauty, I don't have to be with you. At one time, there were countless people replying to the posts. Their purpose was simple, to let the school belle see these posts. In order to achieve this goal, some people had been manually pinning these posts to the top. Everyone was waiting for the school bell's response, but they were disappointed as Xia Meng didn't make any movement.
In Xia Meng's dormitory,
Wang Shui was furious after reading the post.
This Zhang Xian is too arrogant.
Meng Meng was so nice to him, but as soon as Meng Meng left, he started flirting with other girls. Meng Li also said angrily, Meng Meng never reads campus forums because she feels bored.
Call Meng Meng and ask them to break up.
Yes, let them break up.
Chubby Sun Tian was also angry. Wang Shui immediately called Xia Meng's cell phone.
Hey, Shua, why did you bear to call me? Xia Meng's lazy voice came. You are such a heartless person. Wang Shui was depressed after hearing what Xia Meng said. As soon as you left, Zhang Xian got together with another girl.
Really? Who is it? Wang Shui and the others were speechless. How would this girl react? Shouldn't she go crazy after hearing this? Really? Who is it? Is this the question you should be asking? Did Meng Meng become stupid after falling in love? Xia Meng, don't you get the point?
Zhang Xian is in love with someone else.
He betrayed you.
Wang Shui said through gritted teeth.
Shua, don't be angry.
Xia Meng's voice was still neither hurried nor slow. First of all, Junior is not my boyfriend yet, because he hasn't promised me yet. As soon as the words fell, Wang Shui and the other two were stunned, and the entire dormitory fell silent.
What did Xia Meng just say? Zhang Xian hasn't he agreed to let Xia Meng be his girlfriend yet?
This was definitely the biggest joke of the century they had ever heard. Xia Mengye, with over 1,000 suitors, is the most popular campus beauty at Dongshan University. Not only does she have a stunning appearance and a high net worth, but she has always been an excellent student and has participated in several world-class competitions. She has been reported by national channels, and the popular young actor personally came to her with flowers in hand to propose to her. Xia Meng is such a girl surrounded by countless halos. Not to mention being actively pursued by Xia Meng. Even if Xia Meng walked over and said a word to a boy, even if it was just to ask for directions, it would be enough to make the boy excited for a month.
Xia Meng took the initiative to pursue Zhang Xian, but Zhang Xian hasn't agreed yet?
Just thinking about this matter seems unbelievable. It's like a fairy tale.
Is there something wrong with Zhang Xian's brain? Is his head made of steel? Meng Meng, are you telling the truth?
Zhang Xian, that steel, oh, no, the vibranium straight guy, isn't he your boyfriend?
Xia Meng was speechless.
She had said so much, but her three best friends were still focused on her first sentence? Yes, Zhang Xian just broke up with his girlfriend and hasn't gotten over his last relationship yet. He said he would consider dating me after a while. However, Zhang Xian said that his feelings towards me are different from those towards others. Xia Meng's voice did not conceal her happiness and pride. When the three girls heard what came out of the microphone, they couldn't help but slap their foreheads. It's over, Xia Meng's brain is broken. I guess Zhang Xian was just saying this casually as a compliment, but the girl didn't hear it and thought Zhang Xian liked her. The three people looked at each other.
It really wasn't Zhang Xian's fault. The two of them were not even boyfriend and girlfriend.
It was their freedom to be with whomever they wanted.
Things like feelings are really hard to predict. Meng Meng, what did you just say? Wang Shui asked.
Secondly, Zhang Xian didn't accept a beauty like me so quickly, so how could he accept other girls?
Impossible, it must be a misunderstanding.
It must be those boring people in the school who are stirring up trouble. After hearing Xia Meng's words, the three were speechless and mourned in their hearts for those who did this. Those people put so much thought into this, but all they got in return was Xia Meng's word boring.
If they knew, would they be so ashamed and angry that they would jump off the building? You don't have to worry. Zhang Xian will definitely become mine. It's destined for this life. Xia Meng's tone was unusually firm.
Meng Meng, there are many good men in this world. You should try with other boys. Yes, Zhang Xian is good, but how do you know that others are not suitable for you? The three people tried to persuade her one after another, but Xia Meng didn't hear anything they said. At this moment, Xia Meng was looking at a photo on her mobile phone. The photo was blurry, but she could vaguely see two children in it, a boy and a girl. Xia Meng looked at the boy in the photo with fascination and murmured, Xiao Xian, Xia Meng loves you.
Chapter 60 Invitation from a high school classmate. Brother Xian, the National Day holiday is coming soon. What do you want to do? Wang Chang asked. My mom just called and asked me to go home.
Zhang Xian was already impatient.
Family affection was something he had never experienced before.
He was both excited and a little scared, afraid that his parents would see that he was no longer the real Zhang Xian. During this period of time, he has gradually made his parents accept the fact that he is making money, but he did not immediately tell his parents that he is now a billionaire worth hundreds of billions. Instead, he said that he has made some money, enough for college expenses. He gave his parents a heads up, telling them that he was working on a new project and that if it was successful, he might earn several million, or even 10 million. This way, when he returns and takes out so much money all at once, his parents won't be unable to accept it.
As I was talking, WeChat on my phone started ringing. It turned out that someone in the high school group was at ING everyone. Duan Bin, classmates, it's almost National Day, and everyone should go home. How about we set a date to get together? Duan Bin was Zhang Xian's class monitor in high school.
His parents owned a company and his family was well off. He performed exceptionally well in the college entrance examination and was admitted to Shanghai University. He was also featured in Binchang News and became a household name.
Yuan Hongba, okay, we haven't seen each other for a month. I miss you all.
I cried several times at night.
It's time for us to get together.
Li Chao, damn, you are the best at talking nonsense.
Tears? Do you have any pictures?
Squad leader, where are we going to gather?
Can I bring my girlfriend?
Han Funfun, okay, Li Chao, I like you so much, but you actually like someone else.
When I see you again, don't blame me for beating the shit out of you.
Li Chao, Sister Fun, spare me. .jpg, you loved me, why didn't you say it to me when we were in high school?
Now that I think of you, I can only do it myself.
Han Funfun, vomit.jpg. Duan Bin, you can bring your boyfriend or girlfriend.
Bring your boyfriend.
I think Mr. Xiao will not refuse.
Chao Pang, question.jpg, isn't Xiaoman's boyfriend brother Xian?
Class monitor, are you mistaken? Duan Bin, maybe you don't know, Xiaoman and Zhang Xian broke up peacefully.
Don't mention this topic anymore.
Xiaoman's current boyfriend is Xiao Xiao, who is the real boss of Dongshan. It would be bad if he heard about it. At Zhang Xian, Xuanzi, don't mind.
We are all classmates. We are still good friends even after breaking up. Zhang Xian took a look and wanted to turn it off.
I'm not very familiar with these people, so there's no point in getting together with them. What's more, Duan Bin organized this party probably just to take this opportunity to slap Zhang Xian in the face. There was no need for Zhang Xian to be so stupid as to put his face forward for him to slap. However, Zhang Xian wanted to shut it down, but someone didn't want him to do so. Li Xiaoman at Zhang Xian, let us get together.
You still have some of my photos.
Please give them back to me, otherwise my boyfriend will misunderstand.
When you have a girlfriend in the future, you don't want him to see photos of other girls, right?
Duan Bin, yes, at Zhang Xian, let us get together.
I miss you so much.
Zhang Xian was speechless.
Duan Bin was an idiot. Missing him? When did he and Duan Bin have such a good relationship? Duan Bin was Li Xiaoman's loyal pursuer at first.
Ever since Li Xiaoman chose him, Duan Bin has been finding fault with him intentionally or unintentionally. I didn't expect that after graduating from high school, this guy is still like this. It is not difficult to guess what Duan Bin is thinking.
He just wants to use Li Xiaoman's breakup proposal to attack Zhang Xian.
If Zhang Xian was still the same Zhang Xian as before, he would naturally not be able to bear such humiliation. However, these people did not know that Zhang Xian's soul had already changed, and he did not take this matter to heart at all.
Ding, the God-level selection system is starting up.
Option 1, attend a high school reunion. Reward, 60% of Bincheng International shares, physical fitness plus 10, mental strength plus 10, appearance plus 2. Option 2, refuse to attend the high school party. Reward, the host will be awarded the title of coward, 1 female affinity, and a villa on the Xiangjiang River. Remarks, the recipient of the title of coward will have his constitution passively increased by plus 100, and this attribute will be permanently effective. Hearing the voice of the system in his mind, Zhang Xian was helpless.
Is there any need to make a choice? ISNT Bincheng International where my father works.
If his parents agree to follow him to Dongshan to enjoy a good life, then he will let Wang Chuan send someone to manage the business.
If his parents are unwilling, then he will let his father manage it.
Anyway, Zhang Xian is not afraid of losing that little money.
Zhang Xian, no problem,
It's a good opportunity to meet you all. Ding, it is detected that the host has made a choice: physical fitness plus 10, spirit plus 10, appearance plus 2, 60% of Bincheng International shares. The equity transfer agreement has been placed in the storage space, the host can check it at any time. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Xian felt a warm current surging in his body. His strength increased a lot and his mind became clearer. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but at this moment, Zhang Xian felt that he was extremely energetic and his mind was extremely active. He would not feel tired even if he didn't sleep for a few days. After Zhang Xian sent the WeChat message, he opened his computer and started reading. I have to say that there are obvious differences between this world and Earth. On Earth, the entertainment industry is extremely rich and colorful, while in this world there are only a few projects such as crosstalk, sketches, TV dramas, etc. As for songs, they are a new project that has emerged in recent years. Zhang Xian almost vomited when he heard the humming song on the audio track. The TV dramas are rubbish as hell. If it weren't for online games, Zhang Xian really doesn't know how people in this world would pass the time. No wonder the students in this school chase Xiaomang like a star. They are too spiritually deficient. Among the people he met last time, it seemed that one of them was in the entertainment industry. Zhang Xian felt that he had an obligation to give that person some advice so that he could enrich people's leisure time. Suddenly, Zhang Xian widened his eyes and stared at the woman who appeared on the screen. She looks so familiar. Isn't this his female neighbor? Is this woman really a star? I can't tell. Hey, brother Xian, you are also a fan of Li Zixin. Fang Ximing was a TV fan. When he heard the voice coming from Zhang Xian's computer, he immediately asked, is her name Li Zixin? Is she popular? Zhang Xian curled his lips when he recalled the scene where the woman walked into the room dejectedly after hearing that he and Lao Gu were not fighting. What kind of character is this? Do you like watching others fight so much? Such a person can actually become a star. Fang Ximing immediately became unhappy when he heard this. Are you really angry? Brother Xian, can you please remove the word ma? Li Zixin became famous all over the country with the movie post-wife era, especially her self-created zombie face acting style, which created an era. Brother Xian, you must never insult my wife in the future. In my mind, she is more important than the campus beauty of Xia University. Fang Ximing talks endlessly about Li Zixin. He portrays the role of LSP to the fullest, and his acting skills are much better than Li Zixin's. Damn! Acting with a zombie face? Doesn't that mean you have no acting skills at all? Zhang Xian was about to vomit. Thinking of the scene when they met that night, Zhang Xian couldn't help but sigh that the woman really looked like a zombie. Chapter 61. Is that woman really a star? Zhang Xian searched online and was shocked. The internet was flooded with praises for her, almost praising her to a peerless beauty unparalleled in heaven and on earth. Zhang Xian admitted that she was pretty, but she was at most similar to his senior. After watching for a while what Fang Ximing called the zombie face acting, Zhang Xian confirmed that Li Zixin had no acting skills at all and had been relying on that face to fool the audience. Li Zixin? Are you talking about my wife? Hearing the name of the beautiful woman, Wang Chang broke away from the game and asked. Get lost. When did Zixin become your wife? She is everyone's wife. She is the top star from our Dongshan province and the pride of our Dongshan province. I heard that she broke up with her old employer and wants to start her own business. It's a pity that my grandfather won't let me use his money, otherwise I would definitely sponsor my wife. Well, in order to terminate the contract, my wife paid a penalty of 100 million. I heard that the young master of the entertainment company behind her took a fancy to her, and when he failed to pursue her, he drugged her. My wife saw through it and slapped him hard. Then she went back and proposed to terminate the contract. The other party used a lot of connections and even threatened to completely ban her. Anyone who helps her is an enemy. Fang Ximing said through gritted teeth. Zixin should set up her own studio this time, but I heard that the only one willing to follow her is her assistant agent Zhang Shiran. I wonder if the two of them can survive the ban from Zhongzheng Entertainment. Wang Chang also said worriedly. After hearing what these people said, Zhang Xian was speechless. A group of people who asked their parents for money actually had the nerve to worry about a female star. That's enough. No matter how poor they are, they live in villas, drive luxury cars, and are accompanied by assistants. What about you? Do you have the nerve to worry about others? You should worry about yourselves. Suddenly, everyone in the dormitory looked at Zhang Xian, making Zhang Xian's hair stand on end. "Hey, guys, I'm a man, not a gay, I'm not into that, please let me go." Fang Ximing suddenly said, "Brother Xian, your family is quite rich, right? Help ZXIN." Wang Chang also said, "As long as you help ZXIN, I will be your brother for life." Yang Ming also put away the laughter on his face. "Brother Xian, if you have the ability, you should really help Li Zixin. This girl is very inspiring. She has no background, but she has made her way into the entertainment industry with her own abilities. It is rare for her to remain sober in this murky entertainment industry." Zhang Xian. I am speechless. Have these people ever seen the real Li Zixin? He was such a fan of Xiamang before, but I didn't expect that he would be even more cruel to Li Zixin. I don't have money. Even if I have money, for a female star, does she care about my little money? I say, have you ever seen her in person? What's the point of worrying about her here when she doesn't even know anything? Zhang Xian curled his lips. The people in the dormitory felt helpless after hearing this, and what Zhang Xian said was right. No matter how rich Zhang Xian is, it is just a drop in the bucket for Li Zixin's studio. At this moment, Zhang Xian's WeChat suddenly showed that 1,000 yuan had been deposited into his account. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment, and instantly thought of the weak girl, and his brows frowned. Judging from Li Mingqi's attire, her life should be very difficult. She might be working just to earn some living expenses. Zhang Xian asked Joey, and he knew that Li Mingqi could only earn about 120 yuan by working part-time for 6 hours a day. It was said that her parents were counting on her to send money home every month. Since she gave him 1/3 of her salary, this girl would definitely not reduce the money she sent back home. The only thing that would be reduced would probably be her living expenses. Zhang Xian called immediately. Zhang Xian, did you receive the money? Yes. I'm sorry, I can only give you this much. I'll give you the 50,000 yuan in 5 years. Hearing the soft voice coming from the microphone, Zhang Xian thought to himself, it really is this girl. Student Li Mingqi, I really didn't spend any money. Those 5 people. Zhang Xian was speechless. He had already said that he didn't spend any money, so why didn't Li Mingqi believe him? I'm still working. I'll give you the money. After Li Mingqi finished speaking, she hung up. Zhang Xian helplessly called Zhou Yi and said, raise Li Mingqi's salary to 6,000. Zhou Yi on the other side was stunned when he heard Zhang Xian's words. Mr. Zhang, our part-time job at Taoyuanju offers the highest salary in this university town. Just do it. But, under what name? Zhou Yi was confused by Zhang Xian's order. It's up to you. After saying that, Zhang Xian hung up the phone, leaving Zhou Yi on the other end confused to the extreme. How do I do this? If the boss says whatever, he will exhaust his brain cells. After all, there are so many college students working part-time here, he can't just raise Li Mingqi's salary, right? You have to find a reason that convinces others. At this moment, a graceful figure passed by Zhou Yi, and the wind from the air conditioner blew, revealing Li Mingqi's peerless face that was hidden by her hair. That stunning glimpse made Zhou Yi freeze in place for an instant. After a while, when everyone had gone far away, Zhou Yi came back to his senses. Li Mingqi is so beautiful? Li Mingqi has been working here part-time for such a long time, but he didn't even notice. The boss had only come a few times when he found this untapped gem. Now he understood why Zhang Xian wanted to give Li Mingqi a raise alone. Zhou Yi, who thought he had found the reason, was immediately overjoyed. When he saw Li Mingqi passing by again, he called out to her. Li Mingqi looked at Zhou Yi timidly, feeling a little uneasy. Ever since the last incident, she had been worried that she would be fired. Taoyuanju was the job she found that paid the highest salary. Because of Taoyuanju, she was able to continue her studies, earn money to pay for her father's medical treatment, and support her brother's schooling. If Taoyuanju fired her, everything she had would be in vain. Manager, what do you want? Li Mingqi's face turned pale, she was afraid to hear Zhou Yi say that she would be fired. Mingqi, do you know Mr. Zhang Xian? Zhou Yi has to confirm it, otherwise it would be embarrassing if something goes wrong. Li Mingqi's heart was pounding. It was over. Zhou Yi really wanted to talk to her about what happened that day. When Zhou Yi heard Li Mingqi admit it, he immediately reviewed the process of his dealings with Li Mingqi. After he was sure that he had not sinned against Li Mingqi, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this person is very likely to be one of the future boss ladies, so I have to serve her well in the future. Student Li Mingqi, in view of your good performance over the past year, we have decided to hire you as a full-time employee. You will go to the manager's office to sign a labor contract later, and the company will pay for your insurance. Joey said, trying to put a smile on his face. Hearing this, all the waiters passing by were stunned. Chapter 62. Is Zhang Xian really pursuing her? Manager Zhou, are we too? Those people asked expectantly. There is a big difference in salary between part-time employees and regular employees. Hearing Zhou Yi's words, Li Mingqi breathed a sigh of relief, but her face wrinkled again. Regular employees have high salaries, but also long working hours. However, she also has to study and doesn't have that much time. Manager, I still have to go to school. The reason why Li Mingqi works so hard is to be able to continue her studies. She doesn't want to delay her studies just to come here to work and earn money. Oh, Mingqi, you are so stupid. Why do you go to school? Isn't it to find a job in the future? Taoyuanju is the best job in Dongshan province. Mingqi, please agree to it. The little sisters said immediately. Joey was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then smiled and said to her, don't worry, it won't delay your schooling. Just come according to your usual working hours. This is a student aid benefit that Mr. Zhang applied for you. Okay, go to work. Once I have drawn up the contract, I will call you to sign it. As for you, I have also seen your performance during this period. After the new year, the company will definitely improve your benefits. Oh, thank you, Manager Zhou. Long live Manager Zhou. Although those young ladies were a little uncomfortable because they could not become regular employees immediately, they became happy when they heard that they would get a salary increase. Mr. Zhang? Li Mingqi was slightly stunned, then she instantly remembered that Joey was talking about Zhang Xian, and her little face immediately wrinkled. She seemed to owe Zhang Xian more. Mingqi, who is Mr. Zhang that Manager Zhou mentioned? Is he the handsome guy who talked to you at the Dongshan University forum? Asked a young lady. Impossible. Did you read what was said in the post? That person's family background is not good, and Mr. Zhang mentioned by Manager Zhou is a person that even the manager admires. They are definitely not the same person. No matter what, this Mr. Zhang must have taken a fancy to our Mingqi. These young sisters often work together, so they naturally know Li Mingqi's peerless beauty. It is not surprising at all that Li Mingqi is favored by others. Li Mingqi is no worse than those school beauties, but this girl is afraid of being disturbed, so she not only wraps up her pride, but also covers her beautiful face with her hair every day. They don't understand. If it were them, with such outstanding conditions, they would have found a rich boyfriend long ago. Hearing the discussions of the girls around her, Li Mingqi's pretty face turned red. She lowered her head, her face full of confusion. Could it be that Zhang Xian really likes me? Then Li Mingqi shook her head. It was impossible. They had met less than 4 times in total. Besides, she covered her face every time they met. It was impossible for Zhang Xian to know what she looked like, so how could he like her? Li Mingqi's heart was pounding, she felt a little yearning and a little scared. From childhood to adulthood, all the female classmates around her have been pursued by men, but she has always been alone. It is impossible for her to say that she didn't have expectations in her heart. But she also knew her appearance and her family conditions, and was afraid that she would meet someone who only cared about her looks. After work, Li Mingqi still sent a text message to Zhang Xian, with only 2 simple words, "Thank you." Zhang Xian smiled when he saw the text message and replied, "You're welcome." 1 month of military training passed quickly. The National Day is here in a blink of an eye. Yang Ming and his 3 LSPs are locals from Dongshan City. They took Zhang Xian's Porsche keys and went out last night. Zhang Xian had no choice but to drive Yang Ming's BMW 5 Series home. This is a good thing, that Porsche is too eye-catching, and this BMW is more low-key. It was past 4 in the morning, and perhaps because he was about to meet his parents, Zhang Xian tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Family affection has always been what Zhang Xian dreams of. Zhang Xian was so excited just thinking about the fact that he could have access to it in this life. In the past month, he has called almost every day, without fail. Since I can't sleep, I might as well drive back early so there won't be so much traffic on the road. Zhang Xian moved the gifts he had bought long ago into the car and drove out. As I walked out of the school gate, I saw a thin shadow walking in front of me. She was a small person, but she was carrying a large package and she was walking with great difficulty.
Li Mengqi?
Zhang Xian recognized it after taking a look, so he drove over. Li Mengqi quickly moved aside, fearing that she would be hit by the car. She looked like a frightened rabbit.
Li Mengqi? Where are you going? Why are you out so early?
When Li Mengqi heard the person in the car calling out her name, she was stunned for a moment and looked towards the car. After seeing clearly that the person driving the car was Zhang Xian, she suddenly thought of the guesses of those young sisters for some reason, and her little face turned red.
Zhang Xian looked at Li Mengqi with some confusion. Is this girl stupid? Why is she staring at him like that? Is there something on his face? I looked in the rearview mirror, no? Li Mengqi?
Zhang Xian got out of the car, walked up to Li Mengqi and waved.
Ah. You.
When Li Mengqi heard Zhang Xian's words, she came to her senses. Seeing Zhang Xian so close to her, she quickly took 2 steps back.
Zhang Xian was speechless. Why did this girl seem so afraid of him? He doesn't look fierce. Sorry, I was just about to go home.
Just as she stepped back, she suddenly realized that it was very rude to do so, and Li Mengqi quickly apologized weakly.
Where are you from? Zhang Xian asked curiously.
Unexpectedly, as soon as he asked the question, Li Mengqi immediately looked at him with fear.
Classmate Li Mengqi, do I look so fierce? You seem very scared of me. Zhang Xian was speechless. No. No, I.
Li Mengqi suddenly didn't know how to answer and pouted in grievance. Zhang Xian smiled bitterly and shook his head. It was hard to imagine how such a gentle girl could survive in this world and bear the burden of taking care of the family.
It's okay, I was just joking with you, don't mind it. Where is your hometown? Zhang Xian asked curiously. Bincheng. Ah. Zhang Xian was stunned. Is this girl from the same place as him? Are you going home? Well, I'm going to the station. Li Mengqi said weakly. Ding, the God-level selection system is starting up. Choice 1, send Li Mengqi home.
Rewards, 40% of Bincheng International shares, 10 random cashback cards, physical fitness plus 10, mental fitness plus 10, and appearance plus 2. Choice 2, ignore Li Mengqi and go home by yourself. Reward, a Koenigsegg luxury car, the title of straight man, and 1 popularity with women.
Get in the car. I'm from Bincheng too. I'll take you home. Hearing the electronic sound in his mind, Zhang Xian spoke. No.
No need, I'll just take the long-distance bus. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, Li Mengqi was frightened and her face turned pale instantly. Did those little sisters guess right?
Is Zhang Xian really pursuing her? Chapter 63. Have you met your parents? Get in the car.
Zhang Xian could see that Li Mengqi had a very stubborn temper, and if he wanted her to obey him, he had to use force. Without waiting for Li Mengqi to finish her words, Zhang Xian opened the trunk, grabbed her package and put it in the trunk. Ding, it is detected that the host has made a choice. Rewards are being distributed, 40% of Bincheng International shares, 10 random consumption cashback cards, physical fitness plus 10, spirit plus 10, appearance plus 2.
Note, the equity purchase agreement has been placed in the storage space. What do you have in here? It's so heavy? Ignoring the electronic sound ringing in his mind, Zhang Xian picked up the bag and tried.
The package weighed at least 80 or 90 kilograms, and this girl actually wanted to carry the bag to the bus station. Although the university town is not far from the bus station, it is still 10 miles away. Zhang Xian guessed that the reason why Li Mengqi got up so early was definitely because she wanted to save the 2 yuan bus fare. He felt a slight pain in his heart. Li Mengqi's appearance reminded him of himself on Earth. Medicine for my father.
Li Mengqi lowered her head, not daring to look at Zhang Xian.
She looked so weak, as if Zhang Xian had just bullied her. In Li Mengqi's heart, Zhang Xian was bullying her at this moment, like a bully and tyrant.
Get in the car.
Zhang Xian grabbed her arm and pressed her into the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt. Just as Zhang Xian approached her and fastened her seatbelt, Li Mengqi became extremely stiff, even her breathing stopped, and her eyes became dull.
Zhang Xian burst out laughing. Li Mengqi looked like he was bullying her.
Where do you live? Where do you live?
2.
Lija Village, Shalibo.
Li Mengqi felt very aggrieved.
Zhang Xian was too fierce and didn't allow her to question or refute at all. Zhang Xian turned on the navigation and was surprised to find that Lijia village was not very far from his home, only 12 miles at most.
The car shifted gears, stepped on the accelerator, and slowly drove away from the university town and headed towards Binchang Dongshan International Airport.
Xia Meng pushed her luggage and walked quickly outside, looking very excited. Her beautiful eyes were sparkling and narrowed into slits, as if she was thinking of something happy.
Gu Qingcheng next to her was speechless.
She had never seen Xia Meng so excited when their team won the competition. But after returning home, she became excited instead.
Meng.
As soon as they got out of the airport, Xia Meng saw Wang Shui and the other two waving at them, and she ran over cheering. Gu Qingcheng curled her lips and said nothing, but she felt a little sour in her heart. Xia Meng, also the campus belle of Dongshan University, had 3 of her best friends come to pick her up, but she had to go back alone.
Sister Qingcheng. Wang Shui and the other two greeted each other. Gu Qingcheng smiled at them and then walked away. Auntie Gu was almost entering menopause without the nourishment of a man,
Xia Meng said with a pout.
Wang Shui and the other two couldn't help but burst out laughing when they heard this. Are you a mean person?
Meng Li was speechless and rolled her eyes at Xia Meng.
Meng, where are we going to go for fun during the 17-day National Day holiday? Sun Tian's eyes were full of anticipation. 7 days was enough for them to have a good time. When Xia Meng heard what Sun Tian said, she suddenly smiled mysteriously. It's not us, it's you. Ah? What do you mean? Didn't we make an appointment to go out and have fun?
The tour group deposit has been paid, and they won't refund it if you don't go.
That's right. You made it known to everyone, even Auntie Tian knew about it, and in the end you didn't go. If you didn't go out to play, what were you doing here? Reading books every day? The 3 people looked at Xia Meng in confusion.
This girl has been discussing with them on WeChat moments these past 2 days about where to go for fun.
Even their parents know about it.
They have already signed up for a tour group, but this girl says she doesn't want to go?
You guys should go, I'll pay for it,
Xia Meng said with a smile. As soon as the voice fell, Meng Li and Sun Tian were still confused, but the smart Wang Shui guessed it immediately. Girl, you don't want to go to Zhang Xian alone, do you? Upon hearing this, Meng Li and Sun Tian opened their beautiful eyes wide and looked at Xia Meng in disbelief.
Yeah, Shui is great, bingo, you guessed it right.
Xia Meng's beautiful eyes were filled with beautiful prospects for the next 7 days, and the corners of her mouth were smiling.
Xiao Meng, are you crazy?
That's right. If Uncle Xia and Aunt Tian knew about this, they would go crazy.
I just don't understand.
Zhang Xian is pretty good, but he's not to the point where you're so obsessed with him, right?
Why do you fall for him?
The 3 little sisters were dumbfounded, their beautiful eyes full of confusion.
Xia Meng's decision was really too crazy. Do you know what kind of people Zhang Xian's parents are? Are you going there rashly? Aren't you afraid?
Wang Shui still felt something was wrong and wanted to stop it.
I know.
Zhang Xian's parents are very kind. Xia Meng smiled with her beautiful eyes, not worried at all.
You know? Have you seen him?
Yes, I have. Xia Meng said proudly. When she was a child, she often went to Zhang Xian's house for dinner. Her parents were very busy at that time and had no time to take care of her and her brother. The 2 siblings spent almost every day at Zhang Xian's house. Her parents wanted them to recognize Zhang Xian's parents as their godparents.
Ha! Have you seen it? Wang Shui and the other 2 were dumbfounded. Even my parents-in-law have seen it, is it so exciting? Oh, forget it, you 3 can go and have fun.
I'll pay for the travel expenses, but
help you hide it from Uncle Xia and Aunt Tian, right?
Before Xia Meng finished her words, the 3 of them guessed what this girl was planning.
Okay, you guys go and have fun, I'm about to leave too, Xia Meng said, walking towards the station.
After buying the ticket and getting on the bus to Binchang, Xia Meng looked into the distance with her beautiful eyes, which were full of hope.
Junior, here I come. Men who want to humiliate me, are you ready for the coming of this goddess? Achoo! After several hours of trekking, they finally arrived at Lijia village.
Zhang Xian sneezed and felt a little confused.
Who was missing him?
Seeing the familiar scene, Li Mengqi, who was originally very nervous sitting with Zhang Xian, was completely relieved, and a hint of impatience appeared on her little face.
Zhang
Xian, please drop me off at the entrance of the village.
I will go home by myself. Your parents must be getting anxious waiting for you.
The two of them spent the journey together, and Li Mingqi finally spoke more fluently to Zhang Xian, and no longer showed a frightened expression from time to time.
You show me the way and I'll take you home.
Zhang Xian didn't stop the car and drove straight into the village.
Li Mingqi pouted.
It seemed that Zhang Xian had her in his grasp.
He was too fierce. Just then, someone came towards us on a motorcycle. It's second uncle, second uncle.
Seeing the people coming, Li Mingqi excitedly greeted them from the car. Li Yong heard someone calling him and looked around in confusion. When Zhang Xian heard Li Mingqi calling the other party's second uncle, he immediately stopped the car and opened the door for Li Mingqi.
Li Yong was stunned when he saw Li Mingqi getting out of the car, and then he said anxiously, Xiaoqi, go to the hospital quickly, your father's illness has recurred. Hearing what her second uncle said, Li Mingqi's face turned pale instantly. Chapter 64 Helpless Li Mingqi.
Uncle, Mingqi, hurry up and get in the car, let's go to the hospital. Seeing Li Mingqi's helpless and distraught look, Zhang Xian frowned. Since he had encountered this situation, he might as well help her if he could.
He had plenty of money anyway. You are, okay. Li Yong didn't bother to ask who Zhang Xian was.
He left the motorcycle there and got in the car directly.
You.
At this moment, Li Mingqi seemed to be completely frightened. She couldn't hear what Zhang Xian said at all, let alone get in the car. Zhang Xian pulled her into the car without saying a word, and then drove to the county hospital under the guidance of Li Yong.
Second uncle, what's going on? Zhang Xian and Li Mingqi are classmates, and it would definitely not be wrong to address him according to Li Mingqi's seniority.
Li Yong was stunned for a moment when he heard Zhang Xian address him, then he sighed and said, Uremia, an old problem.
I've done it 6 times this year. I'm afraid this time is.
Although he didn't finish his words, Zhang Xian understood what Li Yong meant. At this moment, Li Mingqi's face was pale and he looked out the window with a dull look. Zhang Xian knew that Li Mingqi must be extremely worried and scared at the moment, so he deliberately talked about other things with Li Yong, hoping that this would ease her fear. An hour later, they arrived at the county hospital, got off the car, and the three of them ran all the way to the hospital.
Li Hai was ill and was brought here by Li Yong. This time he went back to get money. But judging from Li Yong's expression, the money might still not be enough.
When they arrived at the ward, the doctor was urging Li Mingqi's mother Bai Mei to pay the money. Bai Mei's face was full of helplessness and her eyes were red.
She promised him everything but refused to move.
The doctor saw the difficulties of Li Hai's family and said, the hospital has already reduced the treatment fee to the lowest possible level for you.
The hospital also has its own difficulties. To be honest, the best treatment is still a kidney transplant.
If we continue with conservative treatment, the patient's body will become weaker and weaker.
Even if he survives this time, the next time. Alas.
I know, doctor, thank you, but Bai Mei couldn't continue here, and tears still flowed from her eyes.
Mom!
Li Mingqi ran to the bedside, shouted, and then looked nervously at her father who was lying on the bed. At this moment, Li Hai's face was pale, his whole body was swollen, and he was unconscious.
Xiaoqi, you're back?
Bai Mei asked in surprise when she saw her daughter.
Xiaoqi, do you have any money on you?
Your father. Bai Mei looked at Li Mingqi hopefully. Li Mingqi's face was filled with despair.
How could she have so much money?
When she left home to go to school, she had already left all the money she earned during the holidays to her mother. Just 1 month after school started, she also gave Zhang Xian 1,000 yuan.
How could she have any more money? Woo woo. Seeing Li Mingqi's appearance, Bai Mei couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears.
Sister-in-law, I still have 2,000 yuan here. I know it's not much, but this is all we have in the family. Li Yong stood up and said with a grim expression. The burly man's face was full of guilt at this moment.
Thank you, Xiao Yong. We are sorry for causing trouble for you. Bai Mei stood up and bowed to Li Yong. Sister-in-law, what are you doing?
My elder brother is sick, and it is my duty to pay for his medical treatment. Li Yong looked at the doctor and said expectantly, Doctor, the village knows about my elder brother's situation and is raising money. It just takes some time, but the disease cannot wait.
Can you treat my elder brother first?
The doctor's face was full of apology.
I'm sorry, I can't do anything about this matter.
If it was only 7 or 8,000 yuan, I would have paid for it myself, but...
Doctor, have you found a kidney source? Zhang Xian asked.
Upon hearing this, the doctor thought Zhang Xian was a family member of the patient, and nodded. We found it a long time ago, and it was successfully adapted, but we don't have the money.
Our hospital. Actually, this is the second time.
The first time, it was given to another patient.
Kidneys are hard to find.
Li Hai was able to find a suitable kidney twice in a row.
This was God's help, but the doctor was always hesitant to speak. Zhang Xian understood what the doctor meant and said, "Doctor, does the hospital have the conditions for a kidney transplant? If so, then go ahead and do it. I'll go pay the money now."
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the ward looked at Zhang Xian. Li Mengqi thought about how Zhang Xian helped her get a regular job with just one sentence, and guessed that Zhang Xian must be a rich man. A glimmer of hope suddenly emerged in her beautiful eyes that were full of despair.
"Mengqi, who is this young man?"
Bai Mei then noticed Zhang Xian, and when she heard that Zhang Xian wanted to help with the money, she immediately asked.
"Oh, Zhang Xian, he is my friend. He was the one who sent me back this time." Li Mengqi spoke weakly.
"Auntie, my name is Zhang Xian, and I'm Mengqi's friend."
"Let's not talk about it for now. Uncle's illness is serious. I'll go pay the bill right now."
"You guys hurry up and prepare something for Uncle."
The doctor glanced at Zhang Xian and said, "Little brother, the cost of the kidney transplant surgery."
Judging from Zhang Xian's appearance, he should still be a student. A kidney transplant operation costs about 400,000 yuan.
Can a student afford that? Zhang Xian smiled and went to pay the bill. "Xiaoqi, does your friend really have so much money?" Bai Mei asked hopefully. "There should be. Xiaoqi's friend drives a BMW, and that car doesn't look cheap at all," Li Yang said.
Li Mengqi was surprised that her father was saved, but she was also a little overwhelmed.
It was such a huge sum of money.
She already owed Zhang Xian 50,000 yuan, plus the cost of surgery.
How would she pay it back in the future?
After a while, Zhang Xian came back with the payment receipt. The doctor took one look and immediately said, "Hurry up and get ready.
I'll go get the operating room ready." "Okay. Thank you, doctor, and thank you, little brother. I kowtow to you." Bai Mei knelt down excitedly. "Auntie, what are you doing? Mengqi is my friend, so it's my duty to help you."
"Hurry up and get ready, your uncle's surgery is important." The group immediately pushed Li Hai towards the operating room.
"Thank you."
While waiting outside the operating room, Li Mengqi walked up to Zhang Xian and whispered her gratitude.
"It's okay, don't worry, Uncle will be fine."
Li Mengqi had never felt so helpless. The appearance of Zhang Xian was like a god descending to earth to her. At this moment, everyone's stomach started growling. Because they were worried about Li Hai's illness, and they really had no money, they had not eaten since morning.
"Uncle, Auntie, please wait here. I'm hungry. Let me buy something to eat."
Zhang Xian said this and turned to go buy things.
This hospital has performed many kidney transplant operations with a very high success rate.
Although Bai Mei and others are still worried, they don't feel as heavy-hearted as before. "Xiaoqi, Zhang Xian has helped us so much, you have to thank him."
Li Yong breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Ah.
Hearing this, Li Mengqi nodded firmly.
Chapter 65, Mengqi, you misunderstood.
Xiaoqi, Zhang Xian is a good guy, and he doesn't look down on us at all. We should find a way to repay him in the future."
Bai Mei still has a very good impression of Zhang Xian.
The kidney transplant surgery cost more than 400,000 yuan, and Zhang Xian paid 1 million yuan directly, and even paid the costs for subsequent treatment.
That's 1 million, not 100 yuan. Zhang Xian's kindness is so great. How can this family pay it back?
Li Mengqi was very confused. She was beautiful, of course she knew it, but this was also the thing she feared the most. In the past, there were always boys coming to her and disturbing her, and no matter how she refused, it was useless. Some extreme people even found her parents, which had a great impact on her life. Later, she had no other choice but to cover her face with her long hair and then wrapped herself with cloth. At first, many people paid attention to her, but gradually, the word spread that she was disfigured, and fewer people came to see her. But Zhang Xian should have never seen her face.
Li Mengqi's heart was full of confusion.
Bai Mei glanced at her daughter and sighed in her heart. She and her husband were incompetent to leave the burden of supporting the family to a young girl. She owes her daughter too much. Zhang Xian came to the outside of the hospital. There is always a shortage of restaurants outside the hospital. Zhang Xian bought some simple steamed buns, fried dough sticks and soy milk and prepared to go back. Just then, the cell phone rang. When Zhang Xian saw that it was his mother, he remembered that he had not yet told her what happened here.
Hey, Xiao Xian, when will you get home?
Mother Zhang Xiaoli's voice came.
Mom, I had something urgent to do just now. I was so busy that I forgot to call you. The father of one of my friends is sick and is undergoing surgery. I may not be able to go back today, and even if I go back, it will be evening.
Are you sick?
Is it serious?
Who is your friend?
Do you want Mom to go over and take a look?
Zhang Xiaoli said with concern after hearing this.
It's not a serious illness, just a minor operation.
I'll go home after her father comes out of the operating room.
Well, be careful on the road, your dad and I will be waiting for you to come back.
Back at the hospital, Zhang Xian smiled and said, "Everyone, please eat something. I know you are all worried, but you are the best.
Uncle still needs you to take care of him. Don't exhaust yourself." Steamed stuffed bun.
When Li Mingqi's younger brother Li Tianchao saw the buns Zhang Xian was carrying, his eyes suddenly lit up and he ran over and started eating.
Eat slowly, there's still a lot. Don't choke. Drink some soy milk.
Looking at this little guy, it seems like he hasn't eaten buns for a long time. Bai Mei glanced at her son with guilt in her eyes. She saw that there was no contempt in Zhang Xian's eyes when he looked at her son. Instead, he enthusiastically handed him soy milk and looked at Zhang Xian with much more enthusiasm in his eyes.
Zhang Xian, right? Thank you for sending Xiaoqi back. You worked hard along the way. Auntie, you're too polite. I'm Mingqi's friend, and these are things I should do.
Zhang Xian, you come with me. When everyone had eaten and were anxiously waiting, Li Mingqi walked up to Zhang Xian and spoke softly. Zhang Xian followed Li Mingqi to the side in confusion. After the two left, Li Yong looked at the direction they left and said, "Sister-in-law, this young man is good. He is worthy of our Xiaoqi, but I don't know if he has a wife." Bai Mei sighed softly, "Xiaoqi and her brother have suffered with me.
Zhang Xian is good, but will their family accept me?"
Li Yong smiled faintly, "Our Xiaoqi is not ugly, and she is good at studying. She will definitely find a good job after graduation."
"What kind of man can't she find?" "Sister-in-law, don't say that."
Bai Mei smiled bitterly in her heart.
Putting aside other things, how could she pay back the 1 million Zhang Xian? 1 million? Can their family earn 1 million in a lifetime?
Zhang Xian followed Li Mingqi to the corridor on the other side. She stopped, lowered her head not daring to look at Zhang Xian, and took out a piece of paper. Zhang Xian was slightly startled.
He took it and opened it. It was another IOU.
He smiled slightly, "Student Li Mingqi, I just wanted to help you.
I didn't think about." "No, I will definitely return it to you," Li Mingqi said in a firm tone. "All right." Zhang Xian knew Li Mingqi's stubborn personality and did not refuse.
It was just 1 million. He just paid the fee and made several million. His mobile phone received a text message notification that there was an additional 5 million in his bank card. Seeing that Zhang Xian agreed, Li Mingqi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She felt that she owed Zhang Xian too much.
"Zhang Xian, are you? Li Mingqi's face was full of confusion and she asked worriedly.
Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment, then he understood and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Mingqi, I have a girlfriend. She is our school's beauty Xia Meng. You should have heard of her."
"I just want to help you. I have no other intentions." "Oh, thank you, you go home, your parents must be worried."
Hearing that Zhang Xian had a girlfriend, Li Mingqi breathed a sigh of relief, but then said embarrassedly, "It's okay, just wait for uncle to come out of the operating room."
Good. Li Mingqi did not refuse this time.
The operation went smoothly and Li Hai was pushed out an hour and a half later.
"Doctor, how is my elder brother?" Li Yang asked anxiously.
The doctor smiled and said, "Don't worry, the operation was successful, but we need to observe it for a while." Hearing the doctor's words, Bai Mei burst into tears with excitement. Li Mingqi immediately hugged her mother, she knew her mother had shouldered too much.
"Zhang Xian, you should go home first. Your parents must be worried about you.
Auntie still needs to take care of your uncle. When your uncle is discharged from the hospital, you must come home with Xiaoqi.
Auntie will thank you again." Her husband's kidney transplant was successful. A smile appeared on Bai Mei's face. She came to the ward and said, "Okay, I'll go back first. By the way, Auntie, this is to celebrate the success of Uncle's surgery. It's not a lot of money, but just for the sake of luck. Don't refuse it. The money paid to the hospital cannot be withdrawn before being discharged."
Seeing Li Tianchao's desperate attitude towards Baozi, Zhang Xian knew that Bai Mei had no money on her, so he withdrew 10,000 yuan from the ATM and put it into a red envelope.
"No, we can't take this money." Seeing the thick red envelope, you can tell that there is a lot of money in it.
Bai Mei has just accepted 1 million from Zhang Xian, so how could she possibly ask for more money from Zhang Xian? "Auntie, this is a red envelope, just for good luck, don't refuse it."
Zhang Xian threw the red envelope on the hospital bed, then turned and left.
Li Mengqi looked at Zhang Xian's back with a complicated expression and bit her lips unconsciously. Zhang Xian got into the car and called his mother.
"What's wrong, Xiaoxian? What happened?"
As soon as the call was connected, Zheng Xiaoli's worried voice came over.
"It's okay. My friend's father's operation went well. I'm on my way back now." "Ah? You're all right? That's good. By the way, Xiaoxian, don't go home yet. Come to the fast food restaurant right away. It's right next to Taoyuanju. Just find a taxi and come over. Hurry."
Zheng Xiaoli hung up the phone, looked at the heavily made-up woman on the other side, and said with a smile, "Sister Mei, I'm so sorry to bother you again. My Xiaoxian is coming back soon, you see."
The heavily made-up woman opposite looked impatient when she heard this.
"Sister Xiaoli, girls are very busy.
You are not the only one I want to meet today. I just rejected them, and you said it's okay. The other place is Taoyuanju. If you choose this place, I." Chapter 66 Mother.
"Oh, Sister Mei, please take the trouble.
Xiaoxian grew up under your care. We are your own children. This is just a small token of my gratitude.
I really feel bad for you for running so many times." Zhang Xiaoli said this and took out a red envelope and stuffed it into the woman's hand. The heavily made-up woman opposite saw the money, and a smile suddenly appeared on her impatient face.
She laughed exaggeratedly.
"Oh, Sister Xiaoli, you are too polite. I watched Xiaoxian grow up under my watch. Besides, because of our relationship, I regard him as my godson, so I will naturally pay attention to his affairs. Although the other family is rich, their son hasn't even graduated from high school.
He's not like our Xiaoxian, a serious Dongshan University student. Girls don't just value money. Maybe the girl is attracted by our Xiaoxuan's talent.
Otherwise, the girl wouldn't have taken the initiative to ask me for matchmaking. As long as Xiaoxian has no problems, the chances of success are still quite high."
Sister Mei said as she quietly collected the money.
Then she said, "By the way, sister, I want to make it clear that although the possibility of success is very high, I cannot guarantee that it will be successful 100%.
If it doesn't work this time, I can find another one for Xiaoxian."
Zhang Xiaoli's face was full of smiles.
It's okay. I'm sorry to have troubled you, Sister Mei."
"Sister, I heard that you, alas, with the outbreak of the financial crisis, it's becoming increasingly difficult to find a job."
Sister Mei sighed softly. Zhang Xiaoli looked unnatural when she heard this.
When Zhang Xian arrived, the front of the fast food restaurant was already full of cars. He took a look and luckily there was a parking space in front of his own Taoyuanju, so he parked his car directly there.
"Sir, are you here to have dinner?" Mr. Zhang, why are you here?"
When Bian Changmin saw Zhang Xian's face clearly, he turned pale with fright. After he was fired, he looked for many jobs, but no one would accept him.
Some companies even expressed their willingness to accept him on the surface, but when he arrived, they directly ridiculed him, making him lose face. Bian Changmin knew that he was too arrogant in the past and offended too many people.
There was a reason why others did that. After experiencing the fickleness of the world, he found his former good brother, hoping that he would accept him.
Unexpectedly, the other party became the lobby manager of Bincheng Taoyuanju.
After knowing his story, the other party was silent for a while and found him this security job.
Bian Changmin did not refuse. It was good to have a job at that time. But he didn't expect that he was so unlucky. He was caught by the boss as soon as he arrived. "It's you? Weren't you fired?"
Zhang Xian frowned, looked at Bian Changmin, and asked lightly.
"Plop.
Dian Changmin knelt on the ground and begged, Mr. Zhang, please, I know I was wrong. I just want to go to work peacefully now and will never do those things again. Mr. Zhang, I am just a security guard now. Can you please spare my life? Ding, the god level selection system is starting up. Choice 1, forgive Dian Changmin. Reward, 100% ownership of the snack food, Dian Changmin's loyalty, physical fitness plus 10, mental fitness plus 10. Choice 2, refuse to forgive Byun Sung Min. Reward, increase the success rate of blind dates by 100%, obtain the title of Sea King, and gain +1 popularity with women. Zhang Xian was stunned when he heard the electronic sound in his mind. Increase the success rate of blind dates by 100%? What the hell? What use does he have for it? With his current net worth and the pursuit of the beautiful senior schoolmate, does he need to go on a blind date? Choose one. Zhang Xian was speechless and said to Dian Changmin, get up, work hard here, I will watch you. Ding, it is detected that the host has made a choice. Rewards are being distributed. 100% ownership of the snack food, Dian Changmin's loyalty, physical fitness plus 10, spirit plus 10. Dian Changmin no longer cared about his face and cowed out on the ground begging for Zhang Xian's forgiveness. After hearing Zhang Xian's words, he was stunned for a moment, and then tears of excitement flowed down his face. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, thank you, Mr. Zhang. I to Dian Changmin, swear to heaven that if I betray Mr. Zhang in this life, I will not die a good death. Get up, and don't kneel down so easily in the future. Work hard, and your performance will speak louder than any words. After Zhang Xian finished speaking, he got out of the car and walked towards the fast food restaurant. Dian Changmin looked at Zhang Xian's back with gratitude and clenched his fists. Having experienced too many cruel and vicissitudes of life, Zhang Xian's forgiveness made him feel warm in his heart. Mr. Zhang, I, Dian Changmin, will be loyal to you for the rest of my life and will never betray you. Zhang Xian looked at the fast food in front of him, which was quite large. Of course, it is still far inferior to Taoyuanju next door. However, the geographical location of the non-staple food fast food restaurant is good. If Taoyuanju and the non-staple food fast food restaurant can be connected together, Taoyuanju's business will be much better. Xiaoxian, this way. At this moment, a gentle voice was heard. Zhang Xian looked over and saw the woman. His heart was warmed. This was his mother. Mom! Zhang Xian walked into the fast food restaurant, came in front of Zheng Shaoli, and hugged his mother in his arms. Zheng Shaoli smiled gently, you kid, you've only been away for a month, why do you seem like you haven't seen me for decades? Sister Mei, who was standing by, curled her lips in disdain when she saw this, calling him a mama's boy. Xiaoxian, come and meet your Aunt Mei. Zheng Shaoli introduced. Zhang Xian glanced at the heavily made-up woman, and did not remember her existence, but he still called out politely, Aunt Mei. Oh, is this Xiaoxian? He is really a handsome man. Please treat me this time. Sister Mei didn't see Zhang Xian's face clearly just now. When Zhang Xian looked at her, Sister Mei was stunned. So cool. Even more handsome than those TV stars. She felt hot when she saw this, and she wanted to pull Zhang Xian to get a room immediately. It must be very comfortable to be with such a young guy. Thinking of this, Sister Mei's face flushed. Sister Mei, where is that girl? When will she come? Zheng Shaoli saw Sister Mei's puzzled look and reminded her. Oh, I'll call her right away. Sister Mei came back to her senses, her face flushed, and even through the thick foundation, it was still clearly visible. Xiaofan, haven't you finished your work yet? Zhang Xian is back, don't you want to see Xiaoxian? Come over here. After hanging up the phone, Sister Mei said to Zhang Xian with a smile, Xiaoxian, I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. You have become more handsome. Shaoli, the girl will definitely agree when she sees Xiaoxian's appearance. When Zhang Shaoli heard this, a hint of pride appeared on her face. Inside Taoyuan residence. Han Xiaofan was charmingly getting into the arms of a boy and said, okay, that guy is back, let's go over there. Then, she rolled her eyes at the boy and said, I really don't know what you are thinking. We are obviously engaged, why do you have to do this? Is it just to slap that person in the face? And they asked me to ask a matchmaker to find him. Are they so cheap? The boy laughed and touched Han Xiaofan's body, let's go, watch me slap him in the face. Chapter 67 Mom, I don't need a blind date. Master, have you finished eating? The lobby manager came towards me and said with a smile.
Han Xiaofan felt proud when she saw the lobby manager of Tao Yuanju coming over to greet her personally. This is the lobby manager of Tao Yuanju.
Tao Yuanju in Bincheng has only been established for 3 months and is not that famous yet.
However, having seen how popular Tao Yuanju is in other places, Han Xiaofan is almost certain that it is only a matter of time before Tao Yuanju becomes popular. The lobby manager of Tao Yuanju came to greet us personally. What a great honor. This is why she is willing to follow teacher student Jie. Teacher student Jie is a well-known playboy in Bincheng.
He changes women as casually as he changes clothes, but she has confidence in herself. The reason why those women were replaced so quickly was definitely because they were not good enough in skills. She had just returned from the south, and because of her pretty face and her good skills in that area, her business was booming, so her family was able to develop within a few years. However, this kind of business is not a good long-term business after all. She still has to find a rich man to marry, and this teacher-student relationship is the most suitable one she has found. The teacher and the students were obviously very pleased with the solution. They laughed loudly and wanted everyone to see it. Very good, Manager Wang, I have other business tonight, so I'm leaving first. The two walked out of Tao Yuanju and came to the parking lot. Oh, it's a BMW 5 Series, a nice car, more than 500,000 yuan, who owns it? Han Xiaofan didn't expect to see such a nice car in this remote area. The teacher and students took one look at the BMW 5 Series worth more than 500,000 yuan, and then looked at their own Volkswagen worth more than 200,000 yuan, and suddenly felt embarrassed.
Damn, why hasn't the car I ordered arrived yet? He also ordered an Audi worth more than 500,000 yuan. It would be so face-saving if he was driving that car today. My dear, it's okay. Your car is already a top luxury car in a small place like Bincheng. I feel very proud. What else are you dissatisfied with?
Han Xiaofan, who had done special business, instantly caught the mood of the teacher and students at this moment and immediately spoke.
The teachers and students were immediately satisfied and burst into laughter. By the way, dear, you haven't told me why we have to deal with Zhang Xian? Is there something special about him? Because he is a college student?
Han Xiaofan had a look of disdain on her face. Only a small place like Bincheng would value the identity of college students. It is hard to imagine that Bincheng, which is so close to Dongshan City, has such backward economic development.
College students? How many college students do I have under my command? Aren't they still doing the same job as a junior high school student after graduation?
The teacher and students' faces were full of ridicule, but their minds were drifting far away. He thought of the girl who was as beautiful as a porcelain doll.
He liked her so much. The annoying thing was that the girl just didn't like to be with him and liked another fool instead.
He had seen his father's methods.
As long as he gave women the medicine, stripped them naked, and slept with them, the women would be completely devoted to his father.
So he stole the medicine from his father. But he didn't expect that after taking the medicine, the girls resisted so fiercely that they even jumped into the river.
He was terrified and ran home in a panic.
Later he heard that it was Zhang Xian who saved the girl. If Zhang Xian had not saved the girl, then once the girl died, nothing would have mattered. The damn Zhang Xian actually saved the girl, making him live in fear. What comforted him was that the girl's family moved away and did not call the police. But this matter has always been hidden in his heart. As long as Zhang Xian exists, he will think of that girl, so he must destroy Zhang Xian. After learning that Zhang Xian and Li Xiaoman had broken up, he came up with this idea when he came back today. He accompanied Han Xiaofan on a blind date, used Li Xiaoman's matter to severely attack Zhang Xian, and then used the blind date to ridicule Zhang Xian.
These two things combined would definitely make Zhang Xian devastated.
The teacher and student untied his 200,000 yuan Volkswagen and came to the door of the fast food restaurant.
He arrogantly parked the car sideways and walked straight in.
I'm sorry, sir, you can't park your car here, you.
Bang! The teacher and the student slapped him. You are blind.
I am the teacher-student relationship manager of Bincheng International.
Did you see clearly that I can park my car anywhere, even in the middle of the road? How can I not park here? Get lost.
The teacher and student kicked the security guard away and walked in with arrogance. The security guard blushed, but seeing the arrogant look of the teachers and students, even though he felt aggrieved, he could only endure it at the moment. After hearing what his mother and sister Mei said, Zhang Xian was speechless.
How embarrassing, a blind date. He never thought that he would have a blind date one day. Mom, why didn't you tell me earlier? I don't need a blind date.
Zhang Xian whispered in Zhang Xiaoli's ear. Don't think that mom doesn't know that you and Xiaoman have broken up. Besides, this time it was the other party who asked your Aunt May to tell her. Mom has seen her photo and she is much prettier than Xiaoman. You can talk about it first and try to get along. If you can't get along, then find someone in college. Zhang Xiaoli knew how much her son liked Li Xiaoman when he was in high school. Now, when she heard from her son's high school classmates that her son and Li Xiaoman had broken up, she was afraid that her son would be devastated. Fortunately, Sister May came to propose marriage, so she agreed. Aunt May. Just at this moment, Han Xiaofen came towards him. Seeing Han Xiaofen, Sister May immediately smiled. Xiaofen, come here and sit down. Han Xiaofen walked over by herself, and when she saw the environment here, she looked disgusted. Why did you meet here? Is this a place where people can come? Tao Yuanju next door is more grand, here. As he spoke, the look of disgust on his face became even stronger. As soon as the words fell, the smiles on Zhang Xiaoli and Sister May's faces froze. Zhang Xiaoli, in particular, felt extremely embarrassed. Ding, the God-level selection system is starting up. Choice 1, harshly ridicule Han Xiaofen. Rewards, physical fitness plus 10, spirit plus 10, appearance plus 1, and a set of Bincheng Guanlan International Villa. Choice 2, actively kneel down and lick Han Xiaofen's ass. Rewards, get the title of dog licking, women's popularity 1, Han Xiaofen's favor. Zhang Xian was about to speak when he heard the voice in his mind, and then the corners of his mouth raised into a smile. This is not a place for humans to come. Why are you here? Are you not a human? Ding, it is detected that the host has made a choice. Rewards are being distributed. Physical fitness plus 10, mental strength plus 10, appearance plus 1, Bincheng Guanlan International Villa. The purchase contract and keys have been placed in the storage space. Please check them carefully. Why are you swearing? You. Suddenly, Han Xiaofen couldn't continue speaking. She stared at Zhang Xian in a daze, her whole body frozen there. So cool. No different from those stars. And Zhang Xian is wearing no makeup and no filter is used. She doesn't suffer any loss by being the girlfriend of such a man. Seeing Han Xiaofen's look, the teachers and students who had been standing aside waiting to make a high-profile appearance to slap Zhang Xian in the face were relieved of their anger. Chapter 68, Arrogant Teachers and Students. Swearing? This isn't a place where people can come. How could I swear? Zhang Xian looked at Han Xiaofen coldly. This woman didn't look like a good person. The aura around her was very much like that of someone working in a special industry. You. Fuck, who the hell do you think you are? Do you think you can insult my baby? The teacher and student couldn't help but walked out. When he saw Zhang Xian's face clearly, he was furious. How could Zhang Xian be so handsome? This made him more determined to destroy Zhang Xian. Master? When Sister May saw the teacher and student solving the problem, she immediately stood up. Honey, is this the second person you want to meet? I was still guessing who it was, and it turned out to be poor bastard Zhang Xian. What? You just got dumped, so you come here to find comfort? My dear, he doesn't take you seriously at all. He actually brought you to such a shabby place. Is this a place for people to come? It's right next to Tao Yuanju. You actually chose to stay here. A poor guy is a poor guy. Oh, no wonder. It's you. You were fired by the company. It's great that you can bring people here. After the teachers and students arrived, they bombarded Zhang Xian and Zhang Xiaoli like machine guns. Zhang Xiaoli's face became more and more ugly, and her face turned purple with anger. Hearing the teacher-student conversation, Han Xiaofen came back to her senses from Zhang Xian's handsomeness and said, Aunt May, I'm the teacher's girlfriend now, so there's no need for you to introduce those cats and dogs to me. The teacher and student walked to Zhang Xian with a smug look on his face and whispered, Boy, do you know why Li Xiaoman dumped you? When Zhang Xian heard that his mother was fired, he was about to ask, but when he heard what the teacher and student said, he suddenly felt a blockage in his heart. He was stunned for a moment and realized that it was the remaining consciousness of this life that was causing trouble. The teacher-student relationship noticed that Zhang Xian's face had changed, and he became even more proud. Ha, you never expected that I also arranged for Li Xiaoman. Otherwise, how could you think that Li Xiaoman would fall in love with you, a poor guy? What you don't know is that on the night that Li Xiaoman agreed to be your girlfriend, she climbed into my bed. Her skin is very smooth, and her skills are even better. This is her first time.
Zhang Xian, you are a loser, you. The teacher and student were arrogant and ferocious. They not only insulted Zhang Xian, but also insulted Zhang Xian's parents. Your mother, I ordered the dismissal of not only your mother, but also your father. I will let him go home and rest. You. Zhang Xiaoli was so angry that she suddenly felt dizzy. Mom. Zhang Xian was quick to support his mother. Xiaoxian, let's go. Zhang Xiaoli's face was pale and her eyes were filled with tears. Mom, don't be angry. Don't worry. Bincheng International will invite you back. Seeing his mother's appearance, Zhang Xian felt heartbroken and then furious. Ha ha ha. Teacher and student Jia and Han Xiaofen laughed out loud as if they had heard a huge joke. Bincheng International will invite her back? Zhang Xian, have you gone crazy because a woman dumped you? Bincheng International is my family company. Without my permission, who can let this piece of trash go back? You. Bang. Without waiting for the teacher to say anything, Zhang Xian slapped him, causing the teacher to step back several steps, with a clear slap mark on his face. Roll. Zhang Xian looked at the teacher and students coldly. You. The teacher and student wanted to curse, but when they saw Zhang Xian's expression, they suddenly felt cold all over. What kind of look is that? It was as if they had just walked out of a sea of blood and corpses. The overwhelming aura made the teachers and students dare not say a word. Why are you hitting someone? This is a society ruled by law. Aren't you afraid of being taken to the relevant department for being so arrogant? Han Xiaofen ran to the front of the teacher and student Jia and helped them up. Watch your mouth. I can't guarantee that I won't hit a woman. Zhang Xian said indifferently. Han Xiaofen immediately closed her mouth. Mom, why didn't you tell me that you lost your job? And you sent me money. Didn't I tell you that I can earn my own money now? Zhang Xian's eyes were slightly red. It felt so good to be cared for by others. I will be able to take care of the work soon. Didn't I tell you? The most important thing for you now is to study. Don't think about those messy things. When you have learned the knowledge and graduated, there will be plenty of money waiting for you to earn. Did you hear me? When Zhang Xiaoli heard Zhang Xian talking about making money again, she immediately scolded him, her eyes full of pity. Mom, don't worry, Bincheng International will ask you to go back to work. Not only will they ask you to go back, they will ask you to go back and be a leader. Zhang Xian said firmly. At this moment, many people gathered around after noticing the commotion here. Seeing that there were people around, the teachers and students understood that Zhang Xian would not dare to hit anyone in front of so many people, and started to show off again. Bincheng International will ask your mother to go back to work? I'm going to make this clear today. If she can go back to work, I'll kneel down and kowtow to you. As he spoke, teacher and student Jia was afraid that others didn't know his identity, so he said lightly, I am the general manager of Bincheng International. As soon as these words were spoken, the way people around looked at the teacher-student relationship changed immediately. Hey, isn't this master? What brings you here? It turned out to be Mr. Shi. I actually met Mr. Shi here. When the voices of the teacher and student Jia were heard, someone immediately recognized them, walked over and stood next to the teacher and student Jia, and gestured to line up for the teacher and student Jia. Why did I see this kid hitting Master just now? Is he looking for death? Dare to hit Master? Damn, who gave him the courage? Boy, try it again? Some people wanted to show off in front of the teachers and students, so they spoke up. The teachers and students became even more proud when they saw this. Everyone has misunderstood, it's... Zhang Xiaoli saw that her son had aroused public anger, and immediately spoke up to defend Zhang Xian. Just at this moment, a cell phone rang. Zhang Xian was puzzled and picked up the phone. Excuse me, are you Mr. Zhang Xian? I am, who are you? Hello, Mr. Zhang. I am Li Weiping, the general manager of Taoyuan Street Fast Food. When are you free? I would like to. I'm in the store right now. Wait a minute, I'll be right there. Zhang Xian hung up the phone. Call someone? I'm so scared. Zhang Xian, you just hit me. We can't just let this go. Seeing Zhang Xian making a phone call, the teacher and student Xie thought that Zhang Xian was scared and wanted to find someone to calm the matter down. He sneered. Ha ha ha, calling for help? In Bincheng, with Master here, who dares to come? Didn't you tell him that the person you provoked was master? Nonsense, does he dare to say that? If he says it's master, will the other party dare to answer the phone? Those people knew the character of the teacher and student, so how could they miss this opportunity to flatter him? They all spoke up.
At this moment, Zhang Xian's cell phone rang again. Ha, the other party knew that Master Sure was here, so he called to tell you that he had something to do, right?
Yes.
Zhang Xian saw that it was an unfamiliar number, frowned and picked up the call. Hello Mr. Zhang, I am Chen Jun, the acting general manager of Bincheng International.
You are the general manager of Bincheng International?
Then how come this teacher-student relationship standing in front of me also calls himself the general manager of Bincheng International?
Zhang Xian looked coldly at the teacher and student explanation and asked indifferently. Chapter 69. Who was Mr. Zhang Xian? Teacher and student solution?
After you acquired Bincheng International, his position as general manager was removed.
Chen Jun explained. When would you like to come to our company? We still need your help in restructuring our company.
You can talk to Director Zhang Ping of your workshop about this matter. I have entrusted him to serve as the president of Bincheng International. You must assist him with all your strength.
Zhang Ping? Is that Zhang Ping, the workshop director of Workshop 3?
After hearing Zhang Xian's words, Chen Jun on the other end of the phone was stunned. They have so many senior executives here, but Mr. Zhang doesn't need them.
Instead, he wants to promote a workshop director to be their new president? Is this a joke? What? Is there a problem?
Chen Jun's tone was a little strange. Zhang Xian frowned and asked. Mr. Zhang, Zhang Ping is a good workshop director, but as for the position of president, excuse me, his ability is probably insufficient.
That's why I asked you to help him. Zhang Ping is my father.
I bought Bincheng International just for him to play with.
Is there any problem with this? If not, then I'm dead. What is lack of ability? No one is born to be a CEO, isn't it enough to practice?
Zhang Xian hung up the phone, and Chen Jun on the other end was completely dumbfounded.
Was the company bought by Zhang Ping's son?
Although the market value of Bincheng International is not very high, it is still worth more than tens of billions.
Is Zhang Ping's family so rich?
Go and call Zhang Ping, the workshop director of the third workshop.
Forget it, should I go and invite him myself?
As soon as Chen Jun finished speaking, he immediately changed his tone. He sighed in his heart, rich people really know how to have fun. They are so rich, but they come here and pretend to be an ordinary worker for more than 10 years.
Is this interesting? Is this the bad taste of rich people? Zhang Ping?
Minister Zhang has just gone to inform Zhang Ping that he has been fired.
You don't need to do this kind of trivial matter, right? What? Dismissal? Chen Jun was dumbfounded and ran out immediately. Damn it. No wonder Mr. Zhang's tone was a little strange just now. Did he know about it a long time ago? So he didn't want to play with them anymore and just showed his hand?
Chen Jun ran away, and the dozen or so people in the empty office looked at each other in confusion.
What happened? Isn't he just a workshop manager? This was the decision made by the teachers and students. They thought that since the company needed to be restructured anyway, the stay or departure of a workshop director would not be a big deal. So they just let him go according to the decision of the teachers and students. It would also reduce the burden on the company and put the blame on the teachers and students. How great is that? Why did Lao Chen react so strongly?
Everyone stared at Zhang Xian in a daze. Even Zhang Shaoli was a little dumbfounded. The whole space became completely quiet.
Ha ha ha. Zhang Xian, you should act more like a real person if you want to pretend to be cool. You bought Bincheng International? You said in front of me that you bought Bincheng International?
It turns out that you are not an idiot, but a real lunatic.
No wonder you were dumped by a woman. For a man like you who only has delusions, anyone who follows you is blind. The teachers and students laughed out loud and some even cried.
Zhang Xian said in front of him that he had bought his family's company.
Is there anything more suitable for slapping his face than this?
The teachers and students felt that all their preparations were in vain, as Zhang Xian was putting his face close to them and asking them to hit him. In order to defeat Zhang Xian, he even lied and brought Li Xiaoman out. In his opinion, it was impossible for Zhang Xian to go to Li Xiaoman to verify such a shameful thing, but he did not expect that Zhang Xian would actually do such a stupid thing in front of so many people. If he had known this, why would he have bothered with this? Han Xiaofen was originally fascinated by Zhang Xian's peerless beauty, but after hearing what Zhang Xian said, her good impression of him suddenly disappeared. It was okay to be together with such a boastful person, but if they were to get married? Was she going to live in delusion with Zhang Xian? Sister Mei walked up to Zhang Xiaoli and whispered, "Sister, quickly ask Xiao Xian to apologize. This is Master Shi. If you piss him off, Zhang Ping might really lose his job." Zhang Xiaoli felt embarrassed when she heard that. She raised her leg awkwardly and was about to take a step forward. "Which one is Mr. Zhang Xianjiang?" At this moment, footsteps were heard and a majestic old man came over with a few people. "It's Li Weiping, the general manager here. Things have gotten out of hand here, and Li Weiping has also been alarmed." "Nonsense, with Master Shi here, how can Li Weiping not be alarmed?" When they saw the person coming, the people around started to speak, but some held different opinions. If Li Weiping came to solve the problem for teachers and students, why did he ask Zhang Xian the first question? "Who is Zhang Xian?" "Boss Li, I didn't expect that such a small matter would alarm you. Don't worry, I will handle the matter here soon and won't cause you too much trouble." The teacher and student smiled. The people around him were talking too loudly just now, so he did not hear that Li Weiping was looking for Zhang Xian. When he saw Li Weiping coming down, he thought he had disturbed Li Weiping, so he walked out with an arrogant look and greeted him. "I am Zhang Xian, Li Weiping, right? From now on, all fast food restaurants will no longer welcome teachers and students like Jia He and this woman. Drive them out," Zhang Xian said lightly. As the words fell, the entire space fell into dead silence. Everyone stared at Zhang Xian blankly again. This time they believed that Zhang Xian was indeed insane. How can someone say such words without being obsessed with gain or loss? Ha 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 ha. "Zhang Xian, you're such a jerk." "Yes, Chairman, come here, kick these two people out." Before the teacher and students could finish their explanation, everyone was stunned by Li Weiping. The teachers and students looked at Li Weiping in disbelief. His face changed rapidly and turned extremely pale. "Get out." The security guard who was slapped by the teachers and students had been waiting on the side. When he heard what Li Weiping said, he could no longer hold back. This was a great opportunity for revenge. "Fuck you, you stinky security guard, how dare you touch me?" The teacher and student shouted angrily. Being said by Li Weiping in front of so many people, this matter would probably spread among the upper circles of Bincheng soon. Where would he put his face? "Li Weiping, what the hell is wrong with you? What do you call him? Chairman? He's a loser with no money and no power, and you call him chairman? How could I be wrong? The chairman just acquired our fast food restaurant. Security guards, get started." "You're welcome." Although he was surprised at Zhang Xian's youth, even a fool could see that there was a conflict between the teacher-student relationship and the chairman. Was there any need to consider who to listen to? Yes. Several security guards raised their rubber sticks and smashed down. Ouch. The teacher and student screamed, their faces changed, and without any hesitation, they turned around and ran out. I'm leaving now." Han Xiaofen felt deeply regretful. She had actually made a mistake. It's okay. Even if Zhang Xian wins this time, what does it matter? In this society, what matters is financial strength. Teacher and student Jia is the general manager of Bincheng International, and even if Zhang Xian is the chairman of non-staple food fast food, what does it matter? Although non-staple food fast food is a chain store, its strength is simply incomparable to Bincheng International. Han Xiaofen thought to herself. At this moment, the teacher and student's phone suddenly rang. The teacher and the student answered the call, and a voice came from the microphone. "Xiao Jia, run quickly, our family is bankrupt, and the creditors are here to find us. Your mother and I are running away, don't let them catch us." Han Xiaofen was right next to the teacher and student conversation and heard it all clearly. She was dumbfounded. Chapter 70 Boss? Dad, today is October 1st, not April Fool's Day. Are you kidding me? The teacher and student said awkwardly that he was dumbfounded when he heard his father's words. What a joke, such a huge Bincheng International is bankrupt. That's impossible. That's more than 10 billion. I don't have time to waste on you. Your mother and I are going to run away first. If you get caught, remember not to say anything. If I ever make a comeback, I will definitely come back to find you. The person on the other end hung up the phone without further ado, and the teacher and student froze in place. Han Xiaofen looked at the teacher and student's solution and thought to herself it was bad luck. She didn't expect that the bachelor's teacher and student solution would turn into a puddle of shit, and that creditors would come to the door. She couldn't afford to be contaminated by this bad luck. If the creditors saw this, would they force her to pay back the money? Although she had no legal obligation to pay back the money, if she was in a hurry, would she still care about this? Master, I have something to do at home, so I'm leaving first. What bad luck! She was completely wrong this time. Although nonsense fast food is not as good as Bincheng International, it is still worth a market value of 100 million. I heard that Tao Yuanju next door has been discussing this matter with nonsense fast food. If she follows Zhang Xian, she can definitely persuade Zhang Xian to sell it. 100 million is enough for her to live a carefree life in her next life. No, she won't leave yet. She must win over Zhang Xian. She is confident that as long as Zhang Xian agrees to sleep with her, she will make Zhang Xian fall in love with her. Honey, where is the 10,000 yuan I gave you this morning? Return it to me first, and when I have the money. Before the teacher and student could finish their words, Han Xiaofen immediately said, You are not crazy, are you? 10,000 yuan? That's the money I paid for sleeping with you. You don't want to deny it after sleeping with you, do you? You want to take back the lady's money? You will be struck by lightning. You. The teacher and student were about to spit out a mouthful of blood. The woman's expression changed so quickly. She was calling dear just now, but now she called herself Miss. Bang! The teacher and student slapped Han Xiaofen in the face, and he said with a ferocious look, Hand over the money, or I'll beat you to death. You dare to hit me? Han Xiaofen was not a pushover. She jumped up and down and shouted, Someone, come here, the teacher and students are here. Someone, come here, the teacher and students are here. The teacher and student grabbed Han Xiaofen's bag, got in the car and ran away. Han Xiaofen is also a ruthless person. She immediately stopped the car for the money. You crazy woman won't let me, right? Then you'll die. The teacher and the student stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The roar of the car made Han Xiaofen turn pale instantly and gave way. The teacher and the student shouted with a ferocious look on their faces, Bitch, don't give way. I don't want to live anymore, so I'll drag you to die with me. Teacher and student, you bastard, you son of a bitch, you shall not die a horrible death. Boom! With a loud bang, a large truck happened to pass by. The teachers and students did not see it and crashed into it. The car exploded with a loud roar. The heat wave caused by the explosion shattered all the surrounding glass. Ah! Han Xiaofen was so frightened when she saw this scene that she peed with a loud splashing sound. The chairman's office of a fast food restaurant. Zheng Shaoli looked at her son who was sitting there handling things with a complicated expression, and her heart was unable to calm down. Ever since her son told her that he was starting a business on the first day of college, she thought he was just fooling around. Anyone who has been through college knows that some students would wholesale sausages, instant noodles, snacks, and the like at night to sell, which could earn some living expenses, but not too much, and would affect their studies. So when she heard Zhang Xian say he wanted to start some industry, Zheng Shaoli thought he was going to do this, and was afraid that this would affect Zhang Xian's studies. However, she never expected that the industry her son was talking about was so big. There are several fast food chains with a market value of more than 100 million. She stared at Zhang Xian in a daze, and suddenly felt that her son was a little strange. Noticing his mother's gaze, Zhang Xian grinned at her, then waved his hand to signal Li Weiping that he didn't need to report. So, the fast food chain has been losing money over this period of time? Li Weiping was embarrassed for a moment, but since Zhang Xian asked, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, Yes, our fast food restaurant has always been the best in Bincheng. Since Tao Yuanzhou came here, our sales have dropped a lot. During this period of time, the people from Tao Yuanzhou have been trying to negotiate a merger with us. At this time, you made a move. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment. It seemed that Wang Chuan and he had the same idea, so he called Wang Chuan and asked, who was in charge of Bincheng? Wang Chuan on the other side was stunned for a moment and asked, It's one of my brothers, but he's out of the country on business recently. Boss, is there something wrong? It's okay. I've acquired the fast food restaurant. You can arrange for someone to come and talk to Mr. Li about the acquisition. Wang Chuan on the other end of the phone was a little confused. The fast food restaurant was acquired? How is this possible? He has been busy with this matter recently. He has offered 200 million yuan, but the fast food company still refused to give in.
How come he acquired the company while Zhang Xian was at home on vacation?
After hanging up the phone, Zhang Xian said to Li Weiping, who was also confused, Tao Yuanzhu will send someone over in a while. You will be responsible for negotiating with him.
You can rest assured. First of all, your positions will not change after the merger, and Tao Yuanzhu will take over all the company's employees. Secondly, after you join Tao Yuanzhu, your salary and benefits will be the same as those of the original workers in Tao Yuanzhu.
Of course, if you don't want to stay, I won't force you. I'll leave it to you, Mr. Li. After hearing Zhang Xian's words, Li Weiping and others became even more confused. Zhang Xian did not explain, you will know when they come.
I have something else to do, so I will leave first. Mom, let's go home.
Oh. Zhang Xiaoli had not yet recovered from her shock. When she heard Zhang Xian's words, she followed Zhang Xian out like a puppet. Li Weiping and his group saw Zhang Xian and his son off. Looking at Zhang Xian's back, he couldn't help but sigh, every generation has its own talented people.
We are still getting old. Mr. Li, do you think it is necessary for us to stay here? What did he mean by what he just said? Is Mr. Zhang from Tao Yuanzhu? Can what he said represent Tao Yuanzhu? He can represent Tao Yuanzhu? How is that possible? Do you know the current market value of Tao Yuanzhu? 400 billion.
If it is what Wang Chuan said, we will naturally believe it, but we should find another way out. When someone mentioned Zhang Xian, he was very disapproving. At this moment, Mr. Li's cell phone rang. He took out his cell phone and looked at it. He was stunned for a moment and said to everyone, it's Wang Chuan from Tao Yuanzhu.
Hiss. Everyone gasped when they heard this. Mr. Li, I'm Wang Chuan.
The boss should have told you about the conditions, so I won't repeat them.
My brother is going abroad these 2 days and doesn't have time.
If you are willing, you will be in charge of Tao Yuanzhu in Binchang in the future.
At this moment, everyone was stunned. Boss? Chapter 71 Zhang Xiaoli, does it hurt? What did Wang Chuan mean by what he said just now? Boss? Is their new chairman the mysterious boss behind Tao Yuanzhu? How is this possible? The legendary boss is mysterious and unpredictable.
He single-handedly defeated the 3 major trade alliances, but how old is Zhang Xian?
Li Weiping took a deep breath.
Since the boss and Mr. Wang still think highly of an old man like me, it would be tactless for me to refuse again. Okay, I'll leave the matters in Binchang to Mr. Li.
We can contact you anytime if there's anything. I'll have someone contact you later to sign a new contract. Okay. Zhang Xian took Zhang Xiaoli's hand and walked out of the fast food restaurant. Just as they were about to walk towards the parking lot, a figure suddenly blocked their way. Mr. Zhang, I'm here to apologize. Please accept my apology with your aunt.
Han Xiaofan looked at Zhang Xian with fiery eyes and flirted with him. She leaned down while speaking, and this position just exposed her pride in front of Zhang Xian. In places where others couldn't see, there was a hint of pride on her face.
No one can resist this move.
During her years in the industry, she has learned many ways to tease men, and this one always works. However, she was destined to be disappointed. Because no matter whether it was Xia Meng, Gu Qingcheng, Bai Weiwei, or Li Mingqi, none of these 4 women could compare to her.
Even those 4 women, Zhang Xian could reject them, let alone her.
Zhang Xian ignored her and walked straight towards his car holding his mother's hand. Han Xiaofan was left alone, frozen there, disheveled in the wind. She looked at Zhang Xian's back, gritted her teeth, stomped her feet, and followed him. Accustomed to a luxurious life, she didn't dare and didn't want to go back to that ordinary life. Zhang Xian walked into the parking lot holding his mother's hand.
He noticed Han Xiaofan behind him, but he didn't care.
He didn't want to have anything to do with such a shameless woman. Han Xiaofan watched Zhang Xian and Zhang Xiaoli get into the BMW worth more than 500,000 yuan and slowly drive away, her eyes shining with excitement.
Zhang Xian, you are definitely mine, for sure.
Zhang Xian didn't know what Han Xiaofan was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely sneer at her. Driving his mother to his hometown, Zhang Xian felt a sense of warmth when he saw the old community with peeling walls.
Sister Xiaoli, Xiao Xian?
Such a nice car had never come into the community. After the security guard stopped the car, he saw Zhang Xian and Zhang Xiaoli sitting in the car and shouted in surprise.
Uncle Wang, you are on duty today. Here, take it and smoke it. Zhang Xian took out a pack of platinum crystal lichuan and threw it to Uncle Wang.
Although Uncle Wang is just a security guard, when Zhang Xian fell ill with a high fever, his parents were at work and could not take leave. Zhang Xian could not walk when he reached the gate of the community. It was Uncle Wang who saw that something was wrong with him, so he rode his bicycle to take him to the hospital 10 miles away and stayed with him all night. From then on, Zhang Xian regarded Uncle Wang as his own uncle and would invite Uncle Wang to their home to celebrate the Chinese New Year.
You kid. I love you for a reason. Knowing that your uncle likes this, I won't be polite. Uncle Wang laughed. He liked this kid Zhang Xian. Don't be polite, you are my uncle.
Zhang Xian drove into the community with a smile. Watching Zhang Xian's car go away, Uncle Wang was pleased and said with a smile, I knew that Xiao Xian would be a promising kid when he grows up. When I got downstairs and just got off the car, I ran into my childhood friend Gu Gang.
Wow, Lao Zhang, you're awesome. You actually drive such a nice car. Mom, go upstairs first. Xiao Zhang and I will chat for a while and come back up later.
Zhang Xian saw Gu Gang and said to his mother.
Okay, come up in a minute, Mom has something else to ask you.
Zhang Shaoli looked at Zhang Xian with a complicated expression, then went upstairs. Zhang Xian knew what his mother meant.
She must be asking about what happened just now.
However, he would have to explain this matter to his parents sooner or later, so he would just reveal it later.
As soon as his mother went upstairs, Zhang Xian took out a platinum crystal liqueur cigarette and threw it to Gu Gang.
Gu Gang immediately looked around and saw that no one was watching.
He immediately pulled Zhang Xian to the corner and lit the cigarette skillfully. Bang! Hiss! Call!
The movements were done in one go and one could tell from their looks that they were old smokers.
Xin Zi, why did I hear that you and Li Xiaoman? Gu Gang asked hesitantly. We broke up. Zhang Xian nodded in acknowledgement.
I told you two weren't suitable for each other. When that woman was with you, she was also with a few young men.
I told you, but you didn't believe me. It's better to break up. With a face that's only slightly uglier than mine, there's no woman you can't find? Gu Gang said narcissistically. Roll. Zhang Xian sneered. By the way, why did you agree to attend the high school reunion?
Duan Bin, that bastard, obviously has bad intentions. Gu Gang sneered, I heard that bastard might make things difficult for you that day, so it's just right for you to borrow this car and give him a good slap in the face. Zhang Shaoli returned home and saw her husband Zhang Ping was already waiting there. Hearing the door open, Zhang Ping stood up immediately.
Wife, where is Xiao Shen? I'm going to tell you something you may not believe. I was just fired this afternoon.
After a while, General Manager Chen Jun suddenly found me in person and said that the new chairman has appointed me as the president. They will assist me in managing the company in the future. As he spoke, Zhang Ping suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Zhang Shaoli, and, you know what? Chen Jun actually said that our son is the new chairman of Bincheng International.
Isn't this ridiculous?
However, the appointment letter has been signed.
I was a little confused, so I came back. Honey, please hit me twice. I always feel like I am living in a dream. Bang!
Zhang Shaoli slapped Zhang Ping in the face without any hesitation, leaving a clear slap mark on Zhang Ping's face.
Does it hurt?
Zhang Shaoli looked at Zhang Ping nervously. Zhang Ping's teeth were loose and his mouth was wide open. This woman's slap in the face was really hard.
Pain. If it hurts, it means it's real.
I was also confused because just now, my son called Chen Jun in front of me and said that he had acquired Bincheng International. Not only Bincheng International, but also non-staple food and fast food are his businesses.
Zhang Shaoli said, her eyes were a little straight, hubby, isn't it just been a month? Why do I feel like several years have passed? Where is Xiao Shen? Where is he?
Zhang Ping only remembered Zhang Xian at this time. He's outside smoking with that little bastard Xiao Zhang. When this little bastard comes back, I'll see how he explains it to us.
Just then, Zhang Xian came back. Chapter 72, Buying a Company to Help You Kill Time. Squeak. When Zhang Xian opened the door, he saw his parents blocking the door with the sofa, and they were staring at him. Dad, Mom, what are you doing?
Zhang Xian was stunned when he saw this. The two of them didn't say anything, but continued to stare at him, which made Zhang Xian feel uneasy.
Do you want to ask about Bincheng International? Zhang Xian asked cautiously. Silencing. About the fast food? Silence. What happened to Taoyuan residents? What? There is also Teo Yuanju? What is your relationship with Teo Yuanju?
When Zhang Ping heard Zhang Xian mention Teo Yuanju, he could no longer hold back and asked.
Zhang Xian. Too careless.
He thought his mother had guessed it, but she hadn't. Zhang Xian had no idea that when Zhang Shaoli heard that he was the chairman of Bincheng International, she was already confused and had no intention of listening to what happened next.
I parked a car in Teo Yuanju.
That car belongs to my classmate.
I thought you knew about it.
Zhang Shen looked at his parents and smiled awkwardly.
Dad, dear mom, we are a family. Don't look at me like that. It's creepy.
If you scare me to death, you won't have such a handsome son.
Don't interrupt. What are you talking about? Hurry up and tell me what's going on.
A month ago, you were still a clueless kid.
How come only a month has passed and you have become the chairman of Bincheng International?
If I hadn't seen you still so poor, I would have thought you had a different person in your head.
Zhang Ping looked at Zhang Xian and spoke. How come you know that saying these things is useless?
Zhang Shaoli glared at her husband, then looked at Zhang Xian and asked.
Tell me, when did you become the chairman of Bincheng International?
Oh, you are not only the chairman of Bincheng International, but also the chairman of non-staple food fast food.
Also, you are in my sight every day. When did you learn to drive? She is still a little confused until now.
That's Bincheng International, with a market value of at least tens of billions, plus more than 100 million in side dishes in fast food.
When did they become so rich?
She felt dizzy from having so much money. Relatively speaking, it is not surprising that Zhang Xian can drive.
That.
Zhang Xian smiled awkwardly at the two elders and told them the reason he had made up long ago. Mom and Dad, didn't I tell you a long time ago that I want to learn how to trade stocks? Before Zhang Xian could finish his words, Zhang Shaoli interrupted him and said, You can make billions in a month by speculating in stocks? Don't think that your mother is easy to fool just because she is old. If there really is such a person in this world, she would have become a god long ago. Just as Zhang Xian was about to speak, Zhang Shaoli spoke first. Make up a reason first.
If it's full of loopholes, humph.
Zhang Xian smiled bitterly. Mom, you keep talking first, you have to give me a chance to speak.
Didn't I tell you not to say it? Then go ahead and say it.
Zhang Shaoli glared at Zhang Xian viciously. Zhang Xian looked at his father for help. His mother was obviously being unreasonable. Zhang Ping gave Zhang Xian a helpless look, spread his hands at him, and signaled him not to reason with a woman. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement, admitting that he had seen it. Whether it's my mother, Xia Meng, or Gu Qingcheng, they are all unreasonable.
Mom and Dad, do you know about lottery? Don't tell me that you won these billions in lottery.
Even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe such a reason. Zhang Xian was helpless. Look, Mom, I haven't even finished talking yet and you interrupted me.
Do you want to listen to me?
Wife, stop interrupting and listen to Xiao Xian. Zhang Ping said helplessly. Of course I know to let Xiao Xian speak, but you keep interrupting.
What should Xiao Xian say?
Zhang Shaoli glared at Zhang Ping fiercely.
Zhang Xian. Zhang Ping.
Zhang Shaoli felt embarrassed as she spoke and laughed out loud. The father and son were even more speechless. Okay, you can talk now, I promise not to interrupt. I have been learning how to trade stocks since high school. 2 or 3 years is enough for me to acquire a certain amount of knowledge. It just so happened that I bought a lottery ticket on the first day of military training.
Hey, just by coincidence, I won 500 million, and then. What? You won 500 million in the lottery? Why don't you go to heaven?
Zhang Ping and Zhang Shaoli were sitting there, and before Zhang Xian could finish speaking, they exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Xian's face turned dark and he stared at his mother in a daze.
Are you going to let me speak or not?
Zhang Shaoli smiled awkwardly. There was nothing she could do. She was really too surprised.
How come I was so lucky to meet Zhang Xian? This kid has never bought a lottery ticket in more than 10 years, but he bought one this time and happened to win 500 million? What then? Zhang Ping asked nervously.
Although winning the lottery sounds ridiculous, it did happen after all, so it is normal for Zhang Xian to win.
But 500 million yuan is not enough to acquire Bincheng International, not to mention a fast food restaurant? When I was trading stocks, I met a noble man, the boss of Teo Yuanju.
By trading stocks with him, I made 700 to 800 million in 1 month. Zhang Xian spoke half-truthfully.
He did not dare to tell anyone about Dongshan Industrial and Teo Yuanju.
If he told his parents that he was now worth hundreds of billions, it would be difficult for him to explain. Although tens of billions are a lot, the brand of the boss of Teo Yuanju is strong enough, so he doesn't have to worry about his father not believing in him. Sure enough, when they heard the word Teo Yuanju, Zheng Pin and Zhang Xiaoli opened their eyes wide and looked at Zhang Xian in disbelief.
The driver's license thing is even easier. It took 3 months after the college entrance examination.
You guys were busy with work every day, and I had nothing to do and passed the test. Zhang Ping and Zhang Xiaoli looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment.
Zhang Xian didn't look carefully.
If he had looked carefully, he would have seen complicated looks in his parents' eyes. Dad, my main business is stock trading. I bought Bincheng International to help you and my mom pass the time. You have worked in this company for more than 10 years, so you know more about the things inside.
Otherwise, I would buy another company for you to play with. Zhang Xian spoke slowly. Zhang Ping. Zhang Xiaoli. Buy it for them to kill time and play with? The market value of Bincheng International is over 1 billion? How come this guy doesn't feel any pain in his waist when he talks while standing?
It was only a month, but they didn't expect that their son had done so many things without them knowing about it. When he thought about the fact that Bincheng International had more than 10,000 employees under his control, Zhang Ping suddenly felt the heavy responsibility on his shoulders. His brows were twisted into a shape and his face became more solemn. Dad, if you are worried, I can entrust the company to a professional agent, and you can go to Dongshan with me to enjoy a peaceful life.
I bought a villa there. What? And a villa? Zhang Ping and Zhang Xiaoli jumped up immediately, looking shocked. Chapter 73, Promise with Senior. Mom and Dad, don't get excited.
You've earned billions and own a villa.
Why are you so excited? Zhang Xian spoke slowly.
This. The two looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh that what this boy said made a lot of sense and they were speechless. By the way, I bought a villa for you two elders in Guanlan International in Bincheng.
If you have time, you can move in.
Zhang Xian pretended to reach into his backpack, and with a thought, the house purchase contract appeared in his hand. He took it out and placed it in front of his parents. Zhang Xiaoli picked up the house purchase contract on the table with a confused look on her face. She opened her mouth slightly, wanting to say something, but at this moment she couldn't say anything. They just couldn't understand why the whole world seemed to have changed in just 1 month. They were completely speechless.
Before, the two of them were still worrying about what to do in the days ahead.
Zhang Xiaoli was fired, and Zhang Ping's job was also in jeopardy. Their family's life had become precarious, and the couple was so worried about this that their hair was turning white. Unexpectedly, at this moment, their son brought them such a big surprise, or even a shock.
Son, is there anything else you need to tell us?
Zhang Ping took a sip of water to calm himself, his heart pounding.
No more. Zhang Xian said firmly. Are you sure it's gone? Should I have?
Zhang Ping and Zhang Xiaoli looked at each other. These things were big enough to almost scare their hearts out.
Their son should be hiding something from them.
Zhang Ping felt under tremendous pressure when he thought about the fact that he was in charge of the livelihoods of more than 10,000 people.
Dad, it's okay. I bought that company for you guys to have fun with. Don't feel so burdened. Besides, isn't Mom here to help you?
Zhang Xian's words successfully made Zhang Xiaoli, who originally felt that it had nothing to do with her, become nervous. The couple looked at each other again, feeling like their heads were about to explode. They both just wanted to be quiet.
Mom and Dad, are you two okay? I've been driving all day today and I have to attend a class reunion tomorrow.
I'm tired, so I'm going to sleep first. As Zhang Xian spoke, he deliberately yawned and wanted to hide back in his room to let his parents digest what happened today.
Wait a minute, why are you still sleeping? Take us to Guanlan International to see the villa.
When Zhang Xiaoli thought about having a villa of her own, she felt her whole body boiling and she couldn't wait to move in.
Okay, let's go to the villa.
By the way, Dad, you are now the president of Bincheng International. At least you have your own car. This way, when you go out to discuss business, you won't be looked down upon by others. Zhang Xian thought about it and spoke slowly.
Do you need it?
Zhang Ping asked, his eyes sparkling. It was obvious that he really wanted to have a nice car.
Buy it. This kid is rich now.
I would be sorry for him if I don't spend some money. Zhang Xiaoli said, glaring at Zhang Xian fiercely.
Zhang Xian was speechless. Buy, Mom, what do you want to buy?
Just let me know, and I'll buy you anything.
Let's go and see the villa. I own a villa now.
Zheng Xiaoli shouted, and the family of three drove towards Guanlan International. Sitting in the car, Zhang Ping moved his buttocks up and down, as if trying to find a more comfortable place and posture.
Why are you jumping up and down like a monkey? Be quiet.
Zheng Xiaoli was speechless.
Xiaoxian, let's just buy one of these. It's a BMW, it's so comfortable to sit in.
Zhang Ping had no intention of taking care of his wife and did not hide his love for this car.
You are a CEO after all, how can you drive such a cheap car? This car is only worth over 500,000. Zhang Ping. Zheng Xiaoli. Low? It's not low. How much is a car worth more than 500,000 yuan in Bincheng?
Ever since country A and our Daxia began imposing sanctions on each other, it has become very difficult to buy imported cars in Daxia. A car that costs more than 500,000 yuan is considered very good.
It's only 500,000. The couple looked at their son speechlessly. This kid has become rich and is becoming more and more showy. Dad, don't worry about it. Leave it to me. Good.
As they talked, the three of them came to Villa number 6 of Guanlan International.
Zhang Ping and his wife were immediately shocked by the luxurious decoration of the villa. Zhang Xian was a little bored.
After all, he already had a villa in Maple Leaf Manor, and now this one was indeed not that upscale. Just then, the cell phone rang.
Zhang Xian took a look and his heart warmed.
It was her senior.
Hello, dear, Junior.
The deliberately drawn-out voice coming from the microphone made Zhang Xian's body tremble.
He could not resist this voice. Did you miss me? Senior, is the competition over? Humph, you don't even care about me.
I missed you so much and you're in my dreams every night, but you didn't even know I won first place in the world.
I'm so angry. Zhang Xian was stunned. Is the senior so powerful? Number 1 in the world. No wonder she has so many fans in school. Congratulations. Zhang Xian said sincerely. They won first place, and you don't have any expression?
Xia Meng said playfully.
How about this, you agree to one condition of mine?
Without waiting for Zhang Xian to answer, she put forward her own opinion.
Senior, there are some things. Don't worry, I won't let you do anything that goes against your character.
Xia Meng said unhappily.
All right. He. Then we have a deal. See you tomorrow, Junior.
Having said that, the phone was hung up. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment, then he burst into laughter.
He is in Bincheng, see you tomorrow? Could it be that the senior sister is coming back to Bincheng?
This was probably the senior student playing a joke on him.
Zhang Xian didn't take it to heart.
He put away his phone and instantly felt himself being locked in two pairs of eyes. Zhang Ping and Zhang Xiaoli were staring at him with wide eyes.
Mom and Dad, scaring people can kill them. Zhang Xian's heart was pounding. Senior? Junior? Missed me? See you tomorrow.
Zhang Ping and Zhang Xiaoli were talking to each other, their eyes fixed on Zhang Xian.
Son, tell me, who is it?
Zhang Xiaoli knew her son's feelings for Li Xiaoman and was afraid that the breakup would make Zhang Xian sad, so she arranged a blind date for him. Unexpectedly, her son not only became rich, but also solved his emotional problems by himself.
The couple stared at Zhang Xian, waiting to see what he would say.
Zhang Xian pondered for a moment, then slowly said, Mom and Dad, I haven't made up my mind about the matter between me and my senior.
If I am sure, I will bring her to you.
Zhang Xiaoli sighed softly and patted Zhang Xian on the shoulder.
Son, you have grown up now. You can make your own decisions about your relationship. Your father and I will not interfere.
Zhang Xian didn't know that at this moment, Villa number 8 was not far from them.
Wan Lianlian looked at Xia Meng standing at the door with a confused look on her face. Chapter 74 Nanling, Baji Lin Wuji. Nanling Mountains. Baji Lin family. How's the investigation going? Who is that girl?
Lin Wuji asked interestedly.
Master, we have already found out that Xia Meng is the daughter of Xia Tianjun, the chairman of a small entertainment company in Dongshan Province.
Dongshan Province? Lao Ding, ask the helicopter to come quickly, I want to go to Dongshan Province.
Lin Wuji couldn't wait any longer. He couldn't forget Xiao Meng ever since he met her at the mathematical Olympiad.
What's more, the girl actually surpassed him in the field he was good at, which made him even more interested. It was a pity that the other party simply ignored him, but the more this happened, the more excited Lin Wuji became. The harder it is to get, the more interesting it is to him.
Master, there is something. Old Ding looked a little hesitant. If you have to fart, do it now.
Lin Wuji said unhappily. Master, Xiaomeng seems to be pursuing a freshman named Zhang Xian, and has already gone to Binchang.
Old Ding pondered for a moment, but still told it. Freshman? Ha ha ha, Lao Ding, do you mean that I can't beat a freshman?
Lin Wuji had a look of disdain on his face and didn't take Zhang Xian seriously at all. This was due to his pride in being a member of the Lin family.
He didn't even remember Zhang Xian's name. Master, there is one more thing.
The people from the Huban sect have been looking for trouble with us recently. They said that you broke the rules and helped the relevant departments to arrest Yan Lin.
The master asked you to stay at home during this period of time.
There's news that Yang Lin has escaped from prison. He said he's going to teach you a lesson.
Master, you'd better.
Before old Ding could finish his words, Lin Wuji said disdainfully, the Huban sect is courting death.
Would our Lin family go looking for trouble with an ant for no reason? They are simply slandering. Besides, Yang Lin alone is not enough to intimidate me. Let's go prepare the plane. Young master. Seeing Lin Wuji's angry look, old Ding had no choice but to bow and retreat. Guanlan International Villa number 8. Wan Lianlian's beautiful eyes widened. What did you say? Are you here to pursue your own love? Xiao Meng, are you okay? Who is Xiao Meng? The campus beauty of Dongshan University. The dream lover of thousands of boys, a goddess who sneers at the pursuit of big stars, would actively pursue a man? Who is this man? In this world, is there any man worthy of the school beauty's active pursuit?
If she hadn't heard Xiao Meng say it herself, she would even have thought it was the biggest joke she had ever heard in this century.
Suddenly, Wan Lianlian stared at Xiao Meng. Are you here to find Zhang Xian? Ha! Xiao Meng's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard Zhang Xian's name.
You really are worthy of being my friend for more than 10 years.
You are simply the worm in my stomach. Yes, it's Xiao Xian.
After getting the exact answer, Wan Lianlian was speechless and said, Xiao Meng, you took those words from a child more than 10 years ago seriously.
Xiao Meng's face was full of smiles, and she looked naive. Of course, why not take it seriously? Forget it, just do what you like. I don't care about you anymore.
I don't think Zhang Xian knows you're here, right?
Every time you chat with me, you always call me Zhang Xian. I thought you were joking, but who knew you took it seriously?
Sigh, I don't know what good deeds that bastard Zhang Xian had done in his previous life to deserve your fancy.
Wan Lianlian said that she didn't understand. You got it wrong.
It was because I had accumulated good deeds in my previous life that I met Xiao Xian. Xiao Meng said as if she had thought of something, her eyes sparkling with peach blossoms.
Wan Lianlian was speechless.
She didn't expect that the cold goddess and campus beauty of Dongda University would also have moments of being infatuated with fans.
How do you plan to chase him? Are you going to go directly to his house? Wan Lianlian asked curiously. Zhang Xian's classmates will have a reunion tomorrow. Their classmates want to make a fuss about Zhang Xian's breakup.
I came here specifically to defend my Xiao Xian.
Zhang Xian broke up?
I heard that he and Li Xiaoman had a very good relationship. Xiao Meng bared her teeth when she heard that, and pointed her white finger at herself. They broke up, and I did it.
Wan Lianlian immediately gave a thumbs up.
She didn't expect that today she not only saw the school belle's infatuated side, but also her sinister side.
Who could refuse such a lovely and beautiful woman? Wan Lianlian couldn't help but look forward to Zhang Xian's class reunion tomorrow. The next morning,
Zhang Xian was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. When Zhang Xian saw the caller ID, he was stunned for a moment.
It was Hu Xiqian.
He picked up the phone in confusion.
Hey, brother Hu.
Brother Zhang, something happened.
Yang Lin ran away.
Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment.
Someone ran out from the relevant department and asked Hu Xiqian what he wanted to say. Wait, Yang Lin? Yang Lin from the Huban sect? Zhang Xian asked. Good. Hu Xiqian's answer confirmed Zhang Xian's guess.
I don't know why, but Yang Lin is like an idiot. After he escaped, he kept shouting that he was going to cause trouble for Lin Wuji, the genius of the Nanling Lin family. He also said that it was Lin Wuji who helped us catch him. This is a good thing for you, you should be safe, but I still think I should remind you that it is always right to be cautious, especially when facing a desperado like Yang Lin. Hu Xiqian's slightly doubtful voice came from the microphone. Zhang Xian laughed in silence, and the worry in his heart finally dissipated a little. Naturally, he was not afraid of Yang Lin's revenge, but he was not alone now, he still had parents. If Yang Lin secretly attacked his parents, the consequences would be unimaginable and he could not bear it. But it is better to be careful. Before Yang Lin is arrested, he should not show up too often to avoid causing trouble for his parents. This incident also reminded Zhang Xian that he should handle things thoroughly in the future and never leave any tails, otherwise the lives of his family would be threatened. In a small hotel in Binchang, a cell phone rang and Yang Lin jumped up with a start. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw it was the sound of a cell phone. What's the matter? Yang Lin asked coldly. I have found out that Lin Wuji will arrive in Binchang today. Yang Lin's eyes sparkled with murderous intent. Can you find out his exact whereabouts? Just wait. As soon as he arrives in Binchang, I will tell you the first time I get the news. But don't implicate me in this matter. After all, the Lin family is powerful and I can't afford to offend them. Don't worry, you won't be implicated. Yang Lin hung up the phone, the murderous intent in his eyes becoming stronger. He clenched his fists and growled coldly, Lin Wuji, just wait for me. Since you don't follow the rules of the martial arts world, don't blame me for being ruthless. As soon as he finished speaking, a black pistol with a cold glow appeared in Yang Lin's hand. Chapter 75 Duan Bin, the Jumpy One. Duan Bin at all members, the venue has been booked. How about the newly opened Teo Yuanju? It's just a little bit more expensive, with a large private room starting at 20,000 renminbi. But don't worry, I will pay for it and you won't spend a penny. I have also invited several teachers, and everyone has agreed, so please don't refuse to come. At Zhang Xian, are you up yet? When Zhang Xian saw the message from Duan Bin, he almost laughed out loud. This guy had locked onto him directly. It seemed like he was going to use him to show off no matter how hard he tried. To be honest, with the little money Duan Bin's family has, can he show off in front of Zhang Xian? Not to mention that Dongshan University is no worse than Shanghai University. With Zhang Xian's current net worth of hundreds of billions, what are Duan Bin's family doing pretending to have only a few 100 million in front of him? He could predict the series of actions Duan Bin would take after meeting him, which would be nothing more than women, money, and schools. It's better to be a student. Even if you are pretending to be cool, you can only think of a few things. They are innocent and cute. Duan Bin at Li Xiaoman, is Mr. Xia here? Duan Bin felt that this matter was perfect only because Xia Kai came. At the beginning, he and Zhang Xian pursued Li Xiaoman together, but Li Xiaoman was blind and fell in love with Zhang Xian. He was rich and his academic performance was okay. He was obviously the more dazzling one in the class. Why did Li Xiaoman fall for Zhang Xian? Now he has been admitted to Shanghai University and found a girlfriend who is as beautiful as a star. If he doesn't bring her to Zhang Xian to show off, he will feel like he has missed out on 100 million. No, this matter must not fail. Duan Bin at Zhang Xian, brother Xian, is it convenient for you to go to Teo Yuanju? How about I drive to pick you up, it's just on the way. Looking at Duan Bin's chat messages, Zhang Xian couldn't help laughing out loud. This guy wanted to show off in front of him so much that he mentioned that he had a car. Awesome. Really? And Ruweixin at Duan Bin, squad leader, have you bought a car? And Ruweixin, that's amazing. He bought a car right after entering college. Does this mean he lives like a second-generation rich? He was thousands of meters ahead of us at the starting line. Duan Bin, speechless.jpg, it's not a good car, just a commuter vehicle worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. Although he said so, Zhang Xian still heard a strong sense of boasting in Duan Bin's words. Cha Peng, when did the monitor and brother Xian become so close? They are so gay. Ding, the God-level selection system is starting up. Option 1, respond to Duan Bin's message. Reward, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, physical fitness plus 10, spirit plus 10, appearance plus 1. Choice 2, refuse to respond to Duan Bin. Reward, the host will be awarded the title of Ninja Turtle, and popularity will be 1. Remarks, title of Ninja Turtle, defense permanently increased by 1000. Do I even need a choice? Zhang Xian immediately replied at Duan Bin, squad leader, thank you, but it's not necessary.
I'm very close to Tao Yuanju.
Ding, it is detected that the host has made a choice. The reward has been issued.
The Rolls-Royce Phantom has been placed in the parking lot of Guanlan International Villa number 6. The car key is stored in the host's storage space. Physical fitness plus 10, spirit plus 10, appearance plus 1. Duan Bin, relax.jpg, brother Xin, I thought you weren't coming. Well, you find a way to come by yourself. Actually, it's not very convenient for me to bring my girlfriend to pick you up. Zhang Xian.
Just say it, this idiot is just looking for a fight, trying to feel superior to him in everything. Fortunately, Zhang Xian has completely let go of Li Xiaoman, otherwise he would really be hit by this idiot. Seeing that everyone in the class was praising Duan Bin, Zhang Xian turned off his phone and got up to brush his teeth. After breakfast, I came to the parking lot, where I saw a black Phantom. This is a standard wheelbase version, with a 6.7T engine, twin turbochargers, 460 horsepower, and a displacement of 6,749.
Which man can refuse such a majestic car?
Zhang Xian got into the car excitedly, couldn't wait to unlock and start the car, and the car slowly drove outside.
Fuck.
Zhang Ping was about to go out for a stroll after dinner, but when he saw the car Zhang Xian was driving, he immediately burst into swear words.
Dad, I went to a high school reunion.
Along the way, when Zhang Xian appeared, there was no car within 10 meters in front, behind, or on either side of him. A single hit would cost hundreds of thousands, or even millions.
Who could afford it?
When Zhang Xian arrived at Tao Yuanju, he was immediately seen by Bian Changmin.
Mr. Zhang, come this way, I've reserved a parking space for you.
Zhang Xian frowned when he heard that, then relaxed again. Although he was disgusted by doing so, it was still a token of his appreciation from the other party.
Thank you, but don't do this kind of thing again.
When Bian Changmin heard what Zhang Xian said, he immediately realized that what he had done was inappropriate and quickly apologized. I don't blame you, but we are a service-oriented industry after all.
If we try to be special, wouldn't that go against the original intention of establishing our company?
Bian Changmin was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, I understand. Zhang Xian nodded, parked the car and walked inside.
Brother Xian, this way. As soon as Zhang Xian appeared, he was discovered.
Zhang Xian looked over and saw that it was Zhou Xinpeng.
A look of understanding immediately appeared on his face. Zhou Xinpeng was Duan Bin's lackey when he was in high school.
Zhou Xinpeng was probably waiting here specifically for Zhang Xian.
Everyone is here, we're just waiting for you.
When Zhou Xinpeng brought Zhang Xian into the box, Zhang Xian took a glance and saw Duan Bin sitting in the first seat, and a proud-looking girl sitting next to him. The girl has delicate eyebrows and eyes, a tall figure, and long hair tied up on her head, which makes her look very capable. Her fair skin and perfect facial features seem to be naturally carved, exuding a youthful beauty that does not need any embellishment. This girl was Li Xiaoman. The moment he saw Li Xiaoman, Zhang Xian suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, which made him cover his heart involuntarily. Zhang Xian frowned, he knew that it was the remaining soul of the owner of this physical body that was causing trouble. Obviously, Zhang Xian loved Li Xiaoman to his core. No wonder his mother arranged a blind date for him immediately after knowing that they had broken up. She was afraid that he would not be able to bear the heavy blow and would abandon himself.
Brother Xian, sit here.
Seeing Zhang Xian coming, Duan Bin immediately stood up and spoke excitedly. There was only one seat at that table, next to Li Xiaoman.
Ding, the God-level selection system is starting up.
Option 1, decline Duan Bin's invitation and sit in another seat. Reward, Li Xiaoman changes her mind, and the host will be awarded the title of dog licker, and the popularity with women won.
Option 2, accept Duan Bin's invitation. Reward, a blueprint of Binqing's construction plan for the next 20 years, physical fitness plus 10, mental strength plus 10, appearance plus 2.
Just when Zhang Xian was about to find another location, the electronic sound of the system rang in his mind.
Zhang Xian walked straight towards the position next to Li Xiaoman without any hesitation. Chapter 76. The School Beauty is here.
Ding, it is detected that the host has made a choice.
Rewards are being distributed. A blueprint of Binqing's construction plan for the next 20 years, physical fitness plus 10, spirit plus 10, appearance plus 2. Ignoring the electronic sound in his mind, Zhang Xian walked straight ahead. Li Xiaoman is the class beauty and the focus of the class.
Wherever she is, she always attracts the attention of everyone in the class. Zhang Xian walked towards Li Xiaoman. When everyone saw this scene, they immediately showed strange looks in their eyes. Everyone was speculating, could it be that Zhang Xian was unwilling to break up with Li Xiaoman and went to ask for a reconciliation? Zhang Xian walked up to Li Xiaoman and took the initiative to greet her. Long time no see, do you mind if I sit here? Li Xiaoman glanced at Zhang Xian, a hint of disdain flashed in her beautiful eyes, and a hint of arrogance appeared on her face. In her opinion, Zhang Xian must still not be able to accept the fact that they have broken up, and came here to ask for a reconciliation. Noticing that other people were looking at her, Li Xiaoman's face became even more arrogant. Sit down. I have something to tell you. The tone was as proud as that of a queen. Duanbin saw Zhang Xian sitting down and said with a smile, I didn't expect that Zhang Xian has changed so much in just 1 month. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Really? I don't think so. Duanbin sneered in his heart, but his face was full of smiles. He asked, Zhang Xian, you are in pain after breaking up with Xiaoman, right? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's attention was attracted. Zhang Xian was slightly stunned. Why do you say that? It's normal for two people to break up when they feel they are not suitable for each other. Why should I be in pain? Li Xiaoman was unhappy when she heard Zhang Xian say this. What does it mean that two people break up just because they feel they are not suitable for each other? She dumped him, okay? How could Zhang Xian be so shameless as to flatter himself? Moreover, everyone knew that she was the one who dumped Zhang Xian. How could she put her face when Zhang Xian said that? Zhang Xian, will you feel better if you say this? Li Xiaoman spoke leisurely, as if nonchalantly, but when they heard what she said, everyone's eyes towards Zhang Xian changed. Zhang Xian didn't take it seriously. He had no attachment to the woman in front of him. Haha, I thought it was really like what Zhang Xian said. So that's how it is. I didn't expect that Zhang Xian is still so shameless. Duanbin laughed exaggeratedly and said, It was just a joke, Zhang Xian, please don't mind it. I heard that the school beauty of Dongshan University is very beautiful, and this time she helped Dongshan University win the first place in the Olympic competition. Although you were dumped by Xiaoman, you are qualified to pursue the school beauty, which is a good thing, right? Ha ha ha. Duanbin was waiting for this moment. After hearing Li Xiaoman's words, he could no longer bear it and started to ridicule her. Zhang Xian, I came here today just to ask you for those things I had before. Did you bring them? Now that the relationship has been torn apart, Li Xiaoman no longer tries to cover it up and speaks directly. I brought them all. The mother was afraid that Zhang Xian would be reminded of his father when seeing the things, so she had collected all the things together. Zhang Xian was afraid that he would feel sick when seeing those things, especially the photos. Since Li Xiaoman was willing to take them back, it saved him the trouble of burning them. After handing all the things to Li Xiaoman stood up and said coldly, Now that I have the things, I will leave, so as not to feel uncomfortable seeing some disgusting people. Fuck you, Li Xiaoman, I've been putting up with you for a long time. Brother Xian didn't provoke you, did he? Who the hell have you been acting so high and mighty from the beginning? Everyone knows that you're fickle, and you're so happy to have sold yourself to a rich young man? Do you feel like you've been elevated after being fucked a few times? Do you have the nerve to act like this in front of us? Breaking up with you is definitely the best thing Brother Xian has ever done in his life. Whoever marries you in the future will be cuckolded. It's a pity that the Nobel Prize doesn't have a Golden Rooster Award, otherwise it would be the most suitable to be awarded to you. Seeing Li Xiaoman treating Zhang Xian like this, Zhao Peng couldn't help it and stood up and cursed. At this moment, the whole place was silent. Everyone stared at Zhao Peng blankly. No one expected that he would curse directly. Some girls in the class cheered secretly. Zhang Xian is the school hunk, and there are countless girls who have a crush on him. However, Zhang Xian has always been obsessed with that bitch Li Xiaoman. Now that they have finally broken up, their chance has come. Seeing that Li Xiaoman always acted superior, they had wanted to scold her for a long time, but they couldn't do so because of their classmate's face. What Zhao Peng cursed out was exactly what they wanted to curse. It's such a normal thing for two people to break up, but Li Xiaoman made it seem like a big deal, as if Zhang Xian had lost the whole world if he lost her. Anyone who meets a woman like this will be unlucky. Li Xiaoman's expression changed rapidly, and finally froze at a livid color. She glared at Zhao Peng angrily and said, Zhao Peng, why are you swearing at me? Apologize to me. Duanbin was so happy at this moment. The development of things had exceeded his expectations, but it was even more exciting than he had imagined. He wanted to record this scene.
Apologize? Was I wrong? Did I say anything wrong?
Chao Peng stared at Li Xiaoman, no fear in his eyes.
Excuse me, is Zhang Xian here?
A sweet voice came, sounding particularly loud in this quiet room.
Fuck, it's beautiful. How can you be so uncultured? You swear? Damn, she's so beautiful.
Everyone's eyes were focused on him, and even Li Xiaoman couldn't help but feel ashamed when she saw the other person's face clearly. This newly appeared girl seemed like she shouldn't be in this world at all. She was like a star fairy descending from the earth, high above. Even a glance at her would feel like a blasphemy to her.
Is this girl in front of me here to find Zhang Xian? What is her relationship with Zhang Xian?
Zhang Xian was puzzled for a moment, looked over, and his eyes suddenly widened.
A pretty girl walked in.
Why is this girl here?
Zhang Xian couldn't help but feel a headache. He now finally understood what Xia Meng meant by "see you tomorrow" last night.
Meeting Zhang Xian's gaze, Xia Meng blinked playfully, and then walked towards Zhang Xian happily, as if a little girl in love saw her lover.
Honey, it's so hard to find you here.
Xia Meng held Zhang Xian's arm, pouted and complained softly, but her little face was filled with a happy smile. At this moment, all the boys in the private room were heartbroken.
So beautiful. It's so beautiful.
If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would have been hard for them to believe that there was such a beautiful girl in the world. At the same time, everyone looked at Li Xiaoman with suspicion.
Are you sure that you dumped Zhang Xian because you disliked him? Who would be interested in you when you have such a beautiful girlfriend? At this moment, Li Xiaoman's originally dark blue face turned purple.
Chapter 77 Powerful Logic. Li Xiaoman also thought of what everyone else thought of. If Zhang Xian came alone today, everyone would definitely believe what she said. However, Zhang Xian did not come alone, but brought a beautiful woman who looked like a fairy from heaven. Although she didn't want to admit it, the other person was indeed much more beautiful than her. In front of the other person, the words she had said before were so pale. And those words Zhang Xian said before were refuted by her. It seemed like Zhang Xian's pale cover up in order to save the last bit of face for himself. However, with the appearance of Xia Meng, the incident turned into one where Zhang Xian was saving face for her before, and it was she who was ungrateful enough to tear off this fig leaf. Thinking of this, Li Xiaoman's eyes turned very unfriendly when she looked at Xia Meng. Moreover, she and Zhang Xian have been together for so long that she has become accustomed to enjoying the fact that Zhang Xian only has eyes for her. But now there is another woman in Zhang Xian's eyes. This makes Li Xiaoman unacceptable, even though she has broken up with Zhang Xian.
Zhang Xian, who is she? Li Xiaoman didn't notice that she looked like a resentful woman at the moment, as if she had caught her husband with his mistress.
However, she forgot one thing: she was no longer qualified to ask this question. When Duan Bin saw Xia Meng holding Zhang Xian's arm, his whole body trembled with jealousy.
Why? In high school, how was he worse than Zhang Xian?
Li Xiaoman chose Zhang Xian and rejected him. At this moment, this beautiful woman like a fairy turned out to be Zhang Xian's girlfriend.
This can't be true. Duan Bin's mentality exploded at this moment. If there really was a god, he would definitely pull God over to ask him why. Junior, who is she? Why does she question you? First kill.
There was curiosity in Xia Meng's eyes, and that adorable look instantly crushed Li Xiaoman completely. In front of Xia Meng, Li Xiaoman was like an ant standing in front of a giant elephant.
Oh. Xia Meng said, as if she had suddenly realized something, and slowly said, "She is your money-hungry girlfriend?"
The voice was neither hurried nor slow, but contained a hint of contempt.
Double kill. You. Li Xiaoman's face turned green with anger. She looked at Zhang Xian hatefully and asked angrily, "Zhang Xian, is this how you talk about me to others?" Ha ha ha. Hello sister-in-law, my name is Chao Peng, and I'm brother Xian's brother.
You came at the right time, otherwise I don't know how someone would spread the news. Chao Peng walked over, gave Zhang Xian a thumbs up, and said to Li Xiaoman sarcastically,
"Zhang Xian."
Li Xiaoman glared at Zhang Xian, her eyes full of grievance and humiliation, and a hint of confusion.
What are you looking at?
It's obviously you who worships money and betrayed Zhang Xian's trust in you.
How dare you look at my boyfriend like that? Before, he doted on you and I didn't care, but now he is my boyfriend. What qualifications do you have to question him? Xia Meng looked gentle, but what she said made Li Xiaoman lose face.
Zhang Xian was helpless, senior sister, that's enough, there is nothing going on between her and me anymore. To be honest, Xiao Meng's appearance broke through the wall that blocked Zhang Xian's heart. Sometimes, being touched happens in just a moment. At this moment, Zhang Xian decided that she was the one. Hearing the indifference in Zhang Xian's tone, Xiao Meng was stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Zhang Xian's indifference proved that he had completely no feelings for Li Xiaoman. When she decided to come, she was always a little uneasy. After all, at school, her offensive was so fierce, but she couldn't get into Zhang Xian's heart. This showed that Li Xiaoman was too important to Zhang Xian, and Zhang Xian valued this relationship very much. She was afraid that after Zhang Xian met Li Xiaoman, their old love would be rekindled. Now it seems that she was worrying too much. Xiao Meng smiled sweetly, and at that moment, it seemed as if all the flowers were blooming. Duan Bin beside her clenched his fists excitedly, wishing he could hug Xiao Meng tightly immediately. He stared at Zhang Xian with jealousy.
What do you mean there's nothing going on between us? Zhang Xian, is this your promise to me? Didn't you say you would love me forever? And yet, I just dumped you and you turned around and found a girlfriend, and you.
Zhang Xian was shocked and looked at Li Xiaoman in shock.
What a powerful logic. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? Why would his predecessor fall for such a person? Xiao Meng was also shocked by Li Xiaoman's powerful logic and looked at her in astonishment.
The students in the class stared at the scene in front of them in a daze.
Shameless. Someone growled. Shameless. How come there is such a shameless woman in our class? Do you still have any shame?
It's fine if you just apologize to me, but you're actually using what you said when you were in love to restrict me.
Have you done it yourself? All the girls in the class couldn't stand it anymore.
They were defeated by Li Xiaoman's powerful logic and started to scold her.
This is a matter between Zhang Xian and me. What does it have to do with you?
Li Xiaoman shouted angrily, her eyes red, as if she had suffered a great injustice. At this moment, the door of the private room was opened and Bian Changmin walked in hurriedly. Mr. Zhang, your car was scratched by a child.
Huh? Zhang Xian was confused. He had just gotten this phantom and wasn't enjoying it enough yet.
He quickly grabbed Xiao Meng's hand and walked outside. When Xiao Meng's hand was grabbed by Zhang Xian, she was stunned for a moment, and then all of a sudden, all the flowers blossomed, and there was even a hint of crystal in the corners of her eyes.
Is Xiao Xian finally willing to accept her? She immediately burst into laughter, tightly grasped Zhang Xian's big hand, and followed Zhang Xian out. Zhang Xian drove here? Go and have a look.
Duan Bin was stunned for a moment, not knowing what he was thinking of, and followed him out, with a gleam in his eyes, as if he was thinking of something wonderful. After coming out, I heard a child crying from a distance. A group of people gathered there, and a woman's voice came from inside, as if she was apologizing.
Mom, I'm so scared. Woo woo woo, I just wanted to draw a picture. Didn't you say that Nanan's paintings were the most beautiful? Why did they bully Nan?
Zhang Xian walked over and saw his car.
He almost fainted. Is this still the majestic phantom he had just seen?
All I saw were crooked drawings of small animals on it.
This is Rolls-Royce Phantom? Put. Is this Zhang Xian's car? Is Zhang Xian's family so rich? Everyone was shocked. Someone quickly took out his mobile phone and searched the internet.
When he saw the quotation online, his eyes widened instantly and he gasped. Seeing the phantom, Duan Bin and Li Xiaoman froze in place.
Chapter 78 Lin Ruxin. Rolls-Royce Phantom?
Even if they don't know the exact price, they know that the car is not cheap, at least several million.
When did Zhang Xian's family become so rich?
Especially Li Xiaoman, her mentality was about to explode.
How is this possible?
She has been with Zhang Xian for more than 2 years and knows Zhang Xian's family conditions very well. If Zhang Xian is really so rich, there would be no need for her to be disturbed by the outside world.
Mr. Zhang, it's her. Bian Changmin glared at the mother and daughter. Sir, is this your car? I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, Nan.
The woman's face was filled with tears of grievance, but she was reluctant to blame her daughter and could only apologize repeatedly. The woman's eyes were filled with anxious fear. She knew that the car was not cheap and she could not afford to pay for it. She was extremely panicked.
Sister-in-law?
Xiao Peng heard the sound, came forward, saw the mother and daughter, and shouted in surprise.
Zhang Xian was stunned when he heard Xiao Peng's voice. Xiao Peng? You? Lin Ruxin raised her head when she heard Xiao Peng's voice.
Uncle Xiaopeng, save me, these bad guys are stopping us and won't let us go. When little Nan Nan saw an acquaintance, she immediately became braver and shouted. Xiaopeng glanced at Zhang Xian's phantom, with a wry smile on his face. He looked at Zhang Xian and said, Brother Xian, I know this car is not cheap, but it is really difficult for my sister-in-law to take care of her daughter alone. How about this, I owe you something. I have a job now, and I will pay you back a little every month. How about that? He and Zhang Xian have a very close relationship, but Xiaopeng knows that the car is most likely not Zhang Xian's, but rented or borrowed. He knows Zhang Xian's family background better than anyone else. Zhang Xian smiled and leaned over to look at the little girl. The little girl was a little scared and hid back. Uncle, please don't blame Mom, okay? Nan Nan knows she was wrong. I thought the painting I drew was really beautiful. I will never do this again. Little Nanan's big jewel-like eyes were filled with fear and tears welled up in her eye sockets, but she didn't cry, as if she didn't want to make her mother worry too much. Looking at the sensible little girl, Zhang Xian's heart melted instantly. He stretched out his hand to hug the little girl in his arms, but Lin Ruxin snatched her away. She looked at Zhang Xian nervously. Sir, please have mercy on us, mother and daughter. I will definitely compensate you, but I really can't come up with so much money right away. I can write you an IOU and I will pay you back slowly. Uncle, Nan Nan, I have some money here. I'll give it to you. Please don't blame Mom, okay? Little Nan Nan stretched out her hand from Lin Ruxin's arms, and in her palm was a 1 yuan coin. Okay. Zhang Xian took the coin with a smile, and then said, Uncle accepts your apology. Your name is Nan Nan, right? Your drawing is very beautiful, but remember, don't draw on the car next time. As he said that, Zhang Xian looked at Lin Ruxin. Xiaopeng is my brother, so I will follow him and call you sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, Nan Nan has already compensated me, so let's just forget about this matter. But you still have to keep an eye on Nan Nan when you go out next time. This time it was just a scratch on the car. What if she got lost? It would be a shame to lose such a lovely daughter, right? Lin Ruxin was stunned. This was hundreds of thousands of dollars. She looked at Zhang Xian in astonishment, her eyes turned red. She and her daughter bowed to Zhang Xian, saying thank you over and over again. Brother Xian. Xiaopeng didn't expect Zhang Xian to do this. He was stunned for a moment and clenched his fists excitedly. Xiaomeng looked at her beloved man with a smile, her heart filled with pride. Xiao Xian is still as loving as he was when he was a child. Holy shit, this is impossible. This phantom costs over 7 million. Repainting it will cost at least 500,000. How can you just waive it? Is Zhang Xian's family so rich? Why didn't I see it when I was in high school? Some girls looked at Zhang Xian with even more passion, and when they looked at Li Xiaoman, their eyes were full of mockery. What is this? Picking up sesame seeds and losing the watermelon? Li Xiaoman looked at Zhang Xian in a daze. She thought that this car was rented by Zhang Xian, but now it was scratched like this. If it was rented, Zhang Xian would definitely ask the other party for compensation, but she didn't expect Zhang Xian to just let it go. Is Zhang Xian really rich? A trace of regret welled up in her heart. Seeing Zhang Xian and Xiaomeng holding hands tightly, she clenched her fists and wanted to take a step forward, but found that she had lost the qualifications to take this step. You did the right thing, young man. Good job. At this moment, the area was already full of people. Seeing this scene, they all praised Zhang Xian. Hearing the praises from the people around him, Duan Bin became unhappy. He organized this event not to give Zhang Xian a stage, but to humiliate Zhang Xian and show off in front of his classmates. In the end, he spent the money. Force, let Zhang Xian pretend. What the hell is going on? However, he glanced at the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Although he was unwilling to admit it in his heart, if this car really belonged to Zhang Xian, then Zhang Xian would become someone who could not be messed with in the future. Duan Bin's heart was filled with resentment. He could not accept this change in status for a while. Ha, kids don't understand anything. If they make a mistake, they should be forgiven. Kid, it's okay, Uncle won't blame you. Duan Bin reached out and stroked little Nanan's head, as if he was the one who forgave little Nan Nan. The next moment, he couldn't pretend anymore. Whose Trumpchi is this? It's scratched too. A security guard shouted. Almost at the same time, Duan Bin immediately looked in the direction where he parked his car. When he saw the car that looked like it had been scratched by a dog or cat, he was dumbfounded. Ah! Who did it? His eyes were red, and his breathing became rapid. He glared at Xiao Nan Nan viciously, grabbed Xiao Nanan's neck, and roared, "Is it you? You have to pay for my car." Cough cough cough, uncle, let me go. Little Nanan's neck was strangled, and her whole face turned blue and purple in an instant. She looked at Duan Bin in disbelief, her beautiful big eyes full of fear. Let you go? You scratched my car like this, and you want me to let you go? Duan Bin's face looked grim. Zhang Xian grabbed an acupoint on Duan Bin's arm, and Duan Bin shuddered and let go. Duan Bin, what are you doing? Zhang Xian frowned. Fuck you, you want to put on a brave face but I don't. Duan Bin said and slapped him. Zhang Xian grabbed his hand. Class monitor, didn't you just say that the child is still young? Won't you blame her? A girl couldn't bear it anymore and said. Can your young age be used as an excuse to evade responsibility? Besides, if this car was mine, he could have scratched it, but this car was stolen from my father. If my father knew about it, he would have beaten me to death. Duan Bin roared, and he looked close to collapse. Chapter 79. Duan Bin is about to collapse. But, Uncle, I didn't scratch your car. I only drew on this uncle's car. Little Nan Nan said aggrievedly. Lin Ruxin held her daughter in her arms and looked at Duan Bin warily, fearing that he would do something bad to her little girl. Sir, my daughter will not lie. She will not lie either. She even dared to admit that this gentleman has a car worth more than 8 million yuan. Would she not dare to admit that your Trumpchi worth more than 100,000 yuan? Lin Ruxin presented the irrefutable evidence. Everyone nodded when they heard this. It was obvious that little Nan Nan was not the kind of person who liked to lie. He admitted that he scratched a car worth more than 8 million yuan, but you don't dare to admit that you have a Trumpchi worth only tens of thousands of yuan? Bullshit, you just don't dare to admit it. She scratched the car here, who else could it be but her? 2,000 yuan, not a penny less, and you have to compensate me for my lost work and mental damages. Duan Bin roared until he was hoarse. TSK, you were speaking so nicely just now, but now you've turned into a wolf dog, biting whoever you catch. Is your double standard so obvious? So it's not your car. You can say whatever nice things you want. You're doomed when something happens. Hypocrite. Several boys who already disliked Duan Bin said disdainfully. Get lost, you poor bastards. Let me try changing it to your car. Duan Bin roared. You are the bad guy, it's not me, Mom, he wronged me. The little girl, who didn't cry just now, cried as if she had suffered great injustice when she heard Duan Bin's words. Don't cry, Nan Nan. Mommy believes you. Seeing that Zhang Xian really wouldn't blame her, Lin Ruxin calmed down. She looked at Duan Bin and said, there are surveillance cameras here, right? You can go check them. Yes, surveillance. Where are the security guards? Stop them and don't let them go. If they see that she scratched my car, I will make them pay for it. Duan Bin woke up as if from a dream and immediately yelled at the security guard. Dian Chengmin immediately looked at Zhang Xian, and Zhang Xian nodded. Dad, come out and see, my painting is so beautiful, much better than that girl's. Just then, a boy's voice was heard. Everyone looked over and saw a little fat boy trying hard to pull a helpless-looking man out. Wow, there are so many of you. You came at the right time. I order all of you to be judges. Take a look and see if my drawing is better looking than hers. The little fat boy said in a bossy tone, and the way he spoke seemed like he was used to giving orders. Dian Changmin was about to check the surveillance footage, but that was no longer necessary as the real murderer appeared. Everyone glanced at the man, then looked at Duan Bin jokingly. The little fat boy came to Duan Bin's Trumpchi, pointed at it and asked proudly, Dad, did you see that? This is the painting I drew, and that is the painting my daughter drew. Whose painting do you think is better? The man frowned when he saw his son had drawn the Trumpchi in a mess. When he looked in the direction of his son's hand, his expression froze and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Phantom. At this critical moment, to be able to get such a luxury car, the power behind the car owner must be not simple. Duan Bin was dumbfounded when he saw the man and the fat boy coming out. Even if he was a fierce man, he could not recognize who the man was. He often appears in the news. Although he is not the boss of Bin Chang, he has considerable power. The atmosphere became awkward at this moment. But that was none of Zhang Xian's business. He smiled and leaned over to say to little Nan Nan, kiss uncle, and we'll have nothing to owe each other. Zhang Xian loved the sensible little girl very much. Little Nan came to Zhang Xian obediently and kissed him, with tears on her little face. Nan, can you give your aunt a kiss? I'm your uncle's girlfriend. Xiaomeng reached out and picked up the little girl. The little girl was not shy and kissed Xiaomeng. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, and thank you, Mississippi. I will pay you back. You are generous of me for not blaming Nan, but she has to take responsibility for her mistakes. We cannot evade this matter. Lin Ruxin said with a determined look on her face. Zhang Xian immediately looked at Lin Ruxin with admiration. He then noticed that although she was not dressed well, she was very clean and had a temperament that could not be ignored. Sister-in-law, why are you here? He saw the book clip still in Lin Ruxin's hand, which should contain a resume. A light suddenly flashed through his mind, and he asked. By the way, sister-in-law, let brother Xian have a look at your resume. Maybe he can help you. Chao Peng said as he took the book clip from Lin Ruxin's hand and handed it to Zhang Xian. When the man over there heard the conversation here, he immediately realized that Zhang Xian was the owner of the Phantom. He frowned, then relaxed. He walked towards Duan Bin, who was standing next to the Trumchi car, and said, Little brother, this is my business card. Go and assess the damage and tell me how much it cost. Don't worry, my son is responsible for this matter and I will not evade it. Duan Bin heard this and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. How could he dare to ask for any compensation? But if he didn't, his father would beat him to death when he saw the state of the car. Mr. Zhou, the scratches are not serious. Before Duan Bin could finish his words, he was interrupted by Mr. Zhou waving his hand. This is a matter of principle, call me. The man said this and left with the fat boy. Before leaving, he glanced at Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian didn't notice that when he looked at Lin Ruxin's resume, he didn't expect that her previous resume was so rich and exciting. Mr. Zhang, this person cannot be used. At this moment, a person quietly walked up to Zhang Xian and whispered in Zhang Xian's ear. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment, looked at the man, and recognized that he was Li Weiping's deputy, whose name seemed to be Du Peng. The Hu family in Beijing has already made it known that anyone who uses her words is going against the Hu family. Du Peng said in a low voice. Seeing Du Peng appear and whispering something in Zhang Xian's ear, Lin Ruxin's eyes, which were originally expectant, dimmed. Ding, the God-level selection system is starting up. Option 1, hire Lin Ruxin. Reward, 30% of Xingjing Entertainment's shares, physique plus 10, spirit plus 10, appearance plus 1. Option 2, refuse to hire Lin Ruxin. Reward, get the title of coward, 1 popularity with women, plus 10 defense. Zhang Xian looked at Lin Ruxin and said with a smile, Sister-in-law, I see that your resume is very impressive. My father just happens to need your help. I wonder if you are willing to go over there. Before he finished speaking, Du Peng was a little confused and stopped talking. After all, Zhang Xian was the boss and he was just an employee. Lin Ruxin, who had already prepared herself for being rejected, was stunned. She looked at Zhang Xian in surprise, with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. May I ask where your father is employed? Binching International, Zhang Ping, if you have time now, you can go find him and tell him that it was Zhang Xian who asked you to go. Zhang Xian said with a smile. Puff. Mr. Zhou left, and Duan Bin, who was hiding aside, started showing off again. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, he couldn't help but laughed out loud. An ordinary workshop director still needs help? Chapter 80, Still Calling Me Junior, do you have a special fetish? Ding, it is detected that the host has made a choice. Rewards are being distributed. 30% of Xingjing Entertainment's shares, physical fitness plus 10, mental strength plus 10, appearance plus 1. Ding, congratulations to the host, your appearance has reached the ceiling of the human world, unlocking the achievement of peak of appearance, and your popularity with women plus 10. Hearing the voice in his head, Zhang Xian was confused. Has his appearance reached the ceiling of the human world? He sensitively caught the word human world, and his face showed a gloomy expression. Could it be that there really are gods in this world? Clenching his fists and feeling the strength in his body, Zhang Xian was full of doubts. He thought that the force he punched out might be more than 1,000 kilograms. Generally speaking, the weight of a person's punch will not exceed 150 pounds, which is about 60 kilograms. Even for a boxing champion who has undergone special training, the maximum weight can reach about 300 kilograms. Zhang Xian's punch can weigh more than 1,000 kilograms.
Is he still an ordinary person at this moment? He looks a bit like a warrior in a TV drama or a martial arts movie. Zhang Ping? Are you the young master of Mr. Zhang Ping's family?
Just at this moment, a group of people passed by. When they heard Zhang Xian's words, the person was stunned for a moment, then walked over and greeted him enthusiastically.
Yes, may I ask who you are?
Zhang Xian looked at the man puzzled. His father had just been appointed as the president and it had not been announced to the public yet.
How did this person know about it? Ha ha ha. I'm Ma Jianxin from Ford Auto Trade and Processing. I've been working with Bincheng International. Today I went to Bincheng International.
I didn't expect that Mr. Zhang has been promoted to president. I've said before that gold will shine wherever it goes.
Mr. Zhang's promotion is not surprising at all.
Ma Jianxin kept talking, but the parking lot had become quiet. Duan Bin's face was as red as a monkey's butt, and he felt a little scared. He knew Ma Jianxin because his family's company was also affiliated with Bincheng International and made a living by taking odd jobs from Bincheng International. Only at this moment did he clearly realize that Zhang Xian, whom he once looked down upon, is no longer in the same class as him. His previous little actions were probably like a clown in Zhang Xian's eyes. Li Xiaoman in the crowd was regretting so much at this moment. If she had known that the Zhang family would turn things around, she would never leave Zhang Xian no matter what. Based on Zhang Xian's previous love for her, it was a foregone conclusion that she would become the young mistress of the Zhang family. Li Xiaoman bit her lip, her eyes dim. When everyone returned to the private room, the atmosphere in the room had obviously changed. The original protagonists of the party also shifted from Duan Bin and Li Xiaoman to Zhang Xian and Xia Meng. Even after the teacher came later, everything remained unchanged.
In fact, the class reunion ended in a hurry. Zhang Xian's aura made everyone present feel awkward.
After the party, Duan Bin left in a daze and even forgot about his promise to treat everyone.
Zhang Xian and Xia Meng walked slowly on the street holding hands.
As for the phantom, Zhang Xian had it sent for a repaint. Holding Zhang Xian's hand, Xia Meng's mouth corners were slightly upturned.
Neither of them spoke a word, they just kept walking forward.
Junior brother, I appeared in front of you like a god descending from the sky.
Are you touched?
Xia Meng said playfully with an unusually sweet smile on her face.
This is the life she longs for, walking forward hand in hand with her beloved Xiao Xian.
This scene once appeared in her dream, but she didn't expect it to come true today. But what was different from her dream was that Xiao Xian beside her seemed like a fool. They had already held hands, and Xiao Xian should have tacitly acknowledged their relationship.
According to the procedure, shouldn't they kiss? But this idiot didn't show any reaction and didn't even take the initiative to speak. Shouldn't a boy break the silence between the two of them? Senior, I want to ask you something. Can you tell me the real answer?
Zhang Xian stared into Xia Meng's eyes, and he could clearly feel the love she expressed for him. He was a little confused. Xia Meng was not an emotional person and would never fall in love with someone casually. But he fell in love with her for no reason.
Something must have happened that he didn't know about. Want to ask me why I fell in love with you?
Xia Meng saw through Zhang Xian's thoughts at a glance.
I won't tell you. I'm waiting for the day when you find the answer yourself.
As she spoke, Xia Meng rolled her eyes at Zhang Xian. At that moment, she was so charming that Zhang Xian was mesmerized for a moment and couldn't take his eyes off her. Noticing Zhang Xian's gaze, Xia Meng smiled sweetly. It seemed that she was not so insignificant in Zhang Xian's heart. Then why was Zhang Xian indifferent to her before?
Junior, am I your girlfriend now?
Xia Meng looked at Zhang Xian expectantly, her beautiful big eyes blinking. Zhang Xian was startled and held Xia Meng's hand tighter, saying with a smile, "Of course it counts, even God can't separate us."
Really? Xia Meng threw herself into Zhang Xian's arms, raised her little head and looked at Zhang Xian hopefully.
Her burning eyes could melt people.
If this doesn't count, then wouldn't it be like I took advantage of you for nothing?
Zhang Xian smiled slightly, and amid Xia Meng's exclamation, he lowered his head and kissed her. People passing by on both sides and seeing the two people kissing responded with kind smiles or envy.
After a long time, their lips parted.
Xia Meng was no longer as carefree as before, but lowered her head with a blushing face. You bullied me." Seeing Xia Meng's blushing face, Zhang Xian's eyes were full of smiles. Ever since the two of them met, Xia Meng always looked like a female hooligan. This kind of little woman's appearance was the first time he saw her.
You don't like it?
Xia Meng nodded, then shook her head and said sweetly, I like it. She looked at Zhang Xian happily. Before coming, she had prepared for a protracted battle. However, she did not expect it to be so easy after coming. A class reunion broke Zhang Xian's heart. Just at this moment, Father Zhang Ping called. Zhang Xian knew it must be about Lin Ruxin. He looked at Xia Meng gently and answered the phone. Xiao Xian, did you ask Lin Ruxin to come? Well, I've read her resume, it's very impressive. With someone like her assisting you, you'll be able to relax a lot. But let's make it clear, Dad. Letting Lin Ruxin go over here is only temporary. When I need her, I will call her over. Xiao Xian, do you know the relationship between her and the Hu family? The father's worried voice came from the microphone. No. Well, just keep it in mind. I'll have someone go and get her employment formalities done. Junior, let's go to the amusement park. Seeing Zhang Xian hang up the phone, Xia Meng said with interest. Zhang Xian chuckled and hugged Xia Meng in his arms. You still call me Junior, do you have any special hobbies? Xia Meng's face suddenly turned red. Chapter 81 The Magical Use of Spirit. Looking at Xia Meng's blushing face, Zhang Xian laughed and kissed her hard. Ouch. Xia Meng took a bite. This big bad guy actually dared to bully me. Snort. Xia Meng blushed, opened her mouth slightly and bit Zhang Xian's shoulder. But as soon as he bit it, he was afraid of hurting it, so he quickly let go. Just when he wanted to check Zhang Xian's face to see if he was really hurt, he just raised his head and a big face came over. When the warm touch reached her brain through her mouth, Xia Meng's mind instantly went blank. So blank, I forgot to breathe. Zhang Xian noticed Xia Meng's ashen face, was stunned for a moment, and quickly let go, thinking she was angry. When he could no longer detect Xia Meng's breathing, Zhang Xian realized that she had forgotten to breathe because she was too nervous. Zhang Xian was stunned. No way, has the senior sister never kissed anyone before? Am I her first boyfriend? Breathe, you little idiot. Zhang Xian quickly reminded. Ah. Oh. Ha. Ha. Xia Meng looked embarrassed and lowered her head, not daring to look at Zhang Xian. So embarrassing. I was actually deprived of oxygen by the kiss. Fortunately, no one saw it here, otherwise it would be really embarrassing. Wow, look, that sister is suffering from oxygen deprivation from the kiss. A primary school student's joking voice came. Xia Meng. She covered her face with her hands, too embarrassed to see anyone. It's all this bad guy's fault. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xian laughed, put his arm around Xia Meng's waist, got into a taxi, and headed towards the amusement park. Came to the playground. Zhang Xian followed Xia Meng in playing every project, and only then did he realize how playful his senior sister was. Although he was scared and screaming, he still enjoyed it and was persistent in every project. Xiao Xian, I want that big cat. Xia Meng pointed at a ragdoll cat and said. Zhang Xian looked and saw that this was a shooting event, and there were already two couples playing there. The boy was concentrating on shooting, while the girl was shouting in excitement or frustration. Hey man, $10 for 20 shots. All 20 shots hit the target. See that car over there? It's yours. That's the Jade Guanyin statue. 18 shots hit the target. The ragdoll cat, the boss said, pointing to the Peugeot 301 next to him. Although the Peugeot is not worth much, this award is still attractive enough for young people who have just graduated and are still working hard. Zhang Xian immediately scanned the code and got the gun. Xiao Xian, you have to hit 18 shots to win the ragdoll cat for me. Xia Meng said immediately. Come on, young man. The boss also encouraged him kindly. Hey. Boss, what a crappy gun you have. You can't even hit 5 out of 20 shots. A young man had used up all his 20 bullets and was only hit by 4 bullets. He said somewhat depressedly. After complaining for a moment, he turned around and saw Xia Meng. He was instantly shocked by Xia Meng's peerless beauty and felt that his girlfriend was no longer attractive. Not only him, but also the young man next to him stopped shooting and secretly glanced at Xia Meng. He was pinched hard by his girlfriend next to him, but he still did not repent. Zhang Xian fired a shot, but it missed the target. The gun has been tampered with, but it's not the boss's fault. The gun has been specially treated and its trajectory is inherently unpredictable. Even for professional shooters, it's difficult to hit the target with every shot. However, what surprised Zhang Xian was that when he shot and aimed, as long as he concentrated, the speed of the bullet seemed to slow down. This should be the reason for the increase in spirit. Are all the things written in those novels true? Is there really someone who can make others' movements as fast as lightning seem as slow as a snail in his eyes? In order to verify his idea, Zhang Xian pulled the trigger again this time. At the moment when the bullet was about to leave the gun, he suddenly moved the muzzle of the gun, and the trajectory changed instantly. Although he still missed the target, Zhang Xian's mouth corners slightly raised. Hey! Xiao Xian, take aim before you shoot. Don't be anxious. The boss isn't rushing you. Why are you doing it so quickly? Xiaomang was shouting and yelling at the side, then she scanned the code and paid 10 yuan, and asked the boss to give her 20 more bullets. Boss, can it be accumulated? Xiaomang looked at the boss eagerly. After getting the boss's affirmative answer, she immediately cheered excitedly beside Zhang Xian. The two of them, the handsome man and the pretty woman, immediately attracted many couples to come over. The boss was so happy to see the business coming to him that he couldn't stop smiling, but the next moment, he couldn't smile anymore. Bang! A balloon popped. Zhang Xian's palms were sweating with excitement. He was excited not because he hit the balloon, but because he discovered the magical power of the spirit. I got it. Xiaomang was even more excited than Zhang Xian. She hugged Zhang Xian and kissed him. This caused envy from the people watching nearby. What's so great about that? If he can hit me 5 times, I lose. The guy next to him was complained by his girlfriend and was unhappy, so he muttered. Bang! Another balloon burst, causing Xiaomang to cheer again. Tisk, it's just a coincidence. Before the boy could finish his words, Zhang Xian acted as if he had turned on a cheat code, and every time he fired a shot, a balloon would burst. The boy's face turned black, and even blacker was the boss's. When Zhang Xian had fired all 40 bullets, except for the first 2, all the others hit the target. The boss is about to cry. The car was just a gimmick to attract people. He didn't want to really give it away. He had saved up for a long time to buy that car. Now all these years of work have been in vain. The boss's eyes were red. You idiot, look at them, there's nothing wrong with their guns, it's obviously your incompetence. The girlfriends of the two guys were unhappy and complained. No matter how dumb the two young men were, they knew that Zhang Xian next to them was a great god. Only those who have fought before know what it means to hit the target with every shot. Little brother, can you help us fight? A little girl suddenly felt her eyes light up, and she ran to Zhang Xian, begging in a low voice. Brother, please, I'm begging you, I've met a real god, I'm just running a small business, if you keep playing around, I'll have wasted years of work. When the boss heard what the girl said, his face turned pale and he spoke. Hearing that the boss just refused him to continue playing, but had no intention of defaulting on his debt, Zhang Xian smiled slightly and slowly said. How about this, boss? I don't want your car anymore, but how about giving me the ragdoll cat and the jade guanine? Young man, how much is that car? That jade guanine and the ragdoll cat only cost 50 yuan in total. What do you think? That's right. If you want a car, the boss won't dare to deny the payment because we are your witnesses. The people around were dumbfounded when they heard this and started to try to persuade him. Okay, it's settled. Thank you, brother. Thank you. The boss took the jade guanine and the ragdoll cat and handed them to Zhang Xian without any hesitation. Chapter 82 Lin Wuji is here. Xiaomang knew that Zhang Xian was rich, so she naturally wouldn't take the Peugeot 301 seriously. She happily hugged the ragdoll cat, which was as tall as her, in her arms. Zhang Xian took the jade guanine in his hand and looked at the boss curiously. Boss, where did you get this jade guanine? The moment he touched it, a warm and cool touch flowed from his arm into his body, and Zhang Xian felt his whole body light and fluttery. This feeling was very comfortable. Seeing that Zhang Xian did not want his car, the boss was still very grateful to Zhang Xian and said frankly. I bought it from a second-hand goods market in Bincheng. It's obviously an old item and should be worth tens of thousands of dollars. But because I'm not sure, I'm giving it away as a second prize. In fact, the boss lied. After he bought it, he asked several experts to appraise it. This thing looks like an old object, but the texture of the jade is not very good, the jade type is not optimistic, and it looks more like glass than jade. It is 90% fake. The boss wanted to sell it, but the seller only offered 50 yuan and no one was willing to bid more, so the boss just gave it as a prize since it was not worth much anyway.
In order to verify his idea, Zhang Xian put the jade guanyin into the hands of his senior sister.
Xiaomeng looked at Zhang Xian in confusion. Xiao Xian, men wear guanyin and women wear Buddha, so you should wear it.
Senior, don't you have any special feelings? Zhang Xian asked. Feeling?
Xiaomeng heard Zhang Xian ask this, took the guanyin in her hand and looked at it carefully.
Xiao Xian, this is a piece of glass. It looks like jade, but it's not jade. It's artificial jade, fake.
Xiaomeng said with certainty.
The boss looked embarrassed when he heard this. Girl, don't say that, this is really an old item. Zhang Xian laughed in silence. Okay, boss, don't be afraid. It doesn't matter whether it's fake or not. I won't regret asking for your car. Let's go. He took the ragdoll cat over and took Xiaomeng's hand and walked away.
The figures of the two people slowly lengthened in the sunlight, and everything looked so beautiful and sweet. Everyone was staring at it in a trance. Seeing Zhang Xian walking away, the boss finally breathed a sigh of relief, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. That car was all he had saved up this year.
Look at them. Please continue. Even if you can't get me a ragdoll cat, at least get me a small teacup, right?
The girl saw the two men's backs and was so envious that she turned around and said to her boyfriend,
TSK, why compete with others? If you were as pretty as that girl, I would even sell my kidneys for her.
The boy muttered to himself, picked up the air rifle and continued shooting.
Let me try it too. Boss, give me $10. Many people spoke up.
The boss was feeling a little upset at first. After all, Zhang Xian spent 20 yuan and earned more than 100 yuan worth of goods. Now that he saw that the business was booming because of the two of them, he became excited.
No one else has Zhang Xian's ability. Benton Private Airport.
A helicopter slowly descended.
Lin Wuji walked down, sniffed, and frowned instantly. How come the air in such a remote place is so bad? There are no resources here.
We can only sacrifice the environment in exchange for economic development, replied the old servant.
Have you found out Xiaomeng's location?
Lin Wuji said casually, not really caring. A car came speeding over, and several men in black respectfully approached Lin Wuji. Master.
You came just in time. Where is the person? Have you found him? Found it, at the playground. With whom?
Lin Wuji frowned, subconsciously feeling that Xiaomeng should be with that freshman.
With a man. The man in black didn't dare to lie and told the truth. Take me there.
Lin Wuji already had murderous intent in his heart. Xiaomeng is his exclusive love, his private property, but now she is with someone else.
Regardless of whether Xiaomeng is willing or not, that person must pay the price for it. Master, this is Dongshan, not Lingnan.
The old servant reminded. The other men in black breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. They also wanted to remind the young master, but they were not qualified to speak. Only Uncle Dong had the qualification.
Lin Wuji said proudly, what can Dongshan do?
Uncle Dong heard this and said calmly, don't forget, there is another person here named Zhang Jingyang. Lin Wuji, who originally had a proud look on his face, suddenly showed a hint of fear in his eyes when he heard the name Zhang Jingyang.
Uncle Dong, I understand. No one will be killed, but can you teach that kid a lesson? I don't allow anyone to touch my woman.
Lin Wuji was a little helpless.
Uncle Dong is a 3-generation elder of the Lin family. Even his Bajiquan was taught by Uncle Dong.
His father agreed to let him come here because he promised to let Uncle Dong follow him.
Uncle Dong pondered for a moment after hearing this and nodded.
Lin Wuji breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this.
A group of people drove towards the amusement park. In a small hotel, Yang Lin was disassembling and assembling the pistol skillfully.
At this moment, the cell phone on the table rang.
Killing intent suddenly appeared in his eyes and he picked up the phone. Bincheng Amusement Park, be careful, that old man Lin Dong is following you. Lin Dong? Not dead yet?
Hearing the voice coming from the microphone, Yang Lin was stunned for a moment and asked in surprise.
We also want to know this question.
It is difficult for those of us who practice martial arts to live long, but this person has lived for more than 120 years, and his martial arts skills have not diminished at all.
This is enough to prove that this person is not a simple person. You'd better be careful. This is my last advice to you.
It can be heard that the person on the other end of the phone is very afraid of Lin Dong.
Thank you. If I survive my revenge today, I'll owe you a favor. Yang Lin said lightly. You better survive first. Remember, we have never met each other. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Yang Lin squeezed it lightly, and the fruit phone in his hand turned into dregs. He threw it into the trash can with disdain. Chinese mobile phones are still better, at least I can't crush them. He loaded the pistol, wiped it, then stood up and walked out. By the stream. Xiaomeng pulled Zhang Xian, looked at the river with a complicated expression, and stood there motionless. Senior, is there anything special for you here? Xiaomeng had been pulling him to the river for more than half an hour. She didn't say a word, just staring blankly at the river, as if there was some strange sight in it. Zhang Xian was puzzled. This was just an ordinary river. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, Xiaomeng sighed softly in her heart, feeling helpless. Xiao Xian, how could you forget? It was here that you rescued me. It was here that I didn't want to live anymore. It was your words that you would marry me in the future that gave me the courage to live on and also made me decide that I would marry no one but you in this life. Chapter 83 Hu Xiqian's request for help. Xiao Xian, this place, you really have no impression of it? Xiaomeng stared into Zhang Xian's eyes. Zhang Xian took a look, then tried hard to look through his memory, but he did not have any memory about this stream. Could it be that this stream had some special meaning? At this moment, he felt the urge to urinate, and Zhang Xian said to Xiaomeng, Senior, I'm going to pee. Ah? Release? Is there such a project here? Is it fun? Xiaomeng was stunned for a moment when he heard it, and suddenly his eyes shot out a gleam, and he was obviously very interested. Zhang Xian was speechless. This was a simple sentence on Earth, but it didn't work here. Only then did he realize that although the two worlds looked very similar, they were still two worlds after all. Zhang Xian whispered to Xiaomeng about the release of water, and Xiaomeng's pretty face instantly turned red, even her neck was red. Go quickly. Zhang Xian immediately walked into the public toilet. He didn't notice that just as he left, a person slowly walked towards Xiaomeng. I'm so angry. Xiao Xian just can't remember saving me. What should I do? After Zhang Xian left, Xiaomeng immediately opened WeChat and asked. Wan Lianlian, no way, even though it's been more than 10 years, it's such a big thing, he should have some impression of it in his memory. Xiaomeng, I asked him just now, but he doesn't remember anything, he has no impression at all, it's like he's never been here. If he wasn't exactly the same as he was when he was a kid, I would have suspected that my mom hired someone to pretend to be him. Wan Lianlian, curiosity.jpg, why don't you just tell him directly? Xiaomeng, no, I have to wait for him to remember it, otherwise I won't let him touch it. Wan Lianlian, vomit.jpg, I am very curious, can you hold it in? Xiaomeng, get lost. Miss Xia, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. At this moment, Lin Wuji straightened his robe, walked over in what he thought was a dashing manner, with a confident smile on his face. I told you that we are destined to be together and we will definitely meet soon. As expected, lovers will eventually get married. Xiaomeng frowned and looked at Lin Wuji, with a look of confusion in her eyes. Who are you? Hearing this, Lin Wuji's face, which he thought was cool and carefree, suddenly froze, and then he laughed and said, Miss Xia's way of joking is really unique. Xiaomeng turned around with disdain and was about to leave. Lin Wuji was extremely embarrassed, with a look of disbelief on his face. Xiaomeng really doesn't remember him? How is this possible? Is there really a woman in this world who doesn't remember him? Ever since he came back, he has been thinking about Xiaomeng day and night, but Xiaomeng has forgotten him? Who is he? The eldest son of the Lingnan Lin family, this alone is enough to attract all the beauties in Lingnan. I don't know how many women dream of climbing into his bed, and how many women want to enter the Lin family and offer themselves to him. What's more, he was so brilliant in the Olympic competition. If he called himself a peerless genius, I'm afraid no one would object. Xiaomeng was speechless. Why were there so many narcissistic people in this world? Who would joke with him? She and Xiao Xian had enough jokes together. Was there any need to joke with others? Is there something wrong with this person's brain? He came up to me and tried to get close to me for no reason. Who knows him? Especially that title. Miss Xia. NN, she didn't want to swear. In today's society, there are people who call others like that. Aren't they afraid of being scolded? You are the lady, your whole family are ladies. There's something wrong with your brain. Xiaomeng cursed in her heart,
then walked towards the bathroom, getting close to this mentally ill person. She was afraid that she would be infected.
Miss Xia, please take a good look at me.
I am Lin Wuji, from the Lingnan Lin family.
We have competed together in the World Olympiad.
Lin Wuji introduced himself almost word by word.
He absolutely did not believe that Xia Meng had forgotten him.
In his opinion, Xia Meng must be playing hard to get.
You're sick. Xia Meng couldn't bear it any longer, and after cursing, she walked straight forward.
My mood was perfect, but when I met this mentally ill person, my whole mood went bad.
You dared to scold me. I am Lin Wuji, from Lingnan, Lin family, Lin Wuji.
Lin Wuji has been highly respected since he showed his extraordinary talent since he was a child. He has never been ignored like this.
What a shame.
He almost shouted these words.
Bang!
At this moment, a muffled sound suddenly was heard. A bullet shot into Lin Wuji's back and sent him flying.
Puff!
Lin Wuji's face suddenly darkened and he spat out a mouthful of blood.
Boom!
He fell to the ground, face first.
Ah!
Xia Meng had never seen such a scene before. She was so frightened that she screamed. The people in the amusement park were all ordinary people, all of them ran away shouting, and the scene was in chaos.
Protect the master.
Those men in black immediately ran desperately towards Lin Wuji, but the scene was too chaotic and they couldn't get through at all.
Go over there quickly.
Uncle Dong, who was secretly serving at the side, growled and strode in the direction where the bullet came from. The scene was too chaotic, and he had to buy enough time for the people below.
Bang! The second bullet hit him head-on.
Uncle Dong's face changed, and a golden knife appeared in his hand, which he chopped forward. There was a sound of metal clashing and sparks flew. Uncle Dong also saw the other person's face clearly at this time.
He roared, "Damn it, Yang Lin, you are courting death. Not only you, but everyone in the Huban sect deserves death. You are bringing disaster to the sect behind you."
Upon hearing this, Yang Lin, who was hiding in the dark, had a look of determination in his eyes and fired several shots at Lin Dong.
"Get started!" he roared.
Lin Dong, who had just dodged a bullet, changed his expression drastically upon hearing this and quickly pulled back.
"Protect the master!"
He just shouted, and the next moment, his face changed drastically again.
Bang!
A bullet instantly shot into his forehead, and a stream of blood shot out from the back of his head. Lin Dong's eyes instantly lost their color, and with despair and unwillingness, he completely lost his breath of life.
Uncle Dong!
The men in black panicked.
Uncle Dong was their greatest guarantee. Now even Uncle Dong was dead. How could they protect the young master?
After Yang Lin killed Uncle Dong, all the bullets in his gun were used up. His face turned grim and he threw the gun into the river, then killed the men in black. As soon as Zhang Xian came out of the bathroom, the phone in his pocket rang. Seeing the caller ID, he picked up the phone in confusion.
"Brother Hu, how have you been lately? Brother Zhang, where are you now? Big brother needs your help with something." Hu Xiqian's anxious voice came from the microphone.
"What's up?"
Zhang Xian was even more confused.
Hu Xiqian was from the relevant department, which was the country's authority department. Why would he ask him for help? Hurry up and go to your Bincheng amusement park to rescue a man named Lin Wuji.
Yang Lin is there. He is defeated by you. You should be able to deal with him if you go there.
By the way, Yang Lin has a gun in his hand, be careful.
Chapter 84 The Pause. Got a gun? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian quit. Isn't this just sending him to his death? Bang!
At this moment, a gunshot suddenly rang out, followed by the senior sister's scream, and Zhang Xian's face changed.
"Brother Zhang, what's that noise over there?" Hu Xiqian asked hurriedly.
When Zhang Xian heard the senior sister's scream, he no longer had the heart to argue with Hu Xiqian. He hung up the phone and strode towards the river.
Bang, bang, bang. After hearing several gunshots in succession, Zhang Xian was extremely anxious. What happened to his senior sister?
When he turned the corner, he saw the senior schoolmate running towards him, and behind her, a man was chasing after him after killing several men in black.
Yang Lin. How could it be such a coincidence?
Zhang Xian didn't have time to think about these questions. He rushed to the senior sister and protected Xia Meng behind him. After Yang Lin killed all the men in black, he glanced at Lin Wuji who was lying on the ground, and his face immediately changed. Oh no, he was tricked. The person he shot was not Lin Wuji, it was a trap. He looked at Xia Meng, who was running away. The girl just now was standing with the fake Lin Wuji on the ground. She must be a member of the Lin family. As long as he caught the girl, he could force her to tell him the whereabouts of Lin Wuji. Now that he has taken action, he is in a difficult situation. Once the Lin family knows that he is the one who took action, they will definitely take action against the Huban sect. There is no way out. Since he even killed Lin Dong, it means that he has already broken half of the trap. At this moment, he saw Zhang Xian running towards him and laughed. Lin Wuji, you are still here. Die. When Yang Lin saw Zhang Xian, he became frightened and ran towards Zhang Xian quickly. Senior, protect yourself. Zhang Xian used a soft force to throw Xia Meng to the other side of the flower bed, then rushed towards Yang Lin. When Zhang Xian heard Yang Lin's address to him, he instantly understood that Lin Wuji was taking the blame for him. The person Yang Lin really wanted to kill was him, not Lin Wuji. However, when he signed up, he reported as Jiang Hunto, and he also used Bajiquan and Xingyiquan, so Yang Lin misunderstood all this and thought that his real identity was Lin Wuji, so he planned this assassination. Among the dozen or so people lying in a pool of blood around him, some were obviously ordinary people. Zhang Xian's heart was filled with murderous intent. This Yang Lin was a desperado and would act without any scruples at all. It is definitely very dangerous to have such an enemy hiding in the dark. Yang Lin must die today. If Yang Lin escapes and his true identity is discovered, the lives of his parents and senior schoolmates will be threatened. After taking a look at the pistol thrown on the ground by Yang Lin, Zhang Xian felt relieved. Fortunately, the bullets should have been used up. Facing hot weapons, Zhang Xian felt a fear from the depths of his soul, but Yang Lin, without hot weapons, posed no threat to him. Die. Yang Lin waved the dagger in his hand and stabbed at Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian dodged sideways, and at the same time, his palms turned into tiger claws, and with a tiger slap, he hit Yang Lin hard. Suddenly, he felt a palpitation in his heart for some reason. Oh no, there is danger. At this moment, Zhang Xian's mind was in turmoil, thinking about any possibility that might threaten his life. Without his hot weapons, Yang Lin could never be his opponent. Where did this feeling of palpitations come from? Bang! At this moment, a muffled sound suddenly came from a distance. The sound was very small, but was caught by Zhang Xian's keen ears. There are snipers in the dark. In order to kill him, Yang Lin actually used himself as bait. Die! Yang Lin's face suddenly turned ferocious, and he rushed towards him without any hesitation. At this moment, the feeling of palpitations in his heart became stronger and stronger, as if he would be shot in the next second. Suddenly, time seemed to stop at this second. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment, then snatched the dagger from Yang Lin's hand and threw it in the direction of the bullet without any hesitation. Puff! The bullet had already been fired, and Zhang Xian only had time to hug Yang Lin and block him in front of him. This sniper rifle was obviously very special. It pierced Yang Lin's body and hit Zhang Xian's chest. A huge force came and knocked Zhang Xian away. Xiao Xian! Xia Meng's scream rang in my ears. Zhang Xian ignored it and looked in the direction where the dagger was shot. If that man didn't die, the lives of both him and Xia Meng would be threatened. Seeing the dagger piercing the sniper's forehead, Zhang Xian breathed a sigh of relief, then suddenly twisted Yang Lin's head off. Put your hands up. At this moment, a group of people from relevant departments rushed over, with dozens of black gun muzzles pointed at Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian raised his hand while enduring the severe pain. At this moment, he felt extremely dizzy. Plop! Finally, Zhang Xian couldn't hold on any longer, fell to the ground and passed out. We absolutely cannot let this matter go like this. This person must be handed over to our Lin family. A deep voice sounded. Bullshit, if it weren't for Brother Zhang, Lin Wuji would have been killed long ago. He saved someone from your Lin family, and you still want our relevant departments to hand him over to you? Is there something wrong with your brain? Does your Lin family have power over the country? Say that again if you dare. Do you believe that if I pass this on to the higher-ups, our leader will destroy your Lin family? Hu Xiqian's voice also rang out. He saved my son? If it wasn't for him, how could Yang Lin assassinate my son? It must be this person who lied to Yang Lin and said that he was Lin Wuji, which made Yang Lin misunderstand and then assassinate my son. Hu Xiqian, you don't have to yell at me. This is too strange. My Lin family and Huban clan have never had any grudges in the past or today. Just because this kid helped your department catch Yang Lin, Huban clan attack my Lin family. Tell me, if it's not because of this kid, then whose fault is it? You can ask Yang Lin, you can ask Hubanman, how would I know about this? All I know is that brother Zhang risked his life to save your son on my behalf, but now you are here making trouble and trying to take my brother Zhang back to your Lin family. Lin Kong, do you really think this is still the Republic of China? Can your Lin family resort to lynching? I say it again, don't try to fight against the country. If the country can destroy the Zhang family, it can destroy your Lin family. It's even easier. There was a hint of anger in Hu Xiqian's voice. Then came the exasperated voice, someone from my Lin family heard Yang Lin calling this man Lin Wuji before he died. I have witnesses. Now so many people from my Lin family have died because of this kid. Do you want me to just go back like this? And even thank him? Wishful thinking. Chapter 85, The Arrogant Family. Hearing the voice, Zhang Xian opened his eyes, and what came into his sight was Hu Xiqian, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, and a sturdy man in green cloth. The sturdy man had an ancient bun on his head and had a sturdy and handsome figure. If Hu Xiqian, who was wearing a police uniform, had not been standing next to him, Zhang Xian would even have thought that he had traveled through time again, this time to ancient times. Brother Zhang, are you awake? Hearing the voice, Hu Xiqian looked at Zhang Xian in surprise. This time the situation was too dangerous, and Zhang Xian was able to help him, which was a great favor. This time, even the people above noticed brother Zhang, and some even asked to meet Zhang Xian. Boy, did you kill Uncle Dong? What is your intention in putting the blame on my Lin family? Who sent you? Lin Kong glared at Zhang Xian and roared loudly. Hearing Lin Kang's words, Zhang Xian frowned and ignored him. Instead, he looked at Hu Xiqian, brother Hu, where is the girl with me? Is she okay? Hu Xiqian immediately replied, don't worry, she was just a little frightened. She's out now and will be back soon. Then he gave Zhang Xian a thumbs up and said, brother Zhang, you have good taste. It's so damn beautiful. Zhang Xian. How should he respond to this sentence? Seeing Hu Xiqian and Zhang Xian chatting as if no one was around, he got angry. As the head of the Lin family, when had he ever been ignored? Staring coldly at Zhang Xian, Lin Kong gritted his teeth and roared, boy, didn't you hear what I said? I'll ask you again, Yang Lin. Before Lin Kong could finish his words, Zhang Xian slowly interrupted him. Sir, first of all, I was the one who saved Lin Wuji. Even if you can't bring yourself to thank me, you still have to show me some respect. Secondly, this matter is between Yang Lin and your Lin family. I just happened to be there. If you want to put the blame on me because someone in your Lin family died, damn your ancestors. Zhang Xian cursed loudly. He had been holding it in just now. Who allowed him to have these bad habits? Even if Yang Lin misunderstood and wanted to kill him but attacked Lin Wuji, it can only be said that Lin Wuji was unlucky and had nothing to do with him? It was not him who pretended to be Lin Wuji to Yang Lin. This old guy is a fucking idiot. If Hu Xiqian wasn't here, Zhang Xian really wanted to beat this old bastard. How dare you? You're courting death. Lin Kong was furious and punched forward. Lin Kong, what do you want to do? When Hu Xiqian heard Zhang Xian's curse, he knew that he was in trouble. Lin Kong had wanted to take action against Zhang Xian for a long time, but because he was here, Lin Kong was still hesitant. Now that Zhang Xian had cursed, Lin Kong thought he had found an excuse and naturally took action. As for if someone asked if it wasn't Lin Kong who asked for it first, Hu Xiqian would think haha. In Lin Kang's eyes, that was not looking for trouble, but what he should do. This matter is very strange, so Zhang Xian has the obligation to accompany them to find out the reason. As for whether Zhang Xian is willing or not, that is not something the Lin family should consider. It's not just the Lin family. Many aristocratic families in Daxia have this mentality, I would rather let the world down than be let down by the world. This kind of morbid mentality has existed in the hearts of these families for thousands of years and has long been deeply rooted. With the establishment of a new country and the constraints of the country, these families can be more restrained. In the previous dynasty, these families controlled the entire country and did not care about the lives of ordinary people at all. Seeing Lin Kong taking action, Zhang Xian decided not to indulge him in this bad habit. He jumped up from the bed and met his attack with a powerful punch. Lin Kong sneered upon seeing this. How could a young man be so arrogant that he dared to confront him head-on with his fists? Wasn't he seeking death? He seemed to have seen the scene of Zhang Xian's arm being crippled by him. Bang!
A muffled sound. Lin Kang's expression suddenly changed drastically. Lin Kang, go back to your Lin family.
If you dare to use force again, don't blame the country for taking action.
Hu Xiqian roared.
Zhang Xian's skills are not low, but that is only relative to the younger generation. Compared with old guys like Lin Kang, he is still a little lacking. The next moment, a figure flew backwards, and a teeth-shattering sound of bones was heard.
Hu Xiqian's face changed drastically. Brother Zhang's arm was going to be broken.
Lin Kang, this old man, had been immersed in Bajiquan for decades and once broke a small tree as thick as a cow's leg with one punch.
But when he saw the man flying backwards, he was dumbfounded. Bang!
Lin Kang flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground, his arm almost twisted. His face was covered in cold sweat and his eyes were filled with disbelief.
I respect your age, but your age can't be a reason for you to act arrogant in front of me.
Zhang Xian looked at Lin Kang coldly.
I risked my life to save your Lin family. Not only did you not even say thank you, but you also slandered me as the reason for their death.
If it was because of me, I could have watched Yang Lin kill your useless son, and then killed Yang Lin myself.
Even you are a waste. Do you think I need to resort to these evil means to attack your Lin family? Idiot.
After exchanging punches with Lin Kang, Zhang Xian had a clear understanding of Lin Kang's strength.
With a strength of about 800 kilograms, it was far less than his. He just didn't know what level Lin Kang's strength was.
You. Lin Kang looked at Zhang Xian in shock. When he heard Zhang Xian's words, he was so ashamed and angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood.
He, the patriarch of the Lin family, was actually humiliated by a junior. If this matter gets out, how can he continue to survive in the martial arts world?
At the same time, he was even more shocked by Zhang Xian's strength. The power that just surged out of Zhang Xian's body was too violent. Hu Xiqian was shocked, but also felt relieved. Fortunately, there were only injuries and no one was killed.
He looked at Zhang Xian.
He had not seen Zhang Xian when he defeated Yang Lin, and he did not know Zhang Xian's true strength.
Now he has seen it.
Lin Kang was given the title of master by the country.
This title is not given for nothing. It is given by the country only when one is truly powerful. He didn't expect that Lin Kang couldn't even withstand a single move from Zhang Xian. This is no longer something that can be simply described as awesome.
If the higher-ups knew about Zhang Xian's current situation, he would have a good chance of being awarded the title of master. As for the injured Lin Kang, Hu Xiqian sneered in his heart.
You deserve it. It's entirely your own fault.
It is a new era now, but some people are still living in the old era, still fantasizing that the world revolves around them.
So stupid. If it wasn't for giving face to Brother Hu, do you think I would care about your son's life or death? Now look what happened.
I saved your son, but you turned your kindness against your enemy and attacked me, your benefactor.
No wonder the Lingnan Lin family looks so unimpressed when it's mentioned. Brother Hu is here today, I'm giving him this face, you can go away now.
Zhang Xian said calmly with his hands behind his back.
Chapter 86 Unfair Provisions. Xiaoxian, you're awake.
Just as the people from the relevant departments were carrying Lin Kang out, Xia Meng came over from outside. When she saw Zhang Xian standing there, her beautiful eyes instantly lit up. At this moment, it seemed that the whole sky had cleared up. Seeing this, Hu Xiqian tactfully went out and indicated that he would contact him later.
Are you okay?
Xia Meng looked at Zhang Xian, her beautiful eyes full of worry. She only breathed a sigh of relief when she was sure that Zhang Xian was completely fine.
Xiaoxian, you are really lucky. That person's body was pierced by a bullet, but you are fine. It's really great.
Xia Meng hugged Zhang Xian excitedly, then immediately reacted and her fair face turned red instantly. Zhang Xian was stunned when he heard this. Yes, the special bullet shot by the sniper at that time penetrated Yang Lin's body and hit him, so why didn't he have any injuries on his body? Zhang Xian quickly looked at the place where he was shot, where he saw a light red mark, which was very faint.
If he didn't know the exact location, he wouldn't be able to find it. Is it because the bullet lost its power after penetrating Yang Lin's body? Also, what about that 1 second when someone pressed the pause button? He needs to dig out all of this.
By the way, Xiaoxian, your mother called you just now and I answered the phone.
Xia Meng was extremely shy.
Although she had met Zhang Xiaoli before, the relationship between her and Zhang Xian had changed. When she saw Zhang Xiaoli again, she felt extremely shy.
Oh, what did you say? Zhang Xian could almost predict his mother's reaction.
If she knew that Xiao Meng was his classmate, she would definitely warmly invite the senior sister to visit her home.
Aunt Zhang invited me to her house.
Xiao Meng became even more shy, and her head was almost buried in her chest.
Then let's go back. We'll meet sooner or later anyway. Since you're fine, there's no need to stay here any longer. Really? Are you willing to let me meet your parents?
Xiao Meng opened her eyes wide with excitement, her beautiful eyes sparkling with brilliance, and the corners of her mouth were grinning almost to her ears.
Xiao Xian is willing to take her to meet Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang. Does this mean that Zhang Xian has completely accepted her? You're my girlfriend, isn't it only a matter of time before you meet them? Shouldn't the senior be nervous when asked to meet her parents? Why do you look so happy? Aren't you afraid?
If his senior asked him to go with her to meet his parents-in-law right now, Zhang Xian would definitely be scared.
Xia Meng nodded vigorously.
Yes, she is the daughter-in-law of the Zhang family now.
Isn't it her duty to meet their parents? Oh, so exciting. Is there finally a place for me? Xia Meng blushed and was so excited that she almost shouted out loud.
She even forgot about the shooting she had seen before. When they arrived at the door, Hu Xiqian was still waiting there. Zhang Xian knew that he must have something to say to him, so he asked Xiao Meng to wait for him in front.
Brother Zhang, you have to be careful. Lin Kong is a narrow-minded person and he might attack you secretly. Hu Xiqian reminded him kindly. Brother Hu, that old man won't attack my parents, right? This is what he fears the most.
Don't worry, the country has clear regulations on this matter.
He may deal with you secretly, but his family will not be harmed. This is the red line drawn by the country. Hu Xiqian assured.
Zhang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. But they can still use some overt means, such as making your parents lose their jobs or endangering their lives, but they don't dare to do that.
That's good.
As long as his family wouldn't be harmed, Zhang Xian had no fear of the Lin family at all.
But you still have to be careful. There are still old monsters in the Lin family. They are not people that ordinary people can mess with.
They made great contributions to resisting imperialist aggression, so the country will not touch them easily. This is why they are so unscrupulous now.
If they attack me, can I kill them? Cannot.
Hu Xiqian said in a decisive tone.
What if my life is in fatal threat? Zhang Xian stared at Hu Xiqian. No, at least not now. Hu Xiqian said again. Zhang Xian frowned. What kind of rule is this?
The opponent can attack him, and according to Hu Xiqian, the opponent can even kill him, but he cannot kill the opponent.
This doesn't seem like the rule of Daxia. Daxia emphasizes rule of law. What is this law? It's unfair to him. Hu Xiqian noticed Zhang Xian's expression and sighed softly.
Not to mention Zhang Xian, even he, who was from the relevant department, felt furious when he heard this regulation. Especially because of this regulation, people from the family were unscrupulous and even ignored the law, which he disagreed with even more. But the people above him kept asking him to restrain himself, saying that one day he would understand why people from these families had such privileges. However, this situation should soon pass. Many people have objected to this regulation, and the state has reviewed it.
Hu Xiqian said with a smile. After I return this time, I will report today's incident to the higher authorities. The country will soon give you the title of master. By then, the people of these families will not dare to be so presumptuous to you. Master? What is that?
Zhang Xian was puzzled. Why is there such a strange title?
It was given by the country.
Because on Earth, once the word master is mentioned, people will associate this word with a liar. When your title comes down, someone will tell you. Before you get it, I have no right to tell you. In fact, he has already committed a foul, but Zhang Xian is very strong, so no one will say anything if he does this. Okay, the reason I called you back was to make you restrain yourself for a while and try not to conflict with those bastards.
Okay.
Zhang Xian agreed readily, but he didn't take it seriously in his heart. What a bullshit rule. As long as those people dare to show up, as long as those people dare to endanger his life or the lives of those he cares about, Zhang Xian doesn't care about any bullshit rules. Hu Xiqian looked suspicious when he saw Zhang Xian agreed so readily. Brother Hu, I'm taking my girlfriend home to meet my parents first.
We'll talk when we have time.
Zhang Xian said and walked straight to Xiao Meng.
Hu Xiqian looked at Zhang Xian's back, and for some reason, he suddenly had a feeling in his heart that if the Lin family did not know what was tactful, it would be the Lin family that would suffer. On the way, Xia Meng suddenly became nervous. She had to be nervous. Although she had met Zhang Xian's parents when she was a child, this time she went to meet them as a daughter-in-law. The change of identity made Xia Meng unable to adapt for a while. Xiaoxian, we. What's wrong?
Senior, if you're not ready, forget it this time.
No, this is my first visit, shouldn't I buy something? It's impolite not to bring a gift, right?
Yeah, that's right, I don't have your daily necessities yet, I really need to go buy a set.
Huh? Xia Meng was confused.
She just wanted to visit Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang, but she didn't want to stay there to sleep.
Chapter 87. You are Zhang Xian. Xiaoxian, we.
Although she has always loved Zhang Xian and dreamed of becoming his wife, is their relationship developing too fast? Zhang Xian just agreed to start dating them, and they haven't even started dating yet, but he's already meeting his parents, and he wants her to stay overnight.
If Xiaoxian asks her to do that, will she agree or not? It's so confusing. This is a question worth thinking about.
To be honest, Xia Meng was a little at a loss when she heard Zhang Xian say this.
What's wrong? Senior. Zhang Xian looked at Xia Meng in confusion.
At this moment, Xia Meng's face was red like an apple, and her beautiful appearance made Zhang Xian want to take a bite. Don't worry, my parents have good tempers. Besides, I'm still here. Thinking that Xia Meng was worried, Zhang Xian immediately spoke.
No, Xia Meng was a little embarrassed.
She didn't want to transform from a girl into a woman so early.
Let's go shopping first. Take one step at a time and see how it goes. Xia Meng and Zhang Xian went to a shopping mall, bought some daily necessities, and bought some things for their parents.
Senior, let's go buy you some change of clothes.
Oh, I really need to buy it.
It's over, it seems Xiaoxian can't wait any longer. Xia Meng was both excited and afraid.
Good. Xia Meng responded weakly.
Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment. In his mind, Xia Meng had always been a person who dared to love and hate, and was carefree. He was a little uncomfortable with her sudden change into this state.
The two walked towards the women's clothing area.
Little did they know that right after they left, several people came over with their mouths wide open.
That is?
It seems to be Zhang Xian and the campus beauty Xia. They are going to live together. They even bought daily necessities.
Fuck, I don't know how many people will shed tears now. Get lost, I want to cry now.
Why are you crying?
Don't worry, you will never have any contact with the school beauty in your life. Damn, even though what you said is true, your words are too hurtful. This is breaking news.
Hurry and post it on the campus forum. Several people immediately opened the campus forum and uploaded the photos they had just taken. Shocking news, the school beauty and Zhang Xian are living together. When it was first posted, no one believed it and thought it was a clickbait title. But when people clicked on it and saw Xia Meng, looking like a little woman, being led around by someone, they were excited.
Damn, why? The school beauty is mine. Who is Zhang Xian? Why is he holding the school beauty's hand? The administrator of the forum is also a fan of Xia Meng.
He was furious when he saw these photos. In annoyance, he directly set the two words Zhang Xian as sensitive words.
When typing the two words Zhang Xian, it will become two.
Students at the University of Tokyo soon discovered this, and so your very Zhang Xian became a greeting between each other. All of a sudden, the campus forum that had been silent for a day exploded.
Xia family.
Tian Yushan, who was applying a facial mask at home, heard the news and immediately took out her mobile phone and opened the campus forum. When she saw her daughter, who claimed to have been traveling with her three little sisters, affectionately holding a boy's hand, she became so angry that her black hair stood up.
Xia Meng, how dare you lie to me?
Tian Yushan was furious and kept calling Xia Meng's cell phone, but no one answered the call. She immediately called her husband.
Honey, I'm in a meeting here, what do you want? Bullshit, your daughter didn't go traveling, she went to live with a boy. Tian Yushan yelled in frustration.
There was a crackling sound of a cup falling to the ground and a flurry of activity.
Xia Tianjun was very angry.
He had never worried about his daughter's emotional problems because she was very talented and she didn't even look down on ordinary men. In his opinion, his daughter was destined to take over his business. As for the son-in-law, if his daughter was willing in the future, he could marry someone who would live with him. So when other people saw Zhang Xian, they wanted to send their daughters into his arms immediately, but he was not in a hurry at all. But now, it's only been a few days, how come my daughter has found a boyfriend? This doesn't go in line with his plan. If he had known this would happen earlier, he would have tried to match his daughter with Zhang Xian. Because in his opinion, in the entire Dongshan city, Zhang Xian and his daughter are probably the most suitable match. No, we can't just let this matter go like this, break them up. It must be broken up. Xia Tianjun was no longer in the mood for the meeting. He said something to the vice president and immediately returned to his office. Where did you see it? Todai's campus forum. Does it say what the man's name is? Xia Tianjun was extremely angry. He wanted to teach that man a lesson. It's blocked. I can't see anything. Wife, this time, we must join hands and break them up. Yes, I think so too. I think the Zhang Xian you mentioned is pretty good. I agree. I'll call my brother Zhang right now and bring them together. I believe my daughter will fall in love with someone else after she sees brother Zhang. Xia Tianjun, are you sick in the head? Do you call your son-in-law brother? Xia Tianjun. Xia Tianjun did what he said and called Zhang Xian. Xia Meng went into the fitting room to try on clothes when her cell phone suddenly rang. Hey, brother Xia. Ha, brother Zhang, where are you having fun now? I'm shopping with my girlfriend. Oh, when did you break up? Zhang Xian. What the hell, how can he respond? Is there anyone who speaks like that? He had just gotten together with his senior and people were asking him when they were going to break up. It felt a bit like a curse. Brother Xia, don't make such jokes anymore. If nothing unexpected happens, she will become your brother's wife. Xia Tianjun on the other end of the phone was still a little unwilling. Brother Zhang, don't jump to conclusions so early. My daughter is very beautiful, really. I'll send you her photo right now, take a look, you will definitely like her. Besides, she and you go to the same school. You can cultivate your relationship and see each other often in school. You don't have to worry about her fooling around with other men. How great is that? More importantly, my daughter has a great talent for business. She will definitely be a good helper to you. Zhang Xian was stunned when he heard this. This was a promotion for his own daughter. No need, brother Xia. My girlfriend will be angry if she sees it. Brother Zhang. Brother Xia, if you say it again, we'll just pretend we've never met. Zhang Xian said bluntly. Okay, then I wish you happiness. But, Brother Zhang, if you break up, please inform me immediately. I will go buy some firecrackers to celebrate. Zhang Xian hung up the phone directly. Damn, why didn't I notice it when we met? This Xia Tianjun must be crazy. Why are you so eagerly looking forward to him breaking up with his senior? Chapter 88 Scout Gu Fucheng. What's going on? Let them meet first. Tian Yushan asked anxiously. Xia Tianjun sighed on the phone, he already has a girlfriend. You have a girlfriend? Tian Yushan was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and sighed in her heart that good men are really so popular. Brother Zhang has already warned me that if I mention this matter again, he will pretend not to know me. Hey, Zhang Xian is quite loyal in relationships, he's a good man. There aren't many rich people like him. I'll feel at ease if Xiao Meng follows a man like him. Husband, if you do this, you will have the chance to bring Zhang Xian home and let Meng Meng and Zhang Xian meet. I don't believe there is anyone in Dongshan who is more beautiful than our daughter. Tian Yushan said confidently. Xia Tianjun on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, yes, it's okay to invite brother Zhang to have a simple meal, right? My dear wife, you react very quickly. When he comes back after the National Day holiday, I will immediately invite brother Zhang to our house for dinner. In the fitting room. Xia Meng's pretty face flushed. She finally decided to give herself to Zhang Xian, but was shocked to find that she had her period. I felt embarrassed but also relieved. Just then, the cell phone rang. Xia Meng saw that it was Wang Shui and immediately picked up the phone. Xiaoxue, did you guys have fun? Xia, campus beauty, you guys go out and have fun all you want, but how come someone took a picture of you? Now the whole Dongda University knows about it. Aunt Tian just called us and she knows about it. Uncle Xia probably knows about it too. You should explain it to Aunt Tian yourself.
Wang Shui's helpless voice came from the microphone. Xia Meng was a little confused when she heard this. Was someone taking a photo of her? Soon, she didn't care anymore. She and Xiao Xian were already together anyway, so it didn't matter if they were photographed. It was not something shameful. She is going to meet Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang now, and then take Xiao Xian to meet her parents. With Xiao Xuan's current achievements, she believes that her parents will not refuse. It's okay, just go ahead and shoot. Have fun. The money has already been paid. I won't say any more. I have to go meet Xiao Xuan's parents. I'm nervous. As soon as Xia Meng finished speaking, the place became quiet instantly. Ah, Xia Meng, are you guys developing so fast? Meet your parents? You guys aren't really living together, are you? Have you, did that? Before the holiday, you were still a young girl, but I didn't expect that after school started, you would become a woman. Xia Meng was speechless. The three little sisters' focus was always so weird. Okay, I'll tell you guys when I get back. I'm hanging up now because of something. Xia Meng put on her clothes and walked out. In an instant, everyone in the store focused their attention on her. Zhang Xian's heart was pounding. The senior sister was so beautiful. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, but this saying is not appropriate for my senior. The design of that dress was not very eye-catching, but when worn by the senior student, the dress instantly looked much better. The perfect proportions of the figure made Zhang Xian unable to take his eyes away. Xia Meng saw Zhang Xian staring at her, and she felt sweet but shy. The junior's gaze was so fiery that it almost set her on fire. Zhang Xian also came back to his senses. He stared at the senior schoolmate in front of him. How lucky did he have to have such a girl? Sir, you have a great taste. This dress is a perfect match for your girlfriend. The sales clerk immediately walked up to the two of them and encouraged them. She had already predicted that this dress would become a hit. So beautiful. Sir, is your girlfriend a movie star? The clerk asked eagerly, holding a small notebook. At this moment, a man in a suit and leather shoes walked up to Xia Meng step by step, greed surging in the depths of his eyes, and said, My beautiful lady, please allow me to introduce myself. I am Gu Fuqing, a talent scout for Xia Entertainment. It would be a shame if you don't enter the entertainment industry with your image. Miss, please tell me your cell phone number. I will never allow you to be buried in this vulgar world. Gu Fuqing said proudly that this sentence has been proven to be effective time and time again. Get out of the way, you're blocking me. Zhang Xian frowned. The man's gaze made him very uncomfortable. Gu Fuqing seemed not to hear it and still looked at Xia Meng's peerless face greedily. He believed that no woman could refuse his invitation. His body became hot and he wondered where to get a room. He had slept with many women, but he had never met anyone of Xia Meng's level. For a girl like this, no one can refuse him as long as he tricks her. Unexpectedly, when he returned to his hometown, he would meet such a beautiful girl. Get out of the way. Xia Meng frowned. This man looked at her with naked eyes. Is this person from her father's company? It seems that my father hasn't paid much attention to the quality of the company's scouts during this period. Ha! Gu Fuqing was stunned, as if he didn't hear Xia Meng's words clearly. Miss, I am. Get out of the way. Before Gu Fuqing could finish his words, Zhang Xian pushed him aside. Fuck! How dare you! Bang! Zhang Xian was very experienced in dealing with people with dirty words. He kicked Gu Fuqing directly out of the store. Boy, just wait for me. Gu Fuqing was furious. Not only did he fail to play with the girl, but he was also beaten. Since he became a talent scout, he has never encountered anything like this. He didn't take Gu Fuqing's matter to heart at all, and continued to choose clothes with Xia Meng. After a while, they finished choosing, and then the two got in a taxi and drove towards Guanlan International. Xia Meng was so nervous that she didn't even notice that Zhang Xian was going to take her to Guanlan International. Guanlan International Villa number 8. Gu Fuqing was still furious and stood at the door of the villa. Lian, open the door for me. He yelled so loudly that the neighbors frowned. The door opened, and an old woman came over and glanced at Gu Fuqing indifferently. I'm sorry, Mr. Gu, please go back, my lady will not see you again. Gu Fuqing, who was already in a bad mood, became even worse after hearing this. He glared at the old woman angrily and roared. Fuck you, what's your business between me and Lian? Open the door for me,
I'll go talk to Lian Lian myself.
When I get married to Lian Lian, I will definitely fire you.
The old woman glanced at Gu Fuqing indifferently and said, let's talk about it after you and the young lady are married. But the master has already said that if you dare to make a move, he will have your limbs broken and you castrated.
Humph, how dare he, you old fool, you are such a nuisance.
Gu Fuqing was cursing, and at this moment, his cell phone rang. He saw the caller ID and his face immediately changed, and he picked up the phone.
Boss. How's the matter going?
A majestic voice came from the microphone.
Boss, the Xia Entertainment brand is not easy to use. There are not many beautiful and rich women who really listen to me. Chapter 89 Daughter-in-law arrives.
Boss, please get me an identity as the manager of Tao Yuanju.
Tao Yuanju's brand is strong enough to be used in any city in Dongshan. Gu Fuqing complained. Gu Fuqing, if you want to die, don't drag me with you. Never try to get attention from Tao Yuanju.
Remember this, Tao Yuanju is not as simple as you think. By the way, if the Wan family can't handle it, try this person.
I've sent you the photo. This time, you can use other means. Gu Fuqing opened WeChat.
When he saw the photo sent by the boss, he was stunned for a moment and laughed, beauty, it's fate.
It seems that you are destined to be mine.
The taxi slowly stopped at the entrance of Guanlan International Community.
Brother, this is a villa area, our taxi can't enter.
It's okay, just go to villa number 6, they will let you in when you get to the door. The driver was also curious about what the villa looked like, so he drove inside after hearing what Zhang Xian said. When they arrived at the door, the security guard stopped them. Zhang Xian opened the car window and said, brothers, it's me.
I bought a lot of things. It's Brother Zhang.
Where's your Rolls-Royce Phantom? The reason why the two security guards recognized Zhang Xian at a glance was because of this thought that Zhang Xian was the only one driving such a flashy car.
Hiss.
The driver gasped.
As expected, those who can live in the villa area are not ordinary people.
Zhang Xian threw out 2 packets of platinum crystal lacune, and the 2 security guards immediately opened the railing with a smile on their faces. The taxi slowly drove into the villa area.
Senior, we're here, let's go in.
Zhang Xian spoke to Xia Meng beside him.
Ah.
Xia Meng had been in a daze. When she heard Zhang Xian's words, she clenched her fists, her heart was pounding, and she was extremely nervous.
Come in, do you want me to carry you in?
Crash. Xia Meng stood up with a start. If she was carried in, she would be so embarrassed.
Thanks, brother.
Zhang Xian took out a box of cigarettes and threw it to the driver. The driver grinned and drove away. Just then, the cell phone rang.
Mom and Dad, stop fighting, we're home.
Zhang Xian howled, and Xia Meng's little face turned red instantly. She hid behind Zhang Xian, looking very shy. She had always wanted to marry Zhang Xian, and she had dreamed of this scene many times, but when it really happened, she panicked.
Senior, aren't you very cool? Why are you so shy?
Zhang Xian said casually.
Xia Meng's face turned even redder. I'm very nervous. Why are you so nervous? Don't you have me here? My parents are very open-minded and reasonable. Zhang Xian took Xia Meng's hand and walked into the yard.
The two of them didn't notice that the moment they entered, a man appeared stealthily outside the yard. Gu Fuqing didn't expect to meet Zhang Xian and Xia Meng here.
He clenched his fists and looked at Zhang Xian's back angrily.
Boy, just wait for me.
Not only will I sleep with your woman, I will also kill you. Zhang Xian didn't notice anyone outside the door. He took Xia Meng's hand and walked into the yard. Xiao Xian, you hurt me.
Xia Meng said weakly, and seemed to be about to retreat. Zhang Xian knew that this was Xia Meng's excuse to escape, so he didn't care and pulled her inside. Xia Meng stuck out her tongue when she realized that her little thoughts were seen through. At this moment, the two of them had arrived at the door. Although she was afraid in her heart, there was nothing she could do because she could see that the door was about to open. Xia Meng hid behind Zhang Xian, with her head lowered. She was so nervous that her heart was about to jump out. Fortunately, Zhang Xian was holding her hand, and Xia Meng felt a little safe.
Crack! The door opened and a head popped out.
Zhang Xiaoli saw Xia Meng being held by her son at a glance, and her eyes lit up.
My son has good taste. His future daughter-in-law looks like a movie star. She fell in love with it instantly.
Mom, this is my senior Xia Meng.
Zhang Xian pulled Xia Meng from behind to his front and introduced her. Hello, Aunt Zhang. Xia Meng's face turned slightly red, and she lowered her head and said shyly. Well, hello to you too. Come on in, your uncle's cooking is almost done. Zhang Xiaoli spoke with a smile on her face, then turned and shouted to the kitchen. Mr. Zhang, my son and his wife are back, hurry up. Boom. Xia Meng's face instantly turned as red as a shrimp, and she froze in place. Aunt Zhang actually called her daughter-in-law. Xia Meng felt that her heart was like a small boat before a tsunami, with rough waves and about to be capsized and thrown under the waves at any time. Zhang Xian was speechless. Wasn't his mother too anxious? Although he had decided on Xia Meng, he and Xia Meng had just become boyfriend and girlfriend, and it was also Xia Meng's first time to visit. Wasn't it a bit too early for his mother to directly call her daughter-in-law? Zhang Xiaoli grabbed Xia Meng's hand and looked at her future daughter-in-law, smiling from ear to ear. Xiao Meng, don't be restrained. This is your home. Don't worry. If Zhang Xian dares to bully you, Auntie will take care of it for you. At this moment, Xia Meng no longer looked as cool as she did in school. Her little face was flushed and she looked more uneasy. Mom, you should go help Dad. You'll scare the senior girl. Zhang Xian noticed Xia Meng's uneasiness and reminded her in a low voice. At this moment, a burnt smell suddenly wafted from the kitchen. Then there was a burst of thick smoke. What kind of broken appliance is this? It doesn't work. Then Zhang Ping ran out with a shovel in his hand, covered in dust. That miserable look was extremely funny. Ah, you must be Xiao Meng, sorry, Uncle made you laugh. Ding, the God-level selection system is starting up. Option 1, cook a meal for your family. Reward, recipes of the 8 major cuisines, physical fitness plus 10, spirit plus 10. Option 2, continue to let Zhang Ping cook. Reward, the host will be awarded the title of scumbag, popularity with women 1, wealth plus 10 billion. What is there to hesitate about? Dad, you'd better take a rest. Let me do it. Zhang Xian rolled up his sleeves and walked into the kitchen. You can do it? At home, it was always Zhang Ping who cooked. He was a man who doted on his wife and had never let Zhang Xiaoli cook in his life. The reason why it turned out like this time was because he was not used to the kitchen utensils in the kitchen. Zhang Xian's eyes widened. Dad, how can a man say no? Roll. Zhang Ping reacted quickly and rebuked in a low voice. Zhang Xiaoli also spat. Uncle, Aunt, I'll go help Xiao Xian. Xia Meng immediately followed Zhang Xian into the kitchen. Child, no need. In our Zhang family, men cook and women just take care of being beautiful. Zhang Xiaoli grabbed Xia Meng. Ding, it is detected that the host has made a choice. Rewards are being distributed. Recipes of the 8 major cuisines, physical fitness plus 10, spirit plus 10. Wife, this guy has never cooked a meal. Can he do it? Zhang Ping was a little hesitant, because he knew his son well and knew that he had never cooked since he was a child. The 3 people sneaked into the kitchen and were dumbfounded when they saw the scene inside. Chapter 90. The Lin family is about to take action. Inside the hospital. Lin Kong was lying on the bed, his face pale and his spirit extremely weak. At this moment, an old man in Tang's suit walked in with a group of people. When the old man saw Lin Kong lying on the hospital bed, anger was in his eyes. Who did it? The old man asked calmly. The people around were silent, intimidated by the old man's aura and dared not say a word. Zhang Xian. Lin Kong said with difficulty. Zhang Xian? From the Zhang family? The old man frowned, looked at the person next to him, and asked, does the Zhang family have a master named Zhang Xian? The man was asked by the old man, and after a pause, he answered affirmatively, the Zhang family has never recovered since that incident. Now there are only 3 or 2 masters, and they are all old and immortal. There is no one named Zhang Xian. He's not from the Zhang family? How dare he hit the head of my Lin family? He's courting death. A powerful aura suddenly burst out, and the old man looked at the person at the back of the crowd. Wei, go check this person, I want to see who dares to touch my Lin family's people. Master Zhen, I have checked and found that Zhang Xian is still a freshman at the moment and has no background. However, he has taken over Zhang Jingyang's Tao Yuanju, so he may have some relationship with the Zhang family. Just when I wanted to investigate further, the higher-ups took action. Master Zhen, if you want to take action, you must do it as soon as possible. The higher-ups intend to award him the title of master.
As soon as these words came out, the people around were suddenly in an uproar, especially those who had not yet received the title of master. Their eyes were red with anger.
Nonsense! A freshman? How could he deserve such an honor? How much have we done for this Xia? We haven't even become masters, but he, a student, can be given the title of master? Are those people above crazy?
Humph, the people above must have seen that this person is quite powerful, so they want to train their own people to hold us hostage.
Shut up!
Jin Lao said calmly, but his words gave people an irresistible power.
Hasn't he become a master yet? We don't know about this either. Send some people. Those idiots above won't hold our Lin family accountable for the death of one person.
After the old man finished speaking, several people from the Lin family immediately turned around and left. At this moment, Lin Kong, who was lying on the bed, suddenly said, "Jin Lao, bring him back.
I want to kill him and eliminate the evil in my heart." Upon hearing this, the old man nodded. Tell me, what's going on?
Lin Kong gestured to the person beside the bed, and that person understood and told him about the amusement park. Upon hearing this, Jin Lao slammed his palm on the table, and the table was immediately broken into pieces by his palm.
How dare you stir up hatred between my Lin family and Huban clan? This person deserves death.
Some people in the Lin family's crowd seemed to want to say something but stopped themselves when they heard this.
This matter is obviously between their Lin family and Hubanman. What does it have to do with that Zhang Xian?
Lin Kong wanted to take the person away by force, and he did it in front of people from the relevant departments. Zhang Xian was not from the family. If he was from the family, and he killed Lin Kong, their Lin family could only blame themselves for the bad luck. Of course, if Zhang Xian was a member of the family, Lin Kong probably wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. But his words are of little importance, so I won't say much.
Zhang Xian didn't know about Lin Kang's affairs.
At this moment, the kitchen knife was flying in his hands.
He took a look at the ingredients in the kitchen, and several dishes took shape in Zhang Xian's mind.
The three people outside the door were stunned.
Was that still a kitchen knife in Zhang Xian's hand?
It was as if a light elf was dancing in Zhang Xian's hand.
Xia Meng was mesmerized by the sight. Zhang Xian looked so handsome when he was concentrating on cooking.
At this moment, her heart was beating so fast that it seemed like it was about to jump out of her chest. It turns out that cooking alone can be so cool. Especially when seeing Zhang Xian removing the bones, the kitchen knife in his hand accurately cut at every joint. In ancient times, there was the Pao Ding butchering an ox, which was probably nothing more than this.
Wife, our son. Zhang Ping didn't know what to say.
His son went to the same university, which gave him too many surprises and shocks.
Can a person change so much in just 1 month? Ah, I saw it. Old Zhang, was Xiaoxian possessed by someone like what was shown on TV? Zheng Shaoli said in a dry voice, not knowing what to say.
Half an hour later, when Zhang Xian finished the last dish, he noticed the three people at the door who were completely dumbfounded.
Mom and Dad, what are you doing? Serving the food. Zhang Xian was speechless.
He was busy here, but three people just stood there and watched him stupidly.
Okay. Zhang Ping couldn't hold back any longer when he smelled the aroma of the food.
He immediately ran in, picked up a plate of shredded potatoes, and couldn't wait to take a bite with chopsticks.
Suddenly, a strong fragrance wafted into my nose. Tasty. Zhang Ping's taste buds were filled with deliciousness at this moment, and he couldn't help but take another bite. The same is true for Zheng Shaoli and Xia Meng.
Serve the food first, we'll eat together later. Zhang Xian urged silently.
Oh.
The three of them woke up as if from a dream, immediately brought it to the table, and couldn't help but take another bite.
Son, that's great. From now on, you will be the one cooking for our family.
Zheng Shaoli gave a thumbs up, and Zhang Ping and Xia Meng nodded repeatedly. As she spoke, Zheng Shaoli became depressed, her fair face twisted, and she said,
"What will I eat when you start school?
I used to think your dad's cooking was delicious, but after eating what you cook, how can I still eat what your dad cooks?" Zhang Ping rarely argued with his wife because he was also impressed by Zhang Xian's cooking skills. Zhang Xian smiled slightly, and the four of them sat together to eat. What Xia Meng worried about did not happen. Zhang Xian's parents were attracted by the food and did not ask about her situation at all. They just chatted for a few minutes.
Xia Meng ate and breathed a sigh of relief.
Seeing this, Zhang Xian winked at Xia Meng. Xia Meng immediately knew that her thoughts had been seen through by Zhang Xian, and her pretty face turned red. After dinner, Zhang Ping was reluctantly sent to wash the dishes. What Xia Meng worried about finally happened. Xia Meng, how old are you this year? Hey, you look like my former neighbor. What's more, her name is also Xia Meng, the same as yours. When Xia Meng heard Zhang Shaoli's words, her heart began to beat fast. Oh, is Aunt Zhang going to recognize her? Auntie, I am 20 years old. Xia Meng's face turned slightly red and she spoke weakly. 20? That's the legal age for marriage. Wait until you have 2 years. Mom! Zhang Xian's face was full of black lines. Is his mother so lively when chatting? After just a few words, they are already talking about marriage. If we continue like this, will we talk about how many children we want to have next? The senior student was so nervous at this moment that she forgot to breathe, and her uneasy look was heartbreaking. Chapter 91 Embarrassing Things. Oh, it's a bit early to talk about this, isn't it? Mom finally realized her abruptness, and then said to Xia Meng with a smile. Girl, don't blame your auntie. It's strange that the first time I saw you, I felt that I got along very well with you, as if I had met you before. Xia Meng was a little frightened when she heard this. Of course they had met before. Didn't she grow up in Zhang's house every day? Ah, auntie, me too. Xia Meng was no longer as eloquent as usual. She stuttered and couldn't even speak clearly. She could only look to Zhang Xian for help. Mom, this is the first time that the senior is meeting you, and she's a little nervous. You should talk about something more relaxing, so as not to scare her. Zhang Xian spoke helplessly. Oh, okay, let's change the topic. Zhang Shaoli finally noticed Xia Meng's nervousness, and she looked at Xia Meng with an embarrassed look on her face. Xia Meng breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Zhang Xian with appreciation. This guy finally played a role. It's okay, auntie. It's a pleasure chatting with you. Xia Meng tried hard to force a smile, but it was a very stiff smile and looked particularly awkward. Really? That's what I told you. Zhang Shaoli breathed a sigh of relief and spoke to Xia Meng with a friendly look on her face. Then let's continue with the topic we were talking about just now. Ha ha ha. As soon as the words came out of her mouth, Zhang Shaoli noticed that Xia Meng's face changed and she burst into laughter. Xia Meng came to her senses and realized that Zhang Shaoli was joking with her. She was speechless. Aunt Zhang still loved to joke like she did more than 10 years ago. No more kidding. I'm old now. If I stay with you young people, it will only make you feel restrained. I won't be annoying anymore. Let Xiao Xian take you to find a bedroom. Go take a shower and go to bed. Okay, auntie. Treat this place as your own home. Don't be nervous or afraid. Got it? Zhang Shaoli held Xia Meng's hand affectionately and said kindly. Xia Meng felt warm in her heart when she heard this. Thank you, auntie. You are so polite, kid. Zhang Xian immediately took Xia Meng upstairs. Xiao Xian, take me to your room first. After leaving her parents, Xia Meng was no longer as nervous as before and watched curiously. Suddenly, she was stunned. It was not until this moment that she realized that this was Guanlan International, the same place as her best friend Wan Lianlian. Xiao Xian, this is Guanlan International, didn't you see it when you came in? Hearing Xia Meng's question, Zhang Xian was a little amused. This girl was so nervous that she didn't remember anything. Which villa is this? Number 6. Xia Meng was about to vomit blood. Number 6? The villa was less than 50 meters away from Wan Lianlian's. She and Wan Lianlian walked around the entire villa area last night, but they didn't find Zhang Xian's family here. What's wrong? Zhang Xian looked at Xia Meng in confusion. There was something wrong with this girl. Xia Meng told others that her best friend Wan Lianlian lived in villa number 8. Zhang Xian laughed dumbly and stroked Xia Meng's head. It's normal, we just moved in yesterday. Ah? Xia Meng blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Zhang Xian in surprise. Seeing Xia Meng's dumbfounded look, Zhang Xian laughed and hugged her. Xia Meng's eyes suddenly widened, and her beautiful and delicate little face turned red all of a sudden. Her heart was pounding, and she could even feel Zhang Xian's breath hitting her face, making her feel itchy and addicted. Zhang Xian's face was getting closer and closer, and Xia Meng couldn't help but close her eyes. Right at this moment, Xia Meng's cell phone rang. Zhang Xian was slightly stunned and motioned Xia Meng to answer the phone. Xia Meng took the opportunity to walk aside,
feeling relieved but also a little disappointed. Xiaomeng, what are you doing? It's so late, and you haven't come back yet. If you don't tell Zhang Xian that he can't remember you, won't you give yourself to him?
Xiaomeng quickly turned down the volume of the microphone, but it was too late.
Senior, what do you want me to remember?
When Xiaomeng heard Zhang Xian's voice behind her, her body stiffened.
Humph, I won't tell you, let you figure it out yourself.
He could even forget such an important thing. Xiaomeng suddenly felt aggrieved. She had waited for Zhang Xian for more than 10 years for this matter, but Zhang Xian had no impression of it at all.
The more she thought about it, the angrier she became.
Xiaomeng curled her lips and snorted.
Zhang Xian looked at Xiaomeng in a daze. Could it be that he really had some involvement with the senior sister in the past?
He searched his memory, but still found nothing.
Senior, give me some hints.
Looking at Xiaomeng's expression, it seemed that something big had really happened between the two of them. Zhang Xian was puzzled.
Could it be, had something really happened between them that was something that was popular between men and women? No. Xiaomeng said angrily. Will you give it to me?
Zhang Xian moved closer, close enough to see the tiny pores on Xiaomeng's face.
Xiaomeng's heart started beating violently again. What do you want to do?
Xiaomeng didn't know why, but she could be very proactive when she was in school. However, since the moment Zhang Xian agreed to become boyfriend and girlfriend, she was always very nervous about Zhang Xian's approach. Seeing Zhang Xian's face right in front of her, Xiaomeng closed her eyes nervously.
Crack. Xiaomeng, I remember now, you girl.
The door opened, Zheng Shaoli pushed it open, and was halfway through her words when she happened to see the expressions of the two people. Her eyes widened and her voice stopped abruptly. Zhang Xian held Xiaomeng in his arms and was surprised to see his mother looking at them in amazement. Even though Zhang Xian was thick-skinned enough, his face turned red at this moment.
Why is the light in the room so dim? I can't see anything.
Zheng Shaoli came to her senses, found an excuse that couldn't be lamer to leave, and considerately closed the door.
Zhang Xian. So embarrassing. Besides, why can't mom just knock on the door? He was alone before, so his mother could do whatever he wanted, but doesn't he have Xiaomeng now? Fortunately, they were not doing anything. If they were doing something, wouldn't it be extremely embarrassing?
The room was extremely quiet.
The two could even hear each other's heartbeats. It's all your fault. It's so embarrassing. Xiaomeng patted Zhang Xian's chest.
Zhang Xian laughed shamelessly and hugged Xiaomeng in his arms.
Xiaomeng resisted for a moment, then calmed down.
At this moment, the two of them were close to each other and felt an unprecedented peace.
The other side.
Zheng Shaoli closed the door, let out a long breath, her heart pounding.
The scene just now was too exciting. Wife, have you asked Xiaomeng?
Zheng Ping ran over and asked excitedly. Ever since they met Xiaomeng, they felt that this girl looked very similar to a former neighbor of theirs, but their two families hadn't seen each other for more than 10 years, so they were not sure. Zheng Shaoli rummaged through boxes and cabinets to find the treasured photo, and immediately saw a face that was almost identical to Xiaomeng's. At the beginning, she was afraid of forgetting their names, so she wrote Xia Tianjuan's family's names on the back of the photo.
The same name, the same appearance, there is no such coincidence in the world, they confirmed it almost immediately.
Xiaomeng was the little girl who used to live in their house.
Chapter 92 Human Trafficker, Gu Fucheng. No.
Zheng Shaoli came to her senses and thought to herself that her son was so quick.
Could it be that this guy had done something to that girl at school?
No, they will find a chance to tell this brat later. Although they really want to have grandchildren, the two children are still in school and they must not allow any accidents to happen at this time.
No? Are you embarrassed to ask? Then I'll go ask.
Zheng Ping had always liked Xiaomeng and her brother and sister and wanted to adopt them as his godson and goddaughter, but he didn't expect Xia Tianjun to change his job and move. At that time, communications were not as developed as they are now, so the two families lost contact. Unexpectedly, after many years, the little girl Xiaomeng came back again, and she was even more beautiful than Tian Yushan when she was young.
The young people are talking in private in the room, why are you, as an elder, going in? Zheng Shaoli scolded angrily. Oh.
Zheng Ping turned around and was about to leave, but suddenly came to his senses. There was something wrong with his wife's expression just now. Why was it so strange?
Suddenly,
Zheng Ping thought of something and his eyes widened.
No way? These two kids are inside. Have you reminded them not to have children for the sake of momentary pleasure and affect their studies?
Zhang Ping said in a low voice.
Got it, I'll remind Xiaoxian later. Zhang Xiaoli took a long breath and went downstairs. Hey, little girl surnamed Xia, you are not really living in Zhang Xian's house, are you? Wan Lianlian's voice came from the microphone.
The two of them came to their senses at this moment. After being interrupted by their mother Zhang Xiaoli, they actually forgot that they had not hung up the phone yet.
Xia! Are you still here? If you don't want to come back to live here, tell me, or I won't leave the door open for you. Get out, I want to talk on the phone.
Xia Meng glared at Zhang Xian, who was looking at her curiously.
No need to leave the door open, she's staying here today.
Zhang Xian snatched the phone and said slowly.
Wow! This is exciting. Can we have a video call? Stop being so rude, I'll be there in a minute, leave the door open for me.
Xia Meng said this and hung up the phone.
I have enough rooms here, why don't you stay here? Zhang Xian frowned. Do you want me to live here? Xia Meng pretended to be a female hooligan and drooled at Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian was speechless.
This girl was obviously very shy and her previous lewdness was all pretend.
Okay, my mom saw it anyway.
Zhang Xian is like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water.
You wish. Xia Meng was defeated immediately.
I've already promised Lian that I'll play with her for a few days.
When we get back to school, As she spoke, Xia Meng's face turned red and she couldn't continue. Okay, where does she live? I'll take you there. She's next door to you, Villa number 8. Zhang Xian. So, the senior lived next door to him last night? No wonder the girl asked where this place was just now.
Xia Meng and I arrived at the door of Villa number 8, where a lovely girl was waiting.
Wow, I haven't seen you for a few years.
Zhang Xian seems to have become more handsome. When Wan Lianlian saw Zhang Xian, her eyes lit up, she jumped over and started talking.
Zhang Xian. Does he know the girl in front of him? My dear, you finally come out to see me.
At this moment, a surprised voice suddenly sounded.
Hearing this voice, Wan Lianlian frowned. Why are you here again? Are the security guards at Guanlan International idiots? Why do they let anyone in?
Gu Fucheng, who was about to accept Wan Lianlian's hug, felt extremely embarrassed in an instant. He always thought of himself as a popular lover and no girl could resist him, but as soon as he showed up, Wan Lianlian didn't want to see him? He is a talent scout of Xia Entertainment, who can help thousands of girls realize their dreams of becoming stars.
How could such a brilliant person like him be rejected? Gu Fucheng's heart was filled with rage.
In his opinion, Wan Lianlian must be acting like a spoiled brat in order to attract his attention.
Honey, I know, you're kidding me, right? Ha, this is not a very friendly way to get my attention. Seeing this man, Xia Meng frowned, is he the scumbag? How the hell are you talking like that? You.
Gu Fucheng, who was about to burst into curse, saw that it was Xia Meng who was speaking, and his eyes suddenly lit up.
Beautiful lady, I didn't expect that we meet again. Last time you didn't seem to care about my self-introduction. I am Gu Fucheng, the 5-star scout of Xia Entertainment.
Thanks to my discovery, Jiang Hanyu, Li Zirwei and several others became famous overnight.
You and Lian are not inferior to them in terms of their abilities.
As long as you believe in me, I will make you international superstars and let you live under the spotlight every day. Gu Fucheng said unwillingly that he didn't believe there was a woman in this world who didn't like being a star. As he spoke, he reached into his trouser pocket.
Ding, the God-level selection system is starting up. Option 1, destroy the plan of human trafficker Gu Fucheng. Rewards, physical fitness plus 10, spirit plus 10, wealth plus 10 billion. Choice 2, allow Gu Fucheng to carry out his evil plan. Reward, title of Ninja Turtle, female popularity 1. Human trafficker.
Zhang Xian looked at Gu Fucheng in front of him in astonishment, and just happened to see his hand reaching into his trouser pocket.
Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian kicked forward.
Gu Fucheng's face was full of smiles, but his heart was full of resentment. Although he didn't look at Zhang Xian, his mind was all on Zhang Xian. At the amusement park, Zhang Xian beat him up. Since he followed the boss, he had never been beaten by anyone. This time, not only did he want to play with the two women in front of Zhang Xian, he also wanted to castrate Zhang Xian. By the way, Zhang Xian lives in a villa area, so his family must be very rich.
Maybe I can kidnap someone and then kill him after getting the money. Boy, who made you offend me? Today I will let you know the price of offending me.
Gu Fucheng seemed to see the scene of Zhang Xian kneeling at his feet and begging, and a ferocious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Seeing that Zhang Xian didn't notice him, Gu Fucheng suddenly took his hands out of his trouser pockets and waved them towards the three people. Almost at the same time, several figures appeared in the dark and ran towards this side.
Bang!
Just when Gu Fucheng thought that the matter was settled, Zhang Xian kicked him hard.
Gu Fucheng seemed to be hit by a train and flew backwards.
The thing in his hand was also raised up, and a gust of wind blew by, covering the black shadows that were running over. Under the stunned gazes of Xiao Meng and Wan Lianlian, the speed of several black shadows rushing forward suddenly slowed down, and then they fell softly to the ground.
You!
Seeing that because of Zhang Xian, several men in black were knocked out by the drugs he had thrown out, Gu Fucheng felt so ashamed that he tilted his head and passed out.
Chapter 93: The anxious Xia Tianjun and his wife.
Ding, it is detected that the host has made a choice. Rewards are being distributed: physical fitness plus 10, spirit plus 10, wealth plus 10 billion. At this moment, the cell phone in Gu Fucheng's pocket rang. Zhang Xian frowned and took out the mobile phone from Gu Fucheng. The caller ID showed only a series of symbols. He pondered for a moment, signaled Xiao Meng and Wan Lianlian to keep quiet, and then answered the call. After the call was connected, no one spoke on the other end and the call was hung up after about 10 seconds, as if it was a wrong number. But Zhang Xian was sure that this call was definitely not a wrong call. It was very likely that the person who called was in cahoots with Gu Fucheng and called just to ask about something. Zhang Xian called Hu Xiqian and told him what happened here. Hu Xiqian was busy with an important case, so he called the relevant department in Bincheng and asked them to handle it.
They would send someone over soon.
Zhang Xian fumbled around Gu Fucheng's body and pulled out a small red card from his pocket. There was a small blank circle on it with a rainbow printed inside it. If you don't look closely, it looks like a business card, but Zhang Xian feels that this card is more than just a business card, it is more like a certificate of an organization. After thinking about it, Zhang Xian put it in his pocket. Apart from this card, this guy has nothing valuable on him. As for those men in black, Zhang Xian did not take any action. He decided to leave it to the relevant departments to resolve the matter.
After a while, people from the relevant departments came.
With Hu Xiqian's care, these people were very polite to Zhang Xian and did not take him back to take a statement.
Wan Lianlian, who was standing by, walked cautiously to Xiao Meng's side and whispered, "Zhang Xian seems to be very imposing."
I have never seen anyone from the relevant department be so respectful to anyone. When Xiao Meng heard someone praising her lover, she immediately became proud. That's right, my Xiao Xian is the best.
Wan Lianlian. This bite of dog food really caught me off guard. Xia family. I'm so angry, so angry. Xia Tianjun, look at your daughter, she's grown up and you can't keep her at home. She still hasn't answered my call.
Tian Yushan was so angry that her whole body was shaking.
She walked around the hall again and again, feeling very anxious.
The longer my daughter stays out, the greater the possibility that something like that will happen between her and that bastard.
Alright, stop turning around. I'm going to get dizzy if you keep turning around. What's the point of being anxious? You agreed to let her go on a trip.
Now that it's happened and you can't find her, there's no point in being anxious.
Xia Tianjun already had a headache, and his wife's actions made his headache even worse. How can I not be anxious?
What if Zhang Xian cares a lot about a woman's first time?
Tian Yushan said, her face full of worry. What era is it now? Do you think it's still the same as our time? Don't worry, Brother Zhang won't care about this. Let's wait and see.
I'll contact Brother Zhang right now and invite him to our house when school starts. As for you, just pretend nothing happened, call Xiaomeng home, let them meet, and leave the rest to God.
Xia Tianjun is quite open-minded. What are you waiting for school to start? Invite Zhang Xian to our house right away. I'll also find a way to get that little girl back home. Tian Yushan said impatiently. This kind of thing should be done sooner rather than later.
Who knows what will happen if the two young people become so passionate about each other.
Once things got out of control, she had no place to cry. Let Xiaomeng come back? I wonder if you have a way. Xia Tianjun looked at his wife curiously.
Tian Yushan frowned, her daughter was too opinionated, it was difficult to get her to go home obediently.
Mom and Dad, I'm back.
At this moment, the voice of his son Xiakai came. A light suddenly flashed through Tian Yushan's mind, and she looked at her son with fiery eyes.
Xiao Kai, come here.
Xia Kai was stared at by his mother, and his body couldn't help but tremble, as if something bad was waiting for him.
Mom, I'm sleepy and I'm going to bed. Let's talk about it tomorrow.
Xia Kai was about to slip away when Tian Yushan grabbed his ear.
Oh, Mom, it hurts so much, I'm dying.
Xia Kai quickly begged for mercy. Kid, where is your sister?
Do you know? Have no idea. You answered so readily, it seems you really know. Tian Yushan knew her son too well.
Looking at his expression, this kid must know something. Xia Kai was speechless for a while. His mother was too cunning and it was almost impossible to deceive her.
Tell me, where did your sister go? I found out that your sister gave you more than 200,000 yuan some time ago. You must have done something for your sister. Tian Yushan looked at Xia Kai with a smile.
Mom, I'm your sister's younger brother.
You and Dad don't give me money, so isn't it normal for my sister to give me money?
I'm not saying anything bad about you, Mom and Dad, but you only give me 10,000 yuan a month. What can I do with it? I'm in college, not high school. If it weren't for my sister, your son would have starved to death long ago.
Xia Kai looked at his parents speechlessly.
Xia Tianjun was furious when he heard this, and he pointed at Xia Kai's nose and scolded him.
10,000 yuan is too little? Do you know how much your father's monthly living expenses were when he was in college? 150 yuan, and even then I had to split it with your mother. I give you 10,000 yuan a month, and you think it's too little?
When your sister comes back, I will tell her that if she gives you another penny, I will sever the father-daughter relationship with her.
Xia Kai was very disdainful when he heard this, and muttered, severing the father-daughter relationship? My sister would love it.
What did you say, kid?
Xia Tian's handsome neck has become thick.
Don't let him change the subject.
Xia Kai, tell me the truth. Where is that boy from?
If you tell me, I will give you 200,000 yuan in pocket money every year. If you don't, not only will I not let your sister give you any, but your 10,000 yuan living expenses will also become 1,000 yuan.
Tian Yushan grabbed Xia Kai's ears fiercely. No, I can't be a traitor.
Xia Kai said righteously and sternly.
300,000. No. 400,000, will you tell me or not? If you don't, I won't have a cent left. I don't know. I can't possibly betray my sister.
Xia Kai clenched his fists, vowing to stand by Xia Meng forever. Then he unlocked his phone, put it on the table, and turned away.
Oomph, little bastard, can't I cure you? Tian Yushan picked up Xia Kai's phone, found Xia Meng's number and dialed it. Beep, beep.
The moment the call was connected, Tian Yushan's face was instantly filled with black lines. She was actually blocked by her own daughter.
Hey, bro, why are you calling me? Did Lao Tian force you to tell me my whereabouts?
Don't tell her, I have blocked her for the past 7 days, she will never be able to find me.
Chapter 94 Brother Zhang, you have to do me a favor. The black lines on Tian Yushan's face could almost be woven into cloth.
Get back here right now, or I'll take your ID card and household registration booklet and find someone to get a marriage certificate with you. This girl actually blocked her own mother. How despicable. Upon hearing this, Xia Meng on the other end of the phone jumped up from the bed.
Old Tian, you want to force me to death?
Xia Meng knew that her mother was not just talking, but could really do it.
She was also wondering how the ID card was lost at home.
It must have been hidden by her mother. Although she applied for a new one, she had the old ID card and the household registration booklet. Her mother could have done it with some unusual means. After taking a look at the caller ID on her cell phone, Xia Meng immediately concluded that it was her brother who betrayed her.
You damn bastard, don't even think about asking me for a penny from now on. Xia Meng was furious. What do you mean I'm going to kill you? You're the one who's going to kill me. I trust you so much, but what about you? You said you were traveling with Xiao Shuai and the others, but you were actually having a tryst with a man. I'm giving you 2 choices now. 1, if you come back honestly, I won't force you to go on blind dates anymore. Break up with that boy and go to school honestly. If he really loves you, I'll give him a chance after you graduate. 2nd, bring him back now and let me see. If you can convince me, I will never care about your business again. These are the only 2 options, you can choose.
Seeing her mother give an ultimatum, Xia Meng pouted, feeling very aggrieved. What are you afraid of? Zhang Xian is not bad, just take him to meet your parents directly. Wan Lianlian on the side reminded in a low voice. Xia Meng was stunned for a moment, then her eyes lit up, and she immediately said, Okay, Mom, we have a deal, I will take my junior back now. No problem. Tian Yushan gave Xia Tianjun an okay gesture and hung up the phone. Seeing this, Xia Tianjun immediately called Zhang Xian's cell phone. Zhang Xian was stunned when he received Xia Tianjun's call. Brother Zhang, you have to help your brother this time. Brother Xia, what's the matter? Tell me. So you agree? Zhang Xian's face darkened when he heard that. You haven't even said what it is yet, so he won't agree to anything. You speak first. It's like this. My daughter is just a sophomore in college. I have placed my greatest hopes in her. My Xia Entertainment will be handed over to her in the future. But she is in a relationship. Doesn't this affect my plans? So, brother, you must do me this favor. Don't get me wrong, I'm not asking you to really become my son-in-law. As long as you show up, I'm sure that person will back down. Zhang Xian frowned when he heard Xia Tianjuan's words. This was asking him to break up a young couple. This is too immoral, and Zhang Xian subconsciously feels disgusted with doing such a thing. Brother, you don't have to feel bad. That man just coveted our Xia family's property. He was even arrogant enough to admit it in front of me. He was definitely deceiving my daughter. Brother, if you don't help me, our Xia family will be finished. After hearing Xia Tianjuan's words, Zhang Xian's discomfort instantly disappeared. So this is what was going on. There are many such shameless people in TV dramas. They rely on the trust of girls and do unscrupulous and immoral things. Okay, but brother Xia, I'm accompanying my girlfriend right now, let's wait until school starts. No, that guy will be here tomorrow. He is using the emperor to control the princes. He is here with my daughter to confront me. If you are not here, I might jump off the building. Hearing that Zhang Xian still wanted to accompany his girlfriend, Xia Tianjun was unhappy. Zhang Xian is his chosen son-in-law, so how could he allow Zhang Xian to accompany other girls? Besides, Xia Meng is about to bring that bastard back, and without Zhang Xian, wouldn't their plan be ruined? Zhang Xian frowned when he heard Xia Tianjun say this. He just came back. He finally had parents and a girlfriend. At this moment, he just wanted to spend these 7 days with his family. Since the time is not right, then brother Xia, please find someone else. I'm hanging up. No, brother Zhang, aren't you just watching someone die without helping? How about this, you look at your time, I'll try to delay for a few days, okay, brother Zhang? Seeing that Xia Tianjun said so, Zhang Xian had no choice but to agree. After hanging up the phone, Xia Tianjun immediately told Tian Yushan what Zhang Xian said, and Tian Yushan was depressed. I don't want to wait even one more day. If I wait one more day, that damn girl will be in danger. What will you do if they come back and tell you, Mom and Dad, congratulations, you are going to be grandparents? Thinking of that scene, Xia Tianjun couldn't help but shudder. But if Zhang Xian didn't want to come, there was nothing he could do. Zhang Xian's strength was above his, and he could only be suppressed by others. He had no ability to force Zhang Xian to do anything. The old couple sat together inside Villa number 8. Well, Xia Meng was a little confused. She looked up at the starry sky, not knowing how to tell Zhang Xian. What are you so fussing about? Isn't it just about meeting his parents? You've already met his parents, so isn't it only natural for him to meet yours? Wan Lianlian said with a pout as she enjoyed the moonlight bath. But I just met Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang today. Isn't it a bit inhumane to let Zhang Xian go back with me today? Xia Meng was conflicted. You are stupid. Just say it directly. Then Zhang Xian's parents will take action without you urging them. As Wan Lianlian finished her words, Xia Meng's beautiful eyes flashed with brilliance. Lying on the roof of the villa, Zhang Xian looked up at the starry sky and reviewed what had happened in the past month. Everything seemed so dreamy. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. After thinking for a long time, I had no clue at all, so I simply stopped thinking about it. The starry skies of the two worlds are exactly the same. Is this really not the Earth? Zhang Xian murmured. Just then, a meteor passed by. Zhang Xian murmured, I am most afraid that I am just like this shooting star.
Although it is dazzling, it only lasts for a moment.
As he spoke, he couldn't help but focus all his attention on the shooting star. The next moment, a scene that made him dumbfounded appeared. In his eyes, the meteor that disappeared like lightning suddenly slowed down. Zhang Xian's eyes widened. How could this be possible? It happened again. That moment when the pause button was pressed at the amusement park. At this moment, even the speed of the meteors slowed down. No, it's not that the meteors are slowing down. Nothing has changed, it's just that his perception has become faster, so everything seems to have slowed down. It's just like when two trains are traveling at the same speed, they appear to be motionless.
The principle is the same. Relatively still. Is this a change brought about by mental power?
Zhang Xian clenched his fists excitedly.
Is everything in the novel true? Chapter 95 Wan Lianlian's shock.
The next moment, a feeling of dizziness suddenly came over Zhang Xian, and he quickly closed his eyes and dared not look at the shooting star again. He understood why he fainted in the amusement park last time.
Mental overuse.
This time, his mental strength increased, so he did not fall into a coma.
If his mental power continues to increase, can he even become the Flash?
After closing my eyes for half an hour, the uncomfortable feeling disappeared completely. At this moment, a feeling of palpitations suddenly emerged.
Zhang Xian stood up.
Looking around, he saw a few people slowly walking towards him. Those people seemed to be just taking a walk, but Zhang Xian was very sure that their target was him.
Moreover, the strength of these people is not inferior to Lin Kong.
As if they noticed his gaze, those people smiled at him, and one of them stretched out his hand and hooked his finger at him.
Zhang Xian's expression was startled.
These people came with ill intentions and were most likely sent by the Lin family.
I didn't expect the Lin family to act so quickly.
Similarly, the impression of the Lin family in his mind became even worse.
These people came at the right time to verify his guess. Zhang Xian jumped down with a leap. Boom!
It fell to the ground with a dull thud. Zhang Xian walked towards those people.
He didn't notice that this scene was seen by Wan Lianlian in Villa number 8.
She stared blankly at Zhang Xian's back, her little face flushed.
That's a 3-story villa.
Zhang Xian jumped straight down from a height of more than 10 meters, and nothing happened to him at all.
His body didn't even bend.
It was as simple as jumping down from a staircase.
Wan Lianlian looked at Xiaomeng beside her, her beautiful eyes sparkling with brilliance. No, how can I steal my best friend's boyfriend? Wan Lianlian shook her head vigorously. But, he's so handsome. Only a man like this is worthy of me. It must be very comfortable to be with a man like this. Thinking of some scenes that are not suitable for children, Wan Lianlian blushed. Lianlian, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Xiaomeng looked at her best friend curiously and asked. Nothing, maybe it's because the weather is cold and I caught a cold. Wan Lianlian explained absent-mindedly. Xiaomeng looked at the sweat on the two men, speechless. Wan Lianlian pondered for a while, then asked cautiously, Xiaomeng, what would you do if another girl also fell in love with your boyfriend? Xiaomeng didn't think much about it and said casually, so what? This shows that I have a good eye.
Besides, it's normal for a man as outstanding as Xiao Xian to have more women who love him. But I am confident that Xiao Xian belongs to me alone.
Wan Lianlian pondered for a moment and continued, what I mean is, if that girl is very capable and Zhang Xian likes you and also likes her, what would you do? Xiaomeng laughed dumbly, if that girl is so capable, then I don't mind sharing Xiao Xian with other girls. Really?
Wan Lianlian sat up, looking at Xiaomeng with shining eyes.
Seeing her best friend's big reaction, Xiaomeng asked suspiciously, Lianlian, are you attracted to Xiao Xian? How is that possible? Wan Lianlian was embarrassed when she was found out, and she immediately denied it. I know he is your lover, how could I possibly fall for him? Besides, if I fell for him, I would have taken action long ago. Why would I leave him to you? Although Xiaomeng was suspicious, she believed that what Wan Lianlian said was true. This girl is a crazy woman.
If she had taken a fancy to someone, she would have taken action long ago.
Xiaomeng, I have something to do. I'll be out for a while.
If you feel sleepy, go to sleep first.
You don't have to wait for me. Wan Lianlian couldn't wait to see what Zhang Xian was going to do. All right.
Xiaomeng didn't care, but just lay there with her eyes narrowed.
Zhang Xian walked up to those people.
You're quite courageous. The leader spoke calmly, but it gave people a great sense of pressure. Zhang Xian laughed in silence and said calmly, "You guys are quite courageous."
Presumptuous.
Court death. Upon hearing this, several members of the Lin family became furious and wanted to take action immediately, but because of the rules, they held back.
"Let's go to a deserted place," the leader said.
Zhang Xian was relieved to see that these people didn't want to fight here.
It seemed that Hu Xiqian was right. These people didn't dare to really violate the country's regulations. This is a good thing, it means the parents are safe.
Several people walked towards the lake. Several people from the Lin family locked their minds on Zhang Xian, and Zhang Xian was also on guard against the Lin family's actions.
Both sides actually didn't notice that there was a tail following them. Wan Lianlian followed behind nervously, her heart about to jump out of her chest. She didn't dare to breathe deeply and followed closely behind.
Just when she was wondering what Zhang Xian was going to do with these people, Zhang Xian and his companions came to the lake.
Roar!
Suddenly, a person from the Lin family turned around, stepped on the ground with one foot, and shot towards Zhang Xian like a sharp arrow, leaving a footprint on the ground.
Ah! Wan Lianlian almost screamed when she saw this scene.
She looked at the man in surprise.
How could one person be so powerful? How is this different from what's shown on TV? What should Zhang Xian do? Was she going to die here? Was she going to die too?
At this moment, Zhang Xian moved, retreated with one foot, and at the same time, his right hand turned into a tiger and punched out.
Bang!
The man from the Lin family flew backwards.
Let's do it together. He's quite powerful, let's attack together.
When several people from the Lin family saw this scene, they suddenly blocked all of Zhang Xian's retreat routes and rushed towards Zhang Xian together.
Ah! Seeing the scene, Wan Lianlian exclaimed.
The two fighting parties immediately discovered Wan Lianlian in the dark, but at the moment they were fighting fiercely and no one had time to pay attention to her. Seeing several people coming at him together, Zhang Xian put away his fist, stood upright, and focused his mind.
Humph, are you scared? Do you think we will let you go if you surrender? You are dreaming. Die.
Seeing Zhang Xian like this, several people from the Lin family sneered and moved faster.
Zhang Xian, run. Wan Lianlian stood up and shouted.
Kill her later and destroy the body.
We won't be able to find any traces of her. Good.
The Lin family discussed unscrupulously. Zhang Xian closed his eyes, and when he opened them, the whole world seemed to slow down.
Zhang Xian was overjoyed, it really worked.
He bent his knees suddenly and rushed forward.
Boom!
A member of the Lin family was knocked flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. Without stopping, Zhang Xian punched the other man in the chest. With a crisp sound of bones, his fist hit the man and several ribs were broken. At the same time, Zhang Xian suddenly jumped up and hit the necks of the two Lin family members with his knees.
Crack! Both had broken necks.
Zhang Xian changed his hands into crane palms, and like a sharp sword, he gently slashed the necks of the other two people.
Crack!
Finally, the two men fell limply to the ground, their eyes filled with resentment and despair.
Chapter 96 Brother Zhang, you are so awesome.
All this seems to take a long time, but in fact it only takes 2 seconds. After doing all this, Zhang Xian felt dizzy.
He quickly held onto a poplar tree and avoided falling down. My head aches like something is about to burst out of my head.
Wan Lianlian closed her eyes and screamed in panic. When she realized there was no movement and opened her eyes, only Zhang Xian was sitting there by the lake. She was so frightened that her pants were wet. Fortunately, this place is far away from the residential area, otherwise I would definitely be scared sick by her screaming. Zhang Xian sat down cross-legged.
When she realized it was really safe, Wan Lianlian ran over immediately.
Zhang Xian opened his eyes and looked at her.
He didn't even want to move at this moment. Zhang Xian, are you okay? Not caring about being scared to death, Wan Lianlian asked cautiously.
I saw several people lying on the ground, and I didn't know whether they were dead or alive. Help me take my cell phone out of my pocket, Zhang Xian said in a dry voice. Wan Lianlian immediately leaned over and took out the mobile phone from Zhang Xian's pocket, and dialed a number according to Zhang Xian's instructions.
Hey, Brother Zhang, what's up? Hu Xiqian's heroic voice came from the microphone.
Brother Hu, I have something to trouble you. Hu Xiqian on the other end of the phone immediately stopped smiling and felt a pang in his heart.
It's over. Something had happened. What's up?
Hu Xiqian did not agree directly, but asked. He can help Zhang Xian, but the prerequisite is that Zhang Xian has not committed any crime. The relevant departments belong to the country and the people of Daxia, and they cannot be accomplices to the evil. The Lin family is here. Just wait, I'll be right there. When he heard that it was someone from the Lin family, Hu Xiqian swallowed his saliva. At the same time, anger rose in his heart. The Lin family was too presumptuous. They actually dared to send someone to take action. He immediately dialed a number. What's the matter? Your sister-in-law and I are doing that. Get lost, have you behaved yourself? Before the angry words on the other end could be finished, they were interrupted by a female voice. Hu Xiqian looked embarrassed, but Zhang Xian's matter was too important. Boss, the Lin family has taken action against Zhang Xian. What? Damn, do the people in the Lin family want to die? Send me the address. I'll go take a look. Damn, I want to see what the Lin family is planning to do. Wife, let's do it tomorrow. Don't worry, I will definitely give it to you 7 times as promised. Roll. Hu Xiqian quickly hung up the phone, not daring to listen any further. Some things can kill you if you know too much. 7 times? Oh my god, the boss is so awesome. Zhang Xian, you are so awesome, are you Superman? Wan Lianlian's eyes were about to turn into hearts, and she looked at Zhang Xian with such a fiery gaze that it almost melted Zhang Xian. So awesome. Zhang Xian closed his eyes and rested. His mental strength must have been exhausted. Just at this moment, people from the relevant departments of Bincheng arrived. They must have received instructions from Hu Xiqian, and they blocked this place after they came here. Fortunately, it was nighttime and not many people passed by here. A man walked up to Zhang Xian and saw the scene. His eyes froze. It was obvious that he knew these people from the Lin family. When he looked at Zhang Xian again, his eyes had changed. Brother Zhang, are you okay? Zhang Xian opened his eyes and smiled bitterly. Fortunately, the Lin family only sent these few people, otherwise he would really be in trouble this time. Others don't know what Zhang Xian is thinking. If they knew, he would spit out all the water he drank. Although the Lin family only sent a few people, they are all masters. These masters are undoubtedly strong men who can fight against 30 people alone. Each of these people is a treasure of the Lin family, and this time 5 or 6 of them died at once. The Lin family is going to cry. It's okay. Thank you, Brother Chang. Cheng Yong shook his head repeatedly. Zhang Xian had a good relationship with the higher-ups and there was a high possibility that he would be developed into one of their men. With skills like Zhang Xian, he would definitely be a high-ranking official once he entered the relevant department. Just then, a helicopter flew over from a distance. Cheng Yong knew that Hu Xiqian had arrived, and quickly asked someone to lead the way. Zhang Xian's spirit finally recovered. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but after he recovered, his spirit seemed to be stronger than before. But he really didn't want to experience the pain he just felt again. It felt like the head was about to be pried open, as if something was about to come out. Damn it, you sons of bitches from the Lin family, stand still for me. You are so brave that you dare to fight here. Do you want to die? A loud voice was heard, and Zhang Xian saw 2 people walking towards him from a distance. The leader was wearing shorts, a vest, and slippers. Instead, Hu Xiqian walked behind the man with a respectful look on his face, wearing a uniform, and taking each step as if it had been measured out. When Cheng Yong saw the man walking in front of him, he immediately stood up straight and whispered to Zhang Xian, Brother Zhang, that's Shi Jun, the deputy director of the relevant department in Dongshan. Zhang Xian didn't know what position the ministers of relevant departments in this world were equivalent to on Earth, but looking at the looks of Cheng Yong and Hu Xiqian, he knew that Shi Jun had a very high status. Shi Jun wanted to curse again, but as he walked, he was dumbfounded and even a little confused when he saw several people lying on the ground. Hu Xiqian was in a similar mood. He hurried to Zhang Xian's side and asked in a low voice, Brother Zhang, you did it? When Hu Xiqian saw that Zhang Xian admitted it, he was stunned for a moment. Awesome. He thought he knew Zhang Xian well enough, but it seemed that he underestimated him. These are all masters. Just die like that? Is Zhang Xian so powerful? Shi Jun's eyes froze, but his mind was in a whirlwind at this moment. Zhang Xian didn't know that at this moment Shi Jun was feeling very excited and kept shouting awesome. He looked at Zhang Xian in astonishment, not understanding when such a great god appeared in Dongshan. Awesome.
Those who were taken down were not ordinary people. Each of them was extremely powerful and would be at the deputy minister level in relevant departments. If these people fought against him, he would beat them up one by one, but if they joined forces, he would be no match for them. But just a few of them were killed by Zhang Xian. Shi Jun didn't think that these shameless people from the Lin family would show any morality and challenge Zhang Xian in a one-on-one duel. No, people like this must be brought into the relevant departments of Dongshan. This way, their strength will be improved and they will be able to handle cases with ease. Shi Jun made a decision at this moment. Now that the decision has been made, everything is easy to talk about. Shi Jun came to Zhang Xian and said, "Ha, you must be the brother Zhang that Lao Hu mentioned, right? You are indeed a handsome man. Is this your girlfriend? She is so damn pretty, comparable to my wife. Chang Yong. Hu Xiqian. Zhang Xian." Wan Lianlian was stunned at first, but then she felt happy. "Brother Zhang, come with me and explain everything." Good. Since they had to go to the relevant department, Wan Lianlian naturally couldn't follow. Fortunately, this place was very close to Villa number 8, so Cheng Yong sent someone to take her back. Zhang Xian and his team came to the relevant departments in Binchang. Chapter 97 Consultant. Wan Lianlian returned to the villa, still in shock. "What's wrong, Lianlian?" Xia Meng asked puzzledly when she saw Wan Lianlian like this. Nothing. Hearing Xia Meng's voice, Wan Lianlian felt a little guilty, as if what she was about to do was to snatch a toy from her best friend. "I won't give up. I'm sorry, Meng." Thinking of the moment she had seen before, Wan Lianlian's belief became even stronger. She absolutely cannot give up on such an excellent man so easily, otherwise she will regret it for the rest of her life. Relevant departments of Binchang. After hearing Zhang Xian's description, Shi Jun was shocked. Of course, Zhang Xian did not tell anyone about his mental power. This is his last means of saving his life, and it must not be known to outsiders unless it is absolutely necessary. You said that when they surrounded you, you entered a strange state? Then you didn't know what happened, and when you came to your senses, they were dead. Shi Jun fell into deep thought and looked at Hu Xiqian. They are all martial artists and are extremely envious of Zhang Xian's condition. To those who practice martial arts, this state is an epiphany that comes only once in a lifetime. And in battle, it is the most difficult to encounter. In this state, it is easy to master one or two exquisite kung fu moves. Articles are naturally formed, and they are created by a skilled hand. The same principle applies to martial arts. As long as the martial artist writes down the moves performed in that state, it can easily become his unique skill. Shi Jun had entered such a state before, but Zhang Xian might have encountered too many enemies and was too nervous, so he didn't have the mind to remember it, and such a good opportunity was wasted. But they also understood. After all, their opponents were 5 or 6 masters of the same level. It was good enough for them to survive. How could they have the mind to remember these moves? Well, the two of them silently felt sorry for Zhang Xian as it was such a good opportunity. But it's good to be able to survive. Zhang Xian is still young, it's not that he has no chance. Brother Zhang, I have an idea. I wonder if I should tell you or not. Shi Jun thought for a moment and spoke. What's the matter? Brother Shi, tell me. Zhang Xian was puzzled. Shi Jun was the kind of carefree person. What could have happened that made him so shy? Let me tell you. Hu Xiqian looked at Shi Jun. Seeing Shi Jun nod, he smiled and looked at Zhang Xian. Brother Zhang, we want to recruit you to the relevant department. What do you think? Cheng Yong, who was standing by, heard this and thought to himself that it was indeed the case. The eldest brother likes people like Zhang Xian who are not from the family the most. Because such people have a higher awareness of the government, unlike those people from aristocratic families. In their eyes, the family comes first and then the country, and everything they do is for the welfare of their own family. Zhang Xian was stunned when he heard this. Enter the relevant department? It had never occurred to him that something like this would happen. For him, the relevant department, whether on earth or here, is a department he dare not hope for. However, once you enter the relevant department, you will have to give up your business activities according to the regulations. After all, important officials are not allowed to do business. This is an iron rule. Hu Xiqian said. Once you have power, it's easy to make money. Shi Jun was stunned when he heard this and looked at Zhang Xian. He asked Hu Xiqian to investigate Zhang Xian, but he hadn't looked into it yet. He really didn't know that Zhang Xian was also doing business. But it's not his fault. After all, who would have thought that a freshman would go into business? Sure, Jun didn't care. In his opinion, he was just a freshman. Even if he worked hard, he was mostly relying on his parents' support and doing a small business. Even if he gave up, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, sure, Jun didn't know. Zhang Xian felt disappointed when he heard this. He really couldn't give up a company worth hundreds of billions of dollars. I still have too many things to do, which concern the livelihoods of many people. This time I can only thank my two brothers for their consideration. Sure, Jun was a little confused. Was he rejected? Hu Xiqian thought to himself that this was indeed the case. When Sure Jun mentioned it on the plane, he knew that it was unlikely. When he saw the investigation about Zhang Xian, he was also shocked. He is so young, but worth hundreds of billions. He is a genius. What is more important is that Zhang Xian's strength is too strong. Chang Yang on the side was a little dumbfounded. Zhang Xian refused? It shouldn't be. Brother Zhang, you can entrust the company to a professional manager and just take the profits. Sure, Jun still didn't want to give up. Brother, the plate is too big, I don't trust you to hand it over to others. Zhang Xian was really worried about leaving such a large industry to a professional manager. Chang Yang and Sure Jun were stunned when they heard this. The plate was too big? How big? Boss, you don't know yet, Brother Zhang is the chairman of Dongshan Industrial. Hiss. Sure, Jun was confused. He is also the new boss of Tao Yuanju. Fuck. Sure, Jun couldn't help but swear, and Cheng Yan's eyes widened. Isn't Zhang Xian just the chairman of Bincheng International? How come he has two such big identities? No wonder Zhang Xian was reluctant. Hundreds of billions. It's not that the plate is too big. The place is too big. Especially the new boss of Tao Yuanju, what does this mean? Chang Yang doesn't know yet, but Sure Jun knows. He smiled bitterly. In that case, Brother Zhang, I would like you to serve as a consultant for the relevant departments of Dongshan. What do you think? When we need your help, we also hope that Brother Zhang will lend a hand. No problem. Zhang Xian agreed readily. Sure Jun and Hu Xiqian breathed a sigh of relief, and Hu Xiqian threw the certificate representing Zhang Xian's consultant identity to Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian and Sure Jun were stunned. It seems that Hu Xiqian had already guessed this result. Brother Zhang, don't worry. I will fend off the Lin family for you. Damn, I want to see how bold the Lin family is. They even dare to touch our people. After the task was accomplished, Sure Jun and Hu Xiqian did not stop and left directly on a helicopter. When Zhang Xian came out of the relevant department, the sun had already climbed up the horizon. After not sleeping all night, he didn't feel sleepy at all. Stop a taxi and drive towards Guanlan International. Xia Meng nervously pressed the doorbell. The door opened. When Zhang Shaoli saw that it was Xia Meng, she immediately welcomed her in warmly. Auntie, where is Xia Shen? I don't know. It seems that the dead boy went out early in the morning and is not in the room. Zhang Shaoli replied nonchalantly. Xia Meng felt lost. Xiao Meng, you're here just in time. Let's have dinner together. Zhang Ping came out with breakfast. Seeing Xia Meng coming, he immediately said enthusiastically and signaled his wife with his eyes to ask quickly. Zhang Shaoli took Xia Meng's hand and came to the sofa. Xiao Meng, come here, Auntie asks you something. Xia Meng followed Zhang Shaoli and sat on the sofa in confusion. Xiao Meng, is your father's name Xia Tianjun? Is your mother's name Tian Yushan? Ah. Xia Meng was stunned for a moment, and her little face turned red instantly. Unexpectedly, Aunt Zhang remembered it first when that bastard Zhang Xian didn't remember it. I'm sorry, Aunt Zhang, It's really you. Zhang Shaoli's eyes lit up and she reached out and stroked Xia Meng's head. Xia Meng immediately became as obedient as a kitten. Chapter 98 The son-in-law I have chosen is Zhang Xian. Zhang Shaoli had always liked Xia Meng when she was a child, and now she looked at Xia Meng with even more loving eyes. Girl, when I was a child, I decided that you would be the daughter-in-law of my Zhang family. I didn't expect that you would come to my doorstep when you grew up. Ha ha ha. Zhang Shaoli held Xia Meng in her arms and laughed happily. When Zhang Ping heard what his wife said, he knew the result and the smile on his face became even brighter.
Xiaomeng, don't worry, your uncle Zhang and I will stand by you from now on.
Zhang Xian won't dare to bully you.
Zhang Xiaoli has already regarded herself as a mother-in-law.
Thank you, Mom.
Xiaomeng was stunned for a moment, a blush appeared on her fair neck, and she spoke in a low voice. After saying that, her face turned even redder.
I accidentally called out Mom.
Good. When Zhang Xiaoli heard the word mom, her whole body melted.
Mom, Xiao Xian has something wrong here. Xiaomeng pointed at his head and asked doubtfully, is there something wrong? It seems like he has lost some of his memories.
Hearing Xiaomeng's words, Zhang Xiaoli did not hide it, nodded and said, Xiao Xian had a serious illness when he was 10 years old, and his brain was almost burned out.
He can't remember anything before the age of 10.
Xiaomeng thought to herself that it was no wonder.
Dad, Mom, I'm back.
Just at this moment, Zhang Xian came back from outside. When Xiaomeng heard Zhang Xian's voice, her eyes lit up. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoli's eyes were full of smiles.
Daughter, eat some of this. Daughter, this is not bad either, eat more.
The four of them sat together, and Zhang Ping and Zhang Xiaoli started feeding the babies like crazy.
Zhang Xian was speechless. From this scene, Xiaomeng looked like the old couple's biological daughter, and he was adopted. Eat, you little brat. I don't know how lucky you are to meet a girl as good as Xiaomeng. Noticing Zhang Xian's gaze, Zhang Xiaoli glared at Zhang Xian and sneered. Zhang Xian. He was depressed. What happened to his mother? Kid, remember, be nice to Xiaomeng in the future and don't bully her.
If there is anything, you are a man, remember to give way to Xiaomeng and don't let her get wronged.
If I find out, I will beat you to death. Did you hear that?
Zhang Ping also started to scold.
Well. Zhang Xian was confused. What happened to his father and mother? Was Xiaomeng casting some kind of spell on me? He. Xiaomeng was very satisfied with the result and looked at Zhang Xian proudly.
Zhang Xian was speechless. Mom and Dad, I don't think I bullied her, right?
I know you don't have it. If you did, your mother and I wouldn't be telling you right now.
I would have picked up a stick and started beating you. Zhang Ping glared at Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian was even more speechless, his face full of black lines.
Don't worry, elders. How could I bear to bully such a good daughter-in-law? I will definitely protect her like a treasure.
Why does it act like he is the son-in-law and Xiaomeng is the daughter? Zhang Xian muttered to himself. Zhang Ping and Zhang Xiaoli then nodded in satisfaction. Xiaomeng lowered her head shyly, and when she noticed Zhang Xian's gaze on her, she glared at Zhang Xian fiercely, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised in satisfaction. She now has the support of Zhang Xian's parents. If Zhang Xian treats her badly in the future, someone will stand up for her.
Xiao Xian, take Xiaomeng back quickly and visit Xiaomeng's home. Since you two are together, you should at least tell brother Xia about this.
Zhang Ping said calmly. He was extremely satisfied with Xiaomeng as his daughter-in-law, and of course the sooner they decided on her, the better.
However, this is an in-law relationship between two families, which requires the consent of both families.
I haven't stayed at home long enough. Zhang Xian was dumbfounded when he heard this. It had only been 4 days since he returned, and school still had 3 days before it started.
Wasn't it too early to go back now?
Your mother and I waited so long for you to leave so we could spend some quality time together, but you came back just 1 month after leaving.
Do you think we care about you? Go back now.
Zhang Ping said with a look of disgust.
We. Xiaomeng looked at Zhang Xian jokingly, it felt good to have someone protecting you.
Unlike Lao Tian and Lao Xia, who were eager to marry her off.
Thank you, Mom and Dad.
Hey! Hearing Xiaomeng calling Mom and Dad, Zhang Ping and Zhang Xiaoli were so happy that they couldn't sit still.
Zhang Xian. Didn't he go out all night? What exactly happened this night? How come it seems like a century has passed? Did he miss something? Even your parents are called?
Yesterday this girl was shy when she saw her parents, but today she started showing off. Xiaomeng stuck out her tongue at Zhang Xian, who was full of confusion, and her fair face was full of pride.
It's better to do it sooner rather than later. After you finish your meal, go back quickly.
Once you get Lao Xia and the others' consent, we will arrange an engagement for you during the new year. Zhang Xiaoli looked at the two young people and felt somewhat relieved and emotional. I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. Back then, the two little ones couldn't even stand steadily, but now they are getting engaged. After dinner, Zhang Ping and Zhang Xiaoli drove Zhang Xian out regardless of his reluctance.
Mom and Dad, you must be careful. As for the company, it is for you to play with.
Leave anything to Sister Ru Xin and Shen Jun, don't do everything yourself.
Get lost, I know.
Zhang Ping waved his hand to drive him away with a look of disgust.
Let us go. Zhang Shen looked at his father and mother, started the car and drove away.
Zhang Ping and Zhang Xiaoli watched Zhang Xian's car slowly disappear from their sight, but they were still unwilling to go back. Zhang Xiaoli's eyes were already filled with tears. Oh, my son has grown up. There was a hint of solemnity in the depths of Zhang Ping's eyes.
What's wrong?
Zhang Xiaoli felt her husband's seriousness and asked in confusion.
Xiao Xian is involved with Tao Yuanju. Have you forgotten that Tao Yuanju belongs to that person? Now that person is cooperating with Zhang Xian. Is this matter so simple? Zhang Xiaoli's face suddenly became anxious when she heard this. What does he want to do?
Xiao Xian was raised by us.
Well, let's wait and see.
I told Xiao Xian to apply to Magic City University, but he refused.
Is this destined by God?
Hearing Zhang Ping's words, Zhang Xiaoli's beautiful eyes became filled with worry.
In the car. Senior, how did you do that? Zhang Xian asked with a smile.
Humph. Xia Meng pinched her waist. I won't tell you.
Anyway, if you dare to bully me in the future, you can try it. How could that be? We in the Zhang family don't have the gene to bully women. Hey. Xia Meng laughed, feeling more relaxed than ever before. I'll inform my parents and go see them when I get back. Good.
After all, Zhang Xian is now a wealthy man worth hundreds of billions, so he is not afraid of this matter. Xia Meng said this and called her mother Tian Yushan.
Hey, do you still have your mother? Tian Yushan's voice, clearly filled with resentment, came from the microphone.
Xiao Xian and I will go there tonight, you get ready.
Hearing this, Tian Yushan became nervous. Damn, is this little bastard who dared to seduce her daughter finally willing to show up?
Humph, this time, she is going to teach this little bastard a lesson. The son-in-law I have chosen is Zhang Xian.
Whoever comes will be kicked out by me. Chapter 99. Something happened. Okay, Xiao Xian, are you nervous?
Xia Meng looked at Zhang Xian curiously.
No, I like you, not your parents.
If they agree, I will treat them well. If they don't agree, I will kidnap you and live in darkness in the villa every day.
When you give birth to a baby, we will see if they will recognize it.
Zhang Xian said viciously. Xia Meng spat, but there was a smile in her eyes. It feels so good to hear the man you love say that he loves you.
Ding, the God-level selection system is starting up. Option 1, vigorously develop Bin Duong. Reward, wealth plus 100 billion, physical fitness plus 10, spirit plus 10. Option 2, give up developing Bintan. Reward, the host will receive the title of ungrateful and a Koenigsegg.
Note, after the host obtains the title of ungrateful, his defense will be permanently increased by plus 1000, and his agility will be permanently reduced by 1000. Hearing the voice in his mind, Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment, then arrived at the service area and stopped. Xia Meng went to the bathroom, and Zhang Xian called Wang Chuan's cell phone.
Mr. Zhang.
I got a copy of Binqing's urban planning map for the next 20 years.
You can study it carefully. Don't worry, this map is absolutely reliable. The planning map provided by the system will never be wrong.
Now, wealth is just a string of numbers to Zhang Xian and it has no substantial meaning. What Zhang Xian values is the increase in physical and mental fitness rewarded by the system.
Wang Chuan on the other end of the phone widened his eyes with a look of disbelief. Urban construction plan?
Zhang Xian actually managed to get such confidential stuff.
Wang Chuan had no doubt about Zhang Xian's words.
In recent times, Zhang Xian had continued to inject funds into the company, and Tao Yuanju's market value continued to grow. He became more and more confident in Zhang Xian's strength.
By the way, don't you want to expand the influence of the Northern Trade Alliance? Get a few more companies. Dongshan Industrial and Binchang International are also mine. You can lead them both. Zhang Xian warned. Wang Chuan had no objection and agreed.
Zhang Xian sent the plan map to Wang Chuan via mobile phone. Ding, it is detected that the host has made a choice.
Rewards are being distributed. Wealth plus 100 billion, physical fitness plus 10, spirit plus 10.
Feeling that the strength in his body had increased again, Zhang Xian's face was full of smiles.
What surprised him even more was the spiritual growth. He experimented a bit and found that he could enter that state more easily, and it should last longer. On the other side, Wang Chuan, after seeing the plan sent by Zhang Xian, immediately confirmed that the map was real. He immediately thought of Xia Tianjun. The development of Xia's entertainment had reached a bottleneck. As an important part of the Northern Trade Alliance, Wang Chuan naturally has to lead the team. He immediately called Xia Tianjun. "Mr. Wang, why do you think of your brother? Mr. Zhang got a city construction plan. Are you interested?" "Yes, that's right. Please wait for me, I'll be there soon." Xia Tianjuan's face was full of joy when he heard Wang Chuan's words. When he heard that the plan was obtained by Zhang Xian, he became more determined to match his daughter with Zhang Xian. Just after hanging up the phone and about to take action, his wife called. Xia Tianjun answered the phone in confusion. "Old Xia, hurry up, Xiaomeng is bringing that little bastard home, you need to come back quickly." Hearing his wife's words, Xia Tianjun was instantly in a dilemma. His daughter's matter was naturally a big deal, but Xia's entertainment had already fallen into a huge bottleneck. He was about to transform, but had no direction. It was a good thing that Wang Chuan was willing to give him a hand. After hesitating for a moment, Xia Tianjun made a decision in an instant. He is not only Xiaomeng's father now, this matter concerns the livelihood of nearly 1,000 employees of Xia Entertainment. He cannot delay so many people because of his own affairs. "Wife, I'm going to Taoyuanju to meet Wang Chuan. You can handle the things at home by yourself." After hearing this, Tian Yushan realized the seriousness of the matter and said that she could handle it herself by letting Xia Tianjun go and do it. Come out of the toilet. Xia Meng's cell phone suddenly rang. "Hey, Lian, what's going on? Mr. Xia, where have you been? Why is your luggage gone? Did you move to Zhang Xian's house?" Wan Lian was jealous to death. Hearing her best friend's tone was not right, Xiaomeng thought that Wan Lian was angry that she left without saying goodbye, and laughed. "Zhang Xian and I went back to Dongshan. My parents said they wanted to meet him." "What?" Wan Lian's voice suddenly rose several degrees, and she immediately realized her own gaffe. "Xiaomeng, why are you so confused? Are you ready? What if your parents don't support you?" Wan Lian was extremely anxious. She finally fell in love with a man, and this man was so powerful that she would never allow herself to fail in the competition. Xiaomeng was a little confused. There was something wrong with this girl. Before, she was asked to bring Zhang Xian home for her parents to see, and it was this girl who suggested it. Why did this girl react so strongly when she came back? Moreover, this girl's reaction had already exceeded the boundaries of a friend, and her heart was full of doubts. Just then, two men came towards us. Xiaomeng didn't care, hung up the phone, and walked aside to make way. "Hi, long time no see. Beautiful lady, we meet again, let's go together." Suddenly, two people greeted her enthusiastically, as if they were very familiar with her. One of them waved a handkerchief at Xiaomeng, and the next moment Xiaomeng felt an extreme dizziness. She was terrified and wanted to scream, but she was horrified to find that she had no strength left in her body and she knew nothing the next moment. "Hey, pretty girl, what's wrong with you? Call the doctor quickly, is there a doctor around?" The two people shouted anxiously, seeming very worried. "I'm a doctor. Are you friends? Let me take a look. I'm a doctor too. I'm a doctor too." 5 or 6 people stood up, and one of them even took out a first aid kit. The people around breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this scene, and lamented that there were still many good people in Daxia. "It still doesn't work. Who of you drove here? Her condition is very dangerous. She must be sent to the hospital immediately." One of the doctors diagnosed. Several other doctors immediately agreed. "We drove here." The two people who greeted Xiaomeng spoke immediately, sweating profusely, as if they were extremely worried. As they spoke, several people lifted Xiaomeng up and walked out. The relevant department personnel of the service area watched the incident from beginning to end and became alert immediately, but there were too many people in the service area, and when he came over, the person had disappeared. He quickly notified his colleagues and asked them to pay attention to it. Chapter 100. This group of people is in the same group with Gu Fucheng. "Hurry up, the patient's condition is not optimistic. Please, doctor, save my friend." Several people carried Xiaomeng towards a car, acting cautiously as they walked. Although the people around them felt strange, they relaxed after hearing their conversation. Joy emerged in the eyes of several people. Make way. Several people are getting faster and faster. Just then, a person appeared in front of them on their way forward. Brother, please move aside. My girlfriend is sick and needs to be taken to the hospital. One of them shouted at Zhang Xian with an anxious look on his face. When he looked at Xiao Meng, his eyes were filled with worry and tenderness at the same time. However, instead of moving out of the way, the man walked towards them. Brother, get out of the way. If you delay my girlfriend's medical treatment, I will kill you. The man looked like he was willing to go through fire and water for Xiao Meng. Seeing this, the people around gave a thumbs up to this kind and righteous man, and then started to blame the people who were blocking the way. Young man, make way. You delayed the patient's treatment. Can you take responsibility? Zhang Xian didn't expect that thieves nowadays are so arrogant and rob people in public. He really doesn't know what else they dare not do. Seeing that Zhang Xian did not move aside, several people exchanged glances. The man who pretended to be Xiao Meng's boyfriend had a fierce look in his eyes. He gave his seat to another person and then rushed towards Zhang Xian. At this moment, Zhang Xian moved. He put his feet on the ground, suddenly bent his knees and rushed out, his whole body like a cannonball, with his right elbow across his body, rushing forward fiercely. Bang! Before the man could rush over, he flew backwards and spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhang Xian's power remained undiminished. He came to Xiao Meng's side, jumped into the air, spread his arms like a flying crane, and kicked those people away with his legs. Then he held the unconscious Xiao Meng in his arms. His movements were smooth and it took only the blink of an eye to complete all this. The people around were dumbfounded and someone had already called the police. At this moment, the relevant department personnel of the service area also heard the noise and chased over. Zhang Xian handed the unconscious Xiao Meng to one of the women and then rushed towards those people. He was furious. These people were too presumptuous. He had stopped them. What if no one noticed something was wrong? Wouldn't they succeed? Looking at the expressions of these people, you can tell that they are already very skilled and this is not their first time doing it. I don't know how many girls have been violated. These people deserve to die. Stop. People from the relevant departments shouted loudly. It's too late. Zhang Xian had already rushed in front of several people, grabbed one of them's knee and squeezed it hard. Crack. There was a sound of bones cracking. Ah. The man was trembling all over and his face was distorted. Ah. The people around were frightened and screamed when they saw this scene. Zhang Xian did not stop. Every time he caught someone, he crushed that person's knees. By the time the people from the relevant departments reacted, these people's knees were already broken. Put your hands up, or we'll be rude to you. Several people from relevant departments surrounded Zhang Xian, their faces full of vigilance. They knew that they were definitely no match for Zhang Xian. The people around spontaneously surrounded Zhang Xian and prevented him from leaving. Zhang Xian quickly took out his ID upon seeing this. Don't get me wrong, they are our friends. They knocked my girlfriend unconscious. They are bad guys. He showed the ID that Hu Xiqian had given him to the people in the relevant departments. When they saw the ID, they relaxed their vigilance. The people around were dumbfounded. The reversal of events was so sudden that they were stunned. The man who was considered to be loyal and righteous in their minds turned out to be a bad guy who kidnapped people, and the people who acted cruelly were from the relevant department. Soon, people from the relevant departments arrived. They were acquaintances, Hu Xiqian's deputy Huo Qiming. He had met Zhang Xian last time and knew Zhang Xian's skills. When he saw the scene, he secretly gave Zhang Xian a thumbs up. At this moment, a card fell out of a person's pocket. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment, then walked over and picked it up. What's wrong? Brother Zhang, is there anything strange about this business card? Huo Qiming asked puzzledly when he saw Zhang Xian's look. Zhang Xian took out Gu Fuqing's business card and handed it to Huo Qiming. The two business cards are exactly the same, the only difference is the name and the work unit. Seeing this scene, Huo Qiming, who was handling the case, froze his eyes. In the previous case, they always thought that Gu Fuqing was going to target Zhang Xian, but now it seems that there might be something wrong with the direction of their investigation. There is a high probability that these people are going to attack Xiao Meng, but of course the possibility of capturing Xiao Meng to threaten Zhang Xian cannot be ruled out. With one more direction of investigation, we might find a breakthrough.
The forensic doctor examined Xia Meng and confirmed that it was just a drug and she would wake up after sleeping for a while. Only then did Zhang Xian breathe a sigh of relief. After saying goodbye to Hu Qiming, Zhang Xian carried Xia Meng into the car and slowly drove towards the Maple Leaf Villa district. When they arrived at the villa area, Zhang Xian carried Xia Meng into the villa. Just as he put her on the bed, Xia Meng happened to wake up. "Xiao Xian, save me!" Xia Meng shouted in a daze. Zhang Xian immediately comforted, "It's safe, don't be afraid." Xia Meng slowly opened her beautiful eyes. After seeing Zhang Xian, she breathed a sigh of relief and then began to cry in grievance. She was terrified. Zhang Xian hugged Xia Meng and comforted her carefully. The two of them hugged each other quietly, and the atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. Zhang Xian quickly stood up. He couldn't go on. He didn't know if he could control himself if he continued. Xia Meng's little face was red. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look into Zhang Xian's eyes. They were so close that they could hear each other's heartbeats. "I'm fine now. Let's go to my house, Xiao Xian." "What happened today?" "I won't tell your parents." Zhang Xian knew what Xia Meng wanted to say, so he spoke. "Yeah," Xia Meng said softly. The two soon arrived at the shopping mall. "Oh, you changed your name?" Xia Meng looked at the name of the mall in surprise, and Zhang Xian then noticed that the name of the mall had been changed to Taoyuanzhu. It seems that this place has been acquired by Wang Chuan. The two bought a watch for Xia Tianjun and a bunch of cosmetics for Tian Yushan, and then drove towards Xia's house. Xia family. Tian Yushan walked back and forth anxiously, her mind spinning rapidly, thinking of ways to deal with her daughter's boyfriend. "Mom, can you please stop? You're making me dizzy." Xia Kai looked at his mother speechlessly and mourned for his sister in his heart. "My elder sister probably doesn't know this yet. She is probably still hoping that Zhang Xian will be recognized by our mother after he arrives." But he didn't know that his mother had rejected Zhang Xian from the very beginning, and was now trying to make Zhang Xian give up. Chapter 101. I've already chosen a son-in-law. What do you know, little kid? This concerns your sister's lifelong happiness. Tian Yushan glared at Xia Kai and said angrily. This concerns my sister's happiness, so she should make her own decision. Why are you interfering here? It's my sister who is getting married, not you two. The emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. Xia Kai muttered softly. What did you say? Tian Yushan glared at her son. Xia Kai immediately backed off. I have something else to do, I'll leave first. Zhang Xian and the other person came to the Xia family's villa. If it were in the past, Zhang Xian would definitely have backed off when seeing such a luxurious villa. However, now, the villa is no different from a lollipop in his eyes. Madam, miss, and the others are here. The maid shouted immediately. Upon hearing this, Tian Yushan immediately ran to the window and looked out. When she saw Xia Meng and Zhang Xian getting out of a BMW, she said disdainfully, Did you rent a car just for today? Madam, could it be that the young lady bought it for him? The maid suddenly spoke up. Tian Yushan was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and her heart skipped a beat. This was indeed a possibility. Ma'am, the young lady has a really good taste, that guy is really handsome. Upon hearing this, Tian Yushan glanced at Zhang Xian, her eyes flashing with brilliance, and then she curled her lips. In today's society, what's the point of being handsome? You need money to live, and being handsome can't make a living. This time, the maid held a different opinion. Madam, you can't say that. With his conditions, if he wants to enter the entertainment industry, he can make money just by standing there without saying anything. Tian Yushan curled her lips, but this time she rarely refuted. She had to admit that Zhang Xian was really handsome. Go open the door. Tian Yushan said, not forgetting to add, no need to be nice to him. You should be the villain. I don't dare to do that. I watched Xiao Meng grow up. The maid said this as she arrived at the door with a smile on her face. Tian Yushan. After all this trouble, it turns out that she is the only bad guy. Xiao Meng, you're back? Is this your boyfriend? He's really handsome, come in quickly. The maid looked at Xia Meng and Zhang Xian lovingly and welcomed them in. Auntie Wu. Xia Meng called sweetly. Zhang Xian also shouted. When Aunt Wu saw that Zhang Xian was so polite and there was no discrimination towards her in his eyes, she had a better impression of him. Many people came to Xia Meng's house, but after knowing that she was a servant, they ordered her around. Those with good tempers were only polite to her on the surface, and their eyes were full of contempt. Zhang Xian looked at her with clear eyes, without a trace of contempt, which was the same look that Miss Xia Meng gave her. Just by looking at her eyes, Aunt Wu concluded that Zhang Xian was not a bad kid. "Huh, you still remember to come back? I thought you had completely forgotten that you even had this family." Tian Yushan snorted coldly and spoke. As for Zhang Xian, she didn't even look at him. Zhang Xian knew that Tian Yushan was angry that Xia Meng followed him home, so he didn't mind and called out politely, "Auntie Tian." "No, I can't bear it," Tian Yushan said coldly. "Old Tian, there's no need for us to continue chatting like this." Xia Meng was angry when she saw her mother being so rude to Zhang Xian, and she said in a low voice, "There's nothing much to say about this matter." Tian Yushan looked at Zhang Xian with aggressive eyes. "Young man, do you feel you deserve our family?" Tian Yushan asked calmly. "Mom." Xia Meng knew that these were the words her mother would say to Zhang Xian when she saw him. When she heard her mother say this, she felt depressed, not angry, but ashamed. "You're showing off what you have in front of Zhang Xian. Aren't you asking for trouble?" Zhang Xian looked around the villa curiously when he heard that. Tian Yushan saw that he was dressed and was waiting leisurely. They spent more than 3 million to buy this villa. Although it was too expensive for them, they still gritted their teeth and bought it. Now the price of this villa has increased to more than 10 million. A villa worth more than 10 million is not something that ordinary people can afford. How did you see it? Can you afford it? If you can, I won't say another no to your business. If you can't, there's the door, please go ahead. Mom. Xia Meng felt even more embarrassed when she heard this. The house Zhang Xian bought cost 100 million yuan. How can you compare it with this junky house of yours worth more than 10 million yuan? Don't talk. Seeing Xia Meng want to speak, Tian Yushan glared at Xia Meng fiercely. Xia Meng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was so angry that she simply shut her mouth and waited quietly for her mother to be slapped in the face. Zhang Xian looked at the villa, nodded, and said, "Not worthy of it." Aunt Wu was stunned for a moment when she heard this, wondering what was wrong with Xiao Meng's boyfriend. Even if he was telling the truth, it depends on the situation. At this time, the lady was obviously ridiculing him. Even if he had to bite the bullet, he should still put on a brave face. As a result, the silly child just told the truth honestly. Aunt Wu was speechless about Zhang Xian. She blinked at Xia Meng, indicating that Xia Meng should teach Zhang Xian how to speak. Tian Yushan sneered when she heard this, "So you know this? I admire you a little bit. At least you are honest." Zhang Xian smiled at Tian Yushan and said, "Thank you." Puff. Tian Yushan was about to vomit blood. Was she praising him? How did my daughter fall in love with this guy? Can't she even tell the difference between good and bad? She looked at her daughter, her eyes full of inquiry, "Is this the person you like?" Xia Meng was speechless. She understood what Zhang Xian meant. She rolled her eyes at him and said, "Aunt Wu, let's eat." "Good. That's right. Let us eat. At least we can talk less." Aunt Wu quickly brought the food to the table. "What's your name? Go help Aunt Wu." Tian Yushan gave instructions to Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian had no objection. He smiled at Aunt Wu and walked over with her. "Mr. Tian, stop it. Your daughter has already decided on him. If you don't agree, we can elope." Xia Meng's face darkened as she walked to her mother's side and whispered, "I just said a few words just now. I've already given you enough face. I said, I won't agree with what you're doing." Tian Yushan simply changed the subject and said, "Your father and I have found someone who is more suitable for you. Mom believes that if you meet, you will definitely like each other." You know Dongshan Industry, right? That man is the chairman of Dongshan Industry. Your father wants to bring you together so that you can help each other in business in the future." Seeing Xia Mengxiang opening her mouth to speak, Tian Yushan immediately threw out her trump card. Xia Meng was stunned when she heard that, and looked at her mother in surprise, who was looking at her with a burning gaze. "Good job. I'm just a good guy. I brought the chairman of Dongshan Industrial to you, but you said no and wanted to introduce the chairman of Dongshan Industrial to me." Chapter 102 Gu Qingqing's Request. Seeing her daughter's look, Tian Yushan thought Xia Meng's heart had wavered, and she couldn't help but feel secretly proud. "How is it? Xiao Meng,
Are you still insisting on staying with this big fool? How could your parents betray you? From childhood to adulthood, your parents have always loved you the most.
Seeing Xiaomeng looking at her curiously, Tian Yushan decided to add another chip. She looked at Xiaomeng excitedly and said, "Besides, the person that your parents are going to introduce to you is not only the chairman of Dongshan Industrial, he also has another identity.
Didn't you admire the boss of Tao Yuanju the most before? He is the new boss of Tao Yuanju." Puff.
After hearing what her mother said, Xiaomeng really couldn't help herself this time and spat out the water she had just drunk.
Zhang Xian is the boss of Tao Yuanju? When did it happen? She has been pursuing Zhang Xian since his first day as a freshman.
Except when Zhang Xian is sleeping, she almost never takes her eyes off Zhang Xian. It would be fine if Zhang Xian could become the chairman of Dongshan Industrial, but how could he become the boss of Tao Yuanju?
Tao Yuanju is such a huge industry. At least 200 or 300 billion.
Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang had already told her about Zhang Xian's rise to wealth. When he was a freshman, he had less than 10,000 yuan on him.
How did he do this in a month? No, not even in less than a month. It's not realistic. How hateful.
Zhang Xian, this bastard, actually hid such an important thing from her.
No, how did my mother know about this? My mom has never seen Zhang Xian.
Are there two Zhang Xians in this world?
Mom, have you met the owner of Tao Yuanju?
No, but your dad has seen him. They met at the Northern Trade Alliance meeting, and your dad said Zhang Xian is very handsome. When Tian Yushan saw Xiaomeng's expression, she felt that there was a way and continued to tease her. She said that only a genius like Zhang Xian could be worthy of a genius like her daughter. The big fool in front of him was stupid and had no good qualities except for being handsome. Such a person was not worthy of his daughter at all.
Xiaomeng, what do you think? Do you still insist on being with this big fool in front of you?
Xiaomeng ignored her mother's words, but was really shocked by Zhang Xian's identity.
I feel a little angry. What?
She is already this guy's girlfriend, but he has no intention of revealing his identity to her. Now that she knew what her parents were thinking, everything between her and Zhang Xian was settled, so she had nothing to worry about. In this case, let us teach Zhang Xian a lesson and make him not confess.
By the way, embarrass my parents.
She really wanted to know how embarrassed they would be when her father brought Zhang Xian here again.
Okay, I'll listen to my parents.
But Xiao Xian is my classmate after all, and I don't want to embarrass him too much. I'll break up with him when I get back, and promise you that I won't be with him in this life.
How about that? Really? My baby girl is so obedient.
Hearing Xiaomeng's words, Tian Yushan breathed a sigh of relief and was delighted.
Very good.
If she had known that Zhang Xian's identity would be so useful, she would have brought it up before.
It also saved her from having to think of so many messy methods before. Okay, I'll be nicer to this big fool, don't worry.
Tian Yushan had no doubts about her daughter's words.
Xiao Zhang, why did you say that just now? Just based on the scene just now, you have to exaggerate even if you want to brag.
Entering the kitchen, Aunt Wu immediately whispered something to Zhang Xian.
Zhang Xian smiled slightly and didn't care. Thank you, Aunt Wu. It's okay. Senior sister is mine. No one can take her away from me.
Aunt Wu disagrees with Zhang Xian's mysterious confidence. At this moment, Zhang Xian's WeChat rang. When I opened it, I saw it was sent by Xiaomeng.
You lied to me.
Seeing these 3 words, Zhang Xian was a little stunned.
What did I lie to you about? Zhang Xian replied. Xiaomeng, humph, I'm waiting for you to confess. If you don't, I'll make you suffer. Angry.jpg, hit someone.jpg. Zhang Xian, please forgive me.jpg, please give me some instructions, senior sister.
Xiaomeng.jpg,
no matter what happens later, you have to cooperate with me and act well, and I will forgive you a little.
Zhang Xian smiled bitterly and walked out with the dishes. During the meal, just when Zhang Xian thought that Tian Yushan would continue to intimidate him, he was shocked to find that Tian Yushan's attitude towards him had taken a 180-degree turn.
Zhang Xian looked at Xiaomeng in surprise, but found that Xiaomeng didn't even look at him.
Aunt Wu sighed softly when she saw this, and she knew what was going on. Zhang Xian's performance just now must have disappointed Xiaomeng, and she decided to give up this relationship.
After dinner, Tian Yushan enthusiastically sent Zhang Xian out.
Xiaomeng blinked at Zhang Xian but didn't speak to him. However, the look in her eyes let Zhang Xian know that her love for him had not diminished in the slightest. The two had originally planned to reveal Zhang Xian's identity as the chairman of Dongshan Industrial. In that case, Tian Yushan would definitely not prevent them from being together. However, since Tian Yushan didn't blame him anymore and Xia Meng didn't signal to him, the matter was not mentioned. Zhang Xian returned to the villa. A WeChat friend request lights up. He ignored it. Suddenly, Lao Gu called. Zhang Xian picked up the phone doubtfully. Zhang Xian, where are you now? Please help me out. As long as you can help me deal with this matter, you can take any leave you want this year. Hearing what Lao Gu said, Zhang Xian instantly became interested. Ding, the god-level selection system is starting up. Option 1, help Gu Qingcheng. Reward, the right to use the storage space it will including taking out and collecting, physical fitness plus 10, spirit plus 10. Option 2, reject Gu Qingcheng's request for help. Reward, a Koenigsegg, wealth plus 100 billion, the title of straight man, popularity with women 1. Zhang Xian, who was already very interested, became even more interested now. The right to use the storage space at will? Does that mean he can put things into the storage space at will? What is the difference between this and the storage ring in online novels? As for the reward for option 2, if Zhang Xian had just obtained the system, he would definitely choose this, but at this moment, money is not so attractive to him. Tell me, Lao Gu, as long as it doesn't require me to sacrifice my body, what kind of trouble is it? Just ask, and I will help you settle it. Zhang Xian said with great pride. However, after hearing his words, Gu Qingcheng on the other end of the phone fell silent. Zhang Xian's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, could it be that Lao Gu really is coveting his body? Sister Gu, we are family. I treat you as my own sister. We can't do this. Zhang Xian said quickly. Get out. Gu Qingcheng couldn't suppress her anger anymore and roared. What's going on in this bastard's head? Apart from the things between men and women, can't you be a little purer? Chapter 103 Chapter 120, Can I beat him? Good. Zhang Xian hung up the phone. I murmured to myself, this old Gu looks very young, why does his temper seem like he is in menopause? Gu Qingcheng on the other end was dumbfounded. Was the call hung up on her? Damn it! She was always the one who hung up on others, but no one had ever hung up on her. Zhang Xian wants to go to heaven. Angrily dialed Zhang Xian's number again? Zhang Xian saw the phone ringing and picked it up in confusion. Zhang Xian, you dare to hang up on me, do you want to die? Hearing the call coming from the microphone, Zhang Xian was a little confused. Didn't Lao Gu tell him to get out? Sister Gu, didn't you tell me to get out? I told you to get lost because you were talking nonsense. Did I tell you to hang up the phone? Okay, what is it? Are you free tomorrow? By the way, where are you now? I'm back in Dongshan, at Maple Leaf. That's good. Tell Xia Meng tomorrow that you don't need to look for her anymore. I'll pick you up. I have something to do. Okay. Hang up. Lao Gu said and hung up the phone. Just at this moment, Li Mengqi called and Zhang Xian was stunned. Zhang Xian, thank you, my father is discharged from the hospital. Li Mengqi's soft and weak voice came. That's good. Munchi, what's the matter with you calling? Don't have enough money? I'll give you. No, the money is enough. I still have 200,000. I'll go back and pay you back. Hearing that it was not because of lack of money, Zhang Xian burst out laughing. No need. Your father has just been discharged from the hospital and still needs recuperation. The cost of recuperation is not small. You should keep it and don't let Uncle Li get sick. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and then Li Mengqi's voice came. Thank you, I will return the 1.05 million to you. Zhang Xian hung up the phone, smiled and shook her head. What a stubborn girl. He helped her without expecting anything in return. It's like you have 1,000 yuan and you lend 1 yuan to someone else. If they don't pay you back, would you mind? What's more, that 1 million is not even $1 to Zhang Xian. Alas, Xiaoqi, Zhang Xian's kindness to our family is really too great. Li Hai sighed, and his face looked much better at this moment. Bai Mei said nonchalantly, it's okay, Xiao Xian likes our Xiaoqi anyway, just let Xiaoqi marry him. Swish. Li Mengqi's little face turned red instantly, and even her fair neck was stained with a layer of blush. This time, I surprisingly didn't feel any disgust towards this sentence.
Stop talking nonsense. Zhang Xian has never said that he likes Xiaoqi. Maybe he has a girlfriend. Xiaoqi, do you know? Li Hai looked at his daughter.
Li Mengqi lowered her head and shook her head. I don't know.
Li Tianchao said with a smile, of course not, otherwise who would be willing to pay back more than $1 million? This is not the way to spend money.
Bai Mei agreed with her son's theory. Of course, she didn't value Zhang Xian's money, but she had a good impression of Zhang Xian as a person. Zhang Xian's family is wealthy, but he does not have any of the arrogance and habits of the rich second generation. He is gentle and polite, and his treatment of people makes people feel like a spring breeze. Such a person is perfect for their Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi is too gentle towards others, and they are always afraid that Xiaoqi will suffer in the future. If Xiaoqi and Zhang Xian were together, they wouldn't have to worry about this problem at all. Because they believe in Zhang Xian's character. Li Mengqi lowered her head, her pretty face flushed.
Okay, stop imagining it.
If you have a chance in the future, just ask Zhang Xian.
It's possible that Zhang Xian just means well and has no feelings towards our Xiaoqi.
After Li Hai finished speaking, he closed his eyes and rested.
1.05 million. How is my sister going to pay it back? Sell her kidney? Even if she sells both kidneys, it won't be enough. Li Tianchao pouted and continued to mutter.
It would be better to let Zhang Xian become my brother-in-law. Not only will our family be able to live a good life in the future, but my sister will not be bullied. Bai Mei glared at her son but did not refute what he said.
I will find a way to pay him back. Li Mengqi said firmly.
Okay, sis, I'll help you when I grow up.
Li Tianchao looked at his sister with admiration.
Bai Mei looked at the pair of children with satisfaction. Although God did not give her a wealthy family, he gave her a pair of sensible children. With such children, her life was worth it.
Now her husband's illness has improved.
Once he recovers, their family life will get better and better. Thinking of this, Bai Mei became even more grateful to Zhang Xian. All these changes started with the appearance of Zhang Xian.
If Zhang Xian hadn't appeared, their family would have been completely ruined.
Zhang Xian came to the top of the villa, looked up at the starry sky, and his heart completely calmed down as he looked at the stars. Ding, it is detected that the host has made a choice.
Rewards are being distributed.
The right to use the storage space it will including taking out and receiving, physical fitness plus 10, and mental fitness plus 10. The moment the electronic sound rang in his mind, everything around Zhang Xian changed instantly. The endless darkness enveloped him. The muscles in my body felt like they were going to explode and my head ached like it was going to split open.
Zhang Xian was not surprised but happy. Was his spirit going to undergo another transformation?
Severe pain enveloped him.
Zhang Xian couldn't breathe and was almost suffocated.
His whole body was in pain. The abnormal activity of his mental power made the pain worse, and Zhang Xian felt extremely uncomfortable. It was unknown how long it took for Zhang Xian to come out of that scene. He knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, his whole body soaked with sweat. At this moment, he couldn't muster any strength, but after the severe pain, he felt warm and comfortable. Zhang Xian fell to the ground, feeling extremely comfortable.
Are you dying?
At this moment, a cold voice came, and what surprised him was that he actually heard curiosity in the cold voice. This feeling is very special.
It's the female neighbor, the female star Li Zixin.
I looked to the side, and sure enough, I saw a pair of cold but curious eyes standing on another roof looking at me. Cold, yet curious, such a complicated look actually appeared in a person's eyes.
Zhang Xian was speechless. When did you show up?
Zhang Xian stood up, feeling warm all over, and felt extremely clear. It feels like the legendary opening of the run and do meridians in the whole body. Li Zixin looked at Zhang Xian curiously, and replied, it starts from when you feel uncomfortable.
Zhang Xian. This woman is sick and has no sympathy at all.
He was in so much pain, but this woman just watched him, indifferent.
Have you called 120? Zhang
Xian decided to give her a chance.
120? What's that? A person? Can I hit him?
Li Zixin blinked her innocent and hazy big eyes and looked at Zhang Xian, with curiosity in her eyes becoming even stronger.
Zhang Xian. Chapter 104 120 He didn't provoke me, why should I hit him? Yes, I can. Next time, when you see 120, you must beat him to death. Zhang Xian was a little angry. Is this woman a fool, or does she really know nothing? Real? Li Zixin's eyes were eager to try. Zhang Xian was completely speechless. He turned around and walked away. This woman was either a lunatic or a fool. At this moment, there was a layer of black stuff on his body surface, emitting a foul odor and making him feel extremely disgusted. He decided to take a shower and feel comfortable. Seeing Zhang Xian leaving, Li Zixin's eyes became dim. Xiao Xin. Zhang Xiran walked up and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Li Zixin standing here. Ran, am I annoying? Li Zixin was very disappointed. How could that be? You have a pure heart, and those who understand you can't wait to love you enough. Zhang Xiran comforted her like an older sister. But, that person didn't want to pay attention to me just now. Li Zixin complained. Ah? Zhang Xiran was curious. When I came up just now, the man fell to the ground in pain. I was afraid that something might happen to him, so I stood here and watched him for a full hour. But after he was no longer in pain, he didn't even say thank you. He even asked me if I had called 120? 120 didn't provoke me, so why should I call 120? Li Zixin continued to accuse, her eyes full of loss. Puff! Zhang Xiran tried hard to suppress his laughter, but he couldn't help it and laughed out loud. This girl. You're laughing at me. Li Zixin pouted, looking unhappy. No, I'm not laughing at you, Xiaoxin. 120 is the emergency number. Mr. Zhang must have had some illness just now. If you see such a scene, you must call the emergency number immediately. Although you were concerned about Mr. Zhang just now, you just watched and did nothing. It is normal for Mr. Zhang to be angry. Oh. After hearing Zhang Xiran's explanation, Li Zixin showed a hint of guilt in her eyes. It seems like she can do nothing but acting. I just went to Xia Entertainment. They agreed to help us, but they have a condition. For the first TV series, they want to take 85%. I promised them on your behalf. Do you think it's okay? Zhang Xiran sighed in her heart. She had approached many entertainment companies during this period of time, but as soon as they heard it was Xiaoxin, they directly refused. Xia Entertainment was the only company willing to help them. The demands they put forward were excessive, but they had no choice but to accept them. It is estimated that Xia Entertainment made such an excessive request in order to reject her, but the other party did not expect that she would agree. There is no other way around it. Xiaoxin really needs a chance to prove herself. What celebrities fear most is being blacklisted. Even if they pay money but do not make any money this time, they have no choice but to go ahead with it. They have no power and grew up in an orphanage. If they want to survive in this society, they have to fight. It's up to you to decide. Li Zixin was still very disappointed and went downstairs. Zhang Xiran came to the door of Zhang Xian's villa. Zhang Xian had just finished taking a shower when he heard someone ringing the doorbell. He opened the door in confusion. Hello, Mr. Zhang, I hope I didn't disturb you. Zhang Xiran, standing outside the door, looked at Zhang Xian apologetically. Hello, what can I do for you? Zhang Xian looked at Zhang Xiran in confusion. I'm here to apologize to you on behalf of Xiaoxin. Xiaoxin. Hearing Zhang Xiran's words, Zhang Xian smiled freely. He didn't mind, he just didn't want to have anything to do with such a cold person. However, since the other party came to apologize, Zhang Xian couldn't be too serious. Come in. Zhang Xian let Zhang Xiran in. Zhang Xiran pondered for a moment and followed Zhang Xian in. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, Xiaoxin. Zhang Xiran explained the matter about Li Zixin. Zhang Xian was stunned. He didn't expect that there would be such a person in the world with such a pure heart. Such people are extremely smart, but there is only a fine line between them and fools. Ding, the God-level selection system is starting up. Option 1, help Li Zixin release a song. Reward, 30% of Jingjing Entertainment's shares, physical fitness plus 10, spiritual fitness plus 10. Option 2, refuse to help Li Zixin. Reward, the host will be awarded the title of Invincible Straight Man, popularity with women 100, wealth plus 100 billion. Zhang Xian. Damn, these multiple choice questions set by the system don't require any choice at all. They are forcing him to choose one. Is he the one who is short of the 100 billion? It's so easy to release a song.
Although he is not a professional composer, he can hum to professional composers. With their level, it is very easy for them to compose music. But there are no singing stars in this world at all. If she brings in those popular songs from Earth, Li Zixin will definitely become an instant hit. Miss Zhang, is Miss Li's voice okay? It should be good, otherwise the system would not give him this option. Mr. Zhang, don't you watch TV dramas very often? When Zhang Shiran heard Zhang Xian's words, he guessed that Zhang Xian definitely didn't watch TV dramas very often, otherwise Zhang Xian would not ask such a question. The theme songs of several dramas were made popular by Xiaoxin. Zhang Shiran said proudly. She and Li Zixin both came from an orphanage. They have been through many ups and downs together, so they are like sisters. Seeing that Li Zixin has achieved such great success, Zhang Shiran is prouder than anyone else. I have a few songs here that I can give to her. Really? Zhang Shiran became excited instantly when he heard Zhang Xian's words, but then felt disappointed again. Currently, the only small entertainment company that dares to cooperate with them is Xia Entertainment, and Xia Entertainment's main focus is TV dramas, and it has no involvement in music at all. What's wrong? Zhang Xian looked at Zhang Shiran in confusion. When Zhang Shiran asked the question, Zhang Xian was stunned. He didn't expect that there were so few entertainment options in this world. When I was on Earth, there were many small music studios, but here, there wasn't even one like Xia Entertainment. However, since the choice has been made, Zhang Xian will naturally see it through to the end. He called Xia Tianjun. Ha, brother Zhang, I was just talking to Mr. Wang about you when you called me. Where are you now? Xia Tianjun's hearty voice came from the microphone. I have something to do, so I will go back to Dongshan. Brother Xia, I have a friend and I want to help him release a few songs. Do you want to work with me? Zhang Xian knows nothing about the entertainment industry, and Tao Yuanzhu's focus is no longer on this aspect. If it involves the entertainment industry, Tao Yuanzhu will also ask Xia Tianjun for help. However, this is also an opportunity for Tao Yuanzhu. He will take the lead and cooperate with Xia Tianjun to develop the entertainment industry in Dongshan. Back to Dongshan? That's great, brother Zhang. Don't forget what I told you the other day. You want to make a song? Of course you can, but you also know that the song industry in Daxia is not doing well, so your friend had better be mentally prepared. It's okay, I have confidence. Zhang Xian said with a smile. Well, come to my house tomorrow and we'll discuss it in detail. The day after tomorrow, I have something to do tomorrow. Zhang Xian said this and hung up the phone. Mr. Zhang, the person you just talked to was? Zhang Shiran asked hopefully. Oh, Xia Tianjun, the chairman of Xia Entertainment. Zhang Xian said slowly. G.A. Zhang Shiran stood up suddenly. Zhang Xian, do you know Xia Tianjun? Chapter 105. This woman is such a man. This is really a pleasant surprise. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xian actually knew Xia Tianjun from Xia Entertainment. In this way, Xiaoxin will not be completely banned in the entertainment industry. Mr. Zhang, what is your relationship with Director Xia? Zhang Shiran asked hopefully, her beautiful eyes full of anticipation. Friend, there is some room for cooperation in business. That's great, I wonder if Mr. Zhang can make an introduction for me. Zhang Shiran was not very interested in the songs that Zhang Xian mentioned. Just like Xia Tianjun said, the song market in Daxia was not very prosperous and some celebrities were not keen on singing. However, Zhang Shiran did not explicitly reject Zhang Xian. After all, Zhang Xian meant well, and it was always better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Of course, no problem. Let's do it the day after tomorrow. I have something to do tomorrow and don't have time. Okay, thank you Mr. Zhang, you can take a rest, I'm leaving first. Zhang Shiran bowed respectfully to Zhang Xian and left. 5 o'clock in the morning. Zhang Xian, get up quickly. Zhang Xian was still asleep when a voice sounded in his ears. He looked over with sleepy eyes and saw an extremely beautiful face right in front of him. Ha! Why did I dream about Lao Gu? Hey, luckily it wasn't a wet dream, otherwise I would have been scared to death. Zhang Xian thought he was dreaming, so he smiled awkwardly and muttered to himself. Get out of here. Gu Qingqing's face turned dark instantly. What did this bastard mean by this? What does it mean that he dreams about her and is frightened to death? Is she that ugly? Thinking back to the past, there were no fewer people pursuing her than Xia Meng, okay? She grabbed Zhang Xian's ear and twisted it twice. Hiss. A sharp pain awakened Zhang Xian, and he woke up instantly. Sister Gu, what are you doing? Let go, it hurts. Did you ignore what I said to you yesterday? What time is it? Why haven't you gotten up yet? Gu Qingcheng pinched Zhang Xian's ear, she was so angry. This guy didn't care about her affairs at all. Zhang Xian took the phone and was so angry when he saw the time. Gu, at 5 in the morning, you came to my house and asked me why I didn't get up. Are you sick? It's 5 in the morning, not 5 in the afternoon. Looking at Gu Qingcheng's attitude just now, Zhang Xian thought it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon and he was late. It was the same last time I went to Dongshan Industrial, and it was the same this time. This woman is crazy. You know it's 5 in the morning. We martial artists are all up early at this time. Why are you still lying in bed? I don't know how you practiced your boxing skills. Get up. Gu Qingcheng knelt on the bed and wanted to lift Zhang Xian up, but she didn't expect that Zhang Xian's bed was too soft. She grabbed Zhang Xian's shoulders, and her knees had no fulcrum, so she lost her balance and fell down. The two people's lips touched. Zhang Xian was stunned. Gu Qingcheng was also dumbfounded. The two people looked at each other blankly, neither of them expected something like this to happen. Get up quickly and follow me. Gu Qingcheng pretended to be calm, pretended nothing had happened, and then walked out. Zhang Xian breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Gu Qingcheng leave. Damn, this is so embarrassing. He had forgotten how many times he and Lao Gu had kissed. The senior sister is his girlfriend, but it seems that he has kissed her less than he has kissed Lao Gu. So depressed. Also, he shouldn't have given Lao Gu the key to his villa the last time he came, otherwise this problem wouldn't have occurred. Asking Lao Gu to be more self-aware would make her more uncomfortable than killing her. Zhang Xian really didn't know how this woman became a counselor. No, I must draw a clear line between myself and Lao Gu from now on. He is no longer alone, but has a girlfriend. From now on, he will be devoted to his senior sister and will never have any misunderstandings with any woman other than her. After Zhang Xian got up and washed up, he got into Lao Gu's Grand Cherokee, and the two drove away from the villa. On the way, things were a little awkward in the car. Zhang Xian didn't dare to look at Lao Gu at all. Gu Qingcheng was in a similar situation, with an embarrassed blush appearing on her fair face. She decided that she would try her best to draw a clear line between herself and Zhang Xian in the future. She also knew that Zhang Xian and Xia Meng had already confirmed their relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend, and it would obviously be inappropriate if they continued like they did today. Think of this. Ahem. Gu Qingcheng coughed a few times and said, I might need you to help me compete with others later. Competition? Lao Gu, have you made an appointment to fight with someone? Zhang Xian was stunned when he heard that. If someone else said this, Zhang Xian might still be skeptical, but when it came from Lao Gu, it was very normal. This woman is a thief. Gu Qingcheng rolled her eyes. My grandma had an appointment with the other party to fight. They are old now, so it's my turn. I can handle this matter by myself. You may not be needed. I dragged you along just in case. Zhang Xian gave a thumbs up, saying that she was worthy of being Lao Gu's grandmother, so awesome. Zhang Xian still recognizes Lao Gu's strength. Since Lao Gu said there was no need for him to take any action, Zhang Xian sat in the car and closed his eyes. Lin family. Bang! The old man smashed the table with one palm. Zhang Xian, I will definitely kill you. Those who died were the best fighters of the Lin family. He felt sad to see several of them killed at once. Jin Lao, calm down. Zhang Xian cannot be touched at this moment. The relevant departments have already known about this. If you take action against him, it is very likely to cause displeasure from the Dasha officials. Everyone in the Lin family offered their consolation. The old man's expression changed for a while, and finally he snorted coldly and asked, How is Wuji? Gunshot wounds don't heal that quickly. Alas, then my Lin family will lose to the Gu family this time. The Gu family has only one young man, Gu Qingcheng. At most, we can send a few more people to the field. Although such behavior may be shameful, it is better than losing. The Lin family members spoke again. The town elder also nodded, but for safety's sake, let's go and invite that person over. Yes. As long as that person is here, my Lin family will have nothing to worry about. Okay, let's set off. We'll decide on Zhang Xian's matter when we come back. The old man waved his hand, and everyone got in the car and set off. Wake up, we're here.
Zhang Xian woke up when he heard Gu Qingqing's voice. He looked around and instantly realized that this place was not simple. The architectural style is not modern at all. If Zhang Xian hadn't seen the cars parked in the yard, he would have thought he had come to ancient times. This place has an ancient atmosphere, carved beams and painted buildings, and is beautiful beyond words. There is only the sound of birds singing in the courtyard, and other than that it is extremely quiet. Moreover, the air here is very good, and Zhang Xian couldn't help but take a big breath of it comfortably. You look so handsome even though you haven't seen the world, Gu Qingqing said with a pout. Thank you for the compliment. Zhang Xian took another breath. It's so cool. It's rare to have such a paradise in such a materialistic age. Gu Qingqing. Forget it, just ignore him. She had witnessed how shameless this guy was. Chapter 106 The Gu Family's Misunderstanding. Sister Qingqing. Sister Qingqing. People who passed by greeted Gu Qingqing respectfully. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian was shocked and looked at Gu Qingqing. Sister Gu, you have a high status in your family. Gu Qingqing rolled her eyes at Zhang Xian and ignored him. Zhang Xian shrugged helplessly. After the two of them went in, the Gu family members who had disappeared reappeared, and they looked at Zhang Xian's back with wide eyes. You guys, is this guy Boss Gu's boyfriend? Of course it is. Otherwise, why would Lao Gu bring him here at this critical moment? This is to tell everyone that no matter whether they win or lose, don't pay attention to her because she is already taken. TSK, Boss Gu did the same thing 5 years ago, but that kid just gave up because he couldn't get Boss Gu's body. I think there is no difference between this kid and that kid. They are both ordinary people, not martial artists like us. With that kind of physique, they can't even get close to Boss Gu's body, and you still want to take advantage of him? We have a better chance of winning this time. I heard that Lin Wuji, the strongest of the younger generation of the Lin family, was beaten up. When mentioning Lin Wuji, several people's eyes were full of caution, but when mentioning Lin Wuji's injury, everyone's eyes were full of gloating. Zhang Xian had no idea what these people were thinking. After walking in the yard for a while, he fell in love with this place. Sister Gu, this place is great. Where did you buy your house from? I want to buy one too. The Gu family's yard is not small, covering at least several thousand acres, and is home to no less than 500 people. Zhang Xian did not expect the Gu family to be so rich. If you marry Xiao Qingqiang, there will naturally be a small courtyard of your own here. As soon as Zhang Xian finished speaking, someone suddenly responded. Looking up, I saw a middle-aged woman standing there, as calm as water, and her eyes were full of kindness when she looked at me. Feeling the woman's gaze, Zhang Xian couldn't help but feel a desire to get close to her. Auntie, you. Hiss. Before Zhang Xian could finish his greetings, he was interrupted by Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing pinched the soft flesh on Zhang Xian's waist and said angrily, Why are you yelling? This is my grandma. Puff. Zhang Xian looked at the woman in astonishment. The woman had shiny black hair, and he was sure it was not dyed. There were no age spots or wrinkles on her face, so there was no doubt that she was in her 30s or 40s. Do women nowadays love beauty so much? People of such an old age still have plastic surgery and cosmetic injections? Call me grandma. If you dare to call me grandma again, I won't forgive you. Gu Qingqing's fair face was covered with black lines, and she was so embarrassed that she was about to be knitted into a sweater. Aunt? Zhang Xian calls her auntie, so doesn't that mean I should call Zhang Xian uncle? This guy is obviously taking advantage of her. Ha 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 ha. I like you, kid. The woman laughed out loud, and laughed so hard that she fell backwards. Women, who doesn't want to be young? Zhang Xian was extremely embarrassed, he really didn't see it. Tianshan child fairy? Grandma. Zhang Xian immediately called out respectfully. Come here, let grandma see. The woman smiled and waved at Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian walked over awkwardly. The woman looked him up and down with such a scorching gaze that even though he had a thicker skin than a city wall, he still felt it burning hot at this moment. Grandma, that's enough. This kid is my student. We are not in the relationship you think. Seeing the way Grandma looked at Zhang Xian, Gu Qingqing knew that Grandma had misunderstood and explained speechlessly. Grandma knows. You don't need to explain. I just feel that this child is very attractive to me. I want to take a closer look at him. Is that not okay? The woman waved at Gu Qingqing and said to Zhang Xian with a smile. Gu Qingqing was speechless.
She knew that her grandmother had determined that Zhang Xian was her boyfriend, and she was too lazy to explain.
Did you talk to Xia Meng when you came to my place today? Gu Qingcheng asked in a low voice.
I told you, she's my girlfriend.
If I don't make it clear, do you dare to come? TSK. Gu Qingcheng curled her lips in disdain. Aren't you very arrogant? Rejecting the cold school beauty, what a great gimmick, how can you not be arrogant? Zhang Xian. Lao Gu is crazy.
He came to help, but this woman always likes to ridicule him and has no sincerity in asking for help.
What? Did I get it right? Men are all LSPs.
Gu Qingcheng curled her lips. Zhang Xian simply ignored this woman.
Old Gu didn't know what was wrong with him at the moment.
He was like a hedgehog, and anyone who came close to him would be pricked. The woman noticed the two people whispering behind her and a relieved smile appeared on her face.
Laugh. Gu Qingcheng didn't notice her grandmother's expression and sneered at Zhang Xian.
Zhang Xian was speechless. He leaned close to Gu Qingcheng's ear and said, "Little Gu, call me brother, or I'll turn around and leave right now."
You.
Gu Qingcheng became angry when she heard Zhang Xian's words. This little bastard was really asking for a beating for daring to make such an impolite request.
School has started, don't even think about asking for a day off from me. Gu Qingcheng clenched his fists and threatened.
Tisk, I'll go ask the principal for help. I don't believe that if I donate 10 million to the school, the principal will refuse my request. Zhang Xian is like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water.
Xiao Gu, you only have 5 seconds to think about it. I'm leaving now. You. Gu Qingcheng was so angry that she was about to explode. 5. Zhang Xian stretched out one hand and spread it out. You want to die. 4. Zhang Xian. 3. 2.
Elder brother.
Gu Qingcheng compromised.
There were only a few masters of the younger generation, and all of them had been targeted by the major families. Zhang Xian was a master she discovered by accident.
Besides, it was about to start. If Zhang Xian quit, where could she find someone? Where's the key to the villa? Hand it over immediately. Things like what happened this morning must not happen again.
Besides, he lives with his senior sister, so it is inevitable that something inappropriate for children will happen. If old Gu shows up at this time. Thinking of this, Zhang Xian shuddered.
No, the key must be taken back. Here you go. Miser.
You little bastard who takes advantage of others' misfortune, just wait for me. Gu Qingcheng angrily threw the key to Zhang Xian, cursing MMP in her heart. She drew several circles around Zhang Xian in her heart. This guy actually dared to threaten her. These accounts are recorded and need to be repaid.
Oh, little sister Gu, you're so good.
Zhang Xian happily showed the recording function on his mobile phone to Gu Qingcheng.
Little bastard, you, humph. So angry.
Seeing Zhang Xian's provocative eyes, Gu Qingcheng pouted, walked to the woman and held her arm.
Zhang Xian smiled slightly. Xiao Qingcheng, this is Zhang Xian, right? When are you getting married? Grandma wants to have a great-grandson.
The woman looked at Gu Qingcheng beside her.
Grandma, I've already told you, he's not my boyfriend, he has a girlfriend, there's no way he and I can be together. Gu Qingcheng was speechless. Why did her grandma decide that Zhang Xian was her boyfriend? TSK, Xiaoshuan's voice is the boy you were with last time, right? If you really have nothing to do with him, would you bring him to see grandma after we became suspicious?
The woman's eyes were shining, as if to say, I've seen through you.
Gu Qingcheng. Chapter 107. How could this kind person be so vicious? Xiao Qingcheng, is this your boyfriend? What a handsome boy. Ha ha, my niece, is this my niece-in-law?
He's really good looking. Has he practiced martial arts? Young man, you have to practice martial arts, otherwise you will be beaten up by Xiao Qingcheng after you get married. This girl has had a bad temper since she was a child.
Get lost. How can you say that about your niece? Young man, don't listen to his nonsense.
Our little Qingcheng is very gentle.
The Gu family's courtyard was very large. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they entered a courtyard.
The woman told Zhang Xian that they had arrived at the real Gu family.
And those courtyards outside were just outer courtyards. Zhang Xian was shocked. What an awesome Gu family.
After coming in, a large group of people walked out, all staring at Zhang Xian closely. Their eyes looked as if they wanted to crush Zhang Xian into pieces and look at him again. Hearing what these people said, Zhang Xian tried hard not to laugh. Gu Qingqing's face turned purple, and judging from her appearance, she was probably not far from exploding. Zhang Xian quickly walked to the other side of the woman. It would be better not to provoke this female devil at this time. Mom, why did you go out again? Your injury. A burly man walked over, his face full of worry. As he spoke, the big man glared at Gu Qingqing fiercely. You still remember to come back? As for Zhang Xian, the big man didn't even bother to look at him. This is my home. I can come back whenever I want. What's it got to do with you? Gu Qingqing looked at the big man with a calm expression and spoke lightly, then helped the woman walk into the house. Zhang Xian looked at the scene in confusion. The big man should be Lao Gu's father, but it seems that the relationship between her and her father is not very good. Can you two please stop fighting each other every time you meet? Do you think it's fun? The woman looked at the father and daughter speechlessly. Mom, you're the one who spoiled her. Look at her, she doesn't even look like a girl anymore. Gu Yanming looked at his daughter helplessly. She was so beautiful, but she was so aggressive. I spoiled her? Who raised my little Qingcheng as a boy when she was a child? Now that she has grown up, I want her to change. But is it so easy to change a habit formed since childhood? The woman glared at Gu Cheng, and Gu Yanming immediately backed down. Okay, big brother. People from all the major families are waiting there. Gu Lauer on the side reminded. And you, a bunch of grown men, can't even give birth to a genius, and you still have to ask my little Qingqing to do it for you. Aren't you ashamed? Upon hearing this, the woman glared at Gu Lauer fiercely and shouted angrily. Gu Lauer immediately shrank his neck and dared not say another word. Zhang Xian gave the woman a thumbs up in his heart, but his impression of everyone in the Gu family also improved a little, which showed that the Gu family attached great importance to filial piety. Sister Gu, what's going on? Why do you want to compete? Zhang Xian was extremely curious. If Zhang Xian hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that there would be such a thing as martial arts competitions in modern society. Ha! Xiao Qingchun, didn't you tell Zhang Xian when you came? The woman had excellent hearing. Zhang Xian's voice was very soft, but she could still hear it. Zhang Xian. How embarrassing. So, he was joking with Lao Gu just now, and the woman heard it? Usually I don't need his help. I can solve it myself. Why should I tell him? Gu Qingcheng said indifferently. The others didn't notice anything when they heard this, but the woman's look towards Zhang Xian changed. In her eyes, Zhang Xian was obviously an ordinary person with no signs of martial arts training on his body, but Xiao Qingqing said that she brought Zhang Xian here to ask for his help. She knew her granddaughter's strong character. If the person was not a strong person recognized by the girl, she would never say the word help. What does this indicate? This shows that in Gu Qingqing's eyes, Zhang Xian's strength is above hers. The woman couldn't help but look at Zhang Xian again. Noticing the woman's gaze, Zhang Xian looked up and saw the woman looking at him, and couldn't help but smile slightly. The woman was stunned. Was it a coincidence? Or did Zhang Xian really sense her mental power? It must be an illusion. How could Zhang Xian, at such an old age, have the ability to develop spiritual power? These are all tricks that the shameless old men came up with to bully the small families. However, over the years, the country has become increasingly powerful, and the small families have gradually stopped practicing martial arts. This competition has become the basis for the division of interests among the remaining families. The woman explained in a low voice. Division of benefits? Zhang Xian wondered. For example, in the relevant departments of Daxia, our families have a certain say in them. Now people from the Zhang family hold some positions there, but 5 years ago they were from our Gu family. In fact, the country has now realized that the family is no longer a talisman for Daxia, but a leech. The country has taken back the real power. So, winning or losing doesn't matter now. Winning won't be of much use. It's just a way to save face. Of course, there will be some stakes in a competition. This is why the major families don't want to lose. In fact, even if we lose, if we don't admit it, they won't be able to do anything to the Gu family. The woman explained patiently. People passing by saw the woman talking to Zhang Xian patiently, their eyes filled with shock. Some people kept watching and banged their heads against the wall without realizing it. Zhang Xian looked at these people in surprise.
Old Gu, you are extremely charming. Have you ever talked to these people? Go over and give it a try. Maybe you will have a place for the rest of your life.
Zhang Xian said with a smile.
Get out.
Gu Qingcheng was so angry that she grabbed Zhang Xian's soft flesh and hit him hard twice.
Hiss. Zhang Xian took a breath of cold air. This woman. It's so fucking cruel. Stop talking nonsense. These people are looking at you, not me. Gu Qingcheng knew why Zhang Xian said that, and whispered beside Zhang Xian. Me? Zhang Xian was confused. In my family, Grandma has never been so nice to anyone other than me. Grandma is very mean to other people. Gu Qingcheng explained. Very fierce?
Zhang Xian looked at the woman when he heard this, his mind full of doubts.
Isn't this nonsense? What a kind person. And it's beautiful.
On par with Gu Qingcheng and senior schoolmate, this is a kind of beauty that is different from youth and belongs only to middle-aged women, with an extra touch of charm.
Zhang Xian couldn't imagine such a person looking very fierce. Could he be the kind that looked fierce just like a cute little fierce one?
Gu Qingcheng was also a little confused.
The last time that bastard came, Grandma had not been so kind and amiable.
Although Grandma wanted her to find her own home as soon as possible, the last time that person followed her, Grandma didn't even meet him and went into seclusion directly. When that little bastard Zhang Xian came, Grandma not only saw him, but also stood at the door waiting for him. Gu Qingcheng even felt that her grandma was not waiting for her, but this little bastard beside her.
Gu Qingcheng looked at Zhang Xian. Is there anything strange about this little bastard? Chapter 108, Arena Tournament. Xiaoxian, what do your parents do? The woman asked kindly, her eyes full of curiosity. Ah.
Grandma, my parents set up their own small company. Zhang Xian was about to call her auntie but was glared at by Lao Gu fiercely, so he immediately changed his words.
Snort. Gu Qingcheng snorted coldly.
This guy is very dishonest and always tries to take advantage of her.
Asshole.
Seeing this, the woman burst out laughing.
Grandma is just asking casually. It doesn't matter what your parents do. The Gu family is not short of money. When you get married, Grandma will give you enough money for your living. Grandma.
Gu Qingcheng was unhappy. I really don't have that kind of relationship with this little bastard. Besides, he is the chairman of Dongshan Industrial and is very rich.
There is no need for you to give him money. Oh? Isn't Xiaoxian your student?
How could he owe? Ha. Grandma underestimated Xiaoxian. I didn't expect my grandson-in-law to be so capable. The woman laughed out loud, causing people around her to look at her sideways.
Grandma.
Gu Qingcheng stomped her feet in disbelief.
Damn it. I actually saw the feminine side of Sister Gu. It's not easy. It seems that boy has a way.
Not only did he turn Sister Gu into a real woman, but he also made Grandma love him so much.
He's really amazing. Everyone started talking about this when they saw this. You know what, even after becoming a woman, Sister Gu is still very beautiful.
A young man stroked his chin inside. The next moment, there was a blank space within a dozen meters around him. The young man was embarrassed. He looked around and was depressed to find that everyone around him was looking at him as if he were a fool.
Grandma, let's just go to the ring. It's probably going to be a huge fight there.
Gu Qingcheng really couldn't stand the gazes of the people around her. The woman nodded, but her face showed disapproval of the ring match. On the contrary, Gu Qingcheng attaches great importance to this so-called competition. After twists and turns, Zhang Xian heard the sounds of fighting and cheering from a distance.
Zhang Xian also became curious. He had only seen boxing matches on TV when he was on Earth.
This was the first time he had ever seen a boxing match in real life.
Bang!
As soon as they entered the yard, a person fell towards them. Gu Qingcheng just stretched out one hand and pulled gently, and the force on the man was removed, and he stood up steadily. The man was still in shock. When he turned around and saw that it was Gu Qingcheng who had made the move, he quickly thanked her. The other party was standing on the ring, and was slightly startled when he saw his opponent being stabilized. He deliberately wanted to embarrass this person from the Gu family, so he attacked without leaving any room for him.
Hey, isn't this Aunt Gu? You finally showed up.
I thought you were too scared to show up. The reason why he acted so ruthlessly was to force Gu Qingcheng to show up. Now that Gu Qingcheng finally showed up, his face lit up with excitement. Xiao Xian, come and sit with me. The woman took Zhang Xian's hand affectionately and walked to the Gu family's camp. Seeing the woman appear, someone from the Gu family immediately gave up their seat. Get lost. As for Zhang Xian, no one gave up his seat for him. When the woman saw him, she immediately spoke to an old man next to her. The old man looked helpless and looked at the woman. Sister-in-law, I am also a member of the Gu family after all. Besides, I am old, please give me some face.
Grandma, I'm young, I can just stand. Zhang Xian said quickly.
The old man looked to be at least 100 years old.
Wouldn't it be an insult to him to ask a 100-year-old grandfather to give up his seat for him?
When the old man heard this and looked at Zhang Xian, his eyes became much kinder.
It's okay, let him grab someone else's seat.
I'm here, so there's no place for him to sit,
said the woman in a domineering manner.
Zhang Xian was shocked. Before, Lao Gu said that her grandmother was very domineering, but Zhang Xian didn't believe it.
But now he believed it.
Child, come here and sit next to grandma. After the old man finished speaking, when he looked at Zhang Xian, his expression suddenly became extremely peaceful.
Old man.
How could the face change so quickly? Zhang Xian smiled bitterly. Grandma, I'm only 20 years old. If I let this grandpa give up his seat, I will shorten my life.
I'd better stand.
Those sitting in the Gu family camp were at least 80 or 90 years old. Even when old Gu's father came, he didn't have a seat. If he had sat down, he would have endured countless cold stares.
Grandma, let's watch the competition.
Seeing that the woman wanted to speak, Zhang Xian quickly shifted everyone's attention to the arena.
Bang!
The man who was so arrogant before was kicked out by Gu Qingcheng and fell heavily to the ground, and dust flew up instantly.
Is this the kind of stuff the Lin family is?
If so, then don't come up and embarrass yourself.
Get someone more powerful. Where is Lin Wuji? Let him come up. Gu Qingcheng shouted.
When Lin Jia heard this, his face turned dark. Everyone knew that something had happened to Lin Wuji, and Gu Qingcheng brought it up obviously to embarrass them.
Lin family?
Zhang Xian couldn't help but look towards the Lin family's camp, and the old man who was in the lead happened to look over there as well.
The two men's eyes met and then separated.
Zhang Xian concluded that this person's strength was not weak, at least not weaker than his. The old man was puzzled.
Was it his illusion? Why did he sense a faint threat from the young man? Continue.
The old man of the town was not angry because of Gu Qingcheng's words, but spoke calmly.
Next, the Lin family sent out more than a dozen people to fight.
Although Gu Qingcheng won every time, her physical strength was limited after all.
At this moment, Gu Qingcheng's face was covered with sweat.
Now, not only the people of the Gu family, but also people from other aristocratic families noticed that something was wrong with the Lin family. This was the first time they had seen such a shameless style of fighting.
Old Master Jin, isn't this a bit too much for the Lin family?
In the other camp, an old man respectfully clasped his fists towards the old man and asked.
The old man glanced at the old man calmly and said, "This is the Gu family's competition, not your Zhang family's. If the next champion is from my Lin family, you can do the same. My Lin family will definitely not say anything." Jin Lao. Everyone was speechless.
How could such shameless words come from the mouth of a highly respected martial arts master?
Rules. Without rules, there will be no order. Continue, said the old man indifferently.
Lin Jin, you are still so shameless. When you were young, you were the most shameless among us. I thought that after 100 years, time would have made your skin thinner, but I didn't expect that you actually practiced kung fu on your face. The woman said coldly.
Zhang Xian shook his head. The Lin family's shamelessness was indeed innate.
Zhang Yuding, this is the rule that was set by all the major families.
I am also following the rules.
If you feel it is inappropriate, you can withdraw from the competition for this quota.
Lin Jin said lightly.
Only then did Zhang Xian know the woman's name was Zhang Yuding. No wonder he felt so close to the woman, perhaps they were a family 500 years ago.
Don't waste time, let me do it.
At this moment, a man wearing a hooded sweater stood up from the Lin family's camp.
Chapter 109, Sword of No Return Bianjinshan.
The wheel tactic is, after all, a minor trick that cannot be accepted by the public. Even if you win, you will still be criticized.
I, Bianjinshan, disdain such means. If it weren't for the 1 billion, I would have killed your people long ago. You don't have the passion of a warrior at all.
As the man spoke, he lifted up his hood, revealing a handsome face.
It's Norwegian Bienjinshan. It's really him. The Lin family is so shameless. The appearance of Bienjinshan instantly broke the silence around him.
Everyone was talking about it, and when they looked at the Lin family, their eyes changed. This competition was jointly organized by all the major families for the purpose of distributing benefits for the next 5 years, but everyone had been very restrained. After all, they were all comrades who had fought together in the past. The Lin family's move has completely torn their relationship apart. The old man of the town was very satisfied with the sensation caused by Bienjinshan's appearance, which was why he spared no expense to invite Bienjinshan.
As for other families' opinions on this matter, does he need to care? Today, the alliance among the major families is in name only. Everyone is looking after themselves, and there are frictions between them.
For example, his Lin family and the Zhang family have been fighting for the title of Baji Jinzong for so many years, and people have even died for this matter.
Is it possible for them to be able to continue to be the same as before? He had anticipated that the Lin family might not be favored by the major families in the future.
However, the Lin family needed the prize very much this time and had to win it before the other families knew about it.
Mr. Zhen, although we can invite external aid, it seems that Bienjinshan is not a prodigy of the younger generation. Some people questioned Bienjinshan's age and believed that he was not qualified to participate in the ring competition.
Yes, Bienjinshan is at least 40 years old this year.
You can let him participate in the competition. If so, can we also send out the strong ones in our family? Lin Jin smiled faintly. Okay, sure, you can do whatever you want.
Bienjinshan is 49 years old this year, and he will be 50 in a month.
He has not violated the regulations. You can send anyone under 50.
However, the champions this time are the Gu family.
If you want to send someone, you can only do it next time. Ha ha ha.
Lin Jin laughed triumphantly, then looked at Zhang Yuding and said, Sister-in-law Yuding, you Gu family can admit defeat. The other major families originally wanted to say something else, but now they reacted.
Yes, it's none of their business, why should they bother about it? This is what the Gu family should worry about. Everyone in the Gu family looked ugly.
Bienjinshan is nearly 2 meters tall, and his whole body exudes a fierce murderous aura.
This is because he has been in the foreign mercenary circle for many years.
Although the mainstream of the world has been peaceful in recent years, there are still reports of masters being killed. Every time a master's death is related to Jinshan here. Rumor has it that Jinshan's strength has long surpassed the scope of a master, but he has not done anything beneficial to the country, so the country has not awarded him a master's certificate.
Is this Bienjinshan?
Rumor has it that his strength has surpassed that of a master, but I don't know if it's true or not.
Overseas, he has a very famous name, something like Wu Huijian. His aura is indeed extraordinary.
The appearance of Bienjinshan immediately caused a commotion among the younger generations of the major families. The older generations of the major families rarely use the internet, so they don't know much about how powerful Bienjinshan is, but their young people can access news from abroad. It was also because of the appearance of Bienjinshan that many young masters of Dasha went abroad to join mercenaries, hoping to make a name for themselves and become famous throughout the world.
Among the major families, those who were about the same age as Bienjinshan looked at Bienjinshan with complicated eyes.
Fortunately, Bienjinshan is not from a family, otherwise all the families in Dasha would live under the glory of this man. Bienjinshan walked onto the stage and looked at Gu Qingcheng with admiration. Little girl, you are very good. It is rare in the world to be able to practice Xingyiquan to such perfection at your age. However, your strength is still not enough in front of me. Besides, you are a woman, and women always have to rely on the strong.
Why don't you come with me? I promise to make you the happiest woman in the world.
Zhang Yuding frowned when she heard this. Not only her, but everyone else frowned as well.
This is the Gu family.
Bienjinshan flirted with the woman of the Gu family in front of so many people.
This is not just a simple act of seeking death.
Ever since Bienjinshan appeared, Zhang Xian has been keeping a close eye on him.
Bienjinshan gave him a very strange feeling. This aura was different from the feeling given to him by the warriors from the major families. What's going on with this guy? Zhang Xian frowned slightly.
The aura on this guy seemed to be the same as that of the warriors from the major families, but he could clearly sense that there was another very special aura emanating from Bienjinshan's body. At this time, as if noticing Zhang Xian's gaze, Bienjinshan turned his head and looked at Zhang Xian.
Their eyes met.
Zhang Xian smiled slightly and carefully sensed the other person's breath, trying to find out what was wrong. Bian Jinshan looked at Zhang Xian for a while, and his eyes suddenly became indifferent and cold.
Just an ordinary person, not worth his attention.
He looked at the beautiful Gu Qingcheng and felt a surge of heat in his heart. Although he had played with all kinds of beauties abroad, this was the first time he had seen someone as pure and beautiful as Gu Qingcheng. Such a woman is of top quality, and Bian Jinshan doesn't want to miss her.
As for whether the other members of the Gu family will be angry, does he need to be afraid?
If it were in the past, he would still have to worry about the Gu family, but now he came in with the Lin family, unless someone from the younger generation of the Gu family can defeat him fairly. You may not be convinced in your heart, but I'll give you a chance. I'll give you half an hour to recover.
No need, let's just start.
Gu Qingcheng looked at Bian Jinshan with disdain. It was shameless for a 50-year-old man to compete with her, who was in her 20s.
He was also pretending to be profound.
Such a person was a hypocrite and was even worse than Zhang Xian.
Well, as long as I beat you.
Before Bian Jinshan could finish his words, Gu Qingcheng stomped the ground with her right foot and shot towards Bian Jinshan like an arrow from a bow, attacking like thunder and roaring like a tiger.
Gu Qingcheng moved very quickly, hoping to catch Bian Jinshan off guard. However, she still underestimated Bian Jinshan's reaction speed.
Bian Jinshan must have real ability to have created such a great reputation in a foreign country.
Just as Gu Qingcheng's fist hit Bian Jinshan's chest, he moved. He grabbed Gu Qingcheng's fist accurately and pulled it into his arms. Presumptuous.
Seeing this scene, the people of the Gu family were angry.
Anyone who teases them in front of so many people is looking for death. Chapter 110. Did he guess wrong? Shameless. This is the Gu family.
This man is so presumptuous. He is relying on the fact that he came here with the Lin family.
Will the Gu family not take action against him? Seeing Bian Jinshan's actions, the crowd was outraged.
There was a flash of panic in Gu Qingcheng's eyes. At this moment, when everyone thought she would be captured, Gu Qingcheng suddenly turned into a snake. Her body was extremely soft and she broke free from Bian Jinshan's hands, while her arm suddenly chopped out.
Bang!
With a muffled sound, Bian Jinshan frowned and stepped back involuntarily.
Good.
It turns out that the cannon fist can be used like this. After a moment of panic, Bian Jinshan calmed down instantly, dodged to the side, and at the same time struck out with an elbow. Gu Qingcheng transformed into a horse, tied up with Tai Chiao Lock, and swung his legs at the same time. His body suddenly spun around, and he turned into a gyroscope and rushed towards Bian Jinshan. The movements of the two men were getting faster and faster. Gu Qingcheng's boxing skills were more varied, but they were all taken by Bian Jinshan.
Sister Qingcheng is so awesome. She will definitely win this time.
Of course. Sister Qingcheng is the best of the younger generation of our Gu family. No matter how powerful Bian Jinshan is, he is just rampant outside. After today, our Gu family is destined to be famous all over the world. The younger generation of the Gu family began to get excited and couldn't wait to dance and cheer.
Zhang Xian was ready to take action. Gu Qingcheng was no match for Bian Jinshan. He finally discovered what was wrong with Bian Jinshan. Bian Jinshan's movements were very stiff.
This was not his true strength. It was as if he had taken some medicine to increase his speed. His body was strong and his reactions were quick. Apart from that, his fighting style was disorganized, unlike Gu Qingcheng, whose every move and style had a traceable pattern. Bian Jinshan was hitting randomly, but his speed was too fast and his reactions were too quick, so if you didn't look carefully, you couldn't tell. Jinshan's real strength here should not be strong, otherwise Gu Qingcheng might not be able to take even one of his moves. I didn't expect that there would be such a magical medicine in the world. If this kind of magic medicine was controlled by the country, it would definitely be able to produce a large number of powerful people in batches. But I can tell Brother Sure about this discovery, he will definitely be interested. Besides, Jinshan is a mercenary, and there must be murders under his command.
As long as we catch him, we can definitely find out something.
Thinking of this, he directly dialed Shi Jun's number.
Hey, Brother Zhang, what's up? Brother Shi, is there any murder case on Bian Jinshan?
Zhang Yuding, who was standing next to her, was stunned for a moment when she heard what Zhang Xian said. She glanced at Zhang Xian, a faint smile appeared on her face, and then she looked towards the arena.
Overseas sort of no return Bian Jinshan?
Shi Jun was stunned when he heard this.
Yes, this guy is an international wanted criminal. What's wrong with that? I'm at the Gu family.
I came here with the Lin family.
Are you interested? Wait a minute, brother. Bian Jinshan is not as simple as he appears. There may be a force behind him.
He is not a lone wolf at all. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then he was relieved.
Without power, Bian Jinshan alone would not be able to get that kind of medicine. Ding, the God-level selection system is starting up. Option 1, capture the traitor Lin Jingjun. Reward, Grandmaster level Qi, physical fitness plus 50, spirit plus 50, wealth plus 100 billion. Option 2, let the traitor Lin Jingjun go. Reward, the host will be awarded the title of turtle and wealth 1000 billion. Note, when the host's wealth value is negative, the host's lifespan will be reset to 0. Fuck. Zhang Xian was startled. Lifespan reset to 0? Isn't that just burping? This is not a multiple choice question, it is a question that forces him to make a choice. Besides, where could he find Lin Jingjun? Looking at this surname, could it be related to the Lin family? Gudong. Suddenly, Zhang Xian looked at Bian Jinshan on the stage, wondering if. In order to verify his thoughts, Zhang Xian asked in a low voice, "Brother Shi, is there someone named Lin Jingjun in the Lin family?"
Shi Jun on the other end of the phone was stunned when he heard the name coming out of Zhang Xian's mouth. He did not answer Zhang Xian's question, but asked, "Brother Zhang, tell me, where did you hear this name from?"
Zhang Xian was stunned. Judging from Shi Jun's tone, this Lin Jingjun seemed to be no ordinary person.
Lin Jingjun was the most talented person in the Lin family back then.
When he was around, the Lin family even compared him to Zhang Yendao of the Zhang family.
More than a decade ago, the two of them earned the title Zhang in the north and Lin in the south. It's a pity that one of them betrayed the country, and the other died in a rebellion. Zhang Yendao was beheaded in order to protect a mysterious medicine developed by our country. At this moment, Zhang Yuding beside him suddenly spoke.
Zhang Yan said.
When he heard this name, for some reason, Zhang Xian's heart skipped a beat, as if something was touched.
Perhaps after hearing Zhang Yuding's voice, Shi Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Zhang, did you hear what Yuding's sister-in-law said? The sister-in-law is right.
Lin Jingjun was a good brother of mine back then, but... Shi Jun seemed unwilling to talk more, and continued, Zhang Yendao and Lin Jingjun are the only two people in the family that I like.
They are not arrogant like the nobles. But brother, why do you suddenly ask this? Dad? How is this possible? The system has said that it is the traitor Lin Jingjun. When did the system fail?
It seems that the matter was not as Zhang Yuding and Shi Jun said. It is more likely that Lin Jingjun concealed it from everyone and became a great hero in people's eyes, and Lin Jingjun put the blame on Zhang Yendao for everything.
It must be so.
So why did the system suddenly let him make a choice at this time? Looking back at the time when he traveled through time, every choice he made was after he met that person, and the system would be triggered for him to make a choice. It seems that Lin Jingjun must be here.
Zhang Xian looked around and said, Brother Shi, what if I say that Lin Jingjun is very likely not dead? What?
This time, not only Shi Jun, but also Zhang Yuding beside him looked at Zhang Xian with eyes wide open.
Child, tell me, why do you say that?
Zhang Yuding stared at Zhang Xian, as if trying to see something.
Brother Zhang, why do you say that? Zhang Xian did not answer, but looked around. The system had never made any mistakes, so which one of these people was Lin Jingjun? Grandma, did Bian Jinshan become famous before Lin Jingjun's death or after his death? He asked puzzledly. Because Zhang Yuding mentioned the word medicine in her words just now. Considering the mysterious aura he sensed from Bian Jinshan, could this Lin Jingjun be Bian Jinshan?
Zhang Yuding was startled when she heard this, then smiled bitterly. Although Bian Jinshan became famous in recent years, he had been abroad for a long time. When the incident happened, Bian Jinshan was assassinating a senior official of a country abroad. That battle was also the battle that made Bian Jinshan famous. Bian Jinshan and Lin Jingjun cannot be the same person. Zhang Xian was stunned when he heard this. Did he guess wrong? Chapter 111 Zhang Xian takes action. At this moment, Gu Qingcheng was careless and was hit on the shoulder by Bian Jinshan's punch, causing her to lose balance. Bian Jinshan's eyes were stern. He seized the moment and attacked fiercely. Bang! He kicked again, hitting Gu Qingcheng in the chest, and kicked Gu Qingcheng off the ring. Bian Jinshan had no intention of stopping, but followed down from the ring, trying to capture Gu Qingcheng. Presumptuous! Zhang Yuding was furious and swung her palm fiercely. A wave of air flashed past and hit Bian Jinshan. This is... Zhang Xian was stunned. It was the first time he saw a gust of air. There was even a sound of explosion in the void. Sister-in-law, this is a contest between younger generations, it is inappropriate for you to take action. The old man of the town suddenly took action and also met with a punch. To attack Qingcheng in front of us is courting death. When Gu Qingcheng's second uncle saw the scene, he couldn't bear it anymore. He leaped in front of Bian Jinshan. His face was solemn and he punched out without mercy. Bian Jinshan, however, had a blank expression on his face, and even showed a scornful smile at Uncle Gu's move. Seeing this scene, how could second Uncle Gu bear it? After all, he was a well-known figure in Daxia, respected wherever he went. When had he ever been despised like this? The other major families were silent and looked at everything in front of them indifferently. After all, this matter had nothing to do with them. Second Uncle Gu's speed was extremely fast. He could see that Gu Qingcheng lost because of her lack of speed, and that Bian Jinshan knew nothing about martial arts techniques except for speed and physical strength. Or maybe Bian Jinshan wanted to hide something and did not use his martial arts. Bang! Uncle Gu's speed was already fast enough, but he was still blocked by Bian Jinshan. After a muffled sound, the two men retreated more than 10 meters each. Uncle Gu snorted coldly and increased his speed again. But what no one expected was that what he had just done was not Bian Jinshan's limit, as he was able to take on all of second Uncle Gu's moves perfectly. But in just a few seconds, the two of them exchanged dozens of rounds of attacks. But everyone could see clearly that it was only a matter of time before second Uncle Gu was defeated. He had already tried his best, but Bian Jinshan still seemed to be at ease. Sure enough, after more than 10 moves, Bian Jinshan found a flaw in Uncle Gu and punched him, knocking Uncle Gu flying backwards. At this moment, the eyes of the major families looking at Bian Jinshan became solemn. Bian Jinshan's strength makes them feel intimidated. Although it is the Gu family that is having a headache at the moment, who knows if it will be their turn to have a headache in the next competition. Seeing Gu Qingcheng being knocked down from the ring by Bian Jinshan, Zhang Xian used his moon-grabbing hand to remove the force from Gu Qingcheng's body and then stabilized her. However, at this moment, everyone's attention was attracted by Uncle Gu and Bian Jinshan, and no one noticed this. Bian Jinshan's kick was extremely heavy, and Gu Qingcheng suffered internal injuries, and her face looked extremely ugly. Zhang Xian, it looks like you need to take action this time. Although Gu Qingcheng is from the younger generation of the Gu family, her strength is not much weaker than that of her second uncle. It is only a matter of time before her second uncle is defeated. Only Zhang Xian has the strength to defeat Bian Jinshan at the scene. Zhang Xian knew the importance of the matter and this was not the time to joke, so he nodded and agreed. Seeing that Zhang Xian agreed, Gu Qingcheng breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Xian was afraid that others would hear it and alert the enemy, so he used WeChat to tell Shi Jun and Hu Xiqian that Bian Jinshan was most likely Lin Jingjun. Shi Jun called immediately, and it was obvious that he was very anxious. Zhang Xian frowned and hung up the phone. At this moment, Uncle Gu was indeed blown away. Zhang Xian noticed that Bian Jinshan's eyes were red, and he obviously had murderous intent. He took a step forward and followed closely. From the looks of him, it seemed as if he wanted to kill second Uncle Gu. Looking at Bian Jinshan who was bombarding him, Zhang Xian no longer waited. He took a step forward, his body whistling, and rushed towards Bian Jinshan. Ding, it is detected that the host has made a choice. Rewards are being distributed. Grandmaster level Qi, physical fitness plus 50, spirit plus 50, wealth plus 100 billion. At the moment Zhang Xian made his move, a lot of knowledge suddenly emerged in his mind, and he was certain of one thing at this moment: Bian Jinshan was the traitor Lin Jingjun. This is something to watch. Someone from the Lin family actually betrayed the country, and the Lin family called him back. Calling back a traitor shows that the Lin family's connection with the other party has never been interrupted. What does this show? Bang! With a dull thud, Zhang Xian and Bian Jinshan collided with each other, and then each took a step back. Zhang Xian only felt the blood and energy in his body surging, and he looked at Lin Jingjun in surprise. The power in Lin Jingjun's body is actually comparable to his. This was the first time he met someone who could compete with him in strength. Little did they know that Lin Jingjun on the opposite side was even more shocked at this moment. Ever since he was injected with the strengthening potion, he has never encountered anyone who can compete with him in physical strength. He stared at Zhang Xian in a daze, and the people around him were also shocked by this scene. Especially the people from the Gu family, who were with Zhang Xian just now. They were very sure that Zhang Xian was just an ordinary person, without any strength in his body, and with delicate skin and tender flesh. In their opinion, Gu Qingcheng must have chosen Zhang Xian because of his handsomeness. However, they never expected that Zhang Xian's physical strength was so powerful. This time, even Zhang Yuding was a little stunned, and then she laughed out loud. He is worthy of being the man my granddaughter has chosen. Lin Jingjun stared at Zhang Xian. In an instant, Zhang Xian appeared in front of Lin Jingjun and whispered, "Lin Jingjun." Lin Jingjuan's expression changed, and then became indifferent, as if he didn't know what these 3 words meant. But in that instant, Zhang Xian was able to make a conclusion. In other words, he had already concluded that the system had never made any mistakes, but the change in Lin Jingjuan's expression made Zhang Xian more certain of this matter. Cannon fist. Bang! There was a muffled sound in the void, and Zhang Xian punched out. There was a gleam of ferocity in Lin Jingjuan's eyes, and a murderous intent rose up in him. On the other side, Zhang Yuding and Lin Jin slapped each other fiercely. Lin Jin's face changed and he flew backwards. Zhang Yuding's face also turned pale. The two of them were evenly matched in this palm strike. At this moment, they saw the duel between Zhang Xian and Bian Jinshan. A gleam of light flashed in Zhang Yuding's eyes, and then she stopped attacking and looked at Lin Jin with a teasing look in her eyes. Lin Jin frowned. Zhang Xian's appearance completely ruined his plan. He looked at Lin Jingjun and asked, "How?" Lin Jingjun did not answer Lin Jin's words, but stared at Zhang Xian. The next moment, he suddenly moved at an extremely fast speed, leaving a footprint on the ground. Seeing that the two were about to confront each other again, Gu Qingcheng looked at Zhang Xian with worried eyes. Chapter 112 Sister Qingcheng, your boyfriend is so awkward. Where did this kid come from? He is so strong that he is on par with Bian Jinshan. Could it be that this is the peerless genius hidden by the Gu family? The people watching the game exclaimed. When the Gu family saw how vigorous Zhang Xian was, they opened their mouths in surprise. Lin Jingjun rushed over and punched out. Zhang Xian dodged, this time without a head-on collision. He dodged sideways, brushing past Lin Jingjuan's fist, and punched out fiercely. Seeing this, Lin Jingjun threw a punch, but Zhang Xian ducked his head to avoid it, and at the same time he kicked out with a sweeping kick. Bang! He hit a stone pillar on the ring and it shattered instantly, which shows how heavy Zhang Xian's kick was. If an ordinary person was swept away, he would definitely be killed or injured. Buzz! There was a loud bang in the air, and Lin Jingjun leaped into the air, kicking out with both legs at the same time. His kicks were so powerful and swift that they were like an iron whip. Zhang Xian dodged again and his body suddenly stepped back. The air in front of him suddenly exploded, as if a bomb exploded. His eyes widened. He had only seen such scenes on TV before, but had never seen them in real life. Lin Jingjun fell to the ground, and Zhang Xian took advantage of the fact that he was not standing firmly and struck him with a palm. Suddenly, something in the body seemed to be mobilized, and a mysterious force suddenly burst out from the dantian. Bang! The void exploded, as if the void was stirred, and a ray of light suddenly appeared, like a sharp sword shooting towards Lin Jingjun. Although it was still weak, it was somewhat similar to the airwave Zhang Yuding had just used. What? This is. Use force to transform into energy. Who is this person? When did such a person appear in the younger generation of our great Xia? After seeing this scene, people from all the major families could no longer remain calm. Zhang Yuding and Lin Jin stood up in shock, and Gu Qingcheng covered her mouth involuntarily. The ray of energy instantly hit Lin Jingjuan's chest. Roar! Lin Jingjun roared in pain, but the roar did not sound like a human voice at all, it sounded more like a seriously injured wild beast. The ray of energy blew him away, and while he was still in the air, a stream of blood spurted out. Zhang Xian was also stunned for a moment, and then he understood that this was the master-level qi energy. But this was not the time for him to be dazed. Zhang Xian was fearless and took the initiative to attack. Lin Jingjuan's face changed, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He reached out and picked up the package on his back. With a slight tremor of his hand, the package instantly broke into strips of cloth, and a sword appeared. Sister Qingcheng, which family is your boyfriend from? He's so awesome. A little baby with a pacifier in his mouth staggered over, looked at Zhang Xian curiously and asked. Gu Qingcheng originally wanted to beat up the person who talked nonsense, but when she saw the little kid next to her, the anger in her eyes turned into helplessness. Little girl, why did you come out? Little Nan Nan turned around and pointed at a few people in the Gu family group, and said in a baby voice, the brothers asked Nan Nan to come over to ask Sister Qingcheng questions. They didn't dare to come over themselves, saying that they were afraid of being beaten. They don't have the courage, but Nan Nan has the courage.
Nan Nan is not afraid of Sister Qingcheng. Nan Nan loves Sister Qingcheng.
Gu Qingcheng looked at those people coldly. Seeing themselves betrayed so easily, those people were dumbfounded.
Sister Qingcheng, which family does your boyfriend belong to? He's so awesome. Nan Nan looked at Gu Qingcheng curiously, and the others also looked at her eagerly. They looked at Zhang Xian with admiration. He was so awesome. Use strength to transform into energy. Even in their Gu family, not many people understood it. They did not expect to see this shocking scene in a young man.
He's not my sister's boyfriend.
Gu Qingcheng corrected Xiao Nan Nan in a low voice.
Oh, sorry, which family does Sister Qingcheng's boyfriend belong to?
Xiao Nan Nan apologized sincerely and asked again. Gu Qingcheng.
She was speechless. She had already guessed that bringing Zhang Xian here would lead to this situation. But at this moment, Gu Qingcheng no longer had the mind to pay attention to this. She looked at Zhang Xian in shock.
How did Zhang Xian transform strength into energy?
No, I will ask it later. Gu Qingcheng's strength has been stuck at this bottleneck for 3 years. As long as he breaks through, he will be able to transform strength into qi and release the qi outwards. Zhang Xian had no idea what Gu Qingcheng was thinking. He and Lin Jingjun started fighting, and there were frequent noises in the air. Various exquisite moves of Bajiquan and Xingyiquan were displayed one by one in his hands. The surroundings were silent and everyone was staring at the two fighting parties. The level of this competition was far higher than in the past. In the past, the elders of the major families would not be able to help but comment on the competition between the younger generations in the ring. But now the two people on the stage are stronger than them, they can only learn and have no right to comment.
Jin Lao. Everyone in the Lin family looked at the arena with worry.
Now they had offended the Gu family so much. If the final result was failure, their Lin family would become a laughingstock in Daxia. Lin Jin looked at the two people in the field with a grim expression, and no one knew that his fists that were retracted into his sleeves had been clenched. He looked at Zhang Xian, shocked and filled with murderous intent. The appearance of Zhang Xian completely disrupted his plan. More importantly, Lin Jingjuan's identity must not be exposed, but if Zhang Xian keeps pestering him, Jin Lao cannot guarantee that Lin Jingjun can resist using the Bajiquan that belongs to their Lin family. Lin Jingjun, holding a sword, became much stronger and Zhang Xian was forced to retreat for a while. However, after a period of confusion, Zhang Xian became more and more skilled in dealing with the situation, and his nervous mood gradually relaxed.
Laugh. Suddenly,
Zhang Xian turned his hands into swords and slashed out fiercely. 2 rays of light flashed through the air, like 2 electric snakes appearing. Lin Zhengjuan's face changed drastically. When the old man in the town saw this scene, he secretly thought that this was not good. Lin Jingjuan's body slid as if he was wearing ice skates, and he flashed past with precision and sharpness.
This is the Lin family's Baji swordsmanship.
When the people from the major families saw the scene, they stood up in shock again.
Bang!
The sword and the aura collided with each other, the void exploded, and Lin Zhengjuan's face changed, and his expression changed rapidly. At this moment, another ray of light passed through his sword and hit his chest, piercing it instantly and bringing up a stream of blood.
We give up.
Seeing that Zhang Xian was about to take action, Jin Lao dared not wait any longer and shouted immediately. He had a good idea and wanted to take Lin Jingjun away immediately and secretly arrange for Lin Jingjun to leave Daxia, but he was destined to be disappointed. Zhang Xian has already confirmed that Bian Jinshan is Lin Jingjun, so how could he let this traitor leave? At this moment, his vast mental power emanated from his body, and the time around him seemed to slow down. Zhang Xian flashed in front of Lin Jingjun, grabbed his arms with both hands and pulled them hard.
Crack! Everyone's expression changed.
Chapter 113 The Arrogant and Domineering Shijun.
Presumptuous.
You dare to break our rules, you're seeking death. Jin Lao was cold and ruthless, with murderous intent in his chest. He punched down, and an even more violent aura blasted towards Zhang Xian.
This is my Gu family, Lin Jin, do you think I'm dead?
Seeing Lin Jin take action, Zhang Yuding could no longer hold back, raised her left foot, and shot out.
Old man, do you really think I have a good temper?
Zhang Xian was also angry. This old immortal actually attacked him by surprise. Almost at the same time when Zhang Yuding made her move, Zhang Xian's figure flashed over like a dragon, and a mighty mental force burst out of his body, locking onto Lin Jin. Zhang Yuding waved her hand, and a ray of light flashed across the sky, piercing through the void.
Boom! The next moment, everyone was shocked and horrified.
Two rays of light collided in the void, and ripples suddenly spread out, and those ripples exuded a terrifying aura. A strong man felt it and his face changed instantly. If he touched this ripple, he would surely die. This is just the aftermath of a fight between two powerful men. They sighed. Even the younger generations of the major families saw for the first time a fight between such powerful men.
This is too horrible. The two strong men seemed to have transformed into martial arts masters in TV dramas.
They could step in the air for a short period of time and even leap to a height of more than 20 meters. The strong men from the major families felt heavy in their hearts, and the two strong men were like two mountains pressing down on their heads.
This is the real master. Someone sighed.
Once upon a time, master was a state of mind, and only when a warrior reached the state of transforming strength into energy would he be qualified to be called a master. After the founding of Daxia, master gradually became a title, a semi-official position linking the government and the martial arts world. It did not necessarily require you to cultivate to the level of transforming strength into qi. If they hadn't seen Zhang Xian's powerful energy today, they would have almost forgotten this.
Bang!
Zhang Xian's energy and Lin Jin's fist collided with each other, making a dull sound. The energy took shape and turned into a fist, which rushed towards Zhang Xian. Zhang Yuding waved her sleeves, dispersing the ray of energy. The two men waved their sleeves at the same time, and their auras collided again.
Zhang Xian frowned.
He could sense the gap between himself and the two strong men.
He wanted to contribute, but he was unable to do so.
At this moment, the roar of a helicopter came from a distance.
Stop! The helicopter landed and Shi Jun's voice could be heard from afar. Zhang Yuding frowned, then smiled, and stopped.
However, Lin Jin's face changed and he secretly signaled the Lin family to take Lin Jingjun away. Zhang Xian had long been on guard against the Lin family's ability to do this, so he stood next to Lin Jingjun and stepped on the seriously injured and unconscious Lin Jingjun.
Boy, you want to die.
The murderous intent in Lin Jin's eyes was no longer concealed.
I don't think I have provoked you, so watch your mouth.
Zhang Xian's face was full of smiles, but his words made the people around him change their expressions, especially the people from the Lin family.
Boy, lift your feet.
Dian Jinshan is a helper invited by my Lin family.
When the major families hold a competition, they cannot harm the other party's life. This is the bottom line. You are invited by the Gu family, you should know this. An old man from the Lin family glared at Zhang Xian and said, Boy, kneel down there and beg for my forgiveness. Maybe I can spare your life.
Lin Jin locked onto Zhang Xian tightly, his mind working quickly, and when he realized that there was nothing wrong, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Jingjun has the identity of Bian Jinshan.
Although Bian Jinshan is an internationally wanted criminal, he has not committed any crime in Daxia.
With him around in the Lin family's face, I believe that the relevant departments of Daxia will not force Lin Jingjun to stay.
The Stone Army is here.
The various families had different attitudes towards the arrival of the Stone Army. Some people had smiles on their faces, while others frowned, obviously disliking the relevant departments.
Old Shi, why are you here?
Uncle Gu saw Shi Jun, walked up to him, and the two hugged each other. Lin Jin frowned and looked at Shi Jun, disdain in the depths of his eyes, and said coldly, This is the business of my major families.
Do you want to get involved in the relevant departments? I remember that the country promised us absolute autonomy. Shi Jun smiled at Lin Jin. Oh, isn't this Mr. Jin? You have a long life. I miss you so much. Every time we meet, I want to take a photo with you. I am always afraid that I won't be able to see you next time.
As he spoke, Shi Jun suddenly whispered to Uncle Gu beside him, Damn it, good people don't live long, evil people are left for thousands of years, and the old man who won't die, he still won't die. However, the murmuring sound was so loud that everyone within a radius of 10 meters could hear it.
Puff. Zhang Xian couldn't help but gave Shi Jun a thumbs up. Awesome. The young people from other major families also felt uncomfortable. Shi Jun, what the hell do you mean? Someone from the Lin family roared.
Fuck you, I hate people who talk nonsense and are uncivilized.
If you curse me again, I will kill you.
As soon as the man finished speaking, Shi Jun roared.
Zhang Xian.
Shi Jun had always left him with the impression of being generous, but he didn't expect that he had such a domineering side.
You. The Lin family member who was scolded was so angry that he couldn't speak. You are the one who curses, how can you have the face to despise others for cursing you?
Lin Jin glared at Shi Jun, looking like he was ready to attack at any time, but Zhang Xian could see that Lin Jin was obviously afraid of something and did not dare to actually take action.
I have no shame, so I can curse people. I was born into a humble family, not like you who are born into a noble family.
The blood of noble races flows in my body.
You are all cultured people, how can you degenerate and compare with me? Zhang Xian was speechless.
Brother Shi was definitely the first person in history who could describe himself as shameless in such a refreshing and refined way.
Bang!
At this moment, Zhang Yuding slapped Shi Jun on the head and said, "Be more restrained and stop swearing.
There are children here. Do you want to teach my daughter bad things? Grandpa Shi, give me a hug. Nan misses you."
At this moment, a little kid squeezed out of the crowd and opened his arms to Shi Jun.
"Oh, little girl, Grandpa Shi misses you too. Ha ha ha."
Shi Jun picked up the child, his eyes full of doting.
"What a cute little baby, Nan, wait for your Grandpa Shi to come home and work hard, spend more time with your grandma. Bah, I also want to give birth to a baby as cute as you." Zhang Xian. Everyone around. Chapter 114. Shi Jun is embarrassed.
Shi Jun looked at Zhang Xian. "Brother Zhang, where is Lin Jingjun?" As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar.
Everyone looked at Shi Jun and Zhang Xian in astonishment. Lin Jingjun? What an ancient name.
No one expected Shi Jun to bring it up at this time. When Lin Jin heard this, his face changed instantly, and without any hesitation, he punched Zhang Xian.
Bang!
There was a muffled sound in flames, as if something hit Lin Jin's hand. Lin Jin's face changed drastically.
He looked around, cautious and alert. Crash!
There was a large empty space around him.
Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in astonishment.
No one expected that things would suddenly turn out like this.
Sniper rifle.
There is a sniper in the dark who can kill the master. Some people who had something to hide looked grim and were alert to their surroundings. Of course, there were also some people who looked at the Lin family members jokingly. The sniper attacked Lin Jin, which means that the Lin family must have done something that displeased the country. Now that Shi Jun has arrived, they must have grasped some information, so they are so powerful. Without paying attention to the thoughts of others around him, Shi Jun looked at Lin Jin coldly and said in a calm tone, "Lin Jin, I'm giving you face by calling you Jin Lao, don't be so shameless.
You know what you have done over the years.
The country has given you enough honor for the sake of the ancestors of the Lin family. If you don't know what's good for you, be careful that I will destroy your Lin family."
Boom!
After hearing what Shi Jun said, everyone became more certain of one thing: the country really knew something about the Lin family, and if things weren't handled well today, the country would settle this matter. Considering that Bian Jinshan had just displayed the Lin family's Baji swordsmanship at the critical moment, some people figured something out and their eyes towards the Lin family changed.
For a moment, the atmosphere at the scene became weird.
Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Jin. Being scolded by Shi Jun in front of so many people and feeling hundreds of eyes focused on him, Lin Jin's anger reached its limit.
But he didn't dare to do it. Today's Xia is no longer the weak Xia.
Facing martial artists at the master level, we still have ways to deal with them. What's more, after Shi Jun arrived, he took the initiative to provoke again and again.
He was definitely prepared. Even.
Lin Jin looked at Bian Jinshan, who was lying unconscious on the ground.
Could it be that the country really knows? If that's the case, today's matter will not end well.
Lin Jin glared at Shi Jun and said coldly, "Shi Jun, you'd better make it clear. We have sacrificed our lives for the safety of Xia.
We are the heroes of Xia, not your sinners."
He could only guess now that the country did not have any substantial evidence, otherwise, with the country's means, the Lin family would have ceased to exist by now.
The Zhang family back then was a precedent. That was an extremely powerful family.
Even if 10 Lin families were put together, they were no match for the Zhang family.
However, the Zhang family was still destroyed by the country. Overnight, only a few cats and kittens were left in the entire Zhang family.
Everyone only knew that the country had taken action, but no one knew how the country did it. Later, the sniper rifle that could kill the master appeared, which confirmed everyone's speculation.
"Brother Shi, what's going on?"
Someone has a good relationship with the Shi Jun and the Lin family. Now that the two sides are targeting each other, he steps forward to act as a peacemaker. Shi Jun glanced at Lin Jin coldly, then walked to Zhang Xian under the gaze of everyone.
"Brother Zhang, are you sure?" Shi Jun asked in a low voice. Sure. Zhang Xian said with certainty. The system has never made any mistakes. Dian Jinshan is definitely Lin Zhangjun. Is there any evidence? Brother, sure, you should have Lin Zhangjun's DNA, right?
Bring Dian Jinshan back for a test and the truth will be revealed. When Shi Jun heard this, his face suddenly turned dark.
Brother Zhang, you've tricked me to death. You have no evidence. No, so I caught the person for you. You will know when you bring him back. Zhang Xian looked innocent.
He didn't let Shi Jun come to offend Lin Jin.
Dian Jinshan is an internationally wanted criminal. No one will suspect anything if the relevant departments arrest him because this is the job of the relevant departments.
After returning, I will do an appraisal quietly.
Once I have evidence, it will not be too late to take action. Puff.
Shi Jun is about to vomit blood.
This is fucking embarrassing.
If he thought about it carefully, Zhang Xian's method was very safe, but he still thought that Zhang Xian had substantial evidence. He already felt guilty towards brother Zhang, so he confronted Lin Jin when he came.
Now he alerted the enemy. Everyone followed Shi Jun's actions and fixed their eyes on Zhang Xian.
In an instant, everyone understood that the reason why Shi Jun did this must be related to Zhang Xian. The eyes of the Lin family members looking at Zhang Xian changed.
Zhang Xian. Damn, what does this have to do with him? But it doesn't matter.
Anyway, the relationship between him and the Lin family was not good.
After killing several so-called masters of the Lin family, will the Lin family remain indifferent?
He was originally wondering why the Lin family did not make any move after he killed several of them. But when he came here, he found out that the Lin family had something more important to do.
I guess after this matter is over, the Lin family will have time to deal with him.
Thinking of this, Zhang Xian didn't care anymore.
Since it was already an irreconcilable contradiction, it didn't matter if he added another one. Lin Jin, you don't know Dian Jinshan's identity, do you? He's an internationally wanted criminal.
Your Lin family is so brave that they actually dare to associate with such a person.
If our people hadn't discovered him, would your Lin family have secretly sent him out of the country?
Shi Jun glared at Lin Jin and said coldly. Everyone in the Lin family breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this, because it turned out that it was because Dian Jinshan was an internationally wanted criminal.
Did they really think that Shi Jun appeared because he discovered something? What? He is Dian Jinshan?
This damn thing, he told me he is an ordinary boxer. As Lin Jin spoke, he suddenly moved. He leaped next to the unconscious Lin Zhangjun and stepped on him. Old man, after all, he is the one who helped your Lin family.
Are you so heartless and ungrateful?
As Zhang Xian spoke, he rushed forward suddenly, like a savage beast from ancient times. When Lin Jin saw Zhang Xian appear, he was filled with anger. He had long harbored murderous intentions towards Zhang Xian, and now that Zhang Xian came to him on his own initiative, he naturally did not want to miss such a good opportunity. Seeing that Zhang Xian was performing Bajiquan, Lin Jin revealed disdain in the depths of his eyes.
Isn't it like showing off one's skills in front of an expert to perform Bajiquan in front of him?
Facing Zhang Xian who was rushing towards him, Lin Jin gripped the ground with both feet firmly and punched out at the same time.
Brother Zhang. Shi Jun was shocked. Bang. A beam of fire shot out. Lin Jin's expression changed slightly, and a dagger appeared in his hand.
He shot it towards the fire and continued to kill Zhang Xian.
Chapter 115, Head-on Confrontation with Lin Jin. Everyone was stunned.
Lin Jin actually risked getting injured to kill Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment, then he figured out some things.
It seems that there are people arranged by the Lin family in the relevant departments.
Combined with Shi Jun's address and attitude towards him just now, Lin Jin guessed his identity. Facing the surging Lin Jin, Zhang Xian calmed down, and suddenly, everything around him slowed down. Zhang Xian sneered and raised his fist to hit Lin Jin.
This is his way of saving his life.
He will definitely have a headache for a while afterwards, but compared with the life-threatening situation at the moment, that little pain is nothing. Lin Jin seemed to have noticed something and frowned. Almost at the moment when Zhang Xian threw the punch, a sharp pain came from his head. The pain made him break out in cold sweat all over his body and his mind was in a trance for a moment. As a result, the fist originally aimed at Lin Jin's head deviated and hit Lin Jin's chest.
Bang! With a dull thud, Lin Jin's fist hit Zhang Xian's chest.
Both of them flew backwards at the same time, hitting the ground and splashing dust all over the sky. Everyone stared at all this in a daze, with disbelief in their eyes. Zhang Xian and Jin Lao went head to head, but he was not at a disadvantage. How is this possible? Although they didn't want to believe it, everything happening before their eyes forced them to believe it. Sure, Jun was cursing in his heart, brother Zhang was so awesome. The reason why he dared to be so arrogant in front of Lin Jin was because the country was standing behind him. All the major families know this and dare not touch him, so he is so fearless. Although Zhang Xian is a consultant to the relevant department and has a high status, not many people know this. After today, brother Zhang will probably become famous. Zhang Xian was able to fight Lin Jin head-on and was evenly matched with him. Just based on this fact, it was enough for those people in the relevant departments to shut up. After he and Hu Xiqian returned, some people found out that they had given Zhang Xian the credentials of a consultant for the relevant department and held them accountable, saying that Zhang Xian was just a college student with some ability, but definitely not qualified to serve as a consultant for the relevant department. When the news of today's incident gets back, he wants to see who dares to speak out again. Zhang Xian felt like his head was about to explode. He forced himself to stand up, his eyes turning red due to the intense pain. Backlash. This must be the result of excessive use of mental power and the backlash. Lin Jin, what a powerful strength. The last time Zhang Xian synchronized with the meteor, he didn't feel such pain, but when he synchronized with Lin Jin, it backfired. Is Lin Jin's speed even faster than the meteor? That's definitely impossible. Zhang Xian knew that he had no idea how to use mental power. If he knew, this wouldn't have happened. He didn't know that Lin Jin opposite him was even more shocked than he was. Just in that second, he didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that something happened that he didn't know about. The scene just now was so weird that he even felt his life was threatened. Lin Jin looked at Zhang Xian in shock, his eyes full of suspicion and fear. The whole place was silent, and everyone stared blankly at what was happening before them. Just now. Zhang Yuding looked at Zhang Xian in shock, with a gleam in her eyes. Is it her illusion? Why does she feel as if she had experienced that moment before? He took a step forward and came to Zhang Xian's side, protecting Zhang Xian and the unconscious Lin Zhengjun. Lin Jin, who was about to make another attempt, frowned when he saw this and said in a cold voice, "An international wanted criminal, anyone can kill him. My Lin family has been deceived, and now we are willing to kill him. Why are you protecting him? Get lost." Zhang Yuding shouted angrily, "Do you want to silence me? Who knows if you really don't know Bian Jinshan's identity?" When Bian Jinshan introduced himself just now, you didn't seem to be surprised at all. That's enough, Bian Jinshan, I want to take him away. No one has the right to judge him except the country. Shi Jun clenched his fists. At the moment when Lin Jin attacked Zhang Xian, he understood something and murderous intent rose in his heart. There is actually someone who is betraying my own people. I must find this person when I get back. Since he has joined the State Department, eats the state's food, but does things for his family, such a person deserves to die. Over the past few years, they have cleared out a batch of them, but they didn't expect that there are still some that slipped through the net. At the same time, Shi Jun became even more wary of Lin Jin, the old immortal. The threat posed by the sniper rifle was actually not as great as he had imagined. After returning, I must report this matter. Lin Jin is not the most powerful person in the Lin family. What if it is the most powerful one? Does sniper rifle still have any effect on it? Shi Jun used to be very confident about this, but after seeing Lin Jin's strength, he began to doubt it. He remembered that when brother Zhang was in the relevant department, he told him that the direction of national research was wrong. The country should increase research on Chinese martial arts and the development of human potential. But everyone scoffed at what brother Zhang said, believing that thermal weapons were the future development direction. After that incident happened, everyone completely denied what brother Zhang said. Not only that, they also increased their research on thermal weapons. Later, the world's overall strength was indeed developing rapidly, and he was still sure about the country's policies, but at this moment, he was not so sure. Sister, brother-in-law is so awesome. The little girl opened her mouth wide and muttered in a baby voice. What a powerful strength. Young generation, this man should be respected. The Lin family is so damn lucky that such a treasure was discovered. The people from the major families were shocked by Lin Jin's powerful strength, and they were also shocked by Zhang Xian's strength. Lin Jin is powerful, that's as it should be. His age is there. Although everyone was shocked, they easily accepted it. But Zhang Xian looks like he is only in his 20s at most, yet he is already so powerful. If he is given time, who in this generation can be Zhang Xian's opponent? Let's go. Lin Jin glared at Zhang Xian and Shi Jun fiercely, snorted coldly, turned around and left with the Lin family members. Today should have been the most dazzling moment and the moment with the greatest harvest for the Lin family, but because of the appearance of Zhang Xian, it turned into a mess. Moreover, after he returns, he must find a way to kill Lin Jingjun, otherwise the incident will explode sooner or later. Although his Lin family is powerful, it is far from being powerful enough to ignore the country. After today, the relevant departments will definitely conduct a thorough self-inspection, and their people will be cleared out soon. If he wants to take action, he must do it quickly. I remember who he is. He is Zhang Xian. Suddenly, a young man from the Lin family team growled while gritting his teeth. Lin Jin paused for a moment after hearing this, and then continued walking forward. Chapter 116, Zhang Xian, is he from the Zhang family? You are Zhang Xian. Everyone in the Lin family looked at Zhang Xian and asked calmly. Their tone was calm, but it gave people the feeling that a volcano was about to erupt. I am Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian's face was full of smiles. You are great. Looking forward to seeing you next time. Everyone in the Lin family clenched their fists, turned around and walked out, leaving a footprint on the ground with every step they took. Everyone was dumbfounded and looked at Zhang Xian in confusion, not understanding what was going on. Those who knew that several masters of the Lin family were beheaded looked at Zhang Xian in shock. They were wondering before, who is so awesome that dares to stroke the Lin family's beard? They must be tired of living. They didn't expect that Zhang Xian also did it. It seems that the conflict between Zhang Xian and the Lin family has become a complete deadlock. No one was optimistic about Zhang Xian because the Lin family was too powerful, much more powerful than people imagined. Over the years, no one who offended the Lin family had a good ending. Unless Zhang Xian becomes a member of the Gu family, he will definitely die a miserable death. Oh, by the way, there is one thing I want to tell you. Brother Zhang has become a consultant for the relevant department of Dongshan. I hope that if you encounter him in the future, you can give him help to the best of your ability. Shi Jun spoke up. After the words fell, everyone was stunned for a moment, and their eyes turned towards the Lin family members with a teasing look. Haha, no problem. If you have any problem in the future, Brother Zhang, just let me know. My Jiang family will definitely help you with all their strength. My Chen family will also help you. It's the same with my Hu family. Before, Zhang Xian had offended the Lin family. Although Zhang Xian was very powerful, they did not dare to risk offending the Lin family by making friends with Zhang Xian. It's different now. Zhang Xian is from the relevant department. Does the Lin family dare to take action? Upon hearing this, Lin Jin paused again, then left as if nothing had happened. After the Lin family left, everyone became more enthusiastic about Zhang Xian. Everyone can see that Zhang Xian will definitely become a rising star in the future. If you don't make friends with them now, what are you waiting for? As for the ring match, with Zhang Xian here, who cares about that stuff? Originally, no one except the Lin family cared about the tournament. If the Lin family hadn't insisted, everyone would have decided by drawing lots. The one who had the biggest change in attitude stopped Gu Qingqing's father. He grabbed Zhang Xian's hand and kept calling him a good son-in-law. Zhang Xian wanted to explain, but was stopped by old Gu every time. Zhang Xian was speechless. It seemed that he had become Lao Gu's shield. Old Gu, remember that you owe me a favor. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingqing glared at Zhang Xian fiercely and said through gritted teeth, I'll remember this. As to whether one remembers favors or holds grudges, that is another matter. Damn boy, so smart. Isn't it just using him as a shield? With her looks, there were plenty of men who wanted to use her as a shield, but this guy actually said that she owed him a favor. Seeing Gu Qingqing gritting her teeth, Zhang Xian felt particularly happy. Seeing Zhang Xian's expression, Gu Qingqing felt depressed. This bastard was probably laughing at her in his heart at this moment. Thinking of this, Gu Qingqing grabbed the soft flesh around Zhang Xian's waist, and then... hiss. Zhang Xian's face was twisted in pain. Old Gu's move was becoming more and more perfect. She had reached the Grandmaster level without any practice. She could completely establish her own school with this move. Wow, Sister Qingqing, you're screwing your brother-in-law. At this moment, little Nanan's voice suddenly attracted everyone's attention. Swish. Gu Qingqing's face turned even redder. Nan, don't talk nonsense. At this moment, Gu Qingqing wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It was too embarrassing to be seen by so many people. I'm not talking nonsense. I saw you pinching your brother-in-law. Little Nan Nan pouted and blinked her big jam-like eyes. She clearly saw it, so why did Sister Qingcheng like to tell lies with her eyes open? Ha ha ha. Little Nanan's words immediately brought a burst of kind smiles from those around her. My dear son-in-law, where are you from? Invite your parents over someday, so that our parents can meet and discuss the date of your wedding. Gu Yanming walked over and spoke loudly to Zhang Xian. When he looked at Zhang Xian, his eyes were full of admiration, as if the person who had been so cold to Zhang Xian before was not him. In a helicopter. Lin Jin clenched his fists, veins popped on his face, and anger rose in his eyes. Jin Lao. Stop talking. Lin Jin closed his eyes, his face full of unwillingness and ferocity. After a while, he opened his eyes. Go check. I want all the information about Zhang Xian and his family. I don't believe that an ordinary person would suddenly learn martial arts. There must be someone behind him. Lin Jin's eyes sparkled, the feeling from before. He remembered. Back then, there was a person who also gave people this strange feeling when fighting with others, as if the flow of time around him had slowed down. And that person, his surname is Zhang. Zhang Xian, also surnamed Zhang. Is there any connection between the two? If Zhang Xian is really related to that person, then all of this has a reasonable explanation. The other party is here for revenge. Suddenly, Lin Jin thought of another possibility. What if that person didn't die? Thinking of this, Lin Jin's eyes suddenly widened and his body shuddered involuntarily. That was a person who made him feel afraid from the bottom of his heart. If that person hadn't died, the Lin family would have been doomed. Remember, if you find out that Zhang Xian is related to the Zhang family, don't alert them. Zhang family? After hearing what the elders said, everyone in the Lin family was confused. How did this matter involve the Zhang family again? Besides, even if it's related to the Zhang family, so what? Do they need to be afraid? The Zhang family today is no longer the same as it used to be. They can easily kill a few big and small cats. When Lin Jin saw the expressions of his tribesmen, he knew what they were thinking. He did not explain, as it might cause panic if he did. The most important thing for the Lin family now is stability. Send out the assassins to rescue Bian Jinshan. If you can't rescue him, then kill him. He gave orders calmly. He was the only one on the plane who knew Lin Jingjuan's identity. After he said this, Lin Jin's heart bleeds. Lin Jingjun is the most talented generation of the Lin family. If it is not absolutely necessary, he really does not want to kill Lin Jingjun. You must know that Lin Jingjun is a very important card of the Lin family. Once Lin Jingjun dies, the loss suffered by the Lin family will be immeasurable. But there is no way around it. Lin Jingjuan's identity must not be known by Daxia. If Daxia knows it, the Lin family will be finished. Zhang Xian, I will kill you. Lin Jin growled in his heart. Everything is because of Zhang Xian. If it weren't for Zhang Xian, none of this would have ever happened. Chapter 117 The Arrogant Lin Family. After politely declining the Gu family's invitation to stay overnight, Zhang Xian took Jun's helicopter and flew to Dongshan. Zhang Xian didn't know that after he left, everyone in the Gu family sat in the conference room. What do you think of Zhang Xian? What are you looking at? Such a young and extraordinary genius must be brought into our Gu family's camp. Isn't he Qingqing's boyfriend? Why not use this relationship? Yes, turning strength into energy, the goal we strive for, has been achieved easily by others. Such a genius is also related to our Gu family. If we don't bring him in, God will punish him with lightning. As they spoke, they fixed their eyes on Gu Qingcheng, who was sitting in the corner without saying a word. Seeing that she still didn't say anything, everyone was helpless. Gu Yanming coughed and said, "Daughter. I'm just here to listen in. Don't ask me what you want to do. Let me make it clear again that Zhang Xian is not my boyfriend." Gu Qingcheng scoffed at the family's idea. People still have to rely on themselves. Pulling Zhang Xian into the Gu family's camp is not as practical as making the Gu family itself strong. TSK, he's not your boyfriend? Qingcheng, do you believe what you said? Are you thinking we're blind? Two people are so affectionate. How can two strangers be so close? I believe it. Gu Qingcheng said as a matter of course. Whether you believe it or not, I believe it. Okay, let's investigate Zhang Xian's identity, then have the two parents meet and settle this matter. Gu Yanming didn't even ask his daughter's opinion, which set the tone for the matter. The others nodded immediately. Even those who usually liked to go against Gu Yanming did not stand up this time.
Mom, look, is this okay?
Everyone looked at Zhang Yuding nervously. Today they once again witnessed the old lady's power. Some people who wanted to make trouble secretly couldn't help but put away those little thoughts when facing the old lady. No, I've already told you that Zhang Xian has a girlfriend.
I asked him to come over to help. Have you considered his feelings before doing this? Have you asked him what he thinks about this matter?
Gu Qingchang was so angry that she laughed when she saw her father made the decision on his own.
We should ask Xiao Zhang what he thinks about this matter.
Gu Yanming nodded. Why don't we investigate who Zhang Xian's girlfriend is and put some pressure on her to get her to back out?
I don't believe there is anyone in Daxia who doesn't give face to our Gu family.
This method is inappropriate.
What if this annoys Zhang Xian? The relationship between men and women is unpredictable. Although our starting point is good, Zhang Xian may not see it that way.
Why not just let Qingchang and that girl marry Zhang Xian together?
Why is there so much trouble?
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes lit up.
Yes, which man can refuse such an offer? Gu Qingqing's face turned dark.
These people discussed packing her up and sending her away right in front of her.
Are there any people so shameless? Grandma, I'm leaving first. She couldn't stay any longer.
If she stayed, she would be pissed off to death by these people.
What era is it now? We are still living in the old society.
Let her and Xia Meng marry Zhang Xian together.
3 wives and 4 concubines? A Huang and Vying? Are these people's heads filled with tofu?
If these people were not from her Gu family, she really wanted to take a look at their skulls. Anyway, Grandma is here and 1T let these people do anything wrong, so Gu Qingqing got up and left.
On the plane,
Shi Jun stared at the unconscious Lin Zhengjun with a serious expression.
Zhang Shen just watched quietly.
He could see that Shi Jun must have known something, or mastered something. Otherwise, Shi Jun would not have rushed here directly just because of his words. His relationship with Shi Jun is not that good yet. Shi Jun seems to be reckless, but he is actually careful and meticulous. It is impossible for a rough and unsophisticated man to become the deputy minister of the relevant department in Dongshan.
Brother Zhang, how did you know that Jinshan here is most likely Lin Zhengjun?
Shi Jun stared at Zhang Xian, as if trying to see something. Zhang Xian felt embarrassed.
He really had no way to answer this question, especially in front of Shi Jun.
If he lied, Shi Jun had plenty of ways to prove the truth of his words.
Brother Zhang, is that person really not dead?
The next moment, a scene that surprised Zhang Xian happened. Before he could answer, Shi Jun's gaze towards him suddenly became complicated, and tears even welled up in his eyes.
Zhang Xian was confused. That person? Who? That's what I said. How could a genius appear in this world without any reason?
It turns out that you were trained by him. Shi Jun stared at Zhang Xian, his eyes filled with admiration, guilt, and yearning for the future, a mixture of all kinds of expressions. Zhang Xian was even more confused and got goosebumps all over his body.
What is Lao Shi doing? Okay, please don't be so sentimental, okay? Especially between 2 grown men. He told you not to tell me, right? Then don't tell me. Just follow the path he arranged for you. Come to me if you have any problems in the future.
Before, when he got into trouble, I was too weak to help him.
But now I am no longer a chicken that can be slaughtered at will.
I will help you clear up ordinary troubles. Shi Jun reached out and patted Zhang Xian on the shoulder. Looking at Shi Jun's expression, Zhang Xian knew that Shi Jun must have misunderstood something. Zhang Xian did not explain. It just so happened that he was unable to explain the matter of Lin Zhengjun. Since Shi Jun did not need his answer, he might as well let the matter go. However, this also reminded him that it would be better to be more cautious in the future. The system's affairs must never be exposed to the world, and he doesn't want to be a guinea pig on the experimental table. At this moment, a roar came from a distance.
10 helicopters surrounded them.
Shi Jun's expression changed instantly, but he quickly regained his composure. Lin family, what a powerful Lin family. Zhang Xian was stunned when he heard this.
Did the Lin family come to rescue them?
Of course, if they can't save the person, they will probably kill him to silence him. It's awesome that they sent 10 helicopters to rescue people, and they rescued people from the relevant departments.
A small family dares to go against the country. Isn't this courting death? However, here, the Lin family dared to do so. How confident they are.
But judging from Shi Jun's appearance, he must have expected the Lin family to do this and had already made preparations.
Boom! The next second, there was a loud bang and a shock wave came.
Zhang Xian looked through the window in the direction where the shock wave came from and saw a huge fireball exploding there.
Idiot!
Shi Jun looked at the fireball coldly and spoke. The Lin family has become more and more arrogant in the past 2 years.
They don't even take the state's authorities seriously. It seems that we really need to give them a warning. Zhang Xian was dumbfounded.
When he was on Earth, he had only seen scenes like this on TV and in movies, but now he was experiencing it in person.
That kind of passion can't be felt in 3D movies. Chapter 118 Weird Senior.
At this moment, several missiles roared over. Seeing this, the helicopters immediately turned around and tried to escape. But they underestimated Daxia's missiles. It was as if they were positioned. No matter where the helicopters flew, the missiles would shoot straight at them. There were several more loud noises. The 9 helicopters turned into 9 huge fireballs, and no one inside escaped.
In the distance, on a mountain,
Lin Jin, who saw the scene through the telescope, punched the huge rock beside him hard.
Crack!
A crisp sound was heard, and a crack actually appeared on the boulder. Daxia had anticipated this a long time ago. They have never let down their guard against us. Our ancestors risked their lives for Daxia, but in the end they still can't gain Daxia's trust. Everyone in the Lin family was filled with indignation.
Lin Jin's expression became even uglier. That's enough.
The Shi army can probably guess that it was us who did it.
Let's take action in advance.
Hearing this, everyone's expressions gradually became solemn.
In reality, some people are just like the Lin family.
They feel that once they have given a little, others will remember it for a lifetime, and they can also unscrupulously bully the object of their efforts. When the other party is forced to resist due to oppression, these people feel that the other party has no conscience.
Brother Shi, are we just going to let this matter go?
Seeing that the helicopter continued to move forward and showed no sign of stopping, Zhang Xian asked curiously.
Shi Jun doesn't seem like the kind of person who wouldn't fight back if he was beaten. Shi Jun smiled slightly. To deal with this kind of person, you can't use ordinary moves. If you decide to attack, you have to use your ultimate move. Now is not the time to attack yet.
Shi Jun's face was full of smiles, but Zhang Xian was silently mourning for the Lin family in his heart. The plane landed on the tarmac of the relevant department.
Brother Zhang, don't go back tonight. I'll call Lao Hu over to have a drink.
Shi Jun said to Zhang Xian. No, Brother Shi, I have to meet my girlfriend tonight.
He has to help Xia Tianjun tomorrow.
Zhang Xian was speechless when he thought about this. After he goes, Xia Tianjun will inevitably ask him to help play the bad guy.
Ah? Girlfriend? That's Xiao Gu.
Shi Jun knew Gu Qingcheng, and he even thought of bringing the little girl into the relevant department, because there were still a few aristocratic families who had not changed their original intentions. When I was at the Gu family, everyone in the family called me brother-in-law and son-in-law all the time.
Aren't Zhang Xian and Gu Qingcheng a couple?
When Zhang Xian saw Shi Jun's expression, he knew that he had misunderstood, so he told him about his help.
This girl. Shi Jun burst out laughing.
Brother Zhang, you may be used as a shield by Xiao Gu.
Be careful. The Gu family doesn't recognize someone so easily. But since they have recognized you, it may not be easy for you to get away.
Especially the old sister-in-law, she is not someone who gives up easily.
The way she looks at you is different from others.
You better be careful, and she is still you. Having said that, Shi Jun stopped and looked at Zhang Xian with a smile. Since Zhang Xian had something to do in the evening, Shi Jun naturally did not want to keep him any longer and asked someone to drive Zhang Xian back to the villa.
As soon as I returned to the villa, I received a call from Xia Tianjun. Brother Zhang, don't forget our agreement tomorrow.
Xia Tianjun's voice came from the microphone.
Zhang Xian was speechless. Did this guy install a positioning system on him?
At this moment, Xia Meng called.
Brother Xia, my girlfriend is calling, please wait a moment.
As he spoke, Zhang Xian answered Xia Meng's call.
Xia Tianjun.
After all, he is the chairman of Xia Entertainment. In Zhang Xian's eyes, his status is not as good as that of Zhang Xian's girlfriend. On the other hand, wouldn't it be better if such a loyal and righteous man really became his son-in-law?
Thinking of this, Xia Tianjun laughed out loud.
Hey, Xiaoxian, how was your visit to Gu's house? When she heard Xiaomeng's voice, it was as if she saw Xiaomeng pouting. This girl was obviously jealous. Zhang Xian was speechless. How could he be going there to play? However, he couldn't tell Xiaomeng about this. Zhang Xian didn't want her to know about the things in that circle. It would be better for her to maintain her original innocence. Senior, come out and play tonight. I'll take you to eat something delicious. TSK, no way, I have an appointment tonight. By the way, who were you talking to just now? Did you not have enough intimacy at Gu's house, and are you still in love with old Gu? It's a business friend who wants me to discuss some business matters tomorrow. By the way, are you free to accompany me tomorrow? It is not difficult to guess what Xia Tianjun is thinking, but Zhang Xian does not want to do anything to let Xiaomeng down, so he might as well take Xiaomeng with him to avoid some embarrassment. If it is really as Xia Tianjun said, it would be okay for him to help. It would be best to let the senior student follow this matter so that she knows what is going on to avoid misunderstandings. Xiaomeng on the other end of the phone heard this and her beautiful eyes lit up. Business friend? Old Xia? It must be Lao Xia. Mom and Dad can't wait to introduce Zhang Xian to her. Considering that her mother came over and told her just now that she would take her to a blind date tomorrow, this must be the case. Will it be revealed tomorrow? Xiaomeng began to look forward to it. You go. I won't go, maybe there will be a surprise. Xiaomeng said this with a smile and hung up the phone. She was afraid that if she called again, she would not be able to help laughing out loud. Thinking of what would happen tomorrow, her beautiful eyes narrowed into slits. Didn't old Tian not want his junior to be his son-in-law? Xiaomeng wanted to see if old Tian would be embarrassed when he met Zhang Xian tomorrow and found out that the son-in-law she wanted was the same person she rejected. After the call was hung up, Zhang Xian was a little dazed, especially the senior sister's last sentence, which made him even more confused. Surprise? What surprise? Zhang Xian called Xiaomeng, he had something else to say. What? I'm busy here and don't have time to answer the phone. Xiaomeng hung up the phone and sent a WeChat message. Zhang Xian was speechless. He had time to send WeChat messages but no time to answer phone calls? Zhang Xian, I'm taking you there tomorrow because of something. That business friend of mine wants me to ruin his daughter's marriage. How can I do such a wicked thing? If you come with me, it will be easier for me to refuse. When Xiaomeng saw the content of the WeChat message sent by Zhang Xian, her beautiful eyes narrowed into slits and a happy smile appeared on her face. The junior student is so nice to her. He never hides anything from her and is still as honest and reliable as he was when they were little. Xiaomeng, I really have something to do tomorrow. You will know what it is tomorrow. Zhang Xian, what should I do? If you don't go, I have to find another girl to follow me, otherwise I can't refuse. Xiaomeng, it's up to you. You might be the one who gets embarrassed. I'm busy now. No need to chat. Zhang Xian. Why is this little girl so weird? It seemed like something was being hidden from him. Chapter 119, The Extraordinarily Enthusiastic Xia Tianjun. On the other side, Xiaomeng turned off her phone, wrinkled her nose slightly, and snorted coldly. You're not a good person either. You're the boss of Teo Yuanju, but you didn't tell me. I'll see how you explain it to me tomorrow. After saying that, Xiaomeng's mouth widened. Naturally, the more capable a boyfriend is, the better. He is worthy of being the man that Xiaomeng values. If you dare to bring another girl here tomorrow, I will bite you to death. Humph. Xiaomeng said this and started watching the show happily. Brother Zhang, are you done with the call? Xia Tianjun called again. He wanted to finalize tomorrow's plans. For this reason, he even cancelled all the schedules originally scheduled for tomorrow. Brother Xia, don't worry, I won't break my promise to you. That's great. Ha ha. See you at the Ruakelai Hotel tomorrow. Xia Tianjun laughed out loud. He had great confidence in his daughter. He didn't believe that Zhang Xian would refuse when he saw his daughter. As long as Zhang Xian comes tomorrow, everything will be easy. Wife, tell Xiaomeng to go to Ruakelai tomorrow. Tian Yushan was delighted when she heard this and immediately went to find Xiaomeng. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Xian went next door. Seeing that the lights were on in the villa, he pressed the doorbell. Zhang Xiran walked out and when he saw Zhang Xian, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I have already made an appointment with Xia Tianjun from Xia Entertainment tomorrow. If you are free, come with me tomorrow. Zhang Xian explained his purpose. Great, thank you Mr. Zhang, we are always waiting for you, please come in, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Shiran was overjoyed. They had been running into obstacles everywhere during this period of time, and now they realized the importance of personal connections. All those former friends now look down on me and don't even bother to pay any attention to me. During this period, they both fully realized the saying, if you are poor in a busy city, no one will care about you. If you are rich in a remote mountain area, you will have distant relatives. Zhang Shiran believes in Li Zixin's abilities. As long as she is given a chance, they will definitely be able to make a comeback. Now that Zhang Xian is willing to give them this opportunity, Zhang Shiran is so excited that she wants to marry him. No, I have something to do tonight. Let's go together tomorrow. After Zhang Xian finished speaking, he turned and left. Looking at Zhang Xian's back, Zhang Shiran was a little dazed. She always thought that Zhang Xian was willing to help because he was attracted by Xian's peerless beauty. This time Zhang Xian helped them so much, and it was a good time to make a request. She didn't expect Zhang Xian to just turn around and leave. This is not quite the same as the script she had imagined. Are there really such good people in this world who do good things without expecting anything in return? The next day, Zhang Xian drove Yang Ming's BMW 5 Series to the next door. Zhang Shiran was already waiting at the door. Where's Li Zixin? Let's get in the car and go. Zhang Xian got out of the car and opened the door. Zhang Shiran looked apologetic. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, I really have something to do today and can't get away. Can you take Xiaoxin with you first? I'll be there in half an hour at most. Zhang Xian frowned when he heard this. Seeing Zhang Xian frowning, Zhang Shiran was relieved. At this moment, she was sure of one thing, that is, Zhang Xian really had no bad intentions towards Xiaoxin. If there was, they would just think she was a burden and not want to bring her along, but Zhang Xian was obviously not that person. She really had no other way to deal with what happened today. What she was about to do was very important, and meeting Chairman Xia was equally important. Xiaoxin was the only one around her at the moment, so she can only go and do that thing first and then rush over. Ms. Zhang, you are her agent. Without you, she can do it herself. Is that okay? With Li Zixin's silly look, isn't she afraid of being sold out by him? Zhang Shiran smiled slightly. I believe Mr. Zhang. No, you should take her with you to do your things first. I'll go see Xia Tianjun by myself. Oh, I might need Li Zixin's help with a small matter. Zhang Xian briefly explained the situation, and Zhang Shiran immediately guaranteed that there would be no problem. Okay, that's settled. I'll go first. If you need anything, I'll let you know via WeChat. Zhang Xian said this and drove away. Ran, what does that guy want me to do for you? Li Zixin, who had been eavesdropping behind the window, trotted out and asked curiously. Zhang Shiran looked at Li Zixin with amusement and said, Mr. Zhang may want you to pretend to be his girlfriend. I don't. Li Zixin seemed like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and she jumped up. Zhang Shiran looked at her best friend unhappily. I don't want to do this either, but Mr. Zhang's girlfriend has something to do today, otherwise why would you need to act? I think Mr. Zhang is a good person. If he had any ill intentions towards you, he could have just taken you away today. Li Zixin said when she heard that. At this moment, Zhang Shiran's cell phone rang. Kailai Hotel. As soon as Zhang Xian arrived, he was discovered by Xia Tianjun, who was standing at the door. Brother Zhang, ha, I finally see you. Xia Tianjun held Zhang Xian's hand tightly and pulled him into the hotel. Hey, isn't that Director Xia? Who is with him? What a great honor. A young man, is there another big company moving into Dongshan? This scene was seen by people passing by, and everyone started talking about it, looking at Zhang Xian with curiosity. Xia Tianjun ignored those people and took Zhang Xian's hand and walked into the private room. Hurry up and serve the food. Don't disturb me for a while. Brother Zhang and I have something important to discuss. Xia Tianjun was very familiar with the manager here and started talking after sitting down. Upon hearing this, Kailai's manager looked at Zhang Xian with shining eyes. There are not many people in the whole Dongshan city who can be called brother by Xia Tianjun. He didn't expect that this young man, who looks young, actually has a great background. After Xia Tianjun finished speaking, he had no intention of introducing them to each other. The manager understood that Zhang Xian was not someone he was qualified to approach, so he looked at Zhang Xian meaningfully, memorized his face, and then tactfully withdrew.
Wang Chuan will be here soon.
Brother Xia, I still feel that about what you said.
No, Brother Zhang, it's good that you're here today. Xia Tianjun interrupted Zhang Xian enthusiastically and poured wine for him.
I thought to myself, I won't say anything today.
If I let you meet my daughter, I don't believe you won't be tempted.
As for the girlfriend Zhang Xian mentioned, Xia Tianjun never took her to heart.
In Dongshan City, is there any other girl who can compare to his daughter? Zhang Xian breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Xia Tianjun didn't mention his daughter. This time, it's all thanks to Brother Zhang.
Those projects in Binchang are all very good.
I'm really benefiting from your help this time. Ha ha ha, when Lao Yang and the others heard about it, they were so envious. Xia Tianjun was in high spirits and at the same time he valued Zhang Xian even more. The planning map for Binchang for the next 20 years is not something that ordinary people can get. If you grasp the future trends and take action first, you will definitely make money.
Originally he was skeptical about this plan, but after launching several short-term projects and seeing the benefits, Xia Tianjun no longer had any doubts.
Chapter 120 I just bought it for fun. Brother Zhang, excuse me for asking you, where is your girlfriend from? Xia Tianjun was very curious about who was so lucky to be with Zhang Xian.
Oh, she's also from Dongshan.
She goes to the same university as me and is my senior. Zhang Xian chuckled and replied. Hiss, senior, black stockings, which man doesn't love them? Ahem, that.
Xia Tianjuan's eyes lit up, and then he immediately realized that there was Zhang Xian next to him.
This was his future son-in-law. He quickly coughed to cover up his embarrassment. What the hell, it's a bit weird that the father-in-law said this in front of the son-in-law.
Thinking back to the beginning, those people couldn't wait to sell their daughters to Zhang Xian, but he sneered at them. Unexpectedly, before others made a move, he became the one who couldn't wait any longer.
Alas, this is all caused by my daughter. Who could have thought that the daughter who was always rude to all men in the world would suddenly show up with that little bastard?
If he doesn't take action now, his daughter will really become someone else's.
Zhang Xian. This LSP.
I didn't expect that Xia Tianjun, who looks elegant, is actually so reserved and reserved.
Come on, Brother Zhang, let's go. Xia Tianjun was extremely embarrassed.
Zhang Xian raised his glass and drank with Xia Tianjun.
Brother Zhang, last time you mentioned setting up a music studio, what do you want to do? Xia Tianjun did not forget the main business.
Zhang Xian immediately expressed what was in his mind. Ding, it is detected that the host has made a choice.
Rewards are being distributed. 30% of Jingjing Entertainment's shares, physical fitness plus 10, and mental fitness plus 10.
At this moment, the electronic sound of the system came to my mind.
Almost at the same time, in the office of the chairman of Madu Jingjing Entertainment. Bang! Hu Weiyong threw the teapot to the ground.
You bastards, a bunch of good-for-nothings. 60% of your shares were bought out by someone for no reason, and you actually said you knew nothing about it.
Why do I keep you guys around? Don't you know that your shares have been bought out? Is he a god? Can he buy out the shares for no reason? Without any action at all?
The others stood aside, silent as a mouse, with their heads lowered and their bodies trembling.
Investigate and find out who did it.
Since he acquired so many shares, he will definitely apply for company reorganization. This way we will have enough room for maneuver.
Hu Wei's courage exploded.
The company's shares were bought out for no reason, and he didn't get any news at all until the other party acquired 60% of the shares. Only then did these idiots realize the seriousness of the situation and come to tell him.
Someone is taking action against his Hu family. Hu Weiyong was filled with murderous intent.
Chairman, we have found out that the other party is the chairman of Dongshan Industrial and is currently a freshman at Dongshan University. General Manager Wan Di came prepared and shared the information he had found out about Zhang Xian.
Hu Weiyong was so angry at Wan Di's words that he laughed. Are you kidding me? A college student, he is the chairman of Dongshan Industrial? He can buy 60% of my shares? Do you know how much it will cost? Wan Di sighed inwardly.
God knows he had the same reaction when he received Zhang Xian's information.
How could a freshman acquire a company?
He specifically checked the news for this purpose, and when he saw the stock sniping war, even he couldn't help but slap his desk excitedly and shouted, "Beautiful!" But now the other party has repeated the same trick, and a company as big as Xinjiang Entertainment didn't even notice it. It was only when the other party acquired 60% of his shares that they realized it, but it was too late. A business genius. A business genius. If this kind of thing doesn't happen to you, you won't feel anything. He still remembered that when the news of Dongshan Industrial's acquisition came out, he had publicly mocked Qin Zhengyang as an idiot who couldn't even keep a company and just handed over such a big company to someone else. Wan Deke handed the investigation results to Hu Weiyong. When Hu Weiyong saw the contents of the investigation report, he froze in place and looked at Wan Deke in a daze. Wan Deke nodded. This kid is a talent. Lao Wan, call him to the Magic City. I want to meet him. If he can be used by me, our business empire will be even more powerful. If someone else said this, Wan Deke would definitely laugh at the other person's wishful thinking. But the person who said this is Hu Weiyong from the Hu family, which is another matter. In Shanghai, there is nothing that the Hu family cannot accomplish. Even if the other party has complete control over Zhengjing Entertainment, as long as Hu Weiyong wants it, the other party will have to give it up. Here, the Hu family is the sky. Wan Deke also became excited. He also wanted to see what kind of person Zhang Xian was. In the private room. Brother Zhang? Brother Zhang? Xia Tianjun looked at the dazed Zhang Xian and shouted. Ah. Oh, I just remembered something, so I got distracted. It seemed that Li Zixin was banned by the serious entertainment industry. He remembered that Yang Ming and the other 3 LSPs said so. Now he owns 60% of the shares, which means Zhengjing Entertainment is his? What's the matter? Xia Tianjun asked casually, subconsciously, without taking it seriously. Oh, I just acquired 60% of the shares of Zhengjing Entertainment. Zhang Xian said indifferently. He would know about this sooner or later, so he might as well say it directly. Awesome. My dear brother Zhang, your method is vicious. Anyone who falls in love with you will be crippled if not dead. Xia Tianjun was startled when he heard this and said with a wry smile. Zhengjing Entertainment, what kind of name is that? In Dongshan, besides my Xia's Entertainment, is there another Zhengjing Entertainment? Brother Zhang, didn't we say we would cooperate to open a music studio? What's wrong? Don't you believe your brother? How could that be? I was just buying it for fun. Zhang Xian smiled. It was a gift from the system. He didn't even know where the Serious Entertainment was. Serious Entertainment, the name just sounds like, what? Serious Entertainment? Xia Tianjun stopped talking and his eyes suddenly widened. Brother, are you talking about Serious Entertainment in the Magic City? In the Magic City? Zhang Xian murmured. So far? The system is cheating him. He is in Dongshan, why did the system give him a company in Shanghai? Puff. When Xia Tianjun heard Zhang Xian's murmurs, he spat out the wine. Damn it, Zhang Xian doesn't he know where Serious Entertainment is? Is what he said reliable? Brother Zhang, don't you know where the proper entertainment is? Xia Tianjun's neck became thick. Is Zhang Xian kidding him? Zhengjing Entertainment, the largest entertainment company in Shanghai. Even in the whole world, it ranks among the best. Xia's Entertainment is considered a big company in Dongshan, but in front of Zhengjing Entertainment, it is not even a younger brother and has no qualifications. For such a big company, Zhang Xian actually said that he didn't know where the Serious Entertainment was. I don't know. I haven't been there. I just acquired 60% of its shares. Zhang Xian was speechless. Zhengjing Entertainment was not a landmark enterprise of Daxia. Wasn't it normal that he didn't know about it? The black lines on Xia Tianjuan's face instantly turned into a sweater. Never been there. Just acquired 60% of its shares. That's all? Chapter 121, Hundreds of Billions of Assets Added. The two were chatting and didn't even notice Wang Chuan came in. Wang Chuan, who had just come in, heard Zhang Xian's words and his raised foot paused in the air for a few seconds. He gave full marks to this pretentious guy. When it comes to Serious Entertainment, he knows much more than Xia Tianjun. Serious Entertainment is not scary. What is scary is the Hu family behind Serious Entertainment. That is a family that has absolute power in the Magic City. Qin Zhengyang is a member of the Southern Trade Alliance on the surface, but in fact he is a member of the Hu family and secretly accepts assignments from the Hu family.
The most likely reason why Qin Zhengyang stayed here was to find the boss.
Wang Chuan guessed that the boss was so simple and easy to understand because he was afraid of the Hu family.
He was a little suspicious when Zhang Xian easily acquired Tao Yuanzhu before.
Now that he saw Zhang Xian taking action against the Hu family, his doubts may have been explained.
Brother Zhang, do you know what Jingzhang Entertainment represents?
You acquired 60% of their shares, and that's all.
Xia Tianjun held Zhang Xian's hand tightly. Damn it, you made a lot of money, why didn't you take him with you?
If I had brought him along at the beginning and allowed him to get a few percent of the shares, his net worth would have surely increased greatly now, and he would have been completely integrated into the entertainment industry. Now, he has at most entered the entertainment circle and is wandering around the edge.
Those large entertainment companies don't take Xia Entertainment seriously at all.
Even though Xia Tianjun is considered a big shot in Dongshan, he is nothing outside of Dongshan. Although he didn't want to admit it, this was a reality. Zhang Xian quietly acquired 60% of Zhengjing Entertainment's shares. This method shocked him even more than the acquisition of Dongshan Industrial.
Coming? Zhang Xian saw Wang Chuan, nodded and spoke. When did the acquisition of Zhengjing Entertainment happen?
Wang Chuan tried his best to look normal and took a sip of wine to suppress the churning in his heart.
Just now.
As Zhang Xian spoke, he took out his cell phone and searched it. The next moment, he sucked his teeth.
System, YYDS. Awesome. He has another company with a market value of hundreds of billions? So wonderful.
Wang Chuan tried hard to keep a smile on his face, but his heart was in turmoil. He was very sure that Zhang Xian's expression just now was really calm and indifferent, as if he was saying something as simple as just buying a piece of candy in the supermarket.
That's serious entertainment. Brother, are you shopping in the supermarket? Puff. Wang Chuan's self-control was still good, but Xia Tianjun couldn't help it and spat out a mouthful of blood. Brother Zhang, how did you do it? After saying that, he looked at Zhang Xian eagerly. Oh my god. In his eyes, Zhang Xian is simply a godlike strongman. He became even more determined to make Zhang Xian his son-in-law. This skill is amazing. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm really shocked.
This involves business secrets, and his question was a bit too much. However, Xia Tianjun was a little more confident about what Zhang Xian said about cooperating to set up a music studio. Someone like Zhang Xian would never bring up something for no reason. Since Zhang Xian brought it up, it means he must be sure of it. Not only him, but even Wang Chuan had a certain degree of confidence in the matter proposed by Zhang Xian.
Brother Zhang, tell me, how should we run the music studio? I'll listen to you this time. Xia Tianjun waved his hand heroically.
There are a few people in Xia Entertainment who understand music, but it's not easy to create good songs. Otherwise, the music of the whole world would not be so weak. When I was free, I thought of a few songs, but I'm not a professional, so I need some professionals to make these songs.
There are so many good songs on earth.
If he just puts together a few of them, it would probably stir up the entertainment industry in Daxia.
Well,
Xia Tianjun and Wang Chuan, who were originally full of expectations, looked at each other and were a little dumbfounded when they heard this.
A song that Zhang Xian came up with? Isn't this funny? They admitted that Zhang Xian's talent in business was godlike.
However, every stick has its own strengths and weaknesses, and it is impossible for a person to become a god in all aspects. Seeing Xia Tianjun's expression, Zhang Xian knew that he was not very interested in this. He was speechless, but it was not Xia Tianjun's fault. Daxia's music industry was too weak and it didn't have any popular songs. Most of them were some monotonous melodies. Zhang Xian could imagine what kind of sensation it would cause when he released the songs from Earth into this world.
If Brother Xia is not interested, can you lend me a few experts in this field? That should be okay, right?
It doesn't cost much to set up a music studio, and getting Xia Tianjun to join is also to give him a helping hand.
Since Xia Tianjun is not very interested, he will do it himself. Brother Zhang, you are hitting me in the face. How could I not be interested in your brother's affairs? Damn it!
Xia Tianjun said angrily that although he was extremely pessimistic about this matter, if it could bring him and Zhang Xian closer together, he would pay some compensation.
Xia Tianjun didn't know what a huge opportunity his decision would bring to Xia's entertainment, and it also laid the foundation for Xia's entertainment to become the leader in the world's entertainment industry.
But brother, it's easy to set up a studio, but it's hard to find singers.
Let's find some famous ones. People don't think highly of the singing industry.
If we find some unknown ones, we will need to spend a lot more money to make us famous. This is also the reason why Xia Tianjun is not interested in this. Once, Zhengzheng Entertainment spent 100 million to create a song. It made a lot of fanfare and people were full of expectations for the song. However, after the song was released, there was a lot of criticism on the internet. The innocent singer couldn't stand the insults and committed suicide by cutting his wrists. More than 100 million yuan was spent by Zhengzheng Entertainment, but it didn't even create a ripple. It can be said that it was a complete loss. At the beginning, many entertainment companies were eagerly waiting, hoping that Zhengzheng Entertainment would be developed so that they could have another money-making project. However, the fate of Zhengzheng Entertainment made all entertainment companies and stars give up the idea of developing into the singing industry. The singer is already here, and she will be here soon. Zhang Shen looked at the time on his phone and frowned. Zhang Xiran said it would take no more than half an hour, and half an hour had already passed. Could something have happened to the two girls? Oh. Who was so lucky to be noticed by Brother Zhang? Xia Tianjun and Wang Chuan looked at Zhang Shen curiously. You should know her, Li Zixin. It's her. Wang Chuan's heart skipped a beat, and there was something more in his eyes when he looked at Zhang Xian. Brother Zhang, Li Zixin has been banned by Zhengzheng Entertainment. You. At this point, the voice stopped abruptly. Now 60% of the shares of Zhengzheng Entertainment belong to Zhang Xian. Isn't it easy for Zhang Xian to lift the ban? Mr. Zhang, serious entertainment is not that simple. Wang Chuan pondered for a moment and spoke. Chapter 122 The Terrifying Hu Family. Someone bought 50% of Zhengzheng Entertainment's shares, but within 3 days, that person returned Zhengzheng Entertainment to the company and held a month-long banquet to apologize to the Hu family behind Zhengzheng Entertainment. As soon as Wang Chuan finished speaking, Xia Tianjun also remembered this and said hurriedly, yes, this is also the reason why Zhengzheng Entertainment can dominate the entertainment industry in Shanghai. Everyone knows that they are not easy to mess with. Some time ago, I heard from my subordinates that Li Zixin came to us, so I asked my subordinates to send her away. Brother, you bought the shares of Zhengzheng Entertainment, so just find a chance to sell them. It's enough to make a profit. Don't offend the Hu family because of this matter. In fact, Zhang Xian's acquisition of 60% of Zhengzheng Entertainment's shares has already offended the Hu family. However, the Hu family's influence is limited to the Magic City and is not very useful in Dongshan. This is why Xia Tianjun is not very scared. Wang Chuan also nodded, agreeing with Xia Tianjun's statement. Ding, the God-level selection system is being activated in an emergency. Option 1, refuse to return the shares of Zhengzheng Entertainment. Rewards, Master Level Lyrics, Master Level Music, Physical Fitness plus 10, Spirit plus 10, Wealth Value plus 500 billion. Option 2, voluntarily return the shares of Zhengzheng Entertainment. Reward, the host will be awarded the title of Turtle, and the wealth value will be increased by plus 10 billion. Hearing the electronic sound in his mind, Zhang Xian, who had originally not intended to return the shares, naturally became more determined in his mind. Return it? I earned it with my own ability. How can I return it to him? Who do you think the Hu family is? Zhang Xian said lightly, his calm tone could not hide his contempt for the Hu family. He even offended the Lin family. Could it be that the Hu family is more powerful than the Lin family? What made Zhang Xian suspicious was the prompt sound just now, which indicated that the emergency was being activated. Could something have happened? At this moment, Zhang Xian's cell phone rang. Seeing that the caller ID was Bai Weiwei, he picked up the phone in confusion. Chairman, the Hu family in Shanghai called to inform you to go to Shanghai. Bai Weiwei's slightly nervous voice came from the microphone. It can be heard that she also knew about the Hu family. Xia Tianjun and Wang Chuan became nervous when they heard this. Zhang Xian frowned. The Hu family was so arrogant. Moreover, he could guess that what the Hu family said on the phone must be much more arrogant and proud than what Bai Weiwei said. Is this why the system says emergency start? With these 500 billion, does he need to be afraid of the Hu family? Play him to death. System, YYDS. Did they say what would happen to them if I didn't go? Zhang Xian was full of confidence and said with a smile. Chairman, you'd better go over there. The Hu family's methods are not something that ordinary people can withstand. Moreover, the Hu family threatened that if you don't go, they will launch a sniper attack on our company. Damn, who does he think he is? This is Dongshan, not his magic city. Don't bother with him.
If you can sell it, sell it. If you can't sell it, just keep it in your hand as long as it doesn't depreciate to disgust him. As a member of the Northern Trade Alliance, Xia Tianjun is not afraid of the Hu family. The Hu family understood the principle of being out of reach, but they still called to threaten us. What idiots! Xia Tianjun's blood was also aroused. Wang Chuan also frowned. The Hu family's behavior showed that they were not taken seriously at all. If Zhang Xian really went to the Magic City, where would the Northern Trade Alliance put its face? But if they don't go, without their boss, can they really be a match for the Hu family? If the two alliances really fight, it will cost a lot of money. During this period, Taoyuanzhu has expanded its business to a large extent and injected a lot of capital, but its working capital is not that much. Wang Chuan is worried that if they fight with the Hu family, other business alliances will take the opportunity to take action. Don't worry, sister Bai. If the Hu family wants to play, we will play with them. Don't worry about losses. Zhang Xian's face was full of smiles, but in Xia Tianjuan's eyes it meant, this man has plenty of money. Damn, where can I find such a good son-in-law? You dare to confront the Hu family head-on, you're awesome. This further strengthened Xia Tianjuan's idea of introducing his daughter to Zhang Xian. He quietly sent a text message to his wife, asking her to bring their daughter over quickly. Wang Chuan is not as optimistic as Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian has injected a lot of funds into the company during this period. Does he still have so much money? There was a knock on the door. Zhang Xiran and Li Zixin came over. Both of them had smiles on their faces, but Zhang Xian could tell that the two girls were forcing their smiles. It seemed that what they had just done was not so smooth. You're here, just in time. Let me introduce you. This is Xia Tianjun, the chairman of Xia Entertainment, and this is Wang Chuan, the general manager of Taoyuanzhu. Zhang Xian introduced them with a smile, and then pointed at Li Zixin. I don't think I need to introduce this one, Li Zixin. Hello? Wang Chuan and Xia Tianjun were unsure of the relationship between Li Zixin and Zhang Xian, so they took the initiative to extend their hands and say hello. Li Zixin and Zhang Xiran were stunned when they heard Zhang Xian's introduction. The general manager of Taoyuanzhu? Zhang Xian knows the general manager of Taoyuanzhu? Why didn't he tell me in advance? So that they can be mentally prepared. Seeing the other party take the initiative to show goodwill, the two of them stupidly stretched out their hands and shook hands with each other. It just so happens that Jingjiang Entertainment wants to compete with us, right? We can use Miss Li Zixin to compete with him. As Zhang Xian spoke, he asked the waiter for paper and pen and started writing. After Zhang Xiran mentioned that Li Zixin had sung the song, Zhang Xian went to listen to it specifically and was shocked at the time. I didn't expect that such a naive girl could have such explosive power when singing. It's not an exaggeration to call her an iron lung. At that time, he decided to persuade this girl to pursue a singing career. As for her zombie face and superb acting skills, he decided not to mention it anymore because it was too embarrassing. When everyone saw Zhang Xian lower his head and start writing after he finished speaking, they all looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he was doing. Okay, ZXIN, see if you can sing it. With master-level lyrics and composition skills, Zhang Xian perfectly reproduced a song he had heard on Earth. It was so easy. The melody and lyrics were already there, he just had to write them down. Xia Tianjun. Wang Chuan. Zhang Xiran. Bro, are you serious? In just a short while, you made a song? However, they are not experts either, and seeing that Zhang Xian's words were very detailed, they could only look at Li Zixin. When they looked at Li Zixin, they saw that her eyes were filled with tears. Did you write this song for me? Li Zixin looked at Zhang Xian eagerly. When everyone saw this, they thought, could it be that this song Zhang Xian wrote casually was of pretty good quality? The next moment, everyone was stunned. Suddenly, a white shadow jumped into Zhang Xian's arms. Crack! The door opened. Chapter 123 Tian Yushan, he is a scumbag. Thank you. Li Zixin is indeed a born good singer. One can immediately see the emotion of not wanting to be bound by fate expressed in the song. Isn't the protagonist in this song herself? Zhang Xian was embarrassed. He opened his arms and dared not move. Fortunately, the senior was not there, otherwise there would have been a big misunderstanding. Zhang Xiran was also dumbfounded. It was the first time she saw Xiaoxin being so intimate with a stranger. Even she, who grew up with Xiaoxin, has never hugged Xiaoxin. This girl has severe misophobia.
This is also related to her experience of growing up in an orphanage.
Miss ZXIN, can you please let go?
If my girlfriend sees you like this, she will misunderstand. Zhang Xian said awkwardly.
I'm sorry.
Li Zixin was too excited for a moment and her emotions were out of control, so she did this reckless thing. She quickly left Zhang Xian, her face flushed all the way to her neck, and she said to Zhang Xiran beside her, I'm so excited.
Zhang Xiran nodded in understanding. Crack. The door opened. Two people walked in and saw this scene.
Xia Meng looked at the two people hugging each other and froze there for a moment. When Tian Yushan saw Zhang Xian and Li Zixin hugging each other, she was stunned at first, and then she realized in an instant that this was arranged by her husband in advance. He sent them text messages to notify them to come just to let their daughters see the scene. Tian Yushan immediately gave her husband a thumbs up and secretly praised him. That's really thoughtful. Xia Tianjun saw Zhang Xian and Li Zixin hugging each other, and it happened to happen when his wife and daughter came in. He was completely stunned.
How could it be such a coincidence?
He was afraid that they might have misunderstood and was about to explain, but then he saw his wife giving him a thumbs up and he was stunned. Xia Tianjun quickly waved to his wife, indicating that this was not what they saw and there was a misunderstanding.
It's you, kid?
Well, you are dating my daughter while having affairs with other women.
Tell me, are you worthy of Xiao Meng?
Tian Yushan's eyes suddenly flashed with fire, and she scolded Zhang Xian.
See, Xiao Meng, this is the boyfriend you found yourself? You still say he's good?
Tian Yushan had a grim look on her face, but she was smiling brightly in her heart. I gave my husband a thumbs up in my heart.
He is so awesome.
This scene is so great. Nothing could make my daughter more sad than this scene.
Ah.
Li Zixin and Zhang Xiran were stunned.
Did you meet Zhang Xian's girlfriend? So embarrassing. That me. Li Zixin wanted to explain for Zhang Xian. Shut up, you vixen. When he was pursuing you, didn't he tell you that he had a girlfriend?
Oh, you look so much like the famous star Li Zixin, you can find any man you want, why do you have to find a poor college student? Oh, it wasn't Zhang Xian who found you, it was you who found Zhang Xian, right? I heard that nowadays vixens start to keep gigolos when they have money. I only heard about it before, but I didn't expect to see it in real life. It's true that the world is so big that there are all kinds of strange things.
Tian Yushan pointed at Li Zixin's nose and started scolding her.
Zhang Xian panicked for a moment, then instantly realized what was going on and couldn't help but smile bitterly.
Damn, why has he never thought of it in this way? Senior sister's family is so rich.
In the whole Dongshan, it seems that the only wealthy family with the surname Xia is Xia Tianjun's family, right?
After all the twists and turns, Xia Tianjun asked him to come just to help Xia Tianjun drive him away? Is he the toad? Vomiting blood. What a bloody plot.
When Xia Tianjun saw his wife pointing at Zhang Xian's nose and starting to scold him, he was stunned for a moment, then he instantly understood what was going on. Seeing Zhang Xian looking at him, he also smiled bitterly.
Mad, this is so. The flood washed away the Dragon King temple? He invited Zhang Xian here to make Zhang Xian give up? Brother Zhang, are you Xiao Meng's boyfriend? Xia Tianjun asked in an awkward voice.
Yeah. I didn't expect that Brother Xia brought me here to force me to retreat. Zhang Xian replied with the same embarrassment. As the matter happened so suddenly, the two of them couldn't change their way of addressing each other for the time being. However, Xia Tianjun obviously didn't notice this, and the two of them were just embarrassed.
Tian Yushan was still chattering about Zhang Xian's faults.
In her words, Zhang Xian became a modern Shen Shimi, who was always eyeing the pot while having his fill.
Ma'am, you misunderstood,
Li Zixin wanted to open her mouth to explain, but was interrupted by Tian Yushan. Zhang Xian pulled Li Zixin, who was about to cry innocently, aside and signaled her not to explain.
Aunt? Aunt? No, I'm not qualified to be your aunt,
Tian Yushan had finally found such a good opportunity, so she naturally couldn't let it go.
Besides, where was Mr. Zhang? Would he be here soon? Only by sending Zhang Xian away immediately can we avoid affecting our daughter's blind date. There is no better opportunity than this.
Tian Yushan gave her husband a thumbs up in her heart.
Shut up.
Seeing that his wife was still chattering, Xia Tianjun felt that he was so embarrassed that he could dig out a villa with his toes.
Ah, it's already this late, and you're still saving face for this little bastard?
Tell him to get lost, how dare he stay here?
Tian Yushan thought her husband was saving face for Zhang Xian and said.
By the way, she also reminded her husband that Mr. Zhang was about to arrive and if Zhang Xian stayed here, something bad would happen.
See, Xiaomeng? He is a scumbag, a true scumbag. Fortunately, you listened to your mother, otherwise you would. Poochie.
When Xiaomeng saw her father here, she guessed that the scene he had just seen was definitely not what she had imagined, and there must be a misunderstanding. Even if Zhang Xian is a scumbag and wants to find a woman, it is impossible for him to do it in front of so many people.
Zhang Xian looked at Xiaomeng speechlessly.
When he heard her laugh, he knew that this girl had known about this scene for a long time. No wonder this girl said weirdly yesterday that she would give him a surprise today.
What a surprise! It was really a big surprise.
Tian Yushan was about to continue to slander Zhang Xian, but when she heard her daughter laughing, she was speechless and looked at Xiaomeng in surprise. How can you still laugh?
This boy is with another woman. I believe him.
Xiaomeng said with a smile, looking at Zhang Xian with her beautiful eyes teasingly. Tell this guy not to tell her everything, and now the two of them are even.
Snort.
This time, Lao Tian should scold this bastard some more. She has become his girlfriend, and this guy should be completely open with her.
What? You believe him? Tian Yushan was a little dumbfounded. You also know that Zhang Xian is the boss of Tao Yuanzhu and the chairman of Dongshan Industrial? Xia Tianjun looked at his daughter in a daze. Yes. I know. Didn't my mother tell me not to be friends with Zhang Xian?
She also introduced me to Mr. Zhang, the owner of Tao Yuanzhu, saying that Mr. Zhang is young and promising.
Chapter 124 Awkward Foot Picking. What? This guy is Mr. Zhang, the boss of Tao Yuanzhu?
When Tian Yushan heard her daughter say that she knew about Zhang Xian and this girl, before she could finish being surprised, she heard her husband's words, turned around and looked at her husband, and her whole body froze in place.
So embarrassing. So surprised. What a humiliation. She didn't even dare to look at Zhang Xian's eyes.
The best son-in-law in her dreams was actually the same person as the guy she hated the most. She now felt embarrassed and wanted to walk to the door of the private room, pick at it to make a crack, and then crawl in. It was difficult for her to equate the legendary owner of Tao Yuanzhu with the omnipotent powers with the boy in front of her. Thinking back to what Zhang Xian said when they were at home, she thought Zhang Xian was stupid at first, but now it seems that he didn't say any nonsense at all. Instead, she looked like a clown. At this moment, she was in a dilemma whether to speak or not.
Embarrassing foot picking.
Xia Tianjun saw his wife's embarrassment, and as a husband he could only step forward and act as a peacemaker. Brother Zhang, Xiaoxian, your aunt and I really didn't know you were with Xiaomeng, brother, don't take what uncle said to heart.
For a moment, Xia Tianjun wanted to change the name but couldn't. It's okay, Zhang Xian was very embarrassed. He glared at Xiaomeng fiercely. It was all the fault of this little girl. She obviously knew it a long time ago, so why didn't she point it out? If I were to tell the truth, why would it be so embarrassing?
Wang Xuan, who was standing by, understood what was going on and tried hard to suppress his laughter.
The boss is in love with Lao Xia's daughter. They don't know that the boss is the one in love with their daughter, so they try to obstruct it in every way.
They invited the boss here today, hoping to use the boss's noble status and means to make that person back down, so it's so awkward. What else more, the boss didn't know either. The only person who knew was Lao Xia's daughter.
Today's show was really great.
I just found out about the relationship between my senior and you two. If I had known it earlier, there wouldn't be so many misunderstandings.
Zhang Xian said with a smile. It's fine as long as the misunderstanding is cleared up. Mom and Dad, someone else wants to see you.
Before Zhang Xian could finish his words, Xiaomeng made a video call.
Zhang Ping and Zhang Shaoli appeared on the screen. Lao Xia, Xiao Tian, long time no see, do you still remember us? Zhang Ping laughed.
Xia Tianjun and Tian Yushan froze in place for a moment when they saw two familiar faces. After a while, they jumped up with joy.
Brother Zhang, sister-in-law. Tian Yushan had a good memory and remembered it immediately.
As she spoke, she was suddenly stunned for a moment and looked at Zhang Xian in astonishment. Brother Zhang, sister-in-law, Xiaoxian is not your.
Yes, it's fate, ha ha ha.
When they were little, I thought Xiaomeng was our daughter. I didn't expect that she would really become our daughter.
Ha, this is fate.
Zhang Ping laughed heartily. Zheng Xiaoli also said happily, "You don't know, when Xiaomeng appeared in front of me that day, my heart was so full of emotion. I immediately remembered what she looked like when she was a child. Time flies so fast. More than 10 years have passed in a flash." Xia Tianjun and Tian Yushan were a little dumbfounded. After all this time, Zhang Xian was still their old acquaintance. "Mom and Dad, do you know Uncle Xia and Aunt Tian?" Zhang Xian was completely confused. What is going on? When they were little? Did he and the senior know each other when they were young? Thinking about what the senior student had said before, Zhang Xian seemed to understand a little, but why was there no impression of it in his memory at all? You fell ill when you were 10 years old, and you don't remember anything before that. You used to say you wanted to marry Xiao Meng, but now you've grown up and you don't remember anything. Zheng Xiaoli said. Brother Xia, sister Xiaotian, you must be busy now. Come back and visit us when you are free. I have some business to discuss here as well. Let's talk when we are free. Someone appeared on the screen, and Zhang Ping smiled and waved his hand before hanging up the phone. Snort. Xiaomeng walked up to Zhang Xian, snorted coldly, and then stepped hard on Zhang Xian's foot. You girl, you're asking for a fight. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you've been looking for Xiao Xian? Her daughter had told her once before that she wanted to wait for Zhang Xian, but Tian Yushan didn't take it to heart. Who would take a little girl's words seriously? I didn't expect that this girl took it seriously and really waited for Zhang Xian. Is there really such a thing as fate in this world? Xia Tianjun and Tian Yushan looked at Zhang Xian and Xiaomeng standing together, and couldn't help but sigh at the magic of fate. Now that she knew that Zhang Xian was the little brat from childhood, Tian Yushan no longer felt embarrassed, but apologized generously. Xiao Xian, I'm sorry. When they were young, they almost adopted Zhang Xian as their godson. The relationship between the two families was as close as that of a family, but they lost contact due to the inconvenience of contacting each other at that time. Now, after the video call, those days in the past instantly came to their minds. Xiaomeng made a face at her mother. I want to tell you, but you keep trying to introduce me to Mr. Zhang, the boss of Taoyuanju. This damn guy is hiding his identity from me. Why should I tell you? Anyway, you are going to meet each other eventually, and I am not the one who is embarrassed. Zhang Xian was innocently implicated and explained in a low voice, I told you, but you didn't believe me. Blame me. This kind of thing will be known slowly, why would he hide it? Is it fun to show off to his family? You told me that? Xia Mengxiong wrinkled her nose, suddenly remembering that Zhang Xian seemed to have really told her that. But is this her fault? That's the famous boss of Taoyuanju. The idol she has always admired and the man she dreams of meeting. Then suddenly one day, someone you are very familiar with tells you that he is the owner of Taoyuanju. Do you believe it? Who would believe it? It's like a teacher who has been teaching you for a long time. He is very ordinary. Suddenly one day he tells you that he is an authority in a certain field. Do you believe him? Not laughing out loud is the greatest self-restraint, right? What? Mr. Zhang is the boss of Taoyuanju? Zhang Xiran and Li Zixin were stunned and stared blankly at the young man beside them. Their neighbor is the owner of Taoyuanju? If these words had not come from the mouth of the chairman of Xia Entertainment, they would never have believed it. That's the boss of Taoyuanju. The most mysterious existence in the legend. The reason why the two of them fled to Dongshan was because they heard about their boss's deeds. It is impossible for the other places to offend the Hu family because of the two women, except the boss of Dongshan, because Li Zixin has heard Hu Jigang curse the boss more than once. He said that in this world, only the boss didn't give him face. After they came here, they have been secretly looking for the boss, hoping to seek his protection, but it turns out that the boss lives next to them? Chapter 125 The Challenge from the Hu family. Not only does he live next door to them, but he also takes the initiative to help them and write songs for them? All of this sounds so dreamy. It is so beautiful. Okay, now that everything has been discussed, Auntie Tian, please take a seat. By the way, let me introduce you, this is the famous movie star Li Zixin, and this is her agent, Ms. Zhang Xiran. I brought them here to discuss cooperation. Zhang Xian introduced her to Tian Yushan, so as to prevent Tian Yushan from misunderstanding that he really had something going on with Li Zixin. I'm sorry, Miss Li, I'm your fan and I've watched every drama you've starred in. I'm really sorry for what I said just now. Tian Yushan said to Li Zixin apologetically. It's okay, as long as the misunderstanding is resolved.
Li Zixin smiled faintly at Tian Yushan, with a friendly yet distant expression on her face.
Zhang Xian looked at her in a daze.
Is this still the same big fool?
Their response at this moment was very similar to those of the movie stars Zhang Xian had seen on Earth.
Could it be that their expressions when facing their fans were specially trained?
Yes, you really misunderstood just now. Xiao Xian wrote a song for Miss Li, and Miss Zixin was moved by the song.
Xia Tianjun said with a smile.
Xia Meng's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard that.
My junior fellow student can also write songs? ZXIN, don't act in any TV dramas anymore.
Your zombie face acting skills, ahem, just focus on singing from now on.
I can guarantee that you will achieve greater success than being an actor. Zhang Xian looked at Li Zixin and said after a moment of hesitation. Cough, cough, cough. Xia Meng touched Zhang Xian's arm. How can you talk like that? Isn't this clearly saying that he has no acting skills? However, a scene that made Xia Meng stunned appeared. Aha! Li Zixin nodded vigorously.
She was conquered by Zhang Xian's song.
Everyone looked at Li Zixin in astonishment.
It seemed that this song was really good. Uncle Xia, when you go back, find a place to apply to set up a new studio. If you are not very interested, I will let Wang Chuan take charge of this matter.
Zhang Xian said. Interested, very interested. How could he not be interested in an industry that even his own son-in-law is interested in? Xia Tianjun can no longer contain his inner excitement.
Zhang Xian turned out to be his future son-in-law.
Just thinking about it makes me laugh out loud.
Now, even if Zhang Xian asked him if he was interested in murder and arson, he would nod and say yes without hesitation.
We are a family from now on. Your uncle Zhang and I believe in you. Just let me know what you want to do. Uncle and aunt will support you with all our strength. Tian Yushan also nodded repeatedly.
I used to feel uncomfortable looking at Zhang Xian no matter how I looked at him, but now, I like him no matter how I look at him.
Let Brother Xia take charge. We have too many projects underway recently and we are a little short of manpower.
Wang Chuan said with a smile. He said this obviously perfunctorily, he just wanted to take Xia Tianjun with him.
Mr. Zhang, since we own shares in Zhengzheng Entertainment, it would be unreasonable not to make use of them.
Please authorize those shares to me, and I will help the Hu family loosen their bonds.
Wang Chuan thought about it and suddenly said. Good. Zhang Xian had no objection. These things were really dispensable to him.
At this moment, Bai Weiwei called again.
Zhang Xian picked up the phone in confusion.
Mr. Zhang, the Hu family notified us again, saying that if you don't go to the Hu family to apologize, their general attack will begin immediately. Bai Weiwei's worried voice came from the microphone. The faces of the people in the private room changed slightly, especially Li Zixin and Jiang Shiran, whose bodies began to tremble slightly.
Ding, the God-level selection system is starting up.
Option 1, take the initiative to meet the Hu family's challenge.
Reward, challenge special fund 100 trillion, physical fitness plus 10, spirit plus 10. Option 2, follow the Hu family's arrangements and submit to them.
Reward, the host will be awarded the title of coward, popularity with women 1, wealth plus 1 billion.
Note, challenge funds are exclusive funds and can only be used for a war of attrition with the challenge target. Zhang Xian.
He was stunned for a moment when he heard the electronic sound in his mind. He had never cared about the challenge from the Hu family, and now with the 100 trillion, he had nothing to worry about. I haven't even started yet, but they are already rushing to die.
Wang Chuan, get started.
No matter how much it costs, make the Hu family behave themselves. Zhang Xian spoke in a calm tone, but gave people a sense of dominance that no one else could do it better than him. Wang Chuan frowned upon hearing this and said, Mr. Zhang, the Hu family is not as simple as you think. It's okay to embarrass the Hu family, but if we fight to the death with them, our Tao Yuanju will definitely be seriously injured, or even unable to recover. He was worried that Zhang Xian was young and frivolous, so he gave him a kind reminder. Yes, Xiao Xian, we don't need to fight to the death with the Hu family. We can just use the 60% shares to deal with the Hu family. The power of the Hu family is far beyond our imagination.
Xia Tianjun also said quickly. What is the total assets of the Hu family? Zhang Xian asked.
The system gave him 100 trillion.
It couldn't be that this much money was not enough, right? At this moment, Wang Chuan's cell phone vibrated.
He opened it and his eyes lit up. The total market value of the Hu family is about 6 trillion yuan, but his family is large and his business is huge, so the funds he can mobilize are about 3 trillion yuan.
Hiss. Everyone in the room gasped. 3 trillion. How much is it? Can't I build a building if I change it into paper money?
Zhang Xian was really surprised.
It was only 3 trillion.
He thought the Hu family was as powerful as the Gu family. He called Shi Jun and got the same result.
Moreover, the information Shi Jun gave him was even more detailed.
The total funds of the Hu family exceeded hundreds of trillions, but most of the funds were not in Daxia.
Instead, they were quietly transferred out.
By the time the country discovered it, it was already too late. When Shi Jun heard that Zhang Xian wanted to compete with the Hu family economically, he became excited and said that he would help. The country has long been angry about what the Hu family has done in the past 2 years. Now that someone wants to take action against the Hu family, Shi Jun is naturally happy. What Wang Chuan said is right. The total assets of the Hu family are several hundred billion, but most of them are overseas.
The maximum amount of funds that can be mobilized domestically is 3 trillion, which is not a lot of money.
So we don't have to be afraid of him at all, Wang Chuan, just do it boldly, we can mobilize much more funds than the Hu family. Zhang Xian spoke in an orderly manner, but he didn't know that the others were dumbfounded at this moment.
3 trillion, is that not a lot? What is considered a lot?
Wang Chuan, your mission is to eat up the 3 trillion yuan that the Hu family has in Daxia. I think the Hu family has finally transferred the funds abroad, and they will definitely not use that money in China again. Daxia is eager for the Hu family to be mobilized, and it would be best if all of them were mobilized, so that the country will have a goal.
Is that woman in this private room? Li Zixin, get out here. Bang!
An arrogant voice was heard and the door was kicked open.
Chapter 126 Hu Bingsheng.
Sir, please don't make trouble. The people in this private room are all our most distinguished guests of Ruikalai.
Bang!
The manager was interrupted by a slap in the face before he could finish his words.
Fuck you, I'm doing something, what the hell does it have to do with you?
Get out of the way, or I'll close your hotel, believe it or not. A fat man with big glasses and small eyes moved in step by step, followed by a dozen big men in black. When the manager was beaten, a large group of security guards immediately gathered around, but they were stopped outside by the big man in black next to the fat man.
General Manager, he.
The manager saw Wang Chuan in the private room at a glance and spoke. Wang Chuan frowned when he saw the fat man.
General Manager? Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment. Wang Chuan, is this also our property?
After these words were spoken, Xia Tianjun and the others were stunned.
Boss, don't you know how many properties you have?
Wang Chuan, who was about to speak, was choked by the words and coughed repeatedly. Cough, cough, cough. Mr. Zhang, please come to the company to take a closer look some other day.
As he spoke, Wang Chuan thought of something and continued, it's not Tao Yuanzhu of Dongshan University, it's our headquarters. Zhang Xian. It was so embarrassing. If Wang Chuan hadn't mentioned it, he would have really thought that Tao Yuanzhu at Dongshan University was the headquarters of Tao Yuanzhu.
A boss who doesn't even know how much property he owns is truly incompetent.
Xiao Xinxin, I finally found you.
I told you that you can't escape from my grasp.
The fat man came in and looked around.
He saw Li Zixin hiding behind Zhang Xian at a glance and laughed. It's just that he is too fat, and he looks even uglier when he smiles. His facial features are squeezed together, making him look extremely uncoordinated and distorted.
Seeing the little fat boy, Li Zixin became even more frightened and grabbed Zhang Xian's arm tightly.
The little fat man looked at Li Zixin's hand grabbing Zhang Xian's arm, and his smiling face instantly turned cold. He said calmly to the big man in black beside him, whoever dares to touch my little Xinxin, cut off that person's arm.
Yes.
The big man in black didn't hesitate at all, as if it was reasonable. It seems that these people do not take the country's laws and relevant departments into consideration at all.
Everyone was irritated by the fat boy's attitude.
At this moment, the little fat boy suddenly saw Xia Meng next to Zhang Xian, and his little eyes suddenly lit up. Catch her too, I want a threesome. The little fat boy looked at Xia Meng with lustful eyes, his fat all over his body trembling.
Everyone was irritated by the fat boy's unbridled and arrogant attitude.
Just as the big man in black was about to come over, a man moved. Wang Chuan raised his foot and kicked the black-clad man away, then said to Rui Kailai's manager, break his hands and legs, and then throw him to the hospital entrance.
Yes.
The manager was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and immediately signaled the security guard to take action.
Damn it, you dare to do that? Do you know who I am?
I am Hu Bingxing from the Hu family.
How dare you touch me?
The little fat man was angry and looked at Wang Chuan in disbelief. He couldn't believe that there was anyone in Daxia who dared to touch him.
Hu family? Is it the Hu family from Shanghai? Are you from the Hu family in the Demon City?
Zhang Xian stopped Wang Chuan, who wanted to continue, looked at the fat man and asked with a frown. Seeing that Zhang Xian knew the Hu family in Magic City, he looked proud.
That's right. Now that I know that you are from the Hu family in the Magic City, you know what to do about this matter, right?
Cut off your own hands and feet, and let this beauty and Li Zixin go with me, and I will spare your lives. The little fat man said it casually, as if he was talking about something ordinary. In his eyes, breaking off arms and legs is the greatest grace for the other party. But he must die. The fat man said with a dark face, pointing at Wang Chuan, who had taken action. Just as these words fell, Zhang Xian moved. Zhang Xian grabbed the fat boy's knee like lightning. Crack! A heart-pounding sound of bones cracking was heard.
Ah! The two girls, Li Zixin and Xia Meng, had never seen such a scene before.
They closed their eyes tightly and dared not to look, their bodies shaking violently.
Zhang Xian's speed is too fast.
The fat boy stood there for several seconds before he knelt on the ground with a plop. Blood was all over the floor and screams were heard in the private room. Zhang Xian showed no mercy to him, as he was so indifferent to human life. The whole place was silent.
The two girls, Xia Meng and Li Zixin, looked at Zhang Xian with gleaming eyes.
This was the first time they saw Zhang Xian like this. If Zhang Xian had attacked another ordinary person, they would still think that Zhang Xian was cruel, but what Hu Bingxing said just now annoyed them.
People like Hu Bingxing are not worthy of anyone's sympathy. The big men in black were also dumbfounded.
They stood there stiffly, not daring to move, with cold sweat on their foreheads. Wang Chuan was stunned for a moment, and then his gaze towards Zhang Xian changed.
Can you talk properly now?
A cold voice sounded. Zhang Xian walked up to the little fat man and spoke calmly.
Ah! You dare to hit me?
I am Hu Bingxing of the Hu family.
You dare to hit me? Are you all dead? Kill him. Kill him quickly.
Hu Bingxing screamed, but none of the men in black dared to move.
They were all intimidated by Zhang Xian's move just now. Who is the current head of the Hu family? Zhang Xian asked Wang Chuan. Hu Guicheng. Do you have his contact information? Give him a call.
Wang Chuan was stunned for a moment, then dialed a number. At this moment, Zhang Xian's aura was so strong that the entire private room fell completely silent.
Even Hu Bingxing endured the pain in his knees and glared at Zhang Xian fiercely. I want to see if you have any weight in the Hu family. If not. Zhang Xian looked at Hu Bingxing, smiled slightly, revealing his white teeth.
Hu Bingxing was trembling all over. Although Zhang Xian seemed to be feeling relaxed at the moment, he actually made him terrified. Only at this moment did he realize that Zhang Xian was definitely a ruthless person. If he dared to say another word of nonsense, Zhang Xian would probably really kill him. The fat boy wanted to tear Zhang Xian into pieces at this moment, but when he saw Zhang Xian smile, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Even Hu Bingxing himself didn't understand why he was afraid of Zhang Xian.
Is it because of Zhang Xian's ruthlessness just now? Obviously not.
He had encountered situations even more dangerous than this before, but he still managed to use his aura to pressure the other party into letting him go.
Hello, who is this?
The call was connected and a cold voice came. Hearing this voice, Hu Bingxing suddenly roared with courage, not knowing where it came from.
Uncle, quickly send our warriors to Dongshan. I want to kill this bastard. No one in my Hu family should be humiliated like this. Bingxing?
Hu Guicheng on the opposite side was stunned when he heard Hu Bingxing's voice and asked hesitantly. Uncle Xia, please go to another private room first. I'll take care of things here. When Zhang Xian finished speaking and looked at Hu Bingxing, his face was full of smiles.
Chapter 127 Where to Find Such a Good Son-in-Law. Who are you?
Hu Guicheng's voice was neither hurried nor slow, but it gave people an unquestionable feeling.
Zhang Xian. It's you. It's me.
You are very brave. It's not a matter of courage in normal business activities, but Hu Bingxing has been killing people at will since he came here.
He may not be able to go back,
Zhang Xian said with a smile. Hu Bingxing's expression froze. Hu Guicheng on the opposite side also murmured for a moment, if you can bring Bingxing back safely, I will spare your life, and you can also be a dog of my Hu family. Poochie. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Xian couldn't help laughing out loud. Hu Guicheng was too funny. Is what I said funny? Isn't it funny? It seems that my Hu family has not taken action for a long time, and some people have forgotten my Hu family's methods. If something happens to Bingsheng, your whole family will die. Hu Guicheng hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Hu Bingsheng laughed loudly. Boy, did you hear me? Go and treat the illness for me obediently and let those two girls accompany you, otherwise. Crack. Zhang Xian broke Hu Bingsheng's jaw and said to Ruakai's manager, send it to the relevant department and say it was sent by Zhang Xian. Investigate this fat man carefully to see if he has committed any murder. Considering Hu Bingsheng's arrogant and domineering attitude, it would be strange if he didn't have any murder records on him. Upon hearing this, Ruakai's manager looked at Wang Chuan. He didn't understand Zhang Xian's identity, he only knew Wang Chuan. This is our boss, do as he says. Boom. The manager's head is about to explode. Is this the mysterious boss behind Tao Yuanju? Yes. The manager waved the security guard to arrest the man. Hu Bingsheng was frightened when he saw this scene. Go to the relevant department? He was not worried about dealing with these underworld people. After all, his identity as a member of the Hu family was a talisman. However, it was different when he entered the relevant department. If it was just some minor incidents, the family identity might still be useful, but when it came to murder cases, the Hu family was nothing in front of the country. Ah! Hu Bingsheng's previous arrogance was gone, replaced by a hint of panic. Take it away. Zhang Xian waved his hand. The manager immediately ordered the security guard to take away the struggling Hu Bingsheng. Wang Chuan looked at Zhang Xian in confusion, not understanding when Zhang Xian became a member of the relevant department. But this is a good thing. With this identity, if the Hu family wants to make any move, they will have to think carefully. Just then, the cell phone rang. Zhang Xian took a look and a weak girl appeared in his mind. He smiled slightly and picked up the phone. Zhang Xian, my dad. Mom and Dad said that jade was found on the mountain here. My parents want to give this mountain to you. Li Mingqi's soft voice came. Is Uncle feeling better? Zhang Xian asked. Well, okay, thank you. If you have any difficulties, please tell me. I'm busy now. My father asked you to come over and sign a contract. Li Mingqi said seriously. Don't worry, I trust Uncle and Aunt. I'm very busy with work recently and don't have time to go. Maybe later. After Zhang Xian finished speaking, there was silence for a while. It was obvious that the girl went to talk to her parents. Xiao Zhang, please don't mind it. We are poor and we don't know how much the mountain is worth. Come and take a look and give us an estimate. Li Hai's honest voice came. Uncle Li, you misunderstood. Mingqi and I are friends. It doesn't matter whether she pays back the money or not. We can talk about it after she gets a job. Is that okay? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian knew that Li Hai's family might have misunderstood and thought that he disliked the mountain because it was worthless, so he immediately explained. Xiao Zhang, you can see that my uncle's health is ruined. After this kidney transplant, I can last for more than 10 years. After 10 years, I don't want to drag Shochi down anymore. Li Hai's voice was filled with embarrassment. Zhang Xian could tell that Li Hai didn't want Li Mingqi to owe him money, and he was also afraid that this matter would drag down Li Mingqi's life. Uncle Li, don't worry. Xiaoqi and I are friends. I never thought of asking her to pay back the money. That won't work. It's only natural to pay back debts. There's no precedent in our Li family for not paying back debts. Li Hai said this decisively, and then he asked hesitantly. Xiao Zhang, you lent us so much money, do you want to do something with Xiaoqi? Hearing this, Zhang Xian knew that Li Hai's family had misunderstood, and quickly clarified with a smile. Uncle Li, don't worry, I have a girlfriend. I treat Mingqi as a friend, so I'm helping you. You and Aunt Bai must not misunderstand me, and don't think that I have ulterior motives. If you're still worried, I'll give you another 5 million and I'll consider the mountain as my purchase, okay? No. The 1 million you lent us is enough. Li Hai breathed a sigh of relief and quickly refused. Uncle Li, you also said that follow-up treatment is also crucial. Don't you think about Xiaoqi and Tian Chao? Li Hai on the other end of the phone fell silent after hearing Zhang Xian's words. After a while, his voice finally came into the microphone. Okay, Uncle Li, thank you. You are a good boy. Uncle Li. As he spoke, sobbing sounds were heard from the other side. Zhang Xian, thank you. Li Mingqi hung up after saying this. Li family. Li Hai's sallow face was filled with embarrassment, and he sighed softly. Alas, how can I repay Xiao Zhang's kindness in this life? Bai Mei on the side could no longer hold back. After hearing what her husband said, she angrily shouted. I'll let you show off, I'll let you show off. Everyone can see Xiao Zhang's feelings for our Xiao Qi. Now go find someone who can lend Xiao Qi 1 million casually. What's wrong with letting Xiao Qi and Xiao Zhang be together? Now, in order not to make you worry, Xiao Zhang directly said that he didn't want Xiao Qi anymore. Do you think you can find a man in this world who treats Xiao Qi better than Xiao Zhang? Li Hai frowned. I just don't want Xiao Qi to marry a man she doesn't like because of me. Besides, Xiao Zhang didn't say he didn't want Xiao Qi anymore, so please stop talking nonsense, okay? Bai Mei looked at her husband angrily. He already said he has a girlfriend. Doesn't that mean he doesn't want Xiao Qi anymore? Oh, let my sister and brother-in-law deal with their own affairs. Mom and Dad, just don't worry about it. Li Tianchao said speechlessly. Li Mingqi stood aside, quietly, as if what was being talked about was not her business. Her mind was a little confused. At this moment, Li Hai received a text message on his mobile phone. He opened it and took a look, and was dumbfounded. What's wrong? Bai Mei looked at Li Hai in confusion. Xiao Zhang really transferred 5 million to us. Li Hai said blankly. What? Bai Mei snatched the phone away, and when she saw the content of the text message, she hit Li Hai hard on the shoulder. Where can you find such a good son-in-law? He gave us more than 6 million without asking for anything in return. Although your broken mountain has some jade, can it be sold for 6 million? If Xiao Zhang had no interest in our Xiao Qi, would he be so generous? The whole family stood there in a daze. For a moment, the expression on Li Mingqi's little face became more complicated. Chapter 128. The Hu family is angry. Hu family. Everyone sat in a row, each with a look of confusion on their face, not understanding what the head of the family had called them to do. Only Hu Weiyong sat there calmly, with his eyes closed. Hu Guicheng, who was sitting in the first seat, frowned, with murderous intent growing in his heart. Brother, what's the matter with calling me back? At this moment, a gentle-looking man walked in, looked at Hu Guicheng and asked in confusion. Especially when he saw Hu Guicheng's bad face, he became even more confused. Hu Guicheng glanced at the person who came, then looked at Hu Weiyong. Weiyong, tell me. Hu Weiyong coughed and then said, everyone, 60% of Xingjing Entertainment's shares have been secretly acquired. Presumptuous. Who is it? Are you looking for death? We have always been the only ones who buy out others, but this person actually dared to buy out us? Let him kneel down and apologize. As soon as these words were spoken, the room exploded. Everyone in the Hu family was furious. They looked like they wanted to kill the person who bought their shares immediately. Even if it is a normal business behavior, as long as the Hu family suffers a loss, it is the other party's fault for them. This idea is deeply rooted in the hearts of everyone in the Hu family. The last person who came in looked at the eldest brother Hu Guicheng in confusion. There must be more to it than just this matter, and this matter was not worth the eldest brother getting so angry. Hu Guicheng looked at the last person who came in and asked solemnly, Yanwei, where is Bingsheng? Hearing his eldest brother's question, Hu Yanwei's heart skipped a beat. It was all over. Was it his son Hu Bingsheng, that little bastard, who caused the trouble? And it seems that the trouble caused by the little bastard is much bigger than the 60% stake in Xingjing Entertainment. Who knows what this little bastard is doing? Big brother, is this little bastard causing trouble again? Hu Yanwei showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. His son Hu Bingsheng had gotten into countless troubles while carrying the Hu family banner since he was a child, and he had to clean up all the messes. When the others heard this, they showed disdain on their faces, and were obviously very unhappy with Hu Bingsheng. Just now, Zhang Xian from Dongshan Industrial, the person who acquired 60% of Xingjing Entertainment's shares, called me and told me that Bingsheng is in his hands. Hu Guicheng said, unable to hide the anger in his tone. Before Hu Guicheng could finish speaking, the people of the Hu family could not wait any longer and were all growing furious. Master, send out the strong men in your family to kill him. That's right. Zhang Xian dared to provoke my Hu family. No matter what his purpose is, he must die. Hu Yanwei heard his son in Zhang Xian's hands, and the marble tiles under his feet made a cracking sound. Inside the hall, the faces of the Hu family members froze and they looked at Hu Yanwei with fear.
Although Hu Guicheng is the head of the Hu family, the strongest person of this generation is Hu Yanwei, which is why Hu Guicheng values Hu Yanwei so much. Hu Yanwei's strength has improved again.
Although I don't know if he has taken that step, it should be almost there.
Brother, let me go to Dongshan.
Hu Yanwei said calmly, but his anger could not be concealed in his calm tone. Hu Guicheng frowned. Yanwei, that place used to be Zhang Yandao's territory. Although Zhang Yandao is gone now, Zhang Jingyang is still here, so you'd better be careful. Zhang Xian, also surnamed Zhang, has no information about his relationship with Zhang Jingyang.
It would not be wise for you to go there at this moment. Master, what are you afraid of?
Yanwei is a true master, not just to show off.
There are only a few big and small cats in the Zhang family now. Is there any need for Yanwei to be afraid? Master, is it necessary to be so fearful?
Even if it is Zhang Jingyang, he is just a Shibei master. Yanwei will definitely be able to solve this matter perfectly if he goes there. If there is any relationship between Zhang Xian and Zhang Jingyang, Yanwei can solve it together. When the other members of the Hu family heard Hu Guicheng's words, they all spoke up.
Shut up! What are you thinking? Do you think I don't know? We are all family. Only if there are strong people in the family can we ensure that our Hu family will continue to be strong.
If you can't become strong, just enjoy your life honestly and don't hold our Hu family back. Hu Guicheng naturally knew what these people were thinking, as he had thought the same way before.
Brother, you don't have to say anything, I have to go.
At this moment, Hu Guicheng's phone suddenly rang. After taking a look at the caller ID, he quickly picked up the phone. After a while, his face became more and more ugly.
When everyone saw his expression, they became more and more confused. Brother, you.
Zhang Xian handed Bingsheng over to the relevant departments of Dongshan. Our people are too low-ranking and could only report to us and dared not do anything. He said this was the last time he would report to us. The Sure army was once again launching an internal purge, and he didn't want to be purged.
Hu Guicheng's voice became colder and colder, and his anger grew. Bang!
He punched the armrest, which instantly broke into several pieces.
The terrifying power made everyone in the hall silent.
Only then did they realize that the strength of the patriarch had unknowingly increased to this level.
Yanwei, you should go to Dongshan.
Wei Yong, I'll leave the task of defeating Dongshan Industry to you. Remember, this time you have to make Zhang Xian come to the magic city from Dongshan on his knees, otherwise I will kill his whole family. Hu Guicheng said with a grim expression.
Hu Yanwei turned around and left without saying anything. In front of the villa, Xia Meng stood there awkwardly, pouting. What's wrong, senior? Don't you want to live with me? Zhang Xian took a look and asked with a smile.
Of course not, it's just that I was kicked out by Lao Xia and Lao Tian, and I feel a little uncomfortable.
Xia Meng pouted, looking unhappy. Come in.
Zhang Xian pecked Xia Meng's mouth and pulled her into the villa.
Ha, senior sister, you are going to be mine from now on.
Zhang Xian asserted his sovereignty and pecked Xia Meng's mouth again. Xia Meng's fair cheek suddenly turned red, and even her neck was stained with a layer of red. Zhang Xian smiled slightly when he saw this.
Where did this girl's previous initiative go? What are you laughing at? Humph. The momentum must not be weak at this time. Xia Meng snorted and pulled the suitcase into the room. Ding, the god-level selection system is starting up. Option 1, live in the same house with the school beauty Xia Meng. Reward, 30% of Jingjing Entertainment's shares, physical fitness plus 10, spiritual fitness plus 10. Option 2, live separately from school beauty Xia Meng.
Reward, the host will be awarded the title of Straight Man of Steel, popularity with women 1, wealth value plus 1 trillion. Hearing the electronic sound ringing in his mind, Zhang Xian was speechless.
Damn, the system is looking down on him. Is he someone who is short of those shares?
He just heard that women's beds are always only 18 degrees, and he wanted to verify it. He didn't have any other ideas. Seeing Xia Meng standing stupidly in the living room, not knowing where to go, Zhang Xian walked straight over and took Xia Meng's hand and walked towards his bedroom. Chapter 129 Li Xiaoman really regrets. Ding, it is detected that the host has made a choice.
Rewards are being distributed. 30% of Jingjing Entertainment's shares, physical fitness plus 10, and mental fitness plus 10.
Feeling the softness in his palm, Zhang Xian ignored the electronic sound in his head. Xia Meng was extremely well behaved at this moment. Zhang Xian glanced at her and smiled slightly. Noticing Zhang Xian's gaze, Xia Meng rolled her eyes at him and followed him to the second floor.
This is our bedroom. Take a look and see if there's anything missing. We'll go buy some later. We're out of food at home, so we can't cook tonight.
Xia Meng's little face was so beautiful that she was stunned when she heard Zhang Xian's words.
We really have to live in the same room? Nonsense, you are my girlfriend. Uncle Xia and Aunt Tian asked you to live with me so that I can take better care of you, right? Only if we live together can I take better care of you, right? Zhang Xian lied. Pa.
Xia Meng stuck out her tongue, showing a cute expression, and her little face turned even redder.
But after thinking about it, isn't this the life she had always dreamed of?
Thinking of this, Xia Meng opened the suitcase and started to get busy, like a beautiful butterfly flying in the room. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian was stunned.
Will this girl be his from now on?
Recalling the past times with his senior schoolmate, Zhang Xian grinned.
Since God has sent you to me, I will definitely love you well and make you the happiest girl in the world. He murmured. Okay, let's go to the mall to buy groceries.
Xia Meng put all the clothes in place, then skipped in front of Zhang Xian and said with a smile.
Okay. Zhang Xian looked at Xia Meng lovingly, and the two walked out. The two came to the mall.
It was Xia Meng's first time to buy groceries in the mall, and she seemed very excited.
Hey, sis. As soon as the two arrived at the mall, a surprised voice was heard.
Immediately afterwards, there was a burst of dense footsteps, and a gust of wind blew over, pounced on Xia Meng, and hugged Xia Meng in his arms.
Xiao Kai? Xia Meng was a little stunned.
When she saw that it was her younger brother who was hugging her, she pushed him away in annoyance. Hearing the word sister, Zhang Xian did not take action, otherwise he would have enough time to kick Xia Kai away.
Xiao Kai, is this my sister?
At this moment, a somewhat familiar voice sounded.
Zhang Xian, why are you here? Li Xiaoman walked over and asked very gently.
When she smiled and wanted to greet Zhang Xian who was beside Xia Meng, she saw Zhang Xian's face clearly and cried out in surprise. When he saw Li Xiaoman again, there was no ripple in Zhang Xian's heart and he smiled at her. In fact, in his heart, Zhang Xian was a little grateful to Li Xiaoman for breaking up with him, otherwise he would not be able to be with his senior sister. When Xia Meng saw that Li Xiaoman was angry, she grabbed Xia Kai's ear and walked aside.
What do you want to do? Didn't I tell you to separate from her? You want to die? What if your brother-in-law finds out?
Xia Meng said viciously. Oh, it hurts, sister, please spare me.
What do you think I want?
I also want to change my girlfriend, but I have no money.
Only in Li Xiaoman's eyes am I still a rich second generation.
Xia Kai said depressedly.
No money?
I gave you 200,000 yuan, and only a month has passed.
You tell me you have no money? Did you burn it? Xia Meng raised an eyebrow.
There's a transfer student in our class who loves to show off and act like a rich man.
How can I be compared to him?
So, now, I am the real rich second generation in the class, and that guy is scared.
Xia Kai said proudly. You? Xia Meng was really angry. Spent 200,000 just to show off?
She found that her parents were right and should not spoil her younger brother too much. This guy has no idea how hard it is to make money.
That is 200,000 yuan, not 20 yuan.
This guy is only 1 year younger than Xiao Xian, but Xiao Xian is now the boss of Tao Yuanzhu. In order to compete with the Hu family, he casually took out tens of trillions. This guy spent the money she gave him and even had the nerve to compete with others to see who was more pretentious.
Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to go find my brother Xian. He's rich now. I won't come to you when I need money in the future.
When Xia Kai was a child, he was Zhang Xian's follower. If anyone dared to bully him, Zhang Xian would definitely stand up for him. Now Zhang Xian is his brother-in-law and he is also very rich.
Xia Kai is drooling.
Xia Meng was happy when she heard what her brother said.
Xia Kai, you stole your brother-in-law's girlfriend, and you still want to ask your brother-in-law for money? What are you thinking? How can you be so shameless?
Xia Kai, who was about to turn around to look for Zhang Xian, froze where he was when he heard this.
Damn it, forgot about it.
This is really a fucking question, so embarrassing. Seeing her sister laughing like a little fox, Xia Kai got angry and said, I thought you were my real sister, but you cheated me.
Tuliolu.
Xia Meng stuck out her tongue and made faces at Xia Kai.
Damn it! I shouldn't have agreed to you in the first place. I'm so angry.
Xia Kai was in tears as he was being schemed against by his sister. On the other side, Li Xiaoman looked at Zhang Xian, opened and closed her mouth several times, but didn't know what to say.
Zhang Xian smiled and said, Xiaoman, is Xia Kai the boyfriend you mentioned?
Yeah. Li Xiaoman regretted it to the extreme at this moment, but what had happened could not be undone.
She is not as good as Xia Meng.
At this moment, in the high school group, she became a joke and became the fool who gave up thousands of acres of sesame fields for a grain of sesame. She looked at Zhang Xian, hoping to see the former infatuation in his eyes, but she was destined to be disappointed. At this moment, Zhang Xian looked at her with such calm eyes, as if she was just an ordinary friend.
Don't feel awkward. Feelings are never forced.
Hearing Zhang Xian say this, Li Xiaoman felt even more regretful.
What happened to her in the first place? Why did she break up with Zhang Xian as if she was blinded by love?
Just at this moment, Xia Meng and her brother came over. The whole scene instantly fell into awkwardness. Xia Meng glanced at Li Xiaoman, whose eyes were full of regret, and then glanced at Zhang Xian, who was looking at her calmly. A smile appeared on her face.
Brother Xian, we finally meet again.
Xia Kai shouted exaggeratedly and hugged Zhang Xian in his arms. Xiao Kai, I'm sorry, I have lost my memory before I was 10 years old.
So?
Zhang Xian said apologetically.
It's okay, it's okay. We will be a family in the future anyway. There's plenty of time for you to reminisce.
Xia Kai held Zhang Xian's hand, as if he had returned to his childhood. On the contrary, Li Xiaoman, looking at the three people standing together, suddenly felt that she was a little redundant here.
Isn't this the class beauty Li?
At this moment, a surprised voice was heard.
Chapter 130. The Lin family came to Dongshan.
Hearing the voice, Zhang Xian looked over and saw several people walking towards them. The leader was wearing casual clothes. His face looked gentle, but his eyes were full of arrogance. Behind him walked a group of sloppy people, all dressed in strange clothes, with "I am not a good person" written on their faces. The leader looked at Li Xiaoman with shining eyes, and before he came over, he spoke.
Class beauty Li, I finally found you.
Li Xiaoman smiled reservedly when she saw this person. It turns out to be classmate Lin Chutian.
Aren't you from Lingnan? Why are you here in Dongshan? Lingnan? Zhang Shan looked at this person meaningfully. He is from Lingnan and his surname is Lin. He must be from the Lin family. Lingnan is hundreds of kilometers away from Dongshan. Lin Chutian is also Li Xiaoman's classmate, so he must be studying at Shanghai University. Lingnan goes to Shanghai without passing through Dongshan. Is this person's coming to Dongshan a personal act, or is someone from the Lin family coming to Dongshan?
Lin Chutian was about to speak when he saw Xia Meng beside Zhang Xian, and a gleam of light suddenly appeared in the depths of his eyes.
I said I came here specially to see you, do you believe me?
Before he finished speaking, he smiled faintly.
I'm just kidding you.
My Lin family came to Dongshan for some business. There are still a few days before school starts. I think I haven't been to Dongshan to play, so I followed my family here.
Class beauty, don't listen to the boss's nonsense. He came here just for you.
That's right, class beauty Li, look how infatuated the boss is with you. Our boss is really infatuated with you. He is much more devoted to you than that guy named Xia.
Oh, isn't this Xia Kai? I'm so sorry I didn't see you, but please forgive me, you are really inconspicuous. Fuck, if you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have noticed. Isn't this Xia Kaixia, the second generation rich? Your inconspicuous outfit really lives up to your identity as a second generation rich. Ha ha ha.
A group of people were talking recklessly, and they didn't take other people seriously at all. But in Zhang Xian's eyes, these people did this more like they were deliberately trying to anger Xia Kai, and their methods were extremely despicable. Damn it, Lin Chutian, this is Dongshan, my territory, you better behave yourself, otherwise if you piss me off, you might not be able to return to school. Xia Kai was angry, especially in front of his woman and family.
These people humiliated him so unscrupulously. Any man could not stand it. Fuck you, you dare to scold me.
When the man saw Xia Kai cursing, his eyes lit up with joy and he punched him. Xia Kai has always been a prominent figure in school, but he is not the kind of person who would not fight back if beaten.
He is also the vice president of the Taekwondo Club of Shanghai University, and he is quite capable.
Seeing the man punching at him, he suddenly jumped up and did a roundhouse kick. "Hey, Machete, stop it." Lin Chutian grabbed the man called Machete and pointed his finger at Xia Kai's calf. Zhang Xian moved. If he didn't move, his brother-in-law would be bullied. Lin Chutian was so scheming. He seemed to be trying to stop the fight, but in fact he was attacking Xia Kai. Zhang Xian grabbed Xia Kai's belt and pulled him back. At the same time, he gently pointed his finger and an unnoticeable energy force suddenly hit Lin Chutian's ankle. Ouch! Lin Chutian's legs went numb and he fell forward. In a panic, he grabbed the machete beside him. However, the machete had just been pulled back by him and had not yet stood firm. So, oops. Oops. The two grown men fell down together in each other's arms. Be careful. Zhang Xian kindly blocked the attack with his legs, and coincidentally kicked the machete's back of the head. Machete's head couldn't help but tilt forward, and then... The two men hugged each other and kissed each other. At this moment, their eyes suddenly widened. Vomit. The two of them felt a surge of turbulence in their stomachs and were extremely nauseous. They quickly separated, leaving a crystal line between their lips. Vomit. This time, not only the two people who were kissing, but everyone around who saw this scene felt nauseous. You are so bad. Xia Meng didn't believe that all this was just a coincidence. She had seen Zhang Xian's skills. If Zhang Xian wasn't behind this, she would never believe it even if she was beaten to death. I have something worse, do you want to see it? Zhang Xian leaned close to Xia Meng's ear, blew a breath, and whispered. Roll. Xia Meng's fair little face turned red in an instant and she spat. Are you all right? Zhang Xian's face was filled with smiles, and he enthusiastically helped the two of them up. Mad, did you do this on purpose? Can Dao was ashamed and angry, and punched Zhang Xian regardless of the churning in his stomach. Ouch! Zhang Xian seemed to have lost his balance and twisted to the side, but he just happened to avoid the punch from the machete. Bang! The machete hit the pillar of the mall with a punch, making a dull sound and cracks appeared on the tiles. Hiss! Machete's eyes turned red, he gasped, then covered his hand with his other hand, and stomped his feet in pain. How powerful! Zhang Xian took a few steps back and looked at the pillar, which still had blood residue on it. Silly! Good! That's great! Ha ha ha! Xia Kai clapped and laughed. The people around were a little dumbfounded, and they all felt the pain for the machete. Machete, are you okay? Boy, did you do this on purpose? You must have done this on purpose. Those people were unhappy and surrounded him one by one, wanting to fight. What? Are you here to cause trouble? The mall security rushed over at this time and scolded. Stinky security guard, what do you want? Get out of the way, or I'll smash your mall. These people from the Lin family are not easy to deal with, and they all shouted. What's going on? In a large shopping mall like this, the relevant departments have special people patrolling. Someone happened to walk here and saw a lot of people gathered here, so he walked over. Those people from the Lin family were about to cause trouble, but when they saw the people from the relevant departments, they immediately backed down. These guys are disrupting the order of the mall and smashing the tiles here. We'll pay. Lin Chutian seemed to be very afraid of the people from the relevant department. He interrupted the security guard, immediately took out 500 yuan, looked at Zhang Xian meaningfully, and then left with his men. When the people from the Lin family were leaving, they all looked at Zhang Xian, as if they wanted to remember him. Zhang Xian smiled tearfully, not caring at all. These idiots blame Brother Xian for their own misfortune. Xia Kai was very happy. Sister, Lin Chutian is the idiot I just told you about. Zhang Xian looked at the backs of Lin Chutian and others as they left, and guessed in his heart the purpose of these people from the Lin family coming to Dongshan.